I am the only golden core black dragon in the world. But after waking up, I found myself nailed to the bottom of a well by 8 iron chains. Not only was my transcendent cultivation drained to less than 1/10, my remaining lifespan was a pathetic 32 days. Just as I thought, I would die miserably in this stinking ditch. A dark blue light screen suddenly popped up before my eyes. The system told me that as long as I started the life simulation, I could survive. I clicked start without hesitation. But the first line that appeared on the screen instantly broke my composure. Day 1. You are in the ancient well, struggling desperately. Day 14. You are still struggling. Day 19. You collapse. You fall. Day 20. You die. I, a mighty mythical creature, actually exhausted myself to death. My eyes scanned the 3 reward options: survival experience, fled dragon's claws. I rejected them all and decisively chose 20-day physique. A warm current instantly flowed through my entire body, and a trace of strength emerged in my withered muscles. My strength recovered. I couldn't wait to start the second simulation. Day 31. You are still struggling. Day 32. Your lifespan runs out. Before dying, you hear human voices outside the well. Choose survival experience. A massive amount of memories instantly flooded into my mind. I clearly heard the conversation of the 2 humans. This place is Swalong Well. This is the place where the Ming Dynasty's hazy AI and Yao Guangxiao suppressed the evil dragon. So I am that evil dragon. Breaking the deadlock from the inside is simply impossible. I must attract outside attention. Start the 3rd simulation. Day 6. You struggle wildly. Your body is wounded. Blood spreads. The well water's aura deteriorates severely. Day 10. The foul aura attracts humans. The iron chains are pulled. Day 13. You are pulled out of the well. The sunlight is dazzling. Thermal weapons are aimed at you. You break free. Your power greatly increases. Suddenly, heavenly law thunderbolts descend from the sky, piercing through you. Life reset to 0. Achievement unlocked. Trapped dragon ascends to heaven. The system notification blares wildly. Extract achievement reward. 100 years of cultivation instantly infused. White light merges into my 8 or 9 meter body. The feeling of helplessness vanishes. Rampant power revives within my body. I move my mind. The well water moves as if it were my own limb. This is the true power of a flood dragon. My body suddenly rolls. The thick iron chains shatter inch by inch like paper, and the barbs piercing bone and blood are forced out one by one. I am completely free. But I dare not go out. If I go out, I am immediately locked by heavenly punishment. I must stay low. The next day, the simulation refreshes. Day 3. You take advantage of the night to go out, make eye contact with a human. Heavenly punishment descends. Life reset to 0. Why am I being struck again? I coil at the bottom of the well. I rack my brain but cannot understand. Suddenly, a human voice comes from above. Brother-in-law, there really is something moving in this well. The experts said it was fake. I poke out my huge dragon head and listen carefully. I heard elders say they have seen dragons, but every time they appear, they are fighting against lightning. Dragons cannot be seen by humans. If seen by humans, they will surely suffer heavenly punishment. I suddenly understood. So it's this damned rule. The next day, simulation starts. Day 7. Torrential rain. You use the rain as cover to rush out of the ancient well, unnoticed. You travel all the way south and reach a primeval forest. You occupy a lake. Day 57. The aura of heaven and earth changes. There are many unknown substances in the air. Your emotions gradually spiral out of control. Day 66. You completely go berserk. You charge out of the forest and launch indiscriminate attacks. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashes by. It instantly snaps your body, shattering the 100 years of cultivation that had been added again. I must find out the truth. Simulate again. You hesitate for 23 hours, then go out. Arrive at the forest lake. Day 52. You comprehend the talents control water and control wind, fuse them into stormy waves. Day 65. You lose control again. A dark shadow flashes by. You are instantly killed. It's that mangy bird again. Gritting my molars, I choose the talent reward. A massive amount of information floods in. Stormy waves is fully formed. My mind is clear. Now is the time. I will truly go out. I open my mouth and roar in anger. The furious roar shakes the heavens. The talent activates. Dark clouds instantly cover the sky. Gale winds howl. Torrential rain pours down. The entire area within 30 li turns into a waterlogged kingdom. I soar into the air, using the rain as cover, straight into the clouds. All the way south, madly speeding. At high speed, the primeval forest appears on the horizon. My massive body crashes into the forest sea, snapping giant trees. Wood chips fly wildly. All beasts scatter in terror. I head straight for the water source, lock onto the 5-meter giant snake at the bottom, gather power, and unleash it. The giant snake's life force dissipates. The dove occupies the magpie's nest. I become the new overlord. I must hunt crazily to convert simulation points. I lock onto a wild boar drinking by the shore. Charge forward. The water surface explodes with monstrous waves. My tail sweeps and tightly coils. Aim at the target, lock the throat, and exert force. The wild boar stops struggling. Drag it to the bottom. Devour energy. Gain to simulation points. I follow the same method. Again pull to wild boars, one large and one small, into the water, but the system prompt stuns me. Gain 0.00001 points. Only the first devouring of the same species gives a high score. This lousy system is too stingy. If I want points, I must expand my diet. The next day, simulation starts. Day 9. You follow the beast tide. Discover an ancient tree at the edge of the forest. On day 12, the ancient tree bears flower buds. Beasts from 100 miles gather. Even the sika deer come to deliver takeout. On day 14, a silver fruit is born. A two-winged fierce tiger dominates the scene. You burst forth. Just as you kill the tiger and swallow the fruit, your horn transforms and you grow feet. Your size skyrockets. On day 56, you comprehend the talent call wind and rain. On day 57, heaven and earth change. You are unaffected. On day 66, a blood moon hangs in the sky. You are summoned and rise into the air. A dark figure flashes past. You are instantly killed again. You mangy bird, just you wait. Choose talent reward. Call wind and rain merges with your soul. Racial inherited memories are unlocked. Hundreds of years ago, flood dragons burrowed 100 meters. During the Hongwu reign of the Great Ming, Liu Bowen severed all 99 dragon veins. The dragon clan's spiritual pulse was severed. No wonder I am so weak. Vast hatred churns in my heart. Continue simulation. On day 28, you explore the mountain. You encounter humans on an outing. Heavenly punishment descends. Life cleared to 0. Mysterious body breaks through. Warm currents madly scour. A terrifying whirlpool explodes underwater. Your 8 to 9 meter body expands in the wind. Bones crackle. Scales reorganize. A 30-meter giant emerges. Eyes like water vats. For limbs splash with power. Extremely terrifying pressure sweeps the waters. Thousands of aquatic creatures tremble. I burst out of the water. I lock onto the deer and sheep on the shore with Forbidden's technique. They are completely terrified by the pressure. Even the instinct to flee is taken away. Devour mercilessly. Harvest wildly. Simulation point balance soars to 32. Dive back to the bottom. I glance over the prey types. A 2 to -3 meter ... Giant crane comes into view. An unfamiliar species. I'm about to speak. It shoots out like a submarine. Disappears without a trace in seconds. Faster than me. Start simulation. On day 13, you overturn the forest. In a hidden cave, you save the old turtle. He speaks human language, begging to submit. On day 15, you are knocked down by human machines. Heavenly punishment descends. Life cleared to 0. Choose experience. Cave coordinates obtained. My form like lightning. I rush to the hidden water cave. My huge mouth directly faces the turtle shell. Dragon Lord, spare me. The old turtle is terrified out of his wits, so you can communicate after all. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. The old turtle nods frantically. Turtle Chancellor returns to his post. Continue simulation. The old turtle governs the water tribe. You go ashore to explore the mountain. The old turtle frantically silences you, strongly dissuading you. Persuaded by him, you decide to turtle up. On day 55, heaven and earth change. The old turtle, relying on his fear of you, forcibly suppresses the chaos. On day 76, the nine-tailed fox comes to your door, glaring. You don't respond to the Kunlun demon order, and the fox attacks fiercely. You counterattack, wounded. The waters change color. A shadow flashes past. You and the fox both mysteriously break through. Cultivation skyrockets to nearly 2,000 years. I stare at the simulation panel. Kunlun demon order, nine-tailed fox ... 60 days later, the world is in complete chaos. But this old turtle is even more cowardly than me. Dragging me off course for a full several tens of days, I suddenly turn my head. A massive 30-meter body slowly swims. Underwater currents surge. Star red eyes lock onto the old turtle patrolling the water tribe. An extremely dangerous aura instantly seals the entire area. I want to see what earth-shattering secrets this millennium-old turtle, so cowardly to the extreme, is still hiding. Deep in the valley, I coil on the mud and sand. A 30-meter-long black body, pitch-black scales, claws pointing to the sky. Across from me is a 2 to 3 meter old turtle. I've just finished a system simulation. I tried to change this old turtle's extremely cowardly mindset, but he refused to admit it. Dragon Lord, I absolutely would not be cowardly behind your back. The old turtle puts on a dead pig not afraid of boiling water attitude. It makes me so angry I almost slap him away with my tail. Even more cowardly than me, and still so concerned about saving face. I prepare to explore outside the forest. I use the language inherent to my body. Cultivated demons can perfectly convey meaning even without a common language. Is this lake not big enough? The old turtle, frightened, retracts his head fully into his shell. We're just too big, guys. Too big a territory, we can't defend it. This old turtle is ridiculously cowardly, going out ... Moving a step is like taking his life. You've cultivated for 1,000 years entirely by being cowardly. I stare at him. This is called not meddling in worldly affairs. The old turtle pokes out half his head. Living long is what matters. I've outlasted all my enemies. He is about to continue his lecture. He looks up at me and is instantly stunned. His little green bean eyes bulge wide. He remembers I had only a little over 1,000 years of cultivation before. How in the blink of an eye is it nearly 2,000 years? It's extremely hard for dragons to cultivate. This rocket-like pace makes him doubt his own existence. I can't be bothered with his quibbling. In your 1,000 years of cultivation, what discrimination have you encountered? The old turtle instantly opens the floodgates. He talks endlessly, a pile of nonsense. My head is about to explode. But I catch a key piece of info. During the Hongwu era of the human race, heaven and earth once changed. Dragon cultivation once became extremely easy. I drive the old turtle away. He saw the meaning in my eyes, and immediately slipped away obediently. I sorted through the key clues, the changes in heaven and earth during the Hongwu era. Liu Bowen cut the dragon veins. 55 days later, heaven and earth changed again. The Kunlun demon order attacked the city. There must be a shocking secret hidden behind it. I must keep investigating. This time I decide to lay low to the end. The longer I go, the richer the rewards. The system prompt sound kept ringing. Current simulation points, 30. Another day passed. Only 54 days left. I must draw the dragon before heaven and earth change. 3,000 years of cultivation. Alright, I opened the system panel. Simulations start. On day 11, the ancient tree fruit appeared. Known for lying low, I didn't go out at all. I directly sent Old Turtle to snatch it. Old Turtle easily suppressed the other beasts. Got the fruit, I swallowed it. My power increased slightly. On day 54, heaven and earth changed. The lake water and air gained a surge of energy. After I inhaled it, my bloodline rejoiced. I continued to lay low and cultivate. On day 75, the nine-tailed fox came to my door. I played dead at the bottom of the lake. The nine-tailed fox raged helplessly, bombarded the lake surface, and left. Successfully fooled her. I, the lying low one, became supreme. On day 80, heaven and earth trembled. An irresistible call came from the sky. My mind lost control, and I was forced to fly out. The moment I looked up from the lake, my scalp went numb. A majestic heavenly pillar supporting the sky. Before I could recover, a shadow that blotted out the sky and moon swept past, and my vision went black. Life was instantly cut off. You have perished. I chose the physique of 80 days. A warm current surged into my body. Current cultivation, 1985 years, nearly 2,000 years. But what is that heavenly pillar? And that mangy bird, where did it come from? Every simulation, 99% of the time I die by his hands. I must kill him. My killing intent boiled. The entire lake's water creatures trembled. Spent a simulation points to start a simulation. On the first day, I decided to go out. Old Turtle desperately tried to dissuade me, but couldn't. He could only helplessly follow. On the third day, I summoned wind and rain and concealed my form. Under Old Turtle's guidance, we successfully got lost, plunged straight into a human city, and my whereabouts were exposed. Heavenly thunder struck down, instantly turned to ashes. You have perished. I fell into a long silence. 1,000-year-old turtle plus a 2,000-year flood dragon, and yet we got lost. This old turtle is too unreliable. Chose 3 days of physique, then started a new simulation. This time I definitely won't take him. On the second day, I flew east alone. On the 26th day, I found a mountain god temple. What was enshrined in the temple was actually a monkey. I appeared to test. A 300-year cultivation golden monkey immediately begged for mercy. He told me there was a huge mountain range to the east. Inside hid a terrifying great demon. On the 33rd day, I flew to the edge of the giant mountain. Suddenly felt extremely wrong. Above the giant mountain hung a small sun. And to the west, the sun was also rising. There were 2 suns in the sky. Suddenly, a feather flew out from the sun on the giant mountain. A wave of heat hit me. I instantly turned to ashes. You have perished. 2 suns in the sky. A feather flew out from the sun. I looked at the 4 reward options. Decisively chose the last option, the feather of an unknown creature. A black feather appeared out of thin air at the bottom of the lake. The lake water around it instantly boiled. The water temperature shot up straight. I was scalded and backed off repeatedly. The sunbird, the golden crow from mythology, actually really exists. The animals on the shore drank warm water, dumbfounded. The water creatures at the bottom were almost cooked. Old Turtle paced around anxiously. I ignored Old Turtle. Stared at the feather. How to deal with this thing? Swallow it in one gulp. Started a simulation to try. On the first day, I swallowed the feather in one gulp. A terrifying burst of energy erupted. My internal organs instantly carbonized. You have perished. I was so scared I retreated dozens of meters further, to powerful. Absolutely cannot swallow. Started another simulation. On the 4th day, the lake water boiled. The water creatures couldn't bear it. Old Turtle begged for help. I quickly created a new lake nearby using groundwater and moved all the water creatures. All the water creatures moved over. I stayed behind in this boiling pot myself. On day 27, high temperature tempered my body. I joyfully discovered that the boiling water was actually refining my body. Cultivation speed advances 1,000 miles a day. The feather is basically a cultivation artifact. On the 75th day, Nine-tailed Fox came again. She attacked the lake surface. I feared the feather would be damaged and rush out of the water. She demanded to know why I didn't obey the Kunlun demon order. I couldn't be bothered to argue and attacked on the spot. After high temperature tempering, my power surged. In just tens of minutes, I completely erased her. After defeating Nine-tailed Fox, I became extremely arrogant. I looked up at the dark shadow in the sky. I took the initiative to fly into the sky to provoke. The shadow flashed past me, and I was killed with a single blow. You have perished. I chose the body reward for 75 days, current cultivation to 1,000 for 132 years. Vast power rumbled within the suburbs. I let out a low roar, the slight pressure stirring up mud and sand at the lake bottom. Over to 1,000 for 100 years of cultivation. No wonder I got arrogant. But I must stabilize it properly. I immediately called Old Turtle over. Had an in-depth discussion with him. My stolen arrogance instantly calmed down. I closed my eyes and began to doze, adapting to the power. This sleep lasted a full 6 days. I suddenly woke up with a start. The lake water was already boiling. The aquatic creatures were all wiped out. Old Turtle swam over frantically. Dragon Lord, I can't protect them much longer. This Old Turtle actually used his own cultivation to save the aquatic creatures. If you don't push him, you never know how strong he is. I rushed out of the water, gathered dust from the ground, drank water, and made a pot. I forced Old Turtle to move the aquatic creatures with him. After settling them, I returned to the waste lake and continued the simulation. The next day, the high temperature effect greatly diminished. My cultivation was too high, the feather was useless. On the 69th day, Nine-tailed Fox appeared. I unleashed my dragon might beyond the city and completely suppressed her with one strike. I directly interrogated her about the Kunlun demon order. Nine-tailed Fox fearfully confessed that it was an order from Kunlun Mountain's heavenly lake. After the spiritual energy revival, demon tribes must attack human cities. Those who disobey the order will be jointly attacked by all demons. The mystery was solved. 48 days later, which was the 72nd day of the spiritual revival, Nine-tailed Fox led a group of demons to besiege me. I fought 17 alone and fell after going through tribulations. You have perished. Just before dying, I saw Old Turtle secretly make a move. A single strike finished off the severely injured Nine-tailed Fox. This Old Turtle is truly a qualified sneak. Chose the body reward, current cultivation to 1,523 years. The feather completely lost its effect. I rushed out of the lake surface, patrolled my territory, 30 meters. I soared into the sky over the suburbs. My dragon might was vast and mighty. All beasts prostrated themselves. I summoned wind and rain, baptized the forest. Had Old Turtle leave his scent to mark the territory, then return to the lake bottom. Simulation price increased. Need for points. The black-hearted system started simulation on day 5. I rewarded Old Turtle with the ancient tree fruit. After swallowing it, Old Turtle fell into a deep sleep. Day 48. Spiritual revival day 58. I went alone to the human city. The city was safe and sound. It hadn't been attacked by demons. A human raised a knife and slashed at me. The blade couldn't even scratch a single tree. He then whipped out a scroll of a portrait. When unrolled, golden light burst out. I instantly lost consciousness. You have perished. Unexpectedly dropped a 4th option, unknown portrait. I decisively extracted it. A tiny scroll floated at the lake bottom. It couldn't be soaked by water. It exuded extreme eeriness. Started simulation test on day 1. I opened the scroll. A flash of golden light. I died instantly. Didn't even last 3 seconds. What kind of hellish thing is this? I didn't believe it. Started another simulation. This time, I forced myself to stare directly at the scroll. I clearly saw the figure inside, wearing official robes. His expression was solemn. Next to him were written two characters, Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng beheaded a dragon in his dream. No wonder I felt a fear originating from my bloodline. This scroll is simply the bane of the dragon race. But a crazy idea flashed through my mind. Use one enemy to devour another. Started simulation on day 74. Heavenly Pillar Summon active. I grabbed the scroll and rushed up into the sky. That day, the dark shadow arrived on time as always. I threw the scroll directly at it. The scroll unfurled. Golden light shone for 10,000 feet. It fiercely struck the dark shadow. The dark shadow let out a shrill scream, revealing its true form. It was a golden giant bird with jade-green wings, a Garuda, a terrifying existence that turns demons to stone. The Garuda was wounded, escaped, the scroll closed, fell, and became tattered. The pillar that holds up the sky also became hidden successfully. Day 82. The Garuda's spilled blood gave birth to hordes of demons. The forest fell into utter chaos. Day 85. I went out to quell the unrest. The moment I showed myself, a sky-covering net fell on me. I instantly dissipated. You had perished. This eagle menace actually ambushed me from the grass. The dignified Garuda actually played a cheap trick. Extract body reward. Current cultivation, 2,599 years. Getting closer and closer to the 3,000-year dragon transformation. I must take the initiative. Kunlun Mountain lies to the west. The secret of the heavenly pool is there. I called Old Turtle into the high-temperature lake. Cultivation here advances 1,000 miles in a day. This is for you. Old Turtle was about to play dead and complain about the heat. Hearing this, his face changed instantly. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your gift. Watching Old Turtle's grateful, tearful back, I could feel his loyalty skyrocketing. A new day begins. Simulation target, west. On the first day, I just ran away, not giving Old Turtle any chance to stop me. Day 7. Encountered a 10-meter crocodile. Day 19. Fought and killed a shape-shifting ape. Day 32. Finished off a 20-meter giant vulture. The further west, the denser the cultivating demons. I plowed through them all, fighting wildly. Day 47. The spiritual energy revival arrived. Day 57. I mastered the dragon combat technique. My combat power leapt to a new level. Day 58. I approached the extreme region. One move killed 3 2,000-year tiger demons. Raising my huge dragon head, I gazed ahead. A majestic sky-piercing mountain tore through the clouds. Kunlun Mountain had arrived. And atop that snowy peak, a pair of freezing, enormous eyes were staring straight at me. At the valley floor, I coiled there, staring with lantern-sized dragon eyes at the azure screen before me. Day 58. I continued westward. Killed 3 tiger demons with 2,000 years of cultivation. Vaguely saw a sky-supporting mountain ahead. Kangsu Mountain was almost here. I focused intently on the simulation content. Day 59. I arrived at the foot of the sky-supporting mountain, but couldn't find a way up. I am not a true dragon. I can only fly briefly by borrowing the wind. I can't soar high enough to cross the mountain range, so I just circled nearby, looking for an entrance. After searching for days, on day 68, I found a pond at the southwestern foot. A silver lotus flower floated on its surface. Trees surrounded the pond. Stones cultivating into monsters. Clearly a treasure was about to appear. I immediately hid on a nearby hill to observe secretly. I was both curious and tempted. A treasure at the foot of Kangsu Mountain must be priceless. After all, Kangsu Mountain is the divine mountain of the outer gods in myth. Legend says it is also the earthly capital of heaven and earth. If I could snatch this treasure, it would be a sure win. Day 70. Dozens of green beams of light swirled above the lotus. The spiritual energy was intense. Already more than 50 demons had gathered around, and many others, like me, were hiding in the dark. I found it tricky. Day 71. The golden light on the lotus grew stronger. The treasure was about to emerge. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out and attacked. It was a creature over a meter long, part bird, part bee, with a poison stinger at the end of its tail. Any demon it stung died on the spot. In no time, the surrounding demons were all dead. It guarded beside the lotus, waiting. I was stunned, but then I thought, if a dragon and a golden crow can exist, it's normal to have such strange creatures too. Day 72. The green light scattered. On the lotus grew a silver-gray grass blade covered in green light. The treasure finally appeared. The demons hiding in the dark all leapt out to fight for it. That bird bee creature showed no mercy. One sting, one death. Seeing this, I charged out immediately, summoning wind and rain. Using the dragon combat technique to fight it, I planned to force it back with a gale, grab the treasure, and run. But who knew it was so fast? It dashed right in front of me and stung me once. I felt my life force draining rapidly. Before dying, I madly wrapped it tightly with my dragon tail, smashing it repeatedly into the ground. I beat it to death with sheer force, then slaughtered all the remaining 7 demons of 3,000 years of cultivation. The pond turned red with blood. I also collapsed, powerless. You have died. 3 options popped up. 72 days of survival experience. A 72-day physique. Flesh infused with King Yuan's deadly poison. I was completely stunned. I was so fierce. Even while poisoned, I could still counter-kill that monster. And even killed 7 3,000-year cultivation demons, along with King Yuan. I suddenly realized that creature with 4 birds and 4 wines was King Yuan. In mythology, King Yuan is recorded as a bird beast. The bird beast's touch breaks trees and makes them wither. No wonder I died shortly after being touched by it. This thing is still a top-tier entity from Mount Kungsu. Could Mount Kungsu really be the earthly capital of heaven and earth? If I go up like this, I might end up being someone's mount pulling a carriage. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shiver. But going to Mount Kungsu is a matter for later. That treasure, I must seize it. So what if King Yuan is a mythical creature? Can't I still kill him? Now I need to first think about which of the three options to choose. I clearly won thanks to the dragon wrestling combat art. But this time, this option isn't there. Could the first option, survival experience, include it? Dragon wrestling combat art ... I fell into deep thought. Forget it, let's try. Maybe the dragon wrestling combat art is in there. Even if not, the survival experience is still a good deal. After all, the journey was a fight all the way. The combat experience will definitely be retained. I hesitated between option 3 and chose the first, 72 days of survival experience. Immediately, a flood of memories poured into my mind. Traveling west, bullying, and fighting fiercely. Killing many cultivated demons along the way. Scenes of combat experiences replayed before my eyes, and then froze at the moment of my self-enlightenment. Countless combat techniques surfaced in my mind. Dragon wrestling combat art. Dragon fighting in the wilderness. 7-colored Zhuanhuang ... These techniques exactly teach me how to fight. The dragon wrestling combat art was actually really in the survival experience. It focuses on teaching combat methods in the wilderness. Before, I could only use water nature to fight underwater. Now I can even fight on land and in the sky. Without relying on terrestrial power, I can still slay opponents. What a dragon wrestling combat art! I was overjoyed. My combat power directly increased by a large margin. I couldn't help but let out a low, wild roar. My body was entwined with terrifying baleful aura. The demons killed in the simulation are equivalent to those I killed myself. I already had a strong baleful aura. The two combined made me exactly like a ferocious beast crawling out of the abyss. I don't care about divine beasts or ferocious beasts. Having the strength to survive is what matters. Dragon Lord, came a trembling voice from beside me. I twisted my burnt head to look. I saw Old Turtle had his entire head retracted into his shell, carefully peeking at me. Old Turtle, what are you afraid of? I was speechless. The fox has no enemies. Why shrink into your shell? Dragon Lord, why are you angry? I can definitely help ease your worries. Old Turtle was frightened out of his wits. He felt my ferocious aura was too terrifying. And my cultivation was growing extremely fast. If someone said I had 3,000 years of cultivation, he would believe it. I wasn't angry. You just focus on improving your strength. Don't think too much. I casually brushed it off. I quickly withdrew the aura from my body. After all, I know the ways of rogues. If I can't suppress my aura, how can I be safe? After retracting my aura, I coiled down to think. I always feel that the spiritual energy revival is off. How can a spiritual energy revival produce so many mythical beings? Dapping golden-winged bird, golden crow, Wei Zheng's portrait, Mount Kungsu's King Yuan, and the Heavenly Lake faction. And also the Long Bouquet trap. There were even rumors of spiritual energy revival during the Hongwu era. All are inscrutable mysteries. Forget it, I can't figure it out anyway. When I become stronger, I'll naturally know. I shook my burnt head, remembering that the next simulation should focus on snatching that treasure. I have a premonition. If I snatch the treasure, I'll likely be able to directly transform into a dragon. But I must be careful of King Yuan. I chose survival experience. That means I've already fought King Yuan. The wind current I stirred up could directly overturn tall buildings. But King Yuan could actually charge against the wind to my front. That's how I was struck by him. In a frontal fight, if he doesn't use poison, he's no match for me. But we are both the one-hit kill type. He hits me, I die. I hit him, he dies. Next time, I'd better find a chance to instantly kill him. After pondering, I prepared to continue the simulation. I must quickly snatch the treasure and transform into a dragon. Just as I was about to move, my gaze suddenly fell on the floating scroll beside me. Wait, I can bring that portrait along. Maybe I can directly kill King Yuan. A glint of golden light flashed in my eyes. Directly started the simulation. Simulation started, consuming for simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 8. On the first day you were in a lake. You didn't hesitate. After instructing Old Turtle, you rolled up the scroll with your tail and headed west. Familiar with the route, you paid no attention to other things on the way. Kept heading west. At the bottom of the valley, I watched the flickering blue screen in front of me. The simulation told me I flew west continuously for 18 days before finally reaching Mount Kunlun. I silently noted this time, Lotus. The treasure on it would be born in 54 days. This time, I must snatch it. I pushed away distracting thoughts. I focused back on the simulation content. On day 47, while searching for the mountain entrance, I noticed the closer I got to Mount Kunlun, the higher the concentration of reviving spiritual energy. On day 56, the moon above slowly turned dark. It was approaching Mount Kunlun. The summoning feeling from above startled me. To be safe, I didn't dare approach to investigate. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Could Mount Kunlun really be the legendary home of all gods? I quickly collected my thoughts. Forcing a transformation into a dragon was the most urgent matter now. On day 70, I found no mountain entrance, so I waited by the pond southwest of Mount Kunlun. Sure enough, it was crowded with cultivation beasts waiting to snatch the treasure. On day 71, King Yuan indeed appeared. It killed all the beasts by the pond in a few moves. I decisively threw out the unfinished portrait. Golden light exploded. In an instant, it killed King Yuan. The portrait also turned to ashes. I felt a thrill, but I couldn't steady myself. On day 72, the silver-gray grass formally appeared. I took down several beast leaders, crippled them, and entered the pond. I fought with all my might, killed all opponents, and snatched the treasure. Just as I was about to swallow it, I saw hundreds of King Yuan flying over in a dark mass. I was stunned. These things were actually social. I quickly swallowed the grass and turned to flee. But King Yuan caught up and struck me. In the end, I died by the pond. You died. Simulation ended. 4 reward options popped up. I was still worrying about how to deal with the social King Yuan. But at a glance, I saw the 4th option was actually the grass I had just swallowed. I was instantly overjoyed. This simulation was a huge win. I decisively chose the 4th option. If I could get this treasure grass, who would choose anything else? As soon as I chose, a silver-gray grass appeared in front of me. It fell into the lake. Its surface was covered with a faint fluorescent film. It blocked the lake water. As soon as I approached, my whole body felt a comfort rising from the depths of my heart. I immediately understood this grass was much more precious than the ancient tree fruit. They were not even on the same level. My first reaction at that time was to swallow it. Instinct told me, swallowing this grass would let me accumulate 3,000 years of cultivation and directly transform into a dragon. Just as I was about to open my mouth, I suddenly froze. I turned my head and glanced at Old Turtle playing in the corner. No, why am I so reckless? What if there's strange energy inside this grass? What if I capsized in a ditch? The time I swallowed the golden crow's feather and got dizzy was still fresh in my mind. No, steady. I quickly steadied my mind and shook my head. Decided to try a simulation first. It would only cost some simulation points, better than risking my life. Simulation started, consuming 4 simulation points, current remaining 4. First day, you swallowed the silver-gray grass in the lake. Your whole body burned and felt dizzy. You fell directly into a deep sleep. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I didn't die, it was just a nap. I continued reading the simulation content, but I slept straight until day 45. When I woke up, I had already digested all the energy. My cultivation skyrocketed. I touched the threshold of dragon transformation. I was so excited I couldn't help twisting my dragon tail. The difference between dragon and snake was heaven and earth. Only by transforming into a dragon could I become extraordinary. Only then could I contend with mythical beings like the golden crow and the golden-winged pengbird. I suppressed my excitement and continued reading. To transform into a dragon, I needed to raise a flood, follow the current to the sea estuary, undergo the lightning tribulation. Success meant becoming a dragon, failure meant destruction. In the next few days, I desperately summoned wind and rain, submerged the entire forest into an ocean, followed the rivers south toward the sea. The path of dragon transformation had no retreat. I dared not stop at all. On day 53, I arrived at a human city. With no way back, I had to charge in. But an ancient sword hung under the bridge ahead. A powerful sense of deterrence rushed at me. I braced myself and charged forward. As soon as I got close, the ancient sword shot golden light and heavily wounded me. I had no strength left to control it. The moment the flood stopped, the lightning tribulation struck directly. I was instantly reduced to ashes. When you died, my fiery heart went ice cold in an instant. I thought I would successfully transform into a dragon, but instead I died under the dragon-slaying sword. I'd only heard that ancient people put dragon-slaying swords under bridges to prevent flood dragons from passing. I thought it was just a rumor. Never expected it was real. And it was used right on me. My already pitch-black face turned even darker. I lay silent at the bottom of the lake. I was all prepared to make the journey to become a dragon. Who knew there was a dragon-slaying sword hanging under the bridge? It directly blocked me, this wretched flood dragon. And there was nothing I could do about it. The portrait of that famous minister from the former dynasty doesn't attack humans. I had no way to deal with this dragon-slaying sword, and no other means to fight it. Should I try a different river then? I sank into deep thought. To undergo the transformation journey requires 3,000 years of cultivation, and the power to gather a great flood. You gather the flood and follow the river's path into the sea. Cross the thunder tribulation in the ocean, and you become a dragon. During the journey, you can't recognize the way to the sea. You just follow the watercourse. Changing direction to a different route might actually work. Anyway, I have the simulator. When in doubt, fire up the simulator. I thought of scouting ahead too, but the knowledge in my blood told me, no matter how clever I am, I can't avoid the tribulation of transformation. This dragon-slaying sword is probably one of those tribulations. The transformation journey is a near-death gamble. It's okay, it's okay. Luckily, I have the simulator. I coiled up at the bottom of the lake, planning to use the simulator to find a 100% success rate before acting. I even wanted to try to bring the results from the simulated transformation back to reality. Anyway, I'm not risking my life easily. My life is most important. Time to pick an option. I looked at the Azure screen before me. The three options were 53 days of survival experience, 53 days of physique and muscle enhancement. Without hesitation, I chose the second. This included the boost from swallowing that little grass. Choosing this would surely explode my cultivation to the level needed for transformation. The moment I chose, a powerful warm current surged through my entire body. My strength multiplied. In that instant, I felt like one flick of my tail could overturn a giant mountain. I checked my cultivation value, 3,125 years. I was stunned. That little grass had directly added over 500 years of cultivation. The further you go, the harder it is to grow. This effect was simply outrageous. Is this the opportunity to transform? I raised my enormous dragon head. My dragon eyes pierced through the lake surface, staring straight into the sky. Power coursed through my body. Some vague instinct told me the time had come. I could undergo the transformation journey at any moment, but I had no intention of doing it right now. I had to simulate a 100% success rate first. Just as I was about to continue simulating, I dismissed that thought. I needed time to digest the newly gained cultivation. The best way was to take a nap, but I was afraid a single sleep would last over 10 days. I was hesitating. My gaze swept to the corner. Seeing the old turtle absorbing energy, I suddenly had an idea. I could ask the old turtle to wake me up. I let out a low, boo-like roar. The old turtle's limbs spun like propellers, and he rushed right up to me. Dragon Lord, I'm here. I have a task for you. Wake me up after 1 day. I plan to rest just 1 day to get used to the power. Yes, Dragon Lord, I'll wake you on time. The old turtle agreed timidly. His small eyes looked at me, full of fear. My ferocious aura now was overwhelming. Calling me a fierce beast wouldn't be an exaggeration. Alright, go absorb energy. Also, in 3 days an ancient tree fruit will be born in the forest. You lead the water tribe to grab it. The ancient tree fruit is useless to me, but it will help you a lot, old turtle. If I can nurture you, I will. The old turtle quickly agreed wholeheartedly. I didn't say more. My dragon eyes glanced at the old turtle. I moved my body and settled at the bottom of the lake. Then I started dozing off. The old turtle looked at my sleeping form, full of confusion. My aura kept skyrocketing every few days. Could it be that I grew stronger just by lying down? He dared not ask, dared not speak. He honestly scurried back to his corner and continued absorbing energy. I don't know how long I slept. I was awakened by a sense of urgency. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw old turtle's head almost pressed against my face. Woody, I'm coiled up here. The dark, scorched gaze stared at old turtle in front of me, saying you couldn't wake me. So I slept for 7 days. Just now, you put your head right under my eyelids. Was that also to wake me? Old turtle pawed his front limbs, frantically waving his pale hands, saying he truly had tried his best to wake me. I couldn't blame him. I also knew it wasn't his fault. It was because my power had increased too much. My body was adapting. That's why I fell into a deep slumber. I woke up quickly, so I only slept for 7 days. I told him to go down first. Old turtle suddenly called out to me repeatedly, saying the ancient tree fruit I wanted. He had snatched it back, and it was right beside us. I turned my head to look. Sure enough, a fruit emitting a faint glow was floating not far away. This was the first time I'd seen the ancient tree fruit in reality. But this thing was useless to me. I told old turtle to consume the fruit. I reminded him that during digestion, he might need to sleep for a while. Be mentally prepared in advance. Old turtle was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe such a precious treasure would be given to him. I didn't have the mind to waste time with him. I turned and swam to the other side of the lake bottom. The old turtle stood frozen in place for a long time. His gaze toward me was full of uncertainty. He took the fruit and went to a corner of the lake bottom, ready to swallow it. There are still 40 days until the spiritual energy resurgence. I must quickly find a method to achieve a 100% complete awakening. Only then will I have the confidence to face the subsequent dangers. I planned to try heading east this time to see if it could succeed. Who knew the points needed to start a simulation had risen by 8 again. I secretly complained about the system's timing. Fortunately, I now have 18 points. I can still simulate twice. I decisively started the simulation. A deep blue screen materialized. The subtitles kept jumping. Consumed 8 simulation points. Remaining 10 points. Simulation started. Day 1. I rushed out of the lake, activated my innate ability, calling the wind and summoning the rain. The animals in the forest scattered and ran in all directions. For the next few days, I kept accumulating water power. On the 6th day, the entire forest turned into an ocean. The sky, flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder, urged me to burn my path. I lashed my tail, smashing the giant mountains blocking my way, and carried the flood eastward. I followed the river downstream. Nothing could stop my flood, but I kept feeling something was wrong. The end hadn't come yet. I remained constantly vigilant in my heart. On the 9th day, I passed by a human city. My heart was pounding heavily. Just as I rushed in, I saw a beast sculpture on the shore glowing golden light, intimidating me. I crouched at the lake bottom, focusing intently on the deep blue jumping text screen in front of me. The screen showed that when I passed by the burdened sculpture on the riverbank, the sculpture flashed golden light, trying to suppress me, but lacked enough power. It could only let me go. I saw clearly that the sculpture had a thin body and a flat dragon head. I was instantly confused. It was only the 9th day. Spiritual energy hadn't revived yet. These supernatural objects didn't have the power to hurt me before I, the dragon, was slain. The sword could slay me only because it encountered the spiritual energy resurgence. Becoming a dragon after the spiritual energy resurgence. That's simply hellish difficulty. Humans are the most terrifying. Wei Zheng's portrait, the dragon-slaying sword, and now this water-suppressing sculpture appears. The more I thought, the more my scalp tingled. I continued reading the simulation content. On the 10th day, I controlled the flood heading east. Along the way, I called wind and summoned rain. The accumulated water volume became increasingly terrifying. On the 11th day, I was getting closer and closer to the estuary. My heart was exceptionally joyful. On the 12th day, I was about to reach the estuary. Suddenly, a giant mountain blocked my path. Atop the mountain hung a blazing sun. My heart turned cold instantly. I forgot that the eastern coast is guarded by a golden crow. This path had to go through that mountain. Just as expected. In the simulation, my flood was continuously evaporated by the scorching sun. Even though power surged and broke through the suppression, I was still burned alive when I rushed up. The screen popped up 3 options: 12-day survival experience, 12-day physique, charred burnt meat. I coiled up at the lake bottom. I sighed and burned my path. Complete awakening is always a game of 9 deaths and 1 life. It's normal to have an ending. To succeed in complete awakening, I'd probably need dozens or hundreds of simulations. I chose the 12-day survival experience. A surge of memories immediately flooded into my mind, mostly techniques for controlling the flood. My proficiency increased quite a bit. The deepest memory was that beast sculpture. I immediately recognized it as one of the 9 sons of the dragon, the Azure Water Beast, an artifact ancient humans used to suppress floods. Before, I thought it was just ancient superstition. Now I know it's all real. The more I think about it, the more silent I become. Spiritual energy hasn't revived. These strange artifacts can only be faced as they are. If I wait for spiritual energy to revive, these things will definitely activate along with it. Humans have passed down countless mythical artifacts. They truly are the most terrifying existence. Laying low is the only smart move. I immediately set a goal. Within 40 days, before spiritual energy revives, I must transform into a dragon. Next simulation, I'll rule out hibernation entirely. With the Golden House as proof, going there means death. That leaves southeast, northeast, and south 3 options. Although the south has the dragon-slaying sword. Before spiritual energy revives, those artifacts can't hurt me. I can try heading south again. I hesitated but chose to go south for the next simulation. Southeast and northeast are unknown territory. At least in the south, I know the biggest obstacle is the dragon-slaying sword. Since spiritual energy hasn't revived, the dragon-slaying sword shouldn't be able to harm me. I should get through easily. I just don't know what else is in the south besides the dragon-slaying sword. I'm ready to try the simulation. Worst case, I die once, right? I was about to start the simulation when my gaze shifted and I saw the silvery gray grass floating in the lake. Almost forgot about that. Should I eat this grass before the simulation? Maybe it'll boost my power. The thought barely surfaced before I scoffed at it. What if I fall asleep again after eating it? Wasting time until spiritual energy revives would be a huge loss. I'll mess with it after I find a surefire way to become a dragon. Anyway, the grass is right here, it's not going anywhere. I looked away and said, "Start the simulation." A deep blue screen instantly appeared before me. Simulation started. Consumed 8 simulation points, remaining 2. After this simulation, I'll need to hunt some prey to replenish my points. I stared at the screen with my dragon eyes. Day 1, you burst out of the lake, calling wind and rain. All the animals in the forest were terrified. Day 2 to day 6, you flooded the entire forest and began your journey. Riding the torrent, you rushed south. Along the way, vegetation, dirt, and rocks were all swept into the flood. Day 7. You merged into a southbound channel. The water grew fiercer and fiercer. Day 8. You smashed through all the flood control measures of human cities along the way. Continuing south. Day 9. You reached the city where the dragon-slaying sword hung. The sword only trembled and dared not act. You directly smashed through the bridge, carrying the dragon-slaying sword as you moved on. I let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, without spiritual energy revived, most of these human artifacts are useless. But I didn't dare relax completely. After all, things like portraits of famous ministers from previous dynasties still work, even without spiritual energy. I still need to be careful. Anyway, I'm here to gain experience, so I wasn't expecting to succeed on the first try. Day 10. You sense that the river mouth is just ahead. As long as you enter the sea, you can use the ocean's power to withstand the lightning tribulation and transform into a dragon. Day 11. You're almost at the river mouth. You can't help but pick up speed. Watching the simulation progress, I started to panic. This is going to smoothly. Unnaturally smooth. There's definitely a catch. The lightning tribulation is only part of it. There must be other obstacles. Just as I thought that, the simulation content changed, almost at the river mouth. A small village full of the elderly, women, and children blocks your path. Diverting the waterway would consume a great deal of power, reducing your chance of surviving the lightning tribulation. If you don't divert it, the entire village will die. The moment you hesitate, the flood has already washed away the village. You remain silent and continue rushing toward the river mouth. Day 12. You reach the river mouth. But the lightning tribulation is 100 times more terrifying than expected. Lightning fills the sky as if to destroy the world. Your 3,100 years of cultivation can't even withstand the first bolt. You are reduced to ashes instantly. You have died. Available rewards: 12 days of survival experience, 12 days of physique enhancement, or marinated flesh. I was completely stunned. That lightning tribulation is way too intense. I had accumulated 3,100 years of power, and I couldn't even survive the first bolt. Even if I cultivated for 10,000 years, I might not make it through. Without transforming into a dragon, I have no way to defend myself. But the lightning tribulation for transformation is impossible to overcome. I fell into utter silence. At the bottom of the lake, coiled in my nest, I felt every thought was wrong. I really can't understand why walking and becoming a dragon is so hard. The power of the lightning tribulation is ridiculously strong. With 3,100 years of cultivation and the help of the flood and the ocean, I still couldn't withstand even the first heavenly thunder. And there are far more than 1 or 2 bolts. Is this lightning tribulation on hell difficulty? Just as I was feeling hopeless, the deep blue screen in front of me flickered. It prompted me to make a choice. The 3 options were 12 days of survival experience, 12 days of physique enhancement, and marinated flesh. Without hesitation, I chose the first option. The other 2 are useless to me. Might as well trade them for some walking teaching experience. Soon a flood of memories poured into my mind. After seeing them, I felt even more hopeless. The memory of facing heavenly thunder directly made me feel that transforming into a dragon was as hard as reaching the sky. Maybe only the first bolt of heavenly thunder is fierce, and then it gradually weakens. I stayed silent for a long time. Could only comfort myself like that. I wanted to simulate again, but I didn't have enough simulation points. Starting 1 costs 8 points. I only had 2 points left, so I had to go hunt for more simulation points. But there weren't many species left in this forest that I hadn't preyed on. Only the first time I swallow a species do I get more points. A fierce glint flashed in my eyes. If it really doesn't work, I'll just swallow all the animals in the whole forest. I'll manage to gather some points somehow. I twisted my body and was about to leave. Suddenly I remembered the old turtle. I originally wanted to call him, but seeing him asleep in the corner, I realized he had eaten the ancient tree fruit and was still digesting it. I didn't stay long. I shot straight out of the lake. The animals drinking nearby hadn't even reacted before I swallowed them in one gulp. To ordinary creatures, my strength was like a natural disaster. Over 30 meters long, I rampaged through the suburbs, opening my giant mouth. Wild boars and spotted deer, none could escape. The scattered simulation points from the system prompts I didn't even care about. This time, the whole forest was my target. Half of my body was hidden in the lake. Half was exposed outside. My eyes fixed ahead, considering whether to summon wind and rain to clear the way. It's not that I feared the animals. I was afraid of humans or that elusive, erratic feathered bird. Better to be cautious. I turned back into the lake, grabbed the scroll, and wrapped it around my body. Then I summoned wind and rain to conceal my shape, and transformed into a black light, charging into the forest. As soon as I entered the forest, I started a frenzy of hunting. All animals had only one natural enemy left, me. Every beast, in my eyes, was nothing but moving simulation points. The forest was swept by fierce winds and heavy rain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. From time to time, animals screamed in agony. The smell of remains mixed with rain, scattering, and then rising again. This natural disaster lasted a whole night before stopping. More than half of the forest's animals were gone. I was hiding in the only remaining ecological forest in the south, watching the passing animals but no longer making a move. After swallowing all night, I was already full, and I had accumulated quite a few simulation points. Check simulation points. I pulled up the system panel. Daily gave 2 points. Now I had 22 points in total. There were 39 days left until the spiritual energy revival. I had 2 points left before, plus the 2 from today. So clearing most of the forest only earned me 18 points. These ordinary animals give way to few points. If I could swallow those mythical beings, I'd definitely get a lot of simulation points. Just as I got excited, I remembered I couldn't even transform into a dragon. I instantly killed that thoughty anyway. I had nothing else to do. Now that I had enough points, better go back and figure out how to work on it next. I was just about to twist my body and head off, when suddenly I heard a tiger's roar. I looked up. A tiger covered in wounds was standing alone against a pack of wolves. Behind him, he was protecting a little spotted deer. I immediately became interested. Was this deer the tiger's illegitimate child? How could a tiger give birth to a spotted deer? I moved my massive body closer. A tragic scene was unfolding in the forest. A severely wounded mother tiger was protecting a young spotted deer, facing off against a wolf pack. Normally, wolves wouldn't dare provoke a tiger. After all, the tiger was the top predator in the forest food chain. When enraged, it could bite several wolves to death and still get away unscathed. But this mother tiger was badly injured. Her wounds were so severe that she was near death, yet she stubbornly refused to leave. That gave the wolves an opportunity. No one noticed that not far away, I was watching this scene. I was lounging on the side, commenting casually that tiger was about to die, yet still protecting a spotted deer. The two of them didn't look like family at all. I couldn't understand why the tiger was protecting the deer, but I knew she couldn't survive, so it was a mother tiger. It suddenly hit me. Maybe her own cubs had died, and she had taken this little spotted deer as her own child. I'd seen this kind of thing before, but never thought I'd encounter it today. I originally didn't plan to interfere. I figured at most half an hour, and this tiger would die. If she ran away on her own, she might have a chance to live. But guarding the spotted deer like this, she definitely wouldn't survive. I was just marveling at how human-like this tiger was. The wolf pack, driven only by beastly instinct, headed back to the lake. Suddenly they froze in shock. Human nature, beast nature. In that instant I grasped the key to the flood dragon's transformation. A flood dragon is a ferocious beast, full of wild nature. But a dragon is an auspicious divine beast. The transformation isn't just about the body, but also shedding that ferocity and savagery. In the previous simulation, I wiped out a human village, full of brutality, so Heaven's Thunder naturally refused to let me become a dragon. There are so many legends of dragons protecting villages. Maybe a flood dragon must grasp humanity before transforming. Since I was originally human, I didn't need to specially understand it. Excited, I was about to launch the simulation, when I turned and saw the tigress collapse from exhaustion. The wolf pack cheered and surrounded her. The little spotted deer trembled in fear. At least they helped me realize the key, so I decided to fulfill the tigress's wish. I shot out in an instant and swallowed the entire wolf pack in one gulp. Then I used my coils to wrap the trembling little deer. In no time I flew back to the lake shore. After putting the deer down, I dived back to the lake bottom. I coiled at the bottom, excitedly starting the simulation. Simulation started, consuming 8 simulation points, 14 remaining. Day 1. You burst out of the lake, placed the little deer on a high mountain, then skillfully unleashed your powers to summon wind and rain, soon flooding the entire forest. Day 5. You stopped using your powers. The whole forest became a reservoir. 1 day faster than last time. Probably the memory reward from before increased your skill proficiency. You rode the flood southward. Everything along the way became nourishment for the deluge. Day 9. You passed by a human city. Again you saw the familiar bridge and the dragon-slaying sword. You directly rode the flood to smash the bridge and continued south. Day 11. You reached the mouth of the river. A small human village appeared before you. You immediately changed the flood's course, carving a new path around the village. Though it consumed much of your strength, you still succeeded in reaching the sea. Whether I can become a dragon, it all comes down to now. As long as I don't get struck dead by Heaven's Thunder, I won't lose. I stared with my flood dragon's eyes fixed on the azure screen before me. At the valley bottom, I coiled on a giant boulder, glaring with my sage-like flood dragon eyes at the azure screen only I could see. The simulation content popped up on the screen. I rode the flood into the sea, my power surging. Just as I began to feel the change, I sensed the thunder tribulation coming. I didn't hesitate. I controlled the sea and soared into the sky, twisting my coils, preparing a protective barrier. Dark clouds gathered, the first thunderbolt formed. It struck down, fiercely agonizing pain shot through my entire body. Yet I felt my body being reborn, transforming. Seeing this, I was stunned for a moment, then came back to my senses after a long while. My first reaction was excitement. My idea was indeed correct. The most crucial step for a flood dragon to transform is a change of heart. After adjusting in time, I endured the first thunder tribulation. Maybe this time I really can become a dragon. I was full of anticipation, yet uncertain. The thunder tribulation for a flood dragon is never just one strike. I didn't know if I could withstand all of them. The simulation continued. I endured a series of lightning strikes in the sky. My whole body was charred black by the strikes. The pain almost made me pass out. I barely held on through the unyielding ferocity in my blood. Day 12, I was struck for an entire day. My body was extremely weak, yet vitality was spreading through it. I faintly sensed the tribulation ending. My body began to glow, about to transform into a dragon. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I saw many humans gathered on the coast. Seeing me within the dark clouds, they all exclaimed, "Dragon!" I was horrified. The next second, a terrifying thunderbolt far beyond the transformation tribulation struck down. No way to retreat. My ferocity surged. I fought the thunderhead head-on. My 3,000 years of cultivation were exhausted. My vitality was completely destroyed. I fell helplessly onto the shore. The humans quickly fetched buckets of water to revive me. But I couldn't even move. Day 13, I died. You were also swept by the wind. Nothing left but dragon bones. The humans called this incident Handler Mouth Falling Dragon Event. Then 3 options appeared: 13 days of survival experience, -1 days of physical constitution, or rotten dragon bones. I watched, filled with frustration. I never expected humans to be on the coast, but I could understand the flood I rode was a disaster. Humans definitely had to come for relief. It wasn't strange they encountered my tribulation, but I was so close to success. Just because a dragon should not appear before humans, I suffered heaven's punishment. Who wouldn't be furious? I finally understood the source of the racial hatred toward humans in my blood. It's probably not just flood dragons. Other demonic beasts have this restriction too. No wonder all demonic beasts resent humans. Well, never mind thinking too much. This time I managed to survive the first thunder tribulation, proving my direction is correct. I stared at the 3 options, pondering. Option 2 was a physique for 13 days. In the simulation, I had already finished the lightning tribulation and started transforming into a dragon. But I was interrupted halfway. Choosing this would let me continue the dragon transformation, right? I was just tempted when the Azure screen popped up again. It specifically explained that option 2's physique only gave a power boost. It wouldn't restore the dragon transformation from back then. I paused a moment, then realized I had been overthinking. I picked the option directly. In an instant, I digested the 13 days of Dragon Path experience. An ordinary flood dragon only gets 1 chance at the Dragon Path. Either succeed or fail. Unlike me, who can stack experience with the simulator. Now, success on the Dragon Path is pretty much guaranteed. How can I avoid encountering humans during the tribulation? It gives me a headache. After all, this world is dominated by humans. If I start a flood, I'll definitely be noticed. Once found, I'm dead for sure. Unless I can shorten the tribulation time. Transform into a dragon before humans can arrive. Once I become a dragon, I have to find out exactly what the dragon cannot leave traces rule is. And what happened back in the Hongwu era. This rule is so disgustingly restrictive. But how do I shorten the tribulation? I racked my brains and got nothing. This is modern times. Humans can spot me too easily. Not like ancient times with poor travel, when I could finish before people arrived. The old turtle is still sleeping. Otherwise, I could have him block people for me. I shouldn't have let him eat the ancient tree fruit so early. Maybe I should lure a few demons. Having them block any approaching humans, that is a method. Anyway, with the simulator, even if I mess up, I can simulate a few times and find a foolproof plan. I've always been adventurous in simulations, but cautious in reality. I'd never blindly try things for real. Very stable, I swim freely at the bottom of a lake in the primeval forest, mostly circling the black feather scroll and the silver gray grass, still worrying about how to finish the dragon path before humans arrive. These 3 items are useless. I really have no way out. The dragon cannot leave traces rule is too unfair. Before the spiritual energy revival, it prevented me from showing myself. After revival, the restriction is gone, but the dragon transformation directly becomes hell difficulty. Any one of those divine artifacts humans have, I can't withstand it. Do I really have to lure some powerful demons and gamble on blocking humans? I really don't want to resort to that unless I have to. It's too unreliable. If even 1 or 2 people slip through, I'm still done for. Before revival, scene equals death. After revival, difficulty explodes. Can't there be a middle ground? I just complained when I suddenly froze. Lying at the lake bottom, I thought, a middle ground might actually work. I just need to time it right. 39 days until spiritual energy revival. It takes 11 days to reach the estuary. I'll set off on the dragon path on day 27. On day 38, I'll be just approaching the estuary. On day 39, when the revival hits, I'll enter the sea and undergo the tribulation. That avoids both pitfalls perfectly. I got excited immediately. This method might actually let me become a dragon. I called out to start the simulation right away. Used 8 simulation points, 6 left. After this simulation, I need to figure out how to earn more simulation points. Most of my star spirits are tied up in the simulation now. Maybe this time I'll succeed. For the first 18 days before the transformation, I stayed pent up in the lake, storing power. Even though the urge to take the dragon path grew stronger, I held it down tight. I couldn't help but smirk secretly. Just like my cautious self, the flood dragon simulation continues. On day 27, I timed it right and burst out of the lake. After sending the little Sika deer to a high mountain, I started summoning wind and rain. On day 32, after gathering enough water, I formally set off on the dragon path. Riding the flood, I charged toward the southern estuary. Who knew I had too much experience and moved too fast? By day 37 I was almost at the sea, so I had to deliberately slow down. On day 38, I suppressed the flood speed. Humans trying to divert the flood, completely useless. I hid inside the flood, constantly calling wind and rain to replenish water. On day 39, I just reached the estuary. The moment spiritual energy revived, my blood boiled. I took a detour to avoid a small village on the path and entered the sea directly. As soon as I entered the sea, I felt it was time for the lightning tribulation. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. After revival, the dragon cannot leave traces restriction became invalid in the sea. I could undergo the tribulation openly. I had succeeded in previous simulations. This time I'll definitely become a dragon. I stared at the screen and kept watching. The lightning struck, but it didn't hurt as much as before. I wondered if before the revival, heaven favored humans and boosted the lightning tribulation. After revival, all things are equal. So the lightning tribulation weakened. On day 40, I survived the lightning baptism. My whole body was exhausted, yet life force flowed inside me. During the tribulation, many people on the shore shouted loudly, ignored them, and focused on enduring the lightning. The moment the lightning tribulation ended, black light surged out from me. I directly shed my flood dragon body and transformed into a black dragon hundreds of meters long, circling and dancing in the sky, baring teeth and brandishing claws. I really succeeded in becoming a dragon. I was extremely excited at that time. I had waited too long for this day. Since coming out of the dragon lock well, I have seen many divine beings. I had long yearned to become a dragon and gain power. Now I finally got my wish. Although this time I exploited the timing of spiritual energy revival, and it's considered cheating. I am not discouraged at all. With this successful experience, I can find more ways to take shortcuts in the future. I suppressed my excitement and continued to watch the simulation content. After transforming into a dragon, the simulation was not over yet. On day 41, I soared in the sky for a long time. Many people gathered on the shore to worship. I ignored them, focusing on feeling my newly acquired dragon body talents. I intended to dive into the ocean and slowly comprehend. But just as I was about to enter the sea, a figure suddenly rushed out to block the way. I was forced to rise into the air and look. It was an ape dozens of meters in size, with a white head, light body, fiery eyes, and golden pupils. Its whole body was wreathed in a fierce aura, clearly a great demon. It said that all the seas, rivers, and water veins belonged to it, and demanded my submission. I had just become a dragon, my pride was soaring. Of course I refused, immediately starting fighting with it. On day 42, we fought fiercely for a whole day. I had the upper hand but couldn't quickly defeat it. It was clear that its strength had declined and wasn't at its peak. I originally wanted to subdue it directly, to prevent it from recovering and retaliating. So I changed tactics, trading blows. But unexpectedly, it directly summoned tens of thousands of water demons and golden monsters to assist. With a dragon roar, I scattered all those lesser demons. It went berserk on the spot and fought me to the death. My injuries from the tribulation hadn't healed yet. I held out until the end, but was defeated. At the moment of life and death, I died. 3 reward options popped up in front of me. I was speechless. Where did this water monkey come from? I originally thought I would die in the fight with that motley bird. But at least I successfully became a dragon, so not a loss. A single dragon roar can disperse tens of thousands of lesser demons. The power of this dragon is too fierce. But this water monkey seems even fiercer. Wait, this ape has a white head, light body, fiery eyes, and golden pupils, controls water veins, and can summon water monsters. Isn't this the legendary Wu Zhiqi? During the Great's flood control, he came out to cause trouble. Even the heavenly gods couldn't handle him. Finally, Yinglong intervened and subdued him, imprisoning him at the foot of Mount Ru. There is even a saying that he is the original form of the stone monkey great sage. No wonder he can fight a dragon. And this is not even his peak. I'm a bit puzzled. Wushiki's waters are in the east, aren't they? How did he come to the south? Oh right, there's the golden crow in the east. This must be that he bullies the weak and fears the strong, not daring to provoke the golden crow, so he fled to the south. He just happened to run into me just after I transformed into a dragon and wanted to subdue me as a subordinate. He didn't expect that I could injure him. I counted the golden crow, the golden winged peng, King Yuan, the unfinished portrait, the dragon-slaying sword, the kung fu statue, Paishan, and now another Wujichi. Mythical creatures are increasing more and more. Could it be that if the spiritual energy revival continues, all mythical creatures will appear? Perhaps they have always existed. Just like me, they were sealed and are only now slowly coming out. More and more mysteries. I can't be bothered to think about it. Sooner or later, I'll figure it out. I look at the 3 reward options: 42 days of survival experience, 42 days of physique enhancement, and dragon meat. Definitely choose the second. That is the physique after becoming a dragon. Possibly even carries the black dragon's talents. Choosing it will definitely cause a surge in power. Choose option 2. I quickly made the choice, picking the second among the 3 options. Then a sensation like an electric current surged through my body, tingling and numbing. Completely unlike the previous warm currents that were comfortable. But I could clearly feel that after the current passed, my body was rapidly strengthening. This was not an improvement brought by a conventional realm. It was purely the effect of bloodline sublimation. I couldn't help but let out a roar like an ox. I twisted my body on the lake surface, baring teeth and brandishing claws for a moment before stopping. After the electric current disappeared, a large amount of talent information transmitted from the bloodline appeared in my mind. Too much. I couldn't organize it at all for the time being. Fortunately, the system proactively popped up an azure blue screen to help me organize. New talents added for the host: Dragon Might, Cloud Riding, and Mist Driving. Scale Armor's Excellence. Dragon Might is a dragon-exclusive pressure. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the pressure. It has absolute suppression over beings with bloodlines lower than dragonkind, although the talent itself offers limited improvement in corresponding strength. But the bloodline sublimation genuinely enhanced my physical strength. However, I am not yet a true dragon. Using these talents would definitely be less effective. I stared at the description of the Scale Armor Lord, stunned. Command creatures of the Scale Armor type. How does it feel like it wants me to become Dragon King and visit the Dragon Palace? Too flashy. Definitely not in line with my steady, cautious thief's nature. There's no way I'd do something that stupid. I couldn't help but wonder, am I a dragon or half Jiao now? Half Jiao has the nature of a dragon. My bloodline is also close to that of a dragon, but my body is still in the form of a Jiao. I originally wanted to continue simulating transforming from Jiao to dragon to find a 100% successful method. Unfortunately, I only have 6 simulation points left. It costs 8 points to start a simulation. Not enough at all. Now I have to rely on devouring animals to convert into simulation points. There are barely any living creatures left in this forest. I have to look outside. But I don't dare to go out recklessly. What if? If a human spots you, it's over. Steadiness is the way to go. After thinking it over, I remembered the Scale Armor Lord talent I just obtained. I don't have to go myself. I can command other animals to go. I immediately twisted my body and burst out of the lake, splashing water high into the air. This forest had already been cleared out by me earlier, leaving not much. The lake was very quiet. The other lake nearby was different. I hadn't cleaned it much. There were plenty of aquatic creatures in it. I let out a roar towards that lake, activating the Scale Armor Lord talent. At first, the lake's surface was calm. I thought the talent had failed. Unexpectedly, the next moment the entire lake's surface boiled like hot water. Countless aquatic creatures surfaced. All of them looked at me with awe and fear. In obedience to my command, go to the 4 directions and capture all animals from the Great Mountains. I happily gave the order. The aquatic creatures moved at my command. They all crawled ashore. But when I saw clearly what had come ashore, I was immediately speechless. Crocodiles, crabs, and shrimp coming ashore was one thing. But a bunch of fish were hopping and jumping. And many aquatic creatures that couldn't even survive on land were crawling ashore in strange poses. This was the first time I truly saw the effect of the Scale Armor Lord. It could not only command aquatic creatures, but also drive them crazy. Half of my body was soaking in the lake. Half rested on the water's surface. My pitch-black scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. My huge Jiao head stared ahead. Before me were aquatic creatures returning endlessly, and insects of all sizes. I complained inwardly. I knew these aquatic creatures were unreliable, but I didn't expect them to be this ridiculous. The aquatic creatures that could go ashore tried their best. They captured quite a few insects, but there weren't many simulation points. As for the fish-type creatures, they were too much. They left and never came back. Probably got eaten. Truly just aquatic food delivery guys. I ate quite a few insects, and gained only 1 simulation point. At this rate, I won't be able to simulate more than a few times before the spiritual energy revival. No, I can't rely on these aquatic creatures. To get a large number of simulation points quickly, I have 3 options. 1. Go out myself to hunt advanced demons. I've always been cautious, that's impossible. 2. Devour the loyal old turtle at the bottom of the lake, also not possible. The old turtle can help stabilize my mind, but I'm also unwilling to consume that silver gray grass. I want to keep it to repeatedly simulate, and 2. I'm afraid eating it would put me to sleep and waste time. I originally planned to wait until the next day when the simulation points were ready and try again. Who knew? As soon as I thought of it, a blue screen suddenly appeared in front of me, issuing daily simulation points, 2. Current remaining, 9. It actually came as soon as I said it. Another day has passed. Only 38 days left until the spiritual energy revival. My expression darkened. I turned and returned to the bottom of the lake. It was better to go back to the lake bed. I glanced at the sleeping old turtle. Then I looked at the little grass emitting a silvery gray glow. I decisively started the simulation. Now my bloodline is infinitely close to that of a dragon. I want to try what would happen if I don't take the clever path, but go through the Jiao to dragon transformation. Simulation started, costing 8 simulation points. Current remaining, day 1. You swallow the silver gray grass. I feel full of energy. No other changes, and I didn't fall into a deep sleep. You composed yourself, sensed the opportunity to transform into a dragon, and began the Jiao transformation. You placed the little Sika deer by the shore onto a high mountain, summoned wind and rain, and accumulated a flood. I somewhat regret it. If only I had farmed this grass more when I was still a Jiao dragon. Now that my bloodline is close to dragon, the grass has no effect anymore. Day 2. You only used 1 day to accumulate the flood. The entire forest became a water reservoir. Your ability to summon wind and rain greatly increased. You ride the flood southward, traveling along the Jiao path. Day 3. You continue southward. Smash through all obstacles. On day 4, you reach the river mouth. When passing a human village, you took a familiar detour into the sea. I was shocked. You finished the whole journey in 4 days. That's the benefit of bloodline enhancement. On day 5, when you sensed the tribulation coming, you charged straight into the dark clouds. The tribulation hesitated on your half-drake, half-dragon identity. It took a long while before lightning struck, and it only felt numb. You weren't hurt at all, so you pressed forward and took all the lightning head-on. You soon finished the tribulation, shed your scales, and turned into a black dragon hundreds of meters long. I was dumbfounded. You actually dared to complete the tribulation before humans could find you. Even the lightning tribulation couldn't harm you. This bloodline is too strong. On day 6, you were about to dive back into the sea. The expected Wujichi didn't appear. Instead, a sky-darkening black shadow flew toward you. I stared at the mosquito-sized figure on the screen. My mind went blank. Why is this flat-feathered bird here again? Just can't shake him off, can I? He's killed me so many times already. I fixed my eyes on the screen, wondering if after turning into a dragon I could fight him. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, I'd give everything to defeat this bird. Even if I had to use all my strength, I'd knock him down. The grudge between us started back at Swalong Abyss. The simulation continued. On day 6, I turned into a black dragon and was about to dive into the sea. The expected Wujichi didn't come. Instead, a sky-darkening black shadow arrived. I recognized it at once as the golden-winged Peng. Rage flared up instantly. I summoned wind and rain, sharpened my senses. That bird was a full kilometer across. He radiated an aura of primordial wilderness. I could feel a huge threat. I grew more alert. He flapped his wings once, stirring up a hurricane. It blew away the dark clouds and stopped the rain. I was totally unafraid. With one roar, I calmed the hurricane. I lashed my tail, sweeping up towering waves to crash at him. He flapped his wings and scattered the waves. We exchanged one move, then stopped to face off. I knew I had just become a dragon and was no match for him. But right then I got excited. My blood was boiling. Even if I couldn't win, I could still trade a few blows. Maybe if I used all my strength I could take him down. I kept watching. After a long standoff, the Peng suddenly spoke, asking how I managed to transform and become a dragon before the spiritual energy revival. I didn't answer, my dragon whiskers tense, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing I wouldn't talk, he added that the entire south was his territory, and told me not to intrude, since he seemed not about to attack. I said I wouldn't go south. I wanted to go to the sea. He heard that, summoned a gale, and told me to leave. I turned and left right away, planning to quickly dive into the sea and escape via the Mirage Market. But just as I turned, he suddenly sped up and lunged, clawing me so hard my dragon scales flew everywhere. The pain made me turn and fight back. I bit his wing. But his wings were extremely tough. I could only wound him. Couldn't tear anything off. Instead, he dug into my wound and drained my dragon essence. The pain drove me nearly mad. I fought back desperately, but he wasn't interested in a prolonged fight. He grabbed my dragon essence and flew off. All I could do was watch him leave. Finally, I fell helplessly into the sea. My dragon blood stained the surface red. I was fuming. That dirty bird is a total backstabber, a mythical being with no sense of dignity. He broke his word, didn't he? I may be ruthless, but that doesn't mean I'm a coward. After this bullying, I'll definitely get revenge. In the simulation, I lost. Once I'm far stronger in reality, that's when he'll fall. I was holding back my anger, ready to pick a reward. Then I noticed the subtitles were still scrolling. The simulation was still running. I hadn't died yet. On day 7, without my dragon essence, I couldn't move. Floating on the sea surface, in despair, Wujiki suddenly appeared and dragged me into the deep sea. I was already heavily injured and passed out. On the 8th day, I woke up lying at the bottom of the water. Wujiki was standing beside me. I was wondering why he saved me. After I came to, I learned he wanted to recruit me as a subordinate to fight the Garuda and brought me back to see if I could heal. If I didn't get better, he'd eat me. I could feel my life force draining away. I knew I was doomed. On the 9th day, my injuries grew worse. I was on the verge of death. Wujiki said I was a genius among monsters. The Dragon Clan bears a curse. In this era of depleted spiritual energy, I could still transform into a dragon. I asked him if he knew about the Dragon Clan's curse. He said he didn't. He only said that the world once experienced a spiritual energy revival, but someone stopped it midway. That person severed all the dragon veins of the world, forcing the spiritual energy revival back by several hundred years. The Dragon Clan's curse might be related to this. On the 10th day, I finally couldn't hold on and closed my eyes in reluctance. After I died, 3 options appeared: 10 days of survival experience, 10 days of physique, the dead black dragon's resentment. I never thought surviving these extra days was because Wujiki saved me. He was quite straightforward. But the matter of spiritual energy revival he mentioned, Old Turtle had told me before. In the Hongwu era, spiritual energy revived. Liu Bowen cut the dragon veins. Was it to delay the revival? Could it be that the Ming founding emperor feared the Dragon Clan's retaliation? He used means to prevent dragons from appearing. I was puzzled. Suddenly, my bloodline boiled. A very short memory fragment flashed. I was stunned on the spot. The fall of the Ming dynasty was actually related to the Dragon Clan. I suddenly remembered something interesting. The predecessor of the Qing dynasty was originally called later Jin. When it was called later Jin, it was beaten down by the Ming. Strange to say, after changing the name to Great Qing, it turned around and beat the Ming. Ancient dynasties emphasized the cycle of virtues. The Yuan dynasty was metal, the Ming was fire. So fire overcomes metal, the Qing was water, which exactly overcomes fire. Water corresponds to the dragon, doesn't it? Dragons naturally call the wind and summon rain. The new dynasty was lacking, yet its flag still bore the pattern of a 5-clawed dragon. Perhaps it was the Dragon Clan wanting revenge on the Ming founder that made later Jin rename itself to Great Qing, borrowing the national destiny to temporarily evade the restriction that dragons cannot interfere, helping the Qing fight the Ming. Anyway, the memory fragment I obtained did say that dragons participated in the fall of the Ming. Moreover, the late Ming period already had many natural disasters. But this is just my speculation. I looked at the azure blue screen before me. 3 reward options popped up in front of me. They were 10 days of survival experience, 10 days of physique, the dead black dragon's resentment. I didn't hesitate for a moment and directly chose the second option, 10 days of physique. This reward included the physique enhancement after transforming into a black dragon. A jolt of electricity flashed through. I only felt a slight tingling numbness. Then I noticed that my body was continuously growing. When the strange sensation disappeared, I turned my head to look and was almost shocked. My body, which was only over 30 meters before, was now nearly 100 meters. I figured it was because my bloodline couldn't be upgraded temporarily. So the reward was all used to strengthen my body. The increase in strength was real. A 100-meter-long body had power several times greater than before. Now the only problem was that this small lake could no longer hold me. Shallow water cannot nurture a true dragon. I need to find a larger river. A lake definitely won't work. Too much commotion would easily be discovered by humans. I started thinking about heading west. That mountain was too dangerous. Qingyuan was already giving me headaches. The situation to the north was unknown. There were definitely mythical creatures occupying it. No need to waste simulation points to explore the south. The water veins, there are Wujiki's territory. I didn't need to fight him to the death. After calculating, only the east was most suitable. That golden crow was formidable. But as long as I didn't get too close, it wouldn't actively attack. Much more reliable than that malicious Garuda. Having made up my mind, I turned and swallowed the giant spirit grass beside me in one gulp. Then it popped up, gained 53 simulation points. Though not much, it's enough for several simulations. I plan to first go east to find a suitable place to settle, then head south along the outskirts. I'm familiar with that route. No risk. Next time I encounter the Garuda, I can still use Wei Zhang's portrait to outwit him. I crouched on a rock at the bottom of the lake. Looking at the screen before me, I started the simulation. Simulation started. Consumed 8 simulation points, currently remaining 46 simulation points. Day 1. I am in the lake. Using my tail, I rolled up the scroll and the black feather. Before leaving, I hesitated for a moment. I even took the sleeping old turtle along. By the riverbank, a little sika deer. I summoned a torrential rain, rode the clouds and mist, and left. Over the next few days, I traveled eastward. Everywhere I passed startled the world. Floods broke out in many places. Humans used instruments to investigate the cause. I easily hid my form and evaded them. On the 9th day, I encountered a large river leading straight to the sea. I heard people on the bank say this was the H River. I was stunned. Wasn't this the home of the H River's water god, Wujiki? He was driven south by the Golden Crow. If I came here, would I be attacked by the Golden Crow? I inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Continuing the simulation, on day 10, I placed the feather painting and the old turtle on a boulder upstream of the H River. Just as I was about to inspect, the black feather suddenly flashed red. This was a reaction that only occurred near the Golden Crow. If I didn't stop it, the Golden Crow would notice and come. Helpless, I swallowed the black feather in one gulp. Unexpectedly, the predicted flames burning my body did not appear. Instead, I felt a sense of fullness. I had not anticipated this at all. Last time I swallowed a black feather, I was burned to death. Now, surprisingly, I was fine. I quickly realized it was because my strength was now sufficient. With a 100-meter dragon body and bloodline almost a true dragon, and the talent of a dragon, naturally I could withstand it. On the 11th day, I began to patrol the upper reaches of the H River, releasing dragon might to claim the territory. I searched for a long time but didn't see any other high-level demons. On the 12th day, I finally figured out the reason. At the river bottom, beneath yellow mud, lay a cast-iron water buffalo. As soon as I approached, the iron buffalo emitted waves of golden light, but it only had a weak intimidating effect. It couldn't harm me at all. I instantly recognized this as a river-suppressing iron buffalo. According to the ancient theory of 5 elements, buffalo belongs to earth, which can overcome water. When the great controlled floods, for every river he tamed, he cast such a statue to suppress the demons in the river. This thing is useful for others, but useless against me. I ordered a squad to directly smash the river-suppressing iron buffalo. Only after it could no longer emit golden light did I return to the boulder to rest. On the 13th day, I felt the opportunity to transform into a dragon growing stronger. I began to summon wind and rain to drive away the humans on both banks, preparing to transform into a dragon by traveling along the river. On the 14th day, the water was sufficient. I rode the H River's current and headed south. Skillfully avoiding the familiar small villages, I went straight into the sea. On the 18th day, I sensed the thunder tribulation approaching. I proactively rushed out of the sea, overcame the tribulation, shed my flood dragon body, and transformed into a black dragon 1,000 meters long. I was a bit surprised. Previously, when I turned into a dragon, I was only a few hundred meters long. It seems the foundation laid during the flood dragon period was solid enough. That's why I'm stronger after transforming. After transforming, I didn't leave. Instead, I concealed my form, rolled up the painting, and waited quietly. After a while, a massive shadow blotting out the sky flew toward me. I lay on the boulder and watched the simulation. On the 18th day, a sky-obscuring black shadow flew toward me. As I expected, it was the golden-winged Peng. I quickly wrapped the painting with my dragon tail to avoid being discovered. The hurricane stirred up by the Peng directly blew away the clouds. He asked me how I had transformed into a dragon. I turned a deaf ear. He then said that the south was his territory. He ordered me to leave immediately. I verbally agreed and turned to leave. The next second, I suddenly attacked. With a flick of my dragon tail, I threw the painting at him. The painting unfurled, revealing the portrait of Wei Zhang. Dozens of golden beams shot toward the Peng. The Peng was hit instantly, screamed, and flew around in disarray, raining blood. The dark color soaked the sea surface. After that attack, the painting became tattered. It fell straight into the sea. Seeing this, I felt extremely pleased. This Peng had killed me countless times and always won. Now he's finally fallen. Although this attack wasn't enough to seriously wound him, it was still enough to make him suffer. I then had the thought to press the advantage. With burning eyes, I continued to watch. In the simulation, the Peng, injured, tried to flee. I relentlessly pursued him. In battle, his bird beak struck my dragon body. My dragon tail also slammed hard into him. With my great strength, I directly smashed him into the ground. Just as I was about to follow up with an attack, his wings suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. In an instant, he shot into the sky and fled. His speed was so fast that I couldn't even track him. I was dumbfounded. After transforming into a dragon, my strength was not weak. That Peng, after taking a few hits, could still fly so fast. Truly worthy of his reputation. Without the Peng's obstruction, I smoothly transformed into a dragon. I originally thought I would go dominate the south, but then the next simulation content completely baffled me. On the 19th day, instead of heading to the sea, I returned to the H River to dwell, saying that compared to the unknown sea, the familiar river was better for lying low. For the next 10 days, I did nothing. I stayed submerged upstream every day, lying low. Even though I sensed the spiritual energy revival, I ignored it. I focused solely on increasing my strength. On the 41st day, I heard the people on both riverbanks weeping. I learned that earlier my passage had destroyed many crops. Now there was also a great drought, and the crops were nearly dead. This was definitely connected to me. After thinking a moment, I summoned wind and rain, bringing ample rain to both banks. But the next day, it was dry again. I had to bring rain once more. Who knew that on the third day, the drought would be even worse? Even the river's water level had dropped significantly. This time I became completely serious. After the rain, I kept watch on the shore. On the 44th day, I finally found the root cause. In a nearby valley, there was a strange bird. It had a face like a human's, 4 eyes and human-like ears. Wherever it flew, it would cry out loudly. I rushed up to ask it why it was causing trouble. It actually gave me a provocative look and then fled. Its speed was so fast I couldn't catch up for a while. I finally managed to catch up. With one lash of my tail, I smacked it dead. Then I looked up and saw a small sun hanging right in front of me. Before I could react, a fierce red light incinerated me completely. I died instantly. After that, I instantly realized the strange bird had tried to use a tiger to kill a wolf. It deliberately lured me to clash with a golden crow. It wanted the golden crow to kill me. But it didn't expect I was fast enough to kill it first. I was curious what exactly this strange bird was. In seclusion, I racked my brains thinking about that bird with a human face, 4 eyes, and a pair of human ears. Wherever it passed, there was great drought. Soon I guessed it was the legendary Yunao. Legend says wherever it appears, a great drought follows. In ancient times, it appeared once. That whole summer, not a drop of rain fell. The crops yielded nothing. So it was a being from mythology. With its speed and intelligence, it's not surprising. I secretly became vigilant. I must be more careful with such mythological creatures in the future. I also felt I wasn't cautious enough. If I had known, I shouldn't have chased that Yunao. Looking at the old turtle sleeping nearby, I sighed I still need to rely on him. When it comes to lying low, the old turtle is the expert. If he were awake, he would definitely have stopped me from chasing. I couldn't help wondering when the old turtle would wake up. But mythological beings also come in different grades. This Yunao is too weak. It's fine against humans. In front of me, it's not even close, and neither is Qing Yuan. If they were born in greater numbers, like the golden-winged Peng, the golden crow, Wu Zhiqi, those are very strong. I understand the gap between them. My current strength as a black dragon is at least mid-tier. Against these weaker ones, they are no match for me. Time to choose the reward. I looked at the 3 reward options: 44 days of survival experience, 44 days of physique, and a black dragon specimen no contest. I picked the second. I wanted to see how far the flood dragon body could grow. When it can't grow anymore, then I'll become a dragon. My strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. After I chose the reward, a weak, familiar electric current appeared within me. It only made me grow about 10 meters. I was a bit disappointed. I wondered if I had reached the end of the flood dragon path. Time to become a dragon. Unexpectedly, just as I felt disappointed, the power inside me suddenly surged. I felt euphoric. My strength had greatly increased. I hadn't felt this way in a long time. With my current power, improving is extremely hard. I saw the panel, current power accumulation, for 1,000 to 135 years. I was stunned. My original was only 3,125 years. It jumped over 1,000 years at once. I really couldn't figure it out. In this simulation, I didn't do much. I just severely wounded the golden-winged Peng, defeated the Yunao, and brought rain to the people on both banks. Nothing else. I've defeated mythological creatures before. Severely wounding the Peng was earlier. If that added power, it would have earlier. Could it be that bringing rain to humans added it? Though it sounds absurd. For now, this explanation is the most reasonable. I can test it specifically in the next simulation. I didn't plan to continue the simulation. My strength grew too much. I needed time to get familiar. Best way is to nap. It's just that the old turtle hasn't woken up. I was afraid I'd oversleep, but I had to sleep anyway. Finally, I shook my head and decided to sleep. At least I wouldn't sleep until after the spiritual energy revival. I glanced at the scroll, the black feather, and the sleeping old turtle. I closed my dragon eyes and dozed off. My mind was still tense, not daring to fully relax. I was entrusted with a mission that would take at least 10,000 years. If I really relaxed, who knows how long I'd sleep. After I fell asleep, the entire lake became quiet. Only that black feather emitted heat, boiling the lake water. While I slept, I unconsciously emitted dragon's might. As I became familiar with my power, the dragon's might grew stronger and stronger. Who knew that this dragon's might would actually wake the old turtle ahead of time? The old turtle thought there was danger. He was forcibly awakened by the star spirit. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a 100-meter-long black dragon. He was completely stunned. That was after several thousand years. The Dragon Lord's strength had reached such a level, ate a fruit, and slept for thousands of years. The old turtle fell into deep thought. At the bottom of the lake in the primeval forest, I slowly woke up. The dragon's might emanating from my body gradually receded. I opened my sage-like dragon eyes. After this sleep, I had completely mastered the power within my body. But I didn't know how long I had slept. Just as I was feeling helpless, a propeller-like black shadow suddenly zoomed past in front of me. I focused my eyes and looked. It turned out to be the old turtle. I called out to him. The old turtle saw me and immediately came over, looking terrified. "Dragon Lord, you're awake. I've slept for 1,000 years. The outside world has completely changed. The whole forest can't even see a single mouse." I was instantly stunned. I've slept for 1,000 years. How is this possible? I was in a mess. Suddenly a sapphire blue screen popped up in front of me. This sleep lasted 10 days. Total simulation points granted, 20. Current remaining, 66. So it's only 10 days. I was instantly speechless. After asking, I found out that the old turtle had been awakened by my dragon's might. Seeing that I had grown to a 100-meter body, plus there were no animals in the forest, he mistakenly thought 1,000 years had passed. I rolled my eyes. "You're wrong. You've already slept for 3,000 years. After saying that, I wriggled my body to a corner of the lake bottom, ready to simulate. I curled up on a rock and reckoned accounts. Slept 10 days. Only 28 days left until the spiritual energy revival. Time is very tight. I must simulate more quickly to improve my strength. Soon I set the simulation direction. First, go draw the dragon seat, that scruffy big ROC bird. Then go to the river to set up formations for humans to cultivate. The old turtle can go to the river ahead and wait. I opened the simulation panel. Used 8 simulation points to start simulation. Remaining points, 58. Day 1. I swallowed the black feather and rolled up the scroll. Told the old turtle to take the little Seiko deer on the bank to the river. Then I began the process of transforming into a dragon. Day 2. I summoned wind and rain, and with the flood, headed south. Day 3. I quickly reached the river mouth, avoided the village, rushed into the sea, and underwent the tribulation. After a flash of black light, I transformed into a 1,000-meter black dragon. Day 4. I waited on the spot for the golden-winged ROC, threw out the scroll, and went up to attack him. Directly wounded him heavily, but I still couldn't stop him from escaping. I looked at the simulation content and reflected. This ragged bird is really fast. Even wounded, I couldn't stop him. But I only wanted to beat him up to vent my anger anyway. I didn't plan to kill him. I continued reading. Day 5. I rode the clouds and mist. Used the heavy rain to conceal my form and headed towards the river. Day 8. I arrived at the upper reaches of the river, shattered the river-taming iron ox with one tail swipe, but after searching around, didn't find the old turtle. Had to search downstream. Day 9. I found the old turtle in a downstream corner. He had that little Seiko deer following beside him. It could actually breathe underwater. The old turtle said that the ancient tree fruit he had eaten gave him the ability to let land animals breathe underwater. Reading this passage, I silently turned my head to look at the old turtle still in shock. At the bottom corner of the lake, I curled up there, occasionally glancing at the old turtle. I knew this old turtle was sly, but I never expected he could be this ridiculously sly. He got a new talent from eating the ancient tree fruit, but insisted on hiding it. This method of hiding one's talent is actually pretty good. I want to learn it too. Pull it out at the critical moment, and it will definitely catch the enemy off guard. I raised my dragon head and continued watching the screen in front of me. Day 10. I returned with the old turtle and the Seiko deer that could breathe underwater. We traveled upstream. Released dragon's might to claim territory. Day 11. I saw the 2 banks of the river had suffered a long drought. Tried to make rain, wanting to see if it could increase cultivation. In the following consecutive days, I kept feeling the changes in my dragon body, but there was no reaction at all. My mind was full of doubts. Earlier, Buyu had clearly gained a huge amount of cultivation. Could it really only increase by killing Fishbird? No, I didn't see any boost when I killed King Yuan before either. Oh right, Last time Buyu was during the spiritual energy revival. It's not time yet now. When the spiritual energy revives, maybe it'll be useful. Counting the days, the 28th day is when the spiritual energy revives. On the 28th day, the spiritual energy revival had just arrived. I immediately summoned wind and rain, controlling the rainfall, just enough for the crops to absorb. On the 29th day, Old Turtle reported that the little spotted deer was irritable. I knew it was because of the spiritual energy revival. I had Old Turtle help calm it down. After all, back when I painted the dragon, it was thanks to the tiger that protected him. I had to take care of things. On the 30th day, I indeed felt my cultivation increase, but it only increased by 3 years. I was stunned at that moment. Last time it had clearly increased by over 1,000 years. This difference was way too big. Something must be wrong. Over the next few days, both banks of the He River kept experiencing drought. I knew Fishbird was behind it. Every time, I had to provide disaster relief. But I searched several times and never found its trace. On the 34th day, I finally cornered Fishbird in a valley. I subdued it with a single tail strike. After that, the banks never suffered drought again. On the 35th day, a sudden surge of power flooded my dragon core. My cultivation skyrocketed. I opened my demon eyes wide in shock. So this was the source of that 1,000-year cultivation boost. But was it because I killed Fishbird, or because I saved the people on both banks? Before I could figure it out, I watched further. On the 40th day, many people came to the He River banks. They burned incense and prayed to the river, worshipping the water god. My mind exploded. The original water god of the He River, Wujiki, had been suppressed and fled long ago. Now I occupied the He River and relieved the people of drought. I did what a water god should do. That's why I got such a huge cultivation boost. I felt like I had opened a door to a new world. Countless thoughts flooded my mind about what a water god should actually do. I pondered the matter of the He River water god at the bottom of the lake. The simulation continued. On the 41st day, I guessed the reason for the huge power increase. Zhao was stationed upstream of the He River. On the 45th day, Old Turtle convinced all the demons of the He River to pledge allegiance to me as their lord. I became the overlord of the He River. On the 46th day, the demons came to ask whether we should invade Ankyuo's territory. I directly suppressed the idea. I had Old Turtle give them ideological lessons. On the 48th day, I heard the humans on the shore talking about a great change in the world. Demons were running rampant. Most technology had failed. I didn't plan to protect humanity. On the 49th day, dozens of century-old demons attacked the humans on both banks of the He River. I remained indifferent. After all, there was a deep blood feud between the dragon race and humans. On the 50th day, those fire demons came to seize the He River territory. I released my dragon might and killed 10 of them. The rest fled in all directions. I was about to chase them. Old Turtle came and advised me. I understood my true heart and chose to stay put in the He River. I couldn't help but sigh. Old Turtle really knew how to persuade. Staying low in the He River was the safest move. After the spiritual energy revival, there were too many dangers. The golden crow in the east could kill me countless times. Mythical beings had a clear hierarchy. The golden-winged peng was weaker than the golden crow. I couldn't even beat the peng. The simulation continued. On the 51st day, I noticed the fire demon that had fled earlier was still lurking nearby. I was puzzled. Then the golden-winged peng charged straight into the He River. I immediately realized those demons were sent by him to lure me out of the river. I didn't move, and he came to me instead. I didn't hold back and ordered all the aquatic creatures of the He River to surround him. He cursed me for having no kingly manner. I didn't care. His strength was greatly reduced in the water. I directly suppressed him. I was about to kill him. Suddenly, a great sun crashed into the He River. I, along with all the aquatic creatures and the golden-winged peng, was instantly incinerated. You died. This simulation ends. I achieved the achievement Rule a Domain and gained 500 years of cultivation, plus 3 domain templates. The optional rewards were 51 days of survival experience, 11 days of physique, or a stew pot. I was a bit stunned. I could actually suppress the peng in the river. Give me a bit more time, and I might really have killed that feathered bastard. That great sun at the end must have been the golden crow coming to join the fun. I was speechless. That peng was too clever. He knew to lure me out of the river before attacking, and even came for revenge. Too bad I refused to leave until death. His plan failed. In the end, it was still because I wasn't strong enough. If I were strong enough, I would have killed him directly. Then there would be none of this trouble. I shook my huge dragon head. I pulled back my thoughts and prepared to choose the rewards. The moment I saw the rewards, I froze. I couldn't even remember the last time I earned an achievement. The only time before was when I was stuck in a well. This time, ascending to heaven marks my second achievement. I stared at the azure screen right before my eyes. It showed that I was currently the provisional river water god. Once I fill 100 points, I can truly become the river water god. I have to figure out how to earn points on my own. I suddenly realized my huge power boost earlier was indeed linked to being the river water god. This divine power must have come from the fish birds I killed back then. And it came with so many stat boosts. If I get 100 points, just how strong will my divine power be? The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. At the bottom of the lake, I twisted my huge dragon body, lying on a rock, mulling over the river water god business. I clearly killed both fish birds to either side during the simulation. I did everything I was supposed to do. So why do I only have 1% divine power? I racked my brain but couldn't find the answer. Most of the water gods I remember were driven by desire. I can't escape that rule either. So I just stopped thinking about it. Take it one step at a time. I'll find a way to boost my divine power through simulations. Then I remembered I hadn't chosen my reward yet. The three options were 51 days of survival experience, 51 points of physique, and a one-pot stew. Without hesitation, I picked the second one. What I need most right now is power. A familiar electric current ran through my body, bringing a slight numbness. My strength slowly rose along with it. After the current faded, I opened my eyes. A far stronger dragon aura burst forth from me. My cultivation jumped from 4,000 to 135 years to 4,653 years. A full increase of 418 years. I felt the power inside me, deeply satisfied. But I also sensed I was nearing the limit of my race's cultivation. The urge to cross the threshold and become a true dragon was almost unbearable. In the simulation, my success rate for crossing was 100%. Just as I was thinking about when to cross in reality, the screen in front of me suddenly flashed with a notice. An achievement reward of 500 years of cultivation was ready to claim. I nearly forgot about that reward. I hesitated and asked if I could save it for later. I was afraid that taking it now would cause problems. I wanted to wait until after I transformed into a dragon. The system replied that it cannot be stored. I had no choice but to accept it. A wild surge of electricity struck me instantly. I nearly blacked out. My 100-meter-long body couldn't absorb that much spiritual energy at once. When I woke up and checked the panel, my cultivation was exactly stuck at 5,000 years. The remaining 100+ years all dissipated because I had hit the racial limit. I was so angry my heart ached. This was clearly forcing me to cross over and become a real dragon. Without transforming, there's no way to grow stronger. To be safe, I decided to first borrow the Prime Minister's power before attempting the crossing. I called the old turtle over, gave a few instructions, and prepared to enter slumber. The old turtle looked utterly confused and asked why I needed to sleep again after already sleeping 3,000 years. I didn't bother explaining. I casually said that if he couldn't wake me in 3 days, I'd just sleep another 3,000 years. Told him to figure it out. The old turtle fell silent after hearing that. Then, he started thinking about attack methods he hadn't used in ages. He figured he had to hit my weak spot to wake me up. His small eyes darted around, sizing me up. At the bottom of the lake, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended. The old turtle was flung away, rolling until he crashed into a boulder, then a furious roar burst out. My 100-meter-long black-scaled dragon body glowered at the old turtle. Old turtle, what's the meaning of this? I growled angrily. The old turtle shrank into his shell, stammering, Dragon Lord, didn't you tell me to wake you in 3 days and do whatever it takes? But you can't wake me like that. I was furious. The old turtle muttered quietly, you didn't say how. Besides, it has been 3 days now. Hearing that, I didn't argue further. I lashed my tail and gave him a hard smack, then let it go. At least he managed to wake me on time. That's something. I ordered him, take that little Sika deer by the shore and head east. The old turtle was full of questions. I only slept 10 days. You want me to go east? What for? And what's with the deer? I was too lazy to explain. Go wait for someone. Don't ask about the deer. Just take it with you. The old turtle looked troubled. Dragon Lord, that deer's not strong enough to enter the water path. I can't take it with me. I shot him a glare. Use the talent you awaken after eating the ancient tree fruit. The old turtle was stunned. He had never mentioned or used that talent. How could I know about it? He felt utterly exposed in front of me. He quickly asked, cautiously, where I was headed. I just said 2 words, crossing the threshold. Then I turned and rushed toward the lake surface. The old turtle stood frozen. He's going to transform into a dragon. This growth rate is insane. He dared not waste time. I dropped 2 words and walked away. Turned and charged toward the lake. Old turtle froze. Was I about to paint a dragon? This growth speed is just too absurd. He dared not delay. Hurry and swim to the shore to find the spotted deer. I burst out of the lake's surface, 100 meters of my body half in the water, half in the air, crushing the entire forest with my dragon's pressure, making the air thin. I looked up at the sky. I didn't start the transformation immediately. First, wait for the old turtle to go far away. I know what I'm doing. The simulation of transformation is basically 100% successful. The only variable is being seen by humans. Just be careful. Wait long enough. I raised my head and roared at the sky. The entire forest in Minsheng town shook. The next second, dark clouds slowly gathered across the sky. In an instant, they blocked out the sun. Countless lightning bolts flashed within the clouds. Gale wind swirled with falling petals and leaves. The animals in the forest fled in panic. Then a torrential downpour poured down. It felt great hitting my body. The feeling of transformation grew stronger and stronger. I didn't set off immediately. I turned back and dove to the lake bottom to swallow that black feather. Instantly, a surge of heat rushed through my entire body. I also got 100 simulation points. I used my tail to coil around the scroll beside me, thinking that when that mangy bird shows up, I'll directly blast him. Then I burst out of the lake's surface again. I soared into the storm, flying against the wind and rain. I intensified the call of wind and rain. This storm swept over 100 miles. In 2 hours, it turned this basin forest into a reservoir, much faster than in the simulation. After all, I've now reached the limit of a flood dragon's power. I glanced at the entire forest, twisted my body, and plunged into the flood current. Activated my talent, guiding the flood southward. Going south to find that Garuda bird you're finished. The rumbling flood raged along the southern waterway. Everything in its path was washed away. I transformed into a 100-meter-long black dragon hidden in the flood, controlling this terrifying water force like an arm directing a finger. As I headed south, I watched the currents around me. For the first time, I truly understood the meaning of water. A single drop falls and is absorbed by the soil. But countless drops gathered together have the power to overturn mountains and seas. I felt a subtle understanding in my heart. But right now, transformation is the real priority. I immediately let go of that thought, focused entirely on controlling the flood. I have 5,000 years of cultivation. My speed is much faster than in the simulation. In half a day, I pass several human cities. I estimate I'll reach the estuary in less than a day. High cultivation is great. All abilities have improved in every way. I watched the trees and buildings on both sides of the waterway being devoured by the flood. My heart felt no ripples. I just kept heading south. Before long, an ancient, backward city appeared before me. I didn't take it seriously. Human cities without spiritual energy revival pose no threat to me. I rode the flood along the waterway and rushed through. I didn't deliberately destroy or linger. The buildings on both sides of the waterway were all swept away by the flood. As I moved forward, I saw from afar an ancient bridge ahead, with a bone sword hanging underneath. It's the dragon-slaying sword. I haven't forgotten. In the simulation, my first transformation was killed by that revived dragon-slaying sword. But now, spiritual energy hasn't revived yet. This sword is just a decoration. I didn't hesitate. I rode the flood straight toward the ancient bridge. I'm going to wash away this obstacle. As soon as I got close, that dragon-slaying sword began to buzz and tremble, flashing with golden light. But it simply couldn't launch any attack. With a crash, the ancient bridge was directly shattered by the flood. I didn't even glance at it. Continued heading south. My massive body hidden in the water, undetectable from the outside. After most of a day, I approached the estuary under the cover of night. All the flood control measures by humans along the way couldn't weaken my torrent. Even if there were losses, I could replenish them instantly with my call of wind and rain. In the simulation, there was a small village near the estuary. It was the final test of the transformation. I slowed down and searched ahead. Sure enough, I saw the village right in the middle of the waterway. Inside were only some old, weak women and children. Even the emperor in Yan would panic. I skillfully altered the flood's course, avoiding this village. This test is to examine the flood dragon's heart, with the temptation of becoming a real dragon ahead. Most flood dragons would be unable to resist charging through. But I have the simulator, so I already knew the outcome. How could I make that mistake? Altering it took a lot of effort. But I have 5,000 years of cultivation. This little drain is nothing. The remaining power is enough to survive the tribulation. With a splash, a massive torrent rushed into the sea. I followed it into the vast ocean. As soon as I entered the sea, I couldn't help writhing in joy. It felt so good. The lake I was in before was terribly cramped. Now I finally feel free. But I didn't get cocky. There are too many unknowns in the sea. Who knows what mythical beings are hidden there? I had to play it safe. Couldn't let a small mistake ruin everything. I was swimming freely, when suddenly a mysterious sense came over me. It was time for the tribulation. I didn't hesitate at all. I shot into the sky, summoning wind and rain, using the rain to block myself so humans wouldn't see me. Looking at the thunderclouds gathering above, I recalled the tribulation method from the simulation. It seemed this lightning tribulation couldn't hurt me at all. Just charge in and let the lightning strike me. I let out a bull-like roar at the thunderclouds. I twisted my body and plunged straight into the thunderclouds. Boom boom boom, the thundercloud seemed to be provoked by countless lightning bolts. No matter whether they were fully formed or not, they all struck me. But when these lightning bolts struck my black scales, I didn't even feel much pain. No way, this tribulation is only this strong? I overestimated the tribulation and underestimated myself. With my current cultivation, this tribulation can't do anything to me. After all that striking, it didn't even damage a single scale. Soon the thunderclouds seemed to realize they couldn't do anything to me, and slowly dispersed. As the thunderclouds dissipated, a surge of immense vitality erupted in my body. It transformed into streaks of black light. Within the black light, I began to transform into a dragon. A long, sacred roar, like the bellow of an ox, echoed through the heavens. In the clouds, a 1,000-mile-long black dragon soared and flipped. That was me. I shed my old body and became a dragon. Feeling the terrifying power within me, I couldn't help but want to roar. Normally, I should return to the water immediately. But I didn't leave. I was waiting for the dapping golden-winged bird. The same one that had killed me countless times in the simulation. Thinking about that, I couldn't help but tremble my dragon body. I wrapped my tail tightly around the scroll. Soon a violent wind swept in from the distance, blowing away the clouds around me. You're here. I've been waiting a long time. I focused my gaze on the horizon ahead. A huge shadow that blocked out the sky rapidly approached me. Before I turned into a dragon, I might have called him a giant beast. But now I'm also 1,000 meters long. Who isn't a giant beast now? Moments later, the shadow landed before me. It was exactly the dapping golden-winged bird. He had meant to test my ability with that windstorm, but he didn't expect that I already knew his move. As soon as his wings flapped, I directly used my innate ability, a slap of my dragon tail, and calmed the wind. The just-arrived dapping golden-winged bird was instantly stunned. What's with this dragon? Why does he seem so familiar with my attacks and that look in his eyes? Have we known each other for a long time? Dapping golden-winged bird. I saw he was stunned, and knew it was the perfect time to strike. I swung my dragon tail, and threw the scroll at him. At the same time, I summoned wind and rain, using the water to strengthen myself. The scroll flew out, and instantly shot out dozens of golden beams. They hit the unprepared dapping golden-winged bird squarely. He was struck by the golden light. His body scorched pitch black. He let out a miserable shriek, and fell straight toward the ground. The scroll seemed damaged too, and also fell into the sea. Good chance, my dragon eyes narrowed. This was my first real battle with a mythical being. I must not let my guard down. With a dragon's roar, I summoned the sea creatures to attack him. Then my entire dragon body shot forward to kill him. The just fallen dapping golden-winged bird quickly got up. He glared at me venomously. His wings flashed with golden light. He couldn't figure out how he had offended me, attacking so viciously right from the start. But he also knew he had to flee now. In my stand gaze, he directly turned into a golden light and shot into the sky. In an instant, he vanished. I was shocked on the spot. The golden-winged ROC speed is terrifying. I had only fought him in simulations before. In reality, I just witnessed his speed, which seems to pierce through space. Even flying with all my might, I couldn't catch up. Could it be that all mythical beings have special abilities? King Yuan has deadly poison and wings. The golden crow controls flames. The golden-winged ROC has speed. But what about me? I can call wind and rain, but can't attack people. I have no real attack methods. Fighting mythical beings in close combat is suicide. I must develop my own attack methods. Leave here first. If humans see me, it's over. I don't want to slip up. I immediately flew into the sky. Using the storm as cover, I rushed to Hai Shui. Shortly after the battle ended, humans noticed this area. Seeing the traces of the golden-winged ROC falling to the ground, everyone was greatly shocked. Fishermen also said they heard a dragon's roar. Everyone guessed it was a fight between a dragon and a giant bird, connecting it with the recent frequent strange events. Humans all sensed that the world seemed to be undergoing some wonderful changes. I couldn't care about these. At full speed, it took a day to reach Hai Shui. I finally arrived above Hai Shui. The system issued us simulation points. Now there are 170 points left. I always use this to calculate time. It took a day to get to the seashore early, and another day back from the seashore to Hai Shui. In the simulation, it took me 3 days to travel this road. Now I've advanced to 5,000 years. Naturally, my speed is much faster. So this is Hai Shui. I looked at the surging river below. My heart felt a stir. I have 1% of the Hai Shui water god's divine spring. Seeing this Hai Shui, I naturally feel a sense of intimacy. I paused in midair for a moment, then dived directly into Hai Shui and reached the upstream. I first smashed the iron ox with my tail. Underwater, I didn't even look for Old Turtle. I just called out my location. I estimate Old Turtle hasn't reached the bottom of the Hai Shui upstream yet. I stared at my personal template. I stared at the race Nailin for a long time. I am a horned dragon now, evolving. Could I become a silver dragon? Or some other dragon species? I have absolutely no clue. I haven't obtained any information about the next evolution. It's still far from evolving to the next stage, let alone the Yinglong. That is one of the 4 legendary divine dragons, and the chief of all river gods and water gods. I recall the legends about Yinglong. Back then, the Yellow Emperor fought Jiu, and Qiufu was slain by Yinglong. It's no exaggeration to call him a war god. Later, the Yellow Emperor appointed him as the water god's right hand. The Hai Shui water god soldiers were unconvinced and came to fight. They were easily defeated by Yinglong. That is a top-tier combat existence among dragons. If I could evolve into Yinglong, I dare not imagine how strong that would be. But now I don't even have an evolution direction. Truly worried. But I have the simulator. I can always figure out the patterns. If I really become Yinglong, when I encounter Wujiki, wouldn't he be scared silly? In Legends, Wujiki was captured by Yinglong. After seeing the personal template, I not only have hope, but more of a sense of urgency. Right now, I can only fight weak or weakened mythical beings. Like Wujiki and the Golden Crow are probably still in their weakened period. They haven't regained their true strength yet. The next simulation direction, first figure out how to enhance the water god's authority and what is a water god. I have already achieved harmonizing wind and rain and managing rivers. I huddle underwater pondering. Some gods have boundless love. Some gods do all kinds of evil. What exactly is a god? Just as I was thinking, I suddenly smelled a familiar scent. I lifted my eyes and saw through the water surface. I saw Old Turtle poking his head and cautiously looking down. Old Turtle is here. Why are you still dazed? Come down. Old Turtle heard the voice and was startled. Why is he still so surprised? Didn't I say I was coming to find him? How did he get to Hai Shui faster than them? He brought the little deer down to the water bottom. Seeing me, he was directly scared stiff. I didn't pay attention to him. My gaze fell on the little deer wrapped in bubbles. It was the little deer that awakened me to the fact that painting a dragon requires spirituality. That's why I have been protecting him until now. Since painting a dragon requires spirituality, then does being a water god require divinity? Either boundless love or doing evil. I can just try whether I can increase the water god's authority through this. In my mind, I silently chanted, "Start simulation." The result shocked me. Previously, starting a simulation only cost 8 points. Now it actually costs 64 points. Tripled. Alright, I just transformed into a dragon for 5,000 years, so I'll accept it. After consuming 60 for simulation points, the simulation begins. I knew I had to wait for the spiritual energy recovery to get the complete water god power. It took me 2 days to reach the He River. Only 26 days left until spiritual energy recovery. I kept reading the simulation content. For the first 20-some days, I stayed in the He River, building up my power. On day 26, spiritual energy recovery finally arrived as expected. I grasped the river basin from underwater, staring at the bright blue screen in front of me. Spiritual energy has recovered. I wanted to test if I could improve the He River Water God's divine fist by following the path of boundless love. This experiment's success depends on this moment. Day 26, spiritual energy recovery arrived as scheduled. I ignored everything else. I had to verify my hypothesis. In front of the humans on both banks, I burst out of the river and soared into the sky. Summoning wind and rain, I said nothing to the crowds on either shore. Day 27, news spread everywhere that a dragon was in the He River. Many people came to worship. But I stayed underwater and felt something was wrong. I didn't sense any improvement in my divine fist. My power was stuck at the current bottleneck. I was a bit stunned. Could boundless love be useless? Or was I not doing enough? I continued reading the simulation content. Day 28, more and more people came to the banks of the He River. They even threw in a lot of instruments trying to find me. I didn't show myself. I avoided the instruments and kept regulating the wind and rain over the river basin. Day 29, I noticed the presence of a beast. I immediately acted and subdued it, saving the banks on both sides from drought. Day 30, no one threw in instruments to probe the river anymore. I vaguely felt something was off. Day 31, I heard people on the banks say many monsters had begun attacking human cities and many places had fallen. Everyone flocked to the He River region, saying the dragon there would surely protect them. I felt this was going to be a disaster. I could only watch and wait. Day 32, a terrifying aura headed toward the riverside town. I forgot about hiding. I shot out of the water, riding clouds and mist. I saw a monster in the distance, like an ox with a white head, a single eye, and a serpent's tail. It emanated a disgusting aura all over. I was stunned. Isn't that the beast FEI? In mythology, it's said that wherever it passes over water, it dries up, and where it passes over cow, it kills. Its appearance brings great calamities. This thing never appeared in the last simulation. Could it be coming for the humans gathered at the He River? I kept watching the simulation. I hesitated for a moment, but decided to stop it. If I let it pass, the riverside town would be destroyed. Both the people and monsters nearby would die. I fought FEI fiercely over the withered forest. After a narrow victory, I was contaminated by its calamitous aura. My life force drained rapidly. I flew back to the river town, controlling the weather and wind, and collapsed before countless people and monsters. Until my death, I never felt any improvement in my divine fist. I closed my eyes under a shroud of resentment. You died. 3 reward options appeared. 32 days of survival experience. 32 days of physique. Pickled dragon claws. I was silent for a long time. My experimental approach was wrong. I had shielded others from disaster and shown compassion to all living beings. Yet it still couldn't earn me half a boost in my divine fist. Let's pick the reward first. 32 days of physique were useless to me. Pickled dragon claws were made from my own claws. Just thinking about it felt wrong. I directly chose the first option. A flood of memories rushed in. They were all experiences of fighting against FEI. My combat power was actually higher than Faye's. It was only because I was unskilled in battle that I barely won. And I was eroded by its weird aura. How exactly can I improve the He River Water God's divine fist? What is divinity? I decided not to continue the simulation. Without finding the answer, simulating any number of times would be a waste of effort. You can't pacify the world by being restless. I need to fully control the river basin first. Now there are only 26 days left until spiritual energy recovery. I twisted my huge dragon body and swam upstream in the He River. My mind was full of thoughts about what divinity is. According to mythology, gods are either merciful and compassionate to all beings, or fierce and bring chaos to the world. For example, the previous water god of the He River, Wu Zhiqi. Myth says he stirred up waves and harmed the people. But in the earlier simulation, he even saved me. Who can say he was truly utterly evil? As I swam, I suddenly froze and widened my dragon eyes. Could it be that divinity isn't really boundless love? Nor is it absolute evil, but rather, it transcends good and evil. It can control good and evil. Whether it's Nuwa who mended the sky, or Wu Zhiqi, infamous for his ferocity, they all have their own emotions. Good and evil are never absolute. Human nature is too complex. All kinds of emotions pile up. It's too hard to reach divinity through humanity. I am half human, half dragon. Previously, I focused on humanity in my path to becoming a dragon. What if I switched to focusing on dragon nature? Dragons inherently possess divinity. Maybe it could actually work. My eyes lit up. I dove down, landed on a giant rock, and immediately started simulation day 7. The river water management showed remarkable results. I also began paying attention to the river climate. I didn't deliberately provide rain for humans. I just did my job of regulating wind and rain. On day 17, Old Turtle sensed I wanted to become the river water god, secretly took the many demons to the underwater dragon palace, and directly pushed me into the position. I officially became the river dragon lord. I was completely stunned. Wasn't this like being forced into the role? Old Turtle really knew these tricks. On day 25, I reminded the demons that the spiritual energy revival was approaching. We couldn't delay the river management. On day 26, the spiritual energy revival arrived. I instantly received the river's blessing. My river god authority reached 4%. So it was useful after all. Divinity is essentially one's true nature. Dragons are inherently divine. Good and evil are only a single thought apart. Being able to control good and evil is divinity. Moreover, the river god belongs only to the river. I didn't need to serve humans or all living beings. I only had to manage the river well. I continued reading the simulation content. On day 29, I was in seclusion at the Dragon Palace. Old Turtle came to report that the 2 banks were being plagued by Fishbird. For now, it didn't affect the river. I sent some aquatic demons to notify Fishbird to leave the river's area. On day 30, the demons I sent were killed by Fishbird. I flew into a rage and burst out of the river. Right in front of humans, I whipped my tail and killed Fishbird. I turned around and went back into the water. Day 31. I felt the river's goodwill flowing toward me. My water affinity increased significantly. My divine authority rose to 10%. Why didn't it increase my power instead of boosting my water affinity? But this time, my dragon nature was dominant. And I had Old Turtle's assistance. At least I wouldn't have to fight to the death in Hufei again. I was curious how long I would survive this time. I, Dragon Lord of the Double River, stared intently at the screen in front of me. The simulation continued. On day 32, I stayed in the upper reaches of the river. I sent my subordinates to manage the river every day. More and more humans gathered on the banks. They weren't coming to ask for my protection. I didn't take it seriously. As long as they didn't touch the river, I didn't care about anything else. On day 34, the spiritual energy revival caused unrest. The river was kept under control by the demons. Nothing happened at all. On day 36, the crowd of humans on the banks grew larger and larger. I knew if this continued, trouble would come. But I didn't want to interfere with matters outside the river, so I still ignored them. On day 37, FEI indeed showed up. I didn't plan to protect the humans. I soared into the sky on a cloud and intimidated FEI with my dragon's might. I told him, the river is under my protection. I didn't care how he dealt with humans, but he absolutely must not touch the river's water. FEI stopped and didn't leave. Instead, he started confronting me. My heart tightened at that moment. Was I going to have to fight FEI again? Sure, I could kill him, but he could kill me too. If I died here, it would be too meaningless. I still wanted to see how long I could live. I was reluctant in my heart. I had no choice but to keep watching the simulation. When I saw this, I was stunned. I didn't die after all. During the confrontation, I was about to use all my strength to protect the river. Suddenly, the river water rose up, wrapped around my dragon body. I received the river's blessing. My divine authority directly rose to 20%. My aura instantly overpowered FEI. He hesitated for a while and then directly retreated. I sighed in relief and returned to the river. My head was full of questions. The river actually blessed me on its own. Last time, I tried so hard to please it. It didn't even pay attention to me. And my authority had risen to 20%. What was going on? With doubts, I continued reading. On day 38, I continued managing the river. I noticed that when I stayed near the river, all my dragon body attributes were enhanced. It was the effect of 20% authority. My subordinates reported that more and more humans were gathering on the banks. I told them to just manage the river. On day 41, I suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was Golden-Winged ROC coming to seek revenge. In the last simulation, he hadn't found me this quickly. Probably because there were too many humans on the banks, making me too conspicuous. I originally planned to go out and fight him, but my subordinate Old Turtle advised me a couple of times. I calmed down. I chose to stay inside the river and not go out. On day 42, Golden-Winged ROC found dozens of demons and planned to massacre the humans on the banks to force me out. I don't care at all. I roared at him that I would never leave the Black River. If he dared, he could come and get me. He became extremely anxious. He sensed that I was bound to the Black River. He didn't dare to barge in. For the next few days, he kept circling overhead. I ignored him completely, just focused on taming the river. On the 47th day, he couldn't hold back and tried to force into the Black River. I was leading the Dragon Palace troops, ready for battle. Suddenly, a massive sun flew in from the east. The Golden-Winged ROC tried to flee. A flash of fire caught him and burned him to nothing. It was the Golden Crow. I instantly tensed my dragon body, prepared to fight to the death. Then I heard the Golden Crow's voice in my mind, telling me to come out of the Black River. I was ready to be killed instantly. The Golden Crow's strength far surpassed mine. Even the ROC was obliterated in a second. I definitely couldn't win. But he didn't kill me. Instead, he told me to come out. What was he up to? My curiosity was maxed out. I continued watching the screen. After hesitating, I finally emerged from the Black River. As I entered the mid-air sun, a burning sensation spread through my body. But with my current strength, I could withstand it. From the sun came the Golden Crow's intention. He asked if I was willing to submit to him. I knew refusing meant death. I agreed on the spot. The Golden Crow ordered me to guard the Black River. The lands east of the central region were his territory. I just needed to keep the Black River secure. If I encountered an enemy I couldn't beat, he would intervene. With that, he left. I was stunned. So this is how the story goes. Last time I met the Golden Crow, I died immediately. This time, I unlocked a new plot line. Probably because I now had 20% authority over the Black River. The Golden Crow needed me to guard the Black River. This way, it's not so bad. With the Golden Crow's protection, I might live longer. I could also pry some information out of him. I figured out the events of the Hongwu era, but many mysteries remain unsolved. Why did the spiritual energy revive? Why did the myths disappear before? And why did the spiritual energy deplete? I thought I'd work under the Golden Crow for now and see if I could extract information. After all, it's all just a simulation. I didn't really mind. I sat on a rock by the Black River, watching the simulation unfold. From today onward, I work for the Golden Crow. The words on the screen kept flickering. Day 48. I honed my abilities in the Black River while continuing to tame the floods. My subordinate, Old Turtle, came to report. After the spiritual energy revival, the Black River had given birth to over 100 minor demons. They all fell under the jurisdiction of the Black River Dragon Palace. I delegated authority to Old Turtle to handle trivial matters. I focused on improving my water taming skills. Day 50. I made meritorious contributions in taming the river. My authority as water god of the Black River increased to 21%. My affinity with water also rose accordingly. Day 53. More humans gathered on both banks of the Black River. I paid no attention. Day 60. Old Turtle reported. He said that demons in other places like the demon lord of Fenk Mountain, were attacking humans. People without protection saw that near the Black River, there was no slaughter, so they came to seek refuge. I didn't care. I continued taming the river. I wasn't surprised at all. Dragons and humans have old grudges. It was already good that I didn't actively attack humans. Why should I be obligated to protect them? I was curious how long this simulation would last. Day 61. My authority as water god of the Black River rose to 23%. With the river's blessing, my ability improvement progressed faster. Day 63. More and more families moved to the shores of the Black River. Day 68. I sensed Wujiki approaching the Black River. I immediately ordered the Dragon Palace troops to be on alert. If he dared to seize the Black River, I would go to war with him. But on day 69, Wujiki suddenly seemed to sense something. He fled in a flash. A moment later, a great sun descended from the east. The golden crow appeared. He said he was passing by to the western peak, happened to run into Wujiki, and chased him away as a favor. He also told me to guard the Black River well. I asked him why he didn't just kill Wujiki. He said that Wujiki was heading south, where there was a great demon. He would deal with him sooner or later. My dragon eyes widened. Now I understood why there was no supreme overlord like the Golden Crow in the south. There was a great demon hidden there, one even the Golden Crow acknowledged. After speaking, the Golden Crow flew west. I noticed that the sun in the sky seemed dimmer. Day 71. I was taming the river. Old Turtle urgently reported that humans on both banks were causing trouble. I went out with the dragon axe and only then learned that the Golden Crow had descended and burned many people to death. The humans mistakenly thought I was the one who did it. They came specifically to settle accounts with me. I knew that humans have many divine physicians protecting them, so I immediately struck first and charged at them. Who would have thought the humans would pull out a four-pronged thing that pounded with a deafening noise? Then they unrolled a scroll. I had just clearly seen that it was a portrait of Dayu, and I was directly killed by the shockwave. The portrait also became quite worn out. The simulation notified me of my death. It gave for reward options. When I saw the last one was the portrait of Dayu, I instantly lost all my arrogance. Dying at Dayu's hands, I am fully convinced. But it was too unfair. The humans were clearly killed by the Golden Crow, yet they blamed me for it. I silently noted the lesson. From now on, I must keep a clear distance from humans. Then I turned my gaze back to the rewards. On one side was a 71-day physique with the authority of the river water god. On the other was the portrait of Dayu. The river water has a surface and a bottom. After careful consideration, I chose the second reward, the 71-day physique. It not only came with cultivation, but also the authority of the river water god. Although the portrait of Dayu is powerful, it is ultimately an external consumable item. I was more afraid that if I got it, he would attack me without a word. I always stay as far away as possible from anything from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Choosing strength that lands on oneself is the safest option. Choice 2. As soon as I confirmed the selection, a warm current flowed through the Dragon District. My power increased a little. I didn't pay much attention. What surprised me most was the affinity for river water. The flowing river water all around resonated with me. I could clearly feel that in the river water, my combat power would be greatly boosted. My water control ability also increased by a large margin. Is this the affinity of water? Before I could feel delighted, my bloodline suddenly surged violently. I obtained key information for Purify Yinglong. To purify Yinglong, the basic requirement is to have absolute control over the water element. Now I finally have a clear direction for purification. I couldn't help wondering whether Purify Other Dragon Clans also requires corresponding elemental mastery. Qinglong needs the wood element. Bingyi also needs the water element. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. So I simply set it aside for now. My strength is still too weak. Thinking about these useless things, I'd rather figure out how to quickly improve my strength. My current strength is like a natural disaster to ordinary monsters. But against crude mythical beings, I'm not even enough to chop, even if they are still in a weakened state. If we really fight, I'll be killed in a split second. I turn to look at the panel in front of me. Current cultivation, 5,368. With the addition of over 300 years of cultivation and the boost from the river water god's authority, I can now tie with the golden winged dapping bird. If I am in the river water, I am confident I can directly crush him or even leave him behind. I was planning my next steps. I wanted to develop steadily and raise the 23% authority of the river water god to 100%. I also planned to use the Golden Crow to deal with the portrait of Dayu. I was about to start a simulation to test the idea, when a prompt popped up. Starting a simulation requires 128 simulation points. Currently 42 points remaining. Not enough to start. The simulation points have doubled again. It should be because I have attained cultivation. Now, to get simulation points, simply eating ordinary animals won't be enough. I need to catch monsters that have cultivation. I plan to build a river water dragon palace to govern the unruly obstacles in the river. They will just serve as my simulation points. I raised my huge dragon head and looked downstream of the river toward the bottom of Hexiang, where Old Turtle was floating in the water. His two small eyes were wide open. Dragon Lord, you say you want to conquer all the monsters of Hexiang. He looked at the enormous black dragon in front of him, his face full of disbelief. It hadn't been long since his own Dragon Lord transformed into a dragon. And now he wants to attack Hexiang? Moreover, the Dragon Lord's aura showed no signs of instability. The faint dragon might was so oppressive that he felt he could die. This is way too fierce. Old Turtle silently complained. Yes, I want to unify the whole Heiyang. From now on, Heiyang will be ruled by me. I had already tried to restrain my dragon might. Dragon Lord, with your strength so formidable, why would you need to go personally? Let me go. I guarantee all the monsters will submit. Old Turtle patted his chest and gave his word. No need. Of course I trust Old Turtle's ability. In the simulation, he was an example of peaceful subjugation. But what I want is not peaceful unification. I need to wait for monsters that refuse to submit and then suppress them. Swallow it to exchange for simulation points. Then Dragon Lord, you strike personally. Is there anything you need my help with? Old Turtle said this, but in his heart, he was thinking about going back to laze around. He had tricked himself. Unexpectedly, his words trapped him. I originally wanted to let you gain experience, but since you're willing, come with me. I thought after unifying the river village, I'd need someone to manage it, and Old Turtle was just right. Old Turtle was dumbfounded on the spot. I had screwed myself over. I entered the lower reaches of the river village. It was like a natural disaster descending. The 1,000-meter-long black dragon stood there. Releasing his dragon might, the entire lower reaches trembled. All the demons saw me and immediately submitted. There was not a trace of resistance. I was so frustrated. With this dragon might, I couldn't even play the sneak. The demons I subdued didn't resist at all. I couldn't very well kill my own subordinates for points. In the end, I had to let Old Turtle govern those I subdued. I sent demons who could go on land to catch other demons nearby and bring them back for me to swallow. The demons from the river village I couldn't touch, but there was no such taboo elsewhere. I returned to the upper reaches of the river village, resting on a rock, still a bit frustrated. How could they be so spineless and just surrender? Forget it, forget it. Having more subordinates to manage the river village is fine too. Spiritual energy hasn't revived yet. There aren't many demons in the river village. Only 17 in total. 14 of them are fish spirits. The rest are one each of shell, crab, and shrimp, a complete set of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Most of these demons only have 100 years of cultivation. It is said that in recent years, it has become extremely difficult for demons to advance. That's the real reason why the river village has few demons. Days passed one by one. When the system screen popped up, I knew another day had passed. Daily simulation points issued, 2. Current remaining, 48. Days until spiritual energy revival, 25. I was pondering whether the demons I sent out had caught any other demons. If they really caught none, I would have to go out and take risks myself. Unless absolutely necessary, I didn't want to take risks in reality. In the simulation, reckless is reckless. But in reality, I must be steady. Just as I was thinking, a crab demon splashed and swam over to me, dragging a pangolin that had turned into a spirit. Its cultivation is probably less than 100 years, Dragon Lord. I caught a demon and brought it back. The crab demon came up to me to claim credit. I have absolute dominance over aquatic creatures by nature. Those little demons are all scared to death of me. Put it down. Why are you the only one? Where are the others who went ashore? I asked casually. The other demons caught quite a few on the nearby mountains. They are on their way back. Old crab, run fast. So I came first to report the good news to Dragon Lord. I didn't stand on ceremony. I slightly opened my mouth and sucked the pangolin in, swallowing it. Devoured a 93-year cultivation pangolin. Obtained 21 simulation points. 21 points, with the first-time bonus. Pretty good. I quietly waited for the other demons to return. This simulation costs 128 points. My cultivation is growing. But next simulation will cost 256 points. The points are consumed too fast. In future simulations, I need to see if I can grab some treasures. Otherwise, I won't have enough to start a simulation. Before long, the other demons also returned one after another, bringing many little demons under 100 years of cultivation. The demons near the river village had almost all been cleaned out. Fortunately, after swallowing all of them, my simulation points were finally enough to start a simulation. Current simulation points remaining, 152. Upper reaches of the river. I rested on a rock, lifted my huge dragon head, and stared at the screen in front of me. Current simulation points remaining, 152. I finally scraped together enough simulation points. I immediately started the simulation. Only 25 days remain until the spiritual energy revival. I must gather enough power to stand firm before that. Start simulation. The text on the screen flickered. Simulation started. Consumed 128 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining 24. Day 1. You are in the upper reaches of the river. Determined to govern the river well. To gain more authority over the river. Day 2. Your subordinate old turtle reports that you sent river demons to capture nearby mountain demons. The nearby mountain demons all know that the river has a terrifying evil dragon. Day 3. You hold a mobilization meeting to govern the river and achieve good results. Day 7. Old Turtle, together with the Central River faction, builds a dragon palace for you. Establishes a dragon palace and elects you as the Dragon Lord of the River, commander of the dragons. The river again. Old Turtle is still the same, loves to flatter. I'm already used to it. Having a dragon palace helps me govern the river better, and I don't see any harm in it. I continue watching the simulation. Day 24. You know that the spiritual energy revival is coming. Immediately summon the Black River Center to inform everyone of the situation in advance, telling everyone not to panic. On the 25th day, the spiritual energy resurgence arrived as scheduled. The Black River Center remembered your earlier words and immediately began to worship you as a god. At the same time, you sensed a mysterious power blessing you. Your affinity with water greatly increased. The Black River Water God Authority rose to 30%. It actually increased by 7%. It seems the remaining Water God Authority can only be gained slowly over time. It just takes a lot of time. I'm curious what would happen if the authority reached 100%. On the 28th day, you knew the fishbird's call would come, so you struck first. You killed it outside the Black River area, preventing it from entering the Great River. You concealed your form. No humans discovered you. On the 30th day, you found the human population on both banks of the Black River had exploded. You had never revealed yourself. Found it strange. Sent your subordinate Old Turtle to investigate. On the 31st day, Old Turtle reported that the nearby mountain leaks had revealed the news of your killing of Fishbird. The humans believed the Black River had a dragon, so it must be dangerous. Yet they gathered anyway. I was completely stunned. I never appeared in front of humans. Yet the news spread from the mountain leaks' mouths. Isn't this just repeating the last simulation? I'm starting to wonder if I can't avoid being killed by you, the Great's portrait. If worst comes to worst, I'll follow the Golden Crow and flee to K Mountain. Then the humans can't do anything to me, right? On the 32nd day, you sent the Black River crab monsters ashore to drive away the humans. The humans refused to leave. They just moved further from the riverbank to live. There was no other way without using force. You could only let the crab monsters return and continue managing the Black River. On the 33rd day, the water management achieved excellent results. The Black River Water God Authority increased to 35%. Both your strength and water affinity improved. On the 36th day, the humans on both banks attracted the beast FEI. It charged out of the Black River basket. In front of FEI, you declared you were the Black River Water God and would not protect any living being. But the Black River absolutely must not be destroyed. FEI sensed the dragon might from you and left decisively. Good grief, this thing used to confront me. Now it just runs away. I'm not the same as before. Back then, this FEI could still trade one for one with me. On the 38th day, you made further progress in managing the Black River. The Water God Authority rose to 40%. Your water affinity increased again. On the 40th day, you sensed the aura of the golden-winged pengbird. Knew he was coming. Immediately sent the Black River crab monsters to notify humans on both banks to evacuate, to avoid casualties when the Golden Crow arrived 10 times worse. That simulation me was pretty clever. Evacuating humans in advance. Even if the Golden Crow came, he couldn't burn anyone. Then the humans would have no reason to bring out you the Great's portrait to suppress me, right? This way I won't die. The subsequent direction was completely unknown, so I curiously continued watching the simulation. On the 41st day, you called out to the golden-winged pengbird, telling him not to waste his efforts. You would not leave the Black River. On the 46th day, the golden-winged pengbird grew impatient and tried to break into the Black River. You unhurriedly counted down. Not long after, a great sun arrived from afar. You successfully joined the Golden Crow's banner. Managing the Black River, the evacuated humans suffered few casualties. You felt relieved and focused on water management. On the 47th day, humans on both banks called you the Black River Guardian God, worshipped you as a god, often came to pray. You paid them no mind, concentrating on managing the Black River. This actually triggered a new simulation plotline of befriending humans. I had never tried this direction before. Let's see what happens next. On the 48th day, more and more humans gathered on both banks. Your reputation as the Black River Guardian God spread. You knew this would lead to trouble. After careful thought, you ordered your subordinate Old Turtle to invite the most respected human elder into the water. On the 49th day, you met the human elder inside an air bubble. The gap between you was so vast that a single breath could kill him. You told the elder that apart from the original settlers, no one else was allowed to step into the Black River area. You conveyed your meaning in dragon speech. The elder dared not refuse and agreed repeatedly. You had Old Turtle send him back to shore. On the 50th day, warning lines were set up on both banks. The humans united to keep outsiders away. You didn't interfere much. Continued managing the Black River. Using humans to check humans was indeed a good method. You made a mental note of it. If you sent Black River monsters to block people, there would definitely be conflict. Humans blocking humans was much simpler. After all, only magic can defeat magic. To deal with human nature, you must use human nature. The simulation continues. By day 57, the river's banks were completely stabilized. My name spread not only among humans, but also throughout the demon realm. I had become a famous great demon of the river. On day 58, my river god authority rose to 45%. My affinity with water surged dramatically. On day 67, I sensed Wajiki lurking nearby, scouting. I immediately ordered the river demons to disperse the humans on both banks. The humans evacuated quickly, all gone. On day 68, the Golden Crow descended, drove off Wajiki, and headed west. No human casualties. I breathed a sigh of relief. I continued to govern the river. I rested my huge dragon whiskers on a rock and kept watching the simulation. Now no one can kill me, right? I wondered how far this simulation would go. I realized that unlocking new story directions was more helpful. I could know in advance what choosing a certain option would lead to. On day 71, the river calmed down. I diligently governed the river, balancing wind and rain. I even accidentally provided shelter for many humans. But in my heart, I always felt that the river would eventually have trouble. I hoped the Golden Crow would return soon. On day 75, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. I immediately sent river demons to scout nearby. On day 76, the demons I sent out lost contact. I grew more and more uneasy. But I didn't plan to leave the river. On day 78, a fierce, murderous aura appeared. I instantly sensed a life or death crisis. I looked up and saw a huge snake with 9 human faces heading toward the river. Whatever it spat turned into a foul swamp upon hitting the ground. Wherever the smell passed, living creatures died instantly. This was a true evil god, the 9-headed serpent. I was stunned for a moment. The human threat is gone, so why am I still in danger? I had no time to think more. I stared intently at the simulation screen. I knew this serpent was coming for the river. I couldn't avoid it if it got close. The whole river would turn into a swamp. Forced to rush out of the river, I coiled in midair, facing it from afar. The river demons and humans on the banks all fled in panic. Only the old turtle, the crab demon, the shrimp demon, and the little Sika deer stayed by my side, ready to fight together. On day 79, the 9-headed serpent arrived outside the river and faced me. The great battle was about to erupt. Its 9 heads all spoke at once, scolding me for not respecting the Kunlun demon decree. Without waiting for my reply, it attacked directly. Our battle was exceptionally brutal. The entire river was shattered. On day 80, I was defeated. I bit off one of its heads, but it also killed me, dragging my dragon corpse into the swamp. Just before death, I saw my subordinates fighting desperately. The old turtle, at the critical moment, used his shining shell to smash the 9-headed serpent. But in the end, we all died. After my death, the Golden Crow descended and saw the river had disappeared. Without doing anything, he headed east. You died. 3 reward options randomly popped up. 80 days survival experience. 80 days physique. Xiangliu's tongue, still dead. The Golden Crow came back, saw the river was gone, and just left. I was not surprised at all. I never had any loyalty to the Golden Crow anyway. He only saw that I had the river god authority, and used me as a tool to watch the river. With the river gone, I was naturally useless. This time the rewards changed. At least they weren't taking parts of my body as rewards anymore. Xiangliu ... I murmured, stunned. On the riverbank, there was an underwater bottom. I gripped a rock embedded in the mud. Looked up at the scene only I could see. It listed 3 rewards: 80 days survival experience, 80 days physique. Xiangliu's tongue. I whispered Xiangliu. Finally I understood where the 9-headed serpent that killed me came from. Xiangliu, also known as Xiangliu, is an evil god under the water god Gongon. Snake body with 9 heads. Wherever it passed, foul swamps formed. Gongon was defeated and angrily crashed into Buzhou Mountain. Even after death, it continued to cause chaos. It was finally subdued and killed by Greachu. Its spilled powers turned into venomous swamps where nothing grew. In the end, a heavenly god intervened to suppress and pacify the swamp. Helplessness filled my eyes. Xiangliu ... a fierce god that could rival Greachu. Ordinary dragon clans simply can't beat it. To have bitten off one of its heads is already against the heavens. It's not that I'm weak. It's that the opponent is too strong. I summarized, taking the pro-human route in this simulation doesn't work. The Kunlun Demon Decree is a dead end. I need a new strategy. First, claim the rewards this time, choosing to increase his cultivation and water affinity, and raises the river god authority to 45%. Choosing 3 gets a big pile of simulation points. I was a bit hesitant. Previously, the third option was always parts of my own body. For now, being at ease is fine. But the full boost truly tempts me. In the last simulation, I captured many demons, which spread my reputation. That fame brought about my downfall. I'll choose option 2. For the next simulation, just have the River Lord's demons catch the remaining wild ones. A fierce murderous intent flashed in my eyes. It's fine if word spreads in a simulation. In reality, I don't want other demons knowing I exist. I need to lay low and grow. I'll only show myself when I'm strong enough. I chose the second option. A warm surge instantly flooded my dragon body. I could clearly feel my power growing. The waters of the river around me surged violently. It was like they were blowing to me for a long while before calming down. Once the warmth faded, I flexed my dragon body, feeling my cultivation increase by over 160 years. My river water god's authority also reached 45. Soon it'll max out. The cultivation from 2 promotions hasn't been absorbed yet. I plan to make a bet. But first, I need to summon the River Lord's demons. I let out a 4-note dragon roar. Soon, over a dozen demons, along with the old turtle, rushed over. Each one cowered under my dragon might, afraid of angering me. I swept my gaze over the crowd of demons. Back in the simulation, during the battle with the carefree one, most demons fled. Only the crab demon, the shrimp demon, the old turtle, and the deer stayed to fight to the death with me. Naturally, I have to take good care of them. I ordered that from today. All demons in H-Town must go ashore. Capture every wild demon nearby. Other than us, no demons are allowed around H-Town. I assigned this to the crab and shrimp demons. It's a promotion for them. They soon dispersed. Only the old turtle remained. I asked him, I'm going to sleep for a day. Besides the previous method, what else can wake me? The old turtle quickly replied, Dragon Lord, rest assured. There are plenty of ways. At the bottom of the upper H River, my angry roar echoed across the water. I glared at the panicked old turtle before me. The old turtle stammered, Dragon Lord ... Didn't you say just don't use that last method? I was furious and at a loss. This old turtle was hiding too much. In the last simulation, he ambushed and killed the fierce god, the carefree one. He's strong enough, and he can manage the whole river domain for me. My stare made the old turtle's skin crawl. He wanted to find an excuse to slip away. I quickly called out, wait, use your most powerful move on me. I was really curious about the attack that injured the Xiong Yao, but the old turtle just kept shouting, Old Turtle Charge, and made a big show of it. Half an hour passed, and I saw no real skill. I drove that sly old turtle away. As long as he's loyal enough, I'm too lazy to argue with him. I lay on the riverbed, feeling my dragon body. After a day of combat, I'd only digested a little of the power. It still felt somewhat unstable. Only 24 days left until the spiritual energy revival. I figured the demons I sent out had caught most of the nearby wild ones. I asked the shrimp demon, and sure enough, most were captured. The rest were being pursued. I immediately ordered the shrimp demon to bring the captured demons. I closed my mouth and swallowed them all. A system prompt appeared. I got 108 simulation points, plus the 24 I had left. Now I have 132 points total. Just enough for one new simulation. In the first of simulations, I allied with the Golden Crow. Then I sided with the human race. This time, I plan to follow the Golden Crow west to Kunlun Mountain and see what happens. I spent 128 points to start the simulation. Only 4 simulation points left. The simulation progressed. On day 24, the spiritual energy revival arrived as scheduled. My affinity with water skyrocketed. My river water god's authority directly reached 50%. Governing H-Town could no longer increase it. I was wondering what to do. Then I received an edict from H-Town. I could officially become the true water god of H-River, entirely free from heaven and earth's constraints. This was being a real water god. The simulation continued. I used a water tornado to kill the young bird that attacked. I let humans settle on both sides of H-River. When the Golden Crow arrived, I immediately submitted. I offered to escort him to Kunlun Mountain. The Golden Crow didn't refuse. I handed all river affairs to the old turtle and set off with him. Finally, a new simulation storyline. I was thrilled, but when I read on, I was dumbfounded. Day 69, I followed the Golden Crow, heading west. Jinwoo turned into a blazing sun and flew off, so I quickly rode a cloud to follow. Who knew that when he flew at full speed, he became a streak of red light, vanishing from my sight in seconds. I was stunned. I'd planned to follow him to Pei Mountain, but I couldn't even see his shadow. How could I keep up? No wonder he agreed so readily to let me tag along. He already knew I wouldn't be able to follow. I fell silent, waiting to see how this simulation would play out. For 70 days I pushed west with all my might. But I still couldn't catch up with Jinwoo. The whole path was scorched wasteland. In many places fires still raged. I knew this was all from Jinwoo's flight. On the 75th day, I suddenly felt uneasy. Just as I was about to change course, I saw ahead a sun rise up. It turned out Jinwoo was fighting someone. Curious what could go toe-to-toe with Jinwoo. I hurried forward. When I got there, I was dumbfounded. The ones blocking Jinwoo were actually a group of humans. All of them wore painted masks, held short sticks, and beat them as they walked. The golden light from their gongs and drums formed a curtain, firmly keeping Jinwoo out. I was genuinely shocked. Even though Jinwoo was in a weakened state, he was still a top-tier existence in the early days of spiritual awakening. And yet humans could hold him back. I wondered, could this be some folk exorcism dance? No, that kind of folk ritual doesn't have the same origin as Jinwoo. There's no way it could suppress him. I kept watching the simulation. Finally, I found the answer. The big drum they beat wasn't an ordinary one. Each strike sent out terrifying sonic waves. Behind the drum, a one-horned black ox appeared faintly. It was the drum sound combined with the ritual dance that held Jinwoo back. On day 76, the humans were barely holding on, but Jinwoo still had plenty of energy. He kept smashing the desert. I thought the humans were going to lose. Then several people carried out a rolled-up painting. Even before it was unrolled, it emitted a suffocating aura. Jinwoo saw it, let out a terrified cry, turned around and fled, not daring to stay a second longer. Seeing this, I quickly followed Jinwoo and flew away. Now I finally understood. Last simulation, when Jinwoo came back from the west and saw the Hay River turned into a swamp, he didn't say a word. That's because he got humiliated here. In a bad mood, he couldn't be bothered to help me get revenge. That ancient one-horned black ox with the hard horn. That's the legendary Kuyox. Legend says that in ancient times, someone used the Kuyox to go to war. One strike could shake 500 miles. It's possible that this drum was passed down from antiquity. That explains why it could hold Jinwoo back. But what was in that painting? Even unrolled, it scared Jinwoo away. I suppressed my curiosity and kept watching the simulation. Too bad I didn't follow Jinwoo to K Mountain. What a waste. On day 77, as we flew back, he deliberately slowed down to fly level with me. I was nervous. He ordered me to go back and control the Hay River and also attack nearby humans. He said the humans had accumulated too much and become a big threat. They had to be eliminated first. I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Just as I was about to ask something, he turned into a red light and vanished. On day 78, I returned to the Hay River and took control. Not wanting to cause trouble, I ordered the river monsters to go ashore and drive away the humans. Those who wouldn't leave would be killed. Within 2 days, both banks of the Hay River were clear of humans. I was quite comfortable. On day 80, I suddenly felt a summoning sensation from the west. Looking up, I saw a sky-supporting pillar shining with golden light in the west. Could that be the legendary heavenly passage at K Mountain? If it really is, then the celestial realm would appear. Wouldn't that make this spiritual awakening jump straight to hell difficulty? I pushed aside those distracting thoughts and was about to return to the bottom of the river when on day 81, a great sun suddenly descended and launched an attack on me. I hid in the Hay River, above and below the water. But this simulation wasn't a waste. I learned a lot of information. After the Hay River Water God's authority reached 50, I couldn't improve it by controlling the river anymore. Also, humans had a Kuyox drum that could intimidate Jinwoo, and Black Mountain might have become the passage between heaven and earth. I'll still join Jinwoo's side in the future and seek his protection. But I must always be wary of him turning on me. Of the 3 rewards, I chose the second. Survival experience was useless to me. The Kuyox drum was a support item. It needed to be paired with human rituals to stop Jinwoo. Useless if I held it alone. Better to improve my physique and push the water god's authority. After choosing, a warm current surged through me, greatly enhancing my water affinity, and the Hay River water god's authority reached exactly 50. Then, following the current, a booklet appeared before me. This thing allowed me to decide when rain would fall over the water area, fully at my discretion. And how much rain fell I had the final say. There's no need to listen to heaven's orders at all. The river is my absolute rule. I finished writing the rainfall plans for the next few years. The rain book turned back into water and flowed into the river. I pondered how to get the remaining 50 scroll cakes. I thought for a long time but had no clue, so I just set it aside. I summoned the crab demon and the shrimp demon. I asked them if all the demons near that river had been captured. The shrimp demon quickly replied that they had caught all of them. But the crab demon suddenly stammered and reported that they had encountered a tough opponent with centuries of cultivation while catching demons earlier. It was the old turtle who had been hiding all along. The old turtle, who had made a move, specifically ordered them not to tell anyone. After hearing this, I didn't bother with the old turtle. I told the two little demons to bring all the captured demons up. I devoured them all. I gathered enough 129 simulation points. That was enough to start the next simulation. But I planned to pause first. The power from before hasn't settled yet. I haven't digested the abilities from the water god's complete authority I just obtained. I plan to take a nap to rest. This time, I didn't want the old turtle to come wake me up. I have trauma from that. On the riverbed, in the pitch black water, a pair of saintly pupils suddenly opened. The vast dragon's pressure made the water boil. The 1,000-mile-long black dragon had just awakened. His oppressive aura was terrifying. I woke up still a bit dazed. I looked down and saw the simulation points, 159 remaining. Before I slept, it was 129. It increased by 2 points per day. I had actually slept for 15 days. That means there are only 9 days left until the spirit energy recovery. I immediately felt a tightening in my heart. There wasn't enough time as it was. Now it's even more likely to be too late. I need to start the simulation quickly. I was just about to start the simulation when a crab demon scurried over sideways. His usually treasured large pincers were drooping. He respectfully addressed me as Dragon Lord and said that an anomaly had occurred downstream. He asked me to go deal with it. I frowned. The previous simulation never mentioned any change in the river. To be safe, I first sent the crab demon away. When in doubt, starting a simulation is never wrong. I started the simulation, consuming 128 points, leaving 31. In the simulation, on the first day, I went downstream and found out that the old turtle had gathered demons to build the River Dragon Palace. They wanted to make me the River Dragon Lord. Only then did I realize I had been worried over nothing. On day 9, the spirit energy recovery arrived right on schedule. The demons cheered. I remained unusually calm. On day 12, Fishbird passed by. I warned him not to damage the river. Then I let him go. On day 25, the golden-winged ROC hovered near the river. On day 30, using the countdown, I directly destroyed the ROC. The golden crow appeared. I immediately opened my mouth and said that I had drifted through half my life, regretting not meeting a wise ruler. I was willing to serve him as my lord. The golden crow was completely stunned. For 51 consecutive days, I governed as the river water god. But the complete authority didn't grow at all. I was wondering why. On day 52, Wujiki came. He didn't answer my question about the authority. Instead, he asked me if I was that dragon who painted dragons in the inland sea before, and how I had become so strong so fast. I didn't answer him. The two sides confronted each other on the spot. On day 53, Wujiki sensed that the golden crow was coming. Before leaving, he finally said that as the river water god, I could no longer improve my authority. He also said the golden crow was not a good person. He wanted to cooperate with me. I didn't respond. Not long after watching Wujiki leave, the golden crow arrived. I greeted him and watched him head west. I stared at the simulation content in silence. I clearly only obtained 50% of the river's authority. How could it be that I couldn't improve? Where did the other half go? The river has water and a riverbed. I looked at the simulation content and fell into deep thought. Wujiki said I am already the river water god, but I only have 50% of the authority. After thinking it over, there was only one possibility. Wujiki only obtained half the authority back then as well. He doesn't have the system, so he didn't know. But I know clearly. Also, he said the golden crow is not a good person. Of course, I know that. Last time, I was killed by the golden crow for no reason. I suppressed all the questions in my mind and continued watching the simulation. On day 57, you govern the river. People on both banks were increasing. I feared trouble. In the end, I decided not to cause trouble and continued to manage the river peacefully. On day 62, the Bill Duri flew by from afar. He sent a message ordering you to declare war on humans. You hesitated and were about to order the river demons to go ashore and expel humans. Suddenly, you sensed the presence of Fishbird. You had already let him go last time. You didn't understand how he dared to come again. You rushed out of the river and were about to attack. But you found out he had no intention of claiming territory at all. After talking, you learned that you now had recently joined the Golden Crow's underworld. He knew you only wanted to manage the Hay River well. If you half-heartedly carried out the Golden Crow's order to attack humans, it would likely provoke the Golden Crow's wrath. Seeing this, I instantly understood. Last simulation, the Golden Crow suddenly killed me because I only drove the humans away without killing them. The Golden Crow had been driven back east by humans and was furious, so when I ran into him, he took it out on me. So that's it. Speaking of which, that you now is pretty decent. In the previous simulation, I let him go. He came back specially to warn me this time. This is the good karma from a good deed. I keep watching the simulation. Yunayao's words helped you a lot. You looked at him with much less hostility. You asked him why he originally attacked the Hay River. He said he used to live in the southern hills, but something terrible came out there, so he was forced to flee north. Seeing that the Hay River had good feng shui, he wanted to settle down. After you drove him away, he wandered around and eventually joined the Golden Crow's underworld. After saying that, afraid of trouble spreading to the Hay River, he left quickly. On day 63, fearing that half-hearted obedience to the Golden Crow would bring death, you decided to stop holding back. You ordered the Hay River Yao to declare war on humans on both banks. The riverside quickly fell quiet. On day 65, you saw a huge commotion in the west, knew it was from Mount Kun, and ignored it. On day 66, many battles broke out near the Hay River. It turned out the humans realized the east was constantly falling. They had gathered to defend against the Yao. You hesitated for a long time, but still sent Hay River Yao to help them. Sure enough, you survived. The Golden Crow didn't attack me. I sighed in relief and kept watching the simulation. On day 67, you governed the Hay River, while keeping an eye on the nearby battle situation. Whenever there was a fight, you sent Yao to help. On day 68, Wujichi suddenly came to you, inviting you to join his command and jointly rule all water creatures. You directly refused. Right now, Wujichi's strength hasn't reached its peak. He might not even be able to beat you, so how can he talk about ruling water creatures? But Wujichi said that by staying under the Golden Crow, you would be in danger sooner or later. The Pei Mountain Passage has already revived. The Golden Crow's Fusong Tree hasn't been revived yet. The Golden Crow would definitely try to revive the Fusong Tree first, but that requires a huge amount of spiritual energy and power. When that happens, he will surely turn on his subordinates. After saying that, afraid of being discovered by the Golden Crow, he left quickly. The Fusong Tree ... I fell into deep thought reading this. In mythology, the Fusong Tree is a pair of mulberry trees growing together in Tang Valley. It is the dwelling of the 10 Golden Crows, and it is also the gateway connecting heaven, earth, and the underworld. When the 10 Golden Crows once came out together and brought disaster to the world, Dai stood on the Fusong Tree, shot down 9 crows, and broke the Fusong branches. The passage between the 3 realms was thus damaged. Later, it was mistakenly said that Houyi shot the sons, according to Wujichi. The Golden Crow needs a lot of power to revive the Fusong Tree. Could he really turn on his subordinates? I thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. I wasn't sure if this water monkey was lying to me. Anyway, I'll just watch the simulation for now. Even if something goes wrong in the simulation, it doesn't matter. I made up my mind and continued watching. Day 68. The war in the east grew fiercer. You still stayed in the Hay River, only occasionally sending Yao out to fight. You never showed yourself. The Yao only knew there was a dragon in the Hay River, but no one knew your true strength. Day 70. At the bottom of the Hay River, you suddenly received a message from the Golden Crow, telling you to go to the big mountain in the east. When I saw this, my heart suddenly tightened. I want to see if that water monkey was telling the truth. The Hay River has its surface and its bottom. I stared intently at the screen in front of me. The water monkey said the Golden Crow might take us to revive the Fusong Tree. I have no friendship with Wujichi. I need to use the simulation to verify the truth. Day 70. I received a message from the Golden Crow, telling me to go to the big mountain in the east. Day 71. I arrived at Mount Nai, which was barren with no grass, fire spewing everywhere. I saw the Golden Crow on the mountaintop. He opened his mouth and asked to borrow my body. Said he would repay me later when he beats the Dragon Clan. That water monkey didn't lie to me. This is real. If I'm dead, what use is repayment? I immediately felt disdain. Even though I'm a dog, if someone wants my life, I'll definitely fight back. Sure enough, in the simulation, I immediately said, a real man stands between heaven and earth. How can he live miserably under someone's roof and right away summoned wind and rain? Unexpectedly, after my water affinity increased, the wind I summoned was a steel wind that could shatter mountain rocks. The rain I called was weak water that could pressure the ground, smashing the Golden Crow's vines. I was instantly amazed. So this is the correct way to use a dragon, increasing water affinity. Even makes my talents stronger. Before, when I fought, I just relied on brute force. Isn't this like a mage always trying to brawl? It opened a whole new door to combat. Then the Golden Crow's wild nature erupted, spitting fire and charging at me. I dodged the flames and countered with water jets. Although the gap in strength was huge and I died in the end, I actually managed to exchange several moves with the Golden Crow. Before, I was always insta-killed. So the water-breathing dragon is the true way. This simulation was not a waste. I learned that Wujichi wants to rule all water creatures. Jinwu wants to revive the Fusong Tree. I'm the Thunderwater deity, so I can't leave. And I can't beat Jinwu in a short time. I have to find a variable to break the deadlock. Jinwu said there are great demons in both the north and south. The south is too eerie. There's some unknown powerful demon. I decide to head north first in the next simulation to look for a variable. This time I didn't mess around with the 3 reward options. Choosing Jinwu's feathers is the best deal. gambled on luck, and ended up with 14 Jinwoo feathers. I was afraid that eating them all at once would blow me up, so I planned to eat them one by one. Swallowing one didn't feel hot at all. It actually gave me 20 simulation points. My eyes lit up. Then I started swallowing them one after another. From the mountain in the east, Jinwoo looked toward the H River with a strange expression. I raised my dragon head and stared at the blue screen in front of me. 311 points is enough for two simulations pretty good. I was about to simulate again. But then I remembered that old tortoise built me an H River Dragon Palace. And he's waiting for me to take over. I thought for a moment. I decided to move into the Dragon Palace first, then continue simulating. I dismissed the thought, twisted my huge dragon body, and swam downstream. Soon I saw the H River Dragon Palace. The several halls were quite magnificent. Amid the noisy chaos of the H River water creatures, I moved into the Dragon Palace, and my title as H River Dragon Lord was thus established. I holed up in the palace and handed all the affairs of the Dragon Palace to Old Tortoise. I specifically told him to rule the H River carefully. I also filled in the predictions and let the river run on its own. Now I had free time to prepare for simulation. I figured that in the next simulation, I should explore north, leave the river to Old Turtle. If I can't find a variable to break this situation, I'll have no choice but to abandon the river. After all, the H River is important, and staying alive is even more important. In the simulation you can be reckless, but in reality you must be steady. I roared outward. Old Tortoise, pass my order. No H River water creature is to approach this palace. As soon as I finished speaking, Old Tortoise paddled over to me. He said seriously, I obey the Dragon Lord's order. I'll make sure no creature comes close. I couldn't help praising him. Not bad. You may go. You're becoming more and more like a turtle prime minister. Old Tortoise asked in confusion. What is a turtle prime minister? I didn't explain. I told him to withdraw. As he left in a daze, he kept thinking, turtle prime minister, that name sounds good. Should I ask the water creatures to call me that from now on? I didn't bother with Old Tortoise's little thoughts. I thought for a moment, then spoke. Starting the simulation, the screen reappeared. System prompt, consumed 128 simulation points. 183 points remaining. Day 1. You wait upstream of the H River for the spiritual energy to revive. To remove the seal's restriction on your dragon form. Day 9. Spiritual energy revives. You immediately hand the H River to Old Tortoise. Under the screams of humans on both banks, you rush out of the H River and head north. Day 11. You see human cities under attack by hordes of demons. Too many ancient buildings in the north have been demolished without their protection. Humans can't fight back. You don't intervene and simply leave. Day 15. You continue flying north. The more you think, the stranger it feels. The east, south, and west all have myths and legends, but the north has very few. The demons you encounter only have a few hundred years of cultivation. Day 16. You approach a large human city. Suddenly you feel uneasy. You decisively turn around and change course. As soon as you leave, you hear the pained howls of demons from within the city. You immediately speed up and press on. Day 17. You have an epiphany on the mountain. Day 27. You wake up with a new talent awakened, seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. When danger approaches, you instinctively feel uneasy and dodge. I pondered. So the unexplained unease in several previous simulations was due to this talent. It's not offensive, but it can save your life. Who would complain about having too many talents? Day 28. You continue north. The demons you encounter are all too intimidated by your dragon might to block your way. Day 29. You meet a green dragon being attacked by a nine-tailed fox. You directly release your dragon might and kill the nine-tailed fox. The green dragon prostrates on the ground, not daring to move. He says the nine-tailed fox attacked him for not obeying the Paishan demon's orders. I remembered when I was still a young dragon that nine-tailed fox had also bullied me. This is the first time I've seen one of my own kind. Too bad I've never met other dragons. You think of the bond of kinship and help the green dragon. You ask him where the great northern demon is. The green dragon says farther north there's a sea, and fearsome beings live there. You immediately continue your journey. Day 30. You rush at full speed to that blue sea. As you approach, your dragon body suddenly stiffens. An intense unease surges up. I coiled up in the palace of the H River Dragon Palace, staring at the screen in front of me. I was about to see the true face of the northern great demon. Once this exploration is over, I'll have a pretty good handle on the northern situation. On day 30, I rushed at full speed to the northern sea Qingzhou had mentioned. As soon as I neared the dragon's territory, a sudden, intense unease washed over me. The sea surface looked calm, but danger lurked beneath. My danger avoidance talent had activated. Instead of fleeing, I forced myself to stay and wait in the air, suppressing my anxiety. From day 31 to day 37, the blue sea remained calm and serene. Not a single ripple or disturbance. I knew nothing would come of waiting. so I just dove straight into the green sea. The seawater felt completely hostile to me. I didn't mind it much. I kept swimming forward. The green sea was utterly devoid of life. Not a single demon, let alone any aquatic creature, was in sight. It was a completely dead zone. I paused for a moment. Then I figured it made sense. After all, Jinwoo's territory was also barren and lifeless. Ruler-class demons probably don't like having other living things in their domain. I shook my dragon head, then continued watching the simulation. On day 40, I was still exploring, when a faint cry suddenly reached my ears from the seabed. The unease in my heart grew even stronger. Still, I gritted my teeth and headed toward the sound. On day 41, the cry of that spirit grew louder. I was about to dive deeper, when, unexpectedly, the sound surged abruptly. Something closed in instantly. Without a second thought, I turned and fled. But it was already too late. A massive dark shadow surged up from below. My 1,000-meter-long dragon body looked like a little earthworm before it. I was devoured in one gulp on the spot. You died. For reward options popped up. 41 days of survival experience. 41 days of physique. A small piece of Kun's hide. And the danger avoidance talent. Staring at the third reward, I instantly realized. That dark shadow was Kun. Kunpeng. In water it's Kun. In the sky it's Peng. Kun's real body spans thousands of miles. Its strength might even surpass Jinwoo's. I could last a few rounds against Jinwoo. But against him, I was swallowed whole. No wonder Jinwoo was wary of the great demons in the north and south. I frowned in thought. This Kun has no ambition. It just stays in the blue sea and would never actively provoke Jinwoo. Relying on him to break the deadlock was hopeless. If nothing else works, I'll have to go south and find another way. I looked at the reward options again. The ones worth choosing were Kun's hide and the danger avoidance talent. While thinking it over, a sudden flash of inspiration hit me. Why had I forgotten? Besides the great demons, there are still humans in this world. Their divine artifacts are terrifyingly powerful. Last time, that portrait had scared Jinwoo away before it was even unfolded. If I borrow human power against Jinwoo in the simulation, I might get something that can restrain him. 5 talents were listed before me: Call Wind and Rain, Lord of the Forest Scale, Cloud Riding, and Dragon Might. And danger avoidance. In the end, I chose danger avoidance. Compared to Kun's hide, whose use was unknown, the talent was clearly more practical. After choosing, I holed up in the palace and pondered the next simulation direction. I wanted to use human power to fight Jinwoo, but I also had to be wary of humans. After all, I used to be human myself. I know all too well how complicated human nature is. If they're not my kind, they're bound to have a different agenda. I wasn't foolish enough to trust humans wholeheartedly. I figured I could try unlocking a new human story path. My previous simulations had all been among demons. And even when I leaned toward humans, it was very shallow. My stance had always been on the Dragon Clan side. The simulation was just an experiment to grow stronger. I still had enough simulation points. I was about to start a new one, when the simulation system suddenly popped up a notice: daily distribution of 2 simulation points. Current remaining, 185 points. I was taken aback. Another day had passed already. Only 8 days left until the spirit energy revival. I didn't hesitate any longer, and directly consumed 128 points to start a simulation. Remaining points, 57. Day 1, I lurked upstream on River H, quietly waiting for the spirit energy revival. On day 8, the revival began. Cheers erupted from the center of River H. I observed the humans on both banks without making a sound. On day 11, the fishbird arrived. I confirmed it wouldn't affect Rivera anytime soon, so I waited patiently. I knew only by acting when humans faced a crisis. Could I earn their faith? On the 13th day, a great drought struck. Humans on both banks complained bitterly. I finally acted, summoning Wind and Rain to relieve the drought. The dragon and turtle scared away the fishbird. I didn't linger long and returned to the water directly. The humans on both banks erupted in excitement. All exclaimed that they had seen the dragon. On the 14th day, humans began to offer sacrifices, begging for my protection. I sent the crab demon ashore to tell them that the golden crow in the east would soon attack humans, and I portrayed the golden crow as an utterly evil existence. The humans were terrified and panicked. They pleaded with me incessantly. The gecko saw this and fell silent immediately. I wanted to use human power to fight the golden crow, not to protect them. At most, I could only trade a few blows with the golden crow. How could I have the ability to protect all of humanity? Helpless, I had to send the crab demon again to tell the humans to find more of their own kind. I said the golden crow would bring disaster to the entire human world. On the 15th day, fewer humans came to beg me. I continued to wait. On the 17th day, many humans arrived at the riverbank. Some carried drums and flags. Others held short sticks and wore painted masks. I only then realized they were performing the coastal yin dance. This dance, combined with Kui ox bones, had once trapped the golden crow. Unfortunately, the yin dance alone was useless against the Golden Crow. I was anxious, waiting for the humans to bring out those paintings. On the 18th day, the humans set up flags and arranged the drums. I was puzzled, not knowing what they were up to. I saw an old man throw a piece of paper into the water, asking to see me. I rushed out of the river and only then realized it was their way of testing me. If I came out, it would be admitting I was the river god. I wasn't angry, I just released my dragon might. Instantly, all the humans on both banks prostrated themselves. I silently cursed how cunning humans were. Right then, I decided I could deal with humans in the simulation. But in reality, I would never get involved with the river's affairs. I watched the simulation screen still running. On the 18th day, I released my dragon might to suppress the humans on both banks but didn't harm them. The old human quickly apologized, saying he meant no harm, so I stopped. The old man wanted to confirm if the Golden Crow of the East would truly threaten humanity. I had intended to incite humans to war against the Golden Crow anyway. Naturally, I exaggerated the situation. The old man asked if I would help if war broke out. I hesitated for a moment, then said yes. Only then did he feel relieved. I also learned from him many details about the human situation after the spiritual energy revival. I only knew that many human territories had fallen. Many sacred artifacts had reawakened. The specifics were unclear to me, so I focused and continued watching the simulation. It turned out that things like the yin dance and Kuiok's bones were very rare, especially the paintings. Each figure had only one painting that could take effect. After the spiritual energy revival, human technology was mostly disabled by unknown magnetic fields. They were also attacked by a large number of demonic birds. Many cities had fallen. The old man also casually mentioned that the entire world was expanding. Some kind of change was happening. I was curious if the rewards I got from the system met the real-world artifacts, which would be the genuine one. That scene would definitely be interesting. I hadn't paid attention to the content about the world changing. After thinking it over, I understood. Mythical beings like the Golden Crow and the Golden-Winged Dapping Bird would cause immense destruction in battle, and they were all still in their weak period. If the world didn't expand, it would eventually be shattered. Having figured that out, I continued watching the simulation. I asked the old man if he knew the cause of the spiritual energy revival. The old man said he didn't know. After I returned to the river, the humans designated me as an auspicious omen. I couldn't help but sigh. Useful things are auspicious. Useless things are demons. My original target was the Golden Crow. I hadn't forgotten the Golden-Winged Dapping Bird, who had a deep grudge against me. In reality, I would do the same. On the 24th day, the Golden-Winged Dapping Bird arrived on schedule. Seeing so many humans on the shore, it immediately went berserk. I rushed out of the river to confront it. The old man directly activated the painting. As soon as the painting opened, countless golden light swords shot out. They struck the raging, Golden-Winged Dapping Bird instantly. It fell straight down. I was truly overjoyed. But then the painting suddenly turned its arrows and shot at me. In an emotion of reluctance and resentment, I was struck. I died by the riverbank. You have died. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards: 24 days of survival experience, 24 days of physique, or a barbecue of the Golden-Winged Dapping Bird. I fell silent watching the finished simulation. I suddenly recalled the time the Golden Crow burned the humans on both banks. They thought I did it and used the Dayu painting to suppress me. This time looked like an accident. Who knows if it was intentional? I only then realized that using humans to deal with the Golden Crow was like trying to catch a tiger by rubbing its skin. Human nature is too complex. Both good and evil are extremely polarized. No wonder humans are the protagonists of the world. I had to completely abandon the plan to use humans against the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow wanted to use me to revive the Fusang tree. There was no way to unite with humans. I pondered for a long time. I turned my gaze to the south. If all else failed, I could only explore the south. The south was mysterious and had unknown great demons. But humans also had more legacies for dealing with demonic beings. But now it seems I have no choice but to go. After confirming that the next simulation direction was to explore the south, I scanned the 3 options. Without a second thought, I directly chose option 3, roast the Golden-Winged Great Peng, not because of personal grudge, mainly for the simulation points. As soon as I spoke, a roasted Golden-Winged Great Peng, 1,000 meters wide, appeared before me, causing the water tribes to panic. Luckily, Old Turtle was there to stabilize the situation. I didn't care about that. I opened my mouth, bit hard, tore off a bird leg, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed. It tasted about the same as roast chicken. Meanwhile, in the distant south, the live Golden-Winged Great Peng was spreading its wings and soaring, looking to take revenge on me. I had injured him before when I transformed into a dragon. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Full of resentment, he was searching when suddenly his whole body went cold. An inexplicable sense of urgency welled up, scaring him, completely baffled. I spent a long time finally finishing the entire Golden-Winged Great Peng. I earned over 3,000 simulation points in total. I won't have to worry about simulation points for a while. But to be honest, the meat quality of this golden-winged Great Pang was mediocre. Roasted too old, not tasty. After eating, my whole body felt comfortable. This guy had been like a demon in my heart. Now after eating, I felt my soul dancing with joy. I originally wanted to take a nap, but thinking that once I sleep, I won't know how many days. I have a trauma about Old Turtle waking me up, so I simply canceled that thought. I decided to summon all the water tribes and tell them about the spiritual energy revival. Let them be prepared in advance. I called Old Turtle and told him to gather them. Soon, about a dozen water demons arrived. There was even a new shrimp monster, the very one that had shouted the loudest about being lonely when I first moved into the Water Dragon Palace. He had actually started on the path of advancement earlier, counting the days, 8 more days until the spiritual energy revival. This kind of early enlightenment will only become more common. I explained the matter of spiritual energy revival to all the monsters. The shrimp monster, after listening, started shouting excitedly, "Dragon Lord! I knew it! All my kids are extraordinary! They were about to awaken their intelligence, so it's because of the spiritual energy revival." I was stunned, so the crab soldiers and shrimp soldiers were already showing signs. Plus Old Turtle. This is clearly shaping up to be a proper Dragon King setup. I shook my dragon head and told the monsters to withdraw. Then I heard them all shout in unison, "Dragon Lord, Prime Minister, we take our leave." I was shocked on the spot. Prime Minister? Who's that? I turned and looked at Old Turtle. Old Turtle shrank his neck, stammering, "Last time you said Turtle Prime Minister sounded good, so I let them call me that. You won't be mad, will you? You won't be angry with me?" I helplessly waved my hand to let him leave. So, Turtle Prime Minister was arranged too. Looks like I've been completely arranged. As soon as Old Turtle heard that, he quickly crawled away and disappeared. I couldn't be bothered with these annoying matters. Next, I prepared to continue the simulation, targeting the exploration of the South. Whether the Golden Crow crisis can be resolved depends on the great demons of the South. I focused my mind and said, "Let's start the simulation." Immediately, a screen popped up in front of me. Consumed 128 simulation points. Remaining 3,064 points. Simulation officially started. Simulation started, consuming 128 points, remaining 3,064 points. Day 1, I stayed in the Water Dragon Palace. Spiritual energy revival, exploring the South. Day 8, as soon as spiritual energy revived, I immediately left the water and headed south. Day 11, I returned to the place where I used to live. Back then, my fight had flooded the forest into a big lake. I looked at it for a while and then left. Day 17, I continued southward looking for great demons. I poked my dragon head out on a mountain and saw a strange beast. It looked like a horse, with a white head, tiger stripes on its body, and a crimson tail. Its cry sounded like a person singing. I recognized it at once as the auspicious beast from mythology, the Lushu. It is said that lying on its fur can make you have many children and grandchildren, but its combat power was extremely weak. Couldn't even withstand my dragon might. Killing it wouldn't earn me any simulation points. Too much loss. I released my dragon might, pressing it down until it begged for mercy. I asked it if it knew where the great demons of the South were. It said it didn't know. It had been forced to flee from the Niuyang mountain due to a terrifying aura. So I let it go and continued my journey. Day 19, I rode clouds and saw a great river. I am naturally fond of water. I dived right in and followed the waterway south. Day 21, I was swimming in the water, when suddenly, I saw a golden light ahead. It turned out, I had arrived at a human city. By the river, there was a bronze statue of some hero. The golden light was coming from it. It only warned me not to cause trouble. It didn't hurt me. I left safely. I was stunned for a moment. When I was still Zhao, he always taught me King Fu. Back then spiritual energy hadn't recovered. He couldn't do anything to me. Now spiritual energy has recovered, yet he still doesn't touch me. I quickly figured it out. Gongfu is one of the dragon's 9 sons. He counts as Dragon Clan. I'm a horned dragon now, also Dragon Clan. He let me go only because we're of the same clan. On day 23, I didn't find any great demon. On day 24, just as I rode the clouds, I saw a great flood with the aura of a dragon. A dragon was doing his flood journey, heading west. That direction can't reach the sea at all. I know the flood journey is predestined. I can't directly help. So I summoned wind and rain, raised the flood a bit, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, that dragon suddenly turned south. Clearly some terrifying existence is helping him. I was shocked. Why didn't anyone help me back when I did my flood journey? No, I later discovered my thunder tribulation was much weaker than expected. So it wasn't that I had reached my flood journey's limit. Someone secretly helped me. Could it be the one who helped me and the one helping this dragon are the same? Or is it the Dragon Clan? The more I think, the more I feel. That mysterious great demon in the south no one has seen might just be a dragon. A big shot of the clan. I stayed in the Shui Dragon Palace. Watching the simulation on the screen, I fell into thought. What background could the Southern Dragon Clan have? The Dragon Clan in myths is ridiculously strong. I really can't guess who that unknown existence would be if it really is a dragon. If he's truly Dragon Clan and willing to help me, a dragon rat, wouldn't this deadlock be broken? With his protection, Golden Crow wouldn't dare kill me. I suddenly became happy. I saw hope of breaking the deadlock. The simulation continued. On day 25, I watched the flood go south. After hesitating, I rode the clouds and followed. First, to escort the flood dragon. Second, to look for clues about the unknown existence in the south. On day 28, I saw inside the capital a reef, a white flood dragon dozens of meters long. On day 31, the flood reached near the estuary. In a tree hole, a nursing fox sensed the flood, but didn't flee. It stayed motionless. That's not right. Normal animals would definitely run when encountering a flood. Many would even climb trees. How could this fox be indifferent? The more I thought, the more wrong it felt. Suddenly I remembered that when I did my own flood journey, there were also unreasonable things. The flood I released flooded so many cities. That small village testing spiritual nature. How could no one be notified to evacuate in advance? Unless none of this is real. I rode the clouds and stared carefully below, wanting to verify my guess. The white flood dragon looked at the nursing fox, eyes showing ferocity. Without hesitation, he drove the flood to smash the big tree, submerged the fox and pushed it toward the sea. I stared. I found that after being submerged, the fox didn't struggle. It directly turned into beams of golden light and disappeared. Sure enough, this fox was fake. The village I encountered during my flood journey was also fake. They were all trials of heaven and earth. As soon as this white flood dragon revealed his ferocity, his flood journey had already failed. I am experienced. Other dragons only have one chance at the flood journey. But I have a simulator, equivalent to having done it countless times, completely different from him. As expected, the white flood dragon entered the sea to face the thunder tribulation. He was directly struck and scattered. The flood journey was a complete failure. I shook my head helplessly. Even that existence couldn't help him. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate. On day 32, I was about to leave. Suddenly I sensed something wrong. Turning my head, I saw a golden light attacking me. It was the golden-winged ROC. I figured he hadn't found me in Shui. He searched everywhere and finally tracked me down. What a petty guy. Immediately I rode the clouds and charged at him. Enemies meet, eyes burning with hatred. We started fighting on the spot. I summoned wind and rain to slow his flying speed, then gathered water and sprayed it at him. Directly smashed him into the ground. The golden-winged ROC immediately stood up. He couldn't believe I had become so much stronger. He climbed up and wanted to ask why. I completely ignored him. Continued attacking fiercely. In no time, he couldn't hold on. He turned into golden light and fled in panic. I was stunned for a moment. I actually drove away the golden-winged ROC purely with my own combat power. Last time we fought was when I was painting the dragon. At that time, I relied on the portrait to injure him. This time, it was all my own strength. I could clearly feel. My combat power now is immeasurably stronger than when I was a steel dragon. Although there's still a gap compared to top-tier myths. But fighting a weakened golden-winged ROC is no problem at all. I was secretly pleased. I decided to hit him every time I see him from now on. On the 33rd day, I returned south to continue looking for that location. On the 35th day, I found nothing. But I did encounter quite a few monsters attacking humans. I had no intention of interfering. On the 37th day, I played in the water for a while and then continued on my journey. On the 38th day, I came across two bird creatures. Only then did I learn that bird creatures actually live in groups. My hair stood on end right then. One of them alone can cause a drought in a region. If a whole flock flies around recklessly, the entire world would suffer. I asked them if they knew any news about the great demon in the south. They said there was an extremely terrifying aura near their residence on Linqui Mountain. That's why they all fled together. I asked for the exact location of Linqui Mountain and then left. On the 40th day, I arrived near Linqui Mountain. A heavy rainstorm was raging there. I was writhing my dragon body in the rain, really enjoying it. Suddenly, I caught a flash of an extremely powerful aura. I saw on the screen that it had detected a powerful aura. Lying in the palace, I couldn't help flicking my dragon tail. The dragon tail slapped, making the whole palace tremble. I was ecstatic inside. I finally found it. Earlier I had worried this simulation would come back empty-handed. I never thought I'd actually find it. Barring any surprises, the unknown existence in the south is definitely a dragon. I just don't know which one from the myths it is. Then I continued watching the simulation content. On the 41st day, you caught an extremely powerful aura. Joyfully, you began to pursue it. On the 42nd day, you flew above the huge lake east of Linqui Mountain. You stared in disbelief as the lake below had flooded forests spanning over 100 miles. Just as you were in shock, a mysterious force guided you into the lake. After a moment's hesitation, you swam inside. As soon as you entered the lake, you felt eyes watching you. Yet you couldn't find the source. Your entire body froze in place, as if bound by some power. On the 43rd day, you struggled for an entire day before regaining movement. The moment you relaxed, you were blasted out of the lake by a huge force. You vaguely saw a dragon-shaped figure flash by at the lake bottom. Just as you were about to go back in, a voice came, saying you are not allowed to enter again, or else it would be unkind. You were confused. The voice then said you have already failed. It told you to leave quickly. Seeing this, I was dumbfounded. What did I do to fail and be told to leave? I could confirm the existence in the lake was a great southern dragon demon. They tend to favor dragonkind. Their attitude is friendly. They wouldn't chase me away for no reason. Only then did I realize that phrase already failed might refer to a test. Being bound as soon as I entered the lake was probably the test content. Since I didn't pass, they didn't want to see me. The me in the simulation had already failed. There wasn't much else I could do. I could only wait until this simulation ended and start over. Anyway, I have 3,000 simulation points. I'm swimming in wealth. I can take my time and figure it all out. I had no interest in watching the rest of the simulation. I focused entirely on preparing for the next round. The following simulation content finished quickly. On the 44th day, I was forced to leave the lake. On the 45th day, I returned to the river. After that, I was in seclusion. Until the 71st day, when I fought against Jinwoo, who wanted to seize my body. I lasted a few rounds and then was defeated. I wasn't surprised at all to be beaten after a few exchanges by Jinwoo, a top-tier mythical existence. This achievement, if it were on the Golden Winged Peng, would have left it utterly disoriented. Next was the reward selection. The three options were 71 days of survival experience, 71 days of physique, and 1 Jinwoo feather. Physique was useless. Jinwoo feather was 20 simulation point material, also useless. I directly chose the first option, survival experience. A stream of memories instantly flooded my mind. The 71 days of experiences flashed by rapidly. These experiences, especially the combat experience, helped me tremendously. After all, in reality I was a dragon who had barely ever fought. Now from the experience I already knew the exact location of the southern dragon. No need to search again. I immediately prepared to start a new simulation to verify whether the dragon at the lake bottom was indeed testing me. The Water Dragon Palace began the simulation. I launched a new simulation. A screen rose before me as the simulation started. 128 simulation points consumed. 2,936 points remaining. For the first 8 days, I stayed in the Dragon Palace waiting for the spiritual energy resurgence. As soon as the spiritual energy arrived, I gave the dragon axe to the old turtle and headed straight south. By the 11th day, I had arrived at the edge of the huge lake. A mysterious force guided me to charge inside. As soon as I entered the lake, I was bound by an invisible power. I knew this was the test. I suppressed my fear and struggled desperately. Even my dragon scales oozed blood, but I didn't stop. On the 12th day, I finally unlocked the axe of binding. My body was covered in wounds. Just as I began to feel joy, a faint, elusive dragon throne appeared ahead. I was gently pushed out by a soft force, and a voice by my ear said I had barely passed. It also said the dragon's power was not within me and told me to leave. As I left, it seemed a beam of light fell on me, but I felt nothing at all. Seeing this, I was about to go crazy. So I finally struggled through the trials. But I never even saw the dragon's face before being kicked out. Wait, could that beam of light be a reward? I continued reading the simulation. On day 14, while returning, I ran into the Golden Winged Peng. Normally, whenever we met, we'd fight. But this time, he saw me and was so scared he turned and fled. I chased after him and struck him once, but he just kept running away. And I couldn't stop him at all. On day 29, Jinwoo came to the Black River. I had been ready to submit and admit defeat, but unexpectedly, he took one look at me and left directly, never even mentioning my surrender. I was completely dumbfounded. This must be because of that beam of light. That beam was given by the Southern Dragon. Other beings could see the dragon's mark on me, so the Peng was afraid of me. And Jinwoo also showed me respect. I was just marveling at how good it is to have a powerful elder of the same race backing me. When I saw in the simulation that on day 33, countless demons who refused to submit to Jinwoo suddenly came to both banks of the Black River, driving the humans away. I sent Old Turtle to investigate, and he reported that the entire East had already submitted to Jinwoo, except for my Black River, which Jinwoo left completely untouched. Outside, everyone was saying that my strength was inferior to Jinwoo's, so the demons all came to seek refuge with me. Within a few days, over 1,000 demons had arrived. Old Turtle secretly arranged everything for me, and I somehow became the Dragon King of the Black River with a force that could rival Jinwoo. I stared at the simulation result, completely stunned. I had done nothing, and yet become a Dragon King. With such a big commotion. Would Jinwoo just let it go? I instantly felt a wave of danger wash over me. I lay in the Dragon Palace of Huai River, staring at the screen in front of me, deep in thought. Without any reason, I had been pushed from being the Dragon Lord of Huai River to the leader of the Huai River Dragon King faction, and could even rival Jinwoo directly. This was too ridiculous. Seeing that the screen showed Old Turtle had pushed me to this position, I fell into thought again. I immediately guessed that Old Turtle was extremely confident in me, truly believing I could stand against Jinwoo. But I knew in my heart how could I possibly win? I helplessly continued watching the simulation. I had a feeling Jinwoo wouldn't just let me develop like this. On day 40, I was pushed onto the throne of the Huai River Dragon King. Although I was very reluctant, I knew I had to first pacify the many demons on both banks, to avoid them causing trouble and making things worse. So, for the first time, I appeared above the Huai River as the Huai River Dragon King, arousing fanaticism among countless demons on both shores. I watched, wanting to beat Old Turtle to death, but on the surface I had to do my best to calm the demons. On day 41, I found that the number of demons on both banks was still increasing. I was very puzzled, so I sent Old Turtle, who had already become Prime Minister Turtle, to investigate the reason. On day 42, Old Turtle returned and reported that the great strength and kindness I had shown when pacifying the demons had attracted many demons from under Jinwoo's command to come over. My current strength had already surpassed Jinwoo's. The advantage was mine. I watched, full of question marks. The advantage is mine. I was clearly being roasted over a fire. Jinwoo would never tolerate my power surpassing his. How else would he revive the Fusang tree? This was obviously forcing Jinwoo to come after me. The simulation continued. On day 47, I was scratching my head over the demons on both banks, when suddenly I heard the demons on both sides of the Huai River were discussing among themselves about attacking Jinwoo's territory and seizing the entire east. They even calculated that I could fight Jinwoo to a draw, with a 70% success rate. I was completely stunned when I heard that. A 50-50 split, I think Jinwoo could beat me in 5 minutes and still have a full belly. On day 56, as the Lord of the Huai River, my subordinates had grown in number, and I had become one of the Eastern Overlords. On day 57, for some reason, the demons of the Huai River and those under Jinwoo started fighting. The situation escalated, and soon tens of thousands of demons joined the battle. I looked at the chaos outside, completely dazed. I had thought even if a fight broke out, it would be a small skirmish. But unexpectedly, it was direct escalation to a decisive battle. In the confusion, a huge sun rushed over from afar and landed, transforming into a three-legged Jinwoo. His gaze locked directly onto me. I instantly understood that this conflict had been designed by Jinwoo all along, just to have a legitimate reason to kill me. After the confusion, I no longer hesitated. I twisted my dragon body and charged at Jinwoo. You have died. Please choose one of the following 4 options as a reward. 57 days of survival experience. 57 days of physical prowess. 3 Jinwoo feathers. A trace of Yinglong's aura. Looking at the simulation text, I realized how clever this Jinwoo really was. Mythological beings sure are all smart. Before, the golden-winged peng was like an eagle that bullied smaller birds and even used others to kill. Jinwoo's mind was even deeper. It seemed the aura of the southern dragon could only protect me from being killed arbitrarily. As long as Jinwoo had justification, he could still kill me. Suddenly I realized the identity of the southern dragon. My gaze instantly locked onto the last rewarda seal. A dragon's aura. Oh my god. Yinglong. I've guessed the southern dragon's identity countless times before. Never expected it would be Yinglong. In myth, Yinglong is the war god and water god. Every one of his defeated foes is a legendary figure. No wonder Garuda fled as soon as he saw me before. Even Golden Crow dared not attack rashly. So Yinglong left his aura on me. There's a Yinglong in the south. I don't know if it's the one I've heard of, but as long as I gain his true protection, even Golden Crow wouldn't dare kill me, even if he had reason. Thinking this, my heart burned with excitement. Yinglong must have a trial for me. The better I perform, the more protection I'll get. In this simulation, he only gave me a single seal. It means I barely passed the trial. He said, dragon power lies not in the body. Before the next simulation, I need to figure out what that means. I didn't dwell on it. I decisively spoke and chose the 4th option. Nothing is more important than my life. As the words fell, a streak of azure light appeared out of nowhere. It merged into my dragon body. Faintly, I heard a dragon's roar from somewhere. The water dragon Axai swam a few casual strokes. I didn't notice any abnormality at all. A single seal from Yinglong had already merged into my dragon body. But I felt nothing, as if I'd never received this reward. But I know the system options never make mistakes. Most likely the seal merged too deeply for me to sense. I planned to call Old Turtle in to test it, see if he could detect Yinglong's aura on me. I let out a sound like an ox's roar. It accurately carried outside the palace. Before long, Old Turtle rushed in hastily. His expression clearly said he'd come at full speed. I ignored it. I know that Old Turtle's nature inside out. The skills he shows are at most half of what he really has, maybe even 2/3 hidden. Then he turns around and tells you he tried his best. I've had him completely figured out. Old Turtle cautiously raised his head and asked, "Dragon Lord, what do you need me for?" I fixed my dragon eyes on him. "Old Turtle, do you see any change in me?" Hearing this, Old Turtle looked me up and down for a long time. Finally, he blurted out, "Dragon Lord, you have become even more majestic." I immediately dismissed him. So Old Turtle can't sense Yinglong's aura at all. Probably only mythical beings can perceive it. After Old Turtle left, I pondered Yinglong's earlier words, "Dragon power lies not in the body." Probably during the last trial, when I broke through my bones with brute force and got injured. He was warning me that a dragon's power shouldn't be confined to the physical body. But aside from physical strength, all I have is water control. I'm a dragon, born to control water. Last time, raising the water god fist also increased my water affinity. But Yinglong is the progenitor of all water systems, the water god. Playing with water in front of him is like a minor deity appearing before a major one. After hesitating for a long time, I decided to give it a try. At worst, I'd spend 128 simulation points. I have the savings, I can afford it. I silently recited, "Start simulation." The Azure screen immediately popped up. Simulation started. Consumed 128 simulation points. Remaining, 2,808. Day 11, I returned to the lake where Yinglong dwelt. Following the aura, I dove into the lake. As soon as I entered, I was bound by a familiar force. This time I didn't resist. I calmly sensed the surrounding currents. Soon, the currents all resonated with me. They gathered around me, helping to break the binding. I knew clearly that Yinglong was controlling the water currents. Otherwise, I could never resonate with the lake water. Day 12, I freed myself from the restraints using the currents. Just as I felt confident, I suddenly heard a voice asking why I carried her aura. My mind instantly exploded. I'd completely forgotten about this. How do I explain this? I couldn't exactly say I chose Yinglong's aura in the last simulation. He'd smack me dead. I stuttered and couldn't answer. Unexpectedly, Yinglong didn't press it. He said my water control was decent, and that I'd pass the trial and could stay by the lake to learn from him. I quickly agreed. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Half a word of reminder, next time, choose the north one carefully. I was just feeling lucky to be able to study by Yinglong's side, with guaranteed safety. Then I looked at the simulation content and was stunned. Day 13, following Yinglong's guidance, I swam to the lake bottom. Only then did I realize Yinglong wasn't a real body. It was a dragon shape made of mud, with wings. The aura was strong but unstable. He said this was just a projection of his power. The passage between the mortal and heavenly realms hasn't opened yet. His true body can't enter. I had a bunch of questions piling up in my head. Just as I was about to ask him, I looked at the simulation content. I couldn't help but give my dragon tail a light flick. Yinglong didn't answer my doubts about the spiritual energy resurgence. He only said everything was related to the Black Emperor, and told me to focus on improving. He also demanded I spar with him every day from now on, to improve through actual combat. The Black Emperor, isn't that one of the 5 emperors, Zhuangshu? In mythology, the northern heavenly god rules over water virtue, hence the title Black Emperor and Mystic Emperor. I suddenly remembered that Zhuangshu once did something called severing the earth from heaven. He ordered his subordinates to cut off all heavenly passages. From then on, humans and gods were separated, never to communicate again. I wasn't sure if it was related to this matter. I'd have to confirm with Yinglong. I continued reading the simulation content. Next up, Yinglong was actually going to beat me up, and he called it improvement to make it sound nice. Anyway, it wasn't the real me getting hit. Instead, I was a bit curious. On the 14th day, I attacked Yinglong with full force as required. I transformed into a water-spouting dragon and blasted a powerful water jet, but Yinglong just gave me a look, and the water column vanished instantly. I stood there stunned. After that, I kept attacking non-stop every day, as required, until the 16th day's calamity. Only then did Yinglong stop. On the 17th day, I just recovered some strength, when I saw Yinglong suddenly stare out beyond the lake. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and said a flood dragon had just attempted its transformation. He tried to help from afar, but still failed. This wasn't the first flood dragon to fail. I was dumbfounded. We were in the southernmost lake, yet he could help a flood dragon tens of thousands of miles away. And this was just one of his manifested powers. If his true body couldn't even descend, it was still this terrifying. If his true body came, just how strong would it be? I got excited immediately. My next evolution direction was exactly Yinglong. though it would take a long time. At least I now had a clear path, being able to evolve into such a powerful existence. The more I thought about it, the more I looked forward to it. In the days that followed, I sparred with Yinglong over and over, rest and repeat, until the 33rd day. Yinglong suddenly said I lacked insight. He told me to leave the lake and figure things out on my own. Once I understood the battles of these days, I could come back to him. Before I could react, I was sent out of the lake by an invisible force. I paced around the lakeside for a long time, only to find I really couldn't get back in, so I had no choice but to fly toward the river Hay. Halfway there, I ran into the golden-winged Peng. He was scared out of his wits. I went up, gave him 2 slaps, and continued on my way. Reading this, I was completely stunned. So this whole period of sparring and improvement was also a test. I didn't figure it out and got kicked out. Yinglong had actually set up so many trials. I lay in the palace inside the River Hay Dragon Mansion, my dragon eyes full of confusion. Yinglong even had tests. I was completely at a loss. He'd just been dragging me into fights. He only made me attack until I was exhausted, then let me rest and recover before fighting again. That's all I could figure out from the simulation. Finding the key to the test from that little information. Wasn't he deliberately making things hard for me? My head ached badly. I looked at the simulation still rolling. I'd been tricked by the Golden Crow before, so this time I was fully on guard. No way I'd stand by like last time. On the 36th day, I returned to the River Hay and retook control of the Dragon Mansion. Not long after, a huge sun descended. Now familiar with Yinglong's aura, I wasn't afraid of the Golden Crow at all. I charged straight out of the River Hay and faced him. The aura of Yinglong on me was extremely thick. The Golden Crow definitely wouldn't dare touch me. Sure enough, he just glanced at me and turned away. Doing nothing, I returned to the lake and issued the River Hay Dragon Mansion summoning order. On the 37th day, I ordered the River Hay's central forces to station on both banks. No matter if human or demon, none were allowed to enter. Anyone who trespassed would be seen as a provocation and killed on sight. The demon officers took the order and left. Within half a day, both banks were cleared. The quiet environment made me extremely comfortable. On the 39th day, many demons wanted to enter the River Hay and cling to me, but I remained indifferent. I had my subordinates block them all outside. I just wanted to avoid the Golden Crow's schemes this way. With no demons on the banks, I couldn't build a faction, and the Golden Crow would have no legitimate reason to kill me. This trick really worked. Even I admitted that avoiding faction building carried almost no risk. I'd just wait and see what trick the Golden Crow could pull next. On the 41st day, no outside demons could enter the River Hay. Both banks remained peaceful. My Blackwater Dragon army's reputation spread farther and farther instead. There were also rumors that my strength was no less than Jinwoo's. On the 52nd day, Old Turtle reported that an old human was requesting to meet me in secret. He wanted to discuss joining forces to deal with Jinwoo. I immediately recalled the previous troubles. Without thinking, I sent someone to drive him away. On the 61st day, I saw Jinwoo flying east. I knew at a glance that he had gone to the red plaque on Mount Kun. I laughed to myself. I knew that the east would soon fall into war. I quickly ordered my subordinates to strengthen defenses. On the 62nd day, the east was indeed filled with war everywhere. Only my Blackwater remained safe and stable. On the 63rd day, Old Turtle came again to report and wanted to run to Blackwater. Behind him were pursuing humans. It was obvious he was deliberately leading them here. I immediately understood this was Jinwoo's scheme of using a borrowed knife to kill. He wanted to use human hands to kill me. I found it quite amusing. Last time, I wanted to use human power to kill Jinwoo, but ended up getting myself involved. Now it was actually reversed. I immediately soared into the sky, riding the clouds. I went out to check. Sure enough, several monsters were charging this way. Behind them were 3 humans wearing green, red, and blue clothes. All held tridents and had painted faces, and had spears stuck on their heads. Their bodies were wrapped in black flags with golden light. They looked very strange. But as for these 3, I could kill them with 1 spray of water. On the 64th day, as soon as those monsters entered the 2 banks' range, my subordinates stopped them. They even revealed a triumphant smile. I directly sprayed a big water ball at them, and instantly annihilated those monsters. I revealed my huge dragon head in the clouds, looking down at those 3 humans. The black chow in their bodies was immediately scared away by my aura. The 3 directly fell to the ground. I had originally planned to ask them about the black chow, but they all fainted, and I suddenly felt bored. I ordered someone to throw them to a farther place. What exactly was that black chow? Not only was I curious in the simulation, but in reality, I was also very curious. Unfortunately, I didn't know the answer. I could only continue watching the simulation to see what new tricks Jinwoo had. After handling the Blackwater matter, I had just returned to the Dragon Palace to enjoy peace. When I saw Mount Kun's giant lord appearing in the west, I immediately thought, if the Mount Kun passage revives, could Yinglong come in his original form? If Yinglong could come, would other top mythical beings also descend? I, who had been relaxed, instantly became anxious. In the Blackwater Dragon Palace, I lay in the hall, looking at the simulation content, and couldn't help falling into deep thought. In mythology, Mount Kun is the Heavenly Emperor's capital in the human world. It is also the passage connecting heaven and the human realm. Humans can thus reach heaven, and gods can descend to the mortal world. If the Mount Kun passage truly revives, why is Jinwu so eager to revive the Fusang tree? That thing can also connect heaven and earth. In mythology, the Heavenly Emperor and Zi gave birth to 10 sons, which were 10 Jinwu. If he's in a hurry to open the passage for the Heavenly Emperor to return, why not just speed up Mount Kun's revival? There's no need to bother with the Fusang tree. I really can't figure it out. Then I watched the follow-up simulation on the 66th day. The two banks of Blackwater were still peaceful. The war in the east didn't disturb this place at all. On the 67th day, Wu Zhiqi suddenly appeared outside Blackwater. As soon as I showed up, he, who was originally friendly, immediately became ferocious, as if bearing a deep grudge. I figured it out quickly. My body has the aura of Yinglong. Back then, Yinglong subdued Wu Zhiqi. He was now taking that grudge out on me. Isn't this just pure bullying of the weak? I have Yinglong's aura, but I'm not actually Yinglong. What's the use of getting angry at me? If he really attacked, I wouldn't panic at all. Today is different from the past. I am no longer that little dragon who just transformed. Now, even if I encounter the golden-winged pengbird, I dare to slap him twice, let alone Wu Zhiqi, who is chased away by the pengbird. I continued watching the simulation. The furious Wu Zhiqi directly attacked me. I showed no fear at all. A big water ball directly knocked him out of his rage. Wu Zhiqi suffered considerable injuries. He turned around and ran. I hesitated for a moment, but didn't pursue. On the 68th day, the war in the east began to subside. I was a bit surprised. I still decided to guard Blackwater well. On the 70th day, the war in the east completely subsided. I was very surprised and quickly sent Old Turtle to investigate. Old Turtle returned and reported that the monsters in the east had all suddenly disappeared and most of their territories were occupied by humans. After hearing this, I guessed that it was likely Jinwu's doing, using monsters as fertilizer to revive the Fusang tree. On the 72nd day, I stayed in the Blackwater Dragon Palace, secretly vigilant against Jinwu in the east, fearing he might attack. On the 73rd day, I was lying in the palace. Suddenly, I saw a cyan-colored giant lord appearing from the southwest. It was exactly the same scene as the last time Kunlun Mountain revived. I was stunned. The Fusang tree hasn't revived yet. Why is something else reviving? In mythology, only a few things can connect heaven and earth. Kunlun Mountain, Jianmu, Fusang. Southwest of Mount Bujo is the wilds of Dagang, where the Jianmu tree is said to stand. Could it be that the Jianmu sacred tree is about to revive? I wasn't sure. The simulation continued to day 74. The cyan light pillar in the southwest vanished. I was wondering what that thing was. Then a lesser demon reported that the humans had suddenly attacked the Hay River and many demons had already died. Angry and confused, I thought, why would humans come to attack my Hay River? I first sent the lesser demons into battle. I observed from behind. On day 75, the humans officially reached the bank of the Hay River. At a glance, I spotted those 3 people wearing 3 colored clothes, wearing incense on their heads, their faces painted with opera masks, and holding tridents. Behind them followed a large crowd of humans. These 3 were covered in black energy and golden light. Any Hay River demon that got close was suppressed. Those struck by their tridents died instantly. Watching my subordinates being slaughtered, I knew the lesser demons couldn't stop them, so I rushed out and stood before the humans. I released my dragon might. The 3 leaders were shaken to death on the spot. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. I was about to summon wind and rain. Then the humans suddenly took out the portrait I despaired at the sight of once unfolded. It shot out beams of golden light. They struck me hard, leaving me severely wounded. As I was dying, I saw the humans rush up to collect my dragon essence. I vaguely heard them say they had to prevent the Fusang tree from appearing. Then I lost consciousness. Simulation ended. 3 reward options appeared: 75 days of survival experience, 75 days of physique, and 3 hairs of Wu Zhiqi. I was a bit stunned by the simulation outcome. I could understand dying by that portrait thing. After all, even the Golden Crow couldn't beat it. But my death was too unjust. These humans attacked just to collect my dragon essence. They wanted to use my essence to stop the Fusang tree, the Hay River dragon, and the dragon seal. I lay in the palace pondering. In this simulation, I hadn't made enemies of the humans, yet they spent precious portrait power to kill me. Their goal was probably to use my dragon source to prevent the Golden Crow from reviving the Fusang tree. And because of that, I died in the simulation. It would be a lie to say I wasn't bitter. Next simulation, I need to be more wary of humans. I sorted through the gains from this simulation. There are multiple trials in the Bottle Gourd Grotto. The source points to the Dark Land region. And there's the suspected revival of the John Mu Sacred Tree. Humans want to stop the Fusong Sacred Tree from reviving. Then, I looked at the 3 simulation rewards: 75 days of survival experience, 75 days of physique, and 3 hairs of Wujiki. The monkey hair wouldn't help me much. The physique boost added little to my cultivation. The survival experience was the most useful. With it, I could figure out what the next trial from Yinglong was. I directly chose the first option. A flood of memories poured into my mind. It felt as if I had lived through it myself. I focused on searching through the memory of Yinglong's attack. I looked over and over for a long time, but still couldn't see the trick. I even wondered if my comprehension was too low. I kept watching like this for an entire day, until the system notification for daily points chimed. That snapped me back to reality. There were only 7 days left until the spiritual energy revival. Wasting any more time would be pointless. Suddenly it dawned on me. Yinglong wasn't dodging my attacks at all. He was teaching me how to use water. The trial was meant for me to realize this on my own. I couldn't help complaining. Why couldn't Yinglong just say it directly? He had to set such a tricky test. I decided to use simulation points directly in the next simulation. That way I wouldn't have to guess blindly. I could also look up why humans were preventing the Fusong tree from reviving. According to the information I had, the source of the spiritual energy revival was in the Dark Land region. After the severance of heaven and earth, the gods had been trying to return to the mortal realm. That spiritual energy revival in the early Ming dynasty was suppressed by the Ming ancestors. As a result, the Dragon Clan turned against humans. Now spiritual energy had already revived. The Kunlun Mountain and Jianmu pathways were open. Yet humans were still blocking the Fusong tree's revival. I really couldn't figure out what good that would do. Over 4,000 years ago, there was the Dark Land region. A few hundred years ago, there were the Ming ancestors. In modern times, there were also capable people. The cultivation ban of earlier years sealed the fate of many demons. The demons of the Hay River were the victims. But that only worked when spiritual energy hadn't revived. I lay in the Hay River Dragon Palace, ready to start the simulation. The direction of this simulation was very clear. First, I had to pass Yinglong's trial to improve my own strength. I also had to watch out for Yinglong's new trials. Plus, I needed to figure out how to deal with the matter of the human portraits. That thing was too bizarre. It might be that the aura of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was stored inside. Only 7 days left until the spiritual energy revival. Improving strength was the top priority. I silently activated the simulation. A screen immediately rose before me. Simulation started. 128 simulation points consumed. 2,680 points remaining. On day 10, I followed Yinglong's guidance and entered the lake east of Linghui Mountain. As soon as I entered, I felt a sense of restraint. I skillfully controlled the water to break free. Just as I escaped, I saw Yinglong standing in front of me. He looked like he doubted his dragon life, unable to believe I had broken the restraint so quickly. After freezing for a long time, he finally said, "I passed the trial and could rest with him." I was stunned. Yinglong wasn't even curious why I had his aura on me. The simulation continued. I couldn't help asking my doubt. Yinglong instead was surprised, saying my water-controlling talent was so high. I had the potential to evolve into a Yinglong. What's strange about having Yinglong's aura on me? On day 11, I followed Yinglong to rest at the bottom of the lake. While chatting, I brought up the matter of the human portraits. Yinglong heard this and told me not to worry. He said the portraits were extremely rare. Ordinary beings would never encounter them. I was dumbfounded. Ordinary beings never encounter them? Then what about the portraits of Wei Zheng and Yu the Great that I encountered? Because I come with a top-tier contract. From the start, I have to play high-stakes matches. The more I thought, the more I felt something was targeting me. I then asked how to destroy the portraits upon encountering them. Yinglong said the portraits were too entangled and couldn't be destroyed. Only after I pestered him did he tell me. Actively releasing my Yinglong aura would keep the portraits from attacking me. Except when encountering portraits marked with the Black Emperor's domain, I had to run quickly. Yinglong's aura was useless against him. I learned from him how to actively release and suppress Yinglong's aura. I instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Now I wasn't afraid of the portraits anymore. But why was the Black Emperor an exception? So he doesn't show Yinglong any respect. I didn't think much about it. I continued reading the simulation content. On day 13, Yinglong told me to attack him. When the water sphere I launched was about to hit him, the lake water actively came to block the attack. I immediately realized this wasn't Yinglong's defense. It was the lake water protecting him spontaneously. Yinglong secretly praised my high comprehension. That after the spiritual energy was cut off, there was still such an extraordinary dragon. On day 14, I fully understood that Yinglong's affinity with water was far higher than mine. so the lake water would spontaneously protect him. I immediately used the water god's power to divide the lake water. I summoned wind and rain and unleashed them at him. Yinglong calmed the attack with a flick of his tail. He also told me that to evolve into a Yinglong, I must focus on the path of water. I agreed. After reading, I knew the second trial was passed. I just didn't know if Yinglong would come up with a third trial. Can't this guy just tell me all the trials at once? It's so hard to guard against. From day 15, Yinglong had me gather fog water in the lake. By day 16, I found my affinity with water was slowly increasing. It was Yinglong secretly helping. On day 27, I felt I had comprehended enough. Yinglong said, "Water, when pure, is gentle. It nurtures all things, but when moved, it is strong. It can topple mountains and overturn seas." But Yinglong said it wasn't enough and asked why my comprehension was sometimes high and sometimes low. I laughed to myself. How could it not fluctuate? I rely entirely on the simulator. If comprehension is lacking, the simulator makes up for it. I stared at the simulation content, waiting to see Yinglong's next arrangement. On day 37, Yinglong tested me again. He was still not satisfied. He bluntly said that my level of comprehension was nowhere near enough to evolve into a Yinglong. On day 39, I was meditating in the lake. I saw Yinglong swimming to the shore, so I followed. On the shore stood a being with a humanoid body and a leopard's tail. Around its body swirled 9 kinds of mysterious cha. Yinglong immediately scolded him, asking why he wasn't guarding Mount Luomu and what he was doing there. That person didn't respond. Instead, he demanded to know why Yinglong had revived the divine tree Jonmu ahead of time. Only then did I learn that the green pillar of light in the Moni was actually Jonmu. This person was called Chongcheng. I was stunned on the spot. I knew that in mythology, Chongcheng was born from the mountain god of Mount Lumu's long-nurtured cha. He had always been friendly to humans. I was a bit shocked. Jonmu's revival was actually done by Yinglong. He was just a manifestation of power, yet he could accomplish so many things. The simulation continued. On the shore, tension was as high as a drawn bow. Chongcheng initially wanted to fight. In the end, he turned and left. Yinglong took me back to the lake. Let me continue reflecting. It said that once I evolve into the second Yinglong in heaven and earth, I will naturally know all the inside story. On day 48, I still hadn't figured it out. Yinglong directly ordered me to leave the lake and go south to train. He said there were other great demons in the south. He told me not to take them lightly. I had no choice but to obey. After reading this part, I was a bit stunned. In the Four Directions prison, isn't the south exactly where Yinglong is? How could there be another great demon? A great demon acknowledged by Yinglong must be no pushover. I'm going to see what kind of origin it has. I kept reading the simulation. I searched the south for almost half a month, but found no trace of any great demon. On day 65, I saw a cloud of lingering smoke gathered in the distance. I used my talent to summon water creatures to investigate. I got the news quickly. In that area, humans were holding a grand sacrificial ceremony. The smoke was formed by the gathering of human spiritual energy. I was just curious about whom they were sacrificing to. Suddenly, my instinct for avoiding danger activated. An intense unease surged in my heart. I lay in the palace of the Water Dragon Palace, staring at the azure screen that only I could see, lost in thought. In the distance, a large number of humans had gathered. It looked like they were performing a sacrifice at this time of spiritual energy revival. Humans already couldn't withstand the attacks of monsters. There's no way they would gather so many people just to sacrifice to ancestors for no reason. There must be another cause. I really wanted to know what they were offering to. I'd even sacrifice this simulation to find out. But the simulation had already started. Whether I go to check depends on the me inside the simulation. Given my nature, that reckless dragon would definitely go see. I continued watching the simulation. On day 66, suppressing my unease, I cautiously approached to check, riding clouds and heading toward the place with the strongest human energy. I deliberately slowed down, being extra cautious. On day 67, I hid in the clouds and looked down. Below was a huge altar. Tens of thousands of humans were gathered around performing the ritual. At the top, in front of the incense burner, a portrait was enshrined. Just as I was about to look closer, a bird with colorful feathers that looked like a chicken flew over to drive me away. That bird carried a mysterious aura. I released my dragon might to confront him. I felt he was slightly stronger than me, but it wasn't like I couldn't win. I was just about to make a move, when a huge patch of black clouds drifted over from afar. My instinct for avoiding danger warned me instantly. When the black cloud got closer, I realized it wasn't clouds at all. It was a swarm of birds covering the sky. Among them were quite a few powerful birds. Their combined aura was so strong it even shook me. I had to retreat temporarily. Before leaving, I took a deep look at the portrait on the altar. Next to it were small engraved characters. It was the emblem of the White Emperor, one of the 5 emperors. I froze for a moment. This was the first time I had encountered a portrait of one of the 5 emperors in a simulation. In this simulation, I had obtained the method to control Yinglong's aura. Yinglong's aura could block attacks from human portraits, but it was completely useless against the Black Emperor. I started pondering about that strange bird. Suddenly it hit me. That might very well be a phoenix. A phoenix is indeed an extraordinary creature. But even a phoenix, as the leader of all birds, couldn't possibly summon so many powerful birds. It was most likely the work of the portrait of the White Emperor Xiaohao. I recalled the legends of Xiaohao. When he was born, a 5-colored phoenix descended. When he grew up, he commanded the respect of all birds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the king of birds. A portrait of one of the 5 emperors being able to summon all birds is indeed not surprising. I snapped back to the present and continued watching the simulation. On day 68, I didn't leave. I lingered nearby. I wanted to see what would happen from the sacrifice to Xiaohao. On day 69, while waiting, I bumped into the golden wing dapping. I charged up and whacked him with 2 swings of my dragon tail, then came back. Just then, the human sacrifice ended, and everyone dispersed. The people carrying the portrait of the White Emperor headed southwest. I guessed they might be going to stop the revival of the Jianmu Divine Tree and steal the portrait. I randomly picked a pair of humans who had participated in the sacrifice and followed them to see what was happening. On day 70, I found that the pair was capturing and killing various animals. On day 72, a cyan pillar of light rose from the southwest. The Jianmu Divine Tree had revived. The group I was following turned pale. They hurried east, still capturing and killing animals. On day 73, the cyan pillar of light vanished. I was wandering in the south. I noticed that the human teams who had participated in the sacrifice were all coming out of the forest. They were all heading east in unison. It suddenly dawned on me. They couldn't stop the Jianmu in the southwest, so they changed their target. After sacrificing to Xiaohao, these people acted as if they had guidance. Could it be that the White Emperor Xiaohao is still alive? Maybe none of the 5 emperors have actually died. I stayed in the water, staring at the simulated screen that only I could see. The actions of the humans in this simulation made me form a hypothesis. After the humans sacrificed to the White Emperor Xiaohao, they had a clear direction. Once the Jianmu Divine Tree in the southwest revived, they immediately changed course and headed east. In the last simulation, this group came east to kill me. I also heard them discussing how to stop the Fusong tree from reviving. The more I think about it, the more I believe White Emperor Xiaohao might still be alive. He's the one giving humans orders. He made humans block the Jianmu tree's revival first. But the Jianmu tree's revival is tied to Yinglong. They couldn't stop it at all, so humans switched to blocking the Fusong tree. How strange. Why are they so determined to block these passages from reviving? Kunlun and Jianmu are already open. What's the point of blocking now? Could it be that all passages must be gathered to truly connect heaven and earth? I suppressed my doubts and kept watching the simulation. I wanted to see if humans could finally stop the Fusong tree. On day 74, after much hesitation, I decided to follow this group of humans heading east. I summoned clouds and mist, transformed into a dragon, and trailed behind. On day 75, the humans stopped in the southeast region, searching for something. I saw clearly that in the group were 3 people wearing 3-colored robes, with boxes on their heads, painted faces, and holding tridents. I immediately realized they were going to deal with a flood dragon. Eavesdropping, I learned that the flood dragon ahead was in seclusion, recovering from a fight with an enemy. They had come to slay it. Slay a flood dragon ... I pondered. It must be because I haven't returned to the water. Humans couldn't find a real dragon, so they downgraded to targeting flood dragons. The ritual these 3 used was from the Guanzhongshu tradition of the southern coast. When slaying demons, they invoke the Zheng Sun Zhang to descend their power. But this only works against freshly advanced demons. Against mythic beings like us, it's completely useless. In the previous simulation, a blast of my dragon might scared them all stiff. I continued watching the simulation. Day 76. The humans first sent 3 Guanzhongshu to scout, scattering something into the river. Then a storm was summoned to force them back. But the humans were prepared and refused to retreat. The flood dragon in the river was forced to show itself. It was only 20 meters long, recently advanced, and was beaten back repeatedly by the 3. It tried to flee by diving to the riverbed. The humans had anticipated this move and threw 2 iron oxen for calming rivers into the water. Golden light directly sealed the flood dragon's escape route. It couldn't hold out and was about to be killed. I immediately summoned wind and rain, ready to save this flood dragon. Seeing this, I raised my enormous dragon head. In the past, every time I faced humans, I basically died. But this time was different. Back then, humans could only kill me using portraits. Now, except for the Black Emperor's portrait, none of the others work on me. They won't find it so easy to kill me. I continued watching. I wanted to see what other tricks the humans had. My talent for summoning wind and rain is much stronger than theirs. The storm I brought heavily injured many humans, I revealed. My true form to help the flood dragon. When the humans saw I was a real dragon, their faces turned pale. The flood dragon beside me immediately prostrated itself on the ground. I was about to strike again. Then several humans pulled out a portrait of White Emperor Xiaohao. I didn't panic at all. When they opened the portrait and released the golden light, I directly unleashed Yinglong's aura. Behind me appeared the illusory image of Yinglong with twin wings. Xiaohao's portrait trembled a few times upon contact with Yinglong's phantom, then closed by itself. The humans fled in terror. I chased after them, intending to seize the portrait. But I was suddenly blocked by the Great Wall appearing out of nowhere. Day 77. My confrontation with the Great Wall ended. It didn't speak and simply left. I didn't pursue either. I could sense that the Great Wall was stronger than me. But it didn't kill me. Probably out of consideration for Yinglong's aura on me. I was stunned for a moment. In my memory, the Great Wall is an auspicious beast. I used to think its combat power was average. Now it seems that apart from low-level mythical beings, none of the others are easy to deal with. In the end, I'm still not strong enough. Come to think of it, I evolved from a snake into a wild dragon. Being able to achieve what I have is already impressive. The simulation continued. On day 78, after resting, I prepared to leave. That brown flood dragon prostrated itself on the ground and asked if it could follow me. I told it that, if it could transform into a dragon, it could come find me at the Hai Shui River. I also warned it to restrain its ferocity, then left. On day 79, I was planning to return south. Suddenly I noticed the sun in the sky had dimmed significantly. Within a few moments, it vanished completely. The sky turned pitch black. Not long after, 12 moons of different shapes rose in the west. Meanwhile, a great sun rose in the east. A strange phenomenon of sun and moon appearing together occurred. I took a closer look. That great sun was the golden crow from the east. Those 12 moons were 12 female figures. I was completely stunned. Those are the Di Jun and Changji's 12 moon daughters. They and the golden crow are full siblings. I've always been at odds with the golden crow. If I have to face the golden crow in the future and they all come at me together, I'll be in big trouble. I suddenly felt that the difficulty had doubled again. In the Hai Shui Dragon Palace, I raised my black dragon head, lost in thought. In the simulation, on day 79, the 12 moons revived. If I have to deal with the golden crow, I'll have to face the 12 moons plus the golden crow first. If I delay, other golden crows might also appear. Or even Dichun's 3 wives, or Dejun himself. Just thinking about it made me a little panicked. But the golden crow wants to kill me. I can't just sit around waiting to die, can I? I'm not a coward. What's the difference between the golden crow bullying me and the dapping golden winged bird? The golden crow has a background. It's not like I don't have one either. Those strong dragon clans wouldn't fear the golden crow, right? At worst, I still have this simulator. I soon calmed down. Sooner or later, I'll treat the golden crow the same way I treated the dapping golden winged bird. If I can't kill it, I'll still beat it soundly. Then I looked back at the still running simulation. On day 80, the omen of sun and moon shining together disappeared, so I gathered my thoughts and headed south, and on day 83, I arrived at a mountain range. I sensed 17 strange auras of 4-clawed flying dragons. I was about to use my innate spiritual armor skill to summon them out. 17 dragon shadows flew over. First, these things were hundreds of meters long. They had dragon bodies but bird heads. Combined together, those 17 auras, I couldn't defeat them. I was about to negotiate. They directly attacked me. I was totally stunned. No grudges, no grievances. We're both of dragon lineage. Why attack on sight? No. Dragon body, bird head. I suddenly remembered a name. The dragon body bird head god. The mountain gods of the 17 peaks between Gui Mountain and Kiwu Mountain in the south all looked like dragon bodies with bird heads. They are auspicious beasts. But why attack me? I couldn't make sense of it. I had to continue watching the simulation. In the following simulation, I couldn't withstand the siege of 17 dragon body bird head gods. I was soon injured. I couldn't even escape. As the fight went on, the phoenix even brought a flock of birds to join the battle. I quickly understood. Before dying, I seemed to hear Yinglong's roar. But I couldn't hold on. In the end, I collapsed. You died. The system popped up 3 reward options: 83 days of survival experience, 83 days of physique, one of the phoenix's feathers. This time, I died in an inexplicable gang beating. The more I thought, the more I felt something was wrong. There must be scheming behind this, the one who can command the phoenix, the southern city's White Emperor Xiaohao. I quickly dismissed that thought. My standing isn't high enough to reach Xiaohao's level. Could it be the phoenix and Changsheng? As auspicious beasts, they are close to humans. In this simulation, I stood on the side of humans. I also relied on Yinglong's aura and had just clashed with White Emperor Xiaohao's portrait. Maybe he thought I was a threat to humans. I suddenly realized. Dragon body bird head gods. The phoenix and Changsheng are both auspicious beasts close to humans. And in this simulation, I just happened to pose a threat to humans. And I was close to Yinglong. Wouldn't I be seen as a great threat to be eliminated? I vaguely figured out the key. Myths are also divided into factions. Those close to humans exist, and those who oppose humans. The current situation completely replicates the mythological landscape of the past. The Golden Crow of Mount K. Xiang Yao opposes humans. The Great Wall and the Phoenix. The dragon body bird head gods help humans. The relationship between humans and gods is so complicated. No wonder the Black Emperor had to carry out the severance of the heavenly path back then. I stayed in the palace of the H River Dragon Lord's mansion, calming many thoughts. The matter of mythological factions is not something I should worry about now. The simulation just ended. I need to figure out which reward to choose. The three options are 83 days of survival experience, 83 days of physique, one of the Phoenix's spiritual feathers. The third one, I don't like simulation points for now, so I can give it up. But the first two make me a bit torn. The first option gives me the insights I realized before death in the simulation about evolving into Yinglong. This is a rare and priceless good thing. The second item includes power level and also improves water-based harmony. It greatly helps combat ability. But this thing, I can farm it again in the next simulation by going to Yinglong's side. Comparatively, the first option is more important. The moment I selected the first option, a flood of memories rushed into my mind like a revolving lantern. It took me several hours to digest all the insights. This is not just the insight on evolving into Yinglong. It is also a profound understanding of the essence of water. Only now did I understand that water, one of the 5 elements, is divided into yin and yang. Yang water, the water of humans, is fierce and overbearing. Yinglong is the pinnacle of understanding human water. Yin water, ghost water, is silent and hides deadly intent. To evolve into Yinglong, taking the ghost water path has a much higher success rate than competing with Yinglong for human water. After all, it's impossible for 2 Yinglong evolved from Yang water to coexist in the world. Evolution is difficult. Improving the full authority of the H River Water God is also difficult. I am well aware that my greatest reliance is the simulation device. There are still 7 days until the spiritual energy revival. I must quickly gain the strength to challenge the Golden Crow. Otherwise, he'll really capture me and sacrifice me to the Fusang tree. I originally wanted to take a short rest, but thinking that there are only 6 days left, I couldn't sit still and was about to start a new simulation. Suddenly, there was noise outside the Dragon Palace. The cry of the bent one was particularly striking. I held back my anger and called Old Turtle in. Old Turtle had a blissful expression. Clearly, he was still immersed in the title of Turtle Prime Minister. It left me quite speechless. I asked him what the commotion outside was about. He said the H River Water Demons were in a martial competition for the top spot. Now the Crab Demon has won. Everyone calls him General Crab. I was stunned at that moment. There's already a Turtle Prime Minister. Now there's a General Crab. In the future, if a Shrimp Demon becomes a spirit, wouldn't that be Shrimp Soldier? So this is all to assemble the Dragon Palace staff for me. Silently, I shoot Old Turtle out. I brushed aside the messy thoughts and started the simulation. This simulation consumed 128 simulation points, remaining to 1,552 points. On the 10th day, I rushed to the lake east of Lingqi Mountain. I directly broke the seal Yinglong had set. The moment Yinglong saw me, his whole face was filled with shock. He asked me how I did it. I only said that my water control ability and insight were strong enough. After hearing this, he fell into deep thought on the spot. On the 11th day, Yinglong took me to the bottom of the lake for the next test. I asked him first whether the people in the painting in the human's hands were still alive. Yinglong was surprised that I knew about this. He replied that some were still alive, some were not. From this, White Emperor Xiao Hao is definitely still alive. The other 4 regions are probably also reviving spiritual energy. At its core, it's a struggle between ancient humans and mythical beings. Relying solely on newly awakened monsters is far from enough. Luckily, I have the simulator. Otherwise, trying to fight them would be like an ant shaking a tree. I stared at the simulation still running. I figured Yinglong would definitely be stunned by my understanding next. On the 12th day, Yinglong didn't let me rest. He assigned me a second test. He told me to launch an attack on him. I was very familiar with this part. Without hesitation, I directly used the Water God Bureau to guide the water. I split the lake, rode the clouds, summoned the wind and rain. Carrying the storm, I surged toward Yinglong with a mighty force. Yinglong didn't expect me to figure out the test tricks so quickly. Caught off guard, he was thrown into disarray. After that one strike, I stopped. I landed back in the lake and watched him quietly. Yinglong fell straight into deep thought. On the 13th day, Yinglong finally snapped out of it. He left a remark, saying he couldn't understand how after spiritual energy was cut off, there could still be such a talented dragon like me. After saying that, he made me meditate in the lake and left. I meditated in the lake. Sure enough, my affinity with water improved quickly. At the time, I wondered if I had crushed Yinglong's spirit, but then I thought it was impossible. After all, he's a famous figure in mythology. The only reason I impressed him was the simulator. I just knew the test content in advance. The simulation continued. On the 14th day, Yinglong returned to test my comprehension of the path of water. I knew this was the third test. Without hesitation, I told him all my insights. After hearing it, Yinglong pondered for a long time. He said I had the potential to evolve into a Yinglong. I quickly asked how. How can I evolve? He only told me to keep going, and I would understand. He also warned me not to dabble in other elements casually, or my chance of evolving into a Yinglong would decrease. Or I might become a bizarre dragon. I remember that my template mentioned comprehending the 5 elements could let me evolve into other dragon types. So taking the water route to evolve into a Yinglong is the most stable path. Messing with other things could easily lead to losing control. I continued watching the simulation. I casually asked if studying other elements could let me evolve into something else. For example, a Zhulong. Yinglong didn't respond about the Zhulong. He just told me to drop those thoughts. From now on, follow him in meditation, and evolve into a Yinglong as soon as possible. I was stunned on the spot, meditating alongside Yinglong. This was something good I'd never had before. With Yinglong watching over me, as in the simulation, my chance of dying would drop drastically. After all, no one would dare kill me right in front of Yinglong. I kept watching the simulation. On the 15th day, I meditated with Yinglong. He taught me how to use water in combat. Only then did I realize my previous use of water was like a child playing house. I was deeply shocked. After that, I stayed in the lake meditating on water. My affinity steadily improved. On the 32nd day, I couldn't hold back and went to find Yinglong. Would I just keep meditating like this forever? Yinglong asked back, shouldn't I meditate peacefully? I had nothing to say. After all, I have nearly infinite lifespan. If I settle down and meditate, I'll become strong sooner or later. Weren't all the figures in mythology honed over the ages? I had no choice but to go back and continue meditating. On the 39th day, I was meditating. I sensed Changsheng coming. Yinglong didn't move. He told me to go out of the lake and drive Changsheng away. I was a bit stunned. This was to train my combat ability. I had no choice but to rush out of the lake. Sure enough, Changsheng stood by the shore. A profound and lasting aura of ambition surrounded him. As soon as he saw me, he called me Little Dragon. He told me to call Yinglong out. I instantly got angry. With Yinglong backing me up, what was I afraid of? I directly lifted most of the lake's water. I summoned wind and rain, turning the area for miles into my battlefield. Every drop of the flood was as heavy as Rural water. I pressed it directly toward Changsheng. The Great Wall wasn't afraid at all. He used the Dao Shield to block the flood. Then he turned and attacked me. Before he even touched me, I used Yinglong's taught water control moves to block him. We were evenly matched. We fought for 40 days before stopping. Neither of us won. Before leaving, Great Wall gave me a deep look. I was about to go back. Yinglong suddenly appeared to watch the fun. He said Great Wall had his eyes on me and told me to be careful. I didn't care and asked why eternal life had come. This time Yinglong didn't hide it. He said reviving the Zhanmu Divine Tree early would affect humans. Great Wall came to help humans. He came to demand an explanation. I also asked why we had to revive so many Heaven-Earth passages. Isn't one enough? Yinglong said the heavenly realm needs to completely connect with the lower realm. All passages must be revived. Otherwise, most heavenly beings can only send down a single strand of power. I suddenly understood. Earlier, why did Golden Crow want to kill me when Mount Kunlun revived? To revive Fusong Tree, turns out all passages need to be revived. Only 4 places can connect heaven and earth: Mount Kunlun, Zhanmu and Fusong, and Buzhou Mountain. But wasn't Buzhou Mountain broken by Gonggong? Does it still exist, waiting to be revived? I was full of doubts. The sick dragon didn't say more. He only said most of my questions were related to the Black Emperor. He told me to keep contemplating. On the 59th day, the sick dragon suddenly came to me. He said he had to leave, to revive the other passages. He told me to either stay in the lake and contemplate, or go out and travel. When I evolved into a Yinglong, I would know everything I wanted to know. Then he vanished without a trace. I was totally stunned. I was hoping to rely on Yinglong to live a few more days. Now that plan was completely ruined. On the 60th day, I found that after Yinglong left, handling the ceremonial food no longer increased my water affinity. So I had to leave. On the 61st day, I slowly headed east, planning to return to Wild Waters. On the 63rd day, I passed by a mountain. I saw a creature like a long-haired ape with white ears. Its aura wasn't strong. Nearby grew many blue grass resembling chives. I stared at these 2 things and thought for a long time. This white-eared ape was a star. It knows the past, but not the future. That blue grass helps people stay full for years if eaten. The star knows the past. Could I get some information out of it? I was terribly curious. I waited to see if the simulation would show me approaching this star. I was curled up in the Huai River Dragon Palace, lounging in the dragon area, raising my black dragon head and staring at the screen before me. In the previous simulation, I was always very active. I even dared to investigate the human ritual to the White Emperor flame mark. This time, facing a star with a weak aura, I would definitely go meet it. Then I continued watching the simulation. On day 63, I soared through the clouds into the mountain. The star felt my dragon might. It was terrified and turned to flee. I quickly said I meant no harm, and only then did it dare to stop. I asked if it knew about the past. It said in ordinary eyes, it knew all the past. But the content I wanted to check, it only knew part of it. I asked a bunch of questions. It only answered about the separation of heaven and earth. The rest it claimed not to know. I nodded thoughtfully. That was normal. If it really knew everything, that would be terrifying. Getting information about the separation of heaven and earth was already good. Maybe I could dig out more details than my known severing the heaven-earth path. The simulation continued playing. The star said in early times, humans and heavenly gods were on good terms. Later, for some reason, trouble arose. White Emperor Xiao Hao became human leader, and then humans and gods went to war. Then an even more domineering human appeared. He drove away both beasts and gods. Right after that, heaven and earth separated. Spiritual energy began to decline. After saying this, the star immediately fled. I fell into deep thought. This part of history wasn't recorded in detail in myths, but it matched up perfectly with the so-called severing the heaven-earth path. That star really knew a lot. In the later part of the simulation, I ate the blue grass that keeps people from getting hungry. It had no effect, so I turned and headed back to Hui River. On the way, I noticed the ground was expanding slightly. It must be related to the revival of the passages. I returned to Hui River Dragon Palace. My subordinate, Old Turtle, quickly reported to me. Earlier, Golden Crow came to threaten and subdue the Hui River, and to preserve the Dragon Palace, he had to temporarily surrender with everyone. I didn't blame him and directly declared that from now on, Hui River Dragon Palace would no longer belong to Golden Crow's territory. The next day, Golden Crow indeed came knocking. I charged out of Hui River. I activated the 4 instruments of Hui River and soared into the clouds. Dark clouds gathered all around. Golden Crow knew I had Yinglong backing me. He stared at me for a long time, but didn't attack, and just left. My reputation for forcing Golden Crow to retreat spread through the boats on Hui River, reaching its peak. After that, I appointed Old Turtle as the water god of Waikuan. I didn't expect it to directly increase my followers by 10 people. Now I have 60% authority over the Waikuan water god. My affinity for water also grew a lot. I finally found the direction to improve my authority. The simulation continued. After the Sword Eye Divine Art revived, Golden Crow came to find me again. This time he didn't make a move. Instead, he invited me to the meeting room in the Eastern Mountains. On the way, I sensed the presence of the Golden ROC. Right in front of Golden Crow, I charged over and beat him up before returning. Golden Crow didn't mention me beating the bird halfway. He directly asked me if I knew that, after all passages revive, heaven and earth will reconnect. After getting my affirmative reply, he proposed that we cooperate to revive the Fusang tree, and give me satisfactory compensation afterward. I was stunned on the spot. Golden Crow really compromised, probably because he saw that Mount Kunlun and the Jonmu tree have all revived successively. At home, I have Yinglong backing me. My own strength has also increased. He has no time to play tricks on me. I didn't agree immediately. I asked him how to revive the Fusang tree. He said the simplest method is to use things with spiritual energy as traps, like demon ribs as stepping stones. Originally, we could go to Mount Kunlun to get spiritual materials, but humans blocked us, so we can't get through. Only then did I realize. Last time, Golden Crow went to Mount Kunlun to get materials for reviving the Fusang tree. On day 74, I agreed to cooperate with Golden Crow to revive the Fusang tree. I knew that Golden Crow is not a good person. I was always wary of him. Golden Crow said he wanted to put on a double act with me. He would oppress the other demons. I would play the good guy and open my territory. Maximize the hatred between both sides. Finally, use all these demon ribs as nutrients for the Fusang tree. This scheme looked more and more familiar to me. Last time, Golden Crow used the exact same trick to trap me. I kept a straight face on the surface, pretending that Golden Crow had gone easy on me and let me return. On day 75, rumors spread outside that the Dragon Lord of Huaikuan's strength is not inferior to Golden Crow's. I was surprised that Golden Crow acted so quickly. He directly ordered to open the waters of Huaikuan and accept all the demon ribs that come. Within a few days, a large number of demon ribs oppressed by Golden Crow came to join me. The two sides formed an opposition. I was also pushed by my subordinates into the position of Dragon King of Huaikuan. Golden Crow notified me to close the net on day 79. I had long been ready to flee at any time. On the day of the great battle, corpses lay everywhere. I, along with my subordinates, watched the battle from behind. Suddenly, the sun disappeared. 12 moons rose in the west. A great sun burst forth from the eastern mountains. Golden Crow's aura instantly surged dramatically. My heart skipped a beat. My personality in the simulation was rather reckless. Surely I would suffer. As expected. The moment he entered, he opened his mouth and sprayed fire, killing all the demon ribs. I just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he wouldn't attack me. He suddenly rushed in front of me and sprayed a burst of flames at me. I had no strength to resist at all. Just before dying, I saw another great sun emerge, charging at the golden crow who killed me. Only then did I realize there were actually two golden crows. The one that killed me was the one that had just revived. I stared at the simulation result, stunned for a long time. So even Yinglong's aura isn't omnipotent. If others don't show respect, I still die. If you want to forge iron, you must be strong yourself. Then I looked at the simulation rewards, 3 options. Without thinking, I chose the 79-day physique. Although the first option survival experience was good, the second option not only had a large accumulation of cultivation, but also added 10% of the Waikuan Water God authority, a significantly bigger improvement. The third option's golden crow feathers, I've almost gathered enough to knit a sweater, completely useless. After choosing, a warm current instantly spread throughout my body. My resonance with the waters of Waikuan also became stronger. My cultivation directly increased by over 300 years. It's just that the power grew too fast, a bit unstable. I need to settle it. The best way to settle is to take a nap. But once I fall asleep, I easily miss the time. After struggling for a long time, I still decided to ask Old Turtle to wake me on time. 5 days passed. I only woke up from my dream. My mood was particularly complicated. I slept for a full 5 days. Old Turtle tried everything, but couldn't wake me. I was speechless. Who would have thought I could sleep so deeply? Soon I realized. It must be that the increase of over 300 years of cultivation was too large. I managed to settle it in just 5 days. Actually, I came out ahead. But there are only 2 days until the spiritual energy revival. Time suddenly becomes urgent. I lifted my dragon head and looked at Old Turtle. I also had no mind to care about other things. Old Turtle, go out. In 2 days, heaven and earth will revive with spiritual energy. You be prepared. I hope you can become stronger. I originally planned to hand over the position of Water God of Waikuan to him. The Old Turtle is like my prime minister to me. Naturally, I hope his strength grows. The Old Turtle was cowering with his head tucked in. He was stunned for a moment at my words. Then he quickly nodded and thanked the Dragon Lord for his mercy. I was eager to start the simulation, so I didn't bother arguing with him. I told him not to forget to take care of the river he acts, then kicked him out. I pondered the direction of the next simulation. The river he must not be destroyed. In 79 days, two golden crows would be very tough to deal with. I'd explored the south pretty thoroughly. Only the north and west were left as options. The north is Kunpeng's territory. That guy is absurdly strong. Even two golden crows together might get swallowed by him in one gulp. No way I'm going there. So I had to go west to Mount Kungsu, which I'd visited in a previous simulation. Back then, I couldn't even reach the summit. Now that I'm a horned dragon, maybe I can give it a try. I quickly settled on a direction. But before going, I needed to see Yinglong first. Yinglong would leave on day 54. I had to improve as much as possible before then. I also needed to ask about evolution. I still hadn't decided whether to evolve into a Yinglong. Even though that path was already open, and I could follow it step by step, I still wanted to try other evolutionary paths, like the Azure Dragon. But I didn't even know the evolution conditions. I couldn't figure it out, so I simply opened my personal panel. The information on it had changed quite a bit. The evaluation now directly said that given time, I was sure to evolve into a Ying Dragon. It also said I had a mysterious factor inside me, with a chance to evolve in an unknown direction. But I still had other thoughts. I didn't want to lock in my evolution path just yet. I'll take it one step at a time. Let's start the simulation first. This simulation cost 156 points. I had 2,306 points left. The doubling of simulation points was expected, since my strength had grown a lot. I looked at the simulation content. Day 1, I waited at the River He Dragon Palace for the spiritual energy to awaken. Day 2, it awakened, and I immediately left the River He, heading toward Linghui Mountain. Day 4, I reached the lake east of Linghui Mountain. Following the guidance, I entered and easily broke the seal. Day 7, I passed Yinglong's second trial with ease. I asked him if purification was connected to the 5 elements. He said elements were the foundation of purification. Then I asked what kind of purification would result from mastering all 5 elements. He told me to go take a bath and sleep, saying such a thing couldn't exist. I asked what I needed to master to purify into a bamboo dragon. He whipped me straight down to the lake bed with his tail and told me to cool off. Every time I brought up something, Yinglong refused to answer. I couldn't figure it out either. I had the feeling he only wanted me to evolve into a Yinglong. Day 8, I passed the 3rd trial. Yinglong began teaching me water control methods. He made me meditate in the lake to comprehend water control techniques. I meditated until day 29, when my affinity for water hit a plateau. Yinglong was silent for a long time. Then he told me to find my own path of ghostly water. The specifics of how to break through were up to me. Day 34, the Great Wall came. Yinglong sent me to fight. This time I could suppress him, but I still couldn't hurt him. In the end, the Great Wall retreated. Day 54, Yinglong left. One immediately set off westward. Day 57, I was traveling by cloud and mist. I ran into a flock of strange birds that looked like magpies, with red-black feathers, about 2 or 3 meters large. They had 2 heads on their own, and they carried a mythical aura. The flock flew to a mountain burning with wildfire, and the fire was instantly extinguished. I recognized them at once as thunderbirds, with the ability to avoid fire. In the old days, palaces would even carve their images, and their fireproofing was on par with King Yuan and the fishbird. I was about to leave, but what happened next stunned me. Day 57, I was riding clouds and mist, watching the thunderbirds that had just put out the mountain fire about to fly away, when suddenly a massive creature burst out, swallowing most of the thunderbirds. The rest scattered in terror. I took a closer look, and it was one of Xiangliu's heads, which quickly devoured all the remaining thunderbirds. Then one found Xiangliu's main body. He was lying in a swamp, with 9 heads reaching out to different places to hunt. I wasn't afraid of him at all. I'd fought Xiangliu in a previous simulation, but I couldn't beat him back then. But now my combat power has skyrocketed. I might not be afraid of him. Besides, Xiaoyao is probably in a weakened state. I continue watching this simulation. When I was staring at Xiaoyao, he also saw me, sensing the Yinglong aura on me. He didn't take it seriously at all. He retracted one head and stared at me for a long time, then suddenly raised all 9 heads and attacked me. I wasn't flustered at all. I summoned wind and rain, turning the area for miles into my home ground, and fought him. Before long, Xiaoyao was losing ground. Suppressed by me, he quickly retreated, saying he meant no harm. He just sensed the Yinglong aura and wanted to spar. I figured he was connected to Mount Kunlun, so I stopped. I could see through Xiaoyao's little scheme. He clearly made an excuse because he couldn't beat me. If I were truly weak, I would have been his prey long ago. The simulation continued. On day 58, Xiaoyao healed his minor wounds. He said he had never fought a Yinglong before, and that curiosity made him attack. Just as I was about to speak, one of his heads suddenly darted out. Moments later, it came back with a fishy smell, saying it had just eaten a few passing humans. He also said that humans nowadays taste far worse than before. Humans from Emperor Wu's era were the most delicious. Next came those from Changshuid's Great Unification era. Changshuid's Great Unification. Wasn't that the Water Virtue Dynasty? I was full of questions. Was it saying that after Black Emperor cut off the connection between heaven and earth, myths couldn't descend to the lower realm? How could Xiaoyao have eaten humans during the Water Virtue Dynasty? I stared at the screen, feeling like I could dig up a lot of useful information this time. I asked Xiaoyao about my doubts. All 9 of his heads laughed. He said that humans were never a monolithic block. Black Emperor had a strong hand, but his descendants were weak. He said that the human leader of Changshuid's time sought immortality and sought to be sealed. They were even willing to overturn Black Emperor's rules and let the heavens descend again. In the end, they failed, but he took the chance to taste the humans of that era. Wasn't this referring to the Water Virtue Emperor? To gain immortality, he wanted to reconnect heaven and earth. Sincerity could indeed lead to long life, but the world would return to a chaotic mix of humans and gods. I couldn't help but think that Black Emperor really had an overwhelming deterrent force in myths. Almost every mythical being that mentioned him either feared him or praised him. Even Xiaoyao casually said he had a strong hand. Emperor Wu is probably still alive. If Black Emperor reappears and cuts off the connection again, would the heavens agree? Suddenly I became terribly curious. When all 4 channels fully awaken, the heavens and earth reconnect, and the gods will surely appear together with humans in the valleys. What an earth-shattering event that would be. The simulation reached day 59. Xiaoyao said he was going back to Mount Kunlun. I hesitated, then asked if I could go with him. He gladly agreed. We soon arrived at Mount Kunlun. Even though I had seen it before, I was still awestruck by its majesty. Xiaoyao led me through twists and turns until we found a mountain path. Just as we were about to ascend, I suddenly sensed the aura of the golden-winged ROC. I decisively gave up climbing. I greeted him and flew off towards the ROC's direction. On day 60, in a good mood, I returned to Mount Kunlun. As soon as I arrived, I saw a deep blue pillar of light shooting up from the mountain. I found the path I had taken before. Just as I flew up, I was repelled by an invisible force. I was thrown clear out of Mount Kunlun's domain. I was stunned for a moment before I understood. Mount Kunlun wouldn't let me ascend. I didn't force my way in. If I really did, I'd probably lose my life. I had no choice but to leave. I was full of question marks. Why wouldn't Mount Kunlun let me in? Was it because of the Yinglong aura on me? Earlier it was mentioned that the Jonmu Divine Tree's revival was related to Yinglong. Could it be that there are factions? The Jonmu side is Yinglong's camp, while Mount Kunlun is not. So they don't welcome me, who carries Yinglong's aura. I pondered in the Black Dragon Palace. I can't get up Kunlun now. And there's nowhere else to go in the west. There's no use thinking too much about it. I can't do anything about what happened in the simulation anyway. I might as well keep watching the simulation. On day 62, I wandered around Mount Kunlun for a long time. Still couldn't find a way to ascend. I had to leave. On day 63, just as I was about to leave Kunlun's domain, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. I stopped in my tracks. I looked up. That figure had the body of a horse and the face of a man, with tiger stripes and wings. It was Ying Zhao, a genuine heavenly god, and a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor's earthly bureau. He was in charge of the Emperor's summer garden and had fought hundreds of battles against evil gods. My heart sank. This is trouble. I couldn't beat him at all. I'd probably be instantly killed. The simulation continued. Ying Zhao and I exchanged glances for a moment. He smiled and said I had guts, then warned me he wouldn't take no for an answer. He grabbed my tail and took me away. I had no power to resist in his hands. On day 64, I actually entered Mount Kunlun just like that, and was thrown by Ying Zhao into the Heavenly Emperor's garden. He said he had matters to attend to with the keys. This garden would be under my charge from now on. No one was allowed in, and no damage was permitted. I was completely stunned. Somehow, I became the garden's manager. On day 65, I came to my senses and started tending the garden. I found that I had never seen these flowers before. Here, my strength improved much faster. This was my first time entering Black Mountain. I didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. At least, it's a new plot. I comforted myself a bit and continued watching. On day 66, I was improving my strength in the garden. I vaguely grasped some insight. Before I could think further, I saw a group of King Yuan flying toward the garden. I remembered Ying Zhao's instructions. I immediately soared into the air, released my dragon might, and forced them back. On day 67, I continued to improve my strength. I saw a huge green pillar rising to the sky in the southeast. It was the divine tree Jonmu reviving. Only then did I realize. What I had grasped was the way of the wood element. My affinity for wood was increasing. I had always only had water affinity, but now I suddenly gained wood affinity. I was a bit curious what this would make me evolve into. Then I continued watching. On day 68, I was improving my strength in the garden. My wood affinity grew very fast. The surrounding flowers seemed to welcome me. They were blooming and waving gracefully. On day 69, Ying Zhao returned and was very pleased to see the garden intact. He praised me for my talent, for being able to comprehend the wood element from the garden. He said there was no possibility of evolving yet. I quickly asked him what my next evolution would be. He said he wasn't a dragon mouse, so he didn't know. But he said that my comprehending the wood element was definitely correct. He told me to still focus on the water element. I then asked him what I would evolve into if I comprehended all 5 elements. He left and said that then I would be the next Heavenly Emperor. On day 70, Ying Zhao left again. I continued to improve my strength in the garden. On day 71, while improving my strength, I suddenly smelled a strange floral scent. It made me restless. I forced myself to continue improving my wood affinity. On day 72, the floral scent grew stronger. I had to stop improving my strength and investigate. I found that the scent came from deep within the garden. Since I arrived, I had only stayed on the periphery. I had never gone inside. I left my dragon might at the garden entrance to deter intruders. I turned and walked deep into the garden. I looked at the screen, full of curiosity. What exactly lies deep in the Heavenly Emperor's garden? I was lying in the palace of the Water Dragon Palace in Hushui, staring at the screen, curious about what I would encounter if I went deeper into the Heavenly Emperor's garden. In mythology, the Heavenly Emperor's garden is called the Earthly Plane Garden. This is the Heavenly Emperor's summer garden. There were all kinds of rare beasts, immortal herbs, and magical medicines. I had somehow become its manager. Now I could finally go in and take a look. On day 72, I ventured deep into the Heavenly Emperor's garden. Along the way, I encountered many exotic flowers and plants, but didn't stop. Soon I saw a dark flower swaying, emitting a strange fragrance. As soon as I saw it, my spiritual veins boiled. Instinct drove me to swallow it. I tried desperately to resist, but couldn't hold out. As soon as I swallowed it, it felt like being burned by raging fire. When the pain was almost killing me, it suddenly disappeared. I was pondering what changes had occurred in my body. Suddenly, a monster with a 9-tailed tiger body and a human face appeared beside me. Without a word, it attacked me. I couldn't escape at all. I was immediately hit by its force field and defeated. I died, and for reward options popped up, 72 days of survival experience, 72 days of physique, King Yuan's wings, and the elixir of immortality. I immediately recognized that what killed me was Lu. In mythology, it is the guardian of Mount Kunlun, a true god of the heavenly realm. I had stolen and eaten something from the garden. I deserved to die. After all, at that time, my spiritual veins had clouded my reason. It wasn't intentional. I had already accepted death. But when I saw the reward options, I froze. The fourth option was actually the immortality elixir. Oh, so the dark flower I swallowed earlier. I suddenly remembered that in the myth, the Queen Mother of the West lives on Mount Pei, and she possesses the immortality elixir. The elixir Chang stole to fly to the moon came from her. No wonder Lu Wu wanted to kill me and steal the immortality elixir. He couldn't explain it to the Queen Mother of the West. I stared at the immortality elixir option, my eyes burning with desire. I chose it without hesitation. The next second, that dark flower appeared before me. The moment I saw it, my spiritual veins started boiling again, and my dragon body writhed uncontrollably, instinct urging me to swallow it. I forced down the restlessness and swam out of the palace. No way I was a stable, cautious time rewinder. I wouldn't just eat anything recklessly like that brute in the simulation. Who knows what would happen if I ate it? At least I need to simulate first. I immediately started a new simulation. Consumed 156 simulation points. 2,050 points remaining. On the first day, I swallowed the immortality elixir. Again, the pain of being engulfed in flames. It faded quickly. I just felt my spiritual veins slowly transforming. On the second day, spiritual energy revived. Unable to figure out the changes in my body, I set off to find Yinglong at Linghui Mountain Lake. Along the way, my dragon scales started falling off, and new ones didn't grow back where they fell. Terrified, I immediately slowed down. On the sixth day, I finally reached the lake. As soon as I entered, I broke the barrier. Yinglong came out, saw my scales falling, asked me if I had eaten something good. I vaguely said I ate a treasure. Yinglong told me this was my spiritual veins evolving. I was originally evolved from a snake, so my spiritual vein quality was extremely low. Now this evolution was a good thing. Just sleep until it's complete, and the scales will stop falling. Yinglong said I could sleep here, but I had to pass two tests first. I passed them easily. He agreed to guard me. I slept for 51 days. When I woke up, all my dragon scales had grown back. I was full of strength, and many memories had appeared in my spiritual veins. Yinglong came over and praised me, saying my spiritual veins had now reached the level of a celestial deity. I would definitely evolve into a Yinglong in the future. From the memories, I also learned that the world is divided into 3 categories. The highest are celestial deities like Ying Zhao, Lu Wu and Yinglong, then humans like Emperor Wu, and finally strange beasts like Wu Zhiqi, King Yuan, and others. Now my spiritual veins have shed their impurity, comparable to a deity. My chances of evolving next time are much greater. In the Heshu Dragon Palace, I looked at the text from the simulation. My mind was churning with thoughts. Based on the information I had so far, it was basically a conflict between celestial deities and humans, with strange beasts as subordinates on both sides. Both factions had strange beasts among them. Yinglong belonged to the celestial deity side. After I swallowed the immortality elixir, my bloodline would also rise to the celestial deity level, but swallowing it required sleeping for 51 days. That was really troublesome. I had no other solution for now. I could only continue watching the simulation. Day 52. You familiarized yourself with the stronger dragon body. Mastered a new ability. The ability to grow or shrink at will. Free control over body size. Day 53. You continued getting used to your power. Day 54. Yinglong was about to leave to revive the Jimo Divine Tree. I had already prepared for his departure, but unexpectedly, he suddenly invited me to go with him. I was stunned for a moment, then agreed. Followed him southwest. I paused. This was a new plot that had never appeared before. Was it because my bloodline had improved that Yinglong now considered me worth his attention? Day 55. We arrived at the southwest plain. I reached out to look down through the clouds. In the distance, a river flowed with black water. I wanted to go down and drink, but after glancing at Yinglong, who had a mud dragon body, I decided against it. Yinglong explained that he was about to trigger the revival of spiritual energy and the sword target. Humans would come to stop him. He told me to release the Yinglong's aura whenever I saw humans holding portraits. That would prevent the portraits from attacking me. He was about to teach me how to release it, but I said I already knew. Yinglong was utterly stunned. Day 56. Yinglong was about to begin the revival. Repeatedly warned me to be careful of human portraits. If I see the portrait of the Black Emperor, don't hesitate, just flee. I promised repeatedly. Day 57. Yinglong began the revival. His mud dragon body collapsed and scattered into water spikes. The spiritual energy on the plain suddenly surged. Day 58. I stayed in the clouds and kept guard, preventing anyone from disturbing the revival. Day 60. The K-Mountain channel revived. I glanced at it and looked away. In the center of the plain, a faint green light was already flickering. I knew that was the Jonmu Divine Tree. Keep guarding. On the 62nd day, dozens of humans came to stop the revival. I directly summoned wind and rain, raising a flood to wash them away. But who knew they'd pull out a portrait that emitted golden light and extinguished all the floodwater? I didn't believe it and was about to send another flood. Suddenly, a majestic figure of spiritual power appeared before me. It was the White Emperor Xiaohao. I was stunned. How could a portrait have such power? The White Emperor's figure stepped forward. Thousands of golden rays shot toward me. I sent out Yinglong's aura, but it was useless. I was directly blasted into ash. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. 62 days of survival experience, 62 days of physique talent, and the ability to expand and contract. I was dumbfounded. The Yinglong aura that had worked before was useless this time. Is the White Emperor directly intervening to fight? That's the only possibility. An ordinary portrait can't judge a situation. It would have stopped upon sensing Yinglong's aura. But the White Emperor has his own will. Of course, he can assess the situation and act directly. I figured none of the 3 rewards were that useful. After thinking a moment, I chose the third option. An extra talent is better than nothing. After selecting, the information was directly transmitted into my mind. The screen popped up with a talent description: expand and contract. A dragon can expand and contract, can live and drink. When large, it breathes clouds and mist among the stars. When small, it hides within the shadows. It allows free control of a dragon size. This is a support-type talent. Still, my ability to summon wind and rain is more useful. I muttered to myself sarcastically. Then I started thinking about the immortal pill. After swallowing the immortal pill, I actually need to sleep for 45 days. Where's the best place to sleep? Asking Yinglong for shelter definitely won't work. He'd probably take me to Jimo to get beaten up. Better to just sleep in the River H. I've seen it many times in my simulations. Nothing happens to the river for dozens of days when I'm away. But when I'm there, disasters keep happening. So I'm a walking calamity. I'll sleep in the River H then. But before sleeping, I have to run a simulation first, just in case things go wrong. Too bad I can't farm the immortal pill from the simulation. I originally wanted to give it to Old Turtle. Now I have to use it myself. I sighed regretfully and immediately started the simulation. Simulation started, consuming 256 simulation points, 1,794 points remaining. On day 1, I instructed Old Turtle at the River H Dragon Palace, if the Golden Crow comes, just surrender immediately. Then I swallowed the immortal pill. A flash of burning fire came and went. I found a hidden area at the riverbed and fell into slumber. From day to day 26, I kept sleeping. During that time, the golden-winged ROC passed over the River H and concealed my aura. He didn't find me. On day 32, the demon population in the river suddenly surged, causing trouble. Old Turtle suppressed them all with force. On day 45, I woke up. A burst of powerful dragon might erupted. All the demons and humans in the River H region prostrated on the ground. I immediately noticed the golden-winged ROC circling nearby. I flew over and punched him. It suddenly hit me. In the previous simulation, I felt something was missing. It was missing the chance to beat up the bird. A simulation without beating the bird has no soul. The golden-winged ROC speed is truly incredible. Even after my bloodline evolved and I became so much stronger, he still managed to escape. But that's what makes a tough opponent fun. On day 46, feeling happy, I returned to the River H and began to govern it vigorously. I announced that from that day on, no humans or demons were allowed into the River H area. Violators would be killed. After my bloodline evolved, my combat power skyrocketed. I was no longer afraid of the Golden Crow. On day 48, a great sun descended. The Golden Crow arrived outside the River H. I rushed out, riding clouds and mist, and confronted him. My aura was in no way weaker. The Golden Crow was greatly shocked. Clearly, he hadn't expected there to be a divine being from heaven in the River H. I ignored his confusion. A fighting spirit ignited in my eyes. I just wanted to test whether my current combat power could rival the Golden Crow. I lay in the Dragon Palace, stunned. The Golden Crow actually didn't want to fight me, and even backed off. This was completely different from his previous domineering nature. I was a bit confused. Was it because my bloodline had changed? Heavenly divine beings respect each other, but they treat beasts and humans completely differently. I silently noted that. I accepted the Golden Crow's terms. Stay in the River H and not interfere in his affairs. After returning to the River H, I focused on improving myself. I made Old Turtle the river's subordinate god, but that didn't increase the divine authority of the water god. Soon, my reputation spread far and wide. It attracted a group of humans. They wanted to seize my origin. To stop the revival of the Jimu Divine Tree, I called the wind and rain, unleashed a flood to deal with them. They pulled out a portrait to block the attack. I was about to drain the power of the portrait, but this group just turned around and ran. I didn't chase them much. Then I watched the simulation continue. The eastern demons disappeared one after another. I knew they had all become nourishment for the Golden Crow's revival of the Fusang tree. In a few days, 2 great suns rose in the east. They were 2 golden crows fighting over the authority of reviving the Fusang tree. Whoever revives the corresponding passage can claim the office of that place. Once heaven and earth are reconnected, the power of that office will be immense. Before I could react, the 2 golden crows suddenly turned their aura against me. I couldn't fend it off at all. I was killed instantly. Seeing this ending, I was silent for a long while. Only then did I realize they had teamed up to silence me, afraid I might also vie for the office. Now I finally understood the current situation. The 4 passages, Kunlun Mountain, the Jonmu Tree, the Fusang Tree, and Bujo Mountain, they correspond to 4 offices. The celestial deities are all fighting, and humans are desperately trying to stop the passages from reviving. The strange beasts are wavering between both sides. Though these 4 offices are tempting, I'm not yet qualified to have a hand in them. My top priority is still to grow stronger. Among the 3 reward options, I chose the second one, the physique of 82 years. After a warm current, my strength increased by decades. Only 2 days remain until the spiritual energy revival. I decided to wait first. Then, I let out a low roar to summon the demons of the Huai River. To avoid any chaos later, the aquatic creatures of the river quickly gathered. The old turtle and the crab demon stood at the front. My little ones even called them Turtle Prime Minister and General Crab. It left me speechless. I told them about the spiritual energy revival in 2 days. I had them make preparations in advance. After they took their orders and left, I brought the old turtle to the water's surface and looked up at the sky, waiting for the spiritual energy revival to arrive. Not long ago, I was still locked in Swalong Well as a flood dragon. Now I become a black dragon. Once my bloodline evolves to the divine level, it will be much easier to evolve into Yinglong. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the Huai River, a terrifying black dragon over 1,000 meters long lurked with its head submerged below. Beside the dragon's head, the old turtle stayed close. At that moment, the old turtle was trembling in fear. It wasn't that he, old turtle, was a coward. Who wouldn't be scared standing next to a 1,000-meter black dragon? Especially when this dragon lord's aura was so overwhelming. As the old turtle trembled, suddenly, a deep roar rang out. That sound was made by Ji Jung, but it nearly scared the old turtle to death. His 4 limbs turned into propellers. He was just 1 step away from bolting. The old turtle looked left and right, but found nothing wrong, though he felt the surroundings had become much more comfortable. He couldn't describe this comfort, but it was inexplicably pleasant. That's how it looked from the old turtle's perspective. In Ji Zheng's eyes, it was completely different. So this is the spiritual energy revival. Ji Zheng twisted his dragon body, feeling carefully. In Ji Zheng's view, the spiritual energy revival was entirely different. At some point on the second day, the whole world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Then the entire sky looked as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. It sank a little. During that sinking process, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly. All things seemed to come alive. In mythology, the severing of heaven and earth was the domain of the Black Emperor Zhuangshu. He cut off the passages one by one, then ordered his subordinates to separate, one to rule heaven, one to rule earth. He forcibly split heaven and earth apart. So now the spiritual energy revival. Is the sky sinking? To reconnect with the earth, Ji Zheng pondered. The spiritual energy had revived. There was no need for him to keep staring here. The great tide of spiritual energy revival was approaching. Ji Zheng glanced again at the scattered lights on both banks. Under the spiritual energy revival, humans were trying their best to stop the passages from reviving. But they probably couldn't stop it at all. When the celestial deities truly descend, whether humans, the spiritual essence of all things, can keep their status as the protagonists of heaven and earth is really uncertain. Ji Zheng shook his enormous dragon head. He glanced at the Huai River below. He could tell something was off about the Huai River demons. After the spiritual energy resurgence, these demons, upon first contact with spiritual energy, gradually become irritable. Old Turtle, however, would not. After all, he had already eaten the ancient tree fruit. But even if he hadn't, it wouldn't matter. With his abilities, being affected would be impossible. Old Turtle, go down and manage the Huai River. I need to sleep for a long time. You must do a good job managing the Huai River. The Huai River needs governance. You must keep this in mind. Ji Zheng instructed Old Turtle. He was about to enter slumber. This sleep would last 45 days. During those 45 days, Old Turtle must maintain the Huai River's operations. Instructions must be given properly. Faced with Ji Zheng's instructions, Old Turtle naturally dared not say much. He could only nod in agreement. Seeing Old Turtle's response, Ji Zheng said no more. He trusted Old Turtle to handle things. Ji Jung moved his dragon body and swam downstream in the Huai River. His massive black dragon body shot forth like an arrow from a bow, plunging swiftly into the Huai River. He returned to the Huai River Dragon Palace, took the immortal divine medicine, then continued downward. Soon, Ji Jung arrived at a rather hidden muddy area, activating his innate ability to shrink and grow. He quickly transformed into a black dragon a few meters long. He swam onto the muddy ground, using the mud to conceal himself. Then he directly swallowed the immortal divine medicine. At the moment he swallowed it, Ji Jung instantly felt the burning fire mentioned in the simulation. But the simulation hadn't lied to him. That sensation disappeared in an instant. After it vanished, Ji Jung entered his slumber. Ji Jung's disappearance did not cause a stir in the Huai River Dragon Palace. After taking over, Old Turtle immediately followed Ji Jung's instructions to govern the palace. At the same time, he noticed the strange behavior of the Huai River demons. After some investigation, Old Turtle learned that these demons had become irritable due to the spiritual energy resurgence. In the following days, Old Turtle began instilling the idea of stability into those demons. Because of his efforts, all the Huai River demons avoided going berserk, and under his governance, the river operated largely without issues. Time passed little by little. Finally, the 45 days were over. By a hidden patch of mud at the bottom of the Huai River, a flash of light appeared. The next moment, a black dragon over 1,000 meters long emerged from the riverbed. It was Ji Jung, and his appearance had changed somewhat. His dragon scales had regrown, becoming dark and profound. The whiskers on his dragon head grew longer, and his two-dragon horns had regrown, thicker than before. Ji Jung now exuded 3 parts more of true dragon aura. So this is what it feels like after bloodline transformation. Ji Jung, feeling the surge of power, couldn't help but feel joy. He had a feeling that his current strength could easily crush the stone tower from before. Is the bloodline of the celestial divine being really this powerful? Ji Jung was overjoyed. But when he remembered that 45 days had passed, most of his joy faded away. 45 days meant only 15 days remained until the first passage, Mount Kunlun, awakened. And now that spiritual energy had revived. It was nothing like before. He should run a simulation to see the situation. Ji Jung didn't plan to return to the Huai River Dragon Palace. Instead, he wanted to run a simulation first to see how things would go after his bloodline transformation. Start the simulation. Ji Jung eagerly initiated the simulation. Simulation started, consuming 256 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 1,628. Day 1. You are in the Huai River. After contemplating your changes, you think about where to go next. After a moment's thought, you decide to go find Yinglong. You know that in about 9 days, Yinglong will leave. You can still go learn from him. Day 2. You arrive outside the lake east of Lingqi Mountain. Yet surprisingly, there is no guidance. This puzzles you. Day 3. You can't wait any longer and prepare to enter the lake. But Yinglong, in his earthen form, suddenly appears and blocks you. Yinglong asks why you are entering his territory. You directly feel the pressure of his power. It is extremely uncomfortable. In a daze, you realize that your current bloodline is that of a celestial divine being. Yinglong would teach Dragon Junior descendants. But since you are also a celestial divine, Yinglong will not teach you. With no choice, you leave. Day 4. You hesitate for a while. You head west toward Mount Kunlun. On the way, you encounter the golden-winged ROC. Now, just a flick of your dragon tail can render the ROC unconscious, but you have no intention of killing him. You watch him leave with a meaningful look. Silently you say, there will be another day. Day 5. You arrive at Mount Kunlun. But you dare not ascend recklessly. You wait for someone to take you up. Day 7. You sense the presence of Ziyao. You go forward to meet him. You soon became familiar with Xiao Yao. When Xiao Yao learned you were heading to Kunlun Mountain, his eyes rolled, as if he thought of something. And he immediately agreed. At the bottom of the Huai River, the yellow dragon was lying on the mud. He raised his dragon head and looked ahead at a scene only he could see. The simulation continued. On the 7th day, you entered Kunlun Mountain with Xiao Yao. Under Xiao Yao's guidance, you successfully boarded the path up Kunlun Mountain. You and Xiao Yao soon reached the end of the Kunlun Mountain passage. At the end, you saw a huge golden gate standing ahead. In front of the gate, a strange beast stood guard. That beast had a body like a tiger, but with 9 heads. Each head had a human face. Its aura was extremely fierce. When the beast's gaze fell upon you, your heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Body like a tiger. 9 heads with human faces guarding a gate on Kunlun Mountain. Isn't that the Kaming beast? Ji Jung recognized it without any trouble. In mythology, Kunlun Mountain is the earthly capital of heaven and earth. The guardian of the mountain is Lu Wu, but the one guarding the main gate of Kunlun is the Kaming beast. It is said Kunlun Mountain has 9 gates. Each gate is guarded by a Kaming beast. The Caiming Beast is solemn and majestic, and it always keeps its eyes wide open. No demon or monster can escape its sight. It blocks all abnormal creatures from entering Kunlun Mountain, protecting the peace of Kunlun Mountain. The gate god of Kunlun Mountain. Ji Jung could only think of that term. He felt the Caiming Beast was indeed like a gate god, just an enhanced version of a gate god. How could an ordinary gate god have the power of the Caiming Beast? But that made sense. After all, the gate god of Kunlun Mountain had to be more powerful. Otherwise, how could it guard Kunlun Mountain? Ji Jung continued watching the simulation. The Caiming Beast kept staring at you, as if it wouldn't allow you to pass. Seeing this, you also prepared for battle. You coiled your dragon body, opened your eyes wide, and released your dragon might, as if you were about to start a great battle. Seeing this, Xiang Yao quickly stepped forward and told the Caiming Beast that he wanted to bring you into Kunlun Mountain, so that in the future, when he needed a cart puller, he could use you. The Caiming Beast then made way. Ji Jung was shocked that Xiang Yao wanted to take him to Kunlun Mountain to be his mount. Why did it suddenly feel like he was being sold to a brothel? The yellow dragon's dragon face nearly twisted. So Xiao Yao brought him to Kunlun Mountain with this intention. According to the simulation, how could he ever submit? Not to mention in the simulation. Even in reality, he would never submit. The simulation continued. Learning Xiao Yao's true purpose, you became furious and immediately launched an attack. In an instant, you killed Xiao Yao. After Xiao Yao died, his blood turned into a swamp, flooding the passage. Seeing your attack, the Caiming Beast immediately counterattacked. You engaged in a great battle with the Caiming Beast. With your powerful combat strength, you managed to suppress the Caiming Beast. Just as you were about to kill the Caiming Beast, 8 more Caiming Beasts came flying from afar. Seeing the situation was bad, you immediately fled. The 9 Caiming Beasts had no way to chase you, but they all shouted in unison that you had offended Kunlun Mountain, and that you had no way to escape. On the 8th day, you fled the Kunlun Mountain area. You went south. You approached a mountain peak, planning to enter it to heal your injuries. But just as you were about to enter the peak, more than 10 demon crows suddenly appeared and attacked you. You killed those demon crows instantly. You didn't understand why these demon crows attacked you. On the 10th day, you were resting on a mountain in the south. But suddenly, dozens of demon crows found you again, and you casually killed them. But you didn't understand why these demon crows kept attacking you for no reason. On the 11th day, dozens more demon crows attacked you. This time, you killed most of them, but kept a few. You asked them why. Under threat, the demon crows explained the reason. It turned out that Kunlun Mountain had issued a Kunlun demon order. All demon crows were to attack you. Your whereabouts had been seen earlier by a demon crow from the south. The news spread, so one after another, these demon crows came to attack you. Kunlun demon order. Seeing this familiar term, Ji Jung was stunned. This was the first time he had heard that term. At that time, he was still a flood dragon. What he learned from the 9-tailed fox was that the Kunlun demon decree back then was to attack humans. Now the Kunlun demon decree has changed to kill him. Mount Kunlun is going all out to kill him. Ji Jung suddenly felt that this simulation was dangerous at any moment. Although Mount Kunlun is in the west, its influence spans the entire world. Almost all demon tribes obey the orders of Mount Kunlun. By making a stand on Mount Kunlun, he almost made enemies of the whole world. Simulation is simulation. But in reality, he must not provoke Mount Kunlun. Ji Jung quickly set this thought in his mind. He continued watching the simulation. On the 12th day, when you learned of the Kunlun demon decree, you knew you couldn't stay in the south any longer. You immediately prepared to leave. Just as you were about to leave, you hesitated again. You didn't know where to go. You knew that if you returned to the Huai River, it would bring disaster to the Huai River. But no matter where you went, you couldn't escape the Kunlun demon decree. Forced by circumstances, you finally chose to head east. But you didn't intend to return to the Huai River. Instead, you prepared to enter the eastern lands. You knew that the demon tribes in the east all belonged to the Golden Crow, and they would not obey the Kunlun demon decree. On the 14th day, you entered the eastern lands. As you expected, after entering the east, no demon attacked you at all. So you rode the clouds and mists all the way east. On the 15th day, the Mount Kunlun passage revived. On the 17th day, you arrived at the Great Mountain region in the east. As you approached, the Golden Crow on the Great Eastern Mountain didn't make any move, but its red light just flickered once, as if greeting you. You were startled for a moment, then nodded heavily, showing dragon authority. You looked ahead. Continuing further would already be the East Sea. You hesitated, though very unwilling. You still decided to go and check out the East Sea. On the 18th day, you swam into the East Sea. Entering the sea, you were a dragon returning to the ocean. The demon tribes in the ocean sensed your aura, trembling in fear, not daring to call you brother. On the 19th day, you secretly found it boring. You discovered that there were no powerful demon tribes in the entire East Sea. It was very quiet. On the 20th day, you suddenly noticed a giant mountain ahead. This giant mountain stood in the East Sea. The sea above it caught your attention. You couldn't help but rise out of the sea, looking from above the sea. On this great mountain stood a huge tree. This tree was a peach tree. The peach tree twisted and wound around, its length and height both astonishing. You couldn't help but feel curious. You immediately headed towards that great mountain. You wanted to see what was on this great mountain. On the 21st day, you climbed the great mountain. After some exploration, you found that the mountain was empty, with only a huge peach tree standing on it. On the 22nd day, the divine tree Jonmu revived. Even in the East Sea, you could see the soaring green light pillar, but you paid no attention to the green light pillar. Your mind was set on exploring the mountain in front of you. You came to the peach tree. Looking at the huge peach tree before you, you examined it carefully, but found nothing unusual about the peach tree. Then you looked to the northeast. The peach tree twisted and extended all the way there. On the northeast side of the peach tree, there was a thick, long branch. The branch curved downward all the way to the ground, forming a shape like a gate. Beside the gate stood two statues. Both statues wore battle armor, with dark beards, holding large knives or halberds in their left hands, and holding ropes in their right hands. The Great Mountain and Peach Tree at Dasuo Mountain in the East Sea. Ji Jung suddenly thought of a name from mythology. In mythology, Dasuo Mountain is also called Tao Du Mountain. On the mountain, there is a peach tree, and under the peach tree, there is a gate. This gate is called the Ghost Gate. Countless ghosts and monsters are inside this gate. It is said that once, the ghosts of Dasuo Mountain often came down to harm the world. Later, the heavens learned of this, and ordered two divine beings to descend and guard the Ghost Gate, preventing the ghosts from causing trouble. These two divine beings were the famous door gods Shenshu and Yulei. The images of these two divine beings match the statues in the simulation exactly. Both held divine weapons, wore battle armor, and held ropes. The rope was a cord woven from tail grass, used to ward off evil and exorcise ghosts. Many people would hang it at their doors during the new year. The reason comes from the two divine beings, Shenshu and Yulei. After the two divine beings were ordered by heaven and earth to guard the Ghost Gate, there were still bold and reckless ghosts and monsters. They often secretly slipped down to harm the human world. When Shenshu and Yulei learned of this, they would use restraints to bind the ghosts, then feed them to the tiger. Legends about tigers subduing ghosts are all tied to this. They ran to Dushuo Mountain. It seems Dushuo Mountain hasn't revived yet. Should I try to steal Dushuo Mountain's duty? In the simulation, I couldn't control it either. What a pity. But whether I can steal its duty or not doesn't matter. Dushuo Mountain, after all, isn't like Kunlun Mountain that connects heaven and earth. It only connects to the underworld. Slightly inferior. Ji Jung began to have thoughts in his mind. Speaking of which, he truly understood this world now. This world is truly the three realms, divided into the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the bright realm. The heavenly realm has divine beings. The human realm is where he is now. There are strange beasts, humans, and ghosts. The bright realm is still unknown. Forget it. The bright realm has nothing to do with him anyway. Ghosts and monsters are fine against humans. But against him, a black dragon, that's asking for trouble. By the way, why does this simulation seem stuck on door gods? There was the Kaming Beast of Kunlun Mountain. Now he's come across the two door gods of Dushuo Mountain. Ji Jung shook his dragon head. He continued watching the simulation. You stared at the statues of Shenshu and Yulei for a long time, then prepared to leave. Just as you were about to leave, the statues of Shenshu and Yulei suddenly flickered with golden light. After the golden light faded, two figures appeared. They were Shenshu and Yulei, the two divine beings. The two divine beings looked at you with kindly expressions. They asked what business you had at Dushuo Mountain. I have no important matter. I just saw Dushuo Mountain during my travels, so I came to explore. After hearing this, Shenshu and Yulei exchanged glances. Then they asked if you could guard Dushuo Mountain for them. The two divine beings explained they hadn't fully revived. They were unable to guard it. It was already their limit to keep the ghosts trapped inside. But if the ghosts remain trapped too long, resentment will build up. So they wanted to ask you to guard Dushuo Mountain for them. Once they fully revive, they will reward you. You thought for a moment and agreed. Anyway, if you go back now, you might be blocked by the Kunlun Demon Command. Staying on Dushuo Mountain is fine. The two divine beings said a few more words to you. Then their forms flickered. They turned back into statues. So guarding Dushuo Mountain can be done like this? Dushuo Mountain imprisons ghosts. Ji Jung suddenly became a little curious. What expression would the ghosts have if they saw a black dragon like him? Full of curiosity, Ji Jung continued watching the simulation on day 23. That night, you coiled up in front of the Peach Tree Ghost Gate. You stared at the Ghost Gate ahead. Your dragon might was faintly visible. Under your gaze, the Ghost Gate emitted waves of black cha. You had seen this kind of black cha before. when that human used the viewing rivers technique against you. There was also black cha on him. But that black cha had golden light. This was completely black. You carefully stared at the black cha. Soon, two figures appeared in the ghost gate. They were two human-like beings with somewhat transparent bodies. Black cha wrapped around them. You stared at the two transparent ghosts. Their expressions changed from madness to terror. Under your gaze, the two ghosts quickly retreated backwards, afraid that if they ran too slowly, you would eat them. You watched all this in bewilderment, not understanding why. You felt you were not ferocious. In bewilderment, you called out a few times for those ghosts to come out. You explained this was exercise time, but not a single ghost dared to step out of the gate. You stared blankly at all this. Soon, one night passed. When dawn came, a golden-feathered rooster climbed onto the peach tree base and crowed. Hearing the rooster's crow, the peach tree ghost gate completely closed. It returned to its original shape. On the first day of the ghost gate opening, not a single ghost dared to come out. Ji-jung was silent for a moment. If he guessed correctly, opening the ghost gate should be to let ghosts out for a stroll. But the scope is limited to Dushu-o Mountain. Shenshu and Yulei also meant for him to watch. Not letting these ghosts run out of Dushu-o Mountain to do evil. But now he's directly taken away the ghost's right to wander, so you can't really blame him, right? He didn't do anything either. He was just lying there. He was silent, watching what was happening inside the simulation at Huai Shuizi Dai. Other than silence, there was only silence. He figured he hadn't done anything much either. He was just standing there. Could it be because the ghosts are afraid of dragons? That is actually possible. He watched the simulation and could roughly infer that ghosts, strange beasts, and humans are actually quite similar. His dragon might can intimidate everything. Continue watching the simulation. Let's see what he'll do next in the simulation. Day 23. After learning that your presence can't make the ghosts come out, you gave up the idea of lurking in front of the ghost gate. Instead, you came to the other side of Dushu Mountain. There, you saw a huge tiger. You made your dragon body much smaller. You approached that tiger. After the tiger sensed your arrival, it immediately prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. You gave the tiger a glance, and roughly understood that this tiger is used to devour ghosts. If ghosts do evil, they will be devoured by this tiger. You only glanced at the tiger, and made no move. Day 24, the ghost gate opened again. You found that even after you left, there were still no ghosts in front of the ghost gate. But as soon as you stepped out of the ghost gate, it seemed your presence had a huge impact on them. You fell silent for a moment, decided to go up and investigate. You probed your dragon tail inside, forcibly grabbed a ghost out, placed it in front of you, asked the ghost why it wouldn't come out. The ghost looked terrified, but facing your question, it had to force a smile and explain that they didn't want to come out for air. They felt the underworld was their home. They didn't want to leave. It asked if you believed it. You were silent for a moment, had to throw the ghost back into the ghost gate. Day 25, you discovered the ghosts still didn't dare leave the ghost gate. You had no choice but to give up the idea of letting the ghosts out. You began cultivating inside Dushu Mountain. Day 26, you found yourself cultivating under a peach tree. You gained some insight into other elements, but because you hadn't fully comprehended it, you didn't know which element it was. Day 27, your enlightenment made a breakthrough. You comprehended the wood element. Your affinity for wood increased. Again, improving wood attribute affinity. Before, he had comprehended wood attribute in DZ Ping Pu, also known as the Garden of Heaven and Earth. But in the end, he chose the option of the immortal herb, so it counted as not having comprehended it. Never expected to comprehend it again now. He looked at the records in the simulation. Wood attribute improves wood affinity? His evolution will definitely change. He just didn't know what he would evolve into while possessing both water and wood elements. But he was still a bit worried. Worried that the wood attribute would affect his evolution. If he really evolves, and ends up neither one thing nor another, that would be awkward. But first, he needed to see what changes occurred after comprehending wood attribute. Now, day 28. Your affinity for wood continues to improve, but at Dushu-o Mountain's Ghost Gate, still no ghost dared to step out. Day 30, you cultivate under the peach tree. Your affinity for wood continues to increase. Day 32, you have a very clear understanding of your own wood attribute. The wood you comprehended is not about all things growing, but about driving lightning and thunder. With a certain level of wood affinity, you gain the ability to control lightning to defend against enemies. Comprehending wood attribute can drive lightning. Damn, he was genuinely shocked. But he calmed down and thought it over, then felt it actually seemed quite normal. The 5 elements are the most important pillars of this world. The 5 elements also have yin and yang divisions. The peach tree, among yin and yang, undoubtedly belongs to yang. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that peach wood wards off evil, nor would there be peach with swords and such. In his simulation, he cultivated under a peach tree. Under the peach tree, he improved his wood affinity. So what he comprehended was naturally the yang attribute of wood, the wood of the 5 elements. Yang attribute wood is called Jiamu false wood. Yin attribute wood is called Yimu. Among them, Jiamu is the key to evolving lightning. Yimu is the key to evolving strong winds. For the wood of the 5 elements, the concept of vitality has always been the most basic. Driving lightning, summoning wind and rain, Prime Minister Turtle and General Crab are increasingly resembling Dragon Kings. He didn't know what to say anymore. He could only continue watching the simulation. Day 33, you summoned lightning above the peach tree. Instantly, thunder and lightning raged all around. Your improved wood affinity helped you control the lightning. But because you kept practicing controlling lightning, the ghosts inside the ghost gate under the peach tree became even more afraid to step out, fearing they'd be struck by lightning. Day 34, you continued cultivating under the peach tree. Your wood affinity kept improving. At the same time, the 12 moons revived. The second golden crow has also awakened. On the 37th day, you cultivate under the peach tree. Your affinity with the wood element keeps improving. On the 38th day, you still cultivate under the peach tree. Suddenly, you feel a wave of scorching heat coming your way. You jerk your dragon head up and look into the distance. To the east of you, a blinding blaze of fire shoots up into the sky. That scorching heat can still be felt, even across the East Sea. On that day in the east, are those 2 golden crows fighting? Ji Jung quickly guesses. The 2 golden crows are fighting fiercely over who will guard the Fusang tree. But this has nothing to do with him. He is at Dushu Mountain. No matter how they fight, it won't reach him here. As for the Hui River, in the previous simulation, the reason those 2 golden crows came close was mostly because of his presence. In this simulation, he is not in the Hui River. It's unlikely anything will happen to the Hui River. Ji Jung keeps watching the simulation. On the 39th day, the scorching heat in the east disappears. You don't know who won. You don't bother to go see. You focus on improving your wood affinity under the peach tree. On the 42nd day, you continue cultivating under the peach tree. On the 44th day, you cultivate under the peach tree. But this day, you feel something different. The entire East Sea seems to calm. You ride the clouds up into the sky and look down at the East Sea. Its surface is eerily still. So still that you find it almost unbelievable. This scene looks familiar, like you've seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, you finally recall seeing something similar in the North Sea, where Kun once lived. Back then, the North Sea was also utterly still. Your dragon eyes go wide. A feeling of pressure rises in your heart. You immediately take to the sky, afraid that Kun will swallow you the next moment. But as you watch, the East Sea surface remains calm, without a ripple. There is no change at all. On the 45th day, the East Sea surface still has no waves. You can't help wondering if you're being too suspicious. But the vague unease in your heart still forces you to stay alert. You know this is your talent, avoiding danger and seeking good fortune. On the 46th day, under your gaze, a huge fish, thousands of miles long with 4 fins, suddenly bursts out of the East Sea. You recognize it at once as Kun. You want to flee, but the moment Kun appears, the whole world seems to freeze in place. You feel your speed become unbearably slow. Before your eyes, Kun leaps into the air, and in a flash of light transforms into a giant black bird. The bird flaps its wings once, stirring up terrifying winds. You use all your power to ride the clouds, just barely managing not to be thrown off. You watch the transformed Kun heading south. A long time passes. Only then does the East Sea return to normal. How did Kun Peng come out of the North Sea? Ji Jun stares blankly at the simulation. He has never lived to the 42nd day before, so he also doesn't know why Kun Peng came out of the North Sea. Kun Peng goes south. Is there anything special in the south? No matter how Ji Jung thinks, he can't figure it out. He doesn't understand what's in the south that's worth Kun Peng's personal visit. He has explored the south too. There's nothing much there. Ji Jung thinks hard, but he just can't figure out what happened. Finally, he has to give up. He continues watching the simulation. You watch Kun Peng leave. You are about to return to cultivate under the peach tree, when suddenly, a figure walks through the air from afar. You recognize this figure. It is Ying Zhao. Seeing Ying Zhao, you feel a little guilty. It was only because Ying Zhao put you in charge of the Heavenly Garden that you had the chance to obtain the Elixir of Immortality. But you still force yourself to stay alert. You know Ying Zhao doesn't recognize you, but you're very puzzled why he's here. Ying Zhao seems to notice you. He flies toward you. He studies you carefully. He praises you, saying you're good. But he asks you why, as a divine being, you didn't intercept Kun Peng. You look at Ying Zhao, not understanding. Ying Zhao explains to you clearly that all the divine beings in heaven have reached a consensus to kill Kun Peng. You are puzzled. You don't understand why they want to kill Kun Peng, but you didn't want to go out of your way to fight Kun Peng. You told Ying Zhao that Kun Peng had already flown far away. Yet Ying Zhao told you that other divine beings from heaven were blocking the way ahead. Kunpeng couldn't get far, and they could pursue him now. Yingzhao didn't want to talk more with you. He grabbed you and went after Kunpeng. What's the point of chasing Kunpeng? Ji Zheng frowned slightly. So Kunpeng had fled the North Sea because he was being hunted. No wonder Kunpeng would fly out for no reason. With Kunpeng's temperament, he'd rather hide in the North Sea and fight, acting like he'd never come out. No matter how chaotic the North got, he wouldn't show up. He seemed determined to hide until the end of time. So that's how it was. But he still didn't know why the heavenly gods were joining forces to hunt Kunpeng. That's what puzzled Ji Zheng the most. But he didn't know the reason either. He could only keep watching the simulation. He wanted to figure out why Kunpeng was being hunted. Hunting Kunpeng wouldn't benefit the heavenly gods either, right? Day 46, Yingzhao dragged you all the way in the direction Kunpeng had fled. Yingzhao was extremely fast. In just a moment, he took you out of the East Sea. Day 47, you broke free from Yingzhao's hold. You followed closely behind Yingzhao. During this time, you asked Yingzhao why he was hunting Kunpeng. Yingzhao said they needed Kunpeng's body to revive Buzhou Mountain. Only Kunpeng's body could revive Buzhou Mountain. Revive Buzhou Mountain. Ji Zheng, sitting at the bottom of the Huai River, suddenly widened his eyes. So that's it. I was wondering what could be worth the heavenly gods joining forces. So it was to revive Buzhou Mountain. Now it makes sense. The 4 great passages, Mount Kunlun, the Zhanmu Divine Tree, the Fusang Divine Tree, and Buzhou Mountain. 3 had already been confirmed revived, but Buzhou Mountain had always been a mystery. But Ji Zheng was curious how they planned to use Kunpeng to revive Buzhou Mountain. Kunpeng had nothing to do with Buzhou Mountain. The two were completely unrelated. He continued watching the simulation. He wanted to see how they would use Kunpeng to revive Buzhou Mountain. The simulation continued. Day 48, you and Yingzhao headed south. Soon you saw a huge black cloud ahead. On closer look, it wasn't a cloud at all. It was feathers. Ahead of you was Kunpeng. Right then, Kunpeng was locked in battle with a giant mud dragon. You recognized the mud dragon as Yinglong. But Yinglong's power was much greater than before. You guessed it was because of his role as the Zhanmu Divine Tree's guardian. Seeing this, Yingzhao told you to go help. After saying that, he strode through the air toward Kunpeng. You hesitated for a moment, then launched an attack too. You summoned wind and rain, drove lightning and thunder, and hurled them at Kunpeng. You had no intention of engaging in melee. You stayed far away the whole time. Kunpeng seemed annoyed by your ranged attacks. After forcing back Yinglong and Yingzhao, he came at you. But you turned around and ran. Because the distance was far, Kunpeng couldn't catch you easily. And soon he couldn't pursue you at all. Yinglong and Yingzhao had trapped him. Seeing Kunpeng couldn't chase, you kept attacking from range. Day 49, two sons arrived to Jinwu and they joined the battle. They began to besiege Kunpeng. Day 50, 12 moons appeared at once. They shone moonlight down from the sky, attacking Kunpeng from afar. Day 51, Lu Wu arrived. He joined the battle. Day 54, Kunpeng could no longer withstand your siege. His body was covered in wounds. He fell heavily into the South Sea. You watched the life gradually fade from Kunpeng, secretly shocked. Facing so many heavenly gods attacking him at once, he had still held out this long. Kunpeng's strength was truly terrifying. And you could sense that Kunpeng was still in a weakened state. He probably hadn't even recovered his peak power. Kunpeng was just too tough. Seeing this, Ji Zheng couldn't help exclaiming in awe. How many heavenly gods were attacking him? There was Yinglong, guardian of the Zhanmu Divine Tree. Yingzhao, guardian of the Ancient Spectrum. Lu Wu, guardian of Mount Kunlun. Tu Jinwu, and 12 moons. All these beings were also in weakened states. But facing such a coordinated assault, Kunpeng was still incredibly fierce. That said, in the simulation, it seemed like I was the only one at peak condition. All the others are in their weak phase, or they are just manifestations of a single power. Suddenly this thought came to mind from memory. He fell silent. The clown turned out to be himself. Day 55, you watch not far away, Yinglong and Yingzhao, to golden crows, discussing matters like not reviving Fuzhou Mountain. You feel a vague unease inside. You are about to sneak away. Suddenly, Lu Wu slowly walks toward you. You are startled. You immediately know Lu Wu has spotted you, and you want to flee. But just as you are about to turn and run, a fairy-like cry rings out. You lower your dragon head to look. A giant fish appears again. Its body shimmers with brilliant blue light. Kunpeng is not dead, to your shocked gaze. The giant fish leaps at an angle perfectly centered on you. You cannot dodge. You can only stare helplessly as you yourself get swallowed by the giant fish. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 as a reward. 55 days of survival experience, 55 days of physique. The favor of the golden crow. Kunpeng didn't die. After being besieged by so many divine blades of the heavens, it still didn't die. This is too exaggerated. Ji Zheng feels this is beyond description. And it just so happened that he fell like that. and got swallowed by Kunpeng in one gulp. Perhaps it wasn't that he fell. It was that Kunpeng targeted him. He admits that in the simulation, he was a bit of a sneaky player, staying far away and attacking continuously. But it didn't mean it would fixate on him like that. Ji Jung silently complained about Kunpeng for a while. But in this simulation, he also obtained enough information. Kunlun Mountain has Kaming beasts guarding the gate. This gate is mostly the same as in myths, with 9 gates. So there are also 9 Kaming beasts. There is also information about Dushuo Mountain, and that Kunpeng is related to Fuzhou Mountain. Another point is the power of Kunpeng. Don't be fooled that both Kunpeng and the Golden Winged ROC have the character Peng in their names, but their strengths are worlds apart. Kunpeng is too fierce. The Golden Winged ROC is beaten every time they meet, that's for sure. How did these 3 options include the Golden Crow's beak? I remember before it was feathers. Now it's a beak. Next, will it be a whole roasted golden crow leg or something? Ji Jung looks at the 3rd option. He inexplicably recalls that previous simulation rewards were based on some part of his body. Now it's finally different. But this simulation reward still feels a bit off track. It started to switch to parts of the Golden Crow's body. But it's okay. At least when there's really no choice. He would eat the Golden Crow's body parts. After all, they are simulation points. As for the current 3 options, Option 1 contains combat experience and also travel. Experience visiting Kunlun and Dushuo Mountains. Option 2 contains cultivation and affinity to wood. Ji Jung hesitates. He looks at the screen in front of him. In the end, he chooses the 2nd option. The 55-day physique accompanies his choice. A very faint warm current flows through his entire body. But most importantly, in the unseen, he comprehends the wood attribute. His affinity to wood is increasing. With fake wood, Ji Jung vaguely feels a resonance with trees. And with lightning. This feeling is subtle, but very clear. Wood is divided into fake wood and true wood. But when first comprehending the wood attribute, one cannot distinguish yin and yang. Because I was cultivating under the peach tree at Dushuo Mountain. The peach tree is yang. So that's why I directly comprehended yang wood, which is fake wood. He now understands that if he hadn't comprehended wood under the peach tree at Dushuo Mountain, he would probably only have comprehended the most basic wood attribute, the most fundamental wood attribute, and couldn't reach the level of fake wood at all, let alone controlling lightning. Among the 5 elements, I haven't even comprehended yin water or ghost water, but in the wood of the 5 elements, I comprehended yang wood, fake wood in 1 step, but only that. And that already made me this strong. If I could comprehend all yin and yang of the 5 elements, how powerful would that be? Ji Jung's heart leaps, but soon, he suppresses his thoughts. What was he thinking? What he should think about now is how to improve the water element, judging by his current trend. Evolving into Yinglong is really doubtful. With both water and wood attributes, he really doesn't know what he will evolve into. If possible, he really wants to transform into Yinglong first, then comprehend other attributes. That way at least he won't evolve into something messy. If he doesn't evolve into Yinglong, but comprehends more elements first, it will be even worse then. Maybe take a look at the evaluation in the personal template. The evaluation in the personal template should help somewhat. Ji Jung quietly opened his personal template. A screen that only he could see immediately rose up. Name, Ji Jung. Race, Horned Dragon. Cultivation, 5,820 years. Talents, Summon Wind and Rain. Chief of the Renowned Armor. Ride Clouds and Mist. Dragon Might, seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Can be large or small. Position, Water God of Huai River. 60% completion, lifespan, 23,562 years. Current status, in the prime of life, you are at your peak. Your combat power can be fully unleashed. Evaluation, because you swallowed the immortal divine pill. Your bloodline now rivals that of celestial gods. You yourself are a myth. Your strategy is still at the lowest tier among myths. But that does not prevent you from having enormous potential. With the water and wood elements in you, you have a great chance to evolve into a Yinglong. But there is still a possibility of evolving in an unknown direction. This cultivation has added 20 years. Is it because of the 2nd reward just now? No, that's not the point. The point is that he can still purify into a Yinglong. With the water and wood elements, he can still purify into a Yinglong, surprisingly. Ji Jung was startled for a moment. Originally, he thought that evolving into a Yinglong was hopeless. He didn't expect that it was still possible. But to transform into a Yin Dragon, he still needs to strengthen the water element. Ji Jung dared not continue comprehending the wood element. If he keeps comprehending it, he might really fail to become a Yinglong. Then it would be really awkward. He should only comprehend other elements after evolving into a Yinglong. So in the next simulation, he will prioritize comprehending the water element. After he comprehends the ghost water, he will likely understand how to evolve into a Yinglong. Ji Jung quickly set the direction for the next simulation. Evolve into a Yinglong. But how exactly to comprehend ghost water? He was still not very clear. Ghost water is a type of yin water. If one says rainwater is rivers, then ghost water is rain and dew. But still, how to comprehend it? He didn't know. Ji Jung thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. In the end, he had to give up thinking further. He raised his dragon head and looked toward the Huai River Dragon Palace. He had been asleep for so long. It was time to return to the Dragon Palace. With this thought, Ji Jung headed toward the Huai River Dragon Palace. Soon he returned to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace quickly came back under his control. But when Ji Jung learned about the current situation of the Dragon Palace, he couldn't help being surprised. The Huai River demons actually numbered over 100. That rate is terrifying. But according to Old Turtle's words, most of the Huai River demons are shrimp. Now Ji Jung truly has a complete set: shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and a turtle prime minister. He gathered them with just a wave of his needle. He gathered them directly. Ji Jung lay down in the palace and was silent for a moment. He had to guard against Old Turtle. What if Old Turtle really pushes me and makes me the Dragon King of Huai River or something? That wouldn't be fun. I don't want to say, you all have really harmed me. Ji Jung silently became wary of Old Turtle in his heart. This vigilance was to prevent Old Turtle from secretly pushing him to become Dragon King. Ji Jung was originally thinking of continuing the simulation, but suddenly he sensed a very familiar scent. This is the aura of the golden-winged ROC. Good heavens, he encountered all of them. In the last simulation, on the first day he went toward the Yinglong. By coincidence, he missed the golden-winged ROC. So at this time, the golden-winged ROC was near Huai River. After learning that the golden-winged ROC was nearby, Ji Jung immediately closed his eyes, carefully sensing the aura of the golden-winged ROC. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Hey, found you. Scruffy bird. Ji Jung twisted his dragon body, like turning into a thunderbolt, charging toward the surface of Huai River. Boom! Ji Jung burst out of the Huai River surface. The immense power stirred up tens of meters of waves. He soared into the sky. After Ji Jung entered the sky over the entire Huai River area darkened. Peals of thunder resounded. It looked like a storm was coming. After half an hour passed, the thick clouds finally dispersed. The thunder also stopped. On a mountain near Huai River, the golden-winged ROC staggered and flew away from here. At this moment, the golden-winged ROC looked very miserable. His aura was weak, and many feathers on one wing had fallen off. It looked as if he had been brutally beaten. On the mountain, Ji Jung coiled on the mountaintop, staring at the departing golden-winged ROC from afar. Then he looked at the golden feathers all over the ground. He could indeed already kill the golden-winged ROC by shaking him. But he didn't want to let the golden-winged ROC die so easily. There is still a long time ahead. He believed that his connection with the golden-winged ROC was not so shallow. Ji Jung felt that his grudge against the golden-winged ROC was not because of hatred from the simulation. After all, Mr. G is not such a petty dragon. The reason he's targeting the golden-winged ROC is obviously a matter of fate. It's time to go back to the Huai River. Ji Jung was satisfied. He was about to head back, when suddenly his eyes landed on a golden feather on the ground. Another simulation point. That's a simulation point too. Ji Jung opened his mouth and swallowed the golden feather. Current simulation points remaining, 1,659. Not bad, gained a little over 30 points. After one last look, Ji Jung returned to the Huai River. Soon, he was back. Back at the Huai River, Ji Jung was in high spirits. He praised Old Tortoise several times before returning to the palace. Once back in the palace, Ji Jung didn't even think twice. He immediately started the simulation. This simulation session would focus on comprehending the water element. Nothing else mattered. A deep blue screen coalesced in front of Ji Jung. Simulation started. Cost, 256 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 1,403. Day 1. You are in the Huai River Dragon Palace. You calm your mind and begin to comprehend the ghost water. At the same time, you appoint your subordinate Old Tortoise as the water god of the Huai River, ordering him to govern the Huai River with all his might. Day 2. You are still in the Huai River Dragon Palace, meditating on the ghost water, but you gain nothing. Day 4. You meditate in the Huai River Dragon Palace to no avail. Day 6. You are meditating in the Huai River Dragon Palace, when suddenly a great sun descends. You instantly realize the golden crow has arrived. You face a golden crow without any fear. Carried by the surging waters of the Huai River, you soar into the sky. Soon you see that great sun hanging in the sky. Upon seeing you, the great sun voluntarily dissolves its blazing light. After listening to its words repeatedly, you only understand one thing. The golden crow doesn't want you to interfere with its actions, and it marks the Huai River as your territory. You naturally agree, but you make a request. You want to fight the golden crow. The golden crow is surprised by your request, but still agrees. Day 7. You fight the Golden Crow in a forest in the east. You display terrifying combat power during the battle. In the confrontation, you are actually slightly weaker than the Golden Crow. But with the blessing of the wood element, you can even suppress the Golden Crow. Day 8. Your battle ends. It's a draw. The Golden Crow is deeply shocked by your combat strength. It asks if you are about to evolve into a Yinglong. You say that you still have a long way to go before becoming a Yinglong. The Golden Crow is stunned again by your words. Your combat power is truly terrifying. If you evolve into a Yinglong, your power would likely reach a horrifying level. Only a draw with the Golden Crow. But it's enough. Think back. Before, he was instantly killed by the Golden Crow. Now he can match the Golden Crow. That's a huge change. If he had a little more time, he believed he could defeat the Golden Crow in an instant. Ji Zhang was extremely confident in the speed of his power growth. The simulation continued. After fighting with you, the Golden Crow left, returning to the eastern mountains. You also returned to the Huai River. After returning to the Huai River, you ordered your subordinate Old Tortoise to start expelling all humans and demons from the Huai River area from today onward. You have occupied the Huai River region. Day 9. The great sun descends again. You are very puzzled while meditating in the Huai River, not understanding why the Golden Crow has come again. You leave the Huai River and meet the Golden Crow, but you find that the Golden Crow came for no other reason than to chat with you. You learn this and feel quite annoyed. However, during the chat, you realize that the Golden Crow wants to recruit you. This still confuses you. If the Golden Crow wants to recruit you, why not just say it directly? But after thinking for a while, you understand. Your strength is now no less than the Golden Crow's. The Golden Crow wants to recruit you, so naturally, it has to be polite to you. After figuring it out, you neither reject nor accept the Golden Crow's recruitment offer. You act as if you're just chatting with the Golden Crow endlessly. The Golden Crow is not anxious either. After chatting with you for a long time, it leaves. Day 10. You are meditating in the Huai River, and the Golden Crow comes again. You chat with the Golden Crow once more. Day 12. The Golden Crow arrives again. After a brief chat, you send the Golden Crow off. During these days of chatting with the Golden Crow, you have obtained a lot of information. It turns out that this world originally belonged to the spirit beasts. Later, celestial gods descended, gradually dominated this world through exploration and conquest. At the same time, you roughly understand the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow is very extreme. It believes that humans should not exist in this world. The world originally belonged to the spirit beasts. Then the gods expelled the spirit beasts and took over the world. That understanding should be correct, right? As for why humans later rose suddenly and occupied the world, that he doesn't know. Ji Zhang also cannot figure it out. If the divine beings of the celestial realm were truly that powerful, why would they let humanity rise, and even cause humanity to expel the celestial divine beings? Could it be that the celestial divine beings have no brains? Did they just sit and watch humanity slowly develop and rise? Ji Zhang feels that something very secretive and major must have happened in all this. In the Huai River Dragon Palace, Ji Zhang lies here. He is pondering what the origin of humanity is. Did humanity evolve from something? No. We should discuss it from a mythological perspective. In mythology, without a doubt, humanity was created by Nuwa molding clay. That is exactly the story of Nuwa creating humans. And Nuwa probably belongs to the celestial divine beings. The celestial divine beings descended upon this world, explored this world, drove away the strange beasts. In the beginning, there were absolutely no humans. According to current information, Nuwa must have created humans by molding clay while exploring this world. But later, somehow, humanity successfully rose up and expelled the celestial divine beings. Forget it. Why think so much? Let's just continue watching the simulation. He lifts his dragon head and looks at the screen. Day 13. Jinwoo comes to talk to you again. During the conversation, you talk about the 5 phases. Jinwoo is greatly shocked upon learning that you have comprehended water and wood. At the same time, you also learn that Jinwoo has only comprehended the fire of the 5 phases, and he only comprehended the Bing fire of the 5 phases fire. He cannot help but fall silent for a moment. It seems normal mythological beings only comprehend one element, the Bing fire of the 5 phases fire. The fire of the 5 phases is divided into yin and yang. Yang fire is called Bing fire. Yin fire is called Ding fire. Jinwoo surprisingly only comprehended one Bing fire, and normal mythological beings only comprehend one. What about him then? First, he was pondering how he comprehended ghost water. Later, by accident, he comprehended the yang wood of the 5 phases wood under a peach tree. That is, Jia wood. Ji Zhang suddenly feels that the situation is not good. He seems to be different from other mythological beings. The simulation continues. You ask Jinwoo again. If one advances in comprehending the 5 phases, what would happen? Jinwoo explains to you that this is impossible. Since the existence of the celestial realm, only a few beings have simultaneously comprehended multiple phases, including heaven and earth. Jinwoo again tells you not to overthink. Being able to comprehend two elements is already an immense stroke of luck. After finishing speaking to you, Jinwoo officially leaves. Day 15, the Kunlun Mountain Passage revives. You are not concerned about this. You continue to meditate in the Huai River. But on this day, Jinwoo comes. He urgently explains to you, wanting you to help him revive the Fusong tree. After reviving the Fusong tree, Jinwoo is willing to help you unconditionally once. You initially want to refuse, but upon hearing this unconditional help, you pause in silence. You think of the second Jinwoo. Think of the 12 moons. Think of the sun goddess Zi, the Taiyi goddess Chongxi. Think of heaven, earth, and the netherworld. So you agree to Jinwoo. Day 16, you follow Jinwoo to the coastal shore, beyond the Great Eastern Mountains. Jinwoo explains to you, the Fusong tree is in the sea, but it requires enormous spiritual energy to revive. Learning of this situation, you ask Jinwoo how to obtain such enormous spiritual energy to revive the Fusong tree. Jinwoo is very straightforward. He tells you, either kill those demons and use their flesh and blood as spiritual energy, or go to Kunlun Mountain and ask it for spiritual energy. But Jinwoo explains to you, on the way to Kunlun Mountain, humans will intercept you. You simply cannot reach Kunlun Mountain. After hearing this, you remain silent, secretly thinking in your heart, could it be that wherever Jinwoo passes, he uses flames to dominate, causing humans to block him? After a moment of silence, you volunteer to go to Kunlun Mountain. Jinwoo is surprised for a moment, then explains to you, let you have a chance to reach Kunlun Mountain. Just extend eastward to Jinwoo. Day 17, you head westward, riding clouds and mist all the way. With your dragon might released, no being dares to block your path. Day 19, you continue heading west. Just as you are about to enter the western region, suddenly, some humans try to stop you. And this time, these humans don't use any fancy tricks. They directly take out a portrait and throw it toward you in the sky. You, riding clouds, watch the portrait unfold. That familiar portrait is exactly of White Emperor Xiaohao. You immediately release the aura of Yinglong. The portrait automatically closes, fell back to the ground. You also took the chance to escape. How did the humans know he was heading west to Kunlun Mountain? Was it because of Bai Xiaohao? Could it be that Bai Xiaohao foresaw he would go west to get spiritual items to revive the Fusong tree? So he made humans block him on the way, indirectly preventing the revival of the Fusong tree. Ji Zheng fell into deep thought. So in the previous simulation, when Jinwoo went west, he was blocked by humans. He originally thought it was because Jinwoo was domineering, burning everything with flames that caused humans to stop him. Now it seems that's not the case. Part of the reason might still be Jinwoo's aggression, but the bigger reason should be Bai Xiaohao's premeditated obstruction, blocking the revival of the passage, blocking heaven and earth from reconnecting. But Bai Xiaohao probably never expected that he carries the aura of Yinglong, unless Bai Di himself comes in person. Otherwise, portraits are useless against him. The simulation continues. On day 20, you enter the west. Vaguely, you already see a mountain that weighs upon the heavens ahead. Soon you arrive at Kunlun Mountain. You skillfully find the path up the mountain. You begin climbing. When you are halfway up, an invisible force pushes you off the climbing path. You are startled. Then you let out a cry. You shout toward the top of Kunlun Mountain, saying you are from the east, Jinwoo's people, here to visit Kunlun Mountain for the revival of the Fusong tree. Your cry resounds through the sky, but there is no response from within Kunlun Mountain. After a moment of hesitation, you decide to climb again. This time there is no obstruction. Soon you see the Golden Gate, but at this moment, there is no Caming Beast guarding the gate. You smoothly step through the gate. You continue climbing. On day 21, you successfully reach the top of Kunlun Mountain. The surrounding peaks stretch endlessly. You feel that the spiritual energy here is so dense, far denser than outside. You twist your dragon body, ride clouds and mist, and head forward. But after moving a short distance, you stop. Ahead of you appears a herd of running sheep. These sheep all have 4 horns, shaped like goats, but their eyes are fierce and sinister. When your gaze falls on these sheep, they all raise their heads in unison. Seeing them staring at you unbridledly, you immediately release your dragon might, pressing a herd to prostrate on the ground. The 4-horned sheep, Tulu, right? Ji Zheng ponders for a moment. In mythology, many strange beasts are recorded on Kunlun Mountain. King Yuan is one. Tulu is another. Unlike King Yuan, which kills whoever looks at it, Tulu's description is much simpler, though. Mythology focuses more on one point about Tulu. It is a beast that eats people. Seeing Tulu right after climbing Kunlun Mountain. What else is there on Kunlun Mountain? Ji Zheng is very curious. On day 21, you travel through Kunlun Mountain, but you find that there are many peaks within Kunlun. Every peak seems quite extraordinary. You are pondering which peak to head toward. Suddenly, Luwu appears before you, handing you a box, explaining that the contents of the box are enough to revive the Fusang tree, and tells you to take the box back to the east. Dazed, you are sent out of Kunlun Mountain. On day 22, the Jianmu Divine Tree revives. You ponder for a long time at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. You still decide to return to the east. On day 23, you head back east. On day 26, you finally return to the east. You silently sigh after the spiritual energy revival. The ground seems to have become much vaster. Originally from Kunlun Mountain. To the east, you could reach it in at most a day. You return to the eastern mountains. You hand the box to Jinwu. Jinwu is overjoyed upon seeing the box. He immediately takes you to the eastern coast. Jinwu asks you to revive it. The next moment, you see Jinwu throw the entire box into the sea. After the box is thrown into the sea, the entire eastern sea seems to have been bombed. Water splashes everywhere. Under Jinwu's excited gaze, you see a burst of extremely dense spiritual energy erupt from the eastern sea. A moment later, two large mulberry trees of unusual shape slowly rise from the seabed. The two large mulberry trees lean against each other, forming a magnificent and extraordinary tree. The moment this tree came into being, a fiery red pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The golden crow saw this, left you a word to guard it, and then charged into the pillar of light. For 27 days, you watched that fiery red pillar behind the Fusang tree slowly fade. You understood that the golden crow was about to complete his duty. The Fusang tree was also about to revive. On the 28th day, as you looked at the nearly revived Fusang tree, you suddenly sensed something unusual. You turned your head to look into the distance. There you perceived the arrival of humans. The humans had indeed arrived. Ji Zheng was lying in the palace of the Huai River Dragon Palace. He lifted his dragon head and stared at the screen before him. In his speculation, the celestial gods that humans were expecting wanted to reconnect heaven and earth and revive all the passages. The humans, on the contrary, were doing everything to block the revival of the passages. Just look at what he experienced in his simulation. In the previous simulation, he had been taken by Yinglong to revive the Jianmu Divine Tree. When reviving the Jianmu Divine Tree, Yinglong had him act as a guardian. At that time, humans had come to stop them, and they even brought out the portrait of the White Emperor Xiaohao. Back then, it was the White Emperor Xiaohao himself who led him. In this simulation, when he went to the western Kunlun Mountains to retrieve the spiritual artifacts, he was also stopped by humans. So when it came to reviving the Fusang tree, there was no reason for humans not to come and stop him. He just didn't know how they would try to stop him. Ji Zheng stared intently. As the simulation continued, you sensed the arrival of humans. From over 100 li away, you summoned wind and rain, and you manipulated lightning and thunder to block the humans' advance. At the same time, you let out a roar, activated your innate spiritual armor's power, and summoned all aquatic creatures within 100 li, ordering them to fully intercept the humans. On the 29th day, your interception achieved great results. The humans' advance was very slow, but they were still moving forward. You couldn't help but look back at the fiery red pillar behind you, growing anxious. You didn't understand why the Golden Crow hadn't finished the revival yet. The revival of the Fusang Tree, the Kunlun Mountains Passage, and the Jianmu Divine Tree Passage had all been completed within a single day. But now you had no other choice. You could only keep blocking those humans. You let out another roar, intensifying the wind and rain. On the 30th day, most of the humans were blocked 50 li away. But you were astonished to find that a young human was braving the storm and pushing forward against the odds. All the aquatic creatures that tried to stop this young human along the way were slain. This young man held a shield in his left hand, and an axe in his right hand, like a god of slaughter. Whoa, this isn't through some divine artifact or something. It's the human himself. Humans themselves could actually be this strong. Ji Zheng was stunned. He had always believed that humans were strong, because they relied on portraits, statues, and other kinds of divine artifacts, or special rituals like Ying Dance or the Guan General's techniques. But now it told him that humans themselves were also strong. And indeed, humans had always been strong, like Emperor Wu and the like, or like Zhongli, and you the great, all-powerful beings in their own right. It was only later, after the severance of heaven and earth, that they lost spiritual energy and began to weaken. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy, it was only natural for humans themselves to become stronger. But thinking about it, he couldn't help feeling that humans were simply too terrifying. Thousands of years of cultural heritage had left them with so many kinds of divine artifacts, and with Emperor Wu secretly helping them, humans themselves would only grow stronger. The depth of human strength was simply too great. Ji Zheng knew well that he had been defeated by humans not a few times. Now that he had grown to a mythical existence, he finally had the power to contend with humans. Could it be that back when the Black Emperor severed the connection between heaven and earth, they already knew that one day the two realms would reconnect? And then, with thousands of years of accumulated heritage, humans would have the capital to defeat the celestial gods. Ji Jung deeply felt the terror of the Black Emperor. Although the Black Emperor's severance of heaven and earth separated the two realms, the process was by no means as simple as a few words in mythological records. The hardship was known only to those who lived through that era. As for the power of mythology, Ji Jung understood it very well. If he ever had to face the Black Emperor in the future, what would he do? Ji Jung fell silent for a moment at that thought. He felt he needed to improve his strength even faster. The simulation continued. On the 31st day, that human had already neared the coast. On the 31st day, that human had approached the coast. You clearly saw that human youth as well. In this human youth, you witnessed a terrifying will to fight. But watching the golden crow still reviving the Fusong tree, you could only choose to descend in person to stop this human youth. That human youth saw you descend, yet still dared to brandish his battle axe and charge at you. But your dragon tail gave a firm slap and sent that human youth flying away. Your strength was far beyond what that human youth could match. You knocked the human youth away, but that human youth stood up again. His eyes blazed with battle intent. You were about to strike at this human youth once more, when the voice of the golden crow came from afar, saying that this person was extraordinary. You turned to look, and saw the golden crow fly down. The golden crow spat flames from its mouth, and in one burst of fire burned that human youth to death. After that human youth died, his battle axe fell to the ground, but was not damaged at all by the flames. Seeing you puzzled about why the shield and axe were not burned, the golden crow explained to you that in ancient times, humanity had many powerful beings. Among them was one human who amazed even heaven and earth. You asked curiously which human that was. The golden crow uttered two words, Crossing Yao. Crossing Yao? Who is that? No, that shouldn't be the name. It's Xingshan. You quickly recalled the legends about that being. To humans, this being is a household name. Xingshan was originally called Crossing Yao, but later the name was changed to Xingshan. So Crossing Yao had another name, Xingshan. In myth, Xingshan, or Crossing Yao, was a subordinate of the Flame Emperor Shenong. Later, when the Yellow Emperor fought the Flame Emperor, the leadership changed hands. The Yellow Emperor replaced the Flame Emperor as the common leader of mankind, the loser. The Flame Emperor and his followers were sent to develop the then barren southern lands. The former human leader, the Flame Emperor, was relegated to the south. His subordinate Crossing Yao naturally felt resentful. But later, the emergence of Qiu and the Nine Li posed a threat to the Yellow Emperor's power. For some reason, the Yellow Emperor was unable to check the Nine Li, so he ordered the Flame Emperor to resist them. When this order was issued, Crossing Yao, who had long harbored discontent, finally erupted and went straight north to find the Yellow Emperor, trying to kill him. Then came the well-known battle between the Yellow Emperor and Crossing Yao. At the foot of Chongyang Mountain, Crossing Yao's head was cut off. But even without his head, Crossing Yao's fighting spirit did not diminish. He used his nipples as eyes, his navel as a mouth, and continued fighting with his shield and axe. He fought until the end, and was only sealed beneath Chongyang Mountain. Because of this fierce battle spirit, Crossing Yao, also known as Xingshan, was given the title God of War. This human youth was wielding Crossing Yao's weapon. No wonder. You agreed. Crossing Yao's weapons were the shield and axe, the shield Gan, and the axe Che. It was precisely because of the owner's fierce fighting spirit that later generations also used Ganshat to mean to wage war. You continued watching the simulation. The Golden Crow, seeing you lost in thought, explained further, saying that if you ever encounter humans who can wield such special weapons, you must do your utmost to eliminate them. The Golden Crow also told you that among humans today, some possess the bloodline of ancient humans. Kill them while they are weak, so that in the future you can completely eradicate humanity. So humans with ancient bloodlines exist, like this human youth. By ancient humans, do you mean beings like the 5 emperors? Descendants of the 5 emperors? But if you count that way, almost every human is a descendant of the 5 emperors. Perhaps you can judge by their surnames. The 100 family surnames seem to have evolved from the surnames of the 5 emperors era. There is also a saying about the 8 great ancient surnames you recalled. The 8 great ancient surnames are Ji, Zhang, Si, Ying, Yun, Gui, Ji, Yao. These 8. Later, the 100 family surnames all evolved from these 8. People with ancient blood should be easier to find starting from these 8 surnames. But the surnames that evolved from those 8 could also carry ancient blood. It's impossible to sort out. Such an approach is nearly hopeless. Moreover, if you tried to destroy them by the 8 surnames, you'd have to destroy yourself first. Ji Zheng himself bears the surname Ji. You can't calculate it that way. Given the 5 emperors' abilities, they must have known that the divine beings of heaven would act against their descendants. Mixing up the surnames was a way to conceal their descendants. Ji Jung pondered. Immediately, he continued watching the simulation. Day 32. You saw all the humans who came to stop the Fusang tree's revival retreat. You looked at the shield and axe on the ground and the golden crow in the sky. When you looked at the golden crow, you were startled. You found that the golden crow's presence was now far stronger than before. At this moment, you might no longer be a match for the golden crow. You silently marvel that the duty of the Fusang tree is truly terrifying. It can directly elevate the golden crow's strength to a great extent. The golden crow repeatedly thanks you. He solemnly declares that in the future, he will unconditionally grant you one condition. You nod your dragon head. After chatting with the golden crow for a while, you leave the Fusang tree. You return to the Huai River. On the 33rd day, you return to the Huai River. You begin to calm your heart, cultivate, and comprehend the ghost water. On the 34th day, the second golden crow revives. Another golden crow revives. On the 36th day, you see two great suns and scorching flames in the direction of the eastern Fusang tree. You rush out of the Huai River, summon wind and rain. You isolate the fire beyond the Huai River. On the 37th day, the eastern flames disappear. One great sun disappears. You sense the aura of that other golden crow. You instantly know the outcome. The revived golden crow has failed. On the 39th day, you continue to cultivate and comprehend within the Huai River. Your cultivation improves slightly. On the 41st day, the golden crow comes to visit you. He chats with you for a long time by the shore. You understand that the golden crow has become the absolute overlord of the East. That newly revived golden crow has become a subordinate of this golden crow. The golden crow tells you plainly, in the near future, he will replace the sun and become the sole sun in the mortal world. Meanwhile, the golden crow asks you curiously, with your strength, why don't you gather all the dragons under heaven? There are quite a few dragons. Upon hearing this, you are silent for a moment. You want to cultivate quietly. And the dragons of the world should be under the jurisdiction of Yinglong. But the golden crow says you are the next Yinglong. The current Yinglong is merely a manifestation of power. He is nothing to fear. If you become an enemy of Yinglong, he will do everything in his power to help you. He also says gathering the world's dragons won't hinder your cultivation. Hearing this, you feel a bit tempted. On the 42nd day, you begin to summon the world's dragons to gather at the Huai River. This news spreads. The golden crow immediately spreads it across the whole world, and for a time, dragons from all directions seem to converge on the Huai River, gathering the dragons. He opens his dragon eyes wide. He has never thought of such a thing. In the simulation, he had seen quite a few flood dragons. The number of flood dragons in this world is certainly not small. Even flood dragons are not useless, but usually, flood dragons are very scattered. They never seem to think of gathering together. Reminded by the golden crow, he finally remembered. With his strength, he really could gather the dragons. In the current world, among the dragons, besides the Yinglong manifested from that power, no other existence can possibly surpass him. As for the Azure Dragon, Bamboo Dragon, and Bingy of the Dragon Clan, they don't seem to have revived at all. Under these circumstances, he can indeed summon the dragons. He lies in the palace of the Huai River Dragon Palace. He raises his huge black dragon head and looks at the screen. Next, he will gather the dragons. Speaking of which, this golden crow is pretty good. Of course, that's based on his own strength. If his strength were insufficient, then the golden crow would be an extremely dangerous existence for him. The golden crow would probably kill him without hesitation. But when he is strong enough, the golden crow is indeed a very good friend. The golden crow is not like the golden-winged peng. The golden-winged peng is an old eagle who likes to ambush people. The golden crow is different. He does everything in an upright manner. Even if he wants to kill you, he will tell you he is going to kill you. That's quite nice. Of course, the condition for the golden crow being good is that you are powerful yourself. Can gathering the dragons really succeed? In the simulation, it only said there was a trend of gathering, but it hasn't actually gathered yet. He continues to look at the simulation on day 43. 3 flood dragons near the Huai River are the first to respond to your summons. You easily make these 3 flood dragons submit using the authority of the Dragon King. You glance over them. These 3 flood dragons each have over 1,000 years of cultivation. Neither too strong nor too weak. You take them into the Huai River Dragon Palace. Just as you prepare to continue waiting for more dragons, you sense from afar. A great sun arrives. It is the Golden Crow. You don't understand why the Golden Crow has come again today. But when you see the figure beside him, you understand. That figure is Yin Zhao. You guess Yin Zhao is here to ally with the heavenly gods to deal with Peng. Last time you saw Peng in the East Sea, that was day 44, right? The heavenly gods joined forces to deal with Peng, driving him to the South Sea on day 44. So they should have started discussing the matter around day 40. But in this simulation, Yin Zhao only comes on day 43. Is it because the Fusong tree has already revived? So the timing has changed. Ji Zhang quietly speculated as the simulation continued. As expected, Ying Zhao spoke up. He invited you to join together in dealing with the revival of Kunpeng at Mount Buzhou. He explained that this was a united effort of all heavenly gods. Jin Wu beside him also urged you to join, stating that all existing heavenly gods would partake in the battle. But you didn't understand. You asked how Kunpeng would be used to revive Mount Buzhou. Ying Zhao said that the passage of Mount Buzhou was of utmost importance. In heaven and earth now, the only divine beast qualified to become a celestial pillar was Kunpeng. Ying Zhao explained the feasibility in detail. He told you that Mount Buzhou was originally an incomplete mountain. Using Kunpeng's body to transform into Mount Buzhou was highly feasible. Upon learning that dealing with Kunpeng was a consensus among all heavenly gods, and that refusing might offend all of them, you chose to agree. Ying Zhao was overjoyed and told you that once the plan started, you would be notified. On day 44, you stayed in the Huai River to cultivate your insights. Your subordinate, Old Turtle, came to report, and 2 more flood dragons arrived to join the Huai River Dragon Palace. Naturally, you accepted them. On day 45, another flood dragon arrived. You vaguely sensed the power of living beings. Now, with one command from you, dragons from all over seemed to come to you. On day 47, more and more flood dragons joined, and the Huai River Dragon Palace's strength grew greatly. On day 48, a horned dragon flew out from the clouds, heading toward the Huai River. After sensing its aura, you immediately flew out. 2 horned dragons met in the clouds. But the moment they met, your bloodline, comparable to heavenly gods, suppressed that horned dragon. You looked at the horned dragon. It was a cyan horned dragon. With cultivation of about 6,000 years, you knew it was your bloodline that suppressed it. You looked down at the horned dragon and asked what it wanted. The cyan horned dragon said it wanted to join the Huai River Dragon Palace. You were surprised but didn't refuse. You let it join your forces. On day 49, you sent your subordinate Old Turtle to gather information about your fame in the outside world. Soon, Old Turtle reported back the fame of the Huai River Dragon Army, spread by Jin Wu, had already reached all corners of heaven and earth. All dragonkind knew of your summons. Many dragons were heading toward you, and rumors said you could rival Jin Wu. You found this extremely speechless. On day 50, your forces grew exceptionally strong with the continuous arrival of dragons. But while your strength was rapidly increasing, you kept an eye on your subordinate Old Turtle. As expected, your subordinate Old Turtle started making moves again, preparing to build a more magnificent palace for you, and pushing you to the position of Huai River Dragon King. You discovered it in time, and immediately stopped Old Turtle. You stated that the current situation was already sufficient. On day 52, a very peculiar dragon arrived. When it came, you couldn't help but leave the Huai River to size up that peculiar dragon. You found its appearance very unusual. It had a snake body and a dragon head, looking very docile. It didn't have the dragon nature of ordinary horned dragons nor the ferocity of flood dragons. After talking with it, you learned that this dragon was Qiu Niu, so that's it. Ji Zhang suddenly understood. One of the 9 sons of the dragon. The 9 sons of the dragon doesn't mean the dragon actually gave birth to 9 sons, because 9 is an imaginary number, representing countless. Qiu Niu is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Legend has it that a dragon king once mated with a water buffalo and gave birth to Qiu Niu. Qiu Niu has a snake body and a dragon head, completely without any ferocity. Instead, it is gentle by nature, loves music, and can distinguish all sounds. It is said that Qiu Niu often likes to squat on the head of a zither to appreciate music. So many human zithers are carved with the image of Qiu Niu to show the zither's quality. Gentle Qiu Niu. How did summoning dragons also bring this thing here? Ji Zhang was still surprised. Once, he had to stay far away even from a statue of Gongfu, one of the 9 sons. But now he had attracted Qiu Niu, also one of the 9 sons, to respond to his summon. No, his present self was different from the past. Back then, he avoided the statue of Gongfu, because at that time he was only a flood dragon. But now he belonged to myth, completely different from before. It seemed quite normal for Qiu Niu to respond to his call. And according to Ji Zhang's speculation, these 9 sons of the dragon came from the so-called Dragon King mating with various animals. But that so-called Dragon King probably had a very loose claim. Anyway, Ji Zhang had never heard of any so-called Dragon King in mythology. Of course, the Dragon Kings in Journey to the West don't count. In mythology, the truly powerful dragons never called themselves Dragon Kings. So Ji Zhang guessed that the Dragon King was mostly a horned dragon. Above the horned dragon is Yinglong. At that time, it was in a period of rapid understanding of water elements. Water among the 5 elements represented reproduction. So the horned dragon mated with many animals, finally producing the 9 sons. In fact, most of these 9 sons weren't very powerful either. At most it's equal to a horned dragon in strength. Ji raised his dragon head and kept watching the simulation, wanting to see what would happen next. On day 52, Qiu Niu and Yanming request to join your Huai River Dragon Palace. You can't help but feel surprised. You carefully sense Qiu Niu's aura, though it can't compare to a horned dragon. It's not far off. And as far as you know, Qiu Niu is also quite gentle-natured. He loves music and dislikes violence. There's no reason for him to come seeking your allegiance. But Qiu Niu says that with the world's great upheaval, it's no longer an era where humans rule alone. He cannot stay out of it, so he wants to find shelter among the Dragon Clan. You're the first to stand up and gather them. You think for a moment and understand. You're the first to rally the dragons. And your reputation has been greatly boosted by Jinwoo's spread of it. Most dragons instinctively choose to come and take refuge with you. On day 53, your power increases once again. The dragons of the world vaguely regard you as their leader. On day 55, Yingzhao comes to find you. He says now is the time to head north to confront Kunpeng. You don't hesitate. You hand over the authority of the Huai River Dragon Palace to your subordinate, Old Turtle. Then you head north. Halfway there, you run into Jinwoo again. After chatting with Jinwoo for a while, you learn he's been waiting here on purpose to go north with you. You and Jinwoo join up and head north. On the way, Jinwoo specifically warns you not to make an enemy of Kunpeng head-on. When the big fight starts, stay back as much as possible. On day 56, you and Jinwoo arrive in the north. You see that great human city again. You feel a vague sense of unease. Your instinct to avoid danger is kicking in. Jinwoo sees you staring at that great human city. He tells you to stay away from it. For now, even the gods can't threaten this human city. A single human city. And the heavenly gods have no way against it. Ji Zheng had explored the north in a previous simulation. Back then, it was this human city that awakened his instinct to avoid danger. At the time, he didn't want to provoke that human city, so he avoided it. Now Jinwoo says this human city has another mystery to it. Ji Zheng stares intently at the screen. He wants to see what makes this human city so special. Jinwoo sees your confusion. He immediately tells you this city is the current human capital. It has the protection of Emperor Wu. After hearing that, you suddenly understand, so that's it. If it's the human capital, then it makes sense. Once you understand, you continue heading north with Jinwoo. On day 58, you and Jinwoo reach the North Sea. Not far from the North Sea, vaguely, you see a fierce battle happening ahead. You and Jinwoo move closer to look, and you see a giant fish locked in combat with Lu Wu. Under the giant fish's fierce assault, Lu Wu seems barely able to hold his ground. You can't help but marvel at Kunpeng's powerful fighting ability. On day 59, you and Jinwoo are still watching. Lu Wu noticed you hadn't made a move. He immediately roars at you, telling you to help. Only then do you unhurriedly launch your attacks. You use your ability to summon wind and rain, turning the entire battlefield into a water domain. Jinwoo is silent for a moment. Then he asks you, aren't you weakening your own side and strengthening Kunpeng? You ponder for a long time. You quietly withdraw the wind and rain, switching to attacks with mist. Jinwoo also begins attacking with flames, but the damage you to deal to Kunpeng isn't much. Kunpeng is focused on killing Lu Wu. He completely ignores you and Jinwoo. On day 60, Yingzhao arrives. Another Jinwoo arrives as well. The real battle between you and Jinwoo begins. No more watching. You go all out attacking Kunpeng. On day 61, Kunpeng can't withstand your combined assault. He lets out a cry and dives into the water, heading south. His speed is so fast you don't even react. And Kunpeng is already gone. You immediately give chase in the direction Kunpeng fled. Kunpeng is still Kunpeng, after all. His strength is just too great, facing the siege of Lu Wu, Yingzhao, and Jinwoo. And he still managed to escape. And Lu Wu is already injured. Ji Zheng sighs with some emotion. If only he had Kunpeng's strength ... But that's just wishful thinking. He feels that unless he evolves into Yinglong or some other dragon. Otherwise, defeating Kunpeng is almost impossible. Speaking of which, I'm not sure if this battle will succeed. Kunpeng is too fierce. Its vitality is also extremely strong. With just Wu Yingzhao, Yinglong, and those to Jinwoo and the 12 moons, it seems quite difficult to kill Kunpeng. Ji Zheng pondered and didn't know if this expedition against Kunpeng would succeed. Anyway, right now he's just a million-point player tagging along. In the simulation, he's not stupid. He knows that if he goes all out and draws Kunpeng's hatred, Kunpeng would try to drag him down, even if it meant death. On day 62, while pursuing Kunpeng, you passed by Dushuo Mountain. On day 63, you continued flying south. Soon you encountered Kunpeng. At that moment, Kunpeng had transformed into a huge black bird, facing attacks from many divine beings. Upon arriving at the battlefield, you immediately launched an attack. Soon, Kunpeng fell into the sea, covered in wounds. But you knew Kunpeng wasn't dead yet. You remained highly vigilant. Jinwoo flew over to find you. You warned him to be careful. Jinwoo was startled and didn't quite understand. The next moment, a huge fish burst out from the sea. Thanks to your warning, Jinwoo avoided the fish's attack. The huge fish transformed back into Dapping. The battle resumed. On day 64, the battle continued. But Kunpeng seemed to enter a berserk state. It felt no pain. Determined to fight you all to the death, you couldn't fully exert your power. You were actually suppressed by Kunpeng. However, Kunpeng couldn't hold out much longer. Soon it began to undergo its tribulation. With a mournful cry, Kunpeng fell. On day 65, Yingzhao retrieved Kunpeng's body from the sea and took it away. Jinwoo also left with you. On the way, Jinwoo told you that you couldn't compete for the position of Buzhou Mountain, so staying there would be pointless. On day 66, you returned to the Huai River. You found that the Huai River's power had far exceeded your imagination. There were already dozens of flood dragons. There were even horned dragons. And there was Qnu. You deeply realized how strong your faction had become. With the gathered dragonkind, you could truly be called a regional overlord. Although you could dominate the region, you had no intention of expanding. You still stayed in the Huai River. Wow, dozens of flood dragons, horned dragons, and even a Qnu. His faction is way too strong. Ji Zheng felt that he could totally dominate a region, and the feasibility is very high. For example, in the simulation, the North lost Kunpeng and was in a leaderless state. With his forces, he could easily dominate the North, and he'd absolutely be unstoppable. But given his personality, he probably wouldn't try to dominate, not even in the simulation. After all, his primary goal is to comprehend the water element and evolve into a Yinglong as soon as possible. The simulation continued. On day 67, you were meditating in the Huai River. After communicating with those horned dragons, you gained a new understanding of the water element. That day, Wujiki came to find you, saying he was willing to become your subordinate and would manage all aquatic creatures under heaven for you. You saw through Wujiki's ambition. You rejected Wujiki. You had no intention of commanding all the water tribes under heaven. On day 69, you continued meditating on the water element in the Huai River. You gained more understanding of the water element. Vaguely, you truly understood the meaning of ghost water. You believed that given a little more time, you would be able to truly comprehend ghost water. On day 70, suddenly, the entire ground began to shake. You couldn't help but rush out of the Huai River. You looked into the distance. To the northwest, a deep red pillar of light shot into the sky. You vaguely understood. Buzhou Mountain had revived. All four passages had revived. Heaven and earth were about to reconnect. Just as you thought that, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Your heart grew uneasy. You raised your dragon head and looked. You saw a terrifying existence riding horned dragons, hurrying towards the Huai River. You didn't recognize the figure, but you knew they came with ill intent. You were about to order your subordinates to swarm them, but the figure suddenly shot out a beam of light. The light landed on your head. It shattered your entire dragon body. At the moment of death, you vaguely heard the descending figure say that you were unworthy of the water god position of the Huai River. You have died. Please choose one of the following 3 options. 70 days of survival experience. 70 days of physical strength. A trace of Bing Yi's aura. He died, but Mount Buzhou is about to revive. He died for no apparent reason. Look at the last sentence of the simulation. He is unworthy of the position of Huai River Water God. Is this aimed at his position as Huai River Water God? Ji Zheng was silent for a moment. After all, Mount Buzhou has just revived. So many monsters and demons have rushed out, and they want to seize the position of Huai River Water God, and so on. This option mentions who that is. Bing Yi. Ji Zheng's dragon eyes widened. The name Bing Yi is thunderous to his ears. Among the dragon clan, one of the strongest beings, Bing Yi is undoubtedly one of them. In mythology, Bing Yi is the Yellow River Water God. He also has the aliases Feng Yi and Bo. It is said that Bing Yi has a human face. When he goes on patrol, he likes to travel by stepping on to dragons. There are few legends about Bing Yi. Among them, the most famous is his battle with Yinglong. Although he ultimately lost to Yinglong, it is enough to prove Bing Yi's strength. If Bing Yi takes action, then it would be normal for him to die. But why did this Bing Yi suddenly appear? No, Mount Buzhou has just revived. Bing Yi suddenly appeared. And why would he go out of his way to grab the position of Huai River Water God? Or could it be that this divine office is actually not that simple? Ji Zheng fell into deep thought. Huai River Dragon Palace. The entire body of the Black Dragon was lying in the palace. He still couldn't quite understand why Bing Yi killed him. Is it because Bing Yi wants the divine office of Huai River Water God? Or is it because Bing Yi sensed the aura of Yinglong on him? But he is about to evolve into the second Yinglong between heaven and earth. So out of hatred for Yinglong, he killed him. Ji Zheng thought for a long time. He felt it was both. Moreover, he felt that perhaps the position of Huai River Water God is not that simple. It could even be said that the divine office is not simple. In Ji Zheng's memory, most of those mythical beings were mountain gods, river gods, water gods, fire gods, and so on. Most of them presided over a single domain. Perhaps this divine office thing is not as simple as he imagined. But in my simulations so many times, I haven't really found any secrets about the divine office. Ji Zheng fell into contemplation again. Or could it be that the divine office only changes when the four passages revive, after the reconnection of heaven and earth? That's the only explanation. But if the divine office becomes different after the reconnection, then it seems he cannot hold on to it either. Bing Yi never appeared during the time before heaven and earth were reconnected. Ji Zheng speculated that Bing Yi came from the heavenly realm after the reconnection. That is to say, if heaven and earth reconnect, many more powerful beings will appear in this world, even if the divine office has secrets. And his position as Huai River Water God is not simple. He still cannot keep this position. His time to become stronger is only before heaven and earth reconnect. Ji Zheng realized this point. He actually should not have helped speed up the revival of the passages. In this simulation, he played a huge role in the revival of the passages. The reason Fusong Tree was able to revive so quickly was all because he went to Mount Kunlun to retrieve a spiritual object. The revival of Mount Buzhou required the body of Kunpeng. He also participated in this battle. It can be said that he single-handedly accelerated the reconnection of heaven and earth. In the next simulation, he must absolutely not do this. If there is an opportunity, he must delay the speed of the reconnection. Ji Zheng quickly decided on the direction for the next simulation. Huai River Water God. Ji Zheng slightly raised his dragon head. He felt the water flow. What secrets could this divine office of Huai River Water God hold? Actually, his divine office as Huai River Water God is not weak either. He doesn't seem to need to think about how to obtain other divine offices. Being able to guard this divine office well, he would already be very impressive. The Huai River and the Yangtze River, the Yellow River and the Ji River are collectively called the Four Poisons. Beings as powerful as Bing Yi are only the Yellow River Water God. The Huai River can be as famous as the Yellow River, which is enough to show its importance. These three options. Ji Zheng turned his gaze back to the screen. 70 days of survival experience. 70 days of physique level 1. Bing Yi's aura. Choosing Bing Yi's aura is useless. At this level, if you choose an aura, the other party will spare you. Forget it. And if you choose Bing Yi, it would be even harder for him to explain. Carrying the aura of Yinglong, and also the aura of Bing Yi. If he encounters Yinglong and Bing Yi, wouldn't that be awkward? Ji Zheng silently looked at the first and second items. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to choose the first one. The first item contained his insights on the water element. He'd mentioned it before. He vaguely understood what ghost water was. He was just one step away from comprehending ghost water. He still needed to focus on comprehending the elements. After all, this was crucial for his next evolution. Choose the first option. Ji Zheng made his choice. Soon, a flood of memories surged into his mind like a tide. Among them were vast combat experiences. With the Golden Crow. With humans. These combat experiences with Kunpeng undoubtedly became nourishment for his strength. What Ji Zheng cared most about was not this. What he cared most about was the understanding of ghost water. Ghost water was like endless drizzle. And like the dew of night, the complete opposite of human water is ghost water. Ji Zheng seemed lost in thought. If one had to say, ghost water was more like endless vitality. It could silently nourish all things, like rain and dew, or human saliva. These all belong to ghost water. Using ghost water against enemies, that is also the ultimate gentle killing intent. Killing the opponent without risk. He had the insight, but still needed time to feel it carefully. But there was no time to feel it slowly now. He might as well experience it in simulations. Ji Zheng was very clear. He was still in the urgent time of the reconnection of heaven and earth. He didn't have enough strength. Then he would just wait to die. Military service was just one difficulty. After military service, there would inevitably be more powerful beings. His strength was still insufficient. He still had to become stronger. Ji Zheng's heart became even more urgent. He twisted his dragon body, prepared to start the simulation again. But after thinking, he first summoned the old turtle. Next, he would start a completely new simulation. To become stronger. Soon, the old turtle entered the palace. Dragon Lord, what are your orders? The old turtle still had that submissive look. People who didn't know might think the old turtle was really weak. Ji Zheng knew this old turtle was not simple. He was very capable. In the simulations, he didn't talk much about the old turtle. But in the simulations, his Huai River Dragon Palace gathered so many flood dragons and to horned dragons, Qiu. In that situation, the old turtle could still secure his position. It was enough to show his ability. Old turtle, do you wish to advance further? Ji Zheng was silent for a moment. He then told the old turtle about the Dragon Lord's intention. What do you mean by advancing further? The old turtle was puzzled. Becoming the Huai River Water God, Ji Zheng briefly explained what the Huai River Water God was to the old turtle. He did intend to let the old turtle become the Huai River Water God. Other than the old turtle, he wouldn't feel at ease letting anyone else take the position. No matter how big his power grew, the old turtle was always his trusted subordinate. Meanwhile, inside the palace, after learning that Ji Zheng wanted to promote him to Huai River Water God, his small eyes were filled with shock. He looked at the latter in disbelief. Ji Zheng couldn't be bothered to say more. He glanced up at the old turtle. Then, as the Huai River Water God, he conferred the deputy god position to the old turtle. After giving it, he didn't ask the old turtle how he felt, because he knew that asking would result in no feeling. So Ji Zheng didn't bother asking. He simply drove the old turtle out of the palace. Then he started his next simulation. A silver screen condensed in front of him. Simulation launched, consuming 256 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 1,403. Day 1. You are in the Huai River Dragon Palace. You begin to comprehend Ghost Water. With the previous insights, your comprehension is very easy. Day 2. You fully comprehend Ghost Water. Your combat power receives a huge boost. At the same time, you understand how to evolve into a Yinglong. To evolve into a Yinglong, the first condition is to comprehend the way of water and master it to great perfection. Furthermore, your cultivation must reach 10,000 years. Then you must survive a tribulation to evolve into a Yinglong. These conditions look similar to those for a flood dragon transforming into a dragon. But careful observation reveals the vast difference. The way of river water must be comprehended to great perfection. Then his cultivation must reach 10,000 years to survive the unknown tribulation. Only then can he evolve into a Yinglong. When cultivation reaches his level, improvement each year is extremely difficult. To cultivate to 10,000 years, that alone is a huge challenge. Mastering Ghost Water to perfection is undoubtedly harder than cultivation, and that unknown tribulation is even more. Needless to say, Ji Zheng recalled the time when he underwent the Walking Water Dragon transformation. Back then, there were many kinds of tribulations, impossible to guard against all. It was Yinglong who helped him out that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed that checkpoint of destroying cities. The most terrifying are still the tribulations set by heaven. A trial was set at the river estuary. So Ji Zheng also greatly fears the tribulations of becoming a Yinglong. These are very hard. But no matter, for now he can't evolve into a Yinglong anyway. And when the time comes, it's hard to say whether he will actually evolve into a Yinglong. Ji Zheng shook his dragon head. He continued watching the simulation. On the third day, you continued to gain insights in the Huai River. You discovered that when your Ghost Water grew, the false which you had comprehended also grew along with it. This astonished you. But after a moment's thought, you understood. Among the 5 elements, water can generate wood. Since you comprehended Ghost Water, it could nurture false wood. On the 5th day, your Ghost Water and false wood both improved rapidly. The speed of improvement surprised even yourself. Ghost Water nurturing false wood could actually work this way. Ji Zheng suddenly realized. So this is how you could comprehend it. In this world, the 5 elements generate and overcome each other. Among them, water can generate wood. Ghost Water encountering false wood is undoubtedly a great nourishment. Falsewood receives Ghost Water and grows stronger. Just as he had realized, after he fully comprehended Ghost Water, Falsewood would also grow along with it. That is to say, he could use the 2 elements of water and wood to comprehend the other elements. Ji Zheng was lost in thought. On the 6th day, a great sun descended. It was Jinwu. Of course you knew Jinwu's purpose. You originally wanted to refuse Jinwu, but then you remembered your goal was to delay the channel's recovery. So you dismissed the thought of refusing Jinwu. You left the Huai River and met with Jinwu. After a conversation, Jinwu told you not to interfere with other matters. The Huai River could be your territory. You neither refused nor accepted. Instead, you wanted to spar with Jinwu. Jinwu agreed. On the 7th day, your sparring ended. You defeated Jinwu. So fierce, Ji Zheng was completely stunned. Last time he simulated sparring with Jinwu, the result was a draw. Now in the simulation, he defeated Jinwu. His cultivation had not increased, but his battle experience had grown. Also because of Ghost Water and Falsewood. It was precisely because of these 2 points that his combat power soared. He could actually defeat Jinwu now. Yisheng was shocked, but he knew the top priority was to continue the simulation. You defeated Jinwu. Jinwu found this utterly unbelievable. After a moment of silence, Jinwoo asked if you knew about the Fusang tree, and you told him about the 4 channels' duties. Jinwoo fell silent again upon hearing this. He also asked if you had any intention to compete for the Fusang tree's duty. You shook your head. You said you had no intention to compete, and you were willing to help Jinwoo revive the Fusang tree. Jinwoo was greatly surprised by this. After the surprise, he immediately declared that from today onward, he would share life and death with you as one. From today, you and he would both be overlords of the East. On the 8th day, you returned to the Huai River. Your subordinate, Old Turtle, reported to you that news came from Jinwoo's side. The East would henceforth have twin overlords, and you were one of them. After hearing this, you were silent for a moment. You didn't expect Jinwoo would actually do this, but you didn't pay much attention. You continued to comprehend your ghost water and falsehood. On the 10th day, a familiar aura approached. You couldn't help leaving the Huai River to look outside. A dragon deep in the soil was within the clouds and mist. You understood this was Yinglong. You wondered why Yinglong had come to see you. You immediately flew out of the Huai River to meet Yinglong. When you saw him, Yinglong did not speak. He sized you up repeatedly, then asked if you had comprehended ghost water. You did not hide it and answered Yinglong. Yinglong looked at you with great satisfaction, then said that once you evolved into a Yinglong, you must come and pledge allegiance to him. You didn't understand this. Yinglong had come to find him, telling him to go find him after evolving into a Yinglong. What did he want to do? Watching the screen, Ji Jung also couldn't make sense of it. He watched the simulation. Actually, he could think more than the version of him in the simulation after all. The onlooker sees the game best. But even so, he still couldn't figure out what Yinglong wanted. Earlier, while training with Yinglong, Yinglong had been hinting at one thing, that he absolutely had to evolve into a Yinglong. There could only be 2 Yinglongs in heaven and earth. One was the Yinglong of tolerated water, and the other was the Yinglong of ghost water. Could it be that if he evolved into a Yinglong, he could merge with Yinglong and become stronger? Ji Jung racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. You didn't know how to answer Yinglong. Just then, a great sun arrived. Jinwoo arrived. He stood beside you, watching warily. He said Yinglong had crossed the line. He told Yinglong to leave immediately. Yinglong didn't want to start a conflict with Jinwoo either. After giving you a deep look, he left. Then Jinwoo carefully examined you, making sure you were fine before letting out a breath. He said Yinglong was not easy to deal with, and told you to be extra careful. Try not to clash with Yinglong. But if you had to face him, he would do his best to help you. Day 11. You cultivated in the Huai River. You kept comprehending ghost water. Ghost water was also spawning armored eyes. Both your elements were steadily improving. Day 13. You continued training. Your combat power was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Day 15. The Kunlun Mountain Passage revived. As expected, Jinwoo arrived that day. He said he wanted to revive the Fusang tree. According to Jinwoo's plan, he would spit up all the eastern demon tears and use flesh and blood to revive the Fusang tree. But you proactively offered to go to Kunlun Mountain to fetch spiritual items. Jinwoo naturally agreed. He told you to be careful. You immediately left the Huai River, heading toward Kunlun Mountain. But you deliberately slowed down, planning to stall for time. You wandered aimlessly, heading west. Day 16. As you flew over a human city, you noticed that some temples in the city were radiating golden light, as if trying to drive you away. You found it amusing. Looking closer, you realized it was just folk beliefs. They didn't have much power. You spat out a stream of water and smashed the whole temple. At the same time, you noticed that in the human world, it was getting close to the end of the year. But you didn't pay it any mind. You stared for a long time, then left. Day 18. You passed by a mountain peak. On the peak, you found a strangely shaped demon. This demon looked like a dog, but was as big as a tiger. It had a huge head, horns on its head, eyes like copper bells, sharp teeth and claws. As it ran, it kept making a sea sound. You were curious about this strange demon. You stopped in the clouds and observed what it looked like. Ji Jung was completely confused. Shaped like a dog, size about the same as a tiger. Basically a giant dog. Has a big head, horns on its head, eyes like brass bells. Is there such a creature in mythology? Ji Jung thought carefully. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't figure out which myth this was from. Not a strange beast from ancient times. The simulation said it was near the end of the year among humans. End of year ... This beast's shape seemed similar to the legendary she beast. Ji Jung pondered for a moment. Finally he understood. This beast was not one of those terrifying mythological creatures. It barely counted as a strange beast. But definitely not from the era of the 5 emperors. It must have appeared in a later age. Maybe few people know she, but many have heard of Chushi New Year's Eve. Chushi is the New Year celebration. Legend says that she liked to come out and eat people during the New Year. After eating, it would go back to sleep. It slept for a whole year before coming out to cause trouble again. Back then, people had no way to deal with she. But to survive, they still fought desperately against it. The New Year's Eve dinner didn't only mean family reunion. It also meant the last meal. After eating that meal, people would go to Resistchi. It's very likely a one-way trip. Only orphans would gather for a proper reunion meal. After countless sacrifices, people discovered that she was afraid of the color red, afraid of loud explosions. So they learned to protect their homes by posting Spring Festival couplets, and to drive away she by setting off firecrackers. Chuxi means driving she away on that day. The same logic applies to the year-end hurdle. Get past this hurdle and you've entered the new year. This she creature actually exists. Ji Jung found it amusing. Even from the simulation, he could see that Ji's strength was not great. To him, it was probably the kind you could swat away like a dragon's tail killing a swarm. But for humans, it was a devastating disaster. The Black Emperor's severing of the Heaven-Earth link gave humans time. Perhaps even the Black Emperor himself didn't expect that this would allow a mere she to threaten humans so greatly. Ji Jung was deep in thought. The simulation continued. You observed for a long time from within the clouds. Then you slowly descended. She sensed your aura. It lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. You curiously asked she where it was headed. She cautiously explained to you that it was going to a human city. It said it had received the Kunlun demon's order to gather all she on New Year's Eve and coordinate with the demon army to attack humans. You were taken aback. You suddenly realized that Kunlun Mountain had always been fighting against humans. But now that you were strong enough, you didn't have to obey. You ignored the so-called Kunlun demon's order, let she go, and continued westward. On day 20, you passed another human city. But sensing nothing special about it, you left. On day 21, you were riding the clouds. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked you. You recognized him. It was the Great Wall. You didn't understand why the Great Wall had stopped you. You hadn't attacked any humans. Just as you were very confused, you saw that the Great Wall also looked puzzled. After some talk, you realized. It turned out that the Great Wall didn't understand why you were roaming around. Weren't you supposed to go west? Ji Jung thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. His mood became cheerful. This was by Dishao Hao's doing. That guy had foreseen that he was going west to obtain the spiritual item of the Fusung tree to revive the Golden Crow. So he sent someone to intercept him. The last simulation was the same. Ji Jung knew this well. Only Bai Dishao Hao didn't expect that this time he was just pretending to go. Those humans were waiting ahead to intercept him. They were getting anxious because he hadn't shown up. Ji Jung could imagine what those interceptors looked like. Each of them had taken their stance, just waiting for him. And here he was, enjoying the scenery. Didn't expect that, did you? He had no intention of going to Kunlun Mountain at all. Ji Jung stared at the screen in the Huai River Dragon Palace. He felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. The Great Wall would never imagine. And neither would Bai Dishao Hao that he never planned to go to Kunlun Mountain. When the time was right, he would just double back the way he came. Of course, in the simulation, he would probably eventually help the Golden Crow complete the channel's revival. But that time would be infinitely delayed. He needed enough time to grow stronger. Ji Jung looked at the ongoing simulation. On day 21, facing the Great Wall's question, you had no intention of answering. Instead, you slammed into the Great Wall with the force of a dragon, attacking him head-on. You and the Great Wall started a fierce battle. In just the first exchange, the Great Wall fell into a disadvantage. He relied on the 9 virtues to raise a defense. You also knew that killing the Great Wall would be too difficult. So after a fierce assault, you quickly left. The Great Wall watched you leave, making no move to stop you, well aware that he was no match for you. On day 22, the Janmu Divine Tree revived. But this did not affect your continuing westward. You knew that since even the Great Wall had noticed you, the Golden Crow might be watching you too. So you slightly increased your speed. On day 23, your speed increased considerably. But your direction subtly shifted. You were flying toward the northwest. On day 24, you flew high in the sky riding the clouds. While heading northwest, you suddenly saw a huge burst of fire below. You stopped flying. You poked your dragon head out of the clouds and looked toward the source of the fire. Under your gaze, a bird was spitting flames inside a large human city, constantly attacking it. The bird looked like a crane, but had only one leg. Its whole body was covered in green feathers. Is the bird white? Is this the Bafang from mythology? Ji Jung quickly guessed. In mythology, its shape is like a crane. It only has 1 foot. Its feathers are cyan with red spots. It can turn white. Legend says wherever it appears. Strange wildfires break out for no reason. So it is also called the fire-lighting bird. But does it obey the orders of Kunlun Mountain? It attacks human cities. And it attacks major human cities directly. Given its power, it is indeed enough. It can indeed attack major human cities. Ji Jung continues watching the simulation. You watch the creature rampaging below. You have no intention of helping. You lurk in the clouds, watching. Below, the creature madly attacks the human city, burning more than half of the city. The humans placed inside this city. They're divine artifacts, but they cannot stop the creature at all. On day 24, the creature's fire burns in the city all night, but the city is still not completely destroyed. The humans in the city resist desperately, but their secret arts have no effect at all. Just as the Bafang is about to deliver the final blow to this city, a figure suddenly descends. It lands in front of the Bafang. This figure holds a blunt axe. It is a human youth. The youth blocks the creature, and the creature immediately spits fire, charging straight at this human. You recognize this human youth. Of course, you recognize the Ganchi he holds even more. You think the Ganchi is indeed powerful, but in this youth's hands, it cannot handle the creature, as expected, soon. This human youth can't hold on any longer. You hesitate for a moment. You prepare to act and save this human. You develop a strong interest in this youth's fighting spirit. Fighting spirit. He himself cannot clearly say what it is, but Ji Jung feels that fighting spirit is extremely important. Fighting spirit can definitely greatly enhance combat power. The crossing Tia in mythology is a manifestation of strong fighting spirit. Even when thrown into battle, they still fight on, and they grow stronger as they fight. It seems that all famous mighty warriors in mythology inevitably have strong fighting spirit, like Yinglong, Chiyu, Daiyi, and so on. If he could also obtain this fighting spirit, Ji Jung feels just thinking about it is wonderful. But how exactly can one obtain fighting spirit? That's hard to say. He has to rely on the simulation. If he saves the youth and figures out fighting spirit, then even if he offends the creature and offends Kunlun Mountain, it's not a loss. Ji Jung ponders. Strictly speaking, he belongs to the Celestial Divine faction. After all, his identity is clear. He is a dragon. A horned dragon with Celestial Divine bloodline, naturally part of the Celestial Divine faction. Saving this human youth seems somewhat wrong, but for the sake of this fighting spirit, he has no choice. If he fought wholeheartedly for the Celestial Divine, in the end, he would die without a burial place. Haven't you seen earlier in the simulation? As soon as the passage of Bujo Mountain recovered, and heaven and earth reconnected, the Bingyi came straight for him. Faction is important, but personal strength is also important. With strength, you have a say. Ji Jung understands this very well. He continues watching the simulation. You actively reveal your form. The Bafang is very surprised at your appearance, but after sensing you are a Celestial Divine, it immediately lowers its head to you, showing submission on the human side. They are terrified by your appearance. They think you are also here to deal with them. Under the gaze of the crowd, you lower your dragon head. You explicitly protect this human youth. You ask the Bafang if it has any objection. The Bafang, facing your dragon might, dares not show any reaction. It turns and flies away from this human city. You twist your dragon head and glance at these humans. With a flick of your tail, you take the human youth away. You also fly away from this city. On day 25, you bring the human youth to a mountain. You put him down. Yet you see the human youth is not afraid of you. You can't help being curious. You ask the human youth why he is not afraid. The youth still has a strong fighting spirit. He only says, regardless of the outcome, at worst I'll just die. The spirit of this human youth surprises you greatly. After some conversation with the youth, you gain nothing. You still don't understand fighting spirit very well. On day 27, you look at this youth holding the Ganchi. You realize you simply cannot figure out how to obtain fighting spirit. You had no choice but to give up and let the human youth leave. But the youth seemed to know what you wanted to know. He raised the weapon in his hand and showed it to you. This weapon came from Chongyang Mountain to the northwest. Upon hearing this, you decided to go to Chongyang Mountain to try to gain the battle spirit. On day 28, you released the human youth and headed northwest to find Chongyang Mountain. On day 29, you quickly found Chongyang Mountain. The mountain was surprisingly easy to find. In your sight, layers of black chat coiled around the mountain on all sides. This black chat was very similar to what you had seen on Dushu Mountain. The black chat came from ghosts and monsters, and all around Chongyang Mountain there were layers of it. What did this mean? Xingshan had turned into a ghostly monster. You were puzzled. According to mythology, Xingshan fought the Yellow Emperor. His head was cut off, but by his strong will he continued to wield his shield and axe. But Xingshan's final fate was not recorded. It only said that his head was buried at the foot of Chongyang Mountain. In the simulation, Chongyang Mountain was surrounded by black chat. This meant Xingshan had become a ghostly monster. You still couldn't quite believe it. You continued to watch the black chat on Chongyang Mountain. You found that the black chat here was very thick. But this black chat was confined to Chongyang Mountain only. It could not leave the mountain at all. As if bound by something. You became curious. You started to investigate around Chongyang Mountain. After searching for a long time, you found a stone stele at the foot of Chongyang Mountain. The stele was engraved with some text. It emitted golden light, seeming to suppress all the black chat on the mountain. The stele read, Autumn god, Rushu. Rushu, I see. So it was Rushu suppressing the Black Cha, preventing it from leaving the mountain. Whether the Black Cha was a ghost or not, being unable to leave meant it was sealed. You suddenly understood. Speaking of this Rushu, his origin was very great. In the Huai River Dragon Palace, you raised your dragon head and thought about the name Rushu. He was a very famous figure in mythology. Rushu was called the Autumn God, the God of the West, the Executor of Heaven. All kinds of titles, countless of them. According to legend, Rushu was the son of the White Emperor Xiaohao. It was said that there was a snake on his left ear. He liked to ride to dragons when traveling. He belonged to the category of very powerful deities. Later, when Xiaohao was appointed as the White Emperor, Rushu naturally became a subordinate god of the White Emperor. What is a subordinate god? According to your understanding, a subordinate god is an assistant to a regional presiding god. For example, the river god of Huai River also had his own subordinate gods. Usually, the presiding god was only responsible for the overall management of the region. Subordinate gods help the presiding god handle various matters large and small. It could also be understood as the relationship between an emperor and his prime minister. And Rushu was the subordinate god of the White Emperor Xiaohao, handling various matters for him. It was because of these many tasks that Rushu had so many titles. For example, the Autumn god was because Rushu presided over autumn, symbolizing harvest. With Rushu's power, it was not strange at all that he could suppress Xingshan on Changyang Mountain, especially since Xingshan had already been defeated. Rushu was mostly still around. What stood at the foot of Changyang Mountain was just a stele, something like a divine artifact. You figured that, given your brash personality in the simulation, you would probably smash Rushu's stele by force to see what was inside the mountain, and whether you could obtain the so-called battle spirit. The simulation continued. On day 29, you raised your dragon head, looked at the Rushu stele, hesitated for a moment, then raised your tail and attacked the stele, facing your attack. The stele emitted a burst of golden light, trying to counterattack, but it failed and was shattered by your tail. After you shattered the stele, the mountain shook violently. In your sight, the Black Cha suddenly awakened and began to swirl wildly. On day 30, a piece of white bone, a skull, burst out of the soil. All the Black Cha of Changyang Mountain poured into the bone. In an instant, the bone turned into a figure covered in black mist. As the figure condensed, you felt a deep unease. You instinctively retreated from the mountain. But the black mist figure charged at you immediately. It repeated one sentence over and over. Gods, die. The black mist charged, and with one strike it wounded you. You didn't care about anything else, and directly used wind and rain summoning, and drove thunder and lightning to attack the black mist. You fought it for a long time before you dispersed it. But you found that wisps of Black Cha were still gathering under the mountain, as if they would never disappear. This shocked you. You didn't understand why the mist wouldn't dissipate. But you knew well that whether Xingshan existed or not, his tolerance for gods was zero. Seeing you, it would attack. You had to leave Changyang Mountain. On day 31, after leaving, you went west. When passing a peak, you stopped. You entered the mountain to heal. On day 33, your injuries recovered, but you stayed in the mountain, reflecting on the battle with the black mist. You tried to comprehend the battle spirit, but no matter how you tried, you found no gain. On day 34, you saw 12 moons and a sun appear in the east. You knew that the 12 moons and another golden crow had awakened. On day 36, you were still meditating, when suddenly you saw a massive fire raging in the east. You knew full well that the two golden crows were fighting. At least, the golden crow had never wronged you. You immediately rushed back at the fastest speed. On the 37th day, you returned to the east. From far away, you saw two great suns colliding. You didn't hesitate at all. You summoned wind and rain, harnessed lightning and thunder, and launched a fierce attack against the other golden crow. The golden crow was overjoyed to see your return. Together with you, it launched a swift assault on the other golden crow. Soon the other golden crow was defeated. It submitted under the first golden crow. The golden crow asked you if you had brought back any spiritually charged items. You replied that you had not. You roughly told the golden crow what had happened along the way, explaining that White Emperor Xiaohao had anticipated you would go west and sent people to intercept you. Forced to go northwest instead, you encountered Changyang Mountain and the inscribed stele along the way. The golden crow was silent for a moment, then said, "It's good that you came back." It was not surprised that White Emperor Xiaohao blocked you, but it hadn't expected Changyang Mountain and the inscribed stele. The golden crow told you that there were also powerful beings among humans. For instance, the demon of Changyang Mountain and the western god Rushu were both strong. Out of curiosity, you asked the golden crow whether Rushu was a human or a god. The golden crow explained that Rushu was both human and god. What the hell? Both human and god? Ji Zheng stared at the simulation before him, confused. Logically, Rushu wasn't a celestial god. After all, he was the son of White Emperor Xiaohao. White Emperor Xiao Hao was one of the 5 human emperors. Without a doubt, he was human. So what was going on? Ji Zheng stared hard at the simulation. You didn't understand what the Golden Crow meant. So the Golden Crow explained again. Back then, the mountains and rivers of this world were all ruled by celestial gods. A human emperor, not knowing his place, had once fought against the celestial gods. He had obtained the authority over those mountains and rivers. In the end, heaven and earth took pity and made concessions, giving humans the right to choose some of the mountain and river authorities. After hearing this, you instantly understood. Rushu was a god appointed by humans themselves, not one appointed by heaven and earth. But you still had some doubts. Why didn't the celestial gods wipe out humans when they were weak? You asked the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow also said it didn't understand. It only said that the intentions of heaven and earth were hard to guess. And it added that the reason humans had been able to grow was also because of the grace of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Ji Zheng became even more puzzled. Heaven and earth had given humans the freedom to choose their own authorities, and humans had grown because of heaven and earth's grace. What exactly was heaven and earth thinking? In the myths of heaven and earth, there wasn't much introduction to the Divine Lord of heaven and earth. It only mentioned the Divine Lord's 3 wives and children. So Ji Zheng didn't know why heaven and earth had done that, helping humans grow. When humans fought for the authority of positions, they proactively gave humans the right to choose their own authorities. Isn't that just spoiling them? Could it be that after comprehending the 5 elements and yin-yang, one's thinking becomes different? Ji Zheng really couldn't figure out what the Divine Lord of Heaven and Earth in the Huai River Dragon Palace was thinking. If he were heaven and earth, he would never let humans grow up, let alone give up authority. Comprehending all of the 5 elements and yin-yang ... Would it really make someone different? Impossible. Ji Zheng figured he had at least comprehended 2 attributes. He didn't feel any change in himself. Maybe it's because my level isn't high enough. Ji Zheng shook his massive black dragon head. He decided it was better not to dwell on this question. Keep getting stronger. One day, I'll understand why heaven and earth did that. Ji Zheng continued watching the simulation. On day 37, you were very puzzled about why heaven and earth had done this. The Golden Crow beside you was very extreme, stating that though heaven and earth indulged humans, he would not. When heaven and earth reconnected, the first thing to eliminate would be humans. You made no comment on the Golden Crow's extremism. You just nodded silently. Then the Golden Crow told you that since there were no spiritual items, the next step would be to purge all the demons in the east. The Golden Crow ordered you to return to the Huai River. No matter what happened outside, do not let your demon subjects leave. You knew the Golden Crow was trying to protect you. The Huai River demons naturally agreed. On day 38, you returned to the Huai River and reflected on your journey westward. At the same time, you restrained the Huai River demons, forbidding them from leaving the river. While you were in contemplation, outside the Huai River, the Golden Crow launched an indiscriminate slaughter, using the flesh and blood of demons to revive the Fusang tree. The Golden Crow was pretty good. His character was open and upright, honorable. But Ji Zheng felt that the Golden Crow valued bloodline very much. It seemed, in the Golden Crow's view, the bloodlines of the world were divided into 4: celestial gods, divine beasts, humans, and demons. Celestial gods were beings born in the heavens. As for divine beasts, according to the information he had obtained, they were beings that had always existed in this world. Strange appearances of mythical beasts. Most have special abilities. Humans were created after the celestial gods entered this world, created by one of the celestial gods, Nuwa. As for the demon tribes, they were born after the Black Emperor severed heaven and earth, reviving spiritual energy. Strictly speaking, they are a kind of stimulated abnormal beast. So Jinwu values him as a being whose bloodline rivals the celestial gods, and also looks down on those demon tares. No matter how many are exposed, Jinwu might not feel the slightest pity. Ji Zheng deeply feels this, but this point about Jinwu has no effect on him. On the 39th day, you were cultivating in the Huai River, but Jinwu suddenly arrived. Accompanying Jinwu was Yin Zhao. As you expected, Yin Zhao invited you to join forces against Kunpeng, but you didn't agree immediately. Instead, you looked at Jinwu. Jinwu said that Yamming Kunlun Mountain had already sent the spiritual items, so he would join the fight against Kunpeng. After killing Kunpeng, they would revive the Fusang Tree and Buzhou Mountain at the same time. When you heard that Jinwu had already agreed, naturally, it was hard for you to refuse, so you agreed to Yin Zhao. But you knew well that they must not revive the Fusang Tree and Buzhou Mountain. Otherwise, you would be the first to die. You began to think about what method to use to stall. On the 40th day, you thought for a long time, still had no suitable method. On the 41st day, Jinwu came to find you. We can go to the north now. The celestial gods are already heading north, preparing to deal with Kunpeng. You had no choice. so you had to follow Jinwoo north. On the 43rd day, Sunyu and Jinwoo arrived above the North Sea. At that moment, Kunpeng was facing attacks from Lu Wu and Yin Zhao. Seeing this, Jinwoo had no mind for lingering. He attacked Kunpeng with full force. You watched Kunpeng being ganged up on, had the intention to help Kunpeng, but you knew that if you showed it clearly, Lu Wu and Yin Zhao would target you first. After thinking a moment, you summoned wind and rain, covering the whole field, weakening Jinwoo's combat power considerably. At the same time, you enhanced Kunpeng's combat power. Jinwoo was about to question you, but saw you spout water at Kunpeng, as if you were irreconcilably opposed to Kunpeng. Seeing this, Jinwoo had to choose not to ask further, and continued his attack. On the 44th day, Kunpeng, strengthened by the wind and rain, transformed into a large black bird with a cry. But Kunpeng showed no intention of fleeing. Under the support of the wind and rain, Kunpeng actually suppressed Lu Wu and Yin Zhao and attacked them. As for Jinwoo, under the suppression of your wind and rain, his strength was greatly reduced. Couldn't harm Kunpeng at all, while you were completely slacking off, let alone harming Kunpeng. Under these circumstances, Kunpeng was completely unscathed. On the contrary, it seemed ready to kill Lu Wu. On the 45th day, Yinglong arrived. After Yinglong arrived, the battle situation instantly took a huge turn. Kunpeng faced the combined assault of Yinglong, Lu Wu, and Yin Zhao. Immediately fell into a disadvantage. Seeing this, you immediately felt something was wrong. You knew that Kunpeng might not be able to hold on. Just as you felt something was wrong, Kunpeng flapped its wings, escaped towards the south. Its speed was so fast that you were shocked. But Yinglong and the others were not slow either. All gave chase towards Kunpeng. You could only follow Jinwoo in the pursuit. On the 46th day, during the pursuit, you passed by Dushuo Mountain. But you didn't stop. Continued chasing Kunpeng. During the pursuit, you couldn't help asking Jinwoo what other celestial gods were ahead. Could they block Kunpeng? Jinwoo answered that ahead. The 12 moons are blocking. Kunpeng won't get far. How can we let Kunpeng survive? Ji Zheng was silent. He felt that letting Kunpeng survive was truly a hellish difficulty. Facing Lu Wu, Yin Zhao, Yinglong, and the simultaneous siege of Jinwoo and the 12 moons. Even if he deliberately sabotaged, it was fundamentally impossible to save Kunpeng. But if Kunpeng died, the Fusong Tree Passage would revive. The Buzhou Mountain Passage would also revive. After heaven and earth are reconnected, with his current strength, he simply couldn't survive at all. Ji Zheng thought. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a result. No matter how he looked at it, Kunpeng's death seemed inevitable. The alliance of the heavenly gods was truly terrifying. He could only continue watching the simulation, to see if there would be any turning point in it. If not, then he would think of a countermeasure in the next simulation. Right now, he was just simulating. Simulation was about trial and error. He had the capital to try infinitely. If it didn't work this time, then he would come up with a plan, and then try it in the next simulation. If it didn't work, he would calmly think of another strategy. He raised his dragon head and continued to watch the screen. On the 47th day, as Jinwoo had said, ahead of you, Kunpeng was intercepted by the 12 moons. Seeing this, Jinwoo launched a fierce attack. You witnessed this scene, and could only continue to lie low. You knew Kunpeng couldn't hold out long against these attacks, but you had no way to help. You could only watch the great battle. On the 48th day, Kunpeng, under the combined assault of many heavenly gods, quickly became covered in wounds. His body heavily crashed into the sea. You knew what would happen next. You silently moved away from the center of the battlefield. Soon, a large fish glowing with azure light shot up from the sea. It tried to swallow Lu Wu in one bite, but Lu Wu's speed was extremely fast, and he dodged Kunpeng's attack. The battle erupted once again. Kunpeng's power seemed to suddenly surge, becoming terrifyingly strong. For a time, he suppressed many of the heavenly gods, but you knew this was just Kunpeng's last gasp. As you expected, soon Kunpeng was suppressed back down. On the 49th day, just as Kunpeng was about to vanish completely, a black mist suddenly attacked from the distance. This black mist held a halberd, and around it coiled an aura that made you feel extremely ominous. You were greatly shocked when you saw this black mist. Wasn't this the incarnation of the black mist from Chongyang Mountain? The place where the evil spirits were buried on Chongyang Mountain. He stood stunned for a moment. He had been to Chongyang Mountain in his simulation. He had even smashed the ceiling tablet there. Back then, he had fought with the evil spirits that had turned into ghosts. But those spirits seemed to be immortal and indestructible. So he left. He hadn't expected that now the evil spirits would come out and directly interfere in the battle between Kunpeng and the heavenly gods. It seemed the humans had caught wind of the heavenly gods' plan, so they intervened to stop it. But humans couldn't keep up with the speed of the heavenly gods. The portraits were certainly useless. Forced by necessity, the humans brought out the evil spirits that had turned into ghosts. But could the evil spirits turn the tide of the battle? He continued to watch the simulation. Under your gaze, the black mist evil spirit charged out, swinging a large axe toward Lu Wu. Kunpeng seemed to understand that the evil spirit was there to help, and erupted with ferocity, launching a rapid attack on the many heavenly gods. The evil spirit's combat power wasn't incredible, but it could tie down Lu Wu and Ying Zhao. Kunpeng naturally wouldn't miss the chance to escape in this situation. With a flap of his wings, he vanished from the spot. Watching Kunpeng leave, you inexplicably felt a sense of relief. You turned to look at the evil spirit, only to find that it seemed to have completed its task. It laughed loudly. Then its entire body dissolved into black mist and disappeared. Kunpeng really had escaped. And the reason Kunpeng was able to escape, in the end, came down to him. If he hadn't smashed the ceiling tablet, the evil spirit wouldn't have come out. So, if you want to delay the recovery of the passage, and delay the reconnection of heaven and earth, you have to rely on external forces. In other words, the human side. He fell into thought. The end of this battle caught all present by surprise. But you had no way to influence it. Kunpeng had already fled. In the end, Yin Zhao was the first to speak, telling you all to return to your territories and wait for the next encirclement of Kunpeng. On the 50th day, you and Jinwu returned to the east. Jinwu and Yin Zhao told you not to release water elements to control the field in the next battle, as that would greatly weaken his combat power. You naturally agreed. Then you returned to the Huai River and continued your cultivation. On the 51st day, as you cultivated in the Huai River, your perception of dark water and fake eyes continuously improved. On the 53rd day, while you were cultivating in the Huai River, a fiery red pillar of light suddenly shot up from the east. You knew that the Fusang tree was about to revive. On the 54th day, you suddenly observed a pair of humans heading toward the eastern coast. You knew that these humans wanted to stop the revival of the Fusang tree. You didn't want to meddle, but you saw that among the human group, the young man who had previously held the liver energy was also there. This human youth no longer had the liver energy in his hands, but his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. You were silent for a moment, then sent a water tribe member to notify this human youth to leave. You understood that these humans couldn't deal with the golden crow. Not to mention, there were 2 golden crows in the east. But after learning this, that human youth did not retreat. Instead, he told this news to the others in the human group. On the 55th day, these humans did not continue forward. Instead, they came to the Huai River and performed a sacrifice to you. They requested an audience, but you had no intention of meeting them. You only sent a water tribe member to tell these humans to all leave. You said they could not stop the Fusang tree from reviving. Let them go to stop Buzhou Mountain from reviving instead. You secretly told these humans to prepare in advance in the northwest direction. Buzhou Mountain's revival would be in the northwest direction. After learning this, these humans bowed to the Huai River, and then left the Huai River. They no longer headed towards the east sea coast. Why does it feel like I'm allying with humans again? Ji Zheng fell into deep thought. Looking at this simulation direction, it kind of leaned toward the human storyline again. He had activated human storylines before. But in the end, wasn't he just cleaned up along with them? Now he activates the human storyline again. In his current situation, activating the human storyline is definitely different from before. This is the effect of his change in strength. He just didn't know whether the upcoming simulation storyline would lean towards the humans. For this version of him in the simulation, using the power of humans might not be a bad thing. His goal is to delay the reconnection of heaven and earth. The humans' goal is to prevent the reconnection of heaven and earth. In the short term, their goals could be considered aligned. However, cooperating with humans requires great caution. Cooperating with humans is like asking a fox for its skin. On the 56th day, the Fusang tree revived. The golden crow's strength increased greatly. On that day, the golden crow came again to the Huai River and talked with you. During the conversation, you asked the golden crow if he knew how to enhance the authority of one's divine office. The golden crow didn't understand what you meant, so you explained to the golden crow that your authority could not be further improved. After hearing your words, the golden crow was even more confused. The golden crow asked you back, haven't you already obtained all the authority of the Huai River water god? Why do you say there's still room for improvement? He had already obtained all the authority of the Huai River water god, but the system said he had only obtained 60% of the authority. Where is the remaining 40%? Or was it that only he knew that after obtaining a divine office, there were still many authorities not yet gained? Most other beings only had about 50% of the authority of their divine office. Ji Zheng was stunned after realizing this. Then how was he supposed to obtain the remaining authority? Ji Zheng lay in the Huai River Dragon Palace, lost in thought. He was the appointed water god of the Huai River. He had become this Huai River water god, counting the time in the simulation. For quite a long time, He had done everything a water god should do. But where was he supposed to get the remaining 40% authority? Could it be that he really had to do some things a water god should do? Like marrying a wife every year? Forget it, that's not reliable. Regarding how to obtain the remaining 40% authority, Ji Jung was thoroughly puzzled. It wasn't the first or second day he had been confused about this issue. But no matter who he asked or how he tried, he couldn't solve this problem. Ji Jung thought for a long time, but he still had no clue. In the end, he had to give up thinking further and continue looking up at the simulation. On the 57th day, after a discussion with the Golden Crow, you had a sparring match on the East Coast. With the boost from his divine office, the Golden Crow was able to suppress you. But possessing 2 elements, you managed to remain undefeated. Your Ghost Water seemed to naturally counter the Golden Crow. Hidden killing moves beat the Golden Crow until he had no temper. After the battle ended, the Golden Crow asked you why you fought him with full force, but were timid when dealing with Kunpeng. For a moment, you were speechless. On the 58th day, Ying Zhao came again, stating that he had found the location of Kunpeng. He invited you and the Golden Crow to attack Kunpeng again. You and the Golden Crow naturally agreed. On the 59th day, you and the Golden Crow headed south together to where Kunpeng was. This time, the Golden Crow did not travel through the sea, but openly passed over the land. Along the way, he acted tyrannically, emitting red light, like a great sun flying low in the sky. Countless humans died. You watched blankly but could not say anything. You just had a feeling that you would not reach Kunpeng's location so easily. On the 60th day, as you expected, some humans blocked the Golden Crow. A group of humans carried out portraits of the Great Shu and placed 10 bundles of Kunu bones beside it. When struck, the sound was awe-inspiring, and the Dai portrait even burst with golden light. Heading straight for the Golden Crow, the Golden Crow let out a fierce cry and turned around to strike at the golden light. The Golden Crow collided with the golden light and tore the golden light apart with sheer force. But the Dai portrait clearly wasn't so easily defeated by the Golden Crow. A figure appeared faintly within the Dai portrait, drawing a bow and setting an arrow. A beam of golden light shot forth from the bow, straight toward the Golden Crow. Yet the Golden Crow acted like a reckless fool, continuing to charge head-on. Seeing this situation, you immediately launched an attack on the humans. But before you could act, the Golden Crow had already been defeated. At the same time, the Dai portrait became tattered and broken. You rescued the defeated Golden Crow in time and unleashed a flood against the humans. Hidden within the flood was a deadly ghostly water, trying to strike these humans. At the critical moment, the Dai portrait shattered, transforming into golden light, which blocked your flood, giving the humans a chance to retreat. You turned to look at the Golden Crow, only to find him covered in wounds. You knew you could no longer travel south. Couldn't go south to fight Kunpeng. Well, these humans did a good job this time. They wounded the Golden Crow, so the number of heavenly gods ganging up on Kunpeng decreased, and Kunpeng's chance of survival increased. Liz Heng suddenly thought of a way. As long as the Golden Crow is injured, then he has no reason to go fight Kunpeng. And since the Golden Crow is hurt, he won't go either. The ones fighting Kunpeng would be another Golden Crow, the 12 lunar generals, Ying Zhao, Lu Wu, Yinglong, and Kunpeng himself, plus human help. He'll likely survive. That way, he would have more time to grow stronger. This current situation is the best solution. Can use it in the next simulation too. It's just hard on the Golden Crow. The ROC raised its dragon head, looking back at the screen. On day 61, you and the Golden Crow arrived at a tall mountain in the south. This mountain had few trees, but many streams, making you feel comfortable as you came to this high peak. On the mountain, you found a huge cave. You tossed the Golden Crow inside, then followed him in. After you entered the cave, you saw a strange ape-like beast ahead of you. This ape was none other than Wujiki. At that moment, Wujiki's face was full of shock, as if frightened by you and the Golden Crow. You and the wounded Golden Crow also looked at Wujiki. The scene became extremely awkward. Wujiki muttered. He admitted his earlier tone was too loud, but there was no need to suddenly come over and ambush him. On day 62, you suppressed Wujiki and looked at the Golden Crow. You asked the Golden Crow how things were, but the Golden Crow answered you with nothing, and asked whether the Dai portrait had been destroyed in the end. You said that the Dai portrait had been destroyed to protect the humans. Hearing this, the Golden Crow finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, you asked the Golden Crow why he was so set on destroying the portrait. The Golden Crow told you plainly that he and Dai had a blood feud because of the 10 sons being shot down. Zhejiang could roughly understand the Golden Crow's actions. The Golden Crow was born from heaven and earth, naturally a heavenly god, yet had to serve duties for the mortal world, rising in the east and setting in the west to give the world daylight. This already made the Golden Crow somewhat displeased. Plus, heaven and earth constantly yielded to humans. The Golden Crow already held extreme views toward humans, which led to 10 Golden Crows wreaking havoc on the mortal world, and hence the scene of Dai shooting down 9 suns. But what Zhejiang didn't understand was that when Dai shot down 9 suns, 1 remained. So why was there a second Golden Crow in the world? With this doubt, Zhejiang continued watching the simulation. You naturally knew the blood feud between the Golden Crow and Dai, but you didn't understand why, after Dai killed 9 of the 10 Golden Crows in the myth, a second Golden Crow would appear now. After thinking for a moment, you decided to ask the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow explained to you that the goddess Nuwa, out of compassion, had revived them and placed them back into this world. Given enough time, they could be reborn. Seeing that you were very interested, the Golden Crow began to talk about past events. The Golden Crow explained that after his 9 brothers died, only he was left. He was helpless in the mortal world, and once became a plaything for humans, controlled by Gumang and Rushu. Gumang claimed to oversee the Fusang tree, but actually controlled his sunrise, while Rushu controlled his sunset in the west. Gumang is none other than the legendary god of shepherds, the spring god, the god of the east, right? Ji Zheng pondered, recalling that in legend, Gumang was the subordinate god of Fuxi, who ruled the east. It is said that Gumang had a bird's body and a human face. When traveling, he also liked to ride to dragons. In ancient times, he was a very important figure. In ancient times, people would sacrifice to this spring god Gumang in spring, praying for a safe sowing season. Later, his influence gradually waned. People no longer continued to sacrifice to Gumang. But Gumang did not completely disappear from modern sacrifices. Instead, his image changed. In some festivals and New Year celebrations, one can often see a shepherd boy riding an ox and with 2 top knots. This is the changed image of Gumang, also called Mangtong. At the same time, Gumang and the autumn god Yusho are beings of a similar nature. But Gumang also managed the Fusang tree in the east. According to what the Golden Crow said, Ji Zheng roughly understood. After the legend of the 9 suns, only 1 Golden Crow remained in the human world. Humans must have taken advantage of the situation. They had the eastern god of trees, Gumang, oversee the Fusang tree, controlling the last Golden Crow, the sunrise, and then had the western god Yusho be in charge of sunset, forming the cycle of sunrise and sunset. No wonder the Golden Crow was so extreme towards humans. Ji Zheng finally understood. In the Huai River Dragon Palace, a black dragon a kilometer long lay coiled in the hall. Terrifying dragon aura wrapped around its body, making this black dragon appear incredibly fearsome. Even aquatic creatures felt palpitations when close to the black dragon. This black dragon was none other than Ji Zheng. At this moment, Ji Zheng raised his massive dragon head and looked at the screen. He fell into deep thought. The spring god Gumang was the subordinate god of Fuxi. The harvest god Yusho was the subordinate god of Xiaohao. Fuxi was also called the Green Emperor, the Azure Emperor, or the Wood Emperor. The 5 emperors who governed the east, in order, were the Yellow Emperor Zhuan Yuan, the White Emperor Xiaohao, the Black Emperor Zhuan Su, the Green Emperor Diku, the Red Emperor Tang Yao. But Fuji's title of Green Emperor was different from Deker's. According to Ji Zheng's understanding, humans once had the right to choose their own domains. A right that Emperor Yellow fought for from the Heavenly Emperor. So during the time of the Yellow Emperor, he appointed the 5 emperors of that period. These 5 emperors were used to govern the 5 directions of heaven and earth, east, west, south, north, and center. At that time, Fuxi was appointed the Green Emperor, ruling the east. His assistant subordinate was Gumang. Xiaohao was appointed the White Emperor, ruling the west. Zhuan Su was the Black Emperor, ruling the north. Shen Nong was the Flame Emperor, the Red Emperor, ruling the south. The Yellow Emperor himself governed the Central Emperor. But when Zhuan Su came to power and became the sovereign, he carried out the severing the heavenly connection ritual. After Zhuan Su, the position of sovereign became vacant due to the severing. Humans no longer had the right to choose their own domains. So the Green Emperor Diku and the Red Emperor Tang Yao could not replace the domains of the Green Emperor Fuxi and the Flame Emperor Shen Nong. Hence, the titles of Diku and Tang Yao were not actual domains, but rather honorific titles. Didn't humans use the 5 emperors to govern the 5 directions just to drive away the gods, to seize heaven and earth? Starting from the Yellow Emperor, the human goal was to expel the gods. Ji Zheng pondered, based on the information he had gathered so far. The Yellow Emperor gave him the impression of being more steady. The White Emperor was radical, and the Black Emperor was overbearing. Forget it. Why think so much? Let me first continue watching the simulation. Ji Zheng turned his gaze back to the screen. On the 62nd day, after the Golden Crow finished speaking to you, he very seriously told you that when heaven and earth reconnect, he will make humans pay the price. You just chimed in, without saying much. On the 63rd day, you coiled in a cave, watching the Golden Crow healing. As the Golden Crow healed, Red light flickered from time to time outside his body. The red light fell to the ground, forming small sparks. You looked at the sparks thoughtfully. You manipulated your wood power and infused it into the sparks. Instantly, a large flame exploded. You were startled. You backed away a distance. The healing golden crow opened his eyes, glanced at the fire, opened his mouth and swallowed all the flames. The golden crow looked at you strangely, said nothing, and continued healing. Can wood feed fire? Ji Zhang saw this and thought of his own water ghost and Jia wood. Because the water ghost nurtured Jia wood, both his water ghost and Jia wood had greatly improved. In the simulation, he used Jia wood power to collide with the golden crow's flame, causing an explosion. Among the 5 elements, wood can feed fire. The golden crow's flame belongs to Bing fire, also known as the sun fire. Undoubtedly, it is yang fire. Wood plus fire equals explosion? Ji Zhang thought he could try to comprehend the fire element. The 5 elements are mutually generative, and also mutually destructive. But ultimately, whether he can comprehend it depends on the simulation. He couldn't spend a lot of time in reality trying to comprehend it, could he? That's not realistic. His understanding is a little poor. Real enlightenment takes too much time. The simulation continues. On day 64, Ying Long suddenly approaches you. Ying Long originally wanted to ask why you didn't come to besiege Kunpeng, but after seeing Golden Crow's injuries, he didn't ask. Ying Long tells you that the attempt to besiege Kunpeng failed. Humans suddenly intervened and made Kunpeng defect to them. Ying Long tells you to return to your territory and wait for the next plan. Upon learning this, you are secretly pleased, knowing that the matter of reconnecting heaven and earth will be delayed. On day 65, you take the injured Golden Crow back to the east. On day 67, you send Golden Crow back to the Fusang tree. You propose to Golden Crow to cultivate on the Fusang tree for a while. You clearly realize that your fake wood can help you comprehend the fire element. Golden Crow naturally agrees, and asks you to guard him for a while to recover from his injuries. You gladly agree. Day 68. You cultivate on the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree is formed by 2 large mulberry trees supporting each other. The tree is extremely huge. It is dotted with sparks. Your 1,000-meter dragon whiskers coil around it, only occupying 1 branch. On day 69, you stay on the Fusang tree. You feel unusually uncomfortable. You know well that your nature is of water, so you dislike the Fusang tree. But you still endure the discomfort and continue to stay on the Fusang tree. On day 72, Golden Crow recovers from his injuries. Seeing that you are still on the Fusang tree, he cannot help but tell you that it is unlikely for a dragon to comprehend the fire element. He urges you to give up early, but you refuse to give up. Seeing this, Golden Crow doesn't insist and asks you not to be too fixated on comprehending the fire element. You should focus on the water element. Then Golden Crow further tells you he is about to start replacing the sun, and asks you to guard him for a while. On day 73, under your watch, Golden Crow's body emanates red light. The red light is extremely dazzling. It gradually covers the sun's radiance, and you notice that the sun's light grows weaker and weaker following Golden Crow's movements, until it finally completely disappears. Only Golden Crow remains, emitting red light like the sun. You know well that from now on, there will be no sun between heaven and earth. It returns to the system of the sun and Golden Crow. But obviously, Golden Crow won't follow the path of rising in the east and setting in the west. This means that there will no longer be a sun in the human world. On day 74, the world loses daylight. But every night, the moon still appears. You curiously ask Golden Crow why the moon doesn't imitate him. But Golden Crow looks as if he can't be bothered. He says the moon has always been obedient. They are different. After listening, you seem to ponder. But you don't say much. You continue to comprehend the fire element. On day 75, you find that comprehending the fire element is extremely difficult. Your nature is to be accustomed to water. Naturally, you repel the fire element. Even with the fake wood, you still cannot adapt to the fire element. Could his idea of using the wood element to comprehend the fire element be wrong? No, it can't be wrong. If his nature is wood, then he would surely be able to comprehend the fire element. But his nature is accustomed to water, naturally repels the fire element. He seems to understand why it is said that comprehending the 5 elements is impossible. On day 75, you feel that you simply cannot comprehend the fire element. Golden Crow on the Fusang tree sees your confusion. Golden Crow tells you that any being since birth belongs to one of the 5 elements. Golden Crow himself belongs to fire, while you belong to water. You yourself are of water. Being able to comprehend the wood element is already remarkable. Golden Crow also says if one could truly comprehend the 5 elements, that would almost be equivalent to transcending the 5 elements. Such a being cannot exist between heaven and earth, except for heaven and earth themselves. On day 76, you still refuse to accept it. You choose to continue enduring the pain on the Fusang tree to comprehend the fire element. Does any being belong to one of the 5 elements since birth? He, the horned dragon, belongs to water. The old turtle also belongs to water. Golden crow belongs to fire, and so on. It seems all are singular. If he wants to comprehend the fire element, is he going against heaven? Forcing himself against his own nature to comprehend. He suddenly feels that humans are the spirit of all things. There really is no exaggeration. These mythical beings all have a single element. It is determined from the moment of birth. But humans are different. After birth, most humans possess several elements. Some even have all 5 elements. Humans call this the 8 characters of birth, also known as the 4 pillars and 8 characters. But humans only have the attributes in name. Even if humans are born with the 5 elements, that doesn't mean they truly possess them. It's like how a snake is born with water affinity. Does that mean it can instantly use water? No, it doesn't. Being born with water affinity just means it can comprehend water arts. It's not innate. The same goes for humans. Hearing this, he fell silent, unable to grasp the 5 elements' foundations. But he felt he should be able to comprehend all 5 elements. He just couldn't figure out the trick. How could someone born with water affinity awaken fire arts? He pondered for a long time, but came up with nothing. Finally, he could only continue watching the simulation. Day 77. Seeing you endure constant pain, the golden crow couldn't help but admire you. Then the golden crow explained to you. He let you watch how he wields fire. Perhaps it would help you. Hearing this, you naturally focused and watched intently. The golden crow flew into the air. A red glow surrounded his body. But this time the red glow wasn't so intense. It seemed deliberately controlled. As time passed little by little, the red glow around the golden crow slowly deepened. Then it transformed into a blazing sun. The temperature soared wildly at that moment. Watching the red glow around the golden crow, you knew full well that this was Bing fire. The golden crow's mastery of fire was turning it into that red glow. After learning this, you seemed deep in thought. Seeing you lost in contemplation, the golden crow immediately dispersed the red glow and looked at you. Under the golden crow's gaze, you suddenly let out a roar. Countless streams of water from the East Sea surged toward you. The water coiled around you like snakes, making your aura wildly erupt. The surrounding temperature also began to drop. The water you controlled actually seemed to condense into ice. Seeing this, the golden crow was completely stunned. After a moment, he explained that he showed you how to wield fire, not how to control water. And he certainly didn't intend for you to break through in water arts. The golden crow said he didn't want to teach anymore. Day 78. Though the golden crow said he didn't want to teach anymore, he still demonstrated his fire arts in a different way each day for you to learn. Day 80. Ying Zhao suddenly arrived. He thought Ying Zhao had come to target Kunpeng again. Unexpectedly, Ying Zhao came to explain to you that he was going to the East Sea, to Dushuo Mountain, to awaken Shenshu and Yulei, and have them deal with Crossing Yao, awakening these to divine beings who have a strong restraining power against ghosts and monsters. So it's confirmed that Crossing Yao is a type of ghost. Ji Zheng felt uneasy. In his simulation, Crossing Yao was unleashed, and now even the heavenly gods find it troublesome. But that's understandable. On the human side, they have many portraits and various miscellaneous divine artifacts. They also have the 2 major combat forces, Kunpeng and Crossing Yao. Further down, there are the Great Wall and the Phoenix, beings close to humans helping. To be honest, humanity's power now is actually not weak. In fact, if the heavens and earth were not reconnected, the current heavenly gods might not be able to defeat humanity. The simulation continued. You knew very well that Shenshu and Yulei could definitely restrain Crossing Yao, but you didn't say anything. You wanted to watch Ying Zhao leave, but before leaving, Ying Zhao suddenly said he wanted you to go with him to Dushuo Mountain. You couldn't refuse, so you agreed. You and Ying Zhao set off for Dushuo Mountain. Day 81. During the flight, Ying Zhao looked at you. His eyes showed great interest. To be able to comprehend 2 attributes at the same time. Even Yinglong doesn't have that ability. Then Ying Zhao added, I sense a very familiar aura on you. This made you feel guilty. You knew it was because you had eaten the elixir of immortality that your bloodline evolved. Seeing you silent, Ying Zhao asked if you were interested. After the heavens and earth reconnect, you could go to Kunlun Mountain to find him. He was willing to teach you for a while. You still didn't speak. Somehow it felt like you were eating from many houses. Jizan inexplicably had that feeling. He had studied with Yinglong for a time. The source of ghost water was the inspiration Yinglong gave him. Yinglong also taught him how to control water. Later, under the big peach tree on Dushuo Mountain, he comprehended Jia Wood. Then the golden crow taught him how to wield fire. Now Ying Zhao said he wanted to teach him too. In the simulation, he really had learned everyone's skills. If something happened in reality, he'd be invincible, it felt like. Once he learned everyone's skills, and in reality met those original masters, he wondered if they'd be awkward. Day 82. You and Ying Zhao arrived at Dushuo Mountain. You saw that peach tree again. saw the sculptures of Shenshu and Yulei again. In your gaze, Ying Zhao handed over a bead-like object. The bead turned into rays of light and merged into the two sculptures. Soon the two sculptures shattered. They transformed into two divine beings. They were Shenshu and Yulei. Ying Zhao finished explaining the matter to Shenshu and Yulei. Shenshu and Yulei hesitated. Yan Du was injured, and the ghost gate needed guarding. They had originally been commanded to guard this ghost gate. Without an order from heaven and earth, they could not leave. Ying Zhao insisted that only one of them needed to go. The Crossing Yao were merely ghostly forms. They did not have the power they had in life. After much deliberation, Shenshu and Yulei agreed. Just as you were about to leave, suddenly Ying Zhao looked at you. He said that, if only one of them went, it still wasn't appropriate. Instead, he suggested you guard Dushuo Mountain. After speaking, Ying Zhao pointed at the peach tree. He seemed to hint you could use the peach tree to enhance your wood element. Although Ji Zheng knew Ying Zhao meant well, leaving him here, how could he stop heaven and earth from reconnecting? It really came down to gambling on whether they would reconnect. In the Huai River Dragon Palace, Ji Zheng watched the screen. He speculated whether heaven and earth would reconnect. The human side's forces were already strong enough, but at the top stood only Kunpeng and Crossing Yao, facing Shenshu and Yulei, who specialized in ghosts. The formless Crossing Yao would definitely not be a match. That meant Kunpeng was very likely to be killed. Heaven and earth would very likely reconnect. After reconnection, he probably wouldn't survive. But now there was nothing he could do. Ying Zhao seemed kind, letting him stay at Dushuo Mountain to cultivate under the peach tree and enhance his power. But Ji Zheng completely didn't need all this. He sighed silently to himself. There was no way. He could only continue watching the simulation. Day 83, Force 2, you began cultivating under the peach tree. The peach tree welcomed your arrival. Amid the rustling of the giant tree, a broken branch fell before you. You looked at the big peach tree. You understood that your Jiamu resonated with it. The peach tree welcomed you, and the Jiamu you had comprehended came from it. That was why it gave you the branch. You knew this branch was a rare treasure. Eating the branch would surely benefit you. After a moment of thought, you swallowed the branch without hesitation. Day 84, after swallowing the branch, your comprehension of Jiamu greatly improved. The improvement in Jiamu also enhanced your Gashui. You coiled before the peach tree and continued to contemplate. Day 86, you continued cultivating on Mount Dushu. Each time the ghost gate opened wide, no ghost dared to step out of Mount Dushu. The ghost gate sensed your presence, terrifying all ghosts. Day 90, in your sight, to the northwest, an extremely powerful fluctuation appeared. You knew this was Yin Zhao and the others fighting the humans. You could only pray the reconnection would be delayed. Day 92, the battle fluctuation in the northwest ended. You secretly guessed which side had won. You guessed for a long time. You felt the heavenly deities had a higher chance, but you didn't dare to be sure, so you continued waiting. Day 93, in the northwest, a deep red beam of light shot into the sky. You knew Mount Buzhou had revived. You immediately wanted to leave Dushuo Mountain, heading toward the Huai River. Before you could leave, you saw a figure rushing toward you from the sky. The figure had a human body and face, stepping on to foot dragons. Its might was overwhelmingly powerful. You recognized it as Bingyi. An extremely uneasy feeling arose in your heart. Without any hesitation, you fled in the opposite direction of Dushuo Mountain. But Bingyi was clearly coming for you. In the blink of an eye, he caught up. After catching up, Bingyi attacked without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light shone and severely wounded you. You fell onto the sea surface. Bingyi pursued you, full of surprise, as if he didn't understand how you survived his blow. You raised your dragon head with difficulty and looked at Bingyi. You didn't understand why Bingyi attacked you. Bingyi seemed to see your confusion. He spoke to you. The water god seat of the Huai River is not something a being of your strength can hold. But you were already one with the Huai River water god seat. Unless he killed you, he could not take the Huai River water god seat. As Bingyi finished speaking, he launched another attack at you. You were completely killed. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards. 93 days of survival experience. 93 days of physique. Crossing Yao's weapon, shield axe. It's Bingyi again. Is Bingyi really that powerful? Even if his strength improved, he could still only last 2 moves against Bingyi at most. Compared to last time's instant kill, this time he at least withstood 1 move, but the gap was still far too great. In the simulation's final segment, Bingyi was indeed after the position of Huai River Water God, wasn't he? Because I've already obtained 60% of the authority for the Huai River Water God position. So if Bingyi wants this office, he has to kill me. But why would Bingyi want the Huai River Water God position? Isn't the Yellow River Water God more powerful than the Huai River Water God? Ji Zheng was very frustrated. The biggest obstacle in his simulation was this. Bingyi's strength was simply terrifying. Clearly, Bing Yi only arrived after Bujo Mountain revived and heaven and earth reconnected. This means Bing Yi's strength is at its peak. It's extremely difficult for him to reach that level of power. Or rather, all current mythological beings are in a weakened state. If they all reach their peak, I might not be able to defeat most mythological beings. Ji Zheng deeply realized this, so he still had to delay the reconnection of heaven and earth. His current advantage only existed when heaven and earth were not reconnected. If heaven and earth reconnected, he might end up like the two dragons trampled under Bing Yi's feet. If he wanted to delay, he had to make humans and the divine beings of heaven balance their power, so it could be prolonged. Ji Zheng was figuring out how to achieve this. First, Crossing Yao had to release Kun Peng. He had to help the human side. Only then could human power be maximized. And then ... he didn't know what else to do. Maybe next simulation, he could really try leaning toward the human side again. Perhaps he could find some way to strengthen the human faction. These three options. Ji Zheng looked at the three options again. 93 days of survival experience. 93 days of physique. Crossing Yao's weapon. Shield axe. The third one is useless to him, right? Shield axe is a shield axe. He's a black dragon. What would he do with a shield axe? So it's between the first and second options. Ji Zheng hesitated, then chose the second option. The second option included his cultivation and the improvement of ghost water and geowood. Most importantly, the formation of ghost water. He hadn't yet comprehended ghost water in reality. Choosing option 2, Ji Zheng made his choice. With his choice, a familiar warm current flowed through your body. At the same time, waves of insight emerged. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Current cultivation, 5,932 years. Ji Zheng slowly opened his dragon eyes. He looked at the water currents around him. Without a doubt, he had comprehended ghost water. But the surrounding water didn't surge or show any agitation to befriend him. Instead, it was calm, yet he could feel the water currents rejoicing for him, resonating with him. The combat power boost from the enhancement of water's stillness and gentleness was no less than that from cultivation. With my current combat power, I should be able to easily suppress Jinwu, right? Ji Zheng suddenly felt pleased. He found that Jinwu, who once made him feel despair, now seemed nothing special. Also, since his strength has increased, he should provoke Dapping Golden Winged Bird more often in future simulations. In this simulation, he didn't get to fight Dapping Golden Winged Bird. Ji Zheng was absolutely obsessed with Dapping Golden Winged Bird. Outside the Huai River Dragon Palace, under the shocked and terrified gazes of countless aquatic tribes, a black dragon over 1,000 meters long burst out from the palace. Terrifying dragon might swept through the Huai River, but the Huai River was strangely calm, not stirred into waves by the black dragon's appearance. The black dragon swam freely in the water, occasionally letting out a low, ox-like roar. The sound spread across the Huai River and beyond. The black dragon was Ji Zheng. After acquiring dual element enhancement and cultivation improvement, he swam out of the palace and roamed freely in the Huai River. He felt the power of his dragon body. Elemental enhancement really helped a lot with combat power. If he had all 5 elements plus cultivation, how terrifying would his strength be? Ji Zheng couldn't help thinking of that Heavenly Emperor. He dared not imagine how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor really was. That Heavenly Emperor was probably the supreme being of all mythology. Ji Zheng speculated. After thinking for a long time, he withdrew his many thoughts. He looked up at the nearby aquatic tribes of the Huai River. Since the spiritual energy revival, the number of fish in the Huai River had increased every day. And this growth was very rapid, especially the shrimp, which made up 80% of the fish in the Huai River. Were these shrimp cheating or something? It seemed very easy to step onto the path of cultivation and become a monster. But being a shrimp wasn't all that great either, because it was easy to start cultivating and become a monster. Their abilities were almost always very weak, yet that perfectly suited the idea of shrimp soldiers. Ji Zheng then twisted his neck and looked in one direction. In that direction, a small Sika deer was swimming in a bizarre manner. As this deer swam, its entire body kept twisting. It was clearly the same little Sika deer he had once saved. This deer had been cultivating for a century. So fast, Ji Zheng was surprised. He hadn't expected the deer's cultivation to progress so quickly. But the simulations had never shown this deer before. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Every opponent he fought was a mythical existence. A mere century of cultivation was too weak. It was nothing remarkable. So naturally the simulation wouldn't display it. This deer seemed a bit off. Ji Zheng stared at it for a while. Within his line of sight, all the deer's secrets were laid bare before him. Its blood energy was a bit more vigorous. Its bones were no different from a normal deer. It had hooves ... nothing special. Anyway, Ji Zheng couldn't see anything unusual. After watching for a while, he decided to stop looking. He carefully surveyed the Huai River. confirming that the river was being managed correctly. He finally relaxed. He returned to the palace. He trusted Old Turtle to handle things. With Old Turtle guarding the Huai River, he could basically be a hands-off boss. Ji Jung felt his approach was fine. The water god of the Huai River didn't need to manage every little thing. If that were the case, what would be the point of having subordinate gods? Subordinate gods were precisely there to handle these matters big and small for the officeholder. The officeholder only needed to oversee the general direction. Just like Emperor Qing of the East, Foxy, and his subordinate god Gumeng inside the palace, Ji Jung found his usual spot and lay back down. No sooner had he lain down than the system notification arrived. Another day had passed, but the concept of time wasn't really that important now. As long as he could delay the reconnection of heaven and earth, it didn't matter how many days went by. Ji Jung ignored the notification because he began to think, what exactly should he do in the next simulation? If he were to run a simulation, the direction would definitely be to delay the reconnection of heaven and earth. To delay that reconnection, strengthening human forces was key. Did he really have to start the human storyline again? Ji Jung thought for a moment and decided it was worth trying. But if he started the human storyline, then he couldn't accept the existence of the Golden Crow. Also, he would definitely become a thorn in the side of the heavenly god. I'll give it a try, it's just a simulation after all. Ji Jung pondered for a moment and decided to start the simulation in this direction. He thought it over, then directly initiated the simulation. Simulation started, consuming 512 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 893. Ji Jung's dragon eyes went wide. It had gone up again. It was because of the cultivation rewards from that second option that it had increased by over 500. At this rate, one simulation would drain his points. Ji Jung fell silent. He figured he needed to find a way to earn more simulation points. Then he raised his dragon head and looked at the screen. The simulation had already begun. Day 1. You are in the Huai River Dragon Palace. Knowing what you must do, you decisively hand the Huai River over to Old Turtle. You fly away from the Huai River, heading west. Day 2. You enter human territory. You find that most human lands are devastated. A few cities, preserved by various miraculous items, still remain, becoming human gathering places. But not many cities survived. It suddenly dawns on you. No wonder so many humans came to the banks of the Huai River seeking refuge. The human side could no longer protect all humans. Day 3. You wander through human lands. Instead of easily approaching humans, you choose to let them come to you. As you pass by various cities, if you encounter monster invasions, you reveal yourself and destroy those invading monsters. After wiping out the monsters, you vanish just as countless humans shout, "A dragon!" For a time, the news spreads that a dragon is roaming the central plains and protecting humans. Day 4. You land in a valley to rest. This valley is not far from the nearby human city. You keep an eye on the human city at all times. In the simulation, he chose this method to approach humans, letting humans contact him so he could join their side. With his current combat power, it was unlikely that humans could kill him. That wouldn't be a problem. However, Ji Jung estimated that this method of joining the human side would provoke the heavenly realm. The divine beings will probably notice him soon. He remembers once the Kunlun sent Xiong Yao to kill him. But with his current strength, if Xiong Yao showed up, he'd be taken down instantly. If Kunlun really does strike, they wouldn't actually send Ying Zhao or Lu Wu or someone like that, right? If that happened, he really couldn't win. But he feels it's unlikely. There's no reason for them to respond. One is guarding Kunlun Mountain. The other wanders around everywhere. With their 4-year patrol, they probably won't bother to come after him. Ji Jung fell into deep thought. The simulation continued. On day 5, you were cultivating in the valley. Suddenly you noticed humans nearby fighting against monsters. This drew your attention. You rode clouds and mist up into the sky, looking down below. Soon you found where the fight was happening. You saw a tree demon wildly attacking a group of humans. You weren't in a hurry. Instead, you observed the human group. You noticed they seemed to be rushing somewhere. They carried some food on their shoulders, urging their horses, heading into the mountains. The tree demon chasing them couldn't actually inflict any real damage on the group. Curious, you watched patiently. On day 6, you discovered that the human group's survival against the tree demon's attacks was all thanks to an old human man. That old man held a large broadsword, wrapped in layers of bloody gas. It seemed he had killed quite a few people. It was this broadsword that intimidated those monsters. One broadsword intimidated several monsters, probably because those monsters had low cultivation. Still, such a broadsword could indeed scare off ordinary demons. Ji Jung thought about it. In many folk customs, there's a legend that a knife can ward off evil spirits and demons. The most widely spread one is the butcher knife. It's said that in ancient times, a butcher made his living by killing pigs. His butchering skill was superb. His skill was famous far and wide. From time to time, villagers asked the butcher to slaughter their livestock. Day after day, it piled up. The butcher killed countless lives. One day, the butcher's wife fell ill. The butcher sought medical help but found no cure. The doctor couldn't find the cause of his wife's illness. Later, a wise man pointed out that the wife's illness was caused by evil spirits. It all happened because the butcher had killed too many creatures. The evil spirits were taking revenge. But because the butcher always kept that blood-stained butcher knife at his waist, the evil spirits dared not approach him. So they harmed his wife instead. Hearing this, the butcher was shocked. He asked the wise man what he should do. The wise man told him to go home. Hang the butcher knife in the house. The butcher followed the advice. The next day, his wife indeed recovered. And so the legend spread that a butcher knife can ward off evil spirits and demons. According to Ji Jung, it's not only the butcher knife that can do this. Any knife that has killed a lot can ward off evil spirits and demons. For example, the knives used by butchers for a living, or the executioner's blade from ancient times. Of course, these knives can only suppress some low-level ghosts and demons. If the demon had a bit of cultivation, the knife would be useless. For instance, the old man in the simulation holding that killing broadsword. If he encountered someone like Old Turtle or Crab Demon, it wouldn't work at all. Although humans have many mystical objects, most are only used to deal with low-level monsters. Even dealing with a mythical beast is difficult, let alone heavenly deities, Ji Jung pondered. Back when he was a flood dragon, those mystical objects were quite useful against him. But now that he's a divine being, those items are useless. Still, humans have lost many mystical objects over time. Perhaps among them, there really are some that can deal with mythical beasts. Ji Jung continued watching the simulation. On day 7, you saw that old man gradually couldn't hold on. You immediately revealed yourself from the clouds. You summoned lightning and instantly struck those tree demons dead. The humans immediately knelt and bowed to you. But you paid no attention. You flew back into the clouds and vanished. On day 8, the human group stayed in place for a long time, made offerings to you, then resumed their journey. On day 9, the human group reached their destination. The destination was on a high mountain. You observed from the clouds for a long time, and finally understood. It turned out that humans could not protect all of their own. Some, fearing being killed by demons, moved to live in steep places, hoping to avoid the monsters. But to live in these places, these humans had to regularly cross dangerous cliffs. These humans need to regularly walk along sections of steep cliffs. He traveled to human cities to transport grain and daily necessities back to his dwelling. After learning of this, you did nothing. You deeply understood that the era of human dominance had changed. Heaven and earth cannot belong entirely to humans. With human territory compressed, such a situation was inevitable. On the 10th day, you cultivated near this mountain range. At the same time, you kept watch over the humans living nearby. If they encountered danger, you would act to save them. On the 12th day, you cultivated in the mountains. On the 14th day, the Kunlun Mountain Passage revived. But you paid it no attention. You simply didn't care. You continued cultivating in the mountains. From time to time, you protected the nearby humans. On the 15th day, your reputation spread widely among humans. Soon, you drew the attention of human authorities. Many humans appeared near your activity area, searching for you. On the 17th day, some humans found you, of course, because you deliberately revealed your form. Otherwise, relying on human ability, they could never have found you. After finding you, the humans did not visit you immediately. Instead, they performed a simple worship and then chose to leave. This puzzled you. On the 18th day, a large number of humans came toward your mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the humans held a grand worship ceremony for you. You silently turned your dragon head and watched below. Under your gaze, an elderly human stood before the incense burner. With great reverence, he offered incense to you. Then he picked up 2 objects shaped like crescent moons. These 2 objects were convex on the outside, but flat on the inside. When joined, they formed a crescent moon. The old man knelt before the incense burner, holding this pair in his hands. As the old man kneeled, something stirred within your heart. You had a vague feeling that this old man had a question for you. Those 2 objects in his hands were the means of communication. What is this thing? It can actually communicate with me. The dragon was lying in the palace and couldn't help lifting his dragon head. He was curious. This image seemed somewhat familiar. The dragon thought for a long time. Finally, he thought of one possibility. These objects are Jiaobei moon blocks. Legend says that in ancient times, Jiaobei was a tool used to communicate with spirits. Originally, Jiaobei were made from clamshells. Later, they changed to wood or bamboo. The shape of Jiaobei resembles a crescent moon, but they are split into 2 pieces. The outer side is convex. The inner side is flat. This matches what he saw in the simulation. The function of Jiaobei was to allow people to communicate with and ask questions of the spirits. When people needed answers from the spirits, they would kneel before the spirit, hold the Jiaobei in their hands, and silently state the question in their hearts. Then they would toss them upward when they landed. Different positions carried different meanings. If one piece landed convex side up and the other flat side up, it was called a Shengbei sacred block, meaning the spirit agreed. It meant the spirit approved. A feasible outcome, if both pieces landed convex side up, it was called a Jiaobei teaching block, meaning the matter was unclear, or the asker had already made a decision. So why bother asking? Or else the spirit had not yet decided, and one might try again later. If both pieces landed flat side up, it was called a Kubei withered block, meaning the spirit disagreed. Not feasible, according to what the dragon knew. This Jiaobei tradition gradually disappeared long ago. Nowadays it should still exist in the southern coastal areas. He didn't expect to encounter Jiaobei in the simulation. First the humans used firearms, then they performed yin dances. Have they brought out all the old customs from the south? The dragon was slightly surprised. Most of the extraordinary human items he had encountered came from the south. He shook his dragon head and thought no more about it. He continued watching the simulation. Under your gaze, the old man knelt before the incense burner. At the same time, you sensed a questioning intent in the unseen world. The old man was asking whether they could enter the mountain to visit you. Naturally, you agreed. After you agreed, the old man threw the Jiaobei. The result was one convex side up and one flat side up. That meant agreement. Seeing this, the old man showed joy, but as if not confident, he threw the Jiaobei again. The results were the same each time. The old man was finally relieved. He led the group into the mountains, but seemingly out of respect. This human team was only a handful of people. Most of them waited at the foot of the mountain. On the 19th day, the team led by this elderly man neared the mountaintop. But you did not want this human group to see you so easily. You summoned wind and rain as a test. You knew that letting them see you carelessly would make humans think dragons were nothing special, damaging your prestige. This human team did not yield to the storm. Instead, they kept moving forward through the gale and rain. Seeing that you hadn't troubled them, you then drove lightning. The entire mountaintop was struck by lightning from time to time. It seemed that anyone who reached the summit would be hit by thunder. The human team hesitated a moment, then continued upward. On the 20th day, this human team reached the high mountain. After they climbed to the top, the storm and lightning immediately vanished. These few humans saw you coiled at the peak, and upon seeing you, they were all utterly shocked. They all knelt and bowed to you, honoring you as a deity. Then they recited a long string of words. To your ears, these humans were thanking you for protecting the nearby people. Apart from that, everything else was flattery. You opened your mouth and let out a call. Your voice reached the ears of these few humans, making it easy for them to understand your meaning. You stated that this matter was done casually. If the humans had nothing else, they could leave. The few humans looked at each other and finally said they were willing to worship you. They asked if you could protect them. You were silent for a moment and did not agree. Instead, you told these humans to leave if they had nothing else. The few humans dared not say more. They all descended the mountain. You watched them go down. You knew well that what humans obtain too easily they never value. On the 21st day, the news of you dwelling on the high mountain spread. From time to time, humans came to worship you at the mountain's foot. You merely observed, making no move at all. Meanwhile, that day the divine tree Jonmu revived. You just glanced up and then ignored it. On the 24th day, the old man holding the divination blocks came again. He offered you a round of worship, extending the matter until the new year. He also hoped you would grant more protection, so that the nearby people could have a good year. The old man cast the divination blocks again. You hesitated a moment, then chose to agree. The blocks landed as a sacred confirmation, signifying your consent. Upon learning of your agreement, the old man breathed a great sigh of relief, bowed 3 times, and left the mountain. On the 25th day, you were coiled at the mountaintop. You suddenly felt a strange sensation. You turned to look. Inside the high mountain where you dwelt, evil spirits had appeared. You knew this was because the human New Year had arrived. These beings were numerous. If they attacked humans together, it would inevitably cause no small trouble. You knew you needed to patrol the surroundings. Without hesitation, you immediately flew into the sky and began patrolling nearby. During the patrol, you saw many evil spirits. Using your dragon might, you shook them all to death. Then you also spotted many nearby demons, but you weren't sure if they intended to attack humans, so you did not strike. On the 26th day, you returned to the high mountain, coiled up, and resumed your cultivation. On the 28th day, you were coiled on the mountain, gazing at the myriad lights of the distant human city. From time to time, the crackling sound of firecrackers reached you. You knew this meant the human New Year had arrived. You couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. But before you could ponder long, you discovered a large number of demons gathering to attack the nearby human city. You immediately became angry. You had already left your dragon might in the area. How dare demons attack so recklessly? This had provoked your wrath. You let out a roar, summoning wind and rain, driving lightning. Bolts of lightning, under your control, struck those demons. The demons attacking the human city were all beings of low cultivation. Struck by your lightning, they turned directly to ash. Even the remnants of demons were swept away by your summon storm. Without any effort, you quelled this massive demon attack. Your intervention allowed humans to have a peaceful new year. On the 29th day, the old human man holding the divination blocks came again to worship you. The old man came to thank you. Yanming, on behalf of all humans of the Central Plains, thanks you. After a long round of thanks, the old man picked up the foot steely again. Perched atop the high mountain, you couldn't help but wonder what the old man wanted to ask now. Under your watch, the old man posed the question in his heart. The Jijung of the Huai River Dragon Palace was right inside the hall. He lifted his dragon head and looked at the screen. In the simulation, he had almost become the guardian deity of the Central Plains. This old man with the foot steely was the only being in the region who could communicate with him. But he didn't know what this elderly human, after this encounter, still wanted to do. Shi Zhengpo watched with interest as, on day 29 of the simulation, the old man gripped the foot steely and knelt before the incense burner. You vaguely sensed that the old man had a question to ask you. Only you didn't understand what he wanted to ask. Under your gaze, you understood the question in the old man's heart. This old man hoped you would become the guardian deity of 7 cities in the Central Plains. This old man was willing to trade his life for it. At the same time, he expressed a meaning. As long as you agreed, he would pay any price. Knowing that going too far is as bad as falling short, you agreed. But you couldn't agree so easily. Instead, you made a demand that humans offer you daily worship. The old man cast the foot steely, and naturally it came out as a sacred steely, signifying your agreement. Your demand was instantly conveyed to the old man. The old man was overjoyed when he learned of it. Trembling, he kowed out repeatedly before the incense burner. He vowed to erect statues of you in the 7 cities of this region. On day 30, knowing that you had already agreed to become the guardian deity of those 7 cities, you had to shoulder that responsibility. You began to focus on this region. Fortunately, this area belonged to the Central Plains, though it wasn't large. With only 7 cities, you could keep watch over them. Under your gaze, no demon dared to enter this region. Your dragon might spread everywhere. After slaughtering many demons, your fearsome reputation was already forged. No demon dared to defy your authority. On day 32, while cultivating atop the peak, you suddenly sensed something amiss. You opened your dragon eyes. A mysterious feeling welled up in your heart. After a moment, you understood the reason. It turned out that the old man had indeed erected statues of you in the 7 cities. Now, you could choose to infuse these statues with your dragon might. Under the worship of incense, your dragon might could suppress ordinary demons. At the same time, because you were a dragon, if your dragon might was present, it could also ensure favorable weather for the cities. Knowing there was no harm, you naturally chose to infuse your dragon might into them. So that's how statues come about. The guardian statue from before was probably similar to this one. It just received the infusion, and only through human worship did it gain its mystical properties. However, Gong Gong liked water, and also liked eating water demons, earning the name Water Taming Beast. So his statue's special ability was to stabilize water. Ji Zheng suddenly understood, but infusing a statue didn't bring him any gain, so he only did it on a whim. If interested, he infused. If not, he couldn't be bothered. That was his thinking. Ji Zheng figured other mythical beings close to humans thought the same. Hence why some statues were useful, and some were not. For instance, in the southwest, a water-taming beast stone statue was once unearthed. That water-taming beast was probably similar to the Iron Bull of Genk, but soon after it was dug up, the southwest suffered continuous heavy rain, causing floods. That was a truly useful statue. The useless ones were eventually dismissed as atheistic. Ji Zheng was pondering. The simulation continued. On day 33, knowing that with your power infused, the 7 nearby cities would basically be safe from demon incursions, your attention turned to human settlements deep in the mountains. On day 34, you cultivated on the mountaintop. 12 moons and a great sun rose in the east. You suddenly realized that in 8 days, the Kunpeng would be attacked. Then the Kunpeng would be forced south, and eventually die in the South Sea. You knew you had to act, or it would be too late. On day 35, you left this region and headed for Chongyang Mountain. Flying at full speed, you soon arrived. You came before that stele of acceptance. To your surprise, the stele did not attack you. You glanced at your dragon aura and understood. having long received human worship. Your dragon aura carried the scent of incense. This was a kind of mark. The Steely instinctively took you for a being on the side of humans. Will not attack you anymore. You saw the inscribed stone tablet and did not attack, and did not want to break the corner of the dragon's tail on the Steely, so you tore the tablet from its roots and set it aside. Then you took a distant look at the black mist on Mount Chongyang and left. On the 36th day, you returned to the high mountain in the central plains. You let out a roar in the sky, trying to summon the old man who could communicate with you. On the 37th day, the old human with the bare feet and the tablet appeared again at the foot of the mountain. Without waiting for the old man to speak with you, you flew into the sky, poked your dragon head out of the clouds, and roared, sending your message to the old man's ears. You told the old human roughly about Kunpeng, the celestial beings, and the revival of Mount Buzhou. The old man's face grew serious after hearing this. Then he bowed to you 3 times and left. On the 39th day, several humans came again to worship you. The old man holding the tablet threw it up, asking if you would let them climb the mountain. You, of course, agreed. So those humans climbed to the summit and saw you. All of them sincerely asked you about the celestial beings using Kunpeng to revive Mount Buzhou. You knew you could not tell too much, so you only gave them the time, place, and other details. After hearing this, the humans fell into deep thought. A moment later, they all bowed to you, begging you to help humanity fight against the celestial beings. You understood that humanity alone would find it very hard to deal with the celestial beings, so you agreed. On the 40th day, those humans seemed to use some special communication device that could work during the spiritual energy revival. Even when human technology was down, they seemed to be confirming information and making plans. Soon the humans appeared to have decided something, and came to ask you, hoping you would help them go to the South Sea to set up together to fight the celestial beings. After this matter, humanity would reward you. You agreed. In your heart, you only wanted to delay the reconnection of heaven and earth, and did not care much about any reward. This should count as success, right? By using humanity's power, you could definitely suppress the celestial beings, and stop the reconnection of heaven and earth. As for the celestial beings now, the ones who could come after Kunpeng are only Yingzhao, Lu Wu, Yinglong, to Golden Crows, and 12 moons. At most, you could count Shenshu and Yulei as well. Relying on these gods, they can't defeat humanity. With humanity meddling, Kunpeng will never die. The doctor looked at the screen, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although using humanity to delay the reconnection was not ideal, at least he had found a way. One way leads to countless others. He could simulate again and again, to find more methods, to find better ones. Besides, his strength increased with each simulation. Maybe by the final simulation, he wouldn't even need to delay the reconnection in reality. Delaying was ultimately a last resort. Yi Zheng continued to watch the simulation. On the 41st day, you rode clouds to the southern coast. There you saw a large number of humans. You also saw the demon in the form of black mist. You didn't understand how the humans had convinced the demon so quickly, but you knew that with the demon's help, dealing with the celestial beings would be easier. On the 42nd day, many humans worshipped you, but you paid them no mind. You plunged into the ocean and swam freely. Soon the humans seemed to have made a decision. They boarded ships with bound portraits heading to the South Sea. You didn't feel like waiting for them. You swam ahead. On the 43rd day, you traveled through the South Sea. From afar, you felt fluctuations of battle ahead. You knew it was the fight between Kunpeng and the celestial beings. You sighed inwardly. You just couldn't make it in time. After learning Kunpeng was being chased, without hesitation, you burst out of the sea and joined the battle against the celestial beings. On the 43rd day, you shot out of the sea under the shocked gaze of the celestial beings and Kunpeng. The moment you emerged, you summoned wind and rain, and drove lightning to strike the celestial beings. Kunpeng understood you were here to help, and launched even fiercer attacks, trying to break free from the encirclement and escape. But the celestial beings obviously wouldn't let you leave easily. They attacked you too. Your presence only relieved some of Kunpeng's pressure. On the 44th day, the battle continued. You single-handedly held down the 2 golden crows, but you didn't kill them. You just suppressed them. Nothing more. With you tying up the 2 golden crows, Kunpeng's burden was greatly eased. Kunpeng fought a great battle against the remaining celestial beings. On the 45th day, the Black Mist Demon arrived. It immediately engaged Yingzhao. With only Lu Wu, Yinglong, and the 12 moons left, Kunpeng turned defeat into victory, and pressed the enemy hard. While suppressing the 2 golden crows, you observed the battlefield. Suddenly you felt something was wrong. It seems Kunpeng will not die. But the heavenly gods are about to be defeated. Kunpeng will not die. On the contrary, the heavenly gods are about to lose. Ji Zheng stared at the screen, stunned. In his plan, it had always been about rescuing Kunpeng, ensuring Kunpeng would not die. but he had never considered defeating the heavenly gods. It seems I have always underestimated Kunpeng. This guy is too fierce. Zheng once again realized Kunpeng's power. In the simulation, he only held off to golden crows while Crossing Yao held off Yingzhao. That is, after losing these 3 heavenly gods, Kunpeng could turn the tide and win, suppressing Lu Wu, Yinglong, and the 12 moons. Zheng suddenly felt that the direction of the plot seemed to have slipped from his control, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only choose to continue watching the simulation. Day 46, the chaotic battle continued. Black Mist Crossing Yao suddenly let out a loud roar. With an axe, he wounded Yingzhao. Then he turned to attack Yinglong without Yinglong. The main force, Kunpeng, also showed his prowess and wounded Lu Wu. The 12 moons, under Kunpeng's gaze, directly retreated. You instantly understood. The heavenly gods were defeated. You looked at the 2 golden crows, who also stopped fishing in troubled waters. With a slap of his dragon tail, he sent the 2 golden crows flying. Also let the 2 golden crows escape. The 2 golden crows were stunned. But knowing the situation, they transformed into 2 great suns and quickly disappeared from the spot. Ruowu and Yingzhao also left along with the departure of the golden crows. Only Yinglong remained at the scene. Yinglong was entangled by Crossing Yao and couldn't free himself. Kunpeng, seeing this, also attacked Yinglong. Seeing this, you could only console yourself silently. Luckily, Yinglong was only a projection of power. He wouldn't truly die, so we could only make Yinglong suffer for now. Yinglong faced your siege. In the end, he had to die with regret. The Earth and Dragon domain collapsed and shattered. Day 47. Human ships also arrived here when they learned of Yinglong's death. The human side seemed to have designs on the Jimo divine tree, but you did not learn the human's specific plan. After the battle ended, you were invited by the humans to that high mountain in the central plains. That old human holding a stone tablet thanked you for your help and stated that in a few days a reward would be sent. Day 48. You practiced cultivation in the high mountains. You vaguely sensed that the humans were about to take action against the Jimo divine tree. What did the humans mean by this? Treating him as a tool. Dragon Zheng couldn't help but want to complain when he saw this. After rescuing Kunpeng, the humans clearly wanted to kick him out and target the Jimo divine tree. But they didn't even inform him, not even a mention. The reason was somewhat related to his unwillingness to interact with humans, but he felt it was more because he was a heavenly god. The human side was fine for delaying the reconnection of heaven and earth, but for deep cooperation, forget it. But the heavenly god side was also not very reliable. Friendly they were, but full of dangers. Zheng felt a headache. He suddenly felt that belonging to any side was not good. He couldn't possibly create his own faction, could he? His strength couldn't achieve that either. Zheng thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to continue watching the simulation. Day 49. You practiced cultivation in the high mountains. At the same time, you protected 7 cities in this region from harm. With your protection, these 7 cities were safe. At the same time, as you protected these 7 cities, your reputation among humans spread more and more widely. Day 50. A huge figure came from high in the sky. This figure hovered high in the sky, casting a shadow over most of the central plains. You recognized this figure as Kunpeng, but you didn't understand why Kunpeng had come here. You flew up to meet Kunpeng. After seeing you, Kunpeng glanced at the area below, then asked you to follow him to the sea to talk. You hesitated for a moment, still followed Kunpeng to the sea. Day 51. You and Kunpeng arrived in the South China Sea. Kunpeng expressed his gratitude to you. Then Kunpeng asked you about the human matters. You were somewhat puzzled by what Kunpeng said. Kunpeng further explained to you that the humans wanted him to join their side, but he also felt that the humans could not withstand the heavenly gods, so he wanted to ask you how you managed. You said you only helped the humans. It wasn't considered joining the humans. Kunpeng then asked you if you refused to join the humans, would you still help him in future battles? You answered that you would help Kunpeng. Kunpeng immediately told you. It turned out that Kunpeng himself felt that whether humans or heavenly gods, in the end, they would use his body to revive Buzhou Mountain. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Humans and heavenly gods would both eventually take Kunpeng's body to revive Buzhou Mountain. Why did Kunpeng think that? Zheng was stunned. Haven't the humans been dedicated to preventing the reconnection of heaven and earth? How could they possibly kill Kunpeng to revive Buzhou Mountain? Zheng, puzzled, continued to watch the screen. Noticing your confusion, Kunpeng explained to you. Both the celestial deities and humans ultimately want to reconnect heaven and earth. The only difference is that the celestial deities want it sooner, while humans want it later. If heaven and earth reconnect sooner, it will greatly benefit the celestial deities. If it reconnects later, it will help the strong among humans. I see. So humans never intended to stop the reconnection of heaven and earth. They share the same goal as his. They just want to delay the reconnection. Is it because human emperors and righteous warriors, those powerful beings, also need the passage to return? The journalist understood the heavens. The conflict between deities and humans now exists, but it will inevitably escalate as the reconnection draws near. In this confrontation between deities and humans, the monstrous beasts, and even the demonic creatures, are merely subsidiary existences. Take Kunpeng, for example. Kunpeng is one such monstrous beast. Perhaps Kunpeng himself feels quite helpless. In the previous simulation, Kunpeng chose to side with humans. In the end, it's all about strength. Ji Zheng felt frustrated, and his heart grew even more eager to increase his own power. You continued listening as Kunpeng finished speaking. You fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Kunpeng once again invited you to cultivate together for a while. You knew that Kunpeng wanted to use you as an excuse to turn down humans. Kunpeng simply didn't want to help humanity. After all, Kunpeng didn't want to die. You agreed. Suddenly, you understood why Kunpeng had lived in the Northern Sea before, ignoring all matters in the north. So Kunpeng originally wanted no part in worldly affairs, fearing entanglement. But he hadn't expected to be targeted anyway. Day 52. You swam with Kunpeng in the waters of the Southern Sea. Kunpeng transformed into a giant fish and swam. You watched Kunpeng's transformation with curiosity. In your perception, Kunpeng's aura as a bird in the sky was completely different from that as a fish in the water. On day 53, Kunpeng seemed to notice your curiosity and used this as a topic to chat with you. During your conversation, you learned that Kunpeng had also comprehended the dual elements of water and wood. It turned out that when Kunpeng was in Kun form, he was adept at the water element, and when he transformed into Dapping, he embodied the wood element. But Kunpeng was the opposite of you. The water element Kunpeng comprehended was Yang water Ren water, while his wood element was Yin wood Yi wood, completely reversed. Good heavens, Ji Zheng hadn't thought of that at all. Kunpeng's two forms actually represented different elements, and they are the exact opposite of his in the five elements theory, where water is divided into Yin and Yang. Yang water is called Ren water. Yin water is called Gui water. As for the five elements wood, Yang wood is called Jia wood. Yin wood is called Yi wood. What Ji Zheng had comprehended were Gui water and Jia wood. Kunpeng was the opposite. Kunpeng's two forms. One is Ren water, the other is Yi wood. That does make sense. Ji Zheng pondered over Kunpeng's two forms. In the water as Kun, he was indeed a tyrant of the seas. In a fit of rage, stirring up 3,000 miles of water. That would be a piece of cake, perfectly matching the nature of Ren water. Surging and turbulent, turning rivers and seas upside down. Kunpeng's other form, Dapping, was the ruler of the skies. The Yi wood of the five elements can also be understood as wind. Jia wood can turn into lightning, while Yi wood can turn into wind. Indeed, Kunpeng in the sky was a master of wind control. However, Kunpeng's comprehension was similar to his. He just didn't know if it could be of help to him. The simulation continued. Day 54. After Kunpeng finished explaining his own insights, you also shared your understanding. When Kunpeng learned that your insights were opposite to his, he was stunned. After a moment, you and Kunpeng hit it off immediately. You began exchanging your understandings of wood and water. Day 56. You and Kunpeng gained insights through discussion. You vaguely felt a realization about Ren water. But before you could settle down to comprehend Ren water, a disturbance came from the southwest. Through the sea surface, you saw that humans were probably attacking the wooden divine tree. However, you couldn't go there right now. You thought in the depths of the sea. You knew well that the celestial deities were currently no match for humans. The scales had tipped. Moreover, humanity's ultimate goal remained reconnecting heaven and earth, only delayed for a while. You didn't know how much time you still had for cultivation. Transformed into a giant fish, Kunpeng saw your inner turmoil and asked about it. You hesitated, then told him about your desire to delay or even prevent the reconnection of heaven and earth. But Kunpeng said to you, "Why do you choose to side with the celestial deities or humans? Why not establish your own faction instead?" Build his own faction. This Kunpeng sure dares to think big. Clearly, it's just egging him on. As things stand now, Kunpeng would end up dead no matter which side it leaned toward. So urging him to create a faction to compete leaves some stunned into silence. However, with his current strength in the simulation, it does seem he can indeed dominate one region. And if he actually establishes a faction that belongs neither to gods nor humans, with Kunpeng by his side, it seems it could actually be done. Ji Zheng is also a bit curious whether this path can succeed. He continues to watch the simulation. Facing Kunpeng's words, you feel a bit tempted, but you know well that your own strength can keep you safe before the realms reconnect, but cannot keep you safe after the realms reconnect. If you establish a faction, you might well offend both the heavenly gods and humans. Kunpeng continues to urge you. It clearly states it is willing to help you build a faction. Under Kunpeng's urging, you eventually agree. On day 57, you and Kunpeng leave the South Sea and head to the Huai River. Kunpeng's enormous figure flies over region after region, causing great shock among humans. On day 58, you return to the Huai River. You return to the Huai River Dragon Palace. Take over the entire Huai River Dragon Palace. During this time, you learn from your subordinate, Old Turtle, that not long ago, Jinwoo swept through all the monsters in the east, but spared the Huai River alone. You guess it's because you showed mercy to Jinwoo when you rescued Kunpeng. Jinwoo remembered that. And you are the water god of the Huai River. With Jinwoo's insight, it's not hard to see the Huai River return to you after you took over. You immediately order your subordinate, Old Turtle, to send the Huai River monsters to spread the news that you are establishing a new faction in the Huai River. Your subordinate Old Turtle doesn't understand what you mean by another faction. You reply that the faction does not belong to humans, does not belong to gods, and just spread the word like that. Your subordinate Old Turtle finally leaves in confusion to carry out your orders. On day 59, the news that you have established a faction in the Huai River spreads, causing a huge uproar. He really is trying the path of building his own faction, but whether he will succeed is still unknown. Originally, he only wanted to try simulating the human storyline, but unexpectedly opened a new storyline. This is something Zhejiang didn't expect, but since it has started, then let's try to see if this path can be taken. If it works, then who would still be willing to borrow human power to deal with the heavenly gods? This is the most important. It still depends on whether this simulation works out. Zhejiang eagerly awaits, lifts his dragon head, and stares at the screen. On day 59, you establish a faction in the Huai River. Immediately, it attracts the attention of the remaining monsters near the Huai River. After these monsters learn that you and Kunpeng are the ones who defeated Kunlun Mountain Roadwoo and the Eastern Jinwoo in the South Sea, they come to pledge allegiance to you one after another. The matter of your building a faction also causes a huge uproar in this world. But for now, neither humans nor heavenly gods come to trouble you. You know well that the time has not yet come. Everything is still brewing. On day 60, you continue wanting to expand your faction. As the water god of the Huai River, under the name of the Dragon Lord of the Huai River, you summon all the dragons under heaven. But your reputation is not very loud right now, and many flood dragons respond to you, but no horned dragons do. On day 61, many humans from the central plains that you previously protected join your faction. The monsters within your faction can't help but show their fangs at these humans, but fortunately, you stop them in time. You separate humans and monsters near the Huai River, creating a segregation. He has built a new faction. Surprisingly, humans are joining his faction, although the simulation says that many of the humans he previously protected are joining. He dares to bet that among other humans, many will also join him. The human side cannot protect all humans. The heavenly gods want humans dead. If he can accept humans, protect humans, those humans who receive no protection when faced with despair will definitely choose to join his faction. However, if so, his faction will become very complicated. Humans hate monsters. Monsters also hate humans. Then such a faction is definitely a mix of good and bad. Zhejiang is thinking of countermeasures. The faction he built in the simulation is itself the weakest among humans and gods. If he can't even unite it, then how can he fight against those two factions? Zhejiang thinks and thinks but can't come up with a suitable method. In the end, he can only give up thinking further. First, watch the simulation. On day 62, some monsters from beyond the east as well as humans join your faction, and your faction begins to grow. Moreover, you discover that strange beasts like Fishbird and Lushu also start joining your faction. Your faction begins to become chaotic. Strange beasts and monsters, and humans frequently break out into friction. On day 63, your faction suffers internal strife. Strange beasts and monsters. Humans were locked in a chaotic battle. Luckily, you appeared in time to stop it. Otherwise, this internal strife would have destroyed your faction. On day 64, you summon Kunpeng from the Eastern Sea. You explained the problem to Kunpeng. After hearing this, Kunpeng was silent for a moment. He made it clear that he is good at fighting. But managing all this, he knows nothing about. You had no choice but to give up. You found that among all your subordinates, except for Old Turtle, there was no one else who could manage the faction for you. You were chatting with Kunpeng. After a moment, you had to return to the Huai River to consult Old Turtle. Old Turtle also had no solution for this situation. Old Turtle explained that humans and Yao beasts naturally discriminate against each other. It simply cannot be eased. On day 65, you sent the Yao of the Huai River ashore. They kept constant watch over the three factions under your command. On day 67, a group of humans entered your territory. You came out of the Huai River yourself to meet this human group. An old man from the group stepped forward, stating they were going to deal with the Golden Crow. He hoped you would let them pass and help them. After this battle, they would reward you. Brother, is this just dangling a carrot in front of him? Last time, the reward for rescuing Kunpeng wasn't given. Now they say they'll reward him again. Ji Jung instantly felt this was just false promises. This time, humans are dealing with the Golden Crow to get the right to revive the Fusong tree there, to control to revival channels. If Kunpeng falls into human hands too, that would be 3 revival channels. Ji Jung suddenly felt that human ambition was a bit too big. But perhaps humans could actually succeed against the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's strength is not like that of Kunlun Mountain. Even two Golden Crows combined couldn't defeat him. In the face of human attacks, it's really tough for them. Let's just watch the simulation first. The me in the simulation couldn't be so stupid as to actually fall for this false promise, right? Ji Jung continued watching the screen. Facing the human request, you decisively refused. And you stated that humans could pass through your territory to reach the Golden Crow, but they must not conflict with your subordinates. The human group agreed. On day 68, a large group of humans began entering your territory heading towards the Golden Crow. Among them was a black mist form of Crossing Yao. When the black mist Crossing Yao saw the Yao near the Huai River, and the humans and strange beasts, it actually attacked those Yao and strange beasts. The moment Crossing Yao made a move, your entire faction immediately exploded into chaos. Yao and strange beasts all attacked humans. The humans in your faction also suffered attacks. They were forced to counterattack. The entire Huai River area fell into disorder. Even if you appeared to stop it, you couldn't quell this chaos in a short time. Just as you were busy suppressing the chaos, Crossing Yao suddenly attacked you. You were not afraid at all. You twisted your dragon body and faced Crossing Yao. As soon as you engaged Crossing Yao, you unleashed powerful combat strength. You suppressed Crossing Yao. Just as you were about to kill Crossing Yao, you sensed battle fluctuations from the east. Looking into the distance, you saw Kunpeng fighting. You immediately understood that humans' real goal was still to deal with Kunpeng. You immediately gave up continuing to deal with Crossing Yao. You twisted your dragon body, rode the clouds and mist, and charged towards Kunpeng's location. As soon as you arrived at the Eastern Sea, you started helping Kunpeng. You found Kunpeng being attacked by 3 portraits surrounding him. You originally wanted to rescue Kunpeng, but one of the portraits suddenly flew towards you, and you saw the character Haiti in it. Before you could see clearly, a ray of light shot out from the portrait and struck you. You instantly fell completely. You died. This simulation ends. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement Establish Your Own Domain. Reward, 2,000 years of cultivation. Please choose one of the following 3 as a reward. 68 days of survival experience, 68 days of physique. Kunpeng lost 1 foot. Ji Jung's heart was complicated. In the end, he died from the portrait of the legendary Black Emperor. It's normal that he would die facing the Black Emperor's portrait. But the reason the battle started was entirely because the human side's Crossing Yao suddenly attacked. This caused his already chaotic faction to explode instantly. Afterwards, the human portrait suddenly appeared and attacked Kunpeng. Obviously, this was a setup by humans. They wanted to kill Kunpeng. Using Kunpeng's body to revive Mount Bujoi in the simulation, the situation is no longer one where heavenly gods dominate. Instead, humans dominate. This simulation was very chaotic. More chaotic than any previous one. Letting the balance tip, letting humans dominate, is absolutely a mistake. He remains in the palace, carefully recalling this simulation. From sheltering humans to rescuing Kunpeng for humans, to establishing a faction and then being killed in a trap set by humans. He now had some understanding of this faction. Obviously, humans have both good and evil. Some people are good. Some of them are bad. Like that old man who communicated with him through the footprint Steely. His character isn't bad at all. But those who set up traps to kill him and Kunpeng were clearly ambitious men. Next simulation, he still shouldn't ally with humans. It's like trying to skin a tiger. Even if some are good, the risk is still too great. Building his own force isn't great either. Taking in humans at the same time would be exhausting and troublesome. That would directly turn the force into a powder keg. One spark and it would blow up completely. Ji Jung deeply realized these 2 points. Then he wanted to check the 3 options this time. But when he saw the achievement reward, he was completely stunned. This simulation ends. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement. Build your own force. Reward 2,000 years of cultivation. Ji Jung couldn't remember how long it had been since he got this achievement reward, but he knew his system always had this function. Yet he had rarely obtained achievements. At most, he had only gotten it twice. This is the 3rd time. But this time the achievement reward is quite generous. 2,000 years of cultivation. This is nothing like when he was still a flood dragon with 2,000 years. Back then those 2,000 years were watered down. Now 2,000 years of cultivation is extremely significant. With his current cultivation, every single year of improvement is incredibly difficult. Cultivation now is like in a game. In the late game, the experience needed to level up gets higher and higher. If his cultivation increased by 2,000 years, it was obvious that his combat power would receive a massive boost. Ji Jung snapped out of his shock after a moment. He carefully thought about the achievement he had just earned. Before, no matter what I did, I couldn't complete this achievement. But now I suddenly finished it. Could it be that building an independent force is the right path? Ji Jung somewhat suspected that this achievement was telling him what the correct course of action was. But building an independent force is really hard. Under the conflict between gods and humans, strange beasts and demons are nothing but. If he gathered these to form a force, it would inevitably lead to chaos. One touch and it explodes. But if he only recruited demons or strange beasts, how could that compare to the forces of Kunlun Mountain? Forget it. Why think so much? Let's first digest this reward. Improve my strength first. Ji Jung was about to claim the 2,000 years of cultivation from the achievement reward, but suddenly remembered there were still 3 options not chosen. So he paused for a moment. He raised his dragon head, his gaze falling on the screen. 68 days of survival experience. 68 days of physique. 1 foot of Kunpeng. Is this third option for real? 1 foot of Kunpeng. Ji Jung stared at the option in disbelief. After thinking for a long time, he figured it must be Kunpeng's foot when it turned into a ROC. How should he choose among these 3 options? Ji Jung hesitated for a long time. But in the end, he chose the third option, 1 foot of Kunpeng and the achievement reward of 2,000 years of cultivation. If this increased his power, then his next simulation would undoubtedly double, or even more than double. With Ji Jung's choice, a beam of light flashed before him. Soon a huge bird claw appeared inside the palace. The moment this claw appeared, the entire palace collapsed, causing the nearby Huai River demons to panic. They rushed over quickly, thinking their Huai River Dragon Lord was under attack. Fortunately, Ji Jung reacted in time and called out, ordering all nearby Huai River demons to leave. No one was to approach without orders. After driving away the Huai River demons, Ji Jung stared blankly at the huge bird claw. To be honest, he was truly shocked by Kunpeng's claw. This was the first time he had ever seen anything related to Kunpeng in reality. The sheer size of this one claw could crush the palace of his Huai River Dragon Palace. No wonder it said, Kun is so vast, none knows how many thousandly it is. It transforms into a bird, whose name is Peng, the back of Peng. None knows how many thousandly it is. Ji Jung circled around the claw, sighing inwardly. After his sigh, Ji Jung didn't hesitate. He opened his huge mouth and began to devour it. This 1 foot of Kunpeng would take him a long time to eat. And indeed it did. It took Ji Jung a full day to devour this bird foot. Even with his full effort in eating, and full effort in digesting, his gains were still enormous. Current simulation points remaining, 23,125. Devouring Kunpeng's foot directly made his magic power skyrocket. If the simulation didn't increase the point cost as his strength grew, his current points would last him a very, very long time. After finishing eating Kunpeng's bird foot, Ji Jung finally chose to claim the cultivation reward from the achievement. After he made his choice, his entire body became warm and comfortable. A great warm current flowed through his body, strengthening every part of his being once again. His entire dragon domain seemed to be cheering. This feeling sent Ji Jung into excitement. Faintly, he had the sensation that he could tear apart heaven and earth. But he knew it was an illusion. His power was being massively enhanced. Because this power appeared suddenly, he couldn't control it and began to swell. Faced with this situation, Ji Jung chose to sleep without hesitation. In slumber, his strength would increase. By the time he woke up, the power would be fully digested. Then he would carefully sense what changes had occurred in his dragon domain. After letting out a cry and telling Old Turtle to manage the Huai River Dragon Palace, he sank to the bottom of the Huai River and fell into a deep sleep. At the dark, pitch-black bottom of the Huai River, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Mud was occasionally swept away by the currents. At the bottom lay a colossal black dragon, over 1,000 meters long. If one observed closely, they would see its eyes tightly shut. It seemed to be asleep. But even though this black dragon was sleeping, its residual dragon might turn this area into a forbidden zone. No water creature dared to enter. After an unknown amount of time, the black dragon slowly opened its eyes. The moment the black dragon opened its eyes, a tremendous pressure descended. This black dragon was none other than Ji Jung. The instant Ji Jung opened his eyes, he couldn't help but twitch his dragon tail. That twitch shook the entire Huai River. Current cultivation, 7,932 years. An increase of nearly 2,000 years, bringing it close to 8,000. No wonder he had such terrifying power. Ji Jung felt the power within his dragon domain, and couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Those 2,000 years of cultivation had directly multiplied his combat power several times. Wait, how many days had passed? Ji Zheng summoned his subordinate, Old Turtle. After some inquiry, he learned that 20 days had passed. That meant it had been 6 days since the Kunlun Mountains passage revived. And tomorrow was the day of the Jianmu Divine Tree's revival. He also learned from Old Turtle that Golden Crow had once descended upon the Huai River, but apparently sensed his aura, so it didn't trouble the Huai River Dragon Palace. It chose to leave. As long as nothing went wrong in these 20 days, it was fine. Ji Zheng breathed a silent sigh of relief. His power had greatly increased. It only took 20 days. It was entirely worth it. Maybe I should go outside and test how strong I am now. Ji Zheng hesitated, but in the end, he decided against it. Steadiness was key. Right now, the outside world didn't even know if he existed. The few who did know, like Golden Crow, didn't know his actual strength. He still wanted to wait until he was truly invincible before making a move. Ji Zheng thought to himself. Then he remembered the simulation. In the last simulation, he died because of the Black Emperor's portrait. The Black Emperor's portrait seemed more powerful than the others. It was strong enough to instantly kill him in the previous simulation. But if the Black Emperor's portrait was so powerful, why didn't humans use it earlier? The Black Emperor's portrait could kill him. That also meant it could easily kill beings like Lu Wu, Ying Zhao, and the others. Humans had no reason to keep it hidden. Could it be because of the Jianmu Divine Tree? Ji Zheng fell into thought. In the last simulation, he, the demon Kunpeng, and Crossing Ao had scattered a strand of Yinglong's power, leaving the Jianmu Divine Tree without an owner. Then humans seized the Jianmu Divine Tree. Ji Zheng wondered if it was because the Jianmu Divine Tree was occupied by humans that the Black Emperor's portrait became usable. Or was it something else that gave the Black Emperor's portrait that power? Perhaps I could try to seize the Jianmu Divine Tree myself. With my current power, I might be able to contend with that strand of Yinglong's power. According to the timeline, tomorrow is when the Jianmu Divine Tree revives. Yinglong will personally revive it. Maybe I can wait until Yinglong finishes reviving, then strike and defeat Yinglong, and seize the Jianmu Divine Tree's authority. Ji Zheng pondered whether he should first clash with Yinglong in the simulation. He thought for a long time, and finally decided to go for it. After all, it's just a simulation for real. With his current power, whether he could fight Yinglong or not didn't matter. Ji Zheng then began to take action. He left the management of the Huai River Dragon Palace to Old Turtle again. He himself stayed at the bottom of the river. After all, the palace was gone. He could only lie at the bottom. Start simulation. Jizhen muttered silently in his heart. A screen immediately rose up. Simulation started, consuming 4,096 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 19,069. Holy crap, it multiplied. How many times did it multiply? Ji Zheng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, although he had already anticipated it in his heart. Now seeing the points consumed for one simulation, he was still shocked. Originally, starting a simulation only cost 512 points. Now it's over 4,000. That's an 8-fold increase. Truly outrageous. Ji Zheng fell silent, but he had no choice but to accept it. Simulation, Day 1. You are in the Huai River. You are determined to seize the Jianmu Sacred Tree. You immediately head southwest, traveling through clouds and mist. Your strength has just increased greatly. Not yet fully controlled, the dragon might you inadvertently emit forces all demonic beasts within 100 miles to prostrate. Day 2. The Jianmu Sacred Tree revives. A towering green pillar of light rises. At that time, you successfully arrive at the location of the Jianmu Sacred Tree. You see the Jianmu Sacred Tree. The Jianmu Sacred Tree is a tree several hundred meters long, without branches or leaves. On it are coiled some faint greenish objects. When you arrive near the Jianmu Sacred Tree, a being with a mud-covered dragon body also flies toward you. It is Yinglong. You and Yinglong exchange a glance. Dragon might clashes. Though you do not speak, you both already know each other's purpose. A great battle erupts between you. Day 3. You and Yinglong are locked in a stalemate, relying on the dual elements of Ghost Water and False Eye. You hold your own against this avatar of Yinglong's power without any disadvantage. In fact, to some extent, you have the upper hand, but you still cannot defeat Yinglong. Indeed, he is now not weaker than one avatar of Yinglong's power. Ji Zheng is a little excited. He never imagined he could fight Yinglong to a draw in such a short time, even though this is only one avatar of Yinglong's power. In the current world, one avatar of Yinglong's power belongs to what level? It belongs to the highest level. Even Ying Zhao and Lu Wu, in their weakened state, working together, would likely be unable to defeat this avatar of Yinglong's power. Now I finally have the power to influence the situation. Ji Zheng deeply realizes this. As long as heaven and earth are not reconnected, he is one of the absolute overlords. The simulation continues. Day 4. You and Yinglong are still locked in stalemate. Day 5. You and Yinglong are still fighting. During this time, humans or strange beasts get caught in your battle. They are all instantly destroyed by you. Both of you are now headstrong. Focus solely on defeating the other. Day 7. You, in the prime of your life, ultimately prevail over one avatar of Yinglong's power in the stalemate. You begin to suppress Yinglong. Day 8. You completely shatter this avatar of Yinglong's power. As this avatar of Yinglong's power vanishes, you also occupy the Jianmu sacred tree. At the bottom of the Hui River, Ji Jung sees on the screen that he defeated Yinglong and occupied the Jianmu sacred tree. He can't help but be stunned. He really defeated Yinglong. From what the simulation says, he won against Yinglong because of his own condition. He and Yinglong entered a war of attrition. In his prime, he suppressed Yinglong, thus defeating this avatar of Yinglong's power. Earlier, when looking at his personal template, he saw that his condition was in the prime of life. It means he is at his peak, able to exert his full power. Before, he didn't know what this specifically meant. Now he finally understands. Condition is like the various stages of a person's life. For example, youth, young adulthood, middle age, old age. If he were in middle age, his condition would be at its peak, while this avatar of Yinglong's power is in old age, extremely weak. Even if their strength were equal, this avatar of Yinglong's power would surely lose. He just doesn't know what this Jianmu sacred tree actually does. Ji Jung curiously looks at the screen. The simulation continues. Day 9. You land before the Jianmu sacred tree. Your dragon might spreads for 10 miles around, causing all living things to dare not enter this area. You coil beside the Jianmu sacred tree, sensing the Jianmu sacred tree. Soon you receive a message. You can take on the role of the Jianmu sacred tree, but you must choose to give up the role of Hui River water deity. There can only be one divine office. You hesitated for a moment, then at last, you chose to give up the divine office of Hui River water god. The instant you abandoned that office, you felt your affinity with water drop slightly. But after you chose the office of the Jianmu divine art, your affinity with the divine eye greatly increased. You obtained a 10% grasp of the Jianmu divine art. You became the god of the Jianmu divine art. On the 10th day, you coiled before the Jianmu divine art. You sensed the Jianmu divine art. Soon, the Jianmu divine art sent you a message. Heaven and earth have not reconnected. You can use the Jianmu divine art to contact a celestial deity, but the Jianmu divine art can only connect to one celestial deity. After heaven and earth reconnect, the Jianmu divine art will become one of the passageways between the two realms. So that's how it is. Ji Jung finally understood why the Black Emperor's combat power was so absurd in the last simulation. So it was really because of the Jianmu divine art. Did the humans occupy the Jianmu divine tree and connect to the Black Emperor? Did they use some special method to empower the Black Emperor's portrait? That's how the Black Emperor's portrait managed to insta-kill him. But this time, the Jianmu divine art is occupied by him. What other tricks can the humans pull to deal with him? Ji Jung suddenly felt that if he could prevent heaven and earth from reconnecting in this simulation, he might truly become invincible in the world. On day 11, you continue to sense the Jianmu divine tree. Your affinity with the divine eye is rapidly increasing. At the same time, your mind enters the Jianmu divine tree. In the haze, your mind seems to cross one patch of mist after another, and finally arrives at a place like starry space. There you see a giant dragon with 2 wings, tens of thousands of miles long, looking down at you. Upon seeing that dragon, you silently cut off your connection with the Jianmu divine tree. Your mind returns to the dragon domain. You feel a lingering fear. The dragon you saw was clearly Yinglong. You know full well that you have taken Yinglong's office over the Jianmu divine tree. This grudge is not going to be settled easily. On the 12th day, you cultivate under the Jianmu divine art. Your affinity with the divine eye keeps improving. At the same time, your grasp of the Jianmu divine art rises to 15%. On the 14th day, your grasp of the Jianmu divine art reaches 20%. Also on this day, the 12 moons and the golden crow in the east awaken. On the 15th day, Yinzhao comes to the foot of the Jianmu divine tree. You lift your dragon head and look at Yinzhao. You stare at Yinzhao closely for a long time. You are certain that Yinzhao is no match for you. You look with confidence at this deity who once dragged you to DZ Pingpu to be an administrator. But Yinzhao looks at you with respect, saying he came on behalf of Kunlun Mountain to befriend you. Naturally, you accept Yinzhao's gesture of goodwill. Yet you say you have matters to attend to and must leave for a while, asking Yinzhao to watch over the Jianmu divine tree for you. Yinzhao, though reluctant, feels the terrifying dragon might on you and finally agrees. On the 16th day, you see Yinzhao managing the Jianmu divine tree for you. But you do not leave. Instead, you continue to coil there and cultivate. Yinzhao falls into deep thought. Truly, he is as petty as ever. Ji Jung instantly knew that it was Yinzhao who had captured him before. But seeing the DZ Pingpu, he remembered. Although he ate the immortality pill there, in the end, he was still dragged there by Yin Zhao. This time in the simulation, he also dragged Yin Zhao over to watch the Jianmu Divine Tree for him. That counts as revenge, doesn't it? On the 17th day, you choose to leave the Jianmu Divine Tree and return to the Huai River. You know well that next, the Golden Crow in the east will scorch the entire east to revive the Fusang Tree. So you choose to return to the Huai River. You bring the entire Huai River Dragon Palace force back to the Jianmu Divine Tree. You return to the Huai River at extreme speed. Easily, you have the entire Huai River Dragon Palace force follow you. Using your dragon tail, you coil Old Turtle and the others and return to the Jianmu Divine Tree. On the 18th day, you return to the Huai River. You place Old Turtle and the others in a Blackwater River channel outside the Jianmu Divine Tree. You have Old Turtle manage everything. On the 19th day, you try to establish a new faction. But you have no clue. You don't know whether to focus on longevity demons or human-leaning demons. On the 20th day, Lu Wu suddenly arrives. Lu Wu, seeing Yin Zhao intently watching over the Jianmu Divine Tree for you, pauses for a moment. Then he gives Yin Zhao a deep look and comes before you. Yin Zhao panics. He insists that he only accepted your invitation to help watch the Jianmu Divine Tree. Lu Wu looks at you, but you do not answer. Lu Wu looks at Yin Zhao again, telling Yin Zhao to explain himself to heaven and earth later. Then Lu Wu tells you that he wants to invite you to deal with the revival of Kunpeng together. Heaven and earth say the revival of the Fusang Tree is imminent. Only Buzhou Mountain remains. You think for a moment and agree. But you have no intention of killing Kunpeng. Instead, you want to recruit Kunpeng to serve you. Seeing you agree, Lu Wu tells you that in 2 days, you can head to the North Sea to deal with Kunpeng. Looking at the simulation, you still have to establish your own independent force. But how to do that? It's really troublesome. The 3 human factions simply cannot all be recruited together. Can you only recruit one of them? This would form a power struggle, but he couldn't figure it out. On the 21st day, you cultivated under the Sword Eye Divine Tree, constantly improving your affinity with the eye. At the same time, you pondered how to establish a faction. On the 22nd day, you entrusted everything to your subordinate, Old Turtle. You rushed to the North Sea with Yin Zhao. During the journey, you talked with Yin Zhao. When discussing how to build a faction, Yin Zhao gave you a deep look, as if understanding what you intended to do. But Yin Zhao still told you. Yin Zhao said that even in the heavenly realm, the divine beings were not united. Yet they all revered the Heavenly Lord as their master. On one hand, the Heavenly Lord's power was immense. On the other hand, the Heavenly Lord could make all divine beings work toward a single goal. That goal benefited all divine beings. Hence they became united. After hearing this, you fell into thought. Being powerful was one thing. The other was to make all divine beings rally around a single purpose. That purpose benefits all divine beings. Could this purpose be understood as interests? Use interests to unite all divine beings. Back then, when the divine beings descended into this world and drove away the alien beasts, was it also because of interests that they united to compete? The huge dragon coiled at the bottom of the water, deep in thought. From the information he had gained, this land was once the domain of alien beasts. Later, the divine beings from the heavenly realm descended and began to expel the alien beasts. This means that this land has a purpose that the divine beings would unite for? Is it because of the divine duties? He knew there were secrets about the divine duties, but he didn't know what the true nature of the divine duties was. Now that spiritual energy is reviving, but the heavens and earth have not yet reconnected. It seems that some functions of the divine duties have not been activated. Moreover, for the divine beings, divine duties seem very important. He would have to wait until the heavens and earth reconnect to know what the divine duties actually do. He then thought again about building a faction, using interests and other goals to unite the alien beasts, the demons and humans. Would that work? What goal should he use? Using interests, money, and the like as the goal. That wouldn't work. Alien beasts, demons, and humans discriminate against each other and are hostile to each other. Relying on interests as the goal, that's simply not enough, unless the interest is huge enough. But to make it that huge, he simply couldn't do it. So what should he do? He sank into deep thought. The simulation continued. On the 23rd day, you and Yin Zhao arrived at the North Sea. From afar, you saw that Lu had already engaged in battle with Kunpeng. Seeing this, you immediately struck, sending Lu Wu flying with a dragon tail swipe. You made a forceful entrance. Yin Zhao, seeing you knock Lu Wu away, was not surprised. He stood silently by the side, not daring to make a move. Kunpeng was quite surprised by your intervention. But seeing that you didn't attack him, he didn't make any move for the moment. Lu Wu glared at you angrily, not understanding why you had struck him. But you ignored Lu Wu, and instead turned to look at Kunpeng. You invited Kunpeng to join your ranks. However, Kunpeng did not agree. In the next instant, before you could continue talking with Kunpeng, Lu Wu attacked you. Yin Zhao was forced to also attack you. You began a great battle with Lu Wu and Yin Zhao. Day 24. You defeated Lu Wu and Ying Zhao. The two immediately fled, not daring to linger even a moment. Only then did you turn your gaze back to Kunpeng. Kunpeng, sensing your aura, showed no fear. You also knew that if you clashed head-on with Kunpeng, you would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. But your goal was to recruit Kunpeng, not to fight. In your mutual gaze, Kunpeng asked if you would kill him to revive Mount Buzhou. You directly answered no. Kunpeng hesitated for a moment, then agreed to join your faction. You returned to the Mustard Eye Divine Tree with Kunpeng. On the 25th day, you returned to the Mustard Eye Divine Tree. When Kunpeng learned that you were the master of the Mustard Eye Divine Tree, he was astonished. But aware of his huge size, Kunpeng knew he couldn't stay here, so he headed to the South Sea, saying that if there was a battle, he could be summoned at any time. On the 27th day, you cultivated under the Jianmu Divine Tree. Your affinity with wood improved. While cultivating, you didn't forget to discuss with your subordinate Old Turtle how to establish a faction. But your discussion still bore no fruit. Forced to put aside the matter of building a faction for now. On day 28, your subordinate Old Turtle received news that the humans were preparing to attack you. After receiving the news, you were stunned for a long time. You couldn't understand why humans dared to attack you, not to mention the him in the simulation. Even the real him couldn't understand why humans dared to attack him. Ji Zheng truly couldn't figure it out. What other cards did the humans have? Those portraits were essentially useless against his Yinglong aura. But without the portraits, relying on those sonic dances, skulls, ox bones, etc., they couldn't possibly harm him. From this perspective, humans had nothing that could deal with him. Unless humans once again mastered the Sword Eye Divine Art, using it to contact the Black Emperor. And then the Black Emperor strengthened the power of the portraits. Only then could they kill him. Otherwise, there was no chance humans could kill him. Still, he had to be cautious. Ji Zheng was afraid that humans might suddenly come up with something else. Divine beings were more straightforward. But humans like to hide things, suddenly pulling out something surprising, making you unable to handle the consequences. The simulation continued. On day 29, you were still utterly puzzled by the news that humans were preparing to move against you. But on this day, your greatly increased strength also vastly enhanced your perception. You suddenly sensed the aura of the great Peng golden-winged bird far beyond the South Sea. Without a word, you flew towards where the golden-winged bird was. On day 30, you returned satisfied, continuing to ponder why humans would dare to attack you. On day 32, you didn't need to think much longer. The humans had arrived. A large number of humans gathered beyond the Black River near the Yatri. You knew very well that these humans were coming for you, but you didn't know what methods they would use, so you did not reveal yourself. Flying into the clouds, you carefully observed these humans. You saw that these humans were lined up with 9 cauldrons of different shapes, crossing the Black River. The Huai River demons in the Black River intended to stop them. But when they approached those 9 cauldrons, the 9 cauldrons emitted golden light, forcing back those Huai River demons. You couldn't help but become intensely curious about the 9 cauldrons. You looked closely at these 9 cauldrons. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng looked at the description on the screen. Lost in thought, the simulation made it very clear. The humans planned to use these 9 cauldrons to deal with him. What were these 9 cauldrons? Could it be that humans thought these 9 cauldrons could kill him? That seemed unlikely. Ji Zheng continued watching the simulation. On day 32, a large group of humans carried 9 large cauldrons toward the Ya Divine Tree. You were in the clouds when you looked at those 9 large cauldrons. Those 9 large cauldrons also emitted light to intimidate you. But these lights clearly could not deal with you. You looked at these 9 large cauldrons fearlessly. You noticed that these 9 large cauldrons were engraved with different patterns. You were dazzled. But from the humans' talk, you learned that these were the 9 tripod cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons, cast by you the Great. Ji Zheng was suddenly startled. He recalled. Actually, the 9 cauldrons were themselves a myth. Legend has it that, after you the Great controlled the floods, the Xia dynasty was established. The 9 provinces were stabilized. The 4 seas were peaceful. The country prospered, and the people lived in peace. Each province and year, the tribute collected was abundant. There was nowhere to use it. Then you the Great recalled how the Yellow Emperor, upon achieving perfect merit, ascended to heaven. So he used this surplus tribute to cast the cauldrons. But you the Great perhaps knew that times had changed. Casting cauldrons would not lead to ascension. So he thought for the people, for future generations. Thus, use casting of the cauldrons was for the people. For posterity, you took the tribute of each province, and cast a cauldron for each province. In total, he cast 9 cauldrons. On each cauldron, he engraved the mountains and rivers of that province. In the empty spaces, you also recorded the strange birds, exotic beasts, gods, demons, and monsters he encountered during flood control. The 9 cauldrons, endowed with profound significance, later became symbols of the mandate of heaven and political power. There were also legends that the 9 cauldrons suppress the fortune of all humans under heaven, regarded as national treasures. The 9 cauldrons were divided into the Ji Province Cauldron, the Yan Province Cauldron, the Qin Province Cauldron, the Su Province Cauldron, the Yang Province Cauldron, the Jing Province Cauldron, the Yu Province Cauldron, the Liang Province Cauldron, the Yang Province Cauldron. However, later, after the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, they were ultimately obtained by King Zhaoxiang of Qin, the grandfather of Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. But when King Zhaoxiang was transporting the 9 cauldrons back, one of the cauldrons mysteriously flew into the Sea River and vanished. The remaining 8 cauldrons fell into the hands of the Qin state. After Qin conquered the kingdoms, the 8 tripods vanished without a trace. Legend also says the one lost in the Sea River later helped create Liu Bang, the pavilion chief of Sishui. There's also a tale that after Qin fell, those 8 tripods remained forever underground with the first emperor. But without a doubt, the 9 tripods were considered vessels of the state's power, both in myth and history. Phrases like stabilizing the realm and vying for supremacy over the central plains all come from the 9 tripods. But didn't they say the 9 tripods were lost? How are they still in human hands? The human side has always been mysteriously unpredictable. Who knows where they found these 9 tripods again? Ji Zheng, now knowing the origin of the 9 tripods, grew somewhat curious if he could overpower them. The 9 tripods' reputation is beyond doubt. But his current strength was unmatched before the realms reconnected. Who was stronger, the 9 tripods or him? That was hard to say. Curious, Ji Zheng continued watching the simulation on day 33. The humans carried the 9 tripods to a spot not far from the mustard seed divine tree. You knew you couldn't keep observing any longer. You had to stop the humans from getting close to the mustard seed divine tree. You immediately summoned wind and rain. Under your summoned storm, floods almost instantly submerged the area for miles around the mustard seed divine tree. You tried to block the humans' advance with the flood, but you discovered the flood was utterly useless against these humans. The 9 tripods released a bright light and absorbed the flood directly. Forced, you had to appear before the Zhanmu divine tree to confront these humans. You approached the 9 tripods. As you neared, the 9 tripods emitted a dazzling radiance. This radiance fell upon you, placing immense pressure on you. It was as if you bore the entire realm upon your back. The immense weight threatened to suppress you. The large group of humans wasn't in a hurry. They seemed to be waiting for the 9 tripods to subdue you. On day 34, the 9 tripods did not suppress you. You overcame that feeling of weight with your great strength. You coiled outside the Zhanmu divine tree, looking down upon these humans. You attacked the humans without mercy. You opened your mouth and blasted a stream of water at them. But the 9 tripods easily withstood it. The humans were greatly surprised you ignored them. They seemed not to expect the 9 tripods couldn't suppress you immediately. Staring at the constantly flashing golden tripods, you were momentarily unsure how to break their defense. On day 35, Kunpeng descended. He launched a fierce attack on the 9 tripods. Seeing Kunpeng arrive, you immediately attacked the 9 tripods as well. Joining forces with Kunpeng, you still couldn't break the tripod's protective golden light. This left you feeling frustrated. Just as you felt that frustration, the humans suddenly took out a portrait of the White Emperor. But you didn't even glance at it. You released the aura of Yinglong. The White Emperor's portrait could do nothing to you. On day 36, the battle continued. The 9 tripods still casually resisted your and Kunpeng's attacks. During the attack, you faintly sensed the tripods trying to strike back at you and Kunpeng. Yet they seemed unable to launch an attack, and could only remain on the defensive. He couldn't break the tripod's defense, even with Kunpeng's help. That's just too overpowered. Ji Zheng felt this acutely. And looking at what the simulation said, the 9 tripods wanted to attack them. But because they lacked the power to strike, they could only remain on the defensive. Was it because the realms hadn't reconnected? If the realms reconnected, would these 9 tripods become something extraordinary? Ji Zheng suddenly felt that without the realms reconnected, this world seemed to have a layer of shackles. On Kunlun Mountain, the Zhanmu Divine Tree and Fusang Tree on Mount Buzhou were like for keys that needed to be turned simultaneously to unlock the shackles. Unlock the shackles, and after that, the world would fully awaken. Heavenly deities would descend. Human figures like the Martial Emperor would definitely descend too. And tripods like these would certainly be able to unleash their full power. It was after the realms reconnected that the demons born from the spiritual energy resurgence were unlucky. They had no time to grow, and they were constantly driven by forces like Kunlun Mountain. Then, with the realms reconnected under the gods and humans, demons could only be the lowest beings. The beasts weren't much better off. Wait, he seemed to have thought of how to establish a faction that included beasts, demons, and humans. Ji Zheng's dragon eyes suddenly sparkled with light. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng lay in that pitch-black, deep environment. He raised his dragon head and looked at the screen before him. He roughly knew how to establish a faction that included beasts, demons, and humans. Survival as the goal. Drive the strange beasts, demonic beings, and humans to unite. If the heaven and earth are reconnected, the situation between heaven and earth would become a confrontation between divine beings and humans. The strange beasts, demonic beings, and some humans would only sink to the bottom, attaching themselves to one of the two forces. The strange beasts and those humans might be a bit better off, but the demonic beings would definitely be the worst off. Before spiritual energy revived, their numbers were extremely scarce, and their cultivation was shallow. Their strength was weak. They were chased by humans like rats in the street. After spiritual energy revived, the number of demonic beings exploded. But when spiritual energy revived, all of humanity's extraordinary items also revived. Mythical beings also revived. The demonic beings didn't even have much time to cultivate. Facing divine beings and humans, they could only be oppressed. If they resisted, then they would only die. Ji Jung intends to seize on this psychology, giving the demonic beings and the strange beasts, giving those humans a chance to resist, a chance to survive. Ji Jung feels this is very feasible, but whether it can actually be implemented will have to be tested in the simulation first. The difference between him and the him in the simulation lies in personality. The them in the simulation, the him in reality is more cunning. The him in reality can think of these things, so the him in the simulation can definitely think of them too. So now he only needs to continue watching the simulation. The simulation continues. Day 37. You and Kunpeng join forces to attack the 9 tripods. In your prime, you furiously attack the 9 tripods, but you still cannot break the 9 tripods' defense. The humans also discover they can't gain any advantage against you. Thus they retreat. They withdraw with the 9 tripods, and you don't pursue. You let the humans leave, knowing well that you cannot overcome the 9 tripods. Day 38. While Kunpeng is still at the Jianmu Divine Tree, you immediately summon all the Yaos from the Huai River. You announce that you will establish a force, not belonging to the divine beings, nor to humans, any who wish to live. Such beings can join your force. Day 39. After the news of your establishment spreads, it shakes the entire heaven and earth. You greatly underestimated your current influence. Having killed Yinglong and repeatedly defeated the brave heroes and tough humans, you are a supreme overlord in the world. When you establish a force, naturally 100 respond to your call. Near the Jianmu Divine Tree, the demonic beings were the first to respond to your call and joined your force. Day 40. Most of the demonic beings in the entire West are gathering toward you. Your force is rapidly expanding. Day 42. Apart from the demonic beings, many strange beasts also join your force. Your force is unprecedentedly powerful. You completely replace the Kunlun Mountains and become the overlord of the West. When you become the overlord of the West, you also gather all your subordinates. You tell all your subordinates that everything is just for survival. Your speech receives strong responses from the demonic beings and strange beasts. You see one after another demonic being and strange beast with eyes bloodshot, as if willing to fight to the death for you. Day 43. Demonic beings and strange beasts from other places also join your force one after another. Your force expands further. At this time, your subordinate Kunpeng suggests to you to bring the north under your command. You think that the north was originally Kunpeng's territory, so you agree. Day 44. You receive news from Kunpeng. He has occupied the north, except for some humans. The entire north is under your command. You become the overlord of both the west and the north. Your reputation spreads throughout the entire world. Your subordinate, Old Turtle, takes the opportunity to push you to a higher position. You become the Dragon King, ruling over the west and the north. Day 45. You receive news. The divine beings and humans have reached a consensus to jointly deal with you. After hearing it, you are completely unafraid. You immediately order your subordinates to launch a fierce attack on the forces of divine beings and humans. The divine beings and humans, facing your offensive, dare not confront you directly and keep retreating. You occupy a vast territory. This simulation is going a bit too smoothly, isn't it? He can understand that establishing a force can unify its internal members. But for him to so easily sweep through the west and north is surprisingly simple. The north is where the human capital is located. The west is where Kunlun Mountain is located. For them to be swept so easily by him is too strange. His strength in the simulation can indeed be domineering, but it can't be this smooth. He thinks it's no problem for him to clash head-on with a fraction of Yinglong's power, but to easily suppress humans and Yinglong is unlikely. Ji Jung is extremely worried. Humans don't have many tricks up their sleeves. Impossible. Just look at the 9 tripods that suddenly appeared. Humans definitely have many secrets hidden away. The divine beings on their side are no pushovers either, especially since even the elixir of immortality exists in Kunlun Mountain. If they didn't have, trump cards, he really wouldn't stand a chance. So Ji Jung felt something was off. But in the simulation, he seemed completely carried away. He didn't think that much about it. Now even if he knows something's wrong, there's nothing he can do. Just keep watching. Ji Jung has no other choice. He can only continue watching. On day 46 of the simulation, you conquered the Central Plains. On day 47 you conquered the southern region. On day 48, your forces began expanding eastward. But you discovered rebellion starting again within your territory, because your faction was too vast. Some beings had been brainwashed by you, but most of the demons remained as they were. Your domain had already become too large to control. You knew if this hidden threat continued, it would eventually erupt. You were about to have your subordinate Old Gui handle the matter, but suddenly you felt combat fluctuations from the north. You instantly sensed it was Kunpeng fighting. You didn't know who Kunpeng was battling, but you knew Kunpeng was extremely important. He must not be lost. You immediately went to support Kunpeng, but before you reached the north, you sensed Kunpeng's fall. You thought to yourself, this is bad. You quickly headed north. Before you could arrive at the north, Lu Wu and Ying Zhao, Shen Qiulei appeared at the same time. In the sky, 12 moons rose. In an instant, you realized these divine beings were blocking you. Kunpeng's death was caused by humans. Humans wanted to revive Buzhou Mountain. Humans and divine beings were desperate. They wanted to forcibly revive Buzhou Mountain. Chejung fell silent. On day 48, you looked at the many celestial beings blocking you. You realized that humans had killed Kunpeng, wanting to revive Buzhou Mountain. These divine beings wanted to stop you. You knew that if Buzhou Mountain revived, heaven and earth would reconnect. By then you would definitely face a two-pronged attack from divine beings and humans. You tried to seize Kunpeng's body. You launched a fierce attack against the divine beings blocking you. Enraged, you repelled many divine beings in less than half an hour. Just as you were about to go seize Kunpeng's body, a deep red pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a fiery red pillar rose in the east. The moment these two pillars rose, a wave of unease struck your heart. You knew heaven and earth were about to reconnect. Your crisis had arrived. You began fleeing toward the mustard divine tree. On day 49, golden light suddenly flickered across heaven and earth. You had not yet returned to the mustard divine tree when a dragon with 2 wings appeared before you. It tried to take you away, but the dragon did not succeed. Lu Wu and Ying Zhao came together, determined to kill you directly. After heaven and earth reconnected, Lu Wu and Ying Zhao seemed to have shed their weakness. Their power skyrocketed. In just a few breaths, they killed you. The dragon seemed to want to save you, but could do nothing. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 as a reward. 49 days of survival experience, 49 days of physical strength, or one of the 9 province tripods, the Jinzhou tripod. Heaven and earth reconnected, as expected. After heaven and earth reconnected, he still died. Ji Jung lowered the dragon head he had raised. He sighed secretly. Humans and divine beings had joined forces. Their purpose was to let him take most of the territory, an illusion created by humans and divine beings, to make him lower his guard. Once he relaxed, humans and divine beings would strike at Kunpeng. According to the simulation, the plan of humans and divine beings was to quickly kill Kunpeng, then have the divine beings block him, while humans took Kunpeng's body to revive Buzhou Mountain. Clearly, humans and divine beings realized that if heaven and earth did not reconnect, he was almost unbeatable. Even if divine beings and humans joined forces, they couldn't deal with him. His strength, before the reconnection, was just too great, especially on the foundation of such power. He had also built a faction capable of influencing the entire realm. In this situation, humans and divine beings had no choice. Then they could only choose to reconnect heaven and earth. Reconnecting heaven and earth was indeed the right path. Without a trace, after the reconnection, his strength returned to its peak. He dealt with him in just a few moves. Now, the remaining deities in the world, most of them could stomp him after the reconnection. The final segment of this simulation. That winged giant dragon. Is it Yinglong? Yinglong didn't kill me. Instead, he wanted to save me. Ji Jung finds this very puzzling. After all, he had shattered one of Yinglong's avatars. He also stole Yinglong's position as the guardian of the Zhanmu Divine Tree to count. He had made an enemy of Yinglong. But why did Yinglong choose to save him after the reconnection? Yet later, it seemed forced by some reason, he failed to rescue him. Ji Jung could probably guess the reason Yinglong couldn't save him. Because he had offended both the deities and all humans. It would be strange if Yinglong could actually save him. However, Ji Jung is only curious about Yinglong's motive. Why save him? Yinglong seemed to have long expected him to transform into the second Yinglong in the world, and to evolve into Yinglong using ghost water. Yinglong must have some plan. This simulation wasn't a total loss. At least it clarified many things. For example, the matter of building a faction. Building a faction is feasible, but it comes with great risk. One misstep could lead to total defeat. Ji Jung deeply realized this. At the same time, he also knew roughly his own strength. In one-on-one combat, he was unmatched before the reconnection. Even an avatar of Yinglong was no match for him. Counting it up, before the reconnection, only Kunpeng could surpass him in a one-on-one fight. Of course, this assumes heaven and earth were not reconnected. After the reconnection, most deities could defeat him. Building a faction is fine, but he absolutely must not lose control of the situation. Better not to offend both deities and humans simultaneously. Ji Jung pondered. After thinking for a while, he looked at the three options this time: 49 days of survival experience, 49 days of physical constitution, and the golden tripod of the 9 regions. The first and second options could enhance him. The third option was quite interesting. One of the 9 tripods of the universe, the golden tripod. This was undoubtedly a heavyweight artifact of the human side. How could this thing appear among the reward options? If a fight broke out, and the human side brought out their 9 tripods, and he also brought out a golden tripod, how awkward would the scene be? Would he have to say to the humans, yours is the magnetic tripod, mine is the bear tripod, yours is useless against mine? Thinking about it felt really strange. But Ji Jung still didn't intend to choose the third option. This golden tripod only grants protection to humans. When encountering deities or demons, it simply tries to suppress them. Choosing it would be useless for him. Just asking for trouble. Ji Jung thought deeply for a moment. He still chose the second option. With his choice, a warm current flowed through him, increasing his cultivation. His cultivation increased. But he didn't feel much. Current cultivation, 7,933 years, increased by 1 year. No wonder he didn't feel much. However, Ji Jung's goal was not cultivation. What he wanted was elemental affinity. As expected, his wood attribute affinity greatly improved. With the improvement of his wood attribute affinity, his understanding of ghost water also increased. And the magnitude was not small. Improving water or wood affinity indirectly enhances ghost water and fake wood. Ji Jung was naturally very pleased with this, but he felt something was off. He seemed to have been continuously improving his wood attribute, causing his wood attribute to now nearly catch up with his water attribute. His comprehension of wood attribute was too rapid. Now, Ji Jung wasn't even sure if he could still evolve into Yinglong. Yinglong requires water attribute. He could now be said to be dual attributed in wood and water. Thinking about his personal template, Ji Jung hesitated. He still opened his personal template. He wanted to see if he could still evolve into Yinglong in his current state. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Jung's huge dragon body lay in the mud. He opened his personal template. A screen visible only to him rose before his eyes. Name, Ji Jung. Race, Horned Dragon. Cultivation, 7,933 years. Talents, Call Wind and Rain. Leader of the Forest Armor. Ride the Clouds and Mist. Dragon Might, Avoid Misfortune. Expand and Shrink. Position, Water God of Huai River 60%. Lifespan, 10,660 to 1,256 years. Current status, in your prime. You are at your peak. You can exert your full power. Evaluation, you are a horned dragon that has almost reached the limit of your race. Your strength is enough to slay an ordinary mythical being, but you still cannot cope with top-tier mythical beings. However, this does not hinder your enormous potential. Possessing ghost water and fake wood, you have the possibility of evolving again. But your future seems to have veered into the unknown. No one knows what direction your next evolution will take. Ji Jung checked his personal template only to see if he could still evolve. The template said he could no longer evolve into Yinglong. Last time he checked, the evaluation still mentioned he could evolve into Yinglong. Now it's just gone. Does that mean he can never evolve into Yinglong anymore? The future has become uncertain. Ji Jung fell silent. The result was right there in his face. No one knew what he would evolve into next. With good luck, he might evolve into some kind of dragon. With bad luck, he'd turn into something like a 4. That would be awkward. Well, great. Now he doesn't even know what to evolve into. Ji Jung understood clearly. If he underwent the next evolution, his power would definitely skyrocket. But now he's told the future evolution path is unknown. And there are no evolution conditions either. He still has to rely on simulations. Try to figure out how to evolve next through simulations. If he wants to increase his strength, the most direct way is evolution. But exploring evolution takes a lot of time, and delaying the reconnection of heaven and earth is still necessary. Building a faction still needs to be done steadily. Can't be like last time. Ji Jung was thinking about the next simulation. He lay at the bottom of the water, not intending to move. As he thought, suddenly a familiar feeling surged within his perception. He raised his dragon head and looked beyond the Huai River. Through the river water, he immediately saw the great sun hanging high in the sky. The intense heat could still be clearly felt through the water. Why is Jinwoo here? The simulation didn't say he would come. Ji Jung thought for a moment and realized, in his last simulation, he immediately went to find the wooden god tree. So he naturally couldn't have met Jinwoo. He just didn't expect Jinwoo to show up now. Well, might as well go meet Jinwoo. Ji Jung thought it over. He decided to go meet Jinwoo. Given the current trend, Jinwoo is clearly here looking for him. Probably when he was sleeping last time, Jinwoo came to the Huai River and learned of his existence. That's why he's here now. Ji Jung's feelings toward Jinwoo were actually very complicated. In earlier simulations, Jinwoo killed him several times, needing flesh and blood to revive the Fusang tree. But later, when his power grew, Jinwoo treated him differently. He felt Jinwoo was a pretty good friend. At least in character, Jinwoo made him feel comfortable, open and honest, takes responsibility for his actions, not like some bird that only ambushes people all day. Jinwoo would make it clear before killing you. For now, Ji Jung decided to handle Jinwoo by trying to maintain good relations. He didn't want to stir up trouble either, so he immediately twisted his dragon body and burst out of the lake. In the rushing waters of the Huai River, a black dragon over 1,000 meters long broke the surface. The moment the black dragon appeared, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. The scorching heat from the great sun high above faded away in an instant. If someone were standing on a mountain near the Huai River at this moment, they would see, within the dense clouds, a black dragon head poking out, looking down at a great sun. An invisible pressure arose naturally. High in the sky, Ji Jung was looking at the Jinwoo before him. With his current strength, Jinwoo was no match for him at all. To say nothing of one Jinwoo, even two could be easily dealt with by Ji Jung. So this is Jinwoo. Ji Jung looked down at the great sun ahead. In his sight, Jinwoo was just a black crow, except this crow had 3 legs, and its body emitted red light. The red light radiated outward, forming a great sun. This was Ji Jung's first time seeing Jinwoo in reality, so he couldn't help being curious. Legend says Jinwoo is the sun itself, the stories of 10 suns in the sky, Kwafu chasing the sun, Yi shooting down 9 suns, all related to Jinwoo. Dragon Lord of the Huai River, why have I never heard of you before? A divine being as powerful as you shouldn't be unknown. Jinwoo inside the great sun looked incredulous. His bird eyes, normally the size of copper bells, widened by a full circle. He was mentally scanning all the divine beings in heaven. Did such a one exist? He couldn't recall any Ji Jung, but he inexplicably felt Ji Jung was extremely terrifying. What era is this? It's before the reconnection of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth haven't reconnected yet. Divine beings can only exert at most 10 to 20% of their power. This horned dragon is terrifying even at 10 to 20%. Golden Crow inexplicably wanted to ask Yinglong, could Yinglong evolve? The horned dragon within the rift is already this terrifying. Golden Crow wildly imagined, why have you entered my territory? Jizun opened his bloody maw, and his dragon might involuntarily radiate it out. His dragon might place immense pressure on Golden Crow. Dragon army of Huai River, I came for no other reason. I merely sensed a divine being at Huai River, so I came to pay a visit. I hope you won't mind. Our territories border each other. In the future, we can interact more. Golden Crow hovered in the air, looking very polite. This appearance left Jizun dumbfounded. That's not right. In the simulation, he should have figured out Golden Crow's personality. He becomes domineering toward weak beings, but he is open and honest toward powerful ones. What's up with this Golden Crow in front of him? Jizun felt a bit bewildered. This Golden Crow was far too friendly. This conversation did not last long. Golden Crow quickly left after stating he only came to visit a neighbor. In Ji Zhen's eyes, his back looked like he was fleeing. Jizun found it inexplicable. Still, he returned to Huai River to prepare for the next simulation. At the bottom of Huai River, the Huai River Dragon Palace was being rebuilt. Jizun did not move into the palace. Instead, he lay in the silt at the bottom of Huai River. Jizun put the matter of Golden Crow's visit out of his mind. He began to think about the next simulation. In the simulation, he had to figure out what the next evolution would be, and then prevent the reconnection of heaven and earth. Building a faction was possible, but it shouldn't be too large. Kunpeng must be kept under control. Jizun pondered that Kunpeng was essential. Without Kunpeng, Buzhou Mountain couldn't be revived. As long as Kunpeng stayed by his side, heaven and earth could never reconnect. But how should he evolve? Perhaps he could go to Yinglong. Yinglong must have some plan, although he didn't know the specifics of what that plan was. But it was easy to guess that Yinglong very much wanted him to evolve into the second Yinglong in the world. Since Yinglong wanted him to evolve so much, maybe he could let Yinglong help him evolve. As for whether he would finally evolve into Yinglong, he couldn't be sure about that. Jizun suddenly felt this was feasible. Start the simulation. Jizun didn't want to delay any longer. He immediately started the simulation. Simulation started, consuming 4,096 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 14,973. Day 1. You are at the bottom of Huai River. You yearn for another evolution, but you have no way to evolve again. You think of going to Jianmu Divine Tree to ask Yinglong for help. You act immediately. Leave Huai River heading for Jianmu Divine Tree. Day 2. Jianmu Divine Tree revives. You arrive at Jianmu Divine Tree just then, but you have no ill intent, so you wait on the outskirts of Jianmu Divine Tree. Not long after, a being with a clay body and dragon shape flies over. You know this is Yinglong. Before Yinglong can act, you speak first. You state that you wish to ask Yinglong to help with your next evolution. When Yinglong learns that you have already comprehended ghost water and cultivated for nearly 8,000 years, and that your bloodline is also from a celestial divine being, he is overjoyed. Yinglong brings you under the Jianmu Divine Tree. This Yinglong just mentioning that he too will evolve into an Yinglong gets so excited. Jizun couldn't help wondering what his plan was, curious in the simulation. Yinglong, under whom he had learned many things in the past, loved to help flood dragons complete their transformation. Back when he crossed the ford, Yinglong had also secretly helped him. Now it seemed Yinglong had always been urging those flood dragons to transform. And then, like raising sheep, raising Yinglong. What exactly was Yinglong planning? Jizun continued watching the simulation with doubt. Day 3. Yinglong brings you under the Jianmu Divine Tree. Beneath the Jianmu Divine Tree, you clearly sense your affinity with wood element rapidly increasing. Yinglong can't help but look at you and ask how you came to comprehend wood rat. You answer Yinglong that wood rat was comprehended by accident. Yinglong falls silent after hearing this, as if thinking whether you can evolve into an Yinglong. Day 4. Yinglong finally snaps out of it and says he'll let you try to evolve. Although there's wood rat, you still have a chance to become an Yinglong. But after you say that your wood rat is even stronger than ghost water, Yinglong falls silent again. Day 5. Yinglong snaps out of it again and tells you to stop improving wood element from today onward. Focus on improving water rat. Perhaps thus you can transform into an Yinglong. You curiously ask Yinglong if both water and wood elements are not improved further, and you just evolve as you are now. What will you evolve into? Yinglong replied after a moment, telling you that with your current condition, evolving now could lead to bloodline degradation. You might end up with a strange appearance, like a bull's head on a dragon's body, or some other weird form. If you're lucky, you might gain powerful strength, but if not, it could even weaken your combat ability. Yinglong also warned you not to let your mind wander. Just focus on evolving toward Yinglong's path. Every evolutionary chain is forged through immense hardship. Evolving now might turn you into something strange. Basically, a mess that looks like nothing. That sounds a bit like the legend of the dragon's 9 sons. Each dragon looks different, all with bizarre appearances. And their abilities are all different too. Some have very mediocre powers. Others are stronger. Ji Zheng remained silent, regardless of the ability issue. He didn't want that kind of appearance. But Yinglong then said that every evolutionary chain is formed through immense hardship. As far as he knew, among all dragons, only Yinglong had an evolutionary chain, giving all dragons a chance to evolve into Yinglong. That's why Yinglong is also called the progenitor dragon in mythology. Whoever forms an evolutionary chain can be called the progenitor dragon. Ji Zheng started to have some fantasies. Would he one day have this chance to become the progenitor dragon? Of course, he was just thinking about it. He knew his own limits well. The simulation continued. On the 6th day, after listening to Yinglong, you had no confidence that you could form your own evolutionary chain. So you began to enhance your water attribute, letting the water attribute surpass the wood attribute. Seeing you so obedient, Yinglong couldn't help but feel satisfied. On the 7th day, you found that cultivating under the Jianmu Divine Tree improved your wood attribute much faster than water. You told this to Yinglong. Yinglong told you to stay away from the Jianmu Divine Tree for cultivation. You naturally agreed. Before leaving, you asked Yinglong when the purification standards are met, how do you actually purify? Yinglong explained to you, if one day you feel your surroundings become very strange, that's when the end arrives. That's when evolution begins. And Yinglong told you that evolving into Yinglong is hardest not because of cultivation or elemental insight. Those are just basic requirements. The most terrifying part of purify into Yinglong is the end. The trials of heaven and earth are everywhere. You can never imagine where the trials will come from. After listening quietly, you left the Jianmu Divine Tree and went elsewhere to cultivate. The hardest part of purify into Yinglong is the trials of heaven and earth everywhere. Ji Zheng suddenly remembered that when he had crossed the river to become a dragon, there had also been a trial from heaven and earth. It was that small village blocking the river mouth. That village must have disappeared after he passed through it. He had seen it with his own eyes in the simulation. That's how heaven and earth test you. According to Yinglong, there would be many, many more such trials. One mistake, and it's over. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng watched the ongoing simulation and fell into deep thought. In the simulation, he was preparing to try evolving into Yinglong. In Ji Zheng's own opinion, it didn't matter whether he actually evolved into Yinglong in the end. What he wanted was to increase his strength. Completing the next evolution step would absolutely be a leap in his power. He slowly probed through the simulation to see how many purification methods he had. In the simulation, he was probably going to focus on the water attribute to purify into Yinglong, the second Yinglong in heaven and earth. The name was certainly impressive. But if he could become the progenitor dragon, that would be even better. Ji Zheng muttered to himself. Progenitor dragon basically means a complete evolutionary chain. Like Yinglong's. In Yinglong's evolutionary chain, a snake can evolve into a python into a flood dragon into a horned dragon into Yinglong. So Yinglong is the progenitor dragon of that chain. If he could evolve into a complete evolutionary chain, then he would also be a progenitor dragon. Of course, Ji Zheng was just thinking about it. To evolve a complete evolutionary chain is extremely difficult. Better to keep watching the simulation. The idea of becoming a progenitor dragon is just a thought. Ji Zheng didn't think he could succeed. He continued watching the simulation. On the 8th day, you left the Jianmu divine tree. On the 8th day, you leave the Jianmu sacred tree. But you didn't know where to go. You had thought to return to the Huai River, but you knew well that cultivating within the Huai River, the speed of improving your water element was extremely slow. You hesitated for a moment and decided to head east instead. But you didn't intend to return to the Huai River. You prepared to go east to find a place where you could quickly improve your water element. On the 9th day, you entered the eastern region. You didn't conceal your aura. Instead, you openly released your aura as you entered. Your original intention was to summon the Golden Crow. But you found that the Golden Crow didn't come. This couldn't help but make you feel surprised. You had no choice but to personally go to the eastern mountains to find the Golden Crow. On the 10th day, you found the Golden Crow in the eastern mountains. But the Golden Crow you saw made you feel astonished. The Golden Crow was not as you remembered. Instead, it appeared very respectful toward you. You were extremely surprised. But you didn't ask for the reason. You began to negotiate with the Golden Crow. You asked it where you could speed up improving your water element. The Golden Crow was silent for a long time, then answered you with one word, Huai River. After hearing this, you really wanted to swat the Golden Crow away with your dragon tail. But you held back. At the end of the negotiation, you could only let the Golden Crow lead you in searching the east, to see if there was a suitable place for you to quickly improve your water element. On the 11th day, you and the Golden Crow were searching in the east. Your relationship with the Golden Crow quickly became familiar. On the 12th day, you and the Golden Crow were still searching for a suitable place, but found nothing. On the 14th day, during your search with the Golden Crow, you saw a great sun rising in the east, and at the same time, 12 moons also rose up. You knew well that this was another Golden Crow and the 12 moons reviving. You turned your head to look at the Golden Crow. You knew well that the other Golden Crow and this one would inevitably fight. You couldn't help but ask the Golden Crow if it needed help. But the Golden Crow answered that you didn't need to. Then it stated that it had to return for a while. You naturally agreed. After the Golden Crow left, you set off alone on your search. On the 15th day, while flying through the clouds and mist, you saw a large, surging river. This river made you stop without hesitation. Looking down, in your sight, this great river was even larger than your Huai River. After some observation, you confirmed that this great river was the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. The Yangtze you almost forgot that there was the lower Yangtze in the east. Ji Zheng looked at the simulation and couldn't help recalling his Huai River and the Yangtze. The Ji River and the Yellow River were together called the Fordu. In terms of scale, this Yangtze River was definitely larger than his Huai River. Perhaps this Yangtze had some special property. If he cultivated in this Yangtze, maybe he could improve his water element. Ji Zheng began to feel a bit expectant. The simulation continued on the 16th day. After lingering around the lower Yangtze for a while, you plunged into the Yangtze River. Just as you were about to plunge in, a stream of water shot out and blocked you. You were forced to retreat back into the clouds. You looked down at the Yangtze. As you looked down, a surge of water curled up, and the water took the form of a woman. A woman formed of water addressed you. She was the water god of the Yangtze. She didn't want to get involved in conflicts. She hoped you wouldn't drag the Yangtze into disputes. She told you to leave, the water god of the Yangtze. Is there a water god of the Yangtze in mythology? And a woman at that? Ji Zheng tried hard to think. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall. In mythology, was there such a water god of the Yangtze? Unless it was Chexiang. Ji Zheng suddenly recalled a myth. The Yellow Emperor loses the mysterious pearl. Legend says that the Yellow Emperor once obtained a black and shiny pearl while traveling. This pearl was called the Mysterious Pearl. The Yellow Emperor loved the Mysterious Pearl very much. He wanted to give it to his wife, but later it was accidentally lost. By a twist of fate, it was found by his subordinate Xiang Wang. But after it was retrieved, Xiang saw it. Xiang really liked this pearl. After some trick, he stole it. The Yellow Emperor was immediately furious. He sent troops to pursue and kill. Xiang was terrified. He swallowed the Mysterious Pearl and threw himself into the Yangtze to commit suicide. Afterwards, he became the water god of the Yangtze, protecting the region. This Xiang was the female image in the simulation. The water god of the Yangtze could only match Xiang. Ji Zheng suddenly became very curious about how exactly this Xiang became the water god of the Yangtze. The myth didn't explain how Xiang became the water god. It only said that after swallowing the Mysterious Pearl and jumping into the Yangtze to die, he became the water god. Could it be that this Mysterious Pearl had some special property? Ji Zheng continued watching the simulation with curiosity. You looked at Xiang standing on the surface of the Yangtze. You sensed Xiang's aura. You knew well that Xiang was no match for you. But you still had no intention of using force. You explained to Xiang that you only wanted to use the Yangtze for cultivation, and would not do anything else, hesitated for a moment, felt your dragon might, and finally agreed. You immediately entered the Yangtze River to cultivate. On day 17, you sensed the water element at the river's bottom, but you realized you couldn't sense ghost water in the Yangtze at all. The Yangtze's currents surged endlessly, perfectly aligning with enduring water. You vaguely gained some insight into enduring water while you were meditating. Xiang watched nearby, and after confirming you were only training, he felt reassured. On day 18, you continued your meditation in the Yangtze. Suddenly, you felt the Yangtze send you a message, as if asking if you were willing to become the Yangtze River God. Before you could answer, 1% of the Yangtze's authority fell upon you, as if testing your compatibility with the river. At that moment, both you and Xiang were stunned. On day 18, you received 1% of the Yangtze's authority. Your affinity with water was greatly enhanced, but you felt extremely awkward, especially under Xiang's watchful gaze. You explained to Xiang that you hadn't meant to steal the authority. After a moment of silence, Xiang said that he wasn't the true Yangtze River God. The Yangtze chose you on its own, that was its decision. You couldn't help but wonder, isn't Xiang the real Yangtze River God? Xiang said he had only been worshipped by the southwestern people in the past, and had managed the Yangtze, so he merely possessed a fraction of the Yangtze River God's power. I see. Ji Zheng, now at the bottom of the Huai River, understood. Xiang wasn't the complete Yangtze River God, only had part of that divinity. In other words, he held a small portion of authority, probably around 10 or 20%. But why had the Yangtze approached him? In the simulation, his identity was also the Huai River God. The Yangtze had no reason to pick him, and yet it granted him authority. How could two divine offices be held together? Ji Zheng was very puzzled. In his last simulation, he had obtained the office of Wood Element God, and then had to give up the Huai River God's position. So why could the Yangtze bestow authority on him? Wait, Ji Zheng's dragon eyes suddenly widened. He realized something from his previous simulation. When heaven and earth reconnected, Bingyi had approached him, wanting his Huai River God position. Bingyi himself was the Yellow River God. He hadn't understood then. Why would anyone want the Huai River God position? Now he had a bold thought. The number of offices might be unlimited. One could hold up to 4 divine positions at once. That meant if he had the ability, he could simultaneously be the Huai River and Yangtze River God, as well as the Ji River and Yellow River God. In his simulation, being in the Yangtze had proven it could boost his water affinity. If he mastered all 4 rivers, his affinity with water would be off the charts. A gleam shone in Ji Zheng's dragon eyes. He seemed to have found a path to max out his water element. The simulation continued. On day 19, with Xiang's permission, you immediately started working closely with the Yangtze, gaining new understanding of the river. Your identity as the Huai River God proved a great help, and your communication with the Yangtze was very rapid. As you communicated, the Yangtze's authority continued to flow to you. You now held 10% of its power. Your water affinity quickly increased. On day 20, under Xiang's complex gaze, you ordered the Yangtze's water tribes to vigorously manage the river. Your Yangtze River God authority rose to 20%. Vaguely, you began to understand enduring water. On day 21, you continued managing the Yangtze. But Yin Zhao suddenly arrived. You knew exactly why Yin Zhao had come. You directly told Xiang to go ashore and replied to Yin Zhao that you would head north in 2 days. Xiang looked at you giving orders and fell silent again, but still chose to deliver the message for you. On day 22, your Yangtze River God authority rose to 25%. You understood that enduring water was water of endurance. With both, you vaguely unlocked some shackle deep in your bloodline. On day 23, You had no time to carefully feel the changes in your body. You left the Yangtze. Before leaving, you entrusted the river management to Chexiang. Chexiang, a bit dazed, accepted your order. You quickly headed north. After leaving the Yangtze, you suddenly realized that all your abilities had greatly improved. You twisted your dragon body and flew north at tremendous speed. Soon you arrived in the north. As expected, the gods were fighting Kunpeng. Without hesitation, you stepped in and rescued Kunpeng. The gods were shocked to see your existence, especially Yinglong and Jinwu. They didn't understand why you helped Kunpeng, but you didn't want to explain too much. You continued to attack the gods. With your powerful combat strength, you quickly suppressed Lu Wuyu and Ying Zhao. To your surprise, Jinwu and Yinglong did not attack you. You subdued Lu Wuyu. The next day, you left with Kunpeng. On the 24th day, you asked Kunpeng if he was willing to join you. Kunpeng hesitated for a long time but agreed. You took Kunpeng back to the Yangtze River. You sent Kunpeng into the East Sea. Then you continued cultivating in the Yangtze River to gain full control. On the 25th day, you continued managing the Yangtze. Your authority as the Yangtze River God reached 30%. Your affinity with water increased. At the same time, your Renwater and Jia would also improved. Understanding Renwater and Jia would also deepened. Zhejiang was stunned for a moment. Water gives birth to wood is the principle, but within yin and yang, water giving birth to wood isn't that simple. False wood is yang wood. It can enter a forest. Ghost water is yin water, like rain and dew, which nourishes false wood. So ghost water can nurture false wood, but Renwater is different. Renwater is great rivers, which can also nourish false wood. But great rivers often wash away forests. Renwater and false wood shouldn't be mutually nourishing. It must be that my false wood is too strong. Renwater is just newly learned, so it's not enough to threaten the false wood. And ghost water helps balance things. Zhejiang suddenly realized how terrifying it is to comprehend the 5 elements. The mutual generation and restraint is far from simple on the surface. So how did heaven and earth manage to understand all 5 elements? Zhejiang couldn't figure that out either. The simulation continued. On the 26th day, you cultivated in the Yangtze. Your water affinity was rapidly increasing. While improving, you also went to the Huai River and expanded your sight range between the Huai and the Yangtze. But you didn't recruit demon soldiers. You only gathered to water tribes. You tried hard to avoid conflict with humans and gods again. On the 27th day, Jinwu visited. He asked why you saved Kunpeng. You were blunt. You answered that you didn't want heaven and earth to reconnect so soon. Jinwu looked at you puzzled. But you didn't want to say more, so Jinwu left. You continued cultivating in the Yangtze. Your water affinity kept improving. On the 28th day, your Yangtze River God authority rose to 35%. Your water affinity was increasing rapidly. As your water affinity greatly improved, some shackles deep in your bloodline were triggered again. This time you could feel them clearly. You calmed down. Carefully using Renwater and Gui water, you sensed the shackles deep in your blood. At the bottom of the Huai River, a kilometer-long black dragon lay coiled. Before the black dragon, there was a screen invisible to ordinary people. Right now, countless texts scrolled across that screen in a simulation. The black dragon was Zhejiang. Zhejiang was lost in thought. The simulation said that comprehending Renwater and Gui water could vaguely trigger the shackles deep in the bloodline. Zhejiang didn't know what those shackles meant, but he could roughly understand that his existence was inherently water in the 5 elements. The water of the 5 elements is divided into yin and yang. In his simulation, he had comprehended yin water, Gui water, and also yang water, Ren water. This meant he had fully mastered the water element. By mastering water, he might fully understand himself, or use it to unlock the shackles of his body, just like in the simulation. But what exactly those shackles were, he really couldn't tell. He'd keep watching for now. Zhejiang continued watching the simulation. On the 28th day, you carefully sensed the shackles in your bloodline. In your perception, you could clearly feel a shackle binding your whole body. You had a feeling, once you broke through the shackles, you would gain a huge boost. On the 29th day, you started trying to break that shackle, but you felt your power wasn't enough. The force was far from sufficient to break through. Forced to give up, you continued cultivating in the Yangtze. You gained more Yangtze River God authority on the 30th day. Yinglong came to the Yangtze to find you. You left the lower reaches to meet him. When Yinglong saw you, he suddenly grew angry. Yinglong demanded why you had comprehended Renwater. You answered that you had done so unintentionally, but Yinglong didn't say more. Instead, he swung his dragon tail at you. Caught off guard, you couldn't react. Hit by Yinglong, your entire dragon body was sent flying. You quickly recovered, though you didn't understand why Yinglong attacked you. But you're no pushover. You counterattack Yinglong with the force of the Yangtze River. Yinglong attacks him. Ji Zheng was stunned for a moment. Why? According to the simulation, was it because He realized that he had comprehended water tolerance because of Yinglong's scheme. He needed to use ghost water to evolve into Yinglong. Was that all part of Yinglong's plan? Now he has comprehended both water tolerance and ghost water. That's effectively disrupted Yinglong's scheme. So that's why Yinglong attacked him. Although he doesn't know what Yinglong's scheme is, he still feels that Yinglong's plan is probably not a good thing. But since he has already clashed with Yinglong, after the reconnection of heaven and earth, he will only have one more major enemy. This made Ji Jung sink into contemplation. Well, forget it. Why think so much? Ji Jung quickly dismissed all kinds of thoughts and ideas, whether he offends Yinglong or not. After the reconnection of heaven and earth, he won't survive anyway. His position as the water god of the Huai River and the position of water god of the Yangtze River from the simulation will make those gods and humans covet him. Either way, he's dead. Offending Yinglong or not makes little difference, and Yinglong's scheme is definitely against him. So if he offends him, so be it. Ji Jung is not at all worried about his confrontation with Yinglong in the simulation. In the last simulation, he was able to defeat this incarnation of Yinglong. Let alone this time his strength increases massively with each simulation. With just this one incarnation, Yinglong is absolutely no match for him. The simulation continues. You engage in a great battle with Yinglong. In your prime, you easily suppress Yinglong. Yinglong also understands that a single incarnation is far from your equal. He tries to escape, but is firmly entangled by your attacks like a violent storm, unable to break free. Just as you are battling Yinglong, the aquatic tribes of the Yangtze and Huai rivers come to help. Your subordinates, Old Turtle and the Crab, lead the charge, attacking Yinglong one after another. Though Yinglong is unafraid of thousands of attacks, he is still somewhat distracted. You seize the opportunity to unleash your full power, and at great speed, you defeat this incarnation of Yinglong. After defeating this incarnation, a cyan light shines in the southwest. You know it's because of the divine office of the Divine Tree of Eyes. Yinglong is the god of the Divine Tree of Eyes. You killed Yinglong, so the divine office of the Divine Tree of Eyes becomes vacant. I almost forgot about that. Ji Jung suddenly felt trouble. Yinglong's divine office of the Divine Tree of Eyes. This cannot be lost. In the simulation, he is the water god of the Huai River and the water god of the Yangtze River. If he wants to become the god of the Divine Tree of Eyes, he would have to give up his positions over the Huai and Yangtze. That is obviously impossible. The positions over the Huai and Yangtze are very important to him. But this divine office of the Divine Tree of Eyes cannot be taken by humans or gods. Yet Ji Jung is stretched thin. He can't send Kunpeng. If he sends Kunpeng to seize the divine office of the Divine Tree of Eyes in the southwest wilderness, he would be ambushed by gods and humans in no time. Sending Old Turtle. Old Turtle has enough skill, but not enough strength. Ji Jung suddenly felt short-handed. Let's see what the simulation chooses. Ji Jung withdrew many thoughts. On day 31, you ponder for a long time, but still can't think of a suitable method. On day 32, you know that if you don't decide quickly, the Divine Tree of Eyes will be taken by gods and humans. After much hesitation, you decide to go to the Divine Tree of Eyes and cut down the revived Divine Tree of Eyes. You immediately summon Kunpeng and head southwest. Whoa, that's fierce. He's going to cut down the Divine Tree of Eyes outright, destroying the reconnection of heaven and earth. Ji Jung's dragon eyes widened. The simulation continues. On day 33, you and Kunpeng arrive at the Divine Tree of Eyes. Without hesitation, you summon Wind and Rain to enhance yourself. Then strike the Divine Tree of Eyes with all your might. Your blow hits the Divine Tree of Eyes, but it remains unmoved. It seems your strength is not enough to shake the Divine Tree of Eyes. Seeing you try to break the Divine Tree of Eyes, Kunpeng is shocked, but also very excited. Kunpeng knows that if the Divine Tree of Eyes is broken, the difficulty of reconnecting heaven and earth will greatly increase, and he won't have to die. So he helps you, Kunpeng, and you give it your all, yet still cannot fully shake the Divine Tree of Eyes. The hardness of the Divine Tree of Eyes makes you feel somewhat despair. Even with Kunpeng's help, he couldn't break the Jonmu Divine Tree's divine technique. Isn't this divine technique a bit too tough, and it's only recently awakened? It's definitely less solid than at its peak. But even so, he couldn't break it. He couldn't help but feel shocked and awed by those in the myths who broke the passages. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Jung sank into deep thought. His combat power, combined with Kunpeng, couldn't shake the Divine Tree's technique. And that was with the tree still in early recovery. Those beings in the myths who could break the passages. Just how terrifying were they? Hated Juanzu's heavy minister, known as Tiajudi, cut off all passages one by one. And water god Gonggong rammed into Mount Buzhou, snapping it clean in two. How terrifying must that power be? Ji Jung felt he still had a long, hard road ahead before reaching that level. He continued watching the simulation. Day 34. Your and Kunpeng's relentless attacks can't shake the Jonmu Divine Tree. This fills you with despair. If you can't break the divine tree, it'll undoubtedly benefit the gods or humans. Unwilling to accept this, you attack again. But the Jonmu tree remains unmoved. Day 35. Forced by circumstances, you choose to leave. Before leaving, you take one last deep look at the Jonmu tree. Seeing your reluctance, Kunpeng tells you the Jonmu tree is a wood-type tree. Most of your attacks are water-based, so they can't overwhelm it. Hearing this, you immediately think of calling Jinwoo to help. But thinking it over, Jinwoo has no reason to help you destroy the Jonmu tree. You have no choice but to give up. You and Kunpeng head back towards the Yangtze River. Day 36. You and Kunpeng return to the Yangtze. At the same time, you sense battle fluctuations from the southwest. You guess it's a conflict between gods and humans, but you can't do anything about it. After sending Kunpeng away, still feeling reluctant, you head to the eastern mountains to find Jinwoo. You ask Jinwoo to help you burn down the Jonmu tree. Jinwoo neither agrees nor refuses. Instead, he stares at you with a strange look. After a moment, he asks if you want to stop the reconnection of heaven and earth, or merely delay it. You pause for a moment, then reply that you only want to delay it. Jinwoo immediately decides to help you, but he hopes you'll help him revive the Fusang tree in the future. Of course, you agree. Day 37. You and Jinwoo head southwest to the Jonmu tree. On the way, you chat with Jinwoo. Jinwoo explains that the Fusang tree is extremely important to him. You ask just how important that duty is. Jinwoo says it's not about duty. It's that the Fusang tree has been with him for years. He and his 79 brothers once rose the sun for the world under their mother's chariot, so he has deep feelings for the Fusang tree. The bond between Jinwoo and the Fusang tree is also reflected in myth. Jinwoo always stayed by the Fusang tree when idle. Having feelings like that is normal. Ji Jung thought that made sense. This Jinwoo and his mother driving the chariot to rise the sun. Didn't Jinwoo himself just rise from the Fusang tree and set in the west? Ji Jung sorted it out. Jinwoo's existence is time-limited. After heaven and earth descended to this realm, perhaps only 10 Jinwoo were born. According to myth, the reason Jinwoo initially rose in the east and set in the west was due to heaven's command. Legend says the rising and setting was driven by their mother, the sun goddess Zi, wife of the heavenly emperor Dejun, who drove the chariot with Jinwoo from east to west, forming day and night. The information Ji Jung obtained suggests that later, after Ju Di Tiatong cutting the heaven-earth connection, the sun goddess Zi could no longer enter the human world. Thus the Jinwoo lost their restraints. Combined with extreme thoughts and hostility toward humans, the 10 suns appeared in the sky. Yi shot down 9 suns. After only 1 sun remained, humans officially dominated this world. The Eastern Emperor Fuxi's divine beast Gumeng and the Western Emperor Xiaohao's divine beast Rushu then controlled the remaining sun to rise and set. So the 12 moons were very well behaved. Ji Jung felt that compared to Jinwoo, the moons were extremely docile. Each of the 12 moons took turns, serving for 1 month, hence the 12 months. In the past, the moon was also driven by its mother, the moon goddess Changxi, wife of the heavenly emperor, who steered the chariot to make the moon rise in the west and set in the east. But after Ju Di Tiatong, the moon goddess Changxi could no longer enter the human world. Yet the 12 moons didn't cause trouble. Let's continue watching the simulation. Ji Jung, after a sigh, went back to the simulation. Day 38. You and Jinwoo arrive outside the Jonmu divine tree. Not far from the tree, you spot a battle between gods and humans. Without hesitation, you charge in. With your powerful strength, you force both sides to retreat. Seeing they can't gain anything, the humans and gods quickly leave. Jinwoo follows behind you, impressed by your power, saying you bear the style of Yinglong. You pay no heed and ask Jinwoo to destroy the Jonmu tree. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He immediately spits flames toward it. The Jonmu tree ignites quickly upon contact with Jinwoo's fire. Though burning, the tree shows no sign of collapsing. Jinwoo feels his power isn't enough. You watch silently as the tree burns. Day 39. You watch the still burning Jonmu tree. Suddenly, you release Jiamu artificial wood to fuel the fire. The flames surge instantly. The Jonmu tree can no longer hold up. It's about to be burned to ashes. Day 40. The tree continues to burn. During this time, Shenren like Yinzhao try to stop it, but you block them. On the 43rd day, the Jonmu sacred tree was finally burned to ashes. The massive trunk turned into dust. You watched the fallen Jonmu sacred tree and prepared to return to the nearby golden house, but it whispered to you that the tree wasn't truly destroyed. Given time to recover and a huge influx of spiritual energy, it could still revive. After hearing this, you fell into thought. You suddenly felt that the reconnection of heaven and earth was an inevitable major event. Even destroying the Jonmu sacred tree couldn't stop it. On the 44th day, you brought the golden house back to the Yangtze River. After entering the river, you knew that heaven and earth would not reconnect for quite some time. You could cultivate in peace. You immediately began to govern the Yangtze River vigorously. The Yangtze River was far broader than the Huai River. Moreover, the upper and middle reaches of the Yangtze were in the western and central lands. Governing it would take a great deal of time. But you still chose to govern the Yangtze. On the 45th day, you mobilized the water tribes of the Yangtze to manage the entire river. As you governed, your divine authority as the Yangtze River water god rose to 40%. Your affinity with water once again increased dramatically. Though the Zhongmu sacred tree was destroyed, it could be restored. But it needed time. In the short term, nothing in this world could kill him anymore, could it? Ji Zhang quietly sighed in relief. On the 46th day, you were still vigorously governing the Yangtze. You also transferred some water tribes from the Huai River to the Yangtze. On the 47th day, your divine authority over the Yangtze River increased again, reaching 45%. Your affinity with water improved once more. At the same time, you felt your Ren water rapidly strengthening along with your growing water affinity. As your Ren water rose, your Jia would begin to decline. The elements inside you became unstable. This affected your combat strength to some extent. Indeed, it had come. Ji Zhang couldn't help but raise his dragon head. Approach a Mugui water could raise Jia wood, and Ren water could too. But if Ren water became too strong, it would overwhelm Jia wood. This was clearly a case of too much of a good thing. His Ren water grew stronger, and his Jia wood would weaken. This caused his combat strength to be affected. The theory of the 5 elements is hard to sort out. It's far more complex than simple mutual generation and restraint. The yin-yang aspect of the 5 elements was more directly manifested in divine beings and mythical beasts. Strong Ren water overwhelming Jia would also appeared in humans. Among humans, it's called the 4 pillars and 8 characters. There are also signs of Ren water overwhelming Jia wood. Such signs cause changes in one's destiny pattern. Compared to that, divine beings and mythical beasts were less complicated. Raising Ren water lowered Jia wood, leading to reduced combat strength. What should be done? Ji Zhang fell into deep thought. Would he have to comprehend Yin wood to balance Ren water? Yi would probably couldn't restrain Ren water either. To put it in relation to me, if Jia wood is a towering tree or dense forest, then Yi wood is small flowers and grass. Using small flowers and grass to restrain Ren water, a great river, was obviously impossible. He still needed to comprehend the earth element. Ji Zhang seemed thoughtful. To restrain Ren water, only the earth element could do it, and it had to be the Wu earth of the 5 elements. Ji Zhang felt that comprehending the 5 elements was almost impossible. The more he understood, the more impossible it seemed. How did the Heavenly Emperor and Earthly Lords achieve mastery of all 5 elements? Ji Zhang expressed confusion. The simulation continued. On the 48th day, as your Ren water grew stronger, your Jia would gradually weakened. Your combat strength also began to decline. It no longer had its former might. You tried to restrain Ren water, but it had no effect. Ren water's momentum was unstoppable. Once the great river flooded, neither your Jia wood nor Gui water could manage it. On the 49th day, your divine authority over the Yangtze River reached 50%. It could no longer increase. You had initially mastered the Yangtze River. Your Ren water further improved along with the authority. Your combat strength began to drop sharply. On the 50th day, the balance within you was completely broken. Gui water and Jia would rapidly declined. Ren water gained the upper hand. Your combat strength was still falling. On the 51st day, your combat strength continued to decline. You couldn't stop it. On the 53rd day, your combat strength dropped extremely severely. Now the only element you could use was Ren water. Wasn't this a sign of doom? Ji Zhang deeply sensed the crisis. His combat power was strong, but in the simulation, it was plummeting. If a god or human challenged him now, he would definitely be finished. All these changes were caused solely by Ren water gaining dominance. Ren water was too fierce. Once a great river couldn't be controlled, it would flood and cause disaster. Let's continue watching the simulation. Maybe there's a turning point. Ji Zhang raised his dragon head, staring intently at the screen. On the 54th day, he began to regulate himself. Day 54 has begun adjusting his own body, but there was no gain. On the 55th day, Jinwu came to the Yangtze River seeking you, and you met him. Jinwu asked in surprise why your aura had weakened so much. You couldn't answer. You could only dodge Jinwu's question. You asked what brought him here. Jinwu told you plainly, telling you to be on guard. Over on the divine being's side, a new divine being has appeared. You asked Jinwu curiously which divine being it was. Jinwu replied that it was Ji-Meng. Ji-Meng has revived. This meant one more divine being on their side. Ji Zhang recalled the records about Ji-Meng. In the myths, Ji-Meng has a dragon head, but a ginseng body, and also bird claws. Both arms are covered in feathers. The whispering god, it said Ji-Meng often appears near water. His comings and goings are always accompanied by violent storms. One theory says Ji-Meng's image is very similar to the Dragon Kings in later legends who never speak. So some believe Ji-Meng is the original form of those Dragon Kings. However, descriptions of Ji-Meng's power are scarce. It's only briefly mentioned that Ji Meng once helped the Black Emperor Zhuang Shu defeat the water god Gong Gong, who was vying for the throne. It's hard to tell how powerful Ji Meng really is. Ji Meng shouldn't be at his peak either. He must be in a weakened state. But in my simulation, my power has also greatly declined. If the divine beings come again, then it'll be dangerous. Ji Zheng deeply sensed the crisis. You were pondering the matter of Ji Meng. Jinwu didn't disturb you, but waited patiently for you to come back to yourself. After a long time, you came back to your senses and looked at Jinwu. You asked about Ji Meng's strength. Jinwu thought for a moment. He stated plainly that any named divine being is powerful, but definitely not as strong as you. You knew well that Jinwu meant the peak version of you, not the current you. After you answered Jinwu that you understood, Jinwu left. On the 56th day, your endurance water further improved. You knew that if you continued cultivating in the Yangtze River, your endurance water would only grow stronger. But there was no other choice. Your ghost water and falsi had been weakened to the extreme. You could only focus on boosting your endurance water, trying to replicate Yinglong's path. On the 57th day, you, Feng, that subordinate you inexplicably gained. Its identity is the Yangtze River subordinate god. Your Yangtze River water god's fist power increased to 60%. Your endurance water also rose significantly. The rapid rise of endurance water recovered some of your combat strength, but it wasn't obvious. On the 58th day, you were still vigorously boosting endurance water, but you realized that relying solely on endurance water made it hard to restore your strength to its peak. On the 60th day, near the Yangtze River, wisps of familiar auras entered. You instantly knew the divine beings had come, with no other option. You could only wrap yourself in the river's momentum and burst out of the water. The divine beings had come after all, especially at this time. Isn't this a sure way to die? Ji Zheng grew worried. He wanted to replicate the path of the first Yinglong. That's not easy to do. In the simulation, he was now in a very awkward period. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng stared at the screen. In the simulation, he had clearly broken the balance in his dragon body because of the endurance water, causing both ghost water and falsi to be infinitely weakened. So he was forced to try replicating Yinglong's path. Yinglong was the one who primarily cultivated endurance water, and he had achieved great mastery in it, relying on endurance water to transform into Yinglong. But the hardships involved were certainly not few. He and Yinglong had walked completely different paths. Now, because ghost water and falsi were weakened, forcefully trying to walk Yinglong's path, it was clearly impossible. Moreover, in the simulation, he had already encountered the divine beings. Where was the time to try whether he could walk Yinglong's path? He felt that Ji Zheng vaguely sensed that this simulation was probably about to end. But he had no choice, he could only continue. To watch, on the 60th day, you wrapped yourself in the Yangtze River's momentum and rose above it. There you met 3 divine beings. 2 of them were Lu Wu and Ying Zhao. The other was a divine being you had never seen before. This divine being had a dragon head, a human body, and bird claws, and both arms were covered with feathers. After thinking for a moment, you confirmed that this divine being was Ji Meng, whom Jinwu had told you about not long ago. You sensed Ji Meng's aura. You instantly realized that with your current strength, you could hardly contend against Ji Meng. Just as you were sizing up Ji Meng, the 3 divine beings seemed to be sizing you up as well. All 3 seemed to have noticed that your aura was not strong. The next moment, they all attacked you at once. You were overwhelmed by the attacks of the 3 divine beings. In no time, you were battered and wounded. You had no choice but to flee into the distance. The 3 divine beings quickly chased after you. On the 61st day, you escaped into the East China Sea. The 3 divine beings pursued relentlessly. In the battle, your injuries piled up more and more. You know full well you can't fight these 3 gods. You can only try your best to escape. On the 62nd day, while fleeing, you were suddenly hit by 2 attacks. Those 2 attacks blasted your dragon scales right off. You roar in agony, turning your head to look. Zinshu and you stand not far away, blocking your path. You are stopped in your tracks. Ji Menglu, Wu Yin Zhao also arrives. Facing the siege of so many gods, you are overwhelmed. Finally, you are defeated. Lu Wu takes your dragon head off with 1 strike. You are dead. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards: 62 days of survival experience, 62 days of physical constitution, the ashes of the Yamu divine tree. As expected, you died after all. Ji Zheng already knew he would die. So this simulation ending now is no surprise at all. It was Ren Shui's fault that this simulation ended. No, I can't pick option 2. Ji Zheng really doesn't dare to. Choosing option to ... option 2 has a lot of cultivation benefits. And also the position of Yangtze River Water God. This Yangtze River Water God position here can be stacked with the Huai River Water God position. It's not like the Yamu Divine Tree position. If you want the Yamu Divine Tree position, you'd have to replace the Huai River Water God position. This kind of stacking position is only possible with the 4 poisons. But Ji Zheng will never choose the second option to stack positions. Stacking the Yangtze River water god position is good, but that Renshui would instantly turn him into a total weakling. He doesn't want that, so he can only choose option 3. Ji Jung glances at the screen. Wait, what is this third item? Ashes of the Yamu Divine Tree. Is this the ash from the Yamu Divine Tree being burned by the Golden Crow and him in the simulation? This thing is a treasure. Whoa, Ji Jung suddenly felt like he had lost big. In his simulation, he had no idea the ash from the burned Yamu Divine Tree would be a treasure. What effect does eating this thing have? Ji Jung is curious. Between the first and third options, he hesitated for a moment, then chose the third. The first option could improve his combat ability and his understanding of Renshui. But he doesn't want to touch Renshui right now, so he still chose the third. As Ji Jung makes his choice, a flash of light passes by. In front of Ji Jung, a mass wrapped in pale green floats before him. This mass looks no different from ordinary ash. It's pitch black, and a light tap would scatter it all. Except its surface is wrapped in a layer of pale green light, holding this ash together. What's the use of this thing? Eat it straight. Ji Jung stares at the pile of ash, lost in thought. He wants to eat it directly, but he's also a bit afraid. Eating it straight might be risky. He vaguely remembers back when he was still a flood dragon. He had obtained a golden crow feather. After eating it directly, his whole body exploded. Although he is now a horned dragon, and has almost reached the pinnacle of horned dragons, theoretically, eating this ash should be fine. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If something really goes wrong after eating this ash, then he'd have nowhere to cry about it. I'll try eating this ash in the next simulation. Ji Jung sets this ash aside for now. He begins to summarize what he gained in this simulation. The information he got in this simulation wasn't much, but 2 points are very important. About the balance of the 5 elements. He can't just comprehend the 5 elements casually. That would be no different from seeking death. The other point is Yinglong. Him evolving into Yinglong definitely has some scheme behind it. And that scheme is probably not a good thing in his simulation. The moment Yinglong learned he had comprehended Renshui, he immediately attacked him without mercy. His comprehension of Renshui definitely interrupted Yinglong's plan. Yinglong, Renshui, ghost water ... waiting for heaven and earth to reconnect. That's when it would really be hard to survive. Ji Jung knows very well how difficult his survival will be from now on. The top priority is still to solve this Renshui problem first. The position of Yangtze River Water God is definitely helpful to me. What Ji Jung wants is the key to his next evolution. When he became the Yangtze River Water God and comprehended Renshui, his bloodline was stirred, and he felt a shackle. Ji Jung has a vague guess about this. It's very likely the key to his evolution, so he needs a way to handle this Renshui matter. Continue the simulation. Ji Jung thinks for a moment. He decides to forget it. If he continues the simulation, he doesn't know which direction to go to solve this problem. It's better to go ask the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow and he have interacted in reality already. In the simulation, he pretty much figured out the Golden Crow's personality. Maybe he really can go ask the Golden Crow. The Eastern Mountains. Jinwoo, just awakened from cultivation, opened his eyes to see a massive black dragon right in front of him. He then asked him how to control Renwater. Jinwoo, silent for a long time, sorted through the various matters. He understood the purpose of this neighbor black dragon's visit. As for this Renwater, if you want to control it, using Bing Fire will do. As long as Bing Fire is powerful enough, it can naturally suppress Renwater. Jinwoo gave this answer. The black dragon Ji Jung across from him barely suppressed the urge to beat Jinwoo to death. What difference is there between saying this and saying nothing? Bing Fire powerful enough can suppress Renwater. He even believed it could forcibly evaporate Renwater dry. But according to what Jinwoo said, why would he need to come ask Jinwoo? He could just directly enhance Jia Wood instead. Jia Wood powerful enough, can also control Renwater. But where does he have that much time to enhance Jia Wood and also enhance Renwater at the same time? Is there no other way besides this? Ji Jung looked at Jinwoo, let out a cry, conveying his meaning. Don't we divine beings all just cultivate according to one element? If you want other methods, then I don't know either. We are not like humans. Jinwoo flapped his wings twice. Ji Jung, hearing this, had to give up. He knew he wouldn't find a solution from Jinwoo, but Ji Jung didn't leave immediately. He started chatting casually with Jinwoo. Compared to Jinwoo's reserve, Ji Jung was much more at ease, and he was very familiar with the former. It made Jinwoo quite frustrated. Why was this black dragon so familiar with him? After chatting with Jinwoo for a long time, Ji Jung returned to the Huai River. He entered the bottom of the Huai River again. Ji Jung placed that pile of ashes beside him, holding it in the mud. He began to think. If he were to start the next simulation, could he really find a way to solve the Renwater problem? Ji Jung didn't know if he could find it, but he had no choice. He could only try through simulation. Otherwise, he couldn't just waste time, right? Wait, what Jinwoo said earlier? We are not like humans. Ji Zheng's dragon eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to them, these divine beings and strange beasts, humans are born with all 5 elements. They have the potential to comprehend the 5 elements. He might be able to learn from humans how to control rainwater. He could give it a try. After all, it's just a simulation. Of course, Ji Zheng didn't want to contact humans on a large scale again. That kind of thing once was enough. What Ji Zheng thought was to contact those humans in the deep mountains. Compared to the humans in cities, he felt the humans in the deep mountains were more simple and honest. Moreover, among the humans in the deep mountains, there were more likely to be extraordinary people, such as the old man who appeared in the previous simulation and used a big blade to fight against demonic beasts. Ji Zheng wanted to try to find the answer he wanted among these extraordinary people. Anyway, there was no better option now. Let's try. Also, I should eat this ash and try. Ji Zheng raised his dragon head and glanced at the ash beside him. Then he silently started the simulation. The screen instantly materialized in front of him. Simulation started, consuming 4,096 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 10,877. Day 1. You are at the bottom of the Huai River. You look at the ashes beside you. Without hesitation, you swallow them in one gulp. After swallowing the ashes, you feel a vague change within your body. But you can't sense exactly what is different. Helpless, you can only choose to leave. You head to human territory to find a way to solve the rainwater. Day 2. The Jianmu Divine Tree revives. You pay no attention to it. You travel across the human domain. You search for a method to solve rainwater. Day 3. You continue searching in human territory. This ash hasn't changed. Ji Zheng twisted his dragon head and glanced at the ash heap beside him. That can't be right. No. There should be a change. The simulation mentioned a vague change. He just couldn't tell what change it was. So what exactly is the use of this ash? Ji Zheng expressed that he didn't understand. He continued to look at the simulation. Day 4. You continue to travel through human territory. But along the way, there is no place that makes you want to stay. The human cities, as usual, are attacked by demonic beasts. But you do not help the humans, you choose to ignore them. You don't want to have too much involvement with humans. Day 5. You continue traveling in the deep mountains. When you pass by a human village in the deep mountains, you inadvertently reveal your dragon body from within the clouds, causing the humans in the village below to exclaim in surprise. You can't help but stop flying. You lower your dragon head and look at this village. You deeply feel the fanaticism of the village humans. This fanaticism emanates from the very bones of their being. You are a bit curious why these humans have such fanaticism. You listen patiently, and soon understood that this village had a legend. It was a village blessed by a dragon. They considered the dragon their protector. Even modernization couldn't shake the village's faith. The village blessed by the dragon. Ji Zheng thought briefly and understood that, before the Ming dynasty, dragons must have been devoted to humans. Many human records mention dragons appearing. Especially many villages seem to have been protected by dragons. So they all believed in dragons. These villages passed down the legends for generations, influencing the entire village's culture. Men, women, young, and old all believed in dragons, and believed the village was protected by a dragon. According to what the journalist knew, even in modern times, many villages still carried such legends, especially in the southern region. The village in the simulation probably belonged to this type. But how could such a legend be true? Whether the legend was real or not, whether the village was truly protected by a dragon. Dragons certainly no longer existed. During the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, after the Ming dynasty, dragons were hit with a curse. Dragons must not be envied that point. He had fallen into that trap many times before. So even if dragons truly protected these villages, they would ultimately die because of that curse. On the 6th day, you looked down at this village with some interest. You flew down toward the village. The villagers were thrilled to see you descending. They followed your trail to the abyss at the back mountain. Watching you dive into the abyss, they lingered for a long time, unwilling to leave. On the 7th day, you silently observed the village from the shadows. You suddenly discovered that in the village's ancestral hall, something familiar to you seemed to be enshrined. On the 7th day, you found a familiar aura in the village's ancestral hall. You couldn't help but peek inside. Deep in the hall, you saw a dusty scale. The moment you saw the scale, you knew it was a dragon scale. You were astonished. You didn't understand why there was a dragon scale in this village. Upon closer inspection, you could tell the scale had been stored for a long time. Most of its power had dissipated, but you were still curious about the origin of the dragon scale. On the 8th day, while listening to the villagers' conversations, you learned the origin of this dragon scale. The dragon scale had been part of the village's legend for ages. Long ago, a villager helped a flood dragon survive its tribulation and transform into a true dragon. That dragon left behind a scale for the man, who then donated it. Since then, the village was spared from disasters. This legend sounds just like a folktale. Ji Jung pondered. He had heard similar legends before. It was called the dragon scale protects the village. According to the tale, in ancient times, near a river by the sea, there was a village. This village relied on the river. But this river was no ordinary river, it was a dragon path. A so-called dragon path was a route that flood dragons took during their mating season. Disasters often occurred on dragon paths. The village near the dragon path naturally couldn't escape calamities. Floods happened frequently. But this village stood firm through wave after wave of disasters. They made a living by fishing, struggling to survive. One day, an old fisherman encountered a flood dragon undergoing its tribulation. By pure chance, the old man helped it succeed. The grateful flood dragon shed a tear and gave the old man a dragon scale. The old man didn't keep the scale to himself. He told the villagers about it. They suggested hanging the scale under the village bridge, thinking it might help. The old man said the scale was useless to him alone, so it could serve the village. After hanging the dragon scale under the village bridge, the village was never plagued by disasters again. It was said the dragon scale hung there until modern times, protecting the village all the way into the modern era. Later, experts took it away, and the village was completely submerged in a flood. This legend was quite similar to the village in the simulation. Ji Jung found it amusing once he understood. This village's dragon scale was still there, proving the village had a long heritage. Maybe there was something inside that could help him. Curious, Ji Jung continued watching the simulation. On the 9th day, after understanding the village's origin, you felt hopeful. You stayed in the abyss. That day, you saw all the villagers come to the back mountain to worship you. You wanted to connect with them, so you let out a roar, acknowledging their worship. The villagers became fervent upon hearing your cry. Everyone shouted "True Dragon!" But the village chief ordered them to leave, not to disturb you. Suddenly, the back mountain fell silent. You couldn't help but feel fond of this village. On the 10th day, the village still worshipped you daily, but they left quickly after each worship, not daring to disturb you. On the 11th day, they continued their worship. On the 13th day, you suddenly sensed demonic forces trying to invade the village. You were about to intervene. I suddenly noticed that the dragon scale inside the village shrine was glowing brightly, as if trying to stop those demon ribs from invading the village. On that dragon scale, you faintly sensed a resonance with your own dragon essence. This resonance puzzled you, because it had nothing to do with your ghost water or fake eyes. You grew curious, but you knew well that now was not the time to think about the dragon scale. Since you had chosen to accept the village's worship, that meant you were willing to protect this village. So you immediately burst out of the abyss. Amid the villagers' screams, you instantly crushed the invading demon ribs. After dealing with those demon ribs, you took a deep look at the village chief, then returned to the abyss at the back mountain. On the 14th day, the 12th moon, the second golden crow revived. You remained unmoved and unconcerned. What caught your attention was that night, the village chief came alone to the back mountain to worship you. Seeing that only the chief had come, you immediately revealed yourself from the abyss. The chief knelt down as soon as he saw you, calling you the true dragon. You stretched out your dragon head, looked at the chief, and stated that you wanted the dragon scale in the village. Without a second word, the chief immediately agreed, his words full of reverence for you. To your surprise, the chief made no demands, not even asking for protection. Previously, the humans you had met always made requests in return. After thinking for a moment, you understood. Perhaps this was how it was meant to be. This was the proper way to face a divine being. Devotion and awe. How could they dare to make demands? It was precisely because such situations were too common that humans eventually rebelled. From the information you had, humans only appeared in this world after the gods descended. Humans were initially mere appendages of the gods, who hardly even looked at them. Faced with powerful gods, it was natural for humans to feel awe. But this awe, prolonged, would cause humans to lose their sense of self, clinging entirely to the gods. If there had been no strong humans, it might have been fine. But humans had their own warrior emperors and prayers. Seeing this, they naturally rose in rebellion, leading to all that followed. Was this the normal state of things? To be honest, this situation was actually quite comfortable. There were no schemes or calculations. Now he understood why gods had fought against humans. What gods needed was a dependent humanity, a devout humanity. He himself was a god, and he felt this even more deeply. On the 15th day, the villagers reverently delivered the dragon scale from the shrine to the back mountain, and performed another round of worship to you. After they left, you took the dragon scale down into the abyss beneath the back mountain cliffs. You looked at the dragon scale. The closer you got, the more you felt a surge of energy within your body. You carefully sensed that energy. On the 16th day, you were still feeling that resonance between the dragon scale and your dragon body. You vaguely guessed it was related to the ashes of the Sword Eye Divine Art you had swallowed. Related to the ashes of the Sword Eye Divine Art. As soon as Jizun saw these words, he instantly focused and watched intently. At the bottom of the Huai River, Jizun gazed at the screen. What exactly did the ashes of the Sword Eye Divine Art do? He couldn't say himself. In the simulation, swallowing them had no effect. But now, encountering this dragon scale, there seemed to be a reaction. Jizun watched the screen curiously, eager to know what the ashes actually did. On the 16th day, as you sensed, a strange feeling rose within your dragon body. On the 17th day, you deeply analyzed the residual power within the dragon scale. Finally, you understood that the power of this dragon scale belonged to the earth element. You also understood the change after eating the Jonmu Divine Tree ashes. The Jonmu Divine Tree ashes gave you the chance to comprehend the earth element. The ashes were like a seed. When the opportunity came, you could comprehend the earth element. So that was it. That dragon scale was earth element. And after swallowing the Jonmu Divine Tree ashes, he had planted an earth element seed inside his body. The resonance occurred, because the two elements were the same, and both were of the dragon lineage. Jizun thought deeply. Being able to comprehend the earth element from the Jonmu Divine Tree ashes seemed to mean that earth element could counter water element. But earth is also divided into yin and yang. Yang earth, or strong earth, can definitely counter water. But if it's yin earth, or weak earth, then it definitely cannot counter water. It might even help the water grow stronger. Earth in the 5 elements, comprehending earth is like a towering mountain, which can firmly block the water. But mound earth won't work. Mound earth is yin earth, like sand by the seashore, or soil from farmland. It appears in a loose form. It certainly can't block ren water. Instead, where ren water meets mound earth, its momentum will only grow fiercer. I just don't know if the ashes of that Jonmu Divine Tree are fog earth or mound earth. Ji Zheng is full of anticipation. If it's fertile earth, then his combat power could skyrocket in a short time. Having awakened fertile earth, then going to the Yangtze to awaken ren water and its more elusive counterparts. With fertile earth and ren water, his combat power would gain a terrifying boost. I hope it's fertile earth. Ji Zheng continues watching the simulation. Day 18, you carefully feel the earth element within you. Soon you catch the opportunity. You begin to awaken the earth element. Day 19, you awaken the earth element beneath the rear mountain. The villagers still come to pay their respects to you from time to time. The villagers name this rear mountain Dragon Mountain. Day 20, your awakening of the earth element makes progress. Your affinity with earth has improved. Day 21, your affinity with earth improves again. The ashes you swallowed are rapidly enhancing the earth element within you. At this moment you realize the ashes are a great treasure for boosting earth element. A thought arises in your mind. You want to burn the Jonmu Divine Tree again. Day 22, the Divine Nan Yin Zhao suddenly arrives. You understand Yin Zhao's intention. Under your threat, Yin Zhao doesn't harm a single blade of grass in the village. You directly refuse Yin Zhao's request. Yin Zhao doesn't insist, and quickly leaves. After Yin Zhao leaves, you ponder briefly. Quickly head to the eastern mountains and find Jinwu. Under your persuasion, Jinwu agrees to your plan. Day 23, you calculate the timing. Yinglong has already departed. Immediately take Jinwu to the Jonmu Divine Tree, ready to burn it down. You and Jinwu arrive outside the Jonmu Divine Tree. There, as expected, you don't see Yinglong. You immediately have Jinwu unleash flames to attack the Jonmu Divine Tree. Meanwhile, you release falsewood to fuel the fire. A towering blaze to burn the Jonmu Divine Tree erupts. Soon the Jonmu Divine Tree is reduced to a pile of ashes. You directly swallow the ashes, then leave with Jinwu. Day 24, you return to the rear mountain of that village. You carefully sense what's inside you, beyond your expectations. Your earth element has been greatly enhanced, and your affinity with earth has reached an extremely high level. You have awakened fertile earth. Sure enough, he has awakened fertile earth. Ji Zheng feels pleasantly surprised. Originally he only guessed it might be fertile earth, but now he really has awakened fertile earth. Though the process is a bit awkward, taking advantage of Yinglong going to deal with Kunpeng, he burned down the Jonmu Divine Tree, using the ashes of the Jonmu Divine Tree to awaken fertile earth. To be fair, his simulation counterpart was quite clever. Burning down the Jonmu Divine Tree. Even if Bujo Mountain really revives, it won't matter. At least in the short term, heaven and earth won't reconnect. Now I can relax and see, with fertile earth, what changes awakening Ren water will bring. Ji Zheng is full of anticipation. The simulation continues. Day 25, you leave this village. Before leaving, you leave behind a piece of dragon scale to protect this village from demonic intrusions. You arrive at the Yangtze River. At an extremely fast speed, you meet the water god image of the Yangtze and enter the Yangtze River. Soon you and the Yangtze become thick as thieves. Under the gaze of the image, you smoothly take the position of Yangtze water god. At the same time, you awaken the Ren water point. Day 26, your Ren water grows rapidly. Day 28, as the Yangtze water god authority rises to 30%, Ren water also increases dramatically along with it. But as you expected, with fertile earth present, Ren water is restrained, unable to affect falsehood and demon water. Balance is achieved within your body. When balance is achieved within you, your combat power soars rapidly, and the shackles deep in your bloodline seem to be loosening slightly. Day 29, you continue to cultivate Ren water, but before you can improve much, a violent torrent slams into the Yangtze River, slaughtering countless water tribesmen of the Yangtze. You immediately sense Yinglong's arrival. You instantly understand that Yinglong has come to cause you trouble. You flew straight out of the Yangtze River and found Yinglong. The moment you met Yinglong, neither of you spoke a word. You immediately started a fierce fight. On day 30, to your surprise, after receiving the blessings of earth, water, ghost, water armor, and wood, your combat power had increased so tremendously. You suppressed Yinglong without any effort, and Yinglong was in constant danger under your attacks. He could be killed by you at any moment. You knew deeply that the gap between you and Yinglong had become huge. You immediately began to strike with full force. Beneath your might, Yinglong perished in an instant. You couldn't help but marvel at your own combat power. You wondered, with your current strength, if heaven and earth were not reconnected, who could still match you? On day 31, having killed Yinglong, you returned to the Yangtze River to cultivate again. Your Ren water continued to improve. After learning that improving Ren water brought such a huge boost to your combat power, you completely let go of your worries. You vigorously governed the Yangtze River, in exchange for the water god's authority over the Yangtze. On day 33, your water god authority over the Yangtze reached 40%. You began to dispatch more water creatures to govern the middle and upper reaches of the Yangtze. On day 34, under your absolute power, governing the entire Yangtze did not encounter any existence that could block you. Your governance achieved great success. On day 36, your water god authority over the Yangtze increased to 50%. You obtained the water scrolls of the Yangtze region. You were amazed to find that the water scrolls of the Yangtze region were divided into 3 volumes, 1 volume for each section of the river. Compared to the single water scroll of the Huai River, the 3 volumes of the Yangtze seemed a lot. 3 water scrolls, 1 per river section. That is, the upper reaches, the middle reaches, and the lower reaches. Ji Zheng was not surprised. The Yangtze is too vast. A single Yangtze river cuts across more than half the territory. Having 3 water scrolls is normal. It could even be considered too few. Speaking of which, being able to govern the Yangtze so quickly in the simulation is still because the water creatures in the Yangtze are too numerous? Otherwise, governing the Yangtze would not have taken such a short time. Yi Zheng agreed. He suddenly felt that the identity of Dragon Rat was really good. A single talent, the Lord of Spiritual Armor, allowed him to command thousands of water creatures. If not for this talent, if he couldn't command the Yangtze water creatures, governing it would have been really difficult. Shi Zheng lifted his dragon head and continued to watch. Towards the simulation, on day 37, you quickly finished organizing the scrolls and strategies. Then you went crazy. Your subordinate, whom you obtained by chance, his prime minister became the Yangtze River Auxiliary God. Instantly, your water god authority over the Yangtze rose to 60%. Your Ren water also greatly improved along with your authority. You deeply felt the increase in your power. On day 38, after entrusting the Yangtze to your minister, you left the river. After leaving the Yangtze, you hadn't yet decided where to go. You ran into Jinwoo face to face. You chatted with Jinwoo for a while. Jinwoo asked where you were going. After thinking for a moment, you replied that you would go to Jishui. Inviting Jinwoo to go with you, naturally Jinwoo agreed. On day 39, you and Jinwoo arrived near Jishui. When you saw Jishui, you couldn't help but be stunned, because you found that the scale of Jishui was too small. It was even smaller than the Huai River. You somewhat doubted whether Jishui could really help you improve your combat power. Originally, you intended to obtain the Jishui Water God position to further improve. But looking at the size of Jishui, you somewhat doubted its capability. Jinwoo beside you saw your expression and asked you, but you didn't answer. You just looked at Jishui, day 40. After hesitating for a long time, you still decided to enter Jishui to find out. But before you could enter Jishui, you suddenly saw a temple near Jishui. The temple had the words Temple of the Lone Sacrifice written on it. You were curious about who was enshrined in this temple. Was it the water god of Jishui? Through your spying and from the mouths of humans who entered the temple to worship, you learned that the Temple of the Lone Sacrifice worshipped the Lone Sacrifice god, Gun. You suddenly thought of 4 words, Gun's flood control. When mentioning Gun, he didn't have to think as long as those mythical beings. Although Gun's name is not very famous, it's not low either. Legend says that Gun existed during the time of Tangyao, one of the 5 emperors, and he was the father of Yu the Great. It is said that at that time, Floods were everywhere, ravaging the land and sky, seriously endangering the humans of that time. Gun's shortcomings were well known among the humans at that time in the art of flood control, and Gun himself was a deeply ingrained figure in people's hearts. He was very prestigious, so Tang Yao invited Gun to control the floods. Gun's method for controlling floods was to block them. Gun built dam after dam in the places where flood struck, to block the flood invasion. But how could blocking truly control the floods? After 9 years of Gun blocking the flood, it could no longer be held back. The flood completely submerged most of the world. Gun thus lost his life. He was killed by Shun, the new human ruler who succeeded Tang Yao. After Gun's death, Gun's son, Yu the Great, stepped forward to control the flood. Yu learned from his father Gun's failed experience, and believed that blocking is not as good as diverting, then began Yu's own path of flood control. Speaking of which, according to this timeline, this flood was probably after Buzhou Mountain was knocked down, right? Ji Zheng seemed lost in thought. But this temple by the Ji River actually worships Gun, a loser. Wait, Ji Gun Temple ... Ji Zheng suddenly remembered. He probably knew why the Ji Gun Temple worshipped Gun. He had once heard a saying, when Gun failed to control the flood and the world was submerged, Gun, ashamed, tried his best to stop it. But he only managed to protect the place where he was trapped, keeping it from being invaded by the flood. That place seems to be where the Ji Gun Temple is now. The Ji Gun Temple sacrificing to the defeated Gun is probably for this reason, to commemorate and thank Gun. I see. Then entering the Ji River, could it be that Gun might appear? Ji Zheng thought for a moment, and still thought it unlikely. He continued to look at the simulation. Day 41, you entered the Ji River. Jinwu saw this and left. After entering the Ji River, you found nothing unusual. This made you a little curious. You thought, the Ji River is, after all, one of the 4 rivers. Could it be that it doesn't even have a water god? You carefully sensed it. Indeed, you didn't perceive the existence of a water god. But you didn't give up. You activated your spiritual perception and summoned all the aquatic creatures of the Ji River to ask them. After questioning, you found that these Ji River creatures indeed didn't know of a water god. Day 42, you confirmed that the Ji River has no water god. You immediately and eagerly wanted to occupy the Ji River. Imagining turning all 4 rivers into your territory, you began to calm down and carefully sense the Ji River. Day 43, you were still sensing the Ji River. Unexpectedly, despite your affinity with water, the Ji River showed no response to you at all. How is this possible? As his affinity with water increased, no matter where there was water, the water would resonate with him. This is why in the simulation, when he went to the Yangtze River, the Yangtze so quickly became friendly with him. Why is this Ji River different? Ji Zheng suddenly felt that perhaps this Ji River was extraordinary. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng lay in the mud. He widened his dragon eyes, staring intently at the screen in front of him. What is so special about the Ji River? He couldn't figure it out either, but he always felt that the Ji River was not that simple. He could even obtain the position of water god of the Yangtze River, so there's no reason it wouldn't work at the Ji River. Moreover, in the simulation, he possessed benevolent water and ghostly water. It could almost be said that he had comprehended both the yin and yang of water. How could the Ji River not resonate with him? So Ji Zheng concluded that the Ji River must definitely have a secret. It's just that Ji Zheng wasn't sure if he could uncover this secret. Day 44, you continued sensing the Ji River, but the Ji River still showed no abnormal signs. Day 45, in the northwest direction, a deep red pillar of light shot up into the sky. You knew well that this was Buzhou Mountain reviving, but you had no intention of stopping it. You knew that even if Buzhou Mountain revived, the heavens and earth could not be reconnected. The Jianmu Divine Tree had already been destroyed by you. Yinglong was also killed by you. Even if the Jianmu Divine Tree revived, it couldn't be completed in a short time. So you continued to stay in the Ji River, trying to find the secret of the Ji River. Day 46, in the Ji River, you raised your head above the water. You looked toward the northwest. In the northwest, a heavenly pillar faintly appeared. You knew that was Buzhou Mountain, but you still had no intention of leaving the Ji River. You continued to perceive the Ji River. Day 47, suddenly, a torrential rain fell near the Ji River. If you sensed carefully, you could find that this rainstorm swept across most of the world, not just the Ji River. You couldn't help feeling puzzled, not understanding why. You tried to control the rainwater, but you found it very difficult to control these raindrops. Even using all your strength, you could only control the rain near the Ji River. This greatly surprised you. Day 48, the heavy rain continued. Near the Ji River, a flood had already risen. You looked at the flood, intending to resolve it. But just as you tried to deal with it, you suddenly discovered that the Ji River reacted when meeting the flood. You clearly sensed strands of black cha appearing within the Ji River. In the black cha, you sensed the authority of the water god of the Ji River. This made you very confused. You tried to seize the authority of the Ji River's water god, But when your perception touches these black energies, you only feel some fragmented information from the information you capture that these black energies are indeed. Like the legends about Gun, he already knew that these black energies were a kind of ghostly existence. Like the peach tree ghost at Dushuo Mountain, the walking demon under Chongyang Mountain, these are all ghosts. Moreover, according to the information he obtained, there are originally 3 realms in heaven and earth: the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the underworld. According to Ji Zheng's own understanding, the human realm became separated from the other 2 because humans cut off the connection between heaven and earth. Only later was it named the human realm. Is Gun under the Gathering Waters also existing in ghost form? But why didn't he sense anything when exploring the Gathering Waters before? Yet now he senses it? Ji Zheng does not quite understand this. He carefully looks at the text on the screen. After looking for a long time, he finally notices a key point. It seems to be because of the flood. Gun only appears when the Gathering Waters encounter the flood. It can be confirmed that the water god of the Gathering Waters is on Gun. The condition for Gun's appearance is that the Gathering Waters meet the flood. Is Gun still unwilling to accept death even after dying? Plus the offerings at Jidu Temple nurtured Gun in ghost form. Gun's unwillingness is most about the flood control, so he appears only when encountering floods. Ji Zheng roughly understands, but now he wants to know how to take the water god authority from Gun. The simulation continues. You look at the human-shaped mass of black smoke, making no move. You quietly watch the black smoke, wanting to see what Gun will do. Under your gaze, Gun rushes out of the Gathering Waters, using masses of black smoke to resist the flood's invasion. Soon the flood is blocked outside the Gathering Waters. Watching this scene, you can't help recalling Gun's past. You remember that in the legends, Gun also resisted floods by blocking them. But you know well that blocking won't work, so you reveal yourself. Gazing at Gun from afar, you let out a roar, signaling Gun to watch your actions. After roaring, you rush out of the Gathering Waters surface, arriving before the flood. Your dragon tail slaps, instantly summoning the water elements. The entire flood disappears, merging into the Gathering Waters. Gun is stunned by your move, but does nothing more. After the flood vanishes, Gun turns into wisps of black smoke and disappears into the well water. Watching Gun disappear, you are dumbfounded. You dive into the well water, carefully sensing for Gun, but find nothing. On the 49th day, you seem to understand that only the flood can summon Gun. You immediately coil your dragon tail, initiating the flood. As you start the flood, Gun appears again. Seeing Gun appear, you disperse the flood. But Gun disappears again, leaving you speechless. On the 50th day, you start the flood again. Gun appears once more. This time you don't want to ask anything. You directly attack. You try to scatter Gun, then seize the authority of the Gathering Water God. But you suddenly find Gun extremely slippery. Facing your attack, he directly turns into wisps of black smoke and disappears. You have no way to pursue. On the 51st day, you release the flood. Gun appears again. You attack again. This time you directly summon Wind and Rain, launching a group attack. But Gun does not flee. Instead, he stands before you. Gun only says one sentence. The sentence seems to ask, do you really think that you can take the water god position? Or can you make the world's floods disappear forever, never to return? If willing, then the water god authority can be given to you. You do not agree. Instead, your eyes show a fierce glare. You want to kill Gun to obtain the water god authority. Gun, however, says that if he disappears, the water god will also disappear. After hearing this, you fall into contemplation. After a moment, you still dare not gamble on whether the water god will disappear. Can't gamble on whether Gun is lying to you either. You answer, Gun. You can only guarantee within your own territory that there will be no floods without external interference. Gun agreed to you. And then right before your eyes, Gun's entire body dissolved into clouds of black mist, vanishing into the accumulated waters. The accumulated waters also began to resonate with you on their own. Gun gave up the position of water god of the accumulated waters so easily. Ji Zheng remembered, for this kind of divine office, there is only one way to give it up, and that is to die. In other words, Gun willingly disappeared, in exchange for no more floods within his territory. Was Gun really that unafraid of death? Ji Zheng thought about it for a long time. Perhaps for Gun, death was not something to fear. Moreover, Gun himself had died after failing to control the floods in the past. The current Gun was just the lingering unwillingness of that time, and Gun might have known that flood control no longer needed him. Gun is gone, the rain is gone, but there will be countless people in future generations. Day 52, you resonate with the Ji River. You quickly gain 10% of the divine authority over the Ji River as water god. Your affinity with water begins to greatly increase. Day 53, you gain 20% of the divine authority over the Ji River. Your affinity with water greatly increases once again. Day 54. Your divine authority over the Ji River reaches 30%. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? Is it because he already has the divine offices of the water god of the Huai River and the water god of the Yangtze River? 2 of the 4 great rivers are already in his hands. So is that why he comprehended the divine authority of the Ji River water god so quickly? Ji Zheng, this 1,000-meter-long black dragon, lay in the mud of the Huai River, thinking carefully. Speaking of which, Mist Belch really is useful. His water element has clearly been greatly enhanced, but Mist Belch can still tightly restrain water endurance. The effectiveness of Mist Belch is really significant. I remember among the 5 elements, North corresponds to water, West to metal, South to fire, East to wood, and Earth is in the center. This reasoning is not without merit. Ji Zheng sighed with some emotion. Earth has always been said to bear all things with virtue, and to nurture the lives of all creation. For example, humans also have sayings like falling leaves return to the roots, and entering the earth for peace. Now that he has Earth Belch, his combat power will only increase rapidly from now on, not decrease. The simulation continues. Day 55. You are still rapidly improving your affinity with water. Day 56. You continue your enlightenment within the accumulated waters. Suddenly, a powerful aura arrives beside the Huai River. The next moment, your dragon body uncontrollably flies out of the Ji River. After leaving the Ji River, you look toward the source of that powerful aura. You see Lu Wu approaching you. Beside Lu Wu stands another figure with disheveled hair, with tiger-like fangs, and dragging a leopard's tail behind. It looks half-human, half-beast. You feel an immense sense of threat from this half-human, half-beast being. Just as you are about to ask a question, the half-human, half-beast being suddenly attacks you. You fight back fiercely, but you find that this half-human, half-beast being is incredibly powerful. You are no match for this half-human, half-beast being at all. You immediately prepare to flee. What kind of being is this? Ji Zheng was stunned by this creature's appearance. Disheveled hair, tiger's fangs, leopard's tail. Which being is this? Ji Zheng began to recall very carefully. Is there such a being in mythology? It seems there really is. But Ji Zheng wasn't sure. Wait, the simulation mentioned Lu Wu. Then my guess should be correct. This half-human, half-beast being is the Queen Mother of the West. Ji Zheng now knew the identity of this being. According to legend, the Queen Mother of the West lives on Mount Kunlun. As the goddess of Mount Kunlun, she governs plagues, punishments, and executions. The Queen Mother of the West appears in various legends. Most say she is a dignified and elegant goddess in form. But in the earliest legends, the Queen Mother of the West was indeed half-human, half-beast. In the most ancient tales, the Queen Mother of the West lived on Mount Kunlun, half-human, half-beast, in charge of plagues and executions, and also in charge of the elixir of immortality, capable of granting humans eternal life. Without a doubt, this is a top-tier divine being. Speaking of which, Ji Zheng also has a connection with the Queen Mother of the West. The elixir of immortality Ji Zheng once consumed was under her control, though it's unclear why it appeared in the Garden of Heaven and Earth. But why did the Queen Mother of the West appear? Ji Zheng was filled with confusion. Why would a top-tier divine being like the Queen Mother of the West appear at a time like this? The heavens and earth haven't been reconnected yet. Beings like the Queen Mother of the West should at least wait until the connection is restored before appearing. Ji Zheng fell silent. Originally, given his progress and his strength, before the reconnection of heaven and earth, he wouldn't have feared any being if they all came at him at once. But now, things were different. With the Queen Mother of the West present, he was definitely no match. Is the simulation about to end now? Ji Zheng looked at the screen. You flew up from the Ji River and fled toward the East Sea. But the Queen Mother of the West was not flustered. She simply opened her hand. Wisps of mist immediately flew out from your dragon body, uncontrollably flying back. You knew the Queen Mother wouldn't let you leave. A battle spirit rose within you. You launched a furious assault against the Queen Mother of the West, but she seemed completely unconcerned by your attacks. You engaged in a fierce battle with the Queen Mother of the West. Your terrifying combat power shocked Lu Wu, who was watching the fight. Even the Queen Mother was surprised by your strength. But in the end, you were no match for her. Soon, you were defeated. You lay dying on the bank of the Ji River. Is this how it ends? Though Ji Zheng felt helpless, she also accepted the reality that the simulation was about to end. Killed by the Queen Mother of the West. No loss there, but how did the Queen Mother show up? Could it be because of Buzhou Mountain? Ji Zheng could only think of that reason. Previously, humans occupied the Zhanmu Divine Tree. They had called down a trace of the Black Emperor's power. Now, divine beings have revived and occupied Buzhou Mountain. It's not surprising at all that the Queen Mother of the West could descend. So, from now on, I have to protect Kunpeng as well. Just as Ji Zheng was about to look at the simulation reward options, he suddenly froze. Wait, the simulation is still going. He didn't die. The Queen Mother looked at you lying on the Ji River bank, still alive. She was slightly surprised. She remarked on the tenacity of your life. Then she ordered Lu Wu to bring you back to Mount Kunlun. Day 57. You were brought back to Mount Kunlun. You were taken into a celestial palace. The Queen Mother stood beside you. She declared that your talent was not bad. From now on, you would pull her chariot. You were powerless to resist. You could only agree. Pull a chariot. Ji Zheng fell silent. Could he never escape this fate? To be honest, he felt that the fate of dragons was truly inseparable from being mounts. Beings like Bingyi almost always rode pairs of dragons. Many mythical figures' chariots were also pulled by dragons. He never thought he'd experience that feeling one day. Faced with this, he had nothing but silence. He continued watching the simulation. Day 58. Lu Wu personally trained you to pull the Queen Mother's chariot. He said it was your honor. You remained silent. You were recovering your strength, planning to escape. Day 59. Heavy rain fell on Mount Kunlun. Your power quickly recovered under the nourishment of the rain. A thought arose in your mind. You twisted your dragon body, intending to flee Mount Kunlun. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng, who had been buried in the mud, couldn't help lifting his dragon head. His dragon eyes were wide open. In the simulation, he was caught by the Queen Mother to pull her chariot, and now he was trying to escape. But would this really succeed? Ji Zheng stared intently at the screen. Day 60. Your power was restored. You flew into the sky, ready to escape Mount Kunlun. Facing your escape, no one on Mount Kunlun could stop you. Your combat power was unmatched except by the Queen Mother. But just as you were about to leave Mount Kunlun, the Queen Mother suddenly appeared and struck you into the ground. Your escape failed. Day 61. Lu Wu grabbed you. Lu Wu poured some strange herbs into your mouth. You felt a bitter taste. Day 62. Lu Wu came again. He forced you to take more strange herbs. The familiar bitterness returned. This time, after eating, you felt your entire soul becoming groggy. Day 63. Lu Wu again fed you those strange herbs. The heaviness in your soul returned. You lost consciousness. Just before you blacked out, you heard Lu Wu say that these herbs could confuse the mind, making you obedient and subservient to their use. So it failed after all. And they even drugged me. Those mind-clouding herbs, only Kunlun Mountain could have them. He wasn't surprised they could produce such herbs. Ji Zheng shook his dragon head. Come to think of it, this was the first time in all his simulations that he'd been used as a draft animal. Never happened before. The Western expedition couldn't end the simulation, so he had to keep watching. Day 64. You became a powerful horned dragon within Kunlun Mountain. But your soul slumbered. You had turned into a puppet dragon, at others' mercy. Day 65. The Jianmu Divine Tree revived once more. Heaven and earth reconnected. You remained in a daze in Kunlun Mountain. But you sensed that at the moment of the reconnection, vague, mysterious changes had taken place in the world. Day 66. The Queen Mother of the West set out. You were assigned by Lu Hu to pull her carriage. You immediately pulled the cart and headed out of Kunlun Mountain. Day 67. Guided by the Queen Mother of the West, you prepared to head to the Fusang tree. But midway, 4 figures blocked your way. You looked up. You saw clearly that the 4 figures were humans. Humans flying through the air, all radiating powerful auras. You stared blankly at all this. Then the Queen Mother of the West stepped out of the carriage and scolded the 4. But the 4 were utterly unafraid. From their conversation, you learned they were called the 4 Mountains. They were powerful beings from the human side who had returned to the mortal realm after heaven and earth reconnected. The 4 Mountains. Ji Zheng pondered long. He knew that 4 Mountains didn't refer to actual mountains like Mount Hang, but to 4 people. The 4 Mountains were Shizhong, Shishu, Hezhong, and Hishui. These were individuals, not mountains. They were ministers under Qidi Tangyao, one of the 5 emperors. They were called the 4 Mountains because Tangyao had them oversee the changes in the mountains and rivers of the 4 directions, thereby determining the 4 seasons. Over time, the name for mountains came about. The 4 mountains had descended from the heavenly realm. After heaven and earth reconnected, were powerful beings emerging on the human side too. Ji Zheng thought, then suddenly grew puzzled. What era did the 4 mountains belong to? If we count the human era divisions, starting from the Flame Emperor, it goes Flame Emperor Shenong, then Yellow Emperor Zhuanyuan, then White Emperor Xiaohao, Black Emperor Zhuangshu, Green Emperor Deku, Red Emperor Tangyao, and then Emperor Shun succeeded. After Emperor Shun came Yu the Great. But after Zhuangshu severed the earthly from the heavenly, how could humans suddenly have so many powerful beings, severing the connection between earth and heaven? Humans and gods were forever separated. Humans could no longer ascend to heaven, and gods could no longer descend to the mortal world. With humans cut off from spiritual energy, how could they still produce powerful beings? And quite a few at that. According to the timeline, Yu the Great's flood control happened after Zhuangshu severed heaven from earth. Back then, he summoned so many divine beings to help. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to get that many gods to assist. And later, Emperor Hongwu of the Ming ordered Liu Bowen to cut the dragon veins, delaying the spiritual energy revival. Ji Zheng felt there must be more to it. He just didn't know what. The simulation continued. You stood motionless, still pulling the carriage, while the Queen Mother of the West confronted the four mountains. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, under the four mountains' words, the Queen Mother attacked. The four mountains fought the Queen Mother of the West. She suppressed them in an instant. But the shockwaves from the battle were immense. After heaven and earth reconnected, even the four mountains' power was far beyond your reach, and you were caught in the blast. You perished instantly. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 rewards: 67 days of survival experience, 67 days of physique. The Queen Mother of the West's leopard tail. You didn't die at her hands. You were pulled as a dragon carriage. In the end, you died in the shockwaves of the battle. Ji Zheng was surprised, but not beyond acceptance. He knew how terrifying the true horrors descending after heaven and earth reconnected could be. Dying in battle shockwaves didn't seem strange. He absolutely could not allow the Queen Mother of the West to appear. Ji Zheng deeply realized this. The Queen Mother had most likely descended early thanks to Buzhou Mountain. So in his next simulations, he must not let Kunpeng fall, nor let Buzhou Mountain revive. As long as the Queen Mother didn't appear, with his simulation combat power, he would be absolutely invincible. He could even say that no one in heaven or earth combined could be his match. The key was to prevent the Queen Mother from appearing. Ji Zheng sorted out the general situation. He then looked at the simulation's rewards, these 3 options. What was the third one? Ji Zheng stared in shock at the third option, the Queen Mother's leopard tail. How could that be an option? What use would he have for that? He felt that even consuming this would only increase his sim points. It would be better to choose the second option. Once the second option was chosen, he would obtain both the elements of fertile soil and flowing water. Furthermore, he would gain the office of water god of both the Yangtze River and the accumulated waters. His combat power would rise to its peak. He chose the second option. Ji Zheng made his choice swiftly. Along with his choice, his affinity for water shot up mysteriously and rapidly. Then, within his body, the aura of fertile soil burst forth. Strangely enough, the responsibilities for the Yangtze River and the accumulated waters suddenly appeared upon him. Compared to the Huai River, the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, the Yangtze River was on an immense scale. Its waters surged violently. The water's momentum was astonishing. But deep beneath the water, a stream of water slowly descended. It transformed into a human shape. This human shape looked like a woman. Her entire body was formed from water. She appeared quite peculiar. This woman was none other than the water god of the Yangtze River, Chexiang. Chexiang had been leisurely patrolling the Yangtze River, occasionally reaching out to play with the river's fish. She seemed completely at ease. But all of a sudden, she froze. And in that instant, the fish that had been playing with her so affectionately also froze. The fish gathered around her no longer looked at her with fondness. Then they quickly fled. Whitey Chexiang looked at her own hands in confusion. In that moment just now, she felt her watery essence thinning out. Her divine power had vanished completely. But she didn't understand what she had done. This same scene was unfolding within the accumulated waters as well. He hadn't even had time to form a single thought before he dissolved into wisps of black smoke and vanished. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng twisted his massive black dragon body. His aura visibly climbed, step by step, rapidly reaching a truly terrifying level. The entire Huai River flowed upstream. As if affected by his aura, the countless water tribes of the Huai River lay prostrate on the riverbed, not daring to move. Roar, roar, roar. Ji Zheng couldn't control himself and let out a roar. With that one roar, dark clouds gathered between heaven and earth, as if a violent storm could break out at any moment. Peals of thunder mixed in amidst the clouds. Ji Zheng flew up into the sky. As he ascended, a violent storm broke out in the sky. At this moment, Ji Zheng was certain. Before heaven and earth are reconnected, all the warriors in this world combined wouldn't be a match for him. Dark clouds gathered thick over the Huai River. Rumbling thunder exploded within the clouds. An extremely oppressive feeling permeated the surroundings. Within the clouds, a black dragon over 1,000 meters long tumbled and writhed. He would occasionally poke his dragon head out from the clouds, surveying the world below. His terrifying dragon majesty cowed everything in its presence. This black dragon was none other than Ji Zheng. Ji Zheng felt his own power. He knew that before the world was reconnected, there could be no being that could defeat him. What if he went and destroyed Kunlun Mountain? Ji Zheng suddenly thought of this idea. As long as the Queen Mother of the West didn't appear, he would be absolutely invincible. And the Queen Mother of the West would likely only appear because of Buzhou Mountain's revival. Buzhou Mountain's revival required Kunpeng. He couldn't just protect Kunpeng day in and day out, could he? Might as well finish the job once and for all. Kill Yinglong, Yingjiao, and Wu Zhiqi, and destroy Kunlun Mountain. This way, before the world is reconnected. No one other than himself would be able to defeat Kunpeng. As for the humans, he would just make a trip over there as well, and destroy all those portraits and the 9 tripods. Whoever stood in his way, he would kill them. Was this idea of his a bit too radical? Ji Zheng suddenly felt that he was getting too full of himself. Calm down, calm down. He couldn't be this arrogant. Invincible or not, who knew what hidden cards the humans and the divine beings still had up their sleeves? He still had to be cautious. He readjusted his mindset once more. He felt he should have a talk with the old turtle to solidify his mindset. But he also felt that the plan to destroy Kunlun Mountain was completely doable. Forget it, just do it. But he needed to simulate it first, see if it worked in the simulation, before considering whether to carry it out in reality and attack Kunlun Mountain. Ji Zheng thought this as he twisted his dragon body and plunged back into the Hui River. Although he had disappeared, the lingering dragon majesty still permeated heaven and earth. What Ji Zheng didn't know was, on a high mountain not far from the Hui River, Jin Wu was crouching there, shivering uncontrollably. He originally just wanted to secretly observe this Hui River Black Dragon. After all, this Hui River Black Dragon was already this exaggerated before the world reconnected. After the world reconnects, he will naturally become even stronger. What did he just see? That black dragon burst out of the Hui River, unleashing even greater power. His strength simply shouldn't have appeared before the world reconnection. Even the Kunpeng in the north couldn't have such terrifying strength. In terms of individual strength, that Kunpeng is already at its peak. How could this black dragon far surpass the Kunpeng? The Golden Crow even doubted whether that northern Kunpeng could withstand the black dragon's wing strike. That black dragon is a divine being. That means he is still in a weak period. If it were his prime, could Yinglong, the battle-proven among divine beings, defeat him? The Golden Crow wasn't sure. Looking like he doubted his own existence, he stumbled and flew toward the eastern mountain. At the bottom of the Hui River, Ji Zheng returned to the mud. He called for the old turtle. After a conversation with the old turtle, he finally stabilized the Dao Star. After Ji Zheng resolved the Dao Star matter, he thought of the Yangtze River and Jishui. The Yangtze and Jishui cannot go without a water god governing them. Although he already held complete authority as the water god of the Yangtze and Jishui, it's hard to say if his authority might decline from not governing them for long. Old Turtle dispatched some water creatures to govern the Yangtze and Jishui. Ji Zheng finally decided to entrust this task to the Old Turtle. The Dragon Lord governs the Yangtze and Jishui. The Old Turtle was dumbfounded. His Dragon Lord, when he was a flood dragon, always stayed in that lake. After transforming into a dragon, he always stayed in the Hui River. He barely ever left even half a step. Now why would he suddenly go to govern the Yangtze and Jishui? The Old Turtle didn't understand. But Ji Zheng didn't explain much. He only said that the Yangtze and Jishui now belong to him. He is the water god dragon, lord of 3 of the 4 waterways. Are you joking with me, Old Turtle? The Old Turtle was completely bewildered. My Dragon Lord, a dragon lying in the river. A god descends from heaven. With a shake, he transforms. Hui River, Yangtze River, Jishui all now belong to my Dragon Lord. This time, Ji Zheng couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply ordered the Old Turtle to carry it out. After the Old Turtle left, Ji Zheng lay in the mud and began to think. He needed to govern the Hui River, the Yangtze, and Jishui, these 3 rivers, truly difficult. Especially the Yangtze, which spans from west to east. He lacked subordinates. The strange beings of the Yangtze could be recruited to govern it. But Jishui had no subordinates to govern it. Moreover, his authority as water god of Jishui was only 30%. If it doesn't reach 50, he simply can't appoint subordinate gods for Jishui. Open my official duties, Ji Zheng. He silently recited, position, Hui River Water God, 60%. Yangtze River Water God, 50%. Jishui Water God, 30%. Indeed, the Yangtze River Water God was also only 50% due to not appointing subordinate gods. In the next simulation, he could raise the authority of the Jishui Water God. If he successfully destroyed Mount Kunlun, he could also go to the Yellow River and try to seize the Yellow River Water God's authority. The Yellow River Water God is likely Bingyi. Bingyi is indeed very powerful, but there's no way he can belittle Ji Zheng for taking his authority. Bingyi can't do anything about it, can he? Ji Zheng was completely unafraid of offending Bingyi or anything. After all, he held the position of 3 of the 4 waterways. Bingyi and he were absolutely mortal enemies. If he offended him, so be it. When he evolves next, if he can defeat Bingyi, he would definitely hang Bingyi up and whip him. While Ji Zheng was thinking, the system suddenly notified him that his simulation points had arrived. This signified another day had passed. The simulation points given daily by this system were indeed useful for techniques. Ji Jung noted that these dissimulation points now only served to record how many days had passed. It's time to start the simulation. Mount Kunlun made me pull a cart, right? And Lu Wu. Ji Jung's dragon eyes glinted with cold light. He was about to start the simulation, when suddenly he saw the ashes of the Jimu divine tree nearby. This thing can enhance the material chart. Anyway, he wasn't going to eat it for now. He would try it in the simulation. He would try it until it had no effect, then start the simulation. Ji Jung had a flash of insight. With a thought, a silver screen immediately condensed and formed. Simulation start. Consumed 4,096 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 6,783. Day 1. You are at the bottom of the Huai River. Shortly after you stayed there, a green light pillar rose in the southwest. You knew well that the Jimu divine tree had revived, but you didn't pay attention. After consuming the ash of the mustard seed divine tree and improving the fertile soil, you went to gather water to raise the water god's authority and revive the Jonmu divine tree. He almost forgot that the Jonmu divine tree seemed to revive today. Ji Jung lifted his dragon head, looked out across the water surface, and gazed toward the southwest. It probably won't be long before the real Jonmu divine tree revives too. But Ji Jung didn't intend to stop it. If the mustard seed divine tree revives, so be it. As long as he gets a chance to burn it down directly, that's enough. Ji Jung focused on watching the simulation. On the second day, you arrived at Gather Water. After you entered Gather Water immediately resonated with you. You began to raise the authority of the water god of Gather Water. On the third day, your authority over the water god of Gather Water reached 35%. Your affinity with water increased. On the fourth day, your authority reached 40%. On the sixth day, your authority over the water god of Gather Water reached 50%. You obtained the Book of Incantations of Gather Water. After setting up all the incantations in the Gather Water area, you left. You hesitated for a moment once you flew into the sky. Then you decisively flew westward. Your target was the Kunlun Mountains. On the seventh day, while flying, you suddenly sensed the presence of the golden-winged ROC. You found that the golden-winged ROC seemed to be hiding in the land north of the ridge. After sensing it, you didn't hesitate at all. You charged straight toward where the golden-winged ROC was. On the eighth day, carrying a few golden feathers on you, you returned satisfied. Then you continued westward. On the ninth day, you arrived at the Kunlun Mountains. You looked at the Kunlun Mountains, which stood hundreds of ren tall like a mountain propping up the sky. You stopped. After a moment, you let out a fierce roar. You activated your talent the length of spiritual armor. You commanded all the aquatic creatures of the west to attack the Kunlun Mountains. You stirred up a violent storm. Amid thunder and lightning, you charged up the Kunlun Mountains. On the ninth day, with thunder and lightning, you rushed up the Kunlun Mountains. The Kaming beast blocking the way was killed by a single lash of your tail. You climbed the Kunlun Mountains without any trouble. You began recklessly destroying the Kunlun Mountains. The Western Aquatic Horde, following your command, also started destroying the Kunlun Mountains. On the 10th day, you advanced continuously through the peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. Every place you reached, you wrecked it thoroughly. On the 11th day, you were blocked by Lu Wu. You fought a great battle with Lu Wu. But before 3 exchanges, Lu Wu was defeated by you. You didn't kill Lu Wu. Instead, you had the aquatic creatures build a chariot and made Lu Wu pull it. Truly, you are so petty and narrow-minded. In the last simulation, you pulled the chariot. This time, it's Lu Wu's turn to pull the chariot. Revenge comes so quickly. You well understand your own personality. You look at the screen in front of you. You have already attacked the Kunlun Mountains. Barring accidents, you should be fully capable of crushing the Kunlun Mountains. There are many fierce creatures in the Kunlun Mountains, but only for have real strength. Even in mythology, only those are truly powerful. The first is the Queen Mother of the West. The second is Lu Wu. The third is Ying Zhao. The fourth is the 9 Kaming beasts. When the Queen Mother of the West hasn't descended, the other 3 are no match for you at all. However, you are still self-aware. It seems you can easily crush the entire Kunlun Mountains, making them appear fragile. But that's only before heaven and earth reconnect. Before the reconnection, all beings on the Kunlun Mountains are in a weakened state. That's why they can't rival you. If heaven and earth reconnect afterward, then the Kunlun Mountains will be different. Lu Wu and other beings will regain their full strength. By then, you won't even be able to beat a stone, so you can only destroy the Kunlun Mountains before the reconnection. The simulation continues. On the 12th day, you keep advancing through the Kunlun Mountains. Inside the Kunlun Mountains, peak after peak links together, forming a whole mountain range. Among the countless peaks, you encounter many strange beasts, but without exception, none of these beasts can withstand even one blow from you. You eliminate them easily. On the 13th day, the 12 moons revive. Another golden crow also revives. You don't care about that. You continue destroying the Kunlun Mountains. On the 14th day, you reach the real Kunlun Mountains. You see a magnificent palace. You are about to attack the palace, but the golden light flickering on it makes you wary. Deep in your heart, an uneasy feeling rises. You realize that your talent for avoiding danger is working. After questioning Lu Wu, you learn that the palace ahead is the earthly residence of heaven. Understanding that you can't break it with your current power, but you feel that if you don't break the palace, the passage on the Kunlun Mountains cannot truly be destroyed. Angered, you suddenly attack a passage on Kunlun Mountain, striking at the Divine Palace. But your attack proves ineffective. Instead, the golden light flashing from the Divine Palace wounds you. Forced to retreat, on the 15th day, you encounter Ying Zhao while withdrawing from Kunlun Mountain. You casually defeat Ying Zhao, ordering him to pull the cart alongside Wu Lu. On the 16th day, you bring the captive Ying Zhao into a mountain cave. You tend to your injuries. On the 18th day, your wounds improve. On the 19th day, noise outside the mountain startles you from your healing. After instructing Wu Lu and Ying Zhao, they dutifully investigate. They soon report back that 2 nearby villages, barely surviving, are fighting, apparently over resource distribution. Upon hearing this, you fall into thought. You know humans living high in the mountains must have fled there without protection, escaping the waste dwellers. But you don't understand why these human villages would still fight under such circumstances. Self-consuming, Wu Lu, knowing your thoughts, scoffs and explains that humans have always been this way. As long as there's no external pressure in the short term, they fall into self-consumption. You sense that Wu Lu might know some things you want to learn. You ask about what happened after the severing of heaven and earth. This is something he truly wants to know. Ji Zheng raises his dragon head, widening his dragon eyes. What exactly happened after the severing of heaven and earth? According to the information he obtained, after the severing, humans and gods were not completely isolated. If so, then why did they become completely isolated later? Ji Zheng is genuinely curious. He looks at the screen. Lu Wu tells you that since the Black Emperor severed heaven and earth, gods and humans have been forever separated. Heaven and earth grew disheartened, and no longer intervened in the affairs of the 2 realms. But many cracks still remained between the heavenly and human worlds. A few gods and humans could still travel between them. Yet those few gods posed no threat to humanity. So humanity fell into civil strife. Power struggles became common. You then ask Wu Lu, so the cracks just disappeared after that, leaving gods and humans unable to connect ever again. Wu Lu replies that in a certain human era, an exceptional human emerged. Using the degradation of all humanity as a price, they had the world repair those cracks. Since then, gods and humans have truly been forever separated. So that's how it was. Ji Zheng roughly pieces together what happened after the severing of heaven and earth. The world still had cracks, which explains how you the Great later summoned divine beings to help control the floods. But this human Wu Lu mentioned from some era, who sealed all the cracks by sacrificing humanity's dignity. Who could that be? Ji Zheng cannot figure it out no matter how hard he thinks. Finally, he can only keep watching the screen to see if he can pry more information from Wu Lu. After hearing Wu Lu's words, you remain puzzled. You don't understand which human from which era Wu Lu is referring to. Wu Lu, facing your inquiry, dares not refuse to answer, so he tells you clearly. He doesn't know the specifics either, only that the person's surname was Ji. Ji, the same surname as his. Ji Zheng ponders slightly. Ji is one of the 8 great ancient surnames. Moreover, it is the ancestor of 10,000 surnames. This surname originated from the Yellow Emperor. In legend, because the Yellow Emperor long lived in a place called Ji Shui, he took Ji as his surname. This surname, Ji, can to some extent represent the origin of surnames. Over 80% of today's 100 surnames evolved from the Ji surname. Wu Lu said this person with the surname Ji used all of humanity as a bargaining chip, degrading them to mend the cracks. In legend, who had such ability? Ji Zheng thinks hard. Besides the Yellow Emperor, the most famous Ji family was the Zhou dynasty. For the Zhou dynasty, Ji was the royal surname. Naturally, it was famous. If it were the Zhou dynasty, that could make sense. The Zhou replaced the Shang. Before the Zhou, there was no title of Son of Heaven. There are countless theories, but without a doubt, before the Zhou, all world rulers called themselves emperor. The famous King Zhou also called himself Emperor Din. But after the Zhou dynasty, this practice was abandoned. The world ruler called himself the Son of Heaven. Divine right of kings, if, as Wu Lu said, a human traded humanity's degradation to seal the cracks, ensuring gods and humans were forever separated, then it makes sense. Perhaps that's why the Zhou rulers called themselves Sons of Heaven. Using humanity's degradation as the price to completely seal all the cracks. So that's it. Shi Zheng probably guessed it too. Speaking of it, in the course of human history, there are many interesting events that might be related to this, such as the first emperor of Qin seeking immortality, and so on. But what is certain is that none of it was that simple. The simulation continues. On the 20th day, you continue healing. Most of your injuries have healed. Wu Lu and Ying Zhao ask you what exactly you intend to do. They point out that Kunlun Mountain has no grudge against you. So why are you targeting it? You do not answer. Instead, you drive Wu Lu and Ying Zhao toward Kunlun Mountain. But you are no longer heading for the Divine Palace. You are heading for the Heavenly Garden to seize the Immortality Herb. On the 21st day, you arrive at Kunlun Mountain. Upon arrival, you suddenly notice many humans beneath the mountain's broken cliffs. You immediately realize that humans have come to pick up leftovers. Without any hesitation, you summon wind and rain to suppress all the humans who came to seize the items. Then you fly up to Kunlun Mountain and head to the Heavenly Garden. You enter the Heavenly Garden. You easily steal the elixir of immortality. Ying Zhao beside you looks frustrated. They don't understand why you are so skilled at finding the elixir of immortality. On day 22, you swallow the elixir of immortality in the Heavenly Garden. After swallowing the elixir, you feel a burning heat inside your body. But soon the heat subsides. You examine yourself carefully. You realize that now the elixir of immortality seems to have lost its effect. Except for extending your lifespan. It is useless otherwise. On day 23, you look at the Heavenly Garden. You originally wanted Ying Zhao to retrieve the herbs that enhance cultivation. But remembering that Ying Zhao and Lu Wu wish you dead, you abandon that idea. On day 24, you fly with Ying Zhao and Lu Wu toward the location of the Sword Eye Divine Technique. You know well that without Lu Wu and Ying Zhao, Kunpeng is no longer a threat. To destroy the Zhanmu Divine Tree, heaven and earth will not reconnect for a long time to come. On day 25, you arrive beside the Zhanmu Divine Tree. You crush Yinglong with overwhelming force. You look at the Zhanmu Divine Tree, wanting to test whether your current strength alone can destroy the tree. As expected, heaven and earth do not reconnect. You are invincible. Watching the screen, you deeply feel this truth. On day 25, under the shocked gaze of Lu Wu and Ying Zhao, you attack the Zhanmu Divine Tree. Your dragon body slams into the Zhanmu Divine Tree, causing the tree to shake violently. Seeing this, you realize it's working. You immediately channel the power of the water element and launch an even fiercer attack. Under your relentless assault, the Zhanmu Divine Tree trembles wildly, as if it can't hold much longer. On day 26, you let out a furious roar and swing your dragon tail again. Your immense strength snaps the Zhanmu Divine Tree, and the entire tree collapses. But it does not turn to ashes. You realize you lack fire, so you immediately take Lu Wu and Ying Zhao and head east. On day 27, you bring Jinwu, Lu Wu, and Ying Zhao to the Zhanmu Divine Tree. You have Jinwu use Bing Fire to incinerate the tree. Soon you obtain the ashes of the Sword Eye Divine Technique. You swallow the ashes. Your Wu Tiu cultivation improves. On day 28, you prepare to take Lu Wu, Ying Zhao, and Jinwu to the Yellow River. But just as you are about to set off, a battle fluctuation erupts from the north. You immediately sense that Kunpeng is fighting. The one fighting Kunpeng is undoubtedly a human. Why would a human attack Kunpeng? Are they trying to use the restored Buzhou Mountain to pull some trick? The god's side can use Buzhou Mountain to summon the Queen Mother of the West. Humans might also be able to summon some terrifying entity. But what resources do humans have to deal with Kunpeng? You can't figure it out. In terms of combat power, apart from you, Kunpeng is almost the strongest. What trump card do humans actually have? The 9 tripods, before heaven and earth reconnect, can't exert their full power. They're decent for defense, but not for offense. Crossing Yao at its peak might be very strong, but in its ghost form, Kunpeng could probably finish it off in no time. So what else are humans hiding? Maybe you can try dealing with humans to see what cards they have. You ponder. You really can't imagine what else humans have. So you turn to the simulation, hoping to find more useful information. After learning that Kunpeng is under attack, you don't hesitate and fly toward Kunpeng's location. Lu Wu and Ying Zhao take the opportunity to escape from Jinwu. After a distant glance, they follow you north. On day 29, you fly to the north. From afar, you see the massive Kunpeng bound in the human capital. The entire human capital shines with golden light. The 9 tripods press down on Kunpeng's back, restricting its movement. Around Kunpeng, you see many portrait scrolls circling it, launching various attacks. You understand Kunpeng's predicament. The human capital has strange powers, but you don't understand why Kunpeng entered the capital and got surrounded by so many mystical objects. You believe this was clearly a trap prepared by humans. Why did Kunpeng fall into it so easily? You don't attack the human capital immediately. Instead, he quietly observed, ready to see what else the humans had. On the 30th day, the Kunpeng was still struggling, but it could not break free. Yet the Kunpeng had not suffered any real damage. The human portraits seemed unable to harm the Kunpeng. The situation thus stalemated. The nearby Golden Crow warned you sternly, telling you to be careful of this human capital city. You merely glanced at the Golden Crow, nodded, and said nothing. On the 31st day, under your watch, An even more brilliant golden light burst forth from the human capital. Beneath row upon row of fiery red banners, the golden lights seemed to be drawn together, and suddenly suppressed toward the Kunpeng. You instantly sensed that these golden lights could harm the Kunpeng. An injured Kunpeng definitely could not withstand the 9 provinces cauldron and those numerous portraits. You immediately acted. You summoned wind and rain, your body sinking into the dark clouds. Under the terrified gazes of countless humans, a dragon tail extended downward and struck heavily upon the human capital. Your one dragon tail strike destroyed more than half of the human capital. The golden lights, facing your absolute power, could not stop you from destroying most of the human capital. The human capital could no longer trap the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng knocked over the 9 provinces cauldron and began to flee. But you showed no intention of leaving. You looked down upon the masses of humans. The portraits that humans relied on were like a joke before you. A bold idea arose in your heart. You possessed invincible power before the heavenly connection was restored. Why not annihilate both the gods and humans and dominate the entire world yourself? Damn, the him in the simulation is even more inflated than the real him. Even more crazy and ambitious. They were all stunned. The real him at most had only thought about crushing Kunlun Mountain. The him in the simulation was much more crazy. He actually thought of wiping out all gods and humans, seizing the passage himself and ruling this world. And judging by the situation, the simulated him really seemed to intend to do it. Can this succeed? Even Ji Jung couldn't help but feel nervous. The simulation continued. On the 32nd day, you left the human capital. Before leaving, you destroyed most of the portraits, and you knocked the 9 provinces cauldron flying, its whereabouts unknown. After leaving, you looked at the Golden Crow. Thinking of that idea, you couldn't help but ask the Golden Crow if he was willing to join your command. The Golden Crow fell silent after learning your plan. After a moment, he asked if you would attack if he refused. You replied that you could assign the mountains on the eastern side to the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow fell silent again, then chose to join your command. On the 33rd day, you returned to the Huai River. You ordered your subordinate, the Old Turtle, to begin recruiting demon warriors from all over. And you made it clear, only demon warriors. No other beasts, humans, or gods were needed. On the 34th day, your recruitment order spread, shaking the entire world, crushing Kunlun Mountain, sweeping across the Janmu Divine Tree, destroying the human capital. You had already gained extremely high prestige across the land. You easily rallied tens of thousands of demon warriors. Your power dominated the East. On the 35th day, all dragon and serpent clans, hearing of your deeds, came to pledge allegiance. Among them, the imprisoned son of the dragon, Qnu, also submitted to you. You became the Dragon King. On the 36th day, you declared war on the gods, humans, and other beings. You vowed to expel all 3 factions, leaving only the demon race in the world. Upon hearing this declaration, more and more demon warriors flocked to you. Your prestige reached its peak. Can this really succeed? Ji Jung became more and more nervous. Ji Jung lay in the mud at the bottom of the water, his dragon eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. The simulated him wanted to dominate the world, and was building his power based on the demon race. The text on the screen mentioned that he would expel other beasts, humans, and gods, leaving only the demon race in the world. This undoubtedly proved that the simulated him intended to make the demon race the main force. The number of demon beings in the world was vast, but they were weak. Relying mainly on demons seemed somewhat feeble, yet it was not impossible. Focusing solely on the demon race at least would not easily lead to chaos, nor would it cause various conflicts, but it was uncertain whether it could succeed. On the 37th day, your forces began to attack the Central Plains region. Thousands of demon warriors were gathered by you. This powerful force was unmatched by humans. Soon, many cities fell. Humans tried to recover the Central Plains. Some came holding portraits, hoping to repel the demons. But you appeared in time and destroyed all the human portraits. Under your terrifying power, humanity felt despair. On day 38, the Central Plains became entirely your territory. You began to divide your forces into 2 routes, one heading south, the other heading north. Along the way, you encountered the Kunpeng, but the Kunpeng joined you outright. With the Kunpeng's help, you successfully turned the entire north into your territory. The human capital stood utterly defenseless against your presence. On day 39, you started your attack toward the south. Your demon legions, under your command, swept through like a hot knife through butter. The mutant beasts and humans united, but it had no effect on you whatsoever. Your combat power far surpassed both mutant beasts and humans. On day 40, you encountered the Great Wall's resistance. The Great Wall urged you to abandon your ambitions, but you paid no heed, and directly attacked the Great Wall. On day 41, the Great Wall was defeated. On day 45, most of the southern lands became your territory. That day, you continued leading your demon legions in a fierce assault on the mutant beasts and humans. But suddenly, you spotted a mountain rising in the south. You sensed a strange aura within the mountain peaks. You ordered your demon legions to continue the attack, while you, unable to resist, entered the mountain. On day 46, you entered the mountain. Following that feeling deep inside you, you reached the mountain's depths. Seeing the mountain was not large, you shrank your dragon form. Soon, you began exploring within the mountain. After a little while, you found two humans inside the mountain playing chess. They were playing Go. You flew over to take a look. The two humans saw you, yet seemed completely unsurprised. You wanted to question the two humans, but the moment you saw the chessboard, you couldn't control yourself and became lost in it, pondering what the next move should be. On day 47, you were still pondering the chessboard. On day 48, you were still pondering the chessboard. On day 57, you were still pondering the chessboard. What is this situation? Ji Jung was stunned. Wasn't this situation great? What is going on? He had already swallowed the north, and was about to attack the south and then the west. That way, he would have dominated the entire world. And then this strange scene suddenly pops up. What is it? Seeing two people playing chess inside a mountain, and then just keeps thinking about it. Over 10 days have passed and he still hasn't woken up. Wait, this story sounds kind of familiar. Ji Jung suddenly thought of a phrase, the Lank chessboard. According to legend, long ago, in the south, at a place called Stone Mountain, there was a woodcutter who went up the mountain to chop wood. On the way, he saw two white-haired elders playing chess, so he stopped to watch. Once he started watching, he didn't know how long passed. When the game ended, the woodcutter finally came to his senses. But then the two elders told him to go back. The woodcutter had no choice but to go back to chopping wood. But when he picked up his axe, he found the handle had already rotted. The woodcutter found it strange, so he dropped the axe handle and returned to the village. Only when he returned did he learn that 800 years had already passed. The woodcutter then realized he had encountered immortals. Later, that Stone Mountain was renamed Lank Mountain. The meaning of Lank is the passage of time, the decay of the axe handle. How is this so similar to the immortals I encountered in my simulation? What immortals? At best, they are powerful humans or gods. But heaven and earth haven't reconnected yet. What being could possibly trap me? Jizun was filled with confusion. He had no choice but to keep watching the simulation. On day 68, you were still pondering the chessboard. On day 72, you were still pondering the chessboard. On day 85, you were pondering the chessboard. On day 99, you were still pondering the chessboard, unable to pull yourself away. On day 100, you were pondering the chessboard. On day 105, the chess game ended. You woke as if from a dream, your mind foggy, staring at the two humans before you. Among the two humans, one smiled warmly at you and said, telling you not to rush the reconnection of heaven and earth. That pushing too hard only brings loss. You were stunned before you could answer. The two humans vanished at the same time. You stared blankly at the chessboard and the few date pits left beside it. On day 106, you left Lank Mountain, only to find that the entire world seemed to have changed drastically. You spotted a demon soldier nearby, grabbed him and questioned him. From this questioning, you immediately understood that over 100 days had passed. In your absence, your demon legions were counterattacked by gods, mutant beasts, and humans. Now, your forces have crumbled. Moreover, the Jonmu divine tree had revived, and the Fusang tree had also revived. You immediately realized that only Bujo Mountain was needed for heaven and earth to reconnect. You immediately prepared to set out to find the Kunping. Just as you were about to depart, a deep red pillar of light rose from the northwest. You immediately understood that heaven and earth had reconnected. Before you could make any move, if I found you, I would strike directly. Unleashing unparalleled power, I killed you in formation. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 106 days of survival experience. 106 days of physical fitness. The date pit next to the chess game. These two people came to stop him. They stopped him, waiting until heaven and earth reconnected, then released him. The black dragon suddenly understood. Wanting to dominate heaven and earth and deciding whether they reconnect or not is impossible. Neither the martial emperor nor the divine beings would stand by and watch him do that. Even without this chess game, there would be other things to stop him. At the bottom of the Huai River, the black dragon stared blankly at the screen in front of him where the simulation had ended. He never expected it would end this way. That chess game was set up by those two just to lure him in. Everything was calculated. Should I run another simulation? This time, don't enter that mountain. The black dragon had just had that thought when he dismissed it. Even if I don't enter the mountain, the divine beings and humans would certainly have other ways to stop me. The reconnection of heaven and earth is a major event. I cannot change it. The black dragon deeply realized this. At most, he could only delay the reconnection. He absolutely could not prevent the reconnection. Otherwise, even if heaven and earth were not permanently separated, the divine beings and humans would find a way to kill him. Speaking of which, the Black Dragon was somewhat puzzled. The two people in the chess game clearly had the ability to easily kill him. But they did not kill him. They only trapped him and prevented him from leaving. Could it be some kind of taboo? The Black Dragon thought about it, but still could not figure it out. In the end, he had to give up. This simulation also made him realize that his plan was not feasible. Dominating heaven and earth was simply impossible to achieve. The Black Dragon quietly abandoned that idea, after learning that even if heaven and earth had not reconnected, the divine beings or humans could still take action against him. His inflated ambitions instantly died out. In the next simulation, he should play it safe. The Black Dragon silently decided that the idea of dominating heaven and earth was not advisable. After deciding on the next simulation, the Black Dragon looked at the simulation reward options on the screen. 106 days of survival experience. 106 days of physical fitness. The date pit next to the chess game. These three options this time. The first contains a large amount of combat experience, which would definitely greatly help his strength. The second contains the complete authority of the water god of the G River, along with the material map and other enhancements. As for this third one, when the Black Dragon saw the third one, he was stunned. The date pit next to the chess game. It should refer to the date pit left over when the two humans were playing chess and he was sinking into the game. This thing is a treasure. If only he had eaten it in the simulation. The Black Dragon regretted it deeply. Should he choose this one? The Black Dragon hesitated after the third, but finally decided to choose this third option. If the third one is a treasure similar to the ashes of the Seeing Wood Divine Tree, he would be in profit. This kind of edible treasure can be kept in reality and eaten in simulations. This way, he can repeatedly exploit it. Exploit it until the treasure becomes useless, then make other plans. Then choose the third option. The Black Dragon decisively made his choice. Soon, a flash of light passed. A date pit appeared. The Black Dragon looked at this date pit. After examining it repeatedly, he found nothing special about it. This date pit was no different from an ordinary date pit left after eating. Will eating this really be useful? The Black Dragon felt curious. He became very interested. He really wanted to start the next simulation right now. But after thinking, he decided to continue the simulation later. First, let's check the Huai River, the Yangtze River, and the Ji River conditions. These three rivers are his foundation in reality. He must maintain them. The Black Dragon let out a roar. Soon, he called the old turtle over. After asking the old turtle, he roughly understood the current situation of the three rivers. The Huai River, as always, had him personally overseeing it, so it was naturally peaceful and prosperous. The Yangtze River was still under management, but the effect was slow. The Yangtze was too large. The influence of the Huai River was not that strong. As for the Ji River, although the Black Dragon is a water god, in reality, his complete authority hasn't even reached 50%. Without laws and policies, he cannot ensure its peace and prosperity. Naturally, its management level was the lowest. After understanding this, the Black Dragon let the old turtle leave. He indicated that he already understood the Ji River situation. The Black Dragon thought for a moment. Still, he did not decide to govern the Ji River. To govern the Ji River, he would need to spend time obtaining complete authority. It might be better to just conduct it in the simulation. First, go and appoint the sub-deity of the Yangtze River. Without a second thought, Ji Zheng gave the position to Xiang. He quickly left the Huai River. Before long, Ji Zheng arrived at the Yangtze River. At the bottom of the Yangtze, Xiang looked bewildered at this newly arrived river god. He was stunned, speechless, completely lost, while Xiang was utterly confused the whole time. The position of Yangtze subdeity was thrust upon him. Ji Zheng didn't ask Xiang to join his ranks or anything. He just told Xiang to manage the Yangtze well. Ji Zheng had learned about Xiang's personality during the simulation. Xiang was the peaceful type. To put it simply, a total homebody. He didn't want to force Xiang to do anything. He just hoped Xiang would manage the Yangtze well. After appointing him as the subdeity, Ji Zheng returned to the Huai River. Back in the Huai River, Ji Zheng placed the Jianmu Divine Tree and the Juju Pit beside him. He was about to continue the simulation, having just had that thought, when suddenly, the entire Huai River shook. Ji Zheng immediately raised his dragon head and looked southwest. Is it the Jianmu Divine Tree awakening? Ji Zheng quickly linked the events and looked carefully. In his line of sight, a pillar of green light rose from the southwest. As that green pillar of light rose, he felt a strange resonance within his dragon body. Is it earth? Ji Zheng pondered. His dragon body contained water of ghosts, falsewood, earth, and water of endurance, 4 elements. Of these, earth was derived from the Jianmu Divine Tree. It was earth created from the ashes left after the fire of Bing burned the Jianmu Divine Tree. Time is getting tighter and tighter. I need to find a correct or feasible path quickly. Ji Zheng felt a sense of urgency rising within him. He swam back to the bottom of the Huai River. Immediately, he started the simulation. Simulation started. 4,096 simulation points consumed. Current simulation points remaining, 2,687. Not enough points left for another simulation. Ji Jung silently looked at the ashes and the juju pit. If all else failed, he could only eat these two things to replenish simulation points. Ji Jung put that thought aside for the moment. He stared at the juju pit. For now, I need to see what effect eating this juju pit really has. Day 1. You are deep at the bottom of the Huai River. You look at the Jonmu Divine Tree ashes and the juju pit beside you. You eat the Jonmu Divine Tree ashes first, improving your earth proficiency. Then you eat the juju pit. After swallowing the juju pit, you immediately feel your bloodline begin to simmer. The feeling of shackles becomes extremely clear. Day 2. You focus on feeling your simmering bloodline. You can clearly perceive that sense of shackles, but you can only perceive it. You are unable to touch these shackles. Day 3. You keep trying to touch the shackles, but gain nothing. A layer of shackles lies before you, but there seems to be an abyss between you and them. You simply cannot touch the shackles, let alone unlock them. Day 4. You are still trying to unlock the shackles. These shackles only became clear after eating the juju pit. Ji Jung was deep in thought. This wasn't the first time he had encountered these shackles. He had felt them before when he comprehended Water of Endurance and Water of Ghosts, but never this clearly described. So what exactly are these shackles? Are they the shackles of my next evolution, deep in my bloodline? Ji Jung could only think of that. That juju pit allowed him to take a single step forward on the path of evolution. But is it still not enough to let me fully evolve? The simulation was very clear on this. He could only feel the shackles, but he couldn't truly touch them at all. This meant he was still far from a true evolution. So, how exactly do I evolve? Yinglong's evolution standards have nothing to do with me now. Ji Jung was confused again. It was now basically impossible for him to evolve into a Yinglong. Yinglong evolved purely from Water of Endurance, but he now has Water of Ghosts, Falsewood, Earth, and Water of Endurance. There was no way he could evolve into a Yinglong now. So now, he had no idea how he was supposed to evolve. And what he would evolve into was also unknown. But looking at it now, if he could unlock these shackles, he might just learn how to evolve. The simulation continued. Day 5. You know you cannot unlock these shackles. In the end, you choose to give up. Day 6. You try once again to launch a momentum to conquer the world. You want to obtain another juju pit. You have a vague feeling in your heart. Once you obtain another date seed, your chance of touching the shackles will greatly increase. On day 7, you burst out of the Huai River. With a roar, you summon thousands of water creatures. You prepared to dominate the east first. On day 8, you completely took over the east. You launched an attack on the Golden Crow. This time you did not convince him. But you also did not kill the Golden Crow. Instead, you drove the Golden Crow away. After you dominated the east, your reputation instantly spread across the entire world. Countless demon lords chose to pledge allegiance to you. But you did not make any further moves. You arrived at the eastern coast. You tried to revive the Fusang tree, to serve as guardian of the Fusang tree, thereby comprehending the fire attribute. Is he preparing to focus on evolution now? Ji Jung immediately understood. He in the simulation was preparing to focus on exploring evolution. As long as he truly understands how to proceed with the next step of evolution, spending any number of simulation points is worth it. Ji Jung strongly agreed with his simulated self on this point, but he still hasn't given up on comprehending the fire attribute, has he? Ji Jung couldn't help but feel helpless about this. He had tried to comprehend the fire attribute in previous simulations before, but without exception, he failed. This time, his simulated self planned to comprehend the fire attribute by reviving the Fusang tree. The chance of success is indeed much higher, but Ji Jung still wasn't optimistic. Among the attributes he currently comprehended, water and ghost water both counter the fire attribute, not to mention he himself is also a water dragon. On day 9, you hesitated again and again, deciding to personally go and attack Mount Kunlun to seize the spiritual energy object in order to revive the Fusang tree. On day 10, you arrived at Mount Kunlun. You launched an attack. Under your absolute power, Mount Kunlun appeared extremely weak. Soon you crushed the entire Mount Kunlun. You seized the spiritual energy object. You returned to the east. On day 11, you revived the Fusang tree. A fierce blaze shot into the sky. Since you were the reviver, your body was also wrapped in flames. When the flames wrapped around you, your entire dragon body felt as if it was exploding. A scorching heat spread over you. The water attribute within your body instantly erupted to resist it. The clash between water and flame caused you extreme pain. You roared and dove into the sea, trying to alleviate the pain. But it was useless. On day 12, the flame still did not recede. The water attribute in your body refused to give in. still fighting against the flames. On day 13, the firelight dissipated. The Fusang tree revived. You successfully comprehended the fire attribute, but the fire attribute within you was very weak. Under the suppression of the water attribute, it seemed it could be extinguished at any moment. On this day, 12 moons and another golden crow revived, but you paid no attention under your dragon might. The golden crow that revived in the east quickly fled. On day 14, you clearly felt that your dragon body had weakened considerably, seemingly because of the appearance of the fire attribute, but you could do nothing about it. You left the sea surface and looked at the revived Fusang tree. Originally, you had prepared to serve as guardian of the Fusang tree, but suddenly you were surprised to find that the Fusang tree did not invite you to guard it. You fell silent. On day 15, you directly snapped the Fusang tree, and then left the place. You began to summon the demon lords of the world. You advanced toward the central plains. Soon the central plains fell. On day 16, you started attacking the north. Under your absolute power, neither the Kunpeng nor the human capital could stand against you. They were quickly destroyed by you. You then headed south. On day 18, you started attacking the south. Passing by Mount Lank, you paused for a moment. As expected, a pulling force came from it. You ordered your minions to continue attacking. While you entered Mount Lank, soon you arrived before that chess game, where two people were present. You were not surprised. You looked at a date lying beside the chessboard. You directly asked if you could eat that date. You knew well that the two players were absolutely terrifying existences, so you assumed a very sincere posture. When the two chess players heard your words, they were stunned for a moment, but they ignored you and continued playing chess. Seeing that, you also threw caution to the wind. You opened your mouth and swallowed that date. After you swallowed that date, you found that nothing had changed. This left you feeling a bit frustrated. On the 19th day, you forced yourself not to look at the chess game. You observed those two people. As you watched, you were stunned. You realized that if you looked carefully, you couldn't see their faces clearly at all. But if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice this at all. Everything was so natural. As you were watching them, they stopped playing chess. Instead, they both turned to look at you. On the 20th day, the two beside the Lank chess game both looked at you, and being stared at gave you a huge scare. One of them smiled and looked at you, telling you plainly that whether the date work depended on him, not the date itself. Then that person invited you to play a game of chess with him. Whether the date work depended on him, not the date itself. The key lay at the bottom of the Huai River. Seeing this, he finally understood why eating the date in his simulation had no effect. Normally, eating the pit before had such a huge effect, allowing him to glimpse the next step of evolution. Eating the date itself should have had an even greater effect, but the simulation said that after swallowing the date, nothing happened. Now he understood. A mountain need not be high. It becomes famous with an immortal. Water need not be deep. It becomes numinous with a dragon. Ji Zheng understood that the date was probably like this parrot came from the hand of the chess player, so it had a miraculous effect. Actually, the date was just an ordinary date. The amazing thing was this person. So who exactly was this person? His heart was filled with curiosity. He continued to watch the simulation. You hesitated for a moment and then agreed. You shrank your body and came before the chessboard. One of them gave up his seat. You started playing against that person, placing your first piece with a current of water. On the 21st day, you placed a piece. On the 22nd day, your opponent placed a piece. Time flew by rapidly, but you felt nothing at all, as if it were only an instant. On the 23rd day, you placed another piece. On the 48th day, you placed another piece. In the chess game, you were at a disadvantage. You racked your brains thinking, but your opponent looked very calm. Here we go again. Sure enough, ruling heaven and earth was never possible. Even though he knew the chess game would entrance him, even without looking at it, there would be other ways to trap him. This game was just to delay his time, letting heaven and earth return to their proper course. Ji Zheng finally understood, but to be fair, the chess player was actually quite kind. He clearly had the power to kill him easily, but chose only to stall him. Now there was nothing he could do. His simulated self was entranced. He could only keep watching. On the 49th day, you gradually lost ground in the chess game, but your opponent didn't seem eager to let you lose. Instead, he slowly toyed with you. On the 50th day, you fell into deep thought. You didn't know where to place your next piece. On the 51st day, you were still deep in thought. On the 57th day, you lost. The chess game ended. You suddenly realized that over 50 days had passed. You looked at the chess player, knowing that he had set up the trick to lead you astray. The man smiled and told you plainly that you had lost, and the price was these 50-odd days of time. He turned around and took out a date. He gave it to you and said that you were very close to evolution. Cultivate well. Don't go out and get involved in other things. He also said that as long as you stayed in this mountain, you would be safe. After saying all this, the two chess players suddenly vanished, as if they had never appeared. You looked at the date on the chessboard and fell into thought. On the 58th day, in the northwest, a deep red pillar of light shot up into the sky. You understood that heaven and earth had reconnected. After hesitating, you decided to follow the chess player's advice and hide in Lank Mountain. You looked at the date on the chessboard. You swallowed it. After eating the date, you instantly felt your dragon body boil again. But after a moment, the boiling sensation faded. You carefully sensed the changes in your body. On the 59th day, in your perception, the feeling of shackles was very close, but still one step away. You then understood that the chess player had given you the date to help shorten the distance, but the final step still needed to be taken by you. You began to cultivate diligently in the mountain. On the 60th day, you felt the shackle layer getting closer. You continued cultivating. On the 61st day, you felt that in at most a few days, you could truly touch the shackles. On the 63rd day, you truly touched the shackles. But just as you touched the shackle, the fire rat in your dragon domain suddenly erupted, uncontrollably destroying everything. The human water within you resisted it, causing instant chaos inside your body. On day 64, the conflict between fire rat and human water caused falsewood, ghost water, and material earth to also riot. Falsewood began to help the fire rat. Ghost water helped human water. Material earth tried to stop it, but failed. This was forming factions. Even elements form factions. Zhejiang was dumbfounded. He had even touched the shackle. But at the critical moment, the elements inside him acted up. Zhejiang understood why many beings could only comprehend one element. Comprehending one element allows you to reach the extreme, thus becoming a powerful divine being. Comprehending multiple elements requires not only harmonizing yourself, but also developing each element. If one side becomes too strong, it breaks the balance. Truly very difficult to handle. What this shackle was, Zhejiang no longer cared whether the simulation could continue. He wanted to see what the shackle really was. The simulation continued. On day 65, you tried to harmonize the elements in your dragon domain, but found it completely impossible. With the aid of falsewood, the fire rat fought against human water, causing you extreme pain. You had no choice but to forcibly suppress the pain. Feeling the shackle you had touched, you touched the shackle, but found no path beyond it. The evolutionary path you were on was a dead end. You suddenly saw darkness before your eyes. Couldn't help letting out a mournful cry, filled with unwillingness. Yet there was nothing you could do. Under the shackle was a dead end. Why did Zhejiang involuntarily raise his entire dragon domain? His dragon eyes stared fixedly at the screen. Why on earth was this? Could it be that his evolution ultimately led nowhere? No, the simulation had nothing to do with him. In the simulation, he had forcibly comprehended the fire rat, causing an imbalance of elements in the dragon domain. In reality, he did not have the fire rat. That is to say, the path of comprehending the fire rat is not viable. If he took it, it would be a dead end. But can he, who possesses four elements, truly evolve? Can this path really work? Zhejiang deeply doubted. Suddenly he realized how arduous the origin of the term ancestral dragon was. At the bottom of the Huai River, Zhejiang lay in the mud. The mud beneath him could not approach his dragon domain. Each of his gleaming dragon scales seemed to contain immense pressure, preventing any dust from touching his body. At this moment, Zhejiang raised his dragon head and looked at the screen. His heart was filled with despair, despite the hope he had before, thinking he could become the ancestral dragon. Now it seemed almost impossible. To become the ancestral dragon requires a complete evolutionary chain, like that of Yinglong. But given his current situation, it was almost impossible to become the ancestral dragon. In Yinglong's evolutionary chain, only the water element is needed. A single water element at that. If he were to establish a complete evolutionary chain, God knows how difficult it would be. He now has 4 elements. It's hard to say whether he can even evolve successfully, let alone establish a chain and become the ancestral dragon. Forget it, the ancestral dragon is still too far away for me. Better focus on the present. This simulation was still helpful. At least it reminded me not to comprehend too many elements. Otherwise, it will only lead to failure in evolution. For instance, adding the fire rat in the simulation only made evolution hopeless. Various thoughts arose in Zhejiang's mind. He couldn't help but continue looking at the screen. In the simulation, he had already gone too far. Heaven and earth had reconnected. He wondered what his simulation self would do next. On day 66, you deeply realized the contradictions of the elements within you. You also knew that if you kept the fire rat, you would be completely unable to evolve. You began to calm down, no longer touching the shackle. Instead, you started to remove the fire rat. On day 67, with the addition of your star element, human water began to fully suppress the fire rat. Falsewood was also tightly restricted by you. The fire rat soon lost. Just as human water suppressed the fire rat, You began to remove it, but the removal process was extremely long. On day 68, you experienced that recovering from illness is like unraveling silk. The process of removing the fire rat was no different. The fire rat was slowly being drawn out of you, strand by strand. This entire process was excruciatingly painful for you. On the 69th day, you gritted your teeth and endured the pain, continuing to separate the fire rat. On the 71st day, you completed the removal of the fire rat. When you removed the very last wisp of the fire rat, your entire dragon body collapsed heavily to the ground. On the 73rd day, you had recovered a fair amount of strength. You began to sense, after losing the fire rat inside you, that the ghost water within your body, the water you were told to endure and not spit out, and the false eye had all become balanced. But removing the fire rat still left considerable trauma on your dragon body. You then focused again on the shackles inside you. In your perception, you could evolve at any moment now, but what the evolution would lead to remained completely unknown. However, your cultivation was not yet sufficient. If you evolved, the chance of failure would greatly increase. You could evolve, but you wouldn't know what you'd become. That was probably the gist of it. Ji Jung was lost in thought. Still, this was at least better than before. Before, touching the shackles had told him he was doomed to fail. There was no way out, so the living rat must not be touched. At least, not until he found a way to succeed. Insufficient cultivation must refer to the success rate. That is, the higher one's cultivation, the higher the evolution success rate. In an instant, Ji Jung understood why the requirement to evolve into a Yinglong included 10,000 years of cultivation. It was probably much the same principle. The higher the cultivation, the higher the success rate. What exactly would the result of this evolution be? Ji Jung was thoroughly puzzled, but he knew it would mostly have to be deduced through simulations. He continued watching the simulation. On the 74th day, you intended to focus on your cultivation, but you knew well that in the outside world, heaven and earth had already been reconnected. Even if you cultivated diligently, you couldn't catch up to those divine beings. You thought it over repeatedly, and decided to proceed with the next evolution. You believed that only by evolving would you have enough power to face those divine beings. On the 75th day, you unlocked the shackles completely. You began the next stage of evolution. The moment you opened the shackles, the four elements inside you seemed to erupt into chaos. You felt your power rapidly surging, and you sensed that your life was undergoing some kind of incredible transformation. On the 76th day, a bolt of lightning carrying terrifying power suddenly fell from the sky, striking your body. Caught off guard, you were blasted into the earth. But that lightning could not kill you. It only left you slightly injured. Your life force was now extraordinarily strong. You were puzzled as to why the lightning had suddenly struck. But then you noticed that a third horn had grown out from where your two dragon horns met. The horn was translucent, with a flowing luster, extremely dazzling. You had no idea what was happening, but a knowledge came to you through some unseen force. Once evolution starts, there is no turning back. Each time you pass a trial of evolution, part of the evolution is completed. The next time you evolve. This sight of Ji Jung completely baffled the dragon himself. He had originally expected it to be a one-time evolution. He never expected it to be like this. Each trial completes a part of the purification. It's a gradual purification, like in the simulation, being struck by a heavenly thunderbolt, and then the body undergoing purification, growing a third horn. So what would be the next trial? When would it come? All of this was unknown, meaning anything could be a trial. That made things very troublesome. Last time, when he walked on the scorching land, whether it was those human cities or the village at the river mouth, everything was a trial. The trials for this evolution would definitely be even harder. Ji Jung felt the terror of evolution, but he also understood that high risk meant high reward. Once he successfully evolved, his strength would receive an unimaginable boost. At that time, perhaps he would even have the power to truly fight the divine beings. He would have to test it again and again to see what the trials really were. Ji Jung continued watching the simulation. On the 77th day, you didn't know when the next trial would appear, nor in what form, but you couldn't probe it either. You carefully sensed the third horn that had grown. You vaguely discovered that this horn seemed to carry the aura of the false eye attribute. Through this horn, you seemed able to control lightning. Having sensed your ability to control lightning, you didn't hesitate. You began tentatively activating your third dragon horn. In an instant, 10,000 bolts of lightning surged across the sky. Your mastery over lightning greatly astonished you. But before you could come to your senses, two auras suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. On day 77, having just finished experimenting with your third horn, you suddenly sensed two auras coming from the foot of the mountain. This surprised you. You vaguely remembered that the chess player had strictly stated to you that as long as you do not leave Lank Mountain, you would be safe. But now, why are two auras entering Lank Mountain? Under your confusion, two horned dragons flew into the mountain. What you saw were two horned dragons. You immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You knew well that the two-horned dragons could not affect you at all. You had no intention of paying attention to them either. You continued studying your third horn on your own. On day 78, the two-horned dragons that had entered Lank Mountain suddenly found you, which greatly surprised you. You didn't understand how they found you. You met the two-horned dragons, but you heard them express their submission to you, and they stated that previously they had seen you summoning 10,000 thundering bolts, and had developed admiration for you. Therefore they entered the mountain to submit to you. You found it strange. Now that heaven and earth are reconnected, there must be many powerful beings outside. Why would these two-horned dragons choose to pledge allegiance to you? You were puzzled, seeing that the two-horned dragons didn't seem to be faking it. You agreed. On day 79, you continued to ponder your third horn, but those two-horned dragons kept praising your might, and said that you were the most powerful dragon under heaven. You just listened, and did not make any statement. On day 80, you still pondered your third horn. You discovered that this horn had a deep connection with your false eye. It seemed that it was transformed from your false eye. After growing this horn, your combat power increased significantly. The two-horned dragons praised you again repeatedly. Under this praise, you felt a bit dizzy and unsteady. What the two-horned dragons said made sense. On day 81, when you experimented with the third horn again, the two-horned dragons flew out again and praised you once more. Hearing these praises, you inexplicably felt a sense of impulse. You felt that with the power of this third dragon horn, you could compete with divine beings. You felt it was time to leave Lank Mountain. Something is wrong. This is very wrong. Almost at the first moment, Zhejiang sensed something was wrong. In this scene, he seemed to have become different. Zhejiang keenly perceived this, feeling dizzy after just a few praises. Impossible. According to his personality, it would absolutely not be possible. There is definitely a problem. Is it because of those two-horned dragons? Impossible. If it were two-horned dragons, how could they bewitch him? Wait, in the simulation, he is now in the trial phase. Ji Zheng clearly caught this point. Previously in the simulation, he had seen Yinglong help a flood dragon that was about to travel through waters, guiding it to the correct direction into the sea. Finally, at the estuary, it encountered a den of foxes. That flood dragon chose to crush those foxes. After being crushed, that den of foxes turned into light and disappeared. This was the trial of heaven and earth. Zhejiang vaguely guessed. Is this also a trial of heaven and earth? It's just that this trial has been upgraded. It can cause a certain aspect of him to be amplified, thus making him easily indulge in it. For example, in the simulation, he seemed to be easily satisfied and enjoy praise, so he became very strange. This trial has already gained an invisible upper hand. Zhejiang didn't know what to say. This kind of trial is too difficult, too hard to detect its pattern. It will still make him sink into it invisibly. Ji Zheng, regarding this kind of trial, simply couldn't do much more. He could only choose to keep watching the screen. On day 82, indulging in praise, you decided to leave Lank Mountain, but you still had a trace of vigilance. You led the two-horned dragons out of Lank Mountain. At the foot of Lank Mountain, you saw a small demon clan. That demon clan saw your presence, and immediately you subdued the entire clan. On day 83, your existence made this clan much stronger. You led these demons to expand territory. Those demons were all amazed at your strength, and praised you repeatedly. You started to feel a bit dizzy again. On day 84, on the advice of a weasel, you led many demons to prepare to expand territory again. In the process of expanding territory, your clan recruited a being of extraordinary power. You recognized that this extraordinarily powerful being was Fei. It's just that after the reconnection of heaven and earth, its strength has returned to its peak. You knew well that you were not a match for Fei, but you still expressed welcome. Fei successfully joined your faction. On the 85th day, you suddenly noticed that ever since Fei joined your faction, most of the demon beasts began to gather around Fei, praising Fei's power. Even those two-horned dragons were praising Fei. Jealousy grew in your heart. You began to subtly resent Fei. On the 86th day, you started to suppress Fei. Fei seemed to sense your hostility, but he didn't care. On the 87th day, to regain control over the entire faction, you decided to lead the entire faction to the Huai River, to join forces with the Huai River faction. On the 89th day, just as you were about to reach the Huai River, Bingyi suddenly appeared and killed you on the spot. Along with your entire faction, all were slain. You died. Please choose one of the following three as your reward: 89 days of survival experience, 89 days of physique, or one of Fei's legs. The simulation is over. In this trial, the competition was very intense. In the simulation, he was definitely influenced by the trial. His focus on praise became very strong. That aspect was amplified, and that set off a chain of events. This is the next trial. The trial is about the heart. No, or rather, it's about fame. Striving for fame. The origin of praise is fame. This fame refers to something like reputation. This was the trial in his simulation. Clearly, he didn't pass this trial. Amplify my focus on fame. Ji Jung was still watching the screen. He knew that the word fame is a deadly poison for both beasts and humans. Every being will chase after fame for its glory. In the process of chasing it, feelings of jealousy and hatred arise, slowly walking towards the abyss. In this regard, beasts and gods might not show it as much, but humans demonstrate it clearly. Ji Jung, in his past life, had his need for this amplified by the heavenly trial. That's what led to the outcome in the simulation. At the bottom of the Hui River, Ji Jung lay in the mud. He fell into deep thought. Through this simulation, he had gained a lot of information. If he were to evolve, the first trial would be that heavenly thunder. That first trial was practically handed to him for free. But the second trial was terrifying. Based on the current situation, the second trial is fame. If the first trial tested his body, that is, his physique, then the second trial tests his heart. Why does it feel like this heavenly trial has a will of its own? Ji Jung was puzzled. If we explain it through body and heart, then he is undoubtedly strong in body, but weak in heart. And it's the extreme kind, extremely strong in body, extremely weak in heart. The heavenly trial is very strange. After the first trial sensed his powerful dragon body, the second trial directly switched to attacking his heart. Forget it. I won't bother about whether the heavenly trial has a will or not. Ji Jung felt this wasn't something he should think about. What he should think about is how to pass the second trial. Fame is not an easy trial to pass. Under normal circumstances, it would be manageable. But under the heavenly trial, his sensitivity to this would be amplified. That's what caused everything in the simulation. And the temptation of fame has always been extremely strong. Buddhism listed wealth and fame as the 5 desires that can cause all kinds of troubles, harming the body. The desire for fame will be amplified. This trial is really not easy to pass. Ji Jung was completely baffled. No matter how he thought, he couldn't figure out how to pass the trial of fame. The key lies in the heart. The simulation can't grind that out either. The problem of the heart isn't something that can be easily accumulated like cultivation. Unless he chose the first option, survival experience, every single simulation. This kind of experience is like a memory. Like he personally lived through it. If he kept accumulating like that, he could indeed build a strong state of mind. And then he could pass this second trial. But that's not worth it. It would waste too much time. Too many simulation points. He didn't have that much time. Nor did he have that many simulation points to waste. First, let's think about which reward to choose. Ji Jung couldn't think of a solution for the moment, so he decided to choose the reward first. Then think about the second trial again. He looked at the screen. 89 days of survival experience. 89 days of physique. 1 of phase legs. These 3 options. The third option is useless. Basically, the first and second are the choices. The first one can increase his state of mind. Rich life experience is the best way to strengthen the mind. The second one increases his cultivation, and also includes part of the evolution process. More importantly, he could actually touch that layer of shackle. But Kijin was a bit reluctant to choose this second option. He worried that the injury from comprehending the fire rat back then might still be within the simulation. And reality is different. Even if the hidden injury from the fire rat entered the gooey realm, it couldn't leave a wound in my dragon region, right? And even if the fire rat's hidden injury were there, it wouldn't matter. Until one day, when I truly comprehend the fire rat, this hidden injury will become a help. Ji Jung still chose the second option. With his choice, a familiar warm current began to appear. Ji Jung felt his own strength growing. Soon, he truly sensed the existence of that shackle. This feeling was very strange. It was as if, in the invisible threads of fate, he sensed the limit of his dragon body. That shackle was the key to breaking through this limit. Ji Jung could now easily touch this shackle. But his third horn had not yet grown out. In the simulation, that third horn was born from purification. Unless he broke the shackle now and underwent purification, it would not appear. My power has advanced a great deal. Ji Jung felt the strength of his own dragon body. Current cultivation, 8,599 years. Did my cultivation also increase? It's because of that juju, isn't it? Ji Jung hadn't seen this in the simulation. But he wasn't surprised. The simulation didn't provide too detailed information. The text in the simulation was all simplified for him. His previous cultivation was over 7,900 years, now over 8,000 years. On his path of evolution, without a doubt, he had taken a big step forward. He had already touched the shackle. So then, it would be very convenient, no need to worrying about dominating the world or anything. Just focus on purification. Ji Jung was very clear about the next direction in the simulation. Purification. No matter what, he had to succeed in purification. Only with successful purification would he have the strength to truly contend with the divine beings. Otherwise, after the connection of heaven and earth is restored, he would be no better than an earthworm. Now I'm walking on the limit of my race, aren't I? Why not take a look at the personal panel? Zhejiang hesitated for a moment, then decided to open the personal panel and have a look. As his thought arose, the screen before him flickered. Countless characters appeared. Name, Zhejiang. Race, Horned Dragon. Cultivation, 8,599 years. Talents, Summon Wind and Rain. Leader of the Forest Armor. Ride Clouds and Mist. Dragon's Might, seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Can be large or small. Duties, God of the Huai River, 60%. God of the Yangtze River, 60%. And God of the Water of Water, 30%. Lifespan, 253,562 years. Current state, in one's prime. You are at your peak. Your combat power can be fully exerted. Even under specific circumstances, you can unleash extraordinary strength. Evaluation. You are a horned dragon that has reached the limit of its race. You possess the power to slay a myth. But the premise is that the myth exists in a weakened state. Still, this does not hinder your immense potential. In 1 to 10 days, you will become a being that makes myths tremble. But right now, you are still weak. I hope you will be cautious and careful. He had indeed reached the limit of the horned dragon race. For the horned dragon race, Zhejiang could proudly say that no horned dragon could surpass him. But isn't this personal panel's evaluation a bit too strong? Zhejiang only had one feeling about this evaluation: strong. The evaluation mentioned that in 1 to 10 days, he would become a being that makes myths tremble. He remembered it wasn't like that before. The previous evaluation only said his potential was immense. But now it says he has the power to make myths tremble. Is it because he has comprehended more elements? Or is it because of eating the jujube? Regarding the matter of the evaluation, Zhejiang thought about it for a long time, then decided to stop thinking about it for now. His becoming a being that makes myths tremble would be in the future. For now, he should honestly think about how to do the next simulation. He still didn't know how to pass the second trial. About this trial of the name, he couldn't think of a suitable way no matter what. Dragon Lord, the old tortoise suddenly swam over at this time. Zhejiang violently twisted his huge black dragon head and looked at the old tortoise. The moment he looked at the old tortoise, an idea came to him. Regarding this trial, he could completely rely on the old tortoise to fight. The old tortoise goes out, seals its heart with cement, and directly crawls to the end. Zhejiang suddenly relaxed. But this made the old tortoise opposite him nervous. He wondered if he had done something wrong, making his Dragon Lord look at him like that. Dragon Lord, did I do something wrong? The old tortoise panicked. No, you didn't. Zhejiang looked at the old tortoise with satisfaction. Dragon Lord, if you made a mistake, why you might as well tell me, I'll change it. I said you did nothing wrong. The moment you said that, Lord Dragon, I felt like I must have done something wrong. No, you really didn't. Lord Dragon, old turtle, let me kowtow to you. Just tell me, please. After Zhejiang gave a lengthy explanation, Old Turtle finally vaguely understood that he hadn't made a mistake. Zhejiang also figured out what Old Turtle had come to talk about. Old Turtle wanted to build a much larger palace for him, and came to ask his opinion. Zhejiang naturally couldn't be bothered with palaces. He turned Old Turtle down, but seeing Old Turtle's sly look, he knew his refusal was useless. That left Zhejiang completely speechless. Old Turtle really was that domineering in this regard. He clearly acted like he was here to inform him, not to discuss it. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered with whatever Old Turtle was up to. He brought him along and started the simulation. In the following simulation, he took Old Turtle everywhere. With Old Turtle around, he could ensure his mind wouldn't be too affected. Zhejiang began preparing for the next simulation. The next simulation would naturally focus on evolution. But he didn't have high hopes for this simulation. He only hoped to pass the second trial. He hadn't even thought about the third trial. The trials are different each time. No one knew what the third trial would become. Wait, I'm about to start a simulation. Do I have enough simulation points? Zhejiang suddenly thought of the simulation points issue. His cultivation this time had increased, so the points needed would definitely double. Currently, starting a simulation required 8,192 simulation points. He had 2,687 simulation points left. Obviously, that wasn't enough. Since it wasn't enough, Zhejiang silently looked at the two items beside him, the sword eye and the divine tree ashes. The juju pit, he only needed to eat one of these two to get enough simulation points. He decided to eat the juju pit. Zhejiang finally chose the red juju pit. He envied the divine tree ashes because they could be used for the item map, but the juju pit served more to help him approach the shackles. Now that he had already fully touched the shackles, the juju pit's effect was almost useless, so he might as well eat it directly and convert it into simulation points. With that thought, Zhejiang hesitated no longer. He swallowed the juju pit in one gulp. Eating the juju pit earned 52,340 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 55,029. over 50,000. If cultivation didn't increase the cost too much, that would be enough for simulations. Ji Jung immediately started the simulation. Simulation activated, consuming 8,190 to simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 46,837. On the first day, you were at the bottom of the Huai River. You looked at the divine tree ashes beside you. You opened your huge mouth and swallowed them. Your material pool has improved. After swallowing the ashes, you began to sense your shackles. You unlocked the shackles completely. Your purification has begun. At the start of your purification, the power inside you surged. Your life underwent an incredible transformation. On the second day, a heavenly thunderbolt struck into the Huai River, hitting you precisely. But you seemed to have anticipated it. You turned and faced the thunderbolt. For a moment, you withstood the thunderbolt. After withstanding it, wings grew from your back. You sensed that these wings were formed from your human water. Isn't an adult Yinglong supposed to grow a third horn? Ji Jung was stunned. Then he realized that his third horn was formed from the falsewood, used to command lightning, while these wings were formed from human water. Each evolution is different. Ji Jung fell into thought. If evolution differs, will the second trial still test me? Ji Jung felt a vague unease. He sensed that this simulation might turn out different from what he expected. He continued reading the simulation. On day 3, you sensed your wings. You discovered that your wings contained immense power. With these wings, you could easily control the world's floods. Your control over water reached an extremely terrifying level. But you did not become complacent. You knew this was only the beginning of evolution. On day 4, you summoned your subordinate old turtle to your side, ordering him to stay by your side at all times. You stayed vigilant, awaiting the second trial. On day 5, the aquatic tribes of the Huai River suddenly reported a strange light appearing outside the river, as if a treasure was brewing. Upon hearing this, your first instinct was that it was a trap, so you ignored it. You focused on staying in the Huai River, studying your wings. On day 6, the Huai River suddenly shook violently. You couldn't help lifting your dragon head to look outside. As you looked, you saw bursts of rosy clouds appearing in the nearby mountains. After seeing the rosy clouds, a sudden urge arose in your heart to go explore. You feel that the treasure under the twilight glow can help you complete your evolution. In a daze, you are about to leave the lake. Sure enough, the second trial changed. It's not about reputation, but without a doubt, this trial also attacks the heart. If he guessed correctly, this trial was about wealth. He pondered that the character wealth is one that accompanies any existence throughout life. For humans, it's gold and silver treasures. For mythical beasts and divine beings, it's cultivation resources. Cultivation treasures. All of these are wealth. Wealth is easier to understand than reputation. Since ancient times, too many disasters have been caused by wealth. Among the 5 desires mentioned in Buddhism, wealth ranks first. Last time it was reputation. This time it's wealth. That treasure light is definitely the key point of the trial. Most likely it's tricking him into going out. Ji Jung somehow started to feel nervous. He could see that the version of him in the simulation would have this desire amplify at the start of the trial. He would definitely fall for it. Now he could only see if Old Turtle could stop him. On the 6th day, you couldn't control the urge to leave the Huai River to snatch the treasure in the twilight glow. You believed this treasure under the twilight glow could help you strengthen yourself, let you quickly complete the purification. Just as you were about to leave the Huai River, your subordinate Old Turtle stopped you just in time. It turned out that Old Turtle saw you were acting strange and realized something. On the 7th day, under the persuasion of your subordinate Old Turtle, you gradually calmed down. Forcibly suppressing that feeling in your heart, you continued to stay in the Huai River. On the 8th day, the twilight glow outside the Huai River became even more intense. It attracted many nearby monsters to appear and fight for it. In your heart, the desire for the treasure rose again. On the 9th day, the twilight glow was still shining. You could no longer control yourself and wanted to leave the Huai River. But your subordinate Old Turtle appeared again and dissuaded you. You glared at your subordinate Old Turtle unfriendly. You started to think that your subordinate Old Turtle also wanted the treasure outside the Huai River, so he kept stopping you. Can't you just drop it? Seeing this, Ji Jung couldn't help but tremble a few times. His whole dragon body, he really didn't expect the plot to develop this way. Even Old Turtle couldn't dissuade him. Then he had no chance either. He could only rely on his own will. Ji Jung couldn't help feeling a bit depressed. This evolution trial obviously seemed not to support external factors interfering. If external factors couldn't intervene, then he could only rely on himself. Relying on himself, his desires in some aspect would be amplified infinitely. Then there was no way he could overcome desire with willpower. He could only continue watching. See if the simulated me could overcome the desire. Ji Jung's dragon eyes stared tightly at the screen. The demoness continued. Under your unfriendly gaze, your subordinate Old Turtle trembled and gave up stopping you. You turned and were about to leave the Huai River. Just as you were about to leave the Huai River, you looked at the water around you, the currents resonating with you. Your heart inexplicably quieted down. On the 10th day, your ghostly waters moved about in various parts of your dragon domain. You calmed down. The thought of leaving the Huai River dissipated. On the 11th day, after your thought of contending for the twilight glow outside the Huai River disappeared, you sensed, in a mysterious way, that the thought had passed the second trial was completed. Just as your thought arose, your dragon domain changed once again. Your dragon scales began to all fall off. After all your dragon scales fell off, even your flesh began to fall off. After your flesh fell off, you grew new flesh. The new flesh you grew was brown. It seemed extremely hard. But you did not grow new dragon scales. The dragon Ji Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect his second stage of evolution to be like this. A body without scales. How is it so snake-like? He would also become a dragon-headed snake-bodied creature. This newly grown flesh is brown. That is to say, this flesh is transformed from earth. It should have a defensive function. He has 4 attributes inside. Now it seems, what is the third horn? Earth is the flesh. Water is the wings. And there's another water that is unknown. But this image of a dragon head and snake body, he really couldn't accept it. That's just a simulation. In reality, evolution might not be like this. He can stop worrying. Ji Zheng could only comfort himself. On the 12th day, you felt your own flesh. You were curious about the hardness of your flesh. You called upon all the aquatic creatures of the Huai River to attack you. You were astonished to find that the strength of all the aquatic creatures in the Huai River couldn't shake your dragon body. The hardness of your dragon body far exceeded your imagination. On the 13th day, the 12 moons and the golden crow revived. You watched the sun rising in the east. After hesitating repeatedly, you decided to go to the east to find the golden crow. Soon, you found 2 golden crows. At your request, 2 Jinwu attacked you. But their flames couldn't harm your dragon body at all. You marveled again at its toughness. On day 14, you prepared to return to the Huai River, but halfway you were stopped by Yinglong. Yinglong looked at you, already halfway through evolution, and after a moment of silence asked you how you had evolved so silently to this degree. You ignored his question and glared at him with fighting intent. But Yinglong didn't intend to fight. Instead, he stared at you and stated that if you evolved successfully, you would count as a branch of his lineage. Yinglong asked if you were willing to join his command. You thought about the reconnection of heaven and earth and agreed. In previous simulations, Yinglong had actually let him join his command. Yinglong had always been quite harsh with him, especially after learning he had already evolved. Back then, he had suspected Yinglong might have some scheme. Now it seemed Yinglong had given up on that plan. Zheng thought it was probably because he had already evolved. So Yinglong had no other choice. He could only choose this way to strengthen Yinglong's lineage. Zheng roughly understood that his original form had evolved from a snake. When he took over, he was a Jiaolong. This already belonged to Yinglong's evolutionary chain. All he did was evolve again after becoming a horned dragon. But this evolution was not into Yinglong himself. It created a branch from this evolutionary chain. Strictly speaking, he was indeed a branch of Yinglong's lineage. If Yinglong protected him, he could survive after the reconnection. Zheng suddenly looked forward to this simulation. This simulation seemed like he could survive, and even live through the reconnection of heaven and earth, though it was a bit ironic. His relationship with Yinglong in the simulation was always back and forth, but as long as it was good now, that was fine. Zheng continued watching the simulation. After gaining your agreement, Yinglong made it clear to you. After the reconnection, he would find you and hoped you would help more Jiaolong become horned dragons and help them comprehend ghost water. You were stunned by his words, but you still agreed. You asked Yinglong why he wanted horned dragons to comprehend ghost water. Yinglong told you not to ask more and left. Before leaving, Yinglong made it clear, telling you to pay attention to the upcoming trial, so you wouldn't fail. You nodded in agreement. On day 15, you quietly stayed in the Huai River waiting for the next trial. You had a vague guess. If you passed the 3rd trial, you could truly complete your evolution. You began to ignore the outside world, focusing entirely on your mind, ready to face the 3rd trial. At the bottom of the Huai River, Zheng stared at the screen before him. His counterpart in the simulation felt that as long as he passed the 3rd trial, he could complete the true evolution. That is, in the simulation he only needed to finish one more trial. Then he could complete the trial and evolve. As long as evolution succeeded, then even the reconnection of heaven and earth wouldn't kill him. And he could see what happened after the reconnection. Zheng was full of anticipation. On day 16, you waited in the Huai River for the 3rd trial, but no trial came. This struck you as strange. On day 17, you kept waiting, but still no trial came. On day 18, you kept waiting. On day 20, you couldn't wait any longer. You decided to go find Yinglong, hoping to get answers from him. As you flew out of the Huai River, you ran into Yingzhao. You knew he came to recruit you to deal with Kunpeng. You only said you had no time and left. On day 21 you arrived beside the Zhanmu Divine Tree. You asked Yinglong about the third trial. Yinglong replied that the final trial would not start on its own. But you had to find it, just as Yinglong had done in his youth. In the past he had searched for his trial among humans, and finally saw it in them. After enduring countless hardships, he completed his evolution. So that was it. The third trial wouldn't be like the first and second. He had to find it himself. Moreover, when Yinglong helped the Yellow Emperor, he hadn't completed the third trial. It was precisely by helping the Yellow Emperor that he finished it. Zhejiang thought to himself, if that's the case, it makes sense. After all, mythology says Yinglong helped the Yellow Emperor because he liked humans. But that didn't hold water. If it was because Yinglong found the third trial in the Emperor or in humans, then it would be plausible. So where would my third trial be? Zhejiang was puzzled too. He could only hope to find it in the simulation. On day 22 you bid farewell to Yinglong and headed to the human realm. You entered the human realm without any restraint. With your current strength, you were invincible before the reconnection, so you had no worries. On day 23, in a mountain village in the eastern part of the human realm, you saw an old man. This old man seemed very interesting to you. He had white hair and a long beard, dressed in a Taoist robe, teaching the villagers. You became intensely interested in what this old Taoist was teaching the villagers. This old Taoist is teaching the villagers that today they must perform the Genshin Vigil. How did this Genshin Vigil come up? Ji Zheng was stunned for a moment. The so-called Genshin Vigil is actually better described as slaying the three corpses. The term slaying the three corpses is mostly circulated among Taoist priests. According to Taoist teachings, every person has three corpses in their body. The relationship between the three corpses and humans is innate. The function of the three corpses is to tattle, or rather, to record one's transgressions. Legend says that after recording everything a person says and does, on the Genshin Day, after the person falls asleep, they will ascend to heaven and report the person's sins to heaven and earth. Even the smallest sin will not be overlooked. They hope the gods will judge this person and reduce their lifespan. Because in the world of the three corpses, only by making this person die as soon as possible can they break free from their bonds and regain their freedom. The so-called three corpses are distributed in different parts of the body. The upper corpse is named Qingyu, also called Pengju. It resides in the human head, causing people to have many desires and thoughts. If a person always likes to think wildly and has many desires, it is the upper corpse causing trouble. The middle corpse is named Baigu, also called Pengzi. It resides in the human chest and abdomen, making people eat randomly, forgetful and prone to evil. If someone always likes to cause trouble and is very forgetful, it is mostly the middle corpse causing trouble. The lower corpse is named Zugu, also called Pengjiao. It resides in the human stomach, making people fond of wine and lust, and fond of killing. When the lower corpse acts up, it makes people indulge in wine and lust, thus causing them to do some incomprehensible things. Therefore, the term Genshin Vigil came into being. On the Genshin Day, stay awake all night, so the three corpses have no chance to ascend and report. Unexpectedly, the Genshin Vigil appears here too. But heaven and earth haven't been reconnected yet. What can reporting achieve? Ji Zheng was a bit curious. Even if heaven and earth were reconnected, would the gods heaven and earth care about such trivial matters? Impossible, right? Ji Zheng guessed that these three corpses probably go to report to the local subordinate gods of the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor is also called the Heavenly Emperor of the Five Directions. Strictly speaking, he could also be called the Heavenly Emperor. And the Heavenly Emperor, regardless, will ultimately have subordinate gods handle it. But why would he, among the demons, be interested in an old Taoist? Ji Zheng watched the screen curiously. You naturally know what the Genshin Vigil is. You curiously watch from the clouds. You want to see if the three corpses really exist. Under the night sky, you carefully stare at the village. The villagers, warned by the old Taoist, all dare not sleep. They stay awake through the Genshin night. But you still find one human has fallen asleep. You stare carefully at that human, and you see three rays of light on his body, seeming to want to leave, but seemingly lacking guidance. Finally return to the human's body. You guess it's because heaven and earth have not yet been reconnected, so the three corpses cannot come out. But you still choose not to leave. You become interested in this old Taoist. You decide to observe for a while. On the 24th day, fluctuations of battle came from the south. You know that Kunpeng should be defeated, but you are not worried at all. You continue observing the old Taoist. On the 25th day, as the old Taoist walks along the mountain path and seems ready to go out, you reveal your true form. The old Taoist does not show surprise upon seeing you, but instead appears very calm. You wonder why this old Taoist is not afraid of you. You lower your dragon head and ask the Taoist, This old Taoist calmly tells you that dragons are part of nature's breath. So why should one fear them? After hearing the Taoist, you feel amazed. You can feel that this old Taoist truly does not fear you, and his eyes are full of calm. You have no intention to harm the Taoist. You choose to retreat, silently watching the old Taoist. The old Taoist smiles in your direction, not paying much attention. He continues walking up the mountain path. On the 26th day, after picking herbs in the mountains, the old Taoist leaves the mountain. As for you watching from the clouds, the old Taoist seems to know everything, and yet seems to know nothing at all. On the 27th day, you watch the old Taoist return to the village. You couldn't help but feel a bit curious. You lifted it up. Was this old Taoist an ordinary man or not? You couldn't resist wanting to take a peek. On day 28, you summoned dark clouds above the village. You tried to make it rain heavily. You wanted to see if the old Taoist would intervene. To your surprise, this old Taoist seemed quite ordinary. He was unmoved by your probing. On day 29, after repeated tests, you discovered that the old Taoist truly had no supernatural traits, yet you clearly sensed a unique charm about him. On day 30, you were about to leave this place and stop observing the old Taoist, but the old Taoist suddenly came to the cliff's edge and called out to you toward the sky. You paused for a moment, then revealed your form. You asked the old Taoist what he wanted, but the old Taoist pleaded with you, asking you to protect the village in the future. He said he already sensed a great change coming to heaven and earth. Hearing this, you were greatly shocked. Of course you knew about the upcoming reconnection of heaven and earth, but you couldn't understand how this ordinary old Taoist had discovered it. You couldn't help asking him. The old Taoist replied, "Follow nature. Nature will tell you the changes of the world." You listened, utterly bewildered, not understanding a word, but you vaguely sensed that perhaps this was a stroke of fate. So you immediately proposed to follow and cultivate by his side. The old Taoist did not refuse, and agreed. On day 31, you shrank your body to half a meter long, and cultivated by the old Taoist's side. On day 31, you followed the old Taoist in cultivation. You found that the old Taoist lived just like an ordinary person. You asked him, since he cultivated the Tao, shouldn't he follow some rules? The old Taoist explained that his Tao was a natural Tao, not a sect. So why should there be so many rules? Seeing everything with an ordinary heart is the way itself. After hearing this, you pondered deeply. On day 32, you continued cultivating with the old Taoist. You asked him if he possessed any supernatural power. He answered that he did not. You were very surprised by his answer. You wondered, didn't this old Taoist have any desire for power at all? When you saw his eyes, so calm, and seemingly undisturbed by anything, a faint flash of insight stirred within you, but you couldn't grasp it. The Tao is nature. Ji Zheng lay at the bottom of the Huai River, watching what was shown on the screen. To be honest, he didn't quite understand this Tao thing. Water is a Tao. Fire is a Tao. A false gaze is also a Tao. Soil is still a Tao. Then what exactly is this pure Tao? Ji Zheng didn't understand. He could only continue watching the simulation, trying to find something in it. Although this old Taoist in the simulation was plain and powerless, he seemed to have a very profound understanding of the Tao. Maybe he could find something useful from this old Taoist. The simulation continued. On day 33, you deeply understood the old Taoist's importance. You asked him about the relationship between the 5 elements and the Tao. The old Taoist paused and answered that he didn't know, but he still shared his own understanding of the Tao. After listening, you grasped it more deeply. On day 34, you vaguely began to understand the Tao the old Taoist spoke of. You knew that heaven and earth are divided into 3 realms and 5 elements. The so-called Tao encompassed both the 3 realms and the 5 elements. Though you roughly understood the Tao, you couldn't truly grasp it. On day 35, a deep red pillar of light rose in the northwest. You looked that way. You knew that Mount Bujo had revived. You understood that staying in the village would only bring disaster upon it. You left behind a trace of your aura, spoke to the old Taoist, and immediately departed from the mountain. You prepared to head to the Huai River. On day 36, the deep red pillar of light vanished. From afar, you saw a celestial pillar appearing in the northwest, and you clearly sensed that the land was undergoing tremendous change. If your guess was right, most of the oceans must have been swallowed by the land. This was the effect after the reconnection of heaven and earth. On day 37, looking at the drastically changed world, you still decided to return to the Huai River. Just as you were about to arrive at the Huai River, a beam of light rushed toward you. You looked closely, and immediately recognized it as Bingyi. You braced yourself as if facing a great enemy, unleashing all your aura, ready to fight to the death. Just as you were about to fight for your life, a roar came from the distance. You looked up, and saw a giant dragon with wings flying toward you, moving extremely fast. Before Bingyi could arrive, it landed ahead of time and blocked Bingyi. You knew that Yinglong was coming. Inside, you quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This meant you had survived. Jizun felt the knot in his heart loosen when he saw Yinglong appear. He also relaxed. He was afraid that Yinglong would say he wanted to protect him. But if Bingyu actually came for him before he had a chance to act, then he would really be done for. Now that Yinglong had appeared, his chances of survival were high. Finally, he could survive after the reconnection of heaven and earth. Jizun couldn't help but slightly lift his dragon tail, wiggling it to show how he felt. He continued to watch what the simulated reconnection of heaven and earth looked like. He really didn't know. Yinglong and Bingyi confronted each other not far from you. Both were roaring. You watched from nearby. After a long confrontation, Yinglong and Bingyi broke into a fierce fight. Terrifying shockwaves erupted. After a short battle, Bingyi chose to leave. Yinglong stayed where he was. You couldn't tell who had won. Yinglong came to you and asked you to help more. After crossing the tribulation, the flood dragon chose to leave. You successfully survived. On the 38th day, you returned to the Huai River. You found your subordinate, Old Turtle. You asked about the condition of the Huai River, the accumulated water, and the Yangtze River. From your subordinate Old Turtle, you learned that the 3 poisons were still in your hands. You immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On the 39th day, you stayed at the bottom of the Huai River. In your perception, it seemed that the mountains and rivers near the Huai River all had masters now, and you had sensed a powerful aura descending in the east. You knew you couldn't match it, so you chose to stay in the Huai River. On the 41st day, outside the Huai River, you welcomed a terrifying existence. You knew you couldn't avoid it. You immediately revealed yourself to confront it. You saw that the being outside the Huai River had a bird's head and a human face. This being stood on 2 dragons. He looked very kind. You stared blankly at this being. But the being smiled and spoke to you. He said he was Gumang, and asked you whether, from today onward, the east would be Fuxi's territory. He asked if you were willing to accept. You were silent for a moment. You worried that, if you chose not to accept, you would be attacked by Gumang. But Gumang explained that you were of Yinglong's clan, and he would not attack you, but he hoped you would accept the rule of Fuxi's heaven and earth, even if only in name. You hesitated for a long time, and then agreed. Only then did Gumang nod and choose to leave. From a human perspective, the east was the jurisdiction of the Green Emperor Fuxi, and his subordinate god was Gumang. Did Fuxi and Gumang descend from heaven? It seemed that humans wanted to regain control of heaven and earth. You roughly understood that the reconnection of heaven and earth meant the conflict between gods and humans would peak again, far beyond the minor skirmishes before the reconnection. The Eastern Green Emperor wanted to regain control of the East. He sent Gumang to subdue every mountain and river one by one. He was wary of the existence of Yinglong behind you, so he asked you politely, but would the gods watch the Eastern Green Emperor take control of the North? Just as there were no gods in the East. Wu Yishu's simulation this time is about to end. Jizun shook his dragon head. He felt that the simulation would become very exciting. On the 42nd day, you continued to stay in the Huai River. From time to time, you sensed battles happening nearby, but you had no intention of interfering. You continued to stay in the Huai River, but felt that you were still unable to complete your evolution. You had a desire to leave. On the 43rd day, you left the Huai River again. You found that heaven and earth had become extremely vast. Your speed could no longer cover from east to west in one day. On the 44th day, you entered human territory. When you saw the current state of humans, you were surprised. Humans no longer looked dispirited. After the reconnection of heaven and earth, they seemed to have found their backbone. Every single person was eager for battle. On the 45th day, you were indecisive, not knowing where to go. Finally, you decided to go find that old Taoist again. On the 46th day, when you arrived at that deep mountain village again, you found that only the old Taoist remained in the entire village. You revealed yourself and asked the old Taoist. The old Taoist replied that the villagers had all heard that the martial emperor had returned and had followed him. You asked curiously why the old Taoist hadn't gone. The old Taoist answered that he had no desire for that. If he had desire, he would definitely go. You were puzzled by the old Taoist's constant talk of desire. The old Taoist smiled and said you still didn't understand nature, so of course you didn't understand. The old Taoist explained to you that when you are exactly desire, desire is lost. How could he? Jizun lay in the mud at the bottom of the Huai River, watching the simulation. In the simulation, heaven and earth were reconnected, but he still didn't know what the third trial would be like. Yet for some reason, he kept following the old Taoist from the simulation. According to his feeling, this old Taoist seemed to possess multiple kinds of charm. Maybe it was the charisma that made him involuntarily think of the old Taoist. That's why he kept following him. What kind of Tao did this old Taoist have? What exactly is the Tao? The Tao is a vessel, containing the 3 realms and 5 elements. But what is the essence of the Tao? Ji Zhang was very confused. The Tao is nature. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. He knew this, but he didn't understand it. Not grasping it, he had no choice but to continue watching the simulation. On day 47, you continued to follow the old Taoist in cultivation. In the village, only you and the old Taoist remained. Every day the old Taoist would get up and till the fields, picking wild vegetables. You stayed by the old Taoist's side and asked him if you could help him gain great power. But the old Taoist shook his head and refused. You cooked the wild vegetables yourself and ate them. You couldn't understand why the old Taoist refused you. On day 48, you observed the old Taoist's behavior. You noticed his life seemed no different from an ordinary human's. Yet there was always an inexplicable charm. You were amazed. On day 49, you couldn't help asking the old Taoist how such a daily routine allowed him to understand what the Tao is. The old Taoist instead asked you what you thought the Tao was. You answered seriously that the Tao is power. You showed him your power to summon wind and rain. But the old Taoist just smiled without speaking, only shaking his head. You then asked him if divination and fortune-telling could be the Tao. The old Taoist said that so-called Taoism and the Tao are not the same, and that what you mentioned were all Taoism, not the Tao. You stood there dumbfounded, very puzzled. But the old Taoist didn't say more, and left with a smile. On day 50, you were still thinking. Seeing this, the old Taoist came up and spoke to you, clarifying that the Tao is not that mysterious. The Tao is heaven and earth. The Tao is the 5 elements. The Tao is everything, regarded as the vessel of all things, embodying the origin of all things. The Tao is the vessel. Ji Zheng watched this, and vaguely understood something in his heart. He had read some books before, and from those books he had seen much knowledge. The world has the 5 elements, so in Ji Zheng's previous view, the 5 elements were the foundation of everything. But now it seemed that the 5 elements are also part of the Tao. The Tao covers everything. The 5 elements of the world can symbolize everything. For example, in numbers, water is 1, fire is 2, wood is 3, metal is 4, earth is 5, water is 6, and so on in a repeating cycle. 3 waters can be counted as 11, 4 waters as 16, and so forth. Again, water is the north, fire is the south, wood is the east, metal is the west, earth is the center, and so on. All these things explain the operation of the world. Everything in the world can be explained by them. Perhaps this world itself is the Tao. And what the 5 elements explain is part of the Tao. In the past, those ancient people probably glimpsed this, saw through it, and compiled it into books, thus producing those extraordinary books. Ji Zheng could hardly believe that an ordinary person could have such profound understanding. The most terrifying thing about this old Taoist was his ordinary mind, seeming to treat everything with equanimity. Even if Ji Zheng wanted to grant him extraordinary power, the old Taoist could still refuse calmly. Ji Zheng could indeed give power to a mortal. A drop of his dragon blood would suffice, but he couldn't understand the old Taoist's thoughts. Helpless, he could only continue watching the simulation, watching you gradually becoming enlightened. The old Taoist seemed to know you had understood, and couldn't help praising your high comprehension. You felt a bit awkward, because it was the first time you'd been praised for high comprehension. The old Taoist seemed to guess what you were thinking, and explained to you that every being has extremely high comprehension. It's just that they excel in different aspects. Some have high comprehension in the Tao. Some in other areas had extremely high comprehension, each one different from the other. After hearing that, you nodded. On day 51, you realized you still had no clue about your 3rd trial, and that the 3rd trial required you to go seek it yourself. You couldn't help wanting to bid farewell to the old Taoist and go look for your 3rd trial. But after hearing that, the old Taoist insisted on leaving with you to search. Though you found it strange, you still agreed. On day 52, you set off together with the old Taoist. You originally wanted to pull the old Taoist and ride the clouds directly, but the old Taoist insisted on walking. With no choice, you had to shrink your body and accompany the old Taoist on foot. On day 53, you kept walking with the old Taoist at an extremely slow pace. You couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. You didn't know how long it would take to cross this mountain at this rate. But the old Taoist remained unhurried, not flustered at all. Forced to, you had to suppress your impatience and continue following the old Taoist. On day 55, you were finally about to leave this great mountain. You breathed a quiet sigh of relief inside. You were already speechless at the pace. During this time, quite a few demon beasts tried to attack the old Taoist, but sensing your presence, they were terrified out of their wits and dared not come close. On day 56, you and the old Taoist left that deep mountain, but you entered another great mountain. You suddenly realized this area was a mountain range, mountain after mountain. If you kept walking, you would still have to cross many more mountains. You looked at the old Taoist and fell silent, but you had no choice and could only keep walking. The old Taoist smiled at you and said if you were in a hurry, you could go ahead. You hesitated for a moment, then still chose to stay by the old Taoist side. You didn't understand why you liked following the old Taoist so much. It seemed the old Taoist had a charm that made you want to follow. On day 57, after you and the old Taoist entered another great mountain, the old Taoist stopped rushing. Instead, he walked to a river in the mountain, stared at something in the river, reached out his hand to scoop up whatever was in the water. You looked down at the river and saw there were many creatures shaped like black beetles in it. But when you looked more closely, you realized they didn't seem to be beetles. These creatures made sounds like pig grunts and swam extremely fast. The old Taoist was scooping them up. You didn't understand why he was doing that, so you asked him. The old Taoist told you that these fish were a delicacy. After hearing that, you were stunned for a moment. It was hard to imagine the things in the water as fish. Fish that looked like insects. What were they? Ji Jung thought hard for a moment. Could they be Yang fish? Only that matched what was in the simulation. Legend has it that the Yang fish's shape is like that of a liniu. A liniu is a kind of black insect, with a hard shell and red wings, and the appearance of the Yang fish is just like the liniu. Moreover, the Yang fish's cry sounds like a pig's grunt. It lives in the river of the eastern Mount Suju in mythology. Clearly, the Yang fish is also a kind of divine beast. Why was this old Taoist catching divine beasts? Ji Jung was stunned. Continuing to watch the simulation, on day 57, you looked at the old Taoist scooping up Yang fish. You were silent for a moment. Then, with a roar from you, all the Yang fish jumped out of the river automatically, facing your might. These Yang fish dared not resist in the slightest. The old Taoist watched what you did, just smiled, picked up two Yang fish and grilled them, then handed them to you. After swallowing them, you felt nothing special. But the old Taoist put on a very enjoying expression. You didn't understand why he showed that look. On day 58, you and the old Taoist continued on the road. All along the way, the old Taoist couldn't stop thinking about the Yang fish, saying straight out that its taste was excellent. After hearing that, you asked him if this wasn't falling into the Buddhist desire for taste among the 5 desires. The old Taoist smiled and said that the Buddhist 5 desires were suitable for his cultivation. The old Taoist also told you, if you could truly treat everything with an ordinary mind, then those so-called Buddhist 5 desires would have no effect on you. Treat desire with an ordinary mind. Lying in the mud at the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Jung was lost in thought. He seemed to have figured out how to pass the second trial. The Buddhist 5 desires are indeed terrifying, especially when magnified endlessly under the trial. They are almost impossible to resist. But if he could truly understand his Tao heart, treat desires with an ordinary mind, and follow nature, then he could definitely ignore the second trial. And so, he accidentally obtained the method to pass the second trial. Ji Jung himself was a bit confused. If he faced the second trial in the next simulation, it would certainly be different. He could really learn many useful things from the old Taoist. Ji Jung couldn't help but continue watching the screen. The simulation continued. On day 59, you and the old Taoist continued walking forward. You roughly judged and knew you were heading south, but you had no destination, so you didn't care which direction you were going. On day 60, you and the old Taoist continued southward. You released your dragon's might all along the way. Normal beings dared not approach you and the old Taoist. You transformed your body to several meters in size to make it convenient to travel with the old Taoist. On day 61, you and the old Taoist continued south. On the way, you came across a village. The old Taoist entered the village. He chose to stay there for one night, but you didn't want to enter the village, so you waited outside the village. On day 62, you suddenly discovered a strange beast outside the village. At the same time, the villagers also discovered the beast. This beast had a shape like a fox, but it had fish fins and kept crying out. A shape like a fox with fish fins, how strange. Although Ji Jung found it strange, he quickly figured out what it was. For strange beasts, the stranger the appearance, the easier they are to remember. This beast was most likely the Junnu. In mythology, the Junnu looks exactly like this. There are no special records about the Junnu, but there is a saying, when the Junnu appears in a place, it means that something panic-inducing will happen there. So the Junnu is more like a warning beast, not like the fish bird that causes drought. What does it mean that the Junnu appeared in these mountains? Could some panic event occur in this mountain? Ji Jung stared intently at the simulation, wanting to see what would happen next in the simulation. You looked at the Junnu below. You originally wanted to catch it and ask it, but upon sensing carefully, you understood that the Junnu was only issuing a warning by instinct, and didn't know what would happen. Just as you felt puzzled, the old Taoist came out of the village and approached you. He looked at the sky and told you solemnly that heaven and earth were changing. You looked blankly at the old Taoist, not understanding. You asked the old Taoist how he could sense it. The old Taoist again explained to you the word nature, and answered that humans are inherently a part of nature, just bound by morality, etiquette, rules, and systems. If one can truly break free from these, they can feel nature, become one with heaven and earth. You seem to understand, but not fully. But you knew that something big was probably about to happen in the East. On day 63, just as you and the old Taoist were about to continue your journey, a blazing sun suddenly rose in the East. Terrifying flames seemed to burn the world between heaven and earth. In just a moment, the mountain you were on caught fire. You knew the flames were not aimed at you. You looked up. That blazing sun was clearly Jinwoo. Jinwoo, having recovered from its weakness, was terrifyingly powerful. It was far beyond what you could match. Just as you were wondering why Jinwoo had suddenly appeared, an even more powerful aura rose up, targeting Jinwoo directly. You recognized it as Gumang's aura. You immediately understood that Gumang had encountered Jinwoo. You muttered to yourself, what a small world for rivals to meet. On day 64, a great battle erupted between Jinwoo and Gumang. You appeared to protect the village. You looked at the mountain fires everywhere, very calm. It seemed that for you now, fire no longer disgusted you. You no longer hated fire. Ji Zheng was truly taken aback by this. These mountain fires were emitted by the blazing sun that Jinwoo had transformed into. Strictly speaking, they belonged to Bing Fire. Faced with this flame, he should have been the most disgusted. That was also why he had been unable to comprehend the fire attribute. It wasn't that he lacked metal and hadn't comprehended it, causing an imbalance, but rather he himself, this dragon, was of the water attribute. He was naturally opposed to fire, so he had been unable to comprehend the fire attribute. But now he no longer felt disgust. Was it because of Tao? Tao is the carrier of everything? Had he already changed in the simulation because of Tao? If he could truly follow the way, perhaps he could truly comprehend the 5 elements. Ji Zheng seemed lost in thought. He seemed to have opened the door to a whole new world. On the 65th day, you stopped watching a great battle in the sky. You knew this battle would not affect you. Your eyes fixed on the mountain fire still burning, unusually calm. The old Taoist stood beside you. He looked at you with a smile, as if he knew how calm you felt. On the 66th day, you began to naturally comprehend fire. The moment you started to comprehend, sparks flew out from every patch of wildfire. They turned into a rain of fire across the sky. As if resonating with you, you very naturally comprehended the living fire. The other 4 elements within you showed no unusual movement. They accepted the newborn living fire. The 5 elements gathered inside you, but the living fire was still very weak. You felt the living fire open its mouth and swallow. It devoured all the wildfire across the land, turning it into nourishment for your living fire. You had comprehended the living fire. The battle above the sky also began to change. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng twisted his massive dragon body, seemingly because of excessive joy. His dragon tail kept slapping, stirring up a lot of mud. In his simulation, he had actually succeeded in comprehending the living fire. The living fire was arguably the hardest element for him to comprehend. But now that he succeeded, it meant his idea of having all 5 elements was completely feasible. The key lay in the Tao. Only the Tao allowed one to possess all 5 elements. Ji Zheng pondered, heaven and earth also possess all 5 elements. That meant heaven and earth might also be beings that had comprehended the Tao, using it as a carrier to comprehend the 5 elements. And now he also had the chance to complete the 5 elements. So did Jinwoo and the others know that the Tao could complete the 5 elements? He felt most likely they did not. He raised his dragon head again and looked at the simulation screen. That battle between Gumang and Jinwoo should be over by now. Speaking of which, Gumang and Jinwoo had a deep blood feud. After the severance of earthly passage, Gumang had controlled Jinwoo's rising. That grudge was enormous. Jinwoo, after all, was a child of heaven and earth, a proper celestial deity, being controlled like livestock, rising and setting. Who wouldn't hold a grudge? And Gumang aimed to completely conquer the entire East. So in the simulation, this battle was bound to happen. It was just unknown who would win in the end. The simulation continued. On the 66th day, you watched Gumang and Jinwoo's battle in the sky from the mountain. At this moment, Jinwoo had fallen into a disadvantage under Gumang's assault. At this moment, you witnessed Gumang's terror. Jinwoo, freed from his weakened state, was already terrifying. Burning rivers and boiling seas was easy for him. Yet he was still at a disadvantage against Gumang. On the 67th day, Jinwoo was completely suppressed by Gumang. Defeat was only a matter of time. You hesitated whether to support Jinwoo, but you thought that now, after the reconnection of heaven and earth, your strength was of no use, so you gave up the idea of supporting him. On the 68th day, Jinwoo suffered many injuries from Gumang. He was about to be defeated. Just then, 9 more suns flew into the sky to besiege Gumang. Seeing this, you calmed down. 10 suns in the sky. Unexpectedly, you had a chance to see this. On the 69th day, the 10 suns did not last long. Gumang did not provoke conflict. Instead, he quickly left. The suns did not rampage across the mortal world, as if they dared not act recklessly. They also left. Seeing the battle end, you chose to continue your journey with the old Taoist. On the 70th day, you and the old Taoist arrived at a mountain called Leishan. At the foot of this mountain, you and the old Taoist saw a lot of gold. You teased the old Taoist, "Don't you want to take some gold?" The old Taoist, however, found it not strange at all. He picked up a piece of gold, leaving you dumbfounded. The old Taoist smiled and said, "Who doesn't want gold? This is desire. As long as a living being exists, desire exists. It's only natural. Desire is not terrible. What's terrible is being obsessed with desire, then being controlled by it." The 5 desires of Buddhism you mentioned are precisely about the fear of being harmed by desire. After listening, you seemed to be lost in thought. You felt that the old Taoist's words contained a profound and mysterious charm. On the 71st day, you and the old Taoist climbed the Leishan. On the mountain, you found many jade stones. You couldn't help but feel amazed. Gold at the foot, jade on the summit. This mountain was truly a mountain of wealth, but only for humans. On the 72nd day, you continued walking in this mountain. When they came to a river, the old Taoist looked into the water. You'd think he wanted to fish again, but there were no fish in the river, only a huge swarm of tadpoles. You almost asked if he'd eat them, but the old Taoist said these tadpoles, though without spiritual essence, perfectly embodied the unity of heaven and man. Following nature, merging into nature. Huoshi means tadpoles, right? It's just another name. This Lei mountain looks exactly like the one in the myth. Ji Zheng stared at the screen, thinking, in the myth, Lei mountain has many rocks below, much jade above, a river on top, and many tadpoles in the river. It matched almost perfectly. But what did the old Taoist mean by unity of heaven and man? In the simulation, the old Taoist said these tadpoles, though without intelligence, actually perfectly matched the idea of heaven-man unity. Heaven-man unity means following nature. Merging into nature, Ji Zheng fell into deep thought. He became very interested in the heaven-man unity the old Taoist mentioned. He knew how useful it could be for him, so he really wanted to understand what heaven-man unity was. But the old Taoist just smiled and said, "To merge into nature. Humans themselves are part of nature." You listened, dazed and confused, not quite understanding. After all, you weren't human. You were a dragon. Day 73. You and the old Taoist continued south. Along the way, you kept pondering what heaven-man unity meant. The old Taoist didn't speak to you, just walked on his own. Day 75. In the mountains, you suddenly saw a green Jiao dragon navigating water. It's water ascension to become a true dragon. You shielded the old Taoist. Remembering Yinglong's words, you didn't hesitate to help this Jiao dragon. You subtly manipulated the flow, directing the water southwest. That made the route longer, but it was the safest. The southwest was watched over by Yinglong. Any other direction would have meant certain death. Day 76, you watched the green Jiao roar. Its eyes fierce, you couldn't help recalling your own days as a Jiao. For a Jiao, ferocity seemed so innate. Vaguely, you felt a glimmer of insight into heaven-man unity, but still couldn't fully grasp it. A flash of inspiration seemed to pass through your mind, yet you couldn't catch it. The old Taoist, sheltered by you, saw your expression and seemed to know you were about to understand. He smiled at you. Day 77, the green Jiao left with the water, but you stayed where you were, still thinking. That glimmer of insight felt like a lock. You clearly felt you were about to open it, yet still lacked the strength. Day 78, the old Taoist suddenly said to you, "Man does not represent all of humanity. Know that the way of man is all things. You too are within the way of man." As soon as he said this, you instantly understood what heaven-man unity was. In the simulation, you truly understood it. Ji Zheng widened his dragon eyes, staring fixedly at the screen. Day 78. After hearing the old Taoist words, you truly understood what heaven-man unity meant. The heaven referred to nature, and you too are within the way of man. As long as you can shatter the shackles and bonds inside you, release your true nature, you can achieve heaven-man unity. But you only understood how to reach it. You couldn't yet truly break those inner fetters. Heaven-man unity requires breaking inner shackles and bonds. That is very difficult. Ji Zheng sank into the mud at the bottom of the Hui River, deeply aware of this point, even though he had never met the old Taoist, nor received his guidance, just from these few words in the simulation. He knew it would be an extremely tough process, breaking the shackles and bonds within. That is an extremely hard thing to do. It sounds easy to say, but extremely difficult to achieve. For humans, the inner shackles and bonds are the codes and institutions instilled since childhood, morals and etiquette. To break those bonds, Return to innate nature. That's no small feat. Perhaps that's the very purpose of cultivation. To gradually break the shackles, break the bonds, achieve heaven-man unity. Ji Jung fell into thoughtful silence. Speaking of it, he wants to attain oneness with heaven and man. That might be even harder. For humans, their nature is human, but he is a dragon. Yet this dragon happens to have a lot of human nature mixed in. Forget it, thinking so much isn't useful. Let it be. Ji Jung gradually began to learn to view everything with a calm heart. You know well that to achieve oneness with heaven, you must now practice cultivation. The old Taoist saw your enlightened appearance. He just smiled without saying anything. On the 79th day, you and the old Taoist continued your journey. Your goal was still to go south. But compared to before, you now had more vitality. Yet the heavy sense of majesty on you had grown even stronger. On the 80th day, you and the old Taoist crossed Lei Mountain and arrived at a mountain named Zhangzhuang. This mountain still had abundant gold and jade, and its peak was enormous. You couldn't help but marvel that after the reconnection of heaven and earth, the expansion of heaven and earth was truly beyond compare. After arriving at Zhangzhuang Mountain, the old Taoist seemed unusually happy. You didn't understand what he was happy about, but the old Taoist answered you, saying there was a fish on this mountain. Eating it would let you stop worrying about plagues. You found it strange you hadn't seen any plagues along the way. Why mention plagues out of nowhere? But seeing the old Taoist so cheerful, you didn't dampen his spirits. With a roar from you, the water creatures on Zhangzhuang Mountain instantly flew out, producing many long strip-like fish. The old Taoist didn't hesitate either. He began picking up these fish. Eating these fish can drive away plagues. Ji Jung quickly associated the fish and plagues on Zhangzhuang Mountain with the records in mythology. Mythology once recorded a mountain named Zhangzhuang, 600 li south of Sujushan and Lei Mountain. Its mountain had much gold and jade. There was a strange beast shaped like a dog, but with 6 legs. It was called Kong Kong. There was also a bird that looked like an ordinary chicken, but with a rat's tail. It was called Zishu. It was said that wherever Zishu appeared, there would be a great drought. On the mountain there was also a fish, called Zhenyu. It was shaped like a fish. Eating this fish would ensure you never caught a plague. This fish matched the records in the simulation exactly. And this mountain seemed to perfectly match the mythological records. The first mountain they visited was called Sujuju Mountain. South of it was Lei Mountain. Further south was Zhangzhuang Mountain. But this old Taoist is definitely no ordinary person. In just over 10 days, he can cover 600 li. Ji Jung deeply realized this. But it would be strange if this old Taoist were an ordinary person. He continued looking at the simulation. On the 81st day, after eating the steamed fish the old Taoist gave you, you didn't feel anything special. It just tasted pretty good. But after eating, the old Taoist started weaving a bamboo basket. He used the basket to pack up all those steamed fish. You looked dumbfounded at the old Taoist's actions. But you didn't ask too much. No matter what the old Taoist planned to do with the steamed fish, you felt it wasn't your concern. On the 82nd day, you and the old Taoist traveled through the mountains. You saw the strange beasts Kong Kong and Zishu. But without a doubt, even after the reconnection of heaven and earth when strange beasts regained their true power, these low-level beasts were no match for you. Under your gaze, no strange beast dared block your path. On the 84th day, you and the old Taoist finished your journey on Zhangzhuang Mountain. You began to descend the mountain and continue south. At the foot of the mountain, you discovered a village. This village was ravaged by plague. It seemed that due to the reconnection of heaven and earth, and the great upheaval, humans were powerless to govern these small villages. After the old Taoist entered the village, he naturally handed all those Zhenyu fish to the villagers for them to eat. Soon, he helped the entire village overcome the plague. You didn't enter the village, but you could still see what the old Taoist did, and you were shocked. You didn't understand how the old Taoist, just after entering the mountain, could know a village outside was infected with plague. On the 85th day, the old Taoist healed the entire village. The whole village was deeply grateful to him. Yet the old Taoist remained very calm. He just smiled and chatted with the villagers, teaching them how to prevent plagues in the future, just as the old Taoist was teaching. From the west, a strange beast suddenly charged into the village. You immediately wanted to strike, but when you sensed that this beast meant no harm to the village, you relaxed. You continued watching. This beast was shaped like an ox, its entire body covered in black hair, and it had one horn. Like a unicorn ox, its shape was that of an ox. Its hair was black, and it had one horn. Was this a sea? The mythical beast described in legends looked exactly like this. But what did this beast want by barging into this village? Curious, you continued watching the simulation. After the beast entered the village, there were no merchants. That calmed the frightened villagers down little by little. They watched the beast with curiosity. The beast came before the old Taoist. It lowered its body, as if showing submission. This divine scene made the villagers exclaim in amazement. But you could tell, The beast had probably sensed a fateful opportunity. And because that opportunity lay with the old Taoist, it submitted. Yet you felt this was the old Taoist's moment of glory. So without hesitation, you let out a mighty roar. Then you revealed yourself to boost the old Taoist's prestige. At once, these villagers began to regard the old Taoist as a god. On day 86, you set off again with the old Taoist. Unlike before, your group had gained one more member. That beast had willingly become the old Taoist's mount. It carried the old Taoist along the way. With the beast present, your pace became much faster. On day 87, you crossed Zunzhuang Mountain and arrived at a place called Boshan. This mountain was very barren. No flowers, no trees, no water source either. You strongly disliked this mountain. But the old Taoist still wore a cheerful expression, as if nothing could stir his mind. On day 88, you traveled until day 93. You went south for a very long time, crossing 6 large mountains. You arrived at a place called Jushan. On this mountain, there were no flowers or trees. It was covered with jade stones everywhere. And this mountain was also the last one in the great mountain range you had traveled through so far. The old Taoist, riding the beast, looked at you and spoke clearly. Along the way we passed 12 mountains. 3,600 li. Tell me, have you found the trial you sought? You were silent for a moment. You shook your dragon head, indicating no. The old Taoist asked again, did you gain anything on this journey? You told the old Taoist your thoughts on the unity of heaven and man. The old Taoist smile deepened a little. You also explained to the old Taoist that to achieve heaven-man unity, one must keep cultivating. The old Taoist deeply agreed with that. He approved of your viewpoint. On day 94, you reached the end of Jushan. But the old Taoist told you that he had already accompanied you long enough. That Yanqi had grown weary. From now on, you must walk the rest of the road on your own. What? This old Taoist wasn't going with him anymore. The reason was fatigue. After traveling 3,600 li without getting tired. Suddenly he was tired now? You felt surprised. You thought about it carefully. You guessed the old Taoist wanted to give you a chance to truly experience the unity of heaven and man. The unity of heaven and man requires cultivation. In cultivation, you shatter shackles. You break bonds. That was the only explanation that made sense. You continued watching the simulation. You knew the old Taoist was about to leave. You also knew that from now on, you should focus on cultivating heaven-man unity. Naturally, you could not refuse. Just as you were about to continue on your own, you were astonished to find the old Taoist suddenly vanished. And along with him, that beast disappeared too. You were stunned. Then you began searching for him on Mount Jushan. On day 94, you were still looking for the old Taoist on the mountain. Before you had searched for long, a deep shadow suddenly appeared before you, blocking your way. You looked closely. This being had the head of a dragon. A human body. It was glaring fiercely at you. This dragon-headed, human-bodied creature hissed at you. You understood its meaning. This being was the mountain god of this mountain. You had trespassed into its territory. The mountain god had a dragon head and a human body. That was a human-bodied dragon-headed god. Combining that with the simulation's location, you suddenly realized. You understood. In myth, the first mountain range in the east. From Suju Mountain to Jushan, there were 12 mountains in total. 3,600 li. Each mountain had a mountain god. All the mountain gods had the same appearance. A human body with a dragon head, called the human-bodied dragon-headed god. In legend, to cross a mountain range, one must worship the mountain god. And the way to worship was to offer a dog as sacrifice. After the worship began, one had to use a ritual to pray, telling the mountain god the need to cross the mountain. Why did this mountain god suddenly appear? You were puzzled. You tried to think hard. The simulation continued. You expressed to the human-bodied dragon-headed god that you meant no offense. But the human-bodied dragon-headed god would not let it go. It attacked you. You fought back without fear. During the battle, you realized the horrifying power of the human dragon guardian god. It was far beyond any existence before heaven and earth were reconnected. But what surprised you even more was your own combat strength. You could actually fight the human dragon guardian god without losing. You didn't even know when your strength had grown to this level. It seemed that while comprehending the Tao and achieving unity of heaven and man, your own power was also rapidly increasing. On day 95, you battled the human dragon guardian god endlessly, neither side gaining the upper hand. Just then, the human dragon guardian god suddenly let out a roar. The human dragon guardian gods from the other 11 mountains flew over together, facing the siege of 12 mountain gods. You could no longer hold your ground. You fell. You died. Please choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. 95 days of survival experience, 95 days of physique, and the head of the human dragon guardian god. The simulation ends. The human dragon guardian god. I never thought I'd die at the hands of these mountain gods. Ji Zheng couldn't help sighing. In his simulation, he had fought the dragon bird guardian gods of the mountains in the south. Back then, Those mountain gods were no match for him. But after heaven and earth were reconnected, these mountain gods, working together, could easily kill him. However, in his simulation, all 12 mountains from Suju Mountain to Ju Mountain had mountain gods. Without paying homage, you cannot climb the mountain. Ordinary beings would be killed if discovered. Then, why was nothing wrong when he traveled with the old Taoist? It was only after the old Taoist left that these mountain gods appeared. Was it because of the old Taoist? Ji Zheng became very curious about the old Taoist's identity. The old Taoist could be said to be completely his master. He taught him what the Tao is, what unity of heaven and man is. But he had absolutely no idea who this old Taoist really was. Riding a Blackhawks, was it Laozi or some other being? Ji Zheng felt there was still too great a gap between him and becoming a truly powerful existence. The gap was so huge that when he encountered these beings, he couldn't even identify who they were. For instance, the two figures in that ruined chess game. And this old Taoist, there were still many secrets he needed to uncover. Maybe next simulation, he could investigate the old Taoist's identity. After all, an ordinary person. How could he have such charisma that made me follow him directly? Ji Zheng silently set a goal for the next simulation. Then he looked again at the reward options for this simulation. 95 days of survival experience, 95 days of physique, and the head of the human dragon guardian god. The third item, the head of the human dragon guardian god. Besides increasing his simulation points, it probably had no other use. If I had to say one more use, it would be to relieve his anger. But that didn't really help either. Ji Zheng looked at the three options, and finally chose the first one without hesitation. The insights from this simulation were the most precious. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the muddy depths of the Huai River, a black dragon, 1,000 meters long, slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes looked eerily piercing in the pitch-black water. This black dragon was Ji Zheng. At this moment, Ji Zheng's dragon body had gained a bit more heaviness and authority. After he chose the first option, his understanding of the Tao had increased greatly. Moreover, this first option contained far more than just insights into the Tao. It also included the concept of unity of heaven and man, cultivation insights, the old Taoist's teachings, and so on. This understanding caused him to sink into slumber for 10 days before fully digesting it. Without a doubt, after digesting it, his combat power had skyrocketed. Most importantly, it was the Tao. After he came to understand the Tao, his dragon body was no longer merely water elemental. It belonged to the Tao. To put it simply, it became a vessel capable of containing the 5 elements. So next, he could truly comprehend the 5 elements in the simulation. What would it feel like to have all 5 elements? Ji Zheng himself couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be to truly possess all 5 elements. After feeling his own power, he chose to open his personal template to take a look. What changes had occurred after comprehending the Tao? He muttered to himself, "Open personal template." Soon, a long-unseen screen materialized before him. Name, Ji Zheng. Race, Horned Dragon. Years of cultivation, 8,599. Talents, Summon Wind and Rain. Chief of the Scale Armor. Ride Clouds and Mist. Dragon Might, Avoid Misfortune. Expand and Shrink. Duties, Huai River Water God 60%, Yangtze River Water God 50%, Ji River Water God 30%. Lifespan, 32,356,225. Current state, in the prime of life, you are at your peak. Your blood and Che are extremely vigorous. Your combat power can be fully unleashed. Evaluation, you are a horned dragon that has vaguely surpassed the limits of your race. Your strength is comparable to ordinary mythical beings. But against truly terrifying myths, you still cannot resist. Yet this does not hinder your potential to become a top-tier myth. At the same time, it seems that because you have comprehended some mysterious element, your immense potential has been unleashed. But it still takes considerable time to fully release. I suggest you be cautious. Develop steadily. There was no mention of the next evolution. Does this mean his evolution is already set? Or perhaps what matters to him now is no longer evolution, but understanding the unity of heaven and man. Ji Zheng swept his gaze across and finished reading. He fell into deep thought. This template hasn't changed much compared to before, but the first line of the evaluation is different. He remembered last time when the template said he had reached the limit as a horned dragon. Now it mentions a horned dragon that has surpassed its limit. In his current situation, he should have surpassed the horned dragon in power, but his life essence hasn't surpassed it yet. He still needs to evolve. But what exactly is the third trial of evolution in the simulation? He still doesn't know that. Ji Zheng felt puzzled. The third trial. After all, he hasn't even seen a hair of it. Until the next simulation, he must keep searching for the third trial. He must continue seeking the third trial. Completing the evolution sooner will also strengthen his power. Once he finishes evolving and achieves unity with heaven and man, his combat ability will definitely reach a new level. Ji Jung couldn't help feeling a bit excited, but he quickly composed himself. He began to check how many days he had slept. Using the simulation points twice a day, he easily learned he had been asleep for 14 days, based on the information obtained from the simulation. Nothing major had happened in the past 14 days. Actually, it seems that on the 13th day in the simulation, the second golden crow in the east and the 12 moons revived. So the current timeline is 1 day after the revival of the second golden crow in the east and the 12 moons. Ji Jung was deep in thought, when suddenly, he noticed two blazing suns descending outside his Huai River. He easily sensed that they were two golden crows. This stunned Ji Jung. What are these two golden crows doing at his Huai River? This part doesn't seem to be in the simulation, does it? Wait, in the simulation, he wasn't staying inside the Huai River either. Even if these two golden crows wanted to find him, they wouldn't have been able to. Ji Jung, curious, swam out of the Huai River. He wasn't afraid of the two golden crows at all. With his current strength, before the heaven and earth reconnect, he is unmatched in the world. Of course, except for those two from the Lang chess game and the old Taoist. At the same time, high above the Huai River, two blazing suns descended. After landing, the two suns dispersed their red light, revealing their true forms as golden crows. They seemed somewhat in awe of the existence in the Huai River. The smaller golden crow said to the larger one, "Brother, there really is a terrifying existence in this Huai River." That little golden crow, the one that just revived recently, expressed doubt. "Trust me, I'm not wrong. Now that heaven and earth haven't reconnected, we divine race are bound, unable to exert our full strength. Even if this Huai River Dragon Lord is bound, his power is still extremely formidable. If he were unsealed ... double quotes, the big golden crow showed a look of awe. The little golden crow wanted to say something more, but the surface of the Huai River suddenly burst open. A 1,000-meter black dragon soared into the sky. An overwhelming pressure instantly struck the two golden crows. Ji Jung concealed himself among the clouds. He looked down at the two golden crows, asking their purpose. The two golden crows expressed that they had only come to visit and meant no harm. This confused Ji Jung. Did these two golden crows have nothing better to do than visit him? Do they think I'm a human? Playing neighbor visits, Ji Jung had no interest in chatting with them. After a brief exchange, he plunged back into the Huai River, leaving the two golden crows standing there, looking at each other in confusion. "Brother, you were right. If heaven and earth reconnect, this black dragon's power might be even stronger than that of the Juyin dragon." The little golden crow trembled. As everyone knows, before heaven and earth reconnect, divine beings have at most 1/10 of their true strength. So they guessed that Ji Jung was currently at 1/10 power. They imagined how terrifying Ji Jung would be at his peak. It's not just about strength. Don't you feel a familiar fluctuation from this black dragon? I seem to have felt this fluctuation from the heaven and earth itself before. The big golden crow muttered to himself. He silently made a decision. In the future, he must interact more with this black dragon, and preferably forge a friendship of life and death. Once heaven and earth reconnect, when danger comes, he can rely on this black dragon. When in danger, you can rely on this black dragon. Well, it can't be that even after the heavens and earth reconnect, he still needs to protect this black dragon. That's impossible. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Jung lies here. He summoned the old turtle. After understanding the situation of the three poisons, he felt relieved and prepared to start the next simulation. The old turtle was still the same old turtle, someone he could completely entrust his trust to. Under the old turtle's control, the three poisons had basically no difference. The Huai River was the best managed. Next was the Yangtze River. Although the Yangtze also had divine and strange phenomena, the strange phenomena didn't like to manage, so they followed the old turtle's instructions and governed the Yangtze. And they achieved fairly good results. The last was the Ji River. The accumulated water, even Ji Jung himself hadn't fully mastered it, so naturally, he couldn't regulate the wind and rain. But under the old turtle's capabilities, the accumulated water was still being managed, so Ji Jung could rest assured and focus on the simulation. The most important thing in the next simulation was to find the location of the third trial. Also, to find out the identity of that old Taoist. That old Taoist was encountered on the 22nd day. That means there are still 8 days from now. Also, the comprehension of unity of heaven and man must not stop. Furthermore, whether he could actually find a more suitable path to survive after the heavens and earth reconnect, that's probably all. After thinking it over, Ji Jung directly started the simulation. Simulation start consumed 8,192 simulation points. Remaining simulation points, 38,673. Day 1. You are at the bottom of the Huai River. You look at the ashes of the Jianmu divine tree beside you. You open your bloody maw and swallow it. Your earth attribute is enhanced. Then you decisively touch the evolutionary shackles you can perceive. In an instant, you cross the shackles. Your power begins to rise. Your life begins to transform. Day 2. a heavenly thunderbolt strikes at you. You are not afraid at all. Instead, you ascend into the sky. Very easily, you catch the heavenly thunder. The thunder didn't even injure your dragon scales. After withstanding the thunder, your dragon scales begin to shed. Just as you thought you wouldn't grow new scales, you suddenly discover that new dragon scales have grown on your dragon body. Your new dragon scales are dark gray blue. Each one is extremely hard. You have a strong feeling that nothing can destroy your scales. At the same time, you feel that these scales are transformed from your wood element. The appearance of the evolution has become different again. What is the reason for this? Could it be because Zhejiang could only think of this one reason? Other reasons don't hold water. After he comprehended the Tao, his dragon body became a vessel, so it can accommodate the 5 elements. This might be the reason. That's why his evolution changed. In the original evolution, the wood element should have transformed into a 3rd horn, but now it has turned into new dragon scales. Then what about the next, ghost water? Enduring water and fertile earth, what changes will they undergo? Zhejiang suddenly became curious. He continues to watch the simulation. Day 3, you begin experimenting with your new scales. You discover that your newly grown scales have strong defensive power, and you can control lightning. You can even attach lightning to your dragon whiskers, forming an even stronger defense. Day 4, you begin waiting for the second trial to arrive. You are very calm about the second trial. Day 5, at the bottom of the Huai River, you feel your newly grown dragon scales. Suddenly, a great desire rises in your heart. A vast desire. You think your clan members are too few. You lack direct descendants. You want to produce more offspring. When you look at those female aquatic creatures, your eyes light up. This is the lust demon arising. The second trial hasn't changed. It still mainly attacks the heart. This time, it's the lust demon affecting Zhejiang. He thought of the Buddhist martial realm. In the Buddhist martial realm, lust ranks 2nd. Sentient beings crave lust and affection, sinking into the ocean of desire, unable to extricate themselves. Thus they commit all kinds of great mistakes. It is truly lamentable. He has clearly been infected by the lust demon, amplified under the trial. But relying on his comprehension of the Tao, he should be able to remain unaffected. Even if he can't stay unaffected, he should at least be able to resist. Zhejiang was really afraid that he might carelessly spawn a bunch of children in the simulation. That would be embarrassing. He didn't want to see that kind of plot. You really want to mate with those female aquatic creatures. But for the sake of your descendants, the lust deep in your bones rises. But he quickly calmed down. When you opened your eyes again, lust was gone from your eyes. Your second trial was easily passed. On the 6th day, you sensed in the void that your second trial was over. As soon as that thought fell, your dragon district changed once more. But this time the change was not great, yet you could tell the change was internal. Your dragon bones seemed to have cracked and advanced, turning brown, giving you a feeling of indestructibility. On the 7th day, you knew the 3rd trial had to be sought, so you did not stay in the Huai River. You left the Huai River and went to find Yinglong. Soon you reached an agreement with Yinglong. You joined Yinglong's command. Yinglong promised to keep you alive. On the 8th day, you returned to the east. You went to the village in your memory where the old Taoist had stayed, searching. To your surprise, you did not find the old Taoist in that village. On the 9th day, you searched the entire east, but still you found no trace of the old Taoist. How could this be? The old Taoist had vanished into thin air. Zhejiang couldn't believe it. In the last simulation, it was day 22. The old Taoist had been in the eastern mountain village teaching the villagers something profound. In this simulation, it was day 8. According to the timeline, that corresponded to day 22 of the last simulation. The difference between this simulation and the last was not huge. How could this be? The old Taoist appeared last time, but not this time. Zhejiang was utterly baffled. Could it be that the old Taoist doesn't appear every time? It's entirely random. Even the simulation can't predict his appearance. Then this old Taoist is too terrifying. Just thinking about it made Zhejiang shudder. Even the two from the rotten chess game couldn't do that, could they? Who exactly is this old Taoist? Jizan thought hard. But the simulation continued. On day 10, failing to find him, you chose to give up searching. You began to study the unity of heaven and man. You constantly tried to shed your own shackles and reclaim your true nature. On day 11, two golden crows learned you had come to the eastern mountains. They immediately found you and paid a visit. You found their worshipful gazes strange. You wondered if heaven and earth were reconnected. Shouldn't these two golden crows be stronger than you? Why do they worship you? On day 12, you conversed with the two golden crows. After some talk, the two golden crows knelt and kowtowed to you, expressing willingness to submit. After a moment's thought, you agreed. The two golden crows would henceforth cultivate alongside you. On the 13th day, Ying Zhao came looking for you, but you directly drove him away. You focused entirely on cultivation, striving to reach the unity of heaven and man. The 2 golden crows also cultivated with you. They did not go to encircle Kunpeng. Seeing this, you immediately taught the 2 golden crows what the Tao is. To your surprise, no matter how you taught them, they could not understand what you said. It seemed what you said was like a heavenly book to the 2 golden crows. On day 14, you were still teaching the 2 golden crows. But those 2 golden crows seemed to be missing that chord by nature. They could not grasp your words. On day 15, unwilling to give up, you summoned a demon. You explained your understanding of the Tao to it. That demon looked as if suddenly enlightened. You asked what it had understood. The demon said it understood that you were speaking. You were silent for a moment. Then you told the golden crows to throw that demon off the mountain. The understanding of the Tao cannot be comprehended by other beings. Is it because of talent? Ji Zheng pondered in the mud. In the end, he decided it wasn't a matter of talent. Speaking of talent, he wasn't that gifted. Back then, he had to run the simulation several times just to pass Yinglong's trial. Moreover, those 2 golden crows, as heaven and earth-born purple talents, how could they be lacking? Perhaps because the Tao was taught to me by that old Taoist, so it cannot be passed on to others? Ji Zheng could only think of this explanation. The Tao must not be lightly transmitted. Light transmission is not the Tao. Maybe that's why the golden crows couldn't understand what he said. Indeed, if any being could understand the Tao, wouldn't that mean everyone has the potential for the 5 elements? Ji Zheng gradually realized what a great fortune it was to have met that old Taoist and been taught by him. Without the old Taoist's teaching, perhaps no matter how many simulations he ran, he could never comprehend the 5 elements. As long as he himself wasn't the vessel, the 5 elements could never be perfectly understood. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the old Taoist anymore. Otherwise, continuing to cultivate by his side would surely be a tremendous opportunity. Ji Zheng sighed inwardly. Then he continued watching the simulation. On day 16, you knew the 2 golden crows couldn't cultivate the Tao, so you gave up the idea of teaching them further. You began to comprehend the unity of heaven and man. You gradually internalize the inner rules and regulations, and all the ceremonial norms become weapons. You unleash your dragon nature. On the 17th day, you summon wind and rain. You writhe your dragon body amidst the wind and rain. Your dragon nature rejoices. You vaguely feel one step closer to true unity of heaven and man. Just as you return to the great mountain, 2 golden crows surround you. Both golden crows clearly sense a very familiar aura on you. You are puzzled and ask why. The 2 golden crows answer that they sense the same aura from heaven, earth, and the divine goddess Nuwa. You are stunned. You suddenly realize that heaven, earth, and Nuwa might have achieved unity of heaven and man, and possessed all 5 elements, hence the similar aura. On the 18th day, you notice the 2 golden crows look at you with growing admiration. You feel a difference, and don't understand what they are thinking. On the 20th day, you continue your unwavering cultivation. But this time, your practice focuses more on removing your own shackles rather than increasing power. You begin your journey of cultivating the mind. On the 21st day, in the northwest direction, a deep red pillar of light shoots into the sky. You immediately know that Mount Buzhou has revived. Ying Zhao comes to you. Ying Zhao needs the golden crow to revive the Fusang tree to complete the reconnection. Ying Zhao is surprised for a long time after sensing your aura, as if they didn't expect a being like you to exist in the current world. You have no intention of stopping Ying Zhao from using the golden crow to revive the Fusang tree. On the contrary, you want to use the Fusang tree's revival to comprehend the living rat. On the 23rd day, the great golden crow begins reviving the Fusang tree. You watch the rising fiery red pillar of light. Your dragon eyes are unusually calm. You don't load the flames. You start to feel the fire. Under your perception, you faintly resonate with the flames. On the 24th day, humans come to stop you, but due to Zhao, they proactively block the way while you continue comprehending the flames. On the 25th day, the Fusang tree completes its revival. Heaven and earth begin to reconnect. At the same time, you complete your comprehension of the fire element. Fire element appears inside your body. And perhaps because you comprehended fire under the Fusang tree, your fire element begins to transform into Bing fire. Directly transforming into Bing fire, a bright flame, which among the 5 elements is a yang element flame. To use an analogy for Bing fire, it is the fire of the sun. However, comprehending the 5 elements under these special trees seems to skip many steps, allowing direct comprehension of yin and yang 5 elements. Ji Zheng muses thoughtfully. Normally, the process of comprehending the 5 elements goes through regular 5 elements first, and then transforms into yin 5 elements or yang 5 elements. But under special trees or in special places, you can directly comprehend yang or yin 5 elements. For example, he comprehended yang wood and yin wood under the great peach tree on Mount Dushu, yang water and yin water at the Yangtze River, and yang earth and yin earth from the ashes of the divine mulberry tree. Now in the simulation, with the Fusung tree he comprehends Yang fire and Yin fire, except for ghost water, which he achieved on his own. All the others he comprehended through shortcuts. It was only before the reconnection of heaven and earth that he had a chance to come to these special places. Otherwise, after the reconnection, there would be no chance at all. The recorder understands clearly. Ultimately, it's because he has the simulator. Otherwise, he would never have this opportunity to comprehend the 5 elements. Next should be the reconnection of heaven and earth, right? This time the reconnection has no old Taoist. Wonder how it will proceed. Jizun looks forward and continues watching. Simulation day 26, heaven and earth reconnect. You clearly sense that both the sky and the earth are undergoing some changes. Meanwhile, the power of the 2 golden crows and Yingzhao beside you seems to be unleashed, becoming incredibly terrifying. In comparison, your power at this moment appears minuscule. You know that the weakness period of the golden crows and Yingzhao has ended. Only your power shows no change at all. On the 27th day, facing the gaze of the golden crows and Yingzhao, you know they are asking why you haven't regained your strength after the reconnection. You honestly express that this is your peak power. Your words surprise the 2 golden crows and Yingzhao. But before you can say more, suddenly, a powerful aura descends. You recognize it as Bingyi arriving. You instantly know that Bingyi has come to seize your position of the 3 poisons. Yet you are not afraid at all. In your sight, Bingyi arrives quickly. But Yinglong arrives even faster, stopping Bingyi. On the 28th day, Yinglong successfully blocks Bingyi. Seeing this, you no longer stay. You return to the Huai River. The Golden Crow and Yingzhao are puzzled, but they don't stop you. On the 29th day, you stay in the Huai River to cultivate. But you feel that cultivating in the Huai River can only increase power. It cannot let you reach the realm of unity of heaven and man. You are pondering whether to leave the Huai River and go to another place to cultivate. How awkward this must be. Ji Zheng watches what is happening on the screen and finds it somewhat amusing. He looks at the simulation. He probably understands now why those 2 golden crows showed him such adoring looks. Before the reconnection of heaven and earth, a divine being cannot unleash his full power. Thus it's called the weak period. Those 2 golden crows saw him as a divine being, so they thought he also had this weak period. Unexpectedly, now that heaven and earth have reconnected, they were exposed. He is at his peak, not in a weak period. Ji Zheng is not embarrassed at all. If it were the old him, he would definitely be embarrassed. But now he is wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the unity of heaven and man and strengthening his path. How could his heart be embarrassed? Besides, that was all in the golden crow's imagination. It's not like he pretended on purpose. However, to comprehend the unity of heaven and man, one must travel and cultivate the mind. Traveling after the reconnection of heaven and earth is absolutely full of dangers. And even if he wants to travel, he doesn't know where to go. Ji Zheng really doesn't know where to travel. Through the last simulation, he knows that after the reconnection, the whole world will change, becoming similar to the appearances in myths. So he also doesn't know where to travel. Let's see how I in the simulation will choose. Ji Zheng finally decides to let the simulated him act freely. He just watches. Day 30, you finally decide to leave the Huai River. You think your fear of the powerful beings in the world is wrong. Fear is a kind of consciousness and desire. If you do not face them directly, you cannot surpass those beings. Remembering the old Taoist teachings, you take the initiative to leave the Huai River. After much hesitation, you decide to go to Buzhou Mountain. Among the 4 major passages, Buzhou Mountain is the only one you haven't set foot on. You plan to make a trip there. Day 31, you head northwest. But now the world has become extremely vast. Even with your speed, you cannot quickly cross the east. Day 32, you pass by many mountain peaks. You also encounter many mountain gods. But you have no intention of fighting them. You focus entirely on getting away. Those mountain gods cannot chase after you, so they let you continue on your way. Day 33, you finally reach the eastern border. When you arrive, you encounter Gumeng. Facing Gumeng's imposing presence, you can't help but become serious. But Gumeng does not attack you. Instead, he is surprised that you could come this far. From Gumeng you learn that because you are under Yinglong, along the way, those truly powerful divine beings and humans will show you respect and won't trouble you. But those mountain gods don't care about that. So Gumeng thinks it's impossible to cross all those peaks and leave the east. You have now reached the eastern border, which is why Gumeng is surprised. Day 34, Gumeng just chats with you for a while, and then leaves. Before leaving, Gumeng asks where you want to go. After learning you want to go to Buzhou Mountain, Gumeng tells you to go around the north. After Gumeng leaves, you set off towards Buzhou Mountain. Day 35, you ultimately heed Gumeng's advice, and detour around the north, entering from the west, preparing to go to Buzhou Mountain. Day 37, after skirmishing with a bunch of mountain gods in the west, You successfully arrive at Bujo Mountain. You gaze at the giant peak before you, even more towering than Mount Kunlun, and feel deeply shaken. In your eyes, Bujo Mountain is a true pillar of heaven, supporting the sky. But this pillar seems to be missing a piece in the middle, with a concave indent there. Ji Jung didn't expect that the simulated him would choose to go to Bujo Mountain. Ji Jung watches as the screen describes Bujo Mountain as a heavenly pillar missing a piece in the middle. Bujo seems to mean incomplete. Bujo Mountain can indeed be called an incomplete mountain. Bujo Mountain is a pillar supporting heaven and earth. When Gong Gong angrily struck Bujo Mountain, did he attack the incomplete part and break it? Ji Jung speculates. At the same time, he develops a strong interest in Bujo Mountain. What could be on Bujo Mountain? Ji Jung continues watching the simulation with great interest. The simulation continues. Day 38. You observe Bujo Mountain for a long time. Finally, you choose to climb Bujo Mountain. As you gradually approach Bujo Mountain, snow swirls around you. The temperature drops sharply, but this is useless against you. You continue climbing the mountain. Day 39. You officially begin climbing Bujo Mountain. You find that the temperature inside Bujo Mountain is extremely low, with unceasing strong winds and endless heavy snow. Ordinary people simply cannot approach Bujo Mountain. Otherwise, just relying on this temperature can freeze a person to death. You continue climbing upward. You keep watch for any powerful gods or strange beasts on Bujo Mountain. But unexpectedly, there is no creature on Bujo Mountain at all. Only heavy snow falls. On day 40, you continue climbing the mountain. You understand why there are no creatures on Bujo Mountain. Shortly after you continue forward, suddenly the blizzard intensifies. This fierce blizzard actually makes you feel cold. This cold comes from the soul. You immediately realize that the blizzard on Bujo Mountain can suppress the soul. It also affects the soul. This may be why there are no strange beasts or gods on Bujo Mountain. You originally wanted to go down Bujo Mountain, but after sensing it, you find this level of cold is still bearable, so you continue forward. On day 41, as you advance, the cold becomes more and more terrifying. You are finally about to give out. Just as you are about to collapse, a warm current surges through your dragon body. The elements of rolling water, armor wood, endurance water, mist earth, and Bing fire all exert themselves to shield you from the wind and cold. You are able to continue forward. You have a vague feeling that climbing Bujo Mountain will be greatly beneficial for you. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Jung watches the screen in front of him. What exactly is on Bujo Mountain? The simulation mentioned that he has a vague feeling that climbing Bujo Mountain will be greatly beneficial. So there must be something on Bujo Mountain, but he cannot imagine what exactly is on Bujo Mountain. It can connect to the celestial realm. If he can really reach the summit of Bujo Mountain, then can he ascend to the celestial realm? Ascend to the celestial realm. Ji Jung suddenly became curious. He has no idea what the celestial realm is actually like. If he has a chance to go to the celestial realm, then of course it is better to go and see. He just does not know if his simulated self can do it. Ji Jung lifts his dragon head and stares intently at the screen. The simulation continues. On day 42, relying on the 5 elements, you endure the blizzard and continue forward. On day 43, as you advance, you reach the midpoint of Bujo Mountain. Here, the blizzard you encounter is even fiercer. The cold is so intense that even with the 5 elements to resist, you feel a bone-chilling cold that penetrates your heart. On day 44, you pass the midpoint of Bujo Mountain and continue forward. At this moment, your 5 elements can no longer resist. A thick layer of frost forms on your dragon body. You start to have second thoughts. You want to leave Bujo Mountain. On day 45, you can barely move forward. Countless thoughts of wanting to leave Bujo Mountain arise in your heart. These thoughts are like boulders pressing on your heart. Just as you are hesitating, you inexplicably recall the old Taoist teachings. Your heart calms down. All those thoughts gradually disappear. You feel that your own being merges with the wind and snow on Bujo Mountain. You feel as if the wind, snow, and ice are no longer so cold. You begin to ride the clouds and mist. You head toward the summit of Bujo Mountain at great speed. It can be like this. Ji Jung is completely stunned, his whole dragon body frozen. In the simulation, he was already showing signs of not being able to hold on. Even with the 5 elements resisting, he could not hold on. He had also prepared to record that he could at most reach the midpoint of Bujo Mountain. Unexpectedly, he suddenly became immune to the cold. Is this because of the Tao? And this merging of self with the wind and snow? Is this not the unity of heaven and man he sought? The so-called unity of heaven and man is about breaking away from institutional regulations and moral rituals, the bonds of morality and etiquette and so on, allowing people to recover their lost natural nature and return to nature anew, reaching a new realm. Is his simulated self, because of the extreme cold, such that he forgot all his bonds and shackles, and focusing solely on climbing briefly attained the realm of unity of heaven and man. Finally, he has a chance to touch the unity of heaven and man. Ji Jung feels pleasantly surprised. Since he now has a chance to touch the unity of heaven and man, he is confident he can truly comprehend it. Only then does he suppress the joy in his heart. He looks at the screen again. On day 46, you soon approach the top of Bujo Mountain. You look at the clouds and mist all around. You have a vague, hazy feeling in your heart, as if you are about to meet a divine being. On day 47, you successfully reach the summit of Bujo Mountain, but you find nothing special here. You cannot help but feel puzzled. Bujo Mountain is a passage between heaven and earth. Why is there no place here leading to the celestial realm? Just as you are puzzled, you suddenly notice a strange fluctuation emanating from somewhere ahead. Following the fluctuation, on day 48, at the edge of Bujo Mountain's summit, you see cracks in the sky. These cracks spread downward. Most of them connect to Bujo Mountain. He suddenly understood how to reach the heavenly realm. He only needed to pass through those cracks to enter the heavenly realm. You were about to attempt entering the heavenly realm, but a figure stepped ahead of you, preparing to enter the crack. You stared intently. That figure was female, human-bodied with a serpent tail. She exuded a mysterious aura. As you gazed at that figure, she also gazed at you. After a moment of looking at you, the figure left a message: with your current strength, you cannot yet enter the heavenly realm. After speaking, she entered the crack. A faint voice came through the crack. You listened carefully. Soon you heard 8 words: do no evil, practice all good. It seemed to be an exhortation to you, or a teaching. Given his current strength, he still couldn't enter the heavenly realm. Zheng looked on silently for a while. He was very curious about who that figure was. A human-bodied, serpent-tailed female. Could it be Nuwa? Although Nuwa is a divine being, she is definitely one of the most supreme. How could he possibly encounter her so easily? Aside from Nuwa, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Those words, do no evil, practice all good, were they an admonition from that figure to me? Zheng pondered the meaning of the phrase. It wasn't hard to understand. Do no evil and practice all good mean to persuade someone to refrain from all evil deeds in the world, and to actively strive to do all good deeds. That being in the simulation said this to him, probably to advise him, to guide him. So, is there nothing else on Mount Bujo, besides encountering this being, who might or might not be Nuwa? Is there nothing else that can help me? Zheng felt frustrated. Such a vast Mount Bujo, yet there was nothing at all? Impossible, right? It couldn't really be completely empty, could it? If it were truly empty, he'd be really annoyed. After all his effort coming from the east to Mount Bujo, and finally climbing it, only to find nothing. Day 49, you stared silently at the countless cracks ahead. After a moment, you looked around the empty summit of Mount Bujo. Then you looked down from its edge. You couldn't see the land at all. Only endless clouds and mist. You hesitated for a moment, then decided to cultivate on the summit of Mount Bujo. You felt that the summit could help you truly achieve the state of unity between heaven and man. Also, you believed that almost no divine being or beast could reach the summit, so you could safely cultivate here. Day 52, you were cultivating on the summit of Mount Bujo. By walking back and forth through the blizzard, you gradually became familiar with the state of unity. You discovered that, in that state, your combat power seemed to undergo a qualitative change. Day 53, you were still cultivating on the summit of Mount Bujo. Just then, ripples suddenly emerged from the cracks. This made you watch nervously. During your time on the summit, you had realized that although Mount Bujo is one of the 4 passages, climbing it is extremely difficult. So anyone who passes through the Mount Bujo passage must be an extremely powerful divine being. Day 53, you perched on the summit of Mount Bujo, staring intently at the cracks connecting the 2 realms. You were eager to know which divine being was descending. Under your gaze, a figure emerged from the crack. It was the same human-bodied, serpent-tailed being from before. When she saw you still on the summit, she was surprised and asked why you were still here. You replied that you were cultivating here. After hearing this, she looked you over carefully, seeming to understand what was going on. Then she said to you that she had a task she wanted you to complete. If you completed it, it would help your current cultivation. You didn't agree. Instead, you asked her if she was Nuwa. She was stunned for a long time after hearing that. She looked at you again, then answered, I am and I am not. My true name ... I am only a manifestation of one of Nuwa's powers. I am not the real Nuwa. It really was Nuwa. Zheng almost jumped out of his dragon skin. He had only guessed before, never imagining it could be true. That human-bodied, serpent-tailed being really was Nuwa. No wonder she gave off such a mysterious aura. But she wasn't the real Nuwa, only a manifestation of one of her powers. Zheng inexplicably felt that these truly terrifying beings all seemed to have a sense of returning to simplicity, like the 2 in that chess game. The old Taoist of unknown identity, and this Nuwa, who didn't seem that powerful at first glance. None of them gave the impression of being top-tier experts. Yet they were all genuinely terrifying existences. Could it be that cultivation at the highest level about returning to simplicity? Zhang speculated on his own, after thinking for a long time. He set aside those many thoughts. These things were still far too distant for him. Right now, he hadn't even fully mastered the unity of heaven and man. He should focus on the present. The state of returning to simplicity was so far away he couldn't even see it. The simulation continued. When you learned that the other party was Nuwa, you were greatly astonished. After being shocked for a long while, you finally came back to your senses. Nuwa looked at you, and once again asked if you were willing to help her accomplish a task. She also stressed again that completing this task would benefit your cultivation. After hesitating for a moment, you agreed. Nuwa then immediately explained to you clearly. She asked you to go to the human realm and help her see how humans were doing now. After saying that, Nuwa handed you a bead that looked like a gem. She told you to travel with this bead. The bead would automatically record everything, and this bead would also protect you, provided you did not commit evil deeds. You took the bead in a daze, and made an agreement with Nuwa to return the bead to her in 1 year. The meeting place would still be at the summit of Bujo Mountain. After making the agreement with Nuwa, you wanted to ask Nuwa why she didn't go to see the humans herself. But Nuwa seemed very taboo about this, and didn't tell you. She simply chose to leave. On day 54, carrying Nuwa's orders, you put the bead in your mouth and began to leave Bujo Mountain, heading down to the human realm as Nuwa had instructed you to travel and observe. This was to help Nuwa see how humans were doing now. Why didn't Nuwa go herself? Why did she insist on sending him, and what was the meaning behind the simulation? He had asked Nuwa about this, and why did Nuwa put on such a taboo expression? Zhang's mind was filled with thoughts, guessing what Nuwa was really thinking. Although he didn't know exactly why Nuwa did this, he could still tell that Nuwa cared deeply about humanity. Zhang mused to himself. The story of Nuwa creating humans was arguably the most widespread tale in the human realm. And whether in mythology or in the later legends humans made up themselves, Nuwa held an extremely high status. After all, the origin of humanity was Nuwa. In myth, humans were molded from yellow clay by Nuwa's own hands. Based on the information Zhang had so far, Nuwa indeed created humans. She was a divine being who, together with many other gods, created humans when they first explored this world. However, in the subsequent conflicts between gods and humans, Nuwa did not appear. Zhang guessed that Nuwa had trouble choosing a side, so she simply did not participate. After all, Nuwa was a divine being, yet humans were her own creation. Helping either side would be problematic. It might also be because Nuwa loved peace, so she refrained from acting. But without a doubt, Nuwa definitely cared about humanity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent him to travel through the human realm in the simulation and record the information for her, so she could know the current situation of humans. He wondered what expression Nuwa would have when she saw humans now. Zhang knew very well how huge the difference was between humans before the severance of heaven and earth and humans now. Although after the reconnection of heaven and earth, some of humanity's high technology couldn't be used, the basic ones could still be used. Zhang was curious what kind of expression Nuwa would have when she saw what humans looked like now. He continued watching the simulation. Day 55. You successfully left Bujo Mountain. From outside Bujo Mountain, you gazed at this pillar of heaven from afar. You finally understood why this heavenly pillar had no mountain god guarding it. Bujo Mountain didn't need a mountain god. No being at all could climb Bujo Mountain. Any being capable of climbing Bujo Mountain would surely be a transcendent existence. Even a mountain god couldn't stop them. On day 56, you officially entered the human realm, but you had no intention of heading toward a human city. Your first observation was of a human village located in the outskirts. It seemed that, because of the reconnection of heaven and earth, and the return of human powerhouses, those demon fiends did not dare to harass human villages. For the time being, these human villages no longer had to live in fear. On day 57, after secretly observing this human village for a long time, you chose to leave. You had no intention of revealing yourself. On day 58, after much hesitation, you decided to visit a human city. The human villages now understood the miraculous nature of ancient architecture, and had begun to seek ancient methods. Many ancient rituals were also reviving. You felt that this did not fully represent the current state of humanity, so you decided to go to a human city. Before going, you naturally worried that there might be powerhouses in human cities, but you thought that with the protection of the bead given by Nuwa, you could safely go to a human city. His current location was in the west, which was under the jurisdiction of White Emperor Xiao Hao. Although he didn't know if White Emperor Xiao Hao had gained actual control over the west. Going to a human city like this was certainly very dangerous, but the simulated him should be fine. Not to mention that he was under Yinglong. Just that bead alone would probably be enough to protect him. Ji Jung never doubted the power of the divine being Nuwa. From Jinwoo he had learned that Nuwa, like heaven and earth, possessed all 5 elements. A thing given by such a terrifying existence to protect him when going to a human city, there was definitely no problem. On day 59, after continuous flight, you finally saw a human city. You shrank your dragon body to a few inches in size. As your dragon body shrank, the Nuwa bead also shrank along with you. You tried to sneak into this human city. But just when you were about to enter the human city, beams of golden light suddenly appeared and blocked you. You thought a human expert had arrived, so you chose to avoid them. On the 60th day, you carefully observed this human city, but did not find any powerful human experts. You couldn't help but feel puzzled, so you entered the human city again under cover of night. But golden beams appeared again to stop you. This time you didn't panic, but chose to examine carefully. Soon you discovered that these golden lights came from the city god temple in the city. He pondered thoughtfully. The city god temple is indeed strange. It is a temple that guards the city. Strictly speaking, the city god temple belongs to the underworld's local administration. Its position is roughly equivalent to a market supervisor. Since ancient times, people have liked to worship the city god temple. In legend, the city god temple was also willing to protect people. Every city god temple protects one city, forbidding evil spirits and monsters from harming, maintaining peace in the area. But in modern times, many city god temples have been demolished, so that it is no longer possible to have one temple per city. Judging by the current situation, the city god temple has been re-established. After the reconnection of heaven and earth, human power has greatly increased, but they still cannot manage every place. The top-level humans simply don't have time to govern, so they had to leave it to the city god temple, causing the situation of one temple per city to reappear, thereby protecting human cities to the greatest extent. This is actually a good method, Ji Jung thought to himself. The power of the city god temple is enough to stop ordinary demons and ghosts, and even some magical beasts can be blocked. But to stop him? How could that be? After the reconnection of heaven and earth, his strength was indeed not very strong, only comparable to some mountain gods, like the ginseng dragon guardian spirits. But that is not something a mere city god temple can stop. Not to mention that in the simulation, he had gradually understood what it means to be one with heaven and man. He continued watching the simulation. After you learned that these golden lights came from the city god temple, you felt at ease and entered the city. As you entered the city, the golden light resisting you grew denser, but it had no effect on you. It couldn't even block you. But being constantly entangled by the golden light, you still felt annoyed. You began searching for the city god temple. On the 61st day, you successfully found and arrived at the city god temple. You looked at the city god temple ahead, and directly revealed yourself. Releasing your dragon might, you stared intently. Inside the city god temple, you issued a threat. If these golden lights dared to stop you again, you would attack and destroy the temple. Faced with your threat, the golden light inside the temple intensified, as if telling you that the city god temple would not yield. You considered attacking, but considering this was a human city, you had reservations, so you had to let go of that thought. You thought for a moment, then took out the bead that Nuwa gave you. After you took out the bead, it immediately emitted a white light. After the white light disappeared, the golden light that the city god temple had been releasing to block you completely vanished. Seeing this, you secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the 62nd day, you began wandering through the city, using the bead to record human daily life. During your recording, you surprisingly discovered that quite a few demons openly entered this city and lived together with humans. Those humans did not resist. You were very astonished at this. By listening, you learned that this was actually a teaching by White Emperor Xiao Hao to humanity. White Emperor Xiao Hao supported the mixing of humans and demons. The humans of this city were not hostile to certain demons, because those demons had once helped this city. Humans and demons living together. White Emperor Xiao Hao could actually do such a thing. Ji Jung saw this and felt puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder. Humans and demons living together doesn't seem to benefit humanity at the moment, does it? And this might even cause trouble. As far as Ji Jung knew. To be precise, before the reign of Black Emperor Zhuangshu, humans and gods lived together. During that time, humans were also very chaotic. Though living together with gods had its benefits. The benefit was that gods could help humans accomplish things that humans could not. But the price was chaos in human governance. Many humans in various places knew the power of the divine beings, but they didn't know of the existence of the common lord. Power was not unified. Zhejiang guessed that it was precisely for these reasons that later the Black Earth region chose to sever the connection between heaven and earth in one decisive move. The conflict between humans and divine beings was no accident. It was a conflict that had been brewing from the very beginning. However, Zhejiang did not quite understand why humans and monsters were living together. The monster race wasn't strong, right? The monster race was just large in number. Their individual combat strength was not considered strong. Even before the reconnection of heaven and earth, they were at the very bottom. Now that heaven and earth were reconnected, the monster race didn't seem to play any significant role. Zheng found it difficult to understand, but he still decided to continue watching the simulation. In the simulation, he would eventually find the answers he sought. On day 63, you continued to observe this city where humans and monsters lived together. During your observation, you discovered that humans had now begun to walk the path of cultivation. They no longer relied on various divine artifacts. On day 64, you were still observing, but suddenly, an extremely sharp and powerful aura rose from afar and rushed toward you. You raised your dragon head to look, and immediately recognized that it was the Western subordinate god Rushu. Facing Rushu, you had no intention of fighting him at all. You were just about to flee, but Rushu had already arrived. After confirming that you had entered the human city, Rushu directly attacked you. A terrifying force came assaulting you. At the critical moment, the bead that Manhwa had given you flew out and protected you. Rushu was stunned for a moment after seeing that bead. Then he increased the intensity of his attack. It seemed he wanted to break through the bead's defense. On day 65, Rushu continued to launch attacks, but you were full of confidence. You believed the bead Manhwa gave you would surely protect you completely. On day 66, you suddenly discovered that, as Rushu's attacks continued, the bead Manhwa gave you began to tremble violently. You fell silent. On day 67, a crack appeared on the bead Manhwa gave you. You immediately panicked. You didn't understand why the bead Manhwa gave you couldn't even withstand Rushu. The bead ... How could this be? Where am I? He was somewhat dumbfounded. Manhwa had said that bead would protect him completely. That was why she had sent him to observe humans. Even the Western subordinate god Rushu could not be blocked by it. If it had been the Western White Emperor Xiao Hao himself taking action, then the bead's failure would be understandable. But Rushu was just a subordinate god. He was considered a minister of White Emperor Xiao Hao. Even he couldn't be blocked. That was somewhat difficult for him to comprehend. Could it be that this bead was similar to Yinglong's aura? Zheng inwardly speculated that Yinglong's aura back then was like a form of identification, directly displayed to show respect, to let the other party give face to Yinglong. This bead from Manhwa was probably similar, but Rushu clearly did not buy it. He kept attacking him. What kind of situation was this? Zheng had no way out. He could only continue watching the simulation. On day 68, you were still holding on desperately. Holding on, but you already felt the bead wouldn't last much longer. On day 69, your bead, facing Rushu's fierce attacks, was already on the verge of collapse. You had already prepared to die. But at the critical moment, Rushu suddenly stopped attacking. You felt surprised. Rushu then declared to you that you were Manhwa's envoy. He would not kill you, but you must go with him to see the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, even if you were Manhwa's envoy, he would kill you. You hesitated for a moment and then chose to agree. Immediately, you and Rushu went together to see the Heavenly Emperor. Upon arriving to see the Heavenly Emperor, Zheng was stunned for a long time before snapping back to reality. The 5 emperors were also known as the 5 regions' Heavenly Emperors. The meaning was very clear. It was an attempt to be on par with that Heavenly Emperor of the Divine Realm. Among them, the Western Heavenly Emperor was Xiao Hao. This talk of going to see the Heavenly Emperor really threw him for a loop. But when he thought about it, it was truly the first time he would go to meet the Western White Emperor Xiao Hao. Or rather, it was the first time facing beings truly at the very peak. In previous simulations, he had at most dealt with portraits. What kind of person would White Emperor Xiao Hao be? Zheng was filled with intense curiosity. The simulation continued. On day 70, you flew with Rushu toward the location of the Western Heavenly Emperor. You flew all the way, watching the 2 horned dragons under Rushu's feet. You felt very uneasy, but you had no other choice. You could only choose to pretend not to see. On day 71, you arrived at the location of the Western Heavenly Emperor. To your surprise, the Western Heavenly Emperor's location was a palace. But this palace was not large. Instead, it was rather small. But the interior of the palace was extremely magnificent. Inside the palace, you saw that Western Heavenly Emperor Xiao Hao. To your surprise, the Western Heavenly Emperor Xiao Hao was not as arrogant and sharp as you had imagined. Instead, he looked like a very kind old man. You couldn't help but feel surprised. In your view, the West belongs to the metal element. White Emperor Xiao Hao should be in existence at the pinnacle of metal. At the very least, he should be the ultimate embodiment of sharpness. But the Xiao Hao before you has no trace of such sharpness. You meet Xiao Hao in the palace. Xiao Hao personally walks up to you. His gaze looks you up and down. White Emperor Xiao Hao's appearance is neither shrewd nor majestic. Instead, it is kind. The 5 elements and yin-yang can be used to represent personality. For example, the wood element's personality is characterized as being relatively active, resourceful, and very intelligent. As for the essence of metal, whether it is yang metal or yin metal, It more or less carries a forceful and sharp energy. And White Emperor Xiao Hao is definitely the supreme master of the metal path. But why does White Emperor Xiao Hao not have the appearance that the 5 elements essence should have? This attribution of personality based on the 5 elements is most pronounced in humans. In strange beasts and divine beings, it is not so obvious. Ji Zheng seems lost in thought. He thought for a long time. He probably understood why. Among the 5 elements, there seems to be a saying, when a single element reaches great perfection or becomes too exuberant, it produces the opposite effect. For instance, the essence of metal. If it becomes overly exuberant in its perfection, then it will transform into something like White Emperor Xiao Hao, no longer forceful and sharp, but kind. If that's the case, it makes sense. But whether this Xiao Hao will show Nuwa any respect is still hard to say. Ji Zheng also isn't sure whether Nuwa's orb can protect him. Based on the information he has obtained, the Yellow Emperor Zhuanyuan gave him a feeling of steadiness, silently engaging in a game of chess with the divine beings, while White Emperor Xiao Hao is the radical type, confronting the divine beings head-on. He really dare not say. The simulation continues. After staring at you for a long time, Xiao Hao reveals a smile. He praises you, saying it's a pity that you are Nua's envoy. And he says that if this era has a newborn king, then it must be you. An attendant nearby hears Xiao Hao's such high praise of you, and can't help showing a shocked expression. You are also surprised by Xiao Hao's words. You don't understand why Xiao Hao praises you, just as you feel confused. Xiao Hao suddenly bows deeply to you. You are startled by this scene. But Xiao Hao says that the hatred between the Dragon Clan and humans is because humans have wronged the Dragon Clan. Xiao Hao apologizes to you for this matter. To show sincerity, Xiao Hao orders his attendant that from today onward, dragons must not be used as mounts. You are shocked once again, and you state clearly that you cannot represent the entire Dragon Clan. But Xiao Hao shakes his head and says that in the future you will surely be able to represent the entire Dragon Clan. You don't understand why Xiao Hao has such high confidence in you. But before you can say much, Xiao Hao invites you to rest here for a few days. After completing the orders given by Nuwa, facing Xiao Hao's invitation, you dare not refuse and agree. On day 72, you rest in another palace. You shrink your dragon body to a few meters. To avoid bursting the entire palace, you swim around in the palace. You discover that although this palace is relatively small, the murals on its walls are carved with exquisite paintings. You carefully examine the murals. On day 73, through the murals, you learn about various aspects of White Emperor Xiao Hao's past. In the era of White Emperor Xiao Hao, humanity had undergone the guidance of the Yellow Emperor period, and the conflict with divine beings grew larger and larger. Until the time of White Emperor Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, being radical, went to war with the divine beings. But that war was a failure. Although humanity produced many strong warriors after the Yellow Emperor period, they were still too weak compared to the divine beings. The White Emperor's resistance against the divine beings was undoubtedly a failure. But the White Emperor period was not without gains. At least during that time, humans truly destroyed a number of divine beings, shaking the divine beings' invincible status in human hearts. Is this a record of what happened during the White Emperor period? Ji Zheng carefully notes down this information. On day 74, you look at the murals describing the White Emperor's campaign against the divine beings, although it failed. In the end, under the Yellow Emperor's maneuvering, humanity still gained the right to self-determination. You know well that after the White Emperor period came the Black Emperor Zhuangshu period, which was also the era when humanity severed the connection between heaven and earth. You try to find information about Zhuangshu in the murals, but you search for a long time and find nothing about Zhuangshu. It only records that the Black Emperor Zhuangshu followed the Yellow Emperor from childhood. On day 75, Xiao Hao comes again, putting on a very kind appearance. After chatting with you for a while, he states his purpose. Xiao Hao formally invites you to join the West, to join humanity. You hesitate. You do not want to join humanity. There is no need to worrying about Nua's blame. And Xiao Hao tells you clearly that your evolution is at the final step. This final step can only be achieved by joining the human faction. What kind of nonsense is that? His evolution was indeed at the final stage. He was only one trial away from completing his evolution, but he just couldn't figure out how to pass that third trial. Xiao Hao said he had to join the human faction. No progress. Why would joining humans complete the third trial? There's no explanation for it. Ji Zheng had no choice but to keep watching the simulation. You didn't understand what Xiao Hao meant. Xiao Hao spoke up again to explain. Your evolution must be driven by a major event between heaven and earth. Otherwise, heaven and earth would never let you complete your evolution. Just like Ying Long in the past. At his final step, he helped the Yellow Emperor win the Battle of Jualu. He defeated divine beings and some humans. That was how he completed his evolution. Xiao Hao added, if you want to evolve, the fastest way is to join the humans, join him. After hearing all this, you still hesitated. Seeing this, Xiao Hao kindly gave you time to consider and left. On day 76, you found Xiao Hao. You said you were willing to join Xiao Hao's alliance, but you revealed your identity. When Xiao Hao learned that you were the water god of the Huai River, the water god of the Yangtze River, and the envoy of Nuwa under Yinglong, he looked somewhat regretful that he had already taken you into his fold. He seemed worried about stirring up so much trouble at once. But in the end, Xiao Hao chose to accept you. Xiao Hao told you that heaven and earth would reconnect again soon. A major event would occur in the Central Plains in a few days. Perhaps it would help you cross that final threshold and complete your evolution for good. On day 77, you stayed at Xiao Hao's place to cultivate. You were very curious about what major event Xiao Hao mentioned in the Central Plains. But Xiao Hao refused to say more, so you had to drop it. You wandered around Xiao Hao's territory. You noticed that everything there was very ancient. It looked like a tribe, so ancient that you had never heard of anything like it. On day 78, you explored this ancient tribe. You found that most of the residents were bird-like spirit beasts. You were greatly astonished. You never expected the legend of White Emperor Xiao Hao, the king of all birds, to be real. On day 79, Xiao Hao found you and urged you to start cultivating. He said a great war would break out soon. Naturally, you listened and began your cultivation. On day 80, you realized your cultivation was very slow. And because you had stayed in one place for a long time, your understanding of the unity of heaven and man had stopped growing. You found Xiao Hao and told him you needed to travel again. But Xiao Hao refused, saying that the West was very dangerous. Since you had joined the human faction, the divine beings would definitely try to kill you. Your situation was perilous. After hearing this, you hesitated for a long time. Then you decided to stay for now. But you wanted to comprehend the metal element. You asked Xiao Hao if he could teach you about metal. Seeing this, Ji Zheng suddenly felt that the simulation was truly fraught with danger. If he joined the human side, all the divine beings would want him dead. If he joined the divine side, the humans would hate him completely. If he joined neither, he would please neither side. As for building his own power, Ji Zheng hadn't considered that yet. Building his own power after heaven and earth reconnected. That would be too difficult, almost impossible. But he wondered what major event Xiao Hao mentioned in the Central Plains was. He hoped it could truly push him through the third trial. And then, there was this comprehension of metal. Was he really going to complete all 5 elements? Although the yin-yang 5 elements weren't complete, if he could comprehend metal, that would count as having all 5 elements. Ji Zheng was quite looking forward to what it would be like to have all 5 elements. Speaking of which, he used to not even dare to dream of having all 5 elements. But now it was right in front of him. And among his current 5 elements, except for ghost water, which was yin water, the rest were all yang elements. Fake wood, water endurance, no earth, bright fire. If he added pure metal and essence metal, then he would truly have all yang 5 elements. Ji Zheng continued watching the simulation with anticipation. Xiao Hao did not refuse your request. He generously shared his own understanding of metal with you. Xiao Hao explained, metal governs the world, the agent of destruction, or weapons and war, or intense battle intent. All belong to the 5 elements. After hearing this, you pondered. You recalled that you once tried to comprehend battle intent, but gained nothing. Now you understood that only by comprehending metal. Could you possibly comprehend battle intent? On day 81, you began to comprehend metal. But even though you understood the principle, and had a unique grasp of the unity of heaven and man, you still couldn't comprehend metal. You knew you lacked guidance, just like your fake wood was comprehended under a peach tree. You comprehended your water attribute at the Yangtze River. You lacked guidance. Without guidance, you simply couldn't comprehend the refined attribute out of nowhere. On day 82, Xiao Hao learned that you couldn't grasp the metal attribute and needed guidance. He immediately sent a bird-type spirit beast to give you a weapon, so you could realize it on your own. You looked at the weapon in front of you, and fondly remembered the times when the old Taoist taught you. On day 83, Xiao Hao told you that a calamity was about to occur in the Central Plains, and he was going there to help the Emperor suppress it. He asked you to go with him. He also said you should keep an eye on the opportunity. If the timing was right, you would be able to take that final step and complete your evolution. A calamity in the Central Plains, one that happened after heaven and earth reconnected, could never be simple. After all, this era was no longer the time before the reconnection. Zhejiang couldn't guess what kind of trouble could occur in a place where the Emperor himself was stationed. On day 84, you and White Emperor Xiao Hao set out for the Central Plains. Joining you were Ruzhang and a great number of spirit beasts and birds. You advanced toward the Central Plains in a grand procession. The momentum was immense. On day 85, you traveled extremely fast. Soon you left the western region and formally entered the Central Plains area. You suddenly spotted a familiar figure near a village. You recognized him as the old Taoist. You were overjoyed. Without regard for the procession, you rushed toward the old Taoist. The old Taoist had appeared again. Zhang was thrilled. The whole purpose of this simulation had been to find the old Taoist. Even the simulator couldn't predict his whereabouts. And now he was found here in the Central Plains. This proved that the old Taoist was still around, but his location was uncertain. Zhang continued watching the simulation. He wanted to see what changes would occur now that he had met the old Taoist. When the old Taoist saw you, he wore a very strange expression, as if he didn't understand your existence. You came before the old Taoist. Your dragon face showed an excited expression. Seeing this, Xiaohao prepared to descend. But after looking at the old Taoist, he paused for a moment and chose to leave. You didn't understand Xiaohao's action. Yet, after meeting the old Taoist, your heart was surging with emotion. The old Taoist smiled warmly at you. He asked why you acted as if you knew him so well. But you, imitating the way the old Taoist used to teach you, said that everything was fated. You spoke in a profoundly mysterious way, making the old Taoist laugh heartily. Then the old Taoist invited you to stay in the village. For a few days, you gladly accepted, but you naturally stayed outside the village. You knew well that entering the village would attract human attention. On day 86, you chatted with the old Taoist. You told him about your own situation, and asked how you could further improve your unity of heaven and man. The old Taoist didn't answer you. Instead, he asked why you were connected to the Western Heaven realm. You paused and simply explained that, by a twist of fate, you had joined under the Western Heaven realm. The old Taoist shook his head and told you to have less to do with those realms, because that would only hinder your comprehension and prevent you from achieving unity of heaven and man. You didn't understand why. The old Taoist again put on a deeply mysterious air, hinting but not explaining clearly. On day 87, seeing you were still puzzled, the old Taoist took you to a hillside overlooking the village. From there you could see the whole village. The old Taoist pointed in one direction, where a pregnant woman was giving birth. Then he pointed in another direction, where an old man's life force was fading away, as he was giving his final instructions to his descendants. After a short while, the newborn's coming and the old man's passing happened at the same moment. But when the baby was born, something seemed to fall from heaven and earth onto the newborn. And when the old man passed away, something seemed to return to heaven and earth. The old Taoist watched all this with you, then asked what you thought a person is. You pondered for a long time and answered that you didn't know. The old Taoist smiled and said that people are a part of nature. When a person dies, they return to nature. Therefore, nature is people, and people are nature. Simply put, unity of heaven and man means returning to nature while you are still alive. That is unity of heaven and man. Human power, compared to nature, is nothing but ripples. If you get overly involved in the struggle of ripples, how can you truly understand? Gazing at the words on the screen, a vague sense of understanding arose in his heart. The people here probably didn't refer only to humans. It should point more to life, to all living things. Life is a part of nature. After death, life returns to nature. No wonder there's a saying like falling leaves return to their roots. Unity of heaven and man means merging into heaven and earth while alive. Suddenly, his dragon eyes brightened. His dragon body seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Come to think of it, he had been heading in the wrong direction in this simulation. Ko ls hen thok ss kengnan non li dn doca noe. Kangnan jun hpdgi trong beseech gn thuheo. Kangnan dyn h vau b ktk tran shape now. Mi fang vn tip dian. Selki angli law heo, engui nuchet engra. En teachit nong ni trong long engui bang bin mtt. Engui ls ravi ev nanam. Mu non vfea law heo hi, new kangtham ja tran shape. Ss tin hoa ca engui sn kang the tip tic. Law heo lay englii. Lay bay rabi ndn qg by dn. Re law heo trok tip kivi ethan trang. Engui quan mchen tran sinang g. Turg tv enung hio law heo noi. Engay the 88, engui arch t kang hiu. Niu kang thamja tran shape. Engui fi hon than tin hoa the now. Engui enk non bietragi ag mayen. Chum vau sai ti. Engay the chin magi. Engui belan turgi cow. Non sin lin zongquan engay, hu jia sanchit. Engui kang hiu ti south amja tran shape lako the hon than tin hoa. Engui lachit enchen tin ticcnn thamja tran shape chi tin hoa la duning long trian ra. Mgi thang tin hoa kung hu duning long trian ra. Bui ning long chin la ti long. Nheng ko la con huang sianing long. Con huang sianing long cha chik fa hup vvi ngui. Ko ls ang heo chin la mt lui tin hoa. Trong long ngui mdh sang ti. Tran bi etragi jate nyan v nsm set kun quan. Anguilian Hyuthien thatch the ba BXTC LSE now Kunko the BTHU. Tai Thuk Vau LSE now Engui Jikang. Lane Onjung MT Jade Koile Hang BCC Lan. Bin Fang Tam H Yang Kon Ko Ting Tran Jo Di Hai Diet The Quay. Engui Non Ba Tai Hung Ne. Trong Long V En Kung B Nun Thun. Then Rainiang Ca Engui Djiang Na Trong Kon Kik Hoa Kung Trigi Jate. Engay the 92 Set Ji Yang Jung Ter Chak Tian. Nhang Engui Biak Ti Yang. Y Fia Ben Kia Biat Trigi. MTTIA Set Kik Ji Yang Jung Trike Tu VVI Set Kia. Trigi Jate Sia Chicha Engui. Tinayan Sia Chicha Engui. Trong Trang Tythian Non Hop Muraji Kimp. Hun Ya VVI SSG Kang Jia Tinayan VKNT Thuk. Han Kangang Bencha Thian Non Hop Hun Gin Ne Le MDN Hinna. Hiona Trok Tip Kan Thian Thatch the Basie Hun KNT Thuk. Hyan Ts M Ra. Thian Thatch the Bon A Chikchan SNVIT Quay. Hun Kung SN Hon Than Tin Hoa. K Tran Kang Ki Kochit Kung Thung. Rakt Kwak Hin SN Tin Hoa Than Diang G. Hen Engachu Rainiang Non Chamcha Vau Manhun Turchak MT. Engay the 93. GMT VVI Ngui Ji Hoa Hup VVI Trigi Jade T9. D La La Kin Pei Fong Kin Pei Chie Kimp. Hu Kang the Kine Ngui Now Nung. Kimp and Ca Ngui Arch Tinon Ji Quay. Nhang Ngui Bit Ar Kithi En Thatch the Ba Quan Trunged Kang Phi Ba Kimp Ne. Ma La, Waicha Nguiko the Jikang Bin Tam. Jikang Cha Hung Ca Thien Thatch the Ba. Then Rainy Ang Ca Ngui BTHU Bin Hoa. CM Non Ar Ki Rang Sin Min Yen Cam Chen Kung Hang Tho Tai Hon CCT. Engay the 94. SS Tho Tai Hon CCT Ca Ngui Hon TT. Kiti ICCA Ngui Trong Chik Lot Bang Lan GNP Mechi Chak Lang. Hin Thiangoi Hun Ngui Kung Theji Long Trigi LS Jate. Hai Se Sung Rainy Ang Ca Ngui Kun Lan MT Tang Hai Nchi Si. MT Se Du Non 3 Hoa Than. MT Se Duku 3 Hoa Than. DGI Bang Ngui. La Dubin Hea Hoa Than. Hun Tung Nachin La Dang Tin Hoa Ca Hen Sao Keelan Eng Bin Hea Sao. K Tran Nchim DGI K Hoi 3. Hen Non Man Hunchum Vouturg T. Ku 3 Va Non 3 Lam Tong Chisiang Sung Rainiang. Giopmi Si Bin Than Vi Rainiang Yan Zam. The Endangi Hoa Thanek Sang Rainiang Tong Chisiang Fong Eng Cia Hen. Lin Hea Hoa Than Mong Rainiang The Nchim. Chonan Hun Tung Hien Tca Hen Jung Mt Kon Thong Long Eng Tro. Hun Tung Ne Konko The Chape Non GGC. Biak Tikwo Kaimong The Nchim Ne Kongtha Viak. K Tran G VVI Hio Ne Chung HCM TKL. Hun Kengfi Lane Hu Bit Rainy Enko Thite Eng Tro. Trong Trian Thite. MT Trong TG Thine Long La Eng Tro Kim Long Tinko Thite Ne. Trian Thite Eng Tro Kim Long Thong La Mi Chen Rainy Eng Ko Nchim Engon. Duko Gi La Eng Tro. Nheng Kung Ko Trian Thikuk. Eng Tro Kim Long Komong The Nchim Giwu DGI Bang. Trung Tam Than Rainy Eng. B Nun Thong Keng D Eb LS Ra. Navai Tro Etchik Bai. Show Nun K Tren G VVI Viak Trong Mi Fang Zut Hyanmong The Nchim Chung Lai Lam L. D Sao Kung Hun HN Lane Ni Fang Turchak Tin Hoath and then ran HU Rainiang. Cha Kang Bit Thukluk Ca Ta Sao Ki Tin Hoa the Now. K Tran Sin Long Haiku KM Nen Liat. Hen Tip Ti Zem Mi Fang. Muon Zem The En Thukluk Hen Sao Ki Tin Hoa Ra Sao. Ngui Tin Hoa Hon Ti Ti Gi GM Thet Kang Ang. Ting Gi GM Ca Angui Vangvan Tun Mei Shan. Angui CM Non CCC MDN Ciabanan. You are stunned by the power within you. This power far surpasses anything before. After completing your evolution, you immediately wanted to find the old Taoist. But after searching, you found the old Taoist had vanished. This didn't surprise you. You simply turned to where the old Taoist once was, and exhaled a breath. With this breath, you protected the house the old Taoist once lived in. Then you soared into the sky and quickly departed. On day 95, you began to travel across the world. You knew that even though you could achieve unity of heaven and man, you still had a long way to go before truly merging with nature. You started heading east, trying to cross the Central Plains and return to where the three poisons dwelt. On day 96, while passing through the Central Plains, you encountered a mountain god. You attacked this mountain god immediately. You fought it. After your evolution, you easily defeated and killed it. This gave you a general understanding of your combat power. On day 98, you officially entered the heart of the Central Plains. But you found that war was raging throughout this region. Humans seemed to be attacking each other. You heeded the old Taoist's teaching and did not get involved in the conflict. You simply passed by. On day 99, the deeper you went into the Central Plains, the more wars you saw. Curiosity stirred within you. Humans had 5 lands, so why were they fighting one another? But you still had no interest in finding out. You only wanted to cross the Central Plains. As a being like a flood dragon, even if some humans spotted you, None dared to stop you. Your aura was too powerful for them. On day 100, while passing by a human city, you heard a series of strange drumbeats from within. The sound had a strong penetrating power and carried a peculiar vibration. Your attention was involuntarily drawn to the drumbeats. You looked toward where the sound came from. An altar stood in the center of the human city, with large drums placed beside it. That strange drumbeat was coming from those drums. You looked at the drums with curiosity. From the conversations of the humans in the city, you learned the name of these drums. They were called Aya drums. So these drums still existed, and were even placed on an altar. Zheng finally understood why the drumbeats in his simulation felt so strange. The Aya drum is a human skin drum. Legend has it that the sound of this drum can connect life and death, transcend reincarnation, and communicate with the gods. Therefore, it was mostly used in sacrificial ceremonies. But the process of making an Aya drum was extremely cruel. It required human skin, and the skin had to come from a specific kind of woman. A maiden of 16 or 17 years old, one who had never known love or romance, and also had to be mute. It was said that only mutes could not lie, so their souls were the purest. Legend tells of times when a suitable girl was found, but because she was not mute, they cut out her tongue to meet the standard. The cruelest part was that the skin needed to be taken while the girl was still alive, so the drum's tone would be better, and the gods would be more pleased. It was said that many such Aya drums still existed in the snowy western regions, so these drums were actually useful. The fact that they could attract me in this simulation meant they could truly be used to worship gods. Zheng was greatly amazed. In his simulation, he had seen many strange sacred objects born from folk customs, like dance, music, barefoot rituals, and so on. Although this Aya drum carried a strange and eerie style, it undoubtedly belonged to the category of sacred objects. But using Aya drums for sacrifice in this simulation, what kind of being was being worshipped? Zheng felt curious. He continued watching the simulation. You watched the constantly beating Aya drums, observing out of curiosity, trying to figure out what being was being worshipped. On day 101, you hid among the clouds, watching the sacrifice below. You noticed the drum beats had changed, and realized the ceremony had begun. But you still didn't know who the humans were worshipping. On day 102, after constant observation, you finally understood who the worshipped being was. At the bottom of the Huai River, Zheng stared at the screen, pondering who the humans in this simulation were worshipping. With heaven and earth reconnected and martial emperors in existence, why would humans still need such a grand sacrifice? And using such a strange and eerie thing as the Aya drum? What kind of being would be worshipped with an Aya drum? Zheng didn't understand. But he knew that this being was definitely not like the martial emperors. He stared intently at the screen. On day 102, after constant observation, you finally learned who this human city worshipped. In front of all the Aya drums, a portrait was placed there. The person in the portrait was a strong man. His temples were like arrow shafts, and he had 2 horns on his head. Beside him, his name was inscribed. You were astonished to discover that the being in the portrait was Chiyu. In an instant, you realized that the human civil war was Chiyu's resurgence. But you didn't understand why Chiyu could come back after his death. Could Chiyu really be resurrected? On day 103, as the drumbeats grew louder and louder, the portrait of Chiyu seemed to be imbued with magic, and was actually vibrating. At the same time, you clearly felt layer after layer of blood energy gathering in the mist, as if it were aiding Chiyu's revival. A sense of unease welled up inside you. You knew this was your talent for avoiding danger kicking in. You immediately wanted to leave, but you found that the blood energy around you had turned into shackles, devouring the blood energy of heaven and earth. You knew at once that if you didn't break out, you would die here, so you immediately launched an attack on the surrounding blood energy. After a fierce burst of attacks, you tore open the blood energy with your 5th elbow strike from your abdomen. You charged out of the blood energy's encirclement. You looked back. Layer upon layer of blood energy shrouded the entire human city. So Chiyu's sacrificial ritual was actually for this guy. Although you had never dealt with Chiyu, the beings you had encountered were more or less related to Chiyu. For example, Yinglong, Emperor Wu, and others all had connections with Chiyu. Speaking of Chiyu, the most famous event is still the Battle of Juolu. According to legend, Chiyu had a bronze head, an iron forehead, and immense strength. In his conflict with the Yellow Emperor, he frequently gained the upper hand. If it weren't for the many divine beings on the Yellow Emperor's side, plus the assistance of Yinglong, it would have been uncertain who would win the Battle of Juolu. Even so, after Chiyu's defeat, the Yellow Emperor still honored him as the god of war. This shows how fierce he was. Later, the Flame Emperor, the Divine Farmer Emperor, Zhuanyuan, and Qi were also honored as the 3 sovereigns. Anyway, when the White Emperor Xiao Hao came to the Central Plains, the human civil war, Their mutual cultivation methods were probably all related to Chiyu. You were thinking about this, but would Chiyu really be resurrected? Why were all these fallen beings coming back to life? You couldn't figure it out. As far as you knew, the former Sun Crow was revived by Nuwa. But what about the rest? Who revived them? If Chiyu could be revived in the simulation, then who revived him? Could it be revived just by the sacrifices of the ancient tribe? That's impossible. You couldn't understand the reason. But the simulation continued. On day 104, you really wanted to know whether Chiyu had revived. So you didn't flee from the blood energy that seemed to have turned to stone ahead. Under your gaze, the entire city was very quiet. No one knew how long it had been. The blood energy began to slowly dissipate. You saw the sky return to normal. So you flew up to observe the human city. Under your observation, you found that the sacrificial offerings on the altar had all disappeared, and Chiyu's portrait was shining brightly in place, becoming extremely divine. You stared closely at Chiyu's portrait. Just as your eyes were fixed on the portrait, Chiyu's portrait suddenly burst with an extreme surge of battle intent. Feeling this intent, you immediately left without staying, because you weren't sure if the portrait would attack you, nor how powerful it was. On day 105, you stopped on a mountain outside the human city. You had planned to cultivate here while observing the city. On day 107, having observed nothing, you finally decided to return to the Three Poisons. You began heading towards the Three Poisons region. On day 110, you returned to the Huai River. Along the way, you encountered many mountain and river gods blocking your path, but they were no match for you at all. You easily defeated them and returned to the Huai River. Yet you found that the Huai River had slipped out of your control. Under your summons, the old turtle led some former Huai River Dragon Palace subordinates back to your banner. After some investigation, you learned that since the reconnection of heaven and earth, many monsters had flooded into the Huai River. These monsters had occupied the river, shattering your previous unity of the Huai River. And the old turtle informed you that you had already lost control of both the Yangtze and Ji rivers. The elephant's whereabouts remain unknown. On day 111, after listening to the old turtle, you prepared to reclaim control of the Huai River. You immediately sensed something. Soon you sensed that countless demons occupied both the upper and lower reaches of the Huai River, and there were even strange creatures there. You sighed that the Huai River was truly a chaotic mess. Then you wanted to sweep away all the demons in the Huai River and retake the Huai River. You were very confident. Relying on your unity of heaven and man and your current power, you could easily sweep all the demons from the Huai River. But the old turtle told you that you could subdue the Huai River without using force. Curious, you asked the old turtle what method. The old turtle didn't speak. Instead, he proved it to you with action. On day 112, the old turtle began to swim. He summoned many aquatic creatures of the Huai River to resist. What shocked you was that the old turtle had such influence that he instantly overturned the rule of many demon lords. You were puzzled. A crab demon beside you explained that the old turtle had always looked after the low-level demons and was very prestigious among the Huai River water tribes. He often protected those water tribes who broke the rules. That was why the old turtle could command such support. After hearing this, you fell into thought. But the next moment, suddenly, several disturbances surged in the Huai River. It was the demons and strange beasts occupying the Huai River that had rebelled. You didn't hesitate. You immediately took action to suppress the rebellion. Facing you, who had evolved and united heaven and man, these demons and strange beasts were no match. You soon suppressed the entire Huai River. This old turtle is quite interesting. He had everyone's support. Perhaps the old turtle had allowed those outsider demons and beasts to seize power. Just waiting for this moment, Ji Zheng suddenly thought of a saying, when you seek happiness for the people will lift you high. That was how the Huai River water tribes felt. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Zheng was pondering the old turtle's actions. The old turtle had clearly used the power of popular support. Although the Huai River seemed divided, ruled by many demons and strange beasts, the hearts of the entire Huai River water tribes were with the old turtle. And even more so with the Huai River Dragon Palace. In his previous simulations, he had also called on demons to fight for survival, temporarily unifying all the demons under heaven. But back then he hadn't done it well enough, so he ultimately failed. If you truly work for the happiness of demons, for humans, for strange beasts, Ji Zheng was sure that neither gods nor emperors could stop him. Ji Zheng vaguely understood something. Single-mindedly seeking happiness for all beings, there wouldn't be so many conflicts. Just like the goddess Nuwa, who rarely partook in conflicts, yet appeared to save all beings when needed. For example, Nuwa mending the sky, that unity of heaven and man, merging with nature, merging with heaven and earth. All beings are also part of nature. Bringing blessings to all beings is, in a way, bringing blessings to nature. A thought flashed through Ji Zheng's mind. Open your perspective. Instead of getting involved in all those conflicts, it's better to bring blessings to all beings. Perhaps this way, he could gain a deeper understanding of the unity of heaven and man. Ji Jung was deep in thought. The simulation continued. On day 113, you recaptured the Hui River. Your orders were unimpeded in the Hui River. You re-established the Hui River Dragon Palace. On day 114, you began preparing to set out for the Ji River. But before you could leave, an extremely fierce battle erupted in the Central Plains region. You sensed it and understood it was Chiyu's battle. You immediately realized a great war had broken out in the Central Plains. You couldn't help but stop heading to the Ji River and observe the direction of the Central Plains. On day 115, the strong fluctuations from the Central Plains continued. You sensed that battle and felt a faint insight. Seizing the opportunity, you began to comprehend the metal element attribute. On day 117, the East suddenly fell into chaos. Countless demons fled over as if running for their lives. You stopped a group of demons and asked them the reason. That group of demons said that the Central Plains had been completely shattered. These demons were fleeing here. On day 118, billowing smoke of war came from the Central Plains region. Even across thousands of mountains and rivers, you could still see the soaring smoke and battles. You couldn't help but feel a tremor in your heart. You had an intuition. An unimaginably great war was happening in the Central Plains. Ji Jung was silent for a moment. Xiaoyu had truly revived, and he had come back in full force. But even if Xiaoyu revived, how could he cause such a big commotion? The era was different now. The myths from different eras in the past could now gather together. But even if Chiyu's forces were all assembled, they didn't have much might. The Yellow Emperor has the other 4 regions on his side, plus so many terrifying subordinate gods and ministers. Crushing Chiyu should have been simple. Why would such a great war break out? Ji Jung doesn't understand. But in the simulation, he hadn't gone to the Central Plains region, so he doesn't know what actually happened in the Central Plains. He can only keep watching the simulation. On day 119, you suddenly felt the entire ground shake violently. You have a vague feeling of unease in your heart. You realize instantly that your danger avoidance instinct has activated. You don't understand why you're staying in the Hui River. Just as you're confused, a figure appears before you. It is Rushu. At this moment, Rushu is covered in blood, bruised and battered. Rushu comes to you and tells you news that makes you, a dragon, feel terrible. Mount Bujo has broken. The sky has fallen again. Rushu says that Nuwa cannot be found. Then he remembers you are Nuwa's messenger. He wants to find you to go look for Nuwa to repair the sky. You listen and fall silent for a long time. You answer that you cannot find Nuwa. Rushu hears this and instantly panics. He roughly grabs hold of you. He insists that if Nuwa cannot be found, then you must go up and repair the sky yourself. Mount Bujo has broken again, and Nuwa cannot be found, let alone Ji Jung in the simulation. Even the real him is speechless. A civil war among humans, and such powerful demons have rammed into Mount Bujo again. The Great War in the Central Plains is not just fierce. It has also affected Mount Bujo in the northwest. And yet humans cannot find Nuwa. Do they want Nuwa to perform another sky repair? But isn't this Rushu a bit too barbaric? Last time, he attacked me without cause. And now he wants to force me to repair the sky. A flash of murderous intent flickers in Ji Jung's dragon eyes. If he could defeat Rushu, he would absolutely slay Rushu. Does he really think he's easy to bully? Fortunately, this is all within the simulation. Even if he loses in the simulation, it's fine. He can develop in reality, and later go find this Rushu for a rematch, to see who is more savage. You are very angry at Rushu's savagery. You recall the humiliation and attacks Rushu inflicted on you before. Without hesitation, you launch an attack on Rushu. The injured Rushu can barely withstand your assault. Rushu's eyes widen in shock. He looks utterly disbelieving. You gain the upper hand in the battle. You are equally stunned, but soon you recover your senses and launch a ferocious offensive against Rushu. On day 120, facing you at your peak, Rushu can no longer hold on. Rushu's attacks against you are completely ineffective, but each of your strikes causes Rushu immense pain. Rushu knows that if the fight continues, he will surely lose, so he begs you for mercy. You know you cannot kill Rushu, so you stop. Rushu's tone becomes much clearer. He explains to you that the entire mortal world is in crisis, and if Nuwa isn't found to repair the sky, the heavens will completely crush most of the mortal world. You want to state again that you cannot find Nuwa, but you think of the suffering beings, and also think of your heaven-man union. In the end, you can only decide to follow Rushu to investigate the situation. On day 121, on the road, Rushu explains the cause. Chiyu revived and started a great war. Under the deliberate guidance of the gods, the battlefield shifted toward Mount Bujo. Later, Chiyu and the Yellow Emperor had their decisive battle before Mount Bujo. And by some twist of fate, Mount Bujo was broken. Now, in the world, there is no longer any divine beast that can transform into Mount Bujo, so they can only seek Nuwa to repair the sky. The deliberate guidance of the gods, Ji-jung latches onto these words. What does this mean? The gods deliberately wanted Mount Bujo to be broken. Why is that? Do the gods have some scheme in doing this? If it truly is the gods scheming like this, they will certainly stop Nuwa from repairing the sky. Then even if he had a way, he wouldn't be able to find Nuwa. Even less so since he has no way at all. On day 122, you and Rushu pass through the Central Plains region. You see the shattered earth. You see ruins and broken walls everywhere. The scale of this Central Plains war far exceeds your imagination. On day 123, you arrive at the northwest battlefield. You see the broken Mount Bujo. The mountain, which was like a pillar of heaven, has been snapped in half. The entire sky seems to collapse, caving in toward the northwest. Its speed is extremely fast. In just a few days, it will press down onto the earth. You watch this scene like the end of the world, the sun and moon in chaos. The scene of dim stars. Fell into deep thought. How could you possibly mend the heavens? Upon seeing you staring seriously at the sky, thinking you had a way, he immediately asked you. You glanced at Rushu and replied, "Can I just use my body to hold it up?" Rushu was taken aback. He answered that your size wasn't enough. You spoke again, stating that you had a talent to grow larger, fully capable of propping up the sky. This sarcastic tone of yours fell on Rushu's ears, but he took it seriously. Rushu immediately told you to do it. Then Rushu went to inform the martial emperor. Ji-jung was startled. Couldn't this guy tell it was sarcasm in this simulation? He actually took it seriously and asked him to enlarge his dragon body to become a pillar supporting heaven and earth. How could he possibly do that? Ji-jung was dumbfounded. He felt the saying "disaster comes from the mouth" had really come true. Would the him in the simulation really choose to become the pillar of heaven, using his dragon body to serve as the pillar of heaven? Just thinking about it seemed impossible. He knew his own abilities well enough. Even if in the simulation, he achieved unity of heaven and man and completed purification. Wanting to mend the heavens or become the pillar of heaven was nothing but wishful thinking. His strength in the simulation was at most around mid-level mythology, probably just a bit stronger than Jinwoo. Speaking of this, Ji-jung felt amused. Jinwoo had been completely surpassed by him both before and after the Heaven-Earth reconnection. Ji-jung chuckled and continued watching the simulation. Day 124. The news of your plan to hold up the sky quickly spread across most of the world. You were elevated on a pedestal, with no chance to explain. Day 125. Forced by circumstances, you began to prop up the sky. Under the gaze of all living beings, you activated your talent, and your dragon body grew infinitely larger. Finally, you flew up into the sky, intending to support the collapsing heavens. When you touched the collapsing sky, you realized you absolutely could not hold up the entire firmament. Under that immense power, you were like an insignificant mayfly. In just a moment, you were about to give out. But now you were on the tiger's back, unable to dismount. You knew that the instant you made contact with the firmament, there was no turning back. If you retreated, the firmament would collapse faster than you could leave, crushing you in no time. Yet you could not sustain it. But the firmament gave you no time to think. Under the tremendous pressure, you directly used your dragon horns to hold it up. As the dragon horns propped up the sky, human water and ghost water erupted in succession. And you actually managed to brace the entire sky. Yet under the immense pressure, you still felt powerless. Just as you were about to be overwhelmed, your geowood and fertile soil powers also began to exert themselves. For a time, you barely managed to block the collapsing sky. Day 126, you relied on the 5 elements to hold on. But your strength was insufficient. After holding out for 1 day, you could no longer bear it. You succumbed and fell. The collapsing sky in an instant crushed you into pieces. Dead. Please choose one of the following 3 as rewards: 126 days of survival experience, 126 days of physical constitution, Rushu's left ear snake. Dead in such a dramatic way, Ji-jung shook his head in shock. But he also found it quite normal. The sky had collapsed. With his abilities, it would be strange if he could actually withstand it. Being crushed to death by the sky was more acceptable to him than being killed by some entity. That said, after the Heaven-Earth reconnection, the human internal strife that broke and damaged Bujo Mountain, that information was worth remembering. But next time in a simulation, he absolutely must not do such a foolish thing as holding up the sky. This stuff was too much of a trap. Originally, he didn't have to die, and could have continued the simulation. But this Rushu guy set him up. That guy couldn't even understand his sarcasm. Ji-jung was extremely speechless. After ranting to himself, Ji-jung gathered his thoughts again. Putting aside many stray notions, he began to reflect on what he had gained from this simulation. This simulation completed an evolution. His form was a 5-clawed azure dragon. This simulation, he comprehended the unity of heaven and man. Not that he had fully mastered it, but at least he had made a great leap. And this simulation also revealed that the old Taoist priest respawns randomly, not fixed. He also saw the avatar of Nuwa and the eastern god of Shu, Gumeng, the western white emperor Xiaohao, the western god of Shu, Rushu, and the portrait of Chiyu. This simulation wasn't a loss after all. He just didn't know how to choose among these three options. Zhizheng looked at the three choices on the screen: 126 days of survival experience, 126 days of physical constitution, Rushu's left ear snake. What was the third one? Rushu's left ear snake. Zhizheng recalled Rushu's image. In legend, Rushu had a small snake coiled around his left ear when he traveled, riding to dragons. This captured left ear snake is that little snake, right? How did this thing also spawn? Competition eliminated this thing immediately. Not even a second thought. This thing is useless anyway. His main choices are definitely the first and second options. The first option has the old Taoist's teachings. It has the insight of heaven and man unite as one. The second option gives evolved power. Although it won't cause bloodline transformation, it will at least enhance his strength. And that enhancement won't be small. Black Dragon immediately had trouble choosing. Both the first and second options are tempting. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose the first option. Power can be regained through simulation. Insight may not be obtainable again. Insight is clearly more precious, especially since that old Taoist appears randomly. Heart-wrenching. It's hard to say if he'll encounter that old Taoist again next time. Choosing the first option is definitely not a loss. Along with Black Dragon's choice, vast memories appeared deep in his mind. Like a fleeting glance, they played like a movie. It recorded everything that happened in this simulation. Black Dragon quietly digested the memories in the mud. The insights about heaven-man unity were highlighted. He absorbed and comprehended them. In the Huai River, Black Dragon didn't know how long had passed before he opened his long-closed dragon eyes again at the bottom. When he opened his eyes, his dragon body seemed to blend into the Huai River. There was a wonderful feeling. Is this heaven-man unity? Black Dragon felt his own state. He had a feeling that if he completely calmed down and adjusted his mind and body, he would be able to achieve heaven-man unity. Heaven-man unity means merging with nature. What he needs to do is reach a calm state at all times and then enter heaven-man unity. The true state of heaven-man unity is heaven and earth are born together with me, and all things are one with me. After receiving the memory and insights from this simulation, Black Dragon gained a deeper understanding of heaven-man unity. True heaven-man unity is, as the old Taoist said, merge with heaven and earth into one while alive. So-called heaven and earth are born together with me, and all things are one with me is heaven-man unity. To truly reach that level, there is still a very long way to go. Black Dragon knows his limits. He looked up at the sky above the Huai River. The sky at this moment was different from the sky in the memory insight. In the simulation memory, the sky felt like a solid entity. Before the heaven-earth reconnection, it felt illusory and fake. Black Dragon looked at the world outside the Huai River. He knew very well that if he didn't stop it, within a month, heaven and earth would reconnect in reality. By then, everything would undergo earth-shaking changes. Black Dragon couldn't forget that scene in the simulation memory. The central plains were shattered. Mount Bujo was broken. That kind of war was truly terrifying. In that kind of war, ordinary humans within the combat zone, demons, fierce beasts, almost none had a chance to survive. But that situation, I can't seem to stop it either. Black Dragon was very clear. A situation like in the simulation. Even with his evolution and heaven-man unity, he couldn't intervene in the Central Plains War. Unless I prepare in advance before the heaven-earth reconnection. Black Dragon couldn't think of what he could do in the current world. He is already invincible before the reconnection. But it seems he can't do anything either. If he wants to dominate heaven and earth, and make heaven and earth change according to his will, that would undoubtedly anger the gods and humans. Something like the ruined chess game would happen again. Maybe I should change my thinking. Should not seek to dominate heaven and earth. As the old Taoist said, don't get involved in disputes, but influence the world in another way. Like a being such as Nuwa, all beings are equal. Black Dragon suddenly raised the scope in his heart. Maybe demons, humans, beasts, and gods are all the same. All are part of all things. All are within all things. And heaven-man unity is merging with heaven and earth. Merging with all things. Heaven and earth become one with him. All things become one with him. Him favoring any side might be wrong. The old Taoist saying don't get involved in disputes is correct. Whether humans, gods, beasts, or demons, they are all struggles among all things. As the old Taoist said, it's a ripple dispute. What he should do is improve his strength. Remove all cautious thoughts. Cultivate wholeheartedly. When his strength becomes like Nuwa's, then all beings can be equal. At that time, if he truly wants to help all beings, he can also achieve great changes. Black Dragon's understanding of the Tao became clearer. Forget it. Better not go out for now. Anyway, I'm already invincible in this world right now. There's nowhere worth going. Ji Jung was originally thinking about whether to leave the Huai River, but now he doesn't want to leave the Huai River anymore. Might as well start the next simulation earlier. Strive to achieve true equality for all beings sooner. However, regarding this evolution matter, Ji Jung couldn't help but think about his next evolution. The simulation had already told him his current situation. If he evolved, his form would be a 5-clawed azure dragon. Or maybe not even a 5-clawed azure dragon. Because right now, he hasn't comprehended Bing Fire, so the evolution might not become the form from the simulation. And although a 5-clawed azure dragon is pretty good, Ji Jung isn't sure whether he should evolve into that form. He roughly knows the combat power of a 5-clawed azure dragon. It's about equivalent to 1.5 golden crows, but its ceiling is definitely higher than a golden crow's. In the simulation, he had unity of heaven and man, plus he had 5 elements. However, his cultivation was only a little over 8,000 years. Not as good as a golden crow. If his cultivation catches up later, he would definitely be much stronger than a golden crow. It's even possible he could challenge Yinglong. It can be said that the 5-clawed azure dragon is a pretty decent evolution path, but Ji Jung hesitated whether to comprehend the 5 elements first before evolving. The comprehension in his simulation hadn't yet gathered all 5 elements. Even the Yang 5 elements weren't complete. If he gathered the Yang 5 elements and then evolved, would it be different? Perhaps he could evolve into something even more powerful. Ji Jung pondered for a long time. In the end, he decided not to evolve for now. He would first rely on simulations to complete the evolution. He wanted to try comprehending the Yang 5 elements first and see what difference it made when evolving. What truly made Ji Jung decide was that in the simulation, he already knew how to comprehend Bing Fire. And he had the memories and insights. Comprehending Bing Fire would be easier. He only needed to go before the Fusang tree. As for the metal element, in his simulation memories, he had a little insight into the metal element. But not much, because back then, just as he was starting to grasp metal, it was interrupted by the war in the Central Plains. In the next simulation, if he spent a bit of time, he would definitely be able to complete the comprehension. I just don't know if the metal element I comprehend will ultimately become Yang Essence or Yin Essence. I hope it's Yang Essence. That way, he could gather the Yang 5 elements. Time to start the simulation. Ji Jung was about to start the next simulation. But suddenly he thought of how Old Turtle had played the game of winning hearts in the simulation, making all the Huai River water creatures support Old Turtle. In the end, when he reconquered the Huai River, it cost him almost no effort. That incident in the simulation served as a warning to him. Although the matter of the Huai River water creatures won't happen, to be safe, it's better to eliminate future trouble. Win over the hearts of all the Huai River water creatures in advance. After all, Ji Jung knew that his rule over the Huai River water creatures was partly because he was the Huai River water god, and partly because he was a dragon, born to rule water creatures. Also, he had always ruled through sheer strength. That kind of rule isn't very secure. If he ceased to exist, the Huai River could become unstable at any time. So he should first stabilize the Huai River before starting the next simulation. Inside the Huai River, a massive black dragon 1,000 meters long was swimming. Wherever the black dragon passed, the Huai River water creatures all showed reverence. Even water creatures that hadn't yet gained spiritual intelligence showed submission. This black dragon had become the undisputed master of the Huai River. This black dragon was Ji Jung. Ji Jung spent 3 days governing the Huai River water creatures. He gave guidance on cultivation to the Huai River water creatures. With Old Turtle's cooperation, he quickly won the hearts of all the Huai River water creatures. After finishing all this, Ji Jung found a spot at the bottom of the Huai River, ready to start the simulation. If he could meet the old Taoist, that would be even better. He would not participate in any conflicts. Ji Jung clearly set the goal of not getting involved in conflicts. Focus on cultivation. Ideally, comprehend the Yang 5 elements. After comprehending the Yang 5 elements, start a new evolution. After thinking this through, he started the simulation. Simulation started, consuming 8,192 simulation points. Current simulation points remaining, 30,487. Day 1. You are at the bottom of the Huai River. You find the ashes of the Jianmu divine tree. You swallow them in one gulp. Your fertile soil is amplified. Day 2. You arrive at the eastern Great Mountain. You have the 2 golden crows revive the Fusang tree. The 2 golden crows said there were no spiritual items. You immediately head to the Kunlun Mountains. Day 4. Facing you, who are like a deity. The Kunlun Mountains have no power to resist. You take away the spiritual items and Yanming to revive the Fusang tree. Then he returned to the eastern mountains. After you threw in the spiritual items, the Fusang tree began to revive. You also began to comprehend the fire rat. On the 5th day you had an insight. You easily comprehended being fire, feeling the ice and fire take their places. Your power was also amplified. You looked at the still reviving Fusang tree and immediately wanted to leave. Before leaving, however, you saw humans heading toward the Fusang tree. They seemed to try to stop it. You didn't bother with them. While flying toward the Huai River, you passed where those humans were. Casually, you told them not to block it, as it couldn't be stopped, and then you left completely. But the humans were deeply shaken by your existence. They couldn't believe the world held such a terrifying being. On the 6th day, those humans heeded your words. They didn't go to stop the Fusang tree. Instead, they came to the Huai River seeking an audience with you. But you didn't even glance at them. On the 7th day, those humans left. Yet you noticed one human youth still stayed by the Huai River. He seemed to want to seek your guidance. You only glanced at him. You continued to contemplate the ice and fire you had comprehended in the Huai River, and tried to comprehend the attribute of Jing. On the 8th day, the human youth still refused to leave. You didn't understand what the human youth wanted to do, but you still had no intention of paying attention. On the 9th day, the human youth seemed to realize you were unwilling to respond. Suddenly he closed his eyes. He seemed to be sensing something. After a while, a sinister force suddenly emerged from the human youth's body. You looked up and saw that his body had been possessed by something akin to a ghost or demon. But it seemed voluntary, so the possession process went unusually smoothly. Moreover, the human youth's body was a perfect match for the possessing spirit. You watched the human youth from under the water. The human youth spat into your Huai River. Then he shouted loudly that there were demons and monsters in the salty water, and ordered them to show themselves immediately. After hearing that, you found it amusing. You immediately burst out of the Huai River. When your dragon body appeared, the spirit possessing the human youth instantly scattered in fear. You watched the human youth gradually regain consciousness. You directly asked him why he had just been possessed. From the youth you learned that was a spirit invocation. So this spirit invocation thing had appeared. You were stunned. You quickly recalled the information about spirit invocation. Rather than spirit invocation, it's better to call it spirit medium. This is also a method of communicating with gods or ghosts. Unlike barefoot walking, spirit medium is more like a profession, one with a lineage. But a spirit medium does not merely communicate. More often, they invite gods or ghosts to possess the medium's body. This process is called invoking the spirit. However, invoking also has spoken invocation and martial invocation. Spoken invocation roughly means chanting and narrating to help others resolve doubts. Martial invocation means holding weapons and parading through the streets to exorcise demons. In the simulation, this human youth should be a spirit medium. And just now, the ghost possession was precisely the invoking. This human youth wanted to attract your attention through the invocation. What could a human youth like him possibly want from you? You were puzzled. You hadn't seen this human youth in your previous simulations. Your simulations were of things yet to happen. Every action you took could cause changes. Like in this simulation, you had Jinwoo revive the Fusang tree early, thereby comprehending ice and fire. This also caused humans of this time to come and stop it. And thus this human youth appeared. Let's see what this human youth wants. You continued to look at the simulation, watching the human youth. The spirit medium knew you wanted to see him, so you asked why he wanted to meet. The human youth knelt sincerely on the ground. He stated that he wanted to establish a bond with you, to become your spirit medium. Of course you knew what being a spirit medium meant. You also roughly knew that letting this person become your medium would only add many troubles, but you didn't rush to refuse. Instead, you asked the human youth why he wanted to become your medium. The human youth dared not lie in front of you. He told you everything. It turned out that this human youth was from a lineage of old mediums, but he felt that the power of the gods passed down through the lineage was too weak, unable to protect anyone, so he wanted to find a powerful deity to become their medium. After hearing this, you pondered for a moment. You gave the human youth a chance to try once. If it didn't work out, then there would be no more opportunities. If it did, then you would agree to let him become your medium. Hearing this, the human youth immediately kowtowed to you, extremely excited. Then he left to make some preparations before returning. On the 10th day, he came to seek you as summoned. You knew what it was about and stated that, given the strength of the other party and Yinglong, the matter could be resolved. So you refused him. The 11th day, under your weight, that human youth arrived again. You looked at the human youth with great curiosity, wanting to see what he would do. On the 11th day, you watched this human youth making preparations. You did not disturb him. On the 12th day, this human youth sincerely told you that he was about to begin the ritual. He said that you were right there, in front of him, so there was no need for too complex a ceremony. You just nodded. You said nothing. Seeing this, the human youth sat down directly on the ground. He muttered incantations under his breath. You quietly watched this human youth. On the 13th day, after the youth had chanted for a long time, You suddenly felt a certain connection in the unseen. It seemed someone was whispering in your ear, asking you to bestow a sliver of power. You immediately understood what was happening. You instantly agreed. After you agreed, you sensed a wisp of your power vanish. At the same time, the perspective of that human youth appeared in your mind. But this perspective was not one you could control. The control still belonged to that human youth. This human youth also erupted with a draconic power. Before the reconnection of heaven and earth, even a mere wisp of your invincible power was terrifying and strange. Within the Huai River, Ji Zheng felt something was odd. He remembered what this sort of thing, a spirit invocation, was supposed to be like. After inviting a god or ghost, shouldn't control of the body be handed over to that deity or spirit? That is to say, after the invocation, the body's control rests with the god or spirit. That's why the invoker never knows what happened during the possession. But why, in his case, wasn't the control of his body taken from him? Ji Zheng pondered for a long time. Suddenly he recalled a line from some book. All true celestial immortals and divine generals do not possess living bodies. If they move, they are either foolish or deluded. That would definitely be an evil heretic or crooked path. It seemed that true gods do not take over people's bodies. Although there is talk of spirit descent, that is only the descent of power, not the descent of the spirit itself. The so-called true gods do not possess bodies. Possession means it's not a true god. That's probably the idea. Ji Zheng also recalled the generals of Guanjiangshu, whom he had interacted with in his simulation. However, Zheng and Sun, the two generals under Guanjiangshu, were also ghosts or spirits, right? But having this shared perspective was interesting. I want to cultivate well. Could I let this human youth go out and explore? While I use his perspective to gather outside information? For example, after the reconnection, the war in the Central Plains. If I don't want to go myself, I could send this human youth. I could just watch through his eyes. Ji Zheng thought this was feasible. He looked at the simulation again, and you also guessed that he intended to observe the world through this human youth's perspective. Thinking of this, you immediately agreed. Let this human youth become your avatar. The human youth, feeling the surge of immense power and hearing your consent, was overjoyed. You didn't want to say much to this human youth. After learning that his name was Zhang Yue, you re-entered the Huai River. The human youth Zhang Yue watched you leave, kowtowed to you repeatedly, and then chose to depart. The 14th day. At the bottom of the Huai River, you comprehended the attribute of golden branches. The 16th day. Your subordinate old turtle rebuilt a palace for you, and renamed it the Three-Poison Dragon Palace. Your subordinate old turtle led the Huai River water tribes to install you as their ruler, declaring you the Three-Poison Dragon King. You were not surprised by your subordinate old turtle's actions. You silently accepted and continued your cultivation. On the 17th day, Golden Crow came to find you. He stated that tomorrow the heaven and earth would reconnect, and told you to prepare. He said this came from Kunlun Mountain, and was an announcement to all divine beings. You immediately understood that you were classified as part of the divine faction. After you acknowledged the news, you then traveled southwest to find Yinglong. Upon learning that you were about to evolve and had comprehended 5 elements, Yinglong was shocked, but he still agreed to your request. You joined Yinglong's command, in exchange for his protection. On the 18th day, you returned to the Huai River. Shortly after your return, a deep crimson pillar of light shot up from the northwest. You knew immediately that heaven and earth had reconnected. As expected, soon Bingyi came to find you, but Yinglong appeared right after. The battle quickly subsided. You still held the office of the Three Poisons, but he paid no attention to the commotion outside, and focused entirely on comprehending the metal attribute. On the 20th day, while cultivating at the bottom of the Huai River, you suddenly sensed that the human youth Zhang Yue was calling upon you. In the void, Zhang Yue was requesting your power to descend. You agreed directly. After you agreed, you immediately saw the scene from that human youth's perspective in your mind. At that moment, Zhang Yue was guarding in front of a village, protecting that village. Outside the village, the tree demon was about to launch an attack, but when your power descended, Zhang Yue suddenly felt divinely aided, and launched a fierce assault against the tree demon. The tree demon tried to resist, but under your dragon might, it had no chance to fight back. It was quickly shaken to death. After killing the tree demon, Zhang Yue inwardly asked you what was happening in the world. You explained the reconnection of heaven and earth to Zhang Yue. Then you told Zhang Yue to head to the Central Plains. Something major was about to happen there. After speaking, you said no more. Instead, you watched through Zhang Yu's perspective. You realized that as long as you left a trace of power inside Zhang Yu's body, you could keep sharing his perspective. On the 21st day, while comprehending the metal attribute, you continued observing Zhang Yue. You found that Zhang Yue truly obeyed your command, and began heading toward the Central Plains. You couldn't help but remark that this human youth was quite obedient. On the 22nd day, you kept watching Zhang Yue. You felt that viewing things this way was rather enjoyable. But that day you noticed Zhang Yu's body was starting to break down. You immediately understood that your mind could not remain empowered on Zhang Yue for too long. Upon realizing this, you withdrew that trace of power and mental presence, and began a fresh comprehension of the metal attribute. On the 25th day, you successfully comprehended the metal attribute, but it was only the initial metal attribute. You still needed continuous cultivation to let the metal attribute evolve into yang essence or yin essence. On the 26th day, you continued comprehending the metal attribute, but you realized your understanding of the metal attribute was far too shallow. Your metal attribute was nothing more than a seed. Without nutrients, it could only grow slowly. But if you didn't go out, you had no way to learn more about the metal attribute. After much thought, you decided to wait for Zhang Yue to reach the central plains. If there was an opportunity, you might comprehend war or battle essence. At the bottom of the Huai River, Black Dragon stared wide-eyed at the screen in front of him. In the simulation, he had actually comprehended metal. But he had only comprehended metal. He hadn't directly grasped yin and yang essence in one go. Instead, it was like when he first encountered the water element of the 5 elements. He only grasped water rat at the start. Back then, he hadn't reached the levels of ghost water or ninja water, but he had gained a step-by-step understanding up to mastery, and then had an epiphany about ghost water. Only then did the transformation from water attribute to ghost water occur. His simulated metal attribute was now in that same situation. It was like a newborn state. The me in the simulation was quite clever, sending Zhang Yue to the central plains to try his luck, while staying in the Huai River to continue comprehending the metal attribute. Zhang Yue is human, so he would definitely have a chance to experience war or battle aura. Black Dragon praised. In the 5 elements metal system, yang serves as the war metal, because things like battle aura and war belong to war metal. The meaning of war metal is the purest killing intent. All battle and slaughter, swords, weapons, and wars belong to war metal, while yin metal belongs to the soft metal, more inclined toward gentle metal, such as gold, silver, jewelry, and ornaments, as well as small knives, scissors, etc., which belong to soft metal. At first glance, soft metal might seem weak, but that is not the case. Soft metal is also known as Supreme Yin. Black Dragon speculated. If he comprehended metal through war, it would definitely evolve into a higher form at a very fast pace. By then, he would have gathered all 5 elements of yang. Black Dragon very much looked forward to seeing what evolution with yang 5 elements would bring. The simulation continued. On the 27th day, you continued comprehending metal in the Huai River. Even though the progress was very slow, you still chose to persist in your comprehension. On the 28th day, you once again sensed Zhang Yu's call to you. You sent a wisp of power over. Your mind once again appeared in Zhang Yu's perspective. At that moment, Zhang Yue was on a mountain, blocked by a mountain god. You glanced and roughly knew that Zhang Yue had probably climbed the mountain without making an offering, thus drawing an attack. You sensed the mountain god with your mind, and knew that it was no match for you. But you also understood that if you didn't descend in person, you simply couldn't defeat the mountain god. So you secretly contacted Zhang Yue, telling him to leave and explaining the situation. After learning this, Zhang Yue became serious, keeping a constant watch on Zhang Yu's situation. Under your gaze, Zhang Yue began to flee. With a strand of your power, Zhang Yu's speed became extremely fast. The mountain god originally wanted to pursue, but seemed to sense your dragon might. Hesitating, it chose to give up the chase. On day 29, seeing Zhang Yue safe, you withdrew your focus. At the same time, you sped up your comprehension of the metal element, knowing well that after the reconnection of heaven and earth, your current power is only slightly stronger than a mountain god. If you don't speed up comprehending yang metal to complete purification, you simply won't survive. On day 30, your Huai River territory was invaded by an external enemy. The enemy was a strange beast. Its strength was only a bit above an ordinary mountain god. You easily defeated and killed it. You knew that from now on, many strong foes would target the Huai River. You hesitated whether to evolve now or not. In the end, you decided to keep waiting. But you withdrew your influence. You brought all the water tribes from the Yangtze and Jishui who were willing to move to the Huai River. Among them, the strange beast from the Yangtze River also came to the Huai. For a time, your power in the Huai River reached its peak. On day 31, you cultivated the metal element intensively in the Huai River. But since you didn't understand metal well, your progress was very slow. On day 33, another enemy invaded your Huai River. After sensing the intruder's aura, you ordered your subordinate old turtle to meet it in battle. Your subordinate old turtle lived up to your expectations and repelled the enemy. On day 34, another enemy invasion. On day 35, yet another invasion. On day 37, still another enemy attacked the Huai River. You felt something was wrong. You sent Old Turtle to fight and investigate. After a while, Old Turtle reported that all these strange beasts were sent by the Yellow River water god, Bingyi. The Yellow River water god Bingyi couldn't kill him, but wanted his 3 poisons office, so he kept stirring up trouble. Ji Zheng could understand. Bingyi couldn't kill him, because he was protected by Yinglong. But Bingyi still wanted the 3 poisons office, so he sent those strange beasts to attack him. But Bingyi probably underestimated his combat power, thinking those minor creatures could finish him, not expecting he didn't even need to strike. Bingyi wanted the 3 poisons office to make up the 4 poisons. Coincidentally, I want the 4 poisons office too. Ji Zheng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Both he and Bingyi wanted the 4 poisons office. That meant a battle between them was inevitable. In the simulation, being protected by Yinglong only delayed direct conflict with Bingyi. In the future, a clash was certain. But Ji Zheng was not afraid. He was sure that after his next evolution, his upper limit wouldn't be weaker than Bingyi's. In the end, who would win between him and Bingyi was still unknown. Filled with confidence, Ji Zheng continued watching the simulation. On day 38, knowing Bingyi would send attacks every few days, you arranged the Huai River's defenses, having the Prime Minister and Old Turtle take turns. Under such orders, the strange beast sent by Bingyi could no longer trouble you. You resumed dedicated cultivation. Comprehending the metal element on day 39, you once again felt the summons from your connection with Zhang Yue. You immediately split off a strand of power. Following the vague sensing, you entered Zhang Yu's body. Soon you gained his perspective. You saw Zhang Yue now standing before a mountain. The more you looked at this mountain, the more familiar it seemed. Soon you recognized it as Changyang Mountain. But now there was no demon ceiling steely guarding Changyang Mountain. The mountain was covered in thick fog. You recognized that fog as Crossing Yao. You were overjoyed. You knew Crossing Yao also possessed immense battle intent. You could gain deeper insights from it. But you needed to find out why Zhang Yue came to Changyang Mountain. After your power descended, you quickly understood Zhang Yu's situation. It turned out Zhang Yue had been accidentally caught up in something, and was brought near Changyang Mountain. Zhang Yue came to Changyang Mountain wanting to leave, but felt vaguely drawn by some opportunity on the mountain. So he wanted to enter, yet he knew his own limits. So he summoned you, hoping to borrow your power to climb Changyang Mountain on day 39, with your power backing him. Zhang Yue climbed Changyang Mountain. As Zhang Yue ascended, the surrounding fog and terrifying battle intent all parted slightly. But with your strand of protection, it was enough to shield Zhang Yue as he moved through the mindless fog and battle intent. You took this opportunity to cultivate using the battle intent on Changyang Mountain. You tried to comprehend deeper insights. On day 40, you made some progress in your comprehension. Your understanding of the metal element greatly improved. Your incarnation Zhang Yue continues to advance. The surrounding mist and battle intent grow thicker and thicker. You begin to worry, knowing that a strand of your power can barely hold out. You warn Zhang Yue that if he pushes on, you won't be able to protect him. Zhang Yue hesitates for a long time after hearing this. In the end, he decides to keep going. On day 41, you start cultivating clearly, but you realize that a wisp of your power can no longer shield Zhang Yue. You ask him if it's still possible to turn back now, yet Zhang Yue presses forward nonetheless. Soon, that wisp of your power can no longer prevent the mist and battle intent from invading. But you are astonished to discover that within Zhang Yu's bloodline, there seems to be some kind of magic that makes the mist and battle intent dare not touch him. This incarnation is no simple one. The Dragon Lord, lying in the silt at the bottom of the Huai River, was stunned when he saw the words appear on the screen. He looked at the simulation and had thought this incarnation was probably doomed. Now, on Mount Changyang, Crossing Yao may be in an unconscious state, not deliberately attacking anyone. But those mists and battle intent are enough to kill an ordinary person. But now, it seems that may not be the case. This incarnation, named Zhang Yue, apparently harbors some unknown secrets. Interesting, an incarnation also has secrets. Curious, he continues watching the simulation. Day 42. While comprehending Zhang metal, you also begin observing Zhang Yue. You want to see what secret Zhang Yue truly holds. Under your observation, Zhang Yue actually reaches the summit of Mount Changyang. There, through Zhang Yu's perspective, you see countless mists suddenly coalesce into a figure. It is Crossing Yao. Crossing Yao's appearance also makes you sense the surge of battle intent. Deep down, you vaguely gain some insight. But at that moment you have no mind to ponder it. Instead, you stare intently at Crossing Yao. Crossing Yao, in his misty form, approaches Zhang Yue. He does not attack. Instead, he crouches down and looks at Zhang Yue. Then he recognizes him as a descendant of the Flame Emperor. But Crossing Yao does not say much more. He merely gives Zhang Yue a deep look. The moment Crossing Yao's gaze falls on you, you actively withdraw your mind. Still, you roughly guess why Crossing Yao did not attack Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue is a descendant of the Flame Emperor, so that's the reason Crossing Yao didn't strike. The Black Dragon is taken aback. Suddenly, a phrase comes to mind: descendants of the Flame and Yellow Emperors. Almost everyone can be called a descendant of the Flame and Yellow Emperors. That's because nearly everyone counts as a descendant of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. For example, among the 100 family surnames, 80% come from the Yellow Emperor surname. That is the surname Ji. Of the remaining 20%, most come from the Flame Emperor surname. That is the surname Zhang. Therefore, everyone can be considered a descendant of the Flame and Yellow Emperors. Crossing Yao was originally a subordinate of the Flame Emperor. Later, he died in battle against the Yellow Emperor. But Crossing Yao still remembers that he served the Flame Emperor. Facing a descendant of the Flame Emperor, Crossing Yao does not attack rashly. However, if it were a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, it would be a different story. After all, his greatest enemy is the Yellow Emperor. This too can be considered an internal conflict among humans. Who knows if Crossing Yao, upon seeing the Yellow Emperor, would again resolutely attack him. The Black Dragon smacks his lips in amazement, but the simulation continues. On day 43, you cannot sense the current state of your incarnation Zhang Yue. You can only vaguely sense that Zhang Yue is still alive. Helpless, you can only continue your cultivation. You begin comprehending Zheng Metal. With the insights into Zheng Metal gained from Crossing Yao, it's as if you have a guide. Your comprehension is very rapid. You vaguely feel that, before long, you will fully comprehend Zheng Metal. Day 44, your comprehension continues. Day 46, Gumang comes to find you. He hopes you will not interfere in the battle in the east, saying that humans will reclaim the east. You merely state that the Huai River region belongs to you. You do not show any sign of fear. After staring at you for a long time, as if worried about clashing with the Black Dragon, Gumang nods and agrees. Then he leaves. You watch Gumang depart. You know full well that Gumang will inevitably clash with the eastern deities, but you have no intention of interfering. You know clearly that with your current strength, you are far from able to meddle in such a situation. Day 47, Gumang and the Golden Crow engage in a great battle. You pay it no mind, focusing entirely on comprehending Zheng Metal. Day 48, with your diligent effort, soon your attribute of metal begins to undergo a massive change. Your metal attribute starts to transform into Zheng Metal. A killing aura begins to emanate from your dragon body. Day 49, your Zheng Metal slowly starts to coalesce. You have a very clear feeling that within 2 days, you will fully comprehend Zheng Metal. Day 50, you successfully comprehend Zheng Metal. The moment you succeed, you complete the element of Yang Metal. Inside your body, something softens instantly, as if a certain transformation has occurred. You felt your dragon body tremble. The trembling lasted for a long time, but in the end, it seemed your Tao was too solid. You forcibly suppressed all of Yang Wuxing. On the 51st day, Yin water and ghost water inside you were automatically rejected by Yang Wuxing. The 5 elements began to circulate. Your blood energy surged to an astonishing level. At that moment, you began your evolution. On the 52nd day, a heavenly thunderbolt struck, and you withstood it with your dragon body. You resisted it quite easily. After you weathered the thunder, your dragon scales began to shed. Then new dragon scales grew out quickly. The new scales were a dark black color. They were exactly the transformation of Jia wood. On the 53rd day, another trial appeared, but it was utterly powerless against you now. You passed the trial with ease. After you passed the trial, a pair of wings emerged from your back. Both wings were formed from rainwater. At the same time, your dragon bones were strengthened by earth, becoming incredibly tough. On the 54th day, you arrived outside the Huai River to undergo your tribulation. In the state of unity between heaven and man, you crossed it easily. But unexpectedly, this time your 5th leg did not grow. Instead, Ling Hu and Jin Gang transformed into other things. Zizhang watched the screen from the bottom of the Huai River. His dragon tail couldn't help slapping the ground. He was extremely excited. Him in the simulation had actually truly comprehended Yang Wuxing. But after comprehending Yang Wuxing directly formed a cycle, repelling Yin water and ghost water. Although he didn't know how this happened, seeing that the evolution could proceed normally in the simulation, he relaxed and watched the evolution begin within it. Jia would turned into dragon scales. Wu Earth turned into dragon bones. Ren water turned into wings. What about the Zheng Metal, Bing Fire, and Ghost Water then? Zhejiang was really looking forward to what would evolve next. He couldn't help opening his dragon eyes wider and kept watching the simulation. The simulation continued. On the 54th day, after you finished the tribulation, the final step of purification in the dragon transformation zone also began. Your 4 dragon claws, each originally with 4 toes, all grew into 5 toes, and all 4 dragon claws turned golden. They were exactly the transformation of Zheng Metal. The last element, Bing Fire, caused your dragon horns to transform. Your 2 dragon horns fell off, and new ones grew out. Flames coiled around your new pair of horns. You could clearly feel the fire-controlling power these horns granted you. On the 55th day, your evolution was completely finished. You transformed into a new form of 5-clawed azure dragon. At that moment, your life seemed to undergo a certain transformation, surging wildly. Your strength increased dozens of times over. You clearly sensed that the extent of your power was even greater than the previous evolution into a 5-clawed azure dragon. Its bloodline was simply not on the same level as before. The evolution was complete, so it's still the 5-clawed azure dragon form, huh? Just with flames on the horns and wings on the back. Also, the claws didn't grow a 5th leg. Instead, each claw grew 5 toes. Zheng could understand that. His 5 claws were the same as the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. Legend says the 5-clawed golden dragon's 5 claws mean 5 toes per claw. Another version says it means a 5th claw grows. Zheng had experienced both versions, but based on what the simulation said, he was definitely many times stronger than the last simulation. So evolving after comprehending Yang Wuxing is truly the most correct path. Zheng was glad he chose to continue comprehending back then. Clearly, the more of the 5 elements he understood, the higher the ceiling of his evolution. But why didn't ghost water manifest during his evolution? Zheng fell into deep thought. Finally, he remembered what the simulation mentioned. When Yang Wuxing completed its cycle, it repelled ghost water. Maybe that's why ghost water didn't participate in the evolution. Then what use is ghost water now? Zheng couldn't figure it out. But he could also understand. The 5 elements could barely maintain a cycle, but adding ghost water would disrupt it. To truly complete the cycle of the 5 elements, their mutual generation and restraint, he would still need the addition of Yin Wuxing. Let's first see this evolved form in combat. Zheng looked up at the simulation. On the 56th day, you felt the power within you. You really wanted to test your current strength, so you headed straight for the Fusang tree. Near the Fusang tree, you saw 10 golden crows playing. The large golden crow among them still recognized you. It immediately came over to ask what you wanted. You proposed a sparring match. The large golden crow agreed. On the 57th day, you began your battle with the large golden crow. You unleashed power that shocked all 10 golden crows. You commanded lightning and drove water currents, launching a fierce attack with the power of metal. The large golden crow manipulated flames, but you directly took control away from it. The large golden crow had no power to resist against you. The other 9 golden crows saw the large golden crow's predicament. They launched attacks one after another. Without any fear, they fought back. Their battle shattered several nearby mountains. On the 58th day, you used absolute power to forcibly suppress the 10 golden crows. After your 5 elements evolution, your strength surged to an extremely exaggerated level. On the 59th day, the battle ended. You couldn't completely defeat the 10 golden crows. You could only suppress them. The 10 golden crows couldn't harm you at all. Your control over the 5 elements was extremely powerful. All 10 golden crows had comprehended the blazing fire. Even if they used blazing fire together, they couldn't hurt you. Even if the blazing fire touched your dragon body, it would be blocked by your dragon scales. You didn't even need to use the Mist Earth Dragon Bone. He had reached this level with his 5 elements evolution strength. Although the state of unity of heaven and man helped, forcibly suppressing 10 golden crows was still terrifying. Zheng felt deeply shocked. The 10 golden crows were not the ones before the reconnection of heaven and earth, but after the reconnection. After the reconnection, the golden crow's strength was extraordinary. Even Gu Mang could only suppress the elder golden crow, and couldn't defeat it in a short time. But he could directly suppress 10 golden crows. Although Gu Mang was a wood god, suppressed by the golden crow, it still showed the situation. He guessed it was because of his 5 elements evolution, which gave him extremely high control over the 5 elements. Zheng soon calmed down. When he evolved into a horned dragon, he had gained many new talents. Evolving into a new form would surely bring new talents. Controlling the 5 elements might be one of those talents. He continued watching the simulation. He already had a preliminary understanding of his combat power. He had truly stepped into the mid-level myth sequence. But as for high-level myths like Yinglong, Yi Wu Di, and the others, he didn't know how big the gap was. After all, he hadn't fought them. The simulation continued. On the 60th day, your powerful combat strength earned the admiration of the 10 golden crows. The 10 golden crows wanted to take you to meet their mother. After a moment of thought, you knew that the mother of the golden crows was the sun goddess Zi. You immediately agreed. On the 61st day, you arrived at the Fusang tree and saw the sun goddess I beneath it. The moment you saw Zi, your heart trembled wildly. Your instinct for good and bad told you that Zi was extremely terrifying. If Zi wanted to kill you, you would be helpless. But Zi didn't mean to attack you. Zi was under the Fusang tree. After learning of your arrival, Zi looked up and smiled at you. She said it was hard for such an existence to be born in this era. It seemed that Xiao Hao had said something similar. Zheng was stunned. Could it be that in the current era, beings like those in myths could no longer appear? On the 61st day, you looked warily at Zi under the Fusang tree. You knew that Zi seemed gentle, but you knew she was a great terror. Looking at Z, you finally realized how huge the gap was between high-level and mid-level myths. You knew that with her power, Z could easily crush you. So you showed a respectful posture before Z. Z seemed to understand your thoughts. She didn't say much. She said the elements in your body were unstable, and suggested you cultivate under the Fusang tree for a while. You dared not refuse. Then Z left the Fusang tree. As soon as Z left, surrounded by the 10 golden crows, you went to cultivate under the Fusang tree. On the 62nd day, you cultivated under the Fusang tree. But you didn't feel any help from the Fusang tree. On the 63rd day, the elder golden crow brought you a bright red fruit. He said it was a gift from their mother. You didn't understand why. Then you took the fruit and asked the golden crow about it. The elder golden crow said it was a fruit that could increase cultivation. And the golden crow said he didn't know Z's intention. In the golden crow's view, your combat power was extremely strong. So your cultivation must also be very high. But you knew the truth. Your gaze at the fruit became much more eager. The fruit that enhanced cultivation, Jijang, lying under the Huai River, fell silent. His own situation. He knew best. In his simulation, he had evolved with 5 elements, and his strength matched mid-level myths, with the state of unity of heaven and man, and a decent understanding of the Tao. But his biggest weakness was his cultivation time. He had only cultivated for over 8,000 years. That was the greatest gap between him and those myths. His cultivation time was too short. But this Z could see his weakness at a glance. This shocked him even more. This Z. Jijang recalled the myths about Z. Sun Goddess, Mother of the Sun, Sun Jade. These were all titles of Z. According to the information he had, in the earliest times, it was this Z who drove the chariot, taking the golden crows from east to west. That's how the sun came to be. That's how daylight came to be. But as for Z, the myths never recorded her standing still. It only says she gave birth to 10 golden crows at the emperor's reign. Now it seems, this Z is no ordinary being. At the very least, she's probably high-level mythic. Jijang was very certain. The ranking of mythic combat strength was his own reasoning. Low-level mythics are things like the fishbird and the mountain spirits. Those with power far beyond mortals. Mid-level mythics are like these golden crows and himself. In his conjecture, they shouldn't be that strong. But now it seems, if Z is counted as high-level mythic, then high-level mythics are nearly unattainable for mid-level ones. He still lacked cultivation. Jijang sighed inwardly. Then he continued watching the simulation. Day 64. After hesitating for a while, you chose to swallow that fruit. After you swallowed the fruit, you felt a surge of heat within your dragon body. Your cultivation began to increase rapidly. As your cultivation grew, your strength also increased once more. At that moment, you deeply realized you needed to greatly boost your cultivation. Day 65. You cultivated under the Fusang tree. Suddenly, you again felt your bond with Zhang Yue summoning you. You were surprised. After all, Zhang Yue hadn't summoned you in a long time. You immediately sent a wisp of your power down. When that wisp of power descended, your perspective shifted toward Zhang Yue. You saw that Zhang Yue was now at the seaside. The descent of your power also shocked Zhang Yue. Your power now was far, far greater. Even just a wisp was far stronger than before. You didn't pay it any mind. After understanding the situation, you grasped the whole matter. It turned out Zhang Yue had received a request from Crossing Yao on Mount Changyang to go to the Northwest Sea to find Crossing Yao's physical body. Now Zhang Yue was blocked by a mountain spirit on a mountain, forced to summon you again. Day 66. With your wisp of power, the mountain spirit was quickly dealt with by Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue was astonished. He didn't understand why the power after the summoning ritual had grown so much compared to before. You didn't want to explain. You asked Zhang Yue why he was helping Crossing Yao. Zhang Yue only answered with 4 words, descendant of the Yan Emperor. After hearing that, you felt nothing. After observing Zhang Yue's perspective for a while, you chose to withdraw. This Zhang Yue is actually helping Crossing Yao, and it seems he wants to revive Crossing Yao. Somehow, it felt like Zhang Yue might actually accomplish great things. Jijang pondered. A descendant of the Yan Emperor, Cheji, has his help. And now he's going to revive Crossing Yao. If Crossing Yao is truly revived, then Crossing Yao would likely support or help this Zhang Yue, right? From this perspective, Zhang Yue is pretty impressive. Quite interesting. But he couldn't imagine Crossing Yao being revived. Crossing Yao was beheaded by the Yellow Emperor and buried at Mount Changyang. But the final location of Crossing Yao's body is unknown. According to Zhang Yue in the simulation, it's at the Northwest Sea. Speaking of Crossing Yao, I've fought him before. I just wonder how strong Crossing Yao was at his peak. Jijang was curious. To be able to battle the Yellow Emperor, his strength must have been terrifying. Jijang speculated. Then he continued watching the simulation. Day 67. You continued cultivating under the Fusang tree. Day 69. You felt that cultivating under the Fusang tree wasn't improving much. So you prepared to return to the Huai River. Before returning, the Great Golden Crow came to see you, stating that he represented Zi, and asked if you were willing to join their side. After a moment of surprise, you refused, stating you would not take part in any conflict. But you remembered the fruit Zi had given you. Then, under the gaze of the Great Golden Crow, you left the Fusang tree and returned to the Huai River. Day 70. Back at the Huai River, you resumed your cultivation. But this time, aside from comprehending the unity of heaven and man, you focused more on increasing your own cultivation. You realized that cultivation was your biggest weakness now. Only by filling that gap could you become stronger. Day 71. Your bond with Zhang Yue summoned you again, but when you answered, the scene you saw through his eyes surprised you. Day 71. A wisp of your power descended onto Zhang Yue, and you began to see Xiang Liu's perspective as well. In Zhang Yu's view, you saw him standing before a great sea, ahead of Zhang Yue. Zhu blocked his path. Zhu seemed about to attack Zhang Yue, so Zhang Yue summoned you. You fell silent for a moment upon seeing Zhu. You knew full well that a single wisp of your power was nowhere near enough to defeat Zhu. You immediately told Zhang Yue to leave, but Zhang Yue pressed forward. It was the physical body of the walking demon. He would not retreat. You, forced by circumstances, stopped dissuading him, could only choose to watch silently. On the 72nd day, Zhang Yue and Ryusho seemed about to make a move. Seeing this, you were helpless. Even if you rushed over now, it would be too late. Just as Ryusho was about to raise his hand and launch an attack, a figure you felt familiar with appeared. It was the old Taoist. The old Taoist had appeared again. Ji Zheng was completely stunned. This old Taoist really refreshes on a whim. Every simulation, he appears in a different place. Before, he appeared in the east. He appeared in the central plains. Now he appears in the northwest. This guy, even the simulation can't bind him. Impossible to predict his location. Ji Zheng couldn't help but wonder again what kind of existence this old Taoist was, to be able to do this. Among the countless beings he had seen in his simulations, none had escaped the simulation's prediction. But meeting this old Taoist again was a good thing. Almost every simulation, as long as he met this old Taoist, he would definitely gain a lot. This simulation, he thought, would also bring gains. Ji Zheng was full of confidence about this. Only this Ryusho made him a little disgusted. In the previous simulation, suddenly attacking him made him uncomfortable. Later, seeing Ryusho riding to dragons made him even more uncomfortable. It could be said that Ryusho left him a very bad impression. Now encountering this Ryusho in the simulation made him even more disgusted. When there's a chance, he must teach this Ryusho a lesson. Ji Zheng silently set this goal in his heart. Then he continued watching the simulation. The simulation continued. Ryusho, upon seeing the old Taoist, quickly left, not daring to stay even a moment, as if he had encountered some absolutely terrifying existence. Zhang Yue was stunned. But you were not surprised. You knew well that this old Taoist's identity was not simple. You began to stare intently at the old Taoist. Then the old Taoist walked up to Zhang Yue. Smilingly, he asked Zhang Yue whether he wanted to go and revive the walking demon. Zhang Yue was taken aback. Then he nodded in response. But the old Taoist said that once the walking demon was revived, it would likely change the current situation of humanity. The old Taoist asked Zhang Yue if he was willing to bear the karma involved. Zhang Yue hesitated for a while. He stated he was willing, and he thanked the old Taoist for his help. But the old Taoist waved his hand and said he had not come because of Zhang Yue. Rather, he had come because of some interesting fellow on Zhang Yue. The moment the old Taoist looked at Zhang Yue, you felt as if the old Taoist, across infinite distance, saw through you. You were stunned for a moment. You wanted to communicate with the old Taoist, but found you couldn't make a sound. In the end, the old Taoist spoke and stated he would wait for you here for 3 days. Upon hearing these words, you immediately withdrew your mind, left the Huai River, and hurried with all your might toward the northwest. On the 73rd day, you passed by one mountain after another. Those mountain gods tried to stop you, but all were mercilessly swatted away by a swipe of your tail. Your strengths were simply not on the same level. On the 74th day, you crossed the entire Central Plains region. You crossed Buzhou Mountain. You continued heading northwest. Soon you arrived at where the old Taoist was. What puzzled you was that even though you had sensed him through Zhang Yue, you didn't really know the old Taoist's exact location. But when you wholeheartedly wanted to come see the old Taoist, there seemed to be some kind of conviction in your heart telling you the direction. On the 75th day, you met the old Taoist. When the old Taoist saw you arriving travel-worn, he revealed a smile. He praised your strong heart for the Tao. Then he asked, even more puzzled, why you had sought him out. He knew that you would naturally not really tell him about your golden finger. Instead, you stated that you had comprehended it yourself. The old Taoist was stunned for a moment, then spoke with you again. He said you and he were quite fated to meet. He asked if you were willing to follow him. Whoa, this old Taoist had for the first time suddenly taken the initiative to say these words. In the past, he always pretentiously gave tips and then let him figure it out himself. Now he directly asked if he was willing to follow him. Ji Zheng was truly shocked. This old Taoist used to put on airs, but now he was being outright bold. However, following the old Taoist was obviously better. He would surely gain more guidance. This was very good. To me, this old Taoist is also my master. He led me onto the path of the Tao. This kindness is greater than heaven. In the simulation, I wonder if I can become the old Taoist's apprentice. If he could take the old Taoist as his master, it would certainly be better than following anyone else. But it would be even better, Ji Zheng pondered. But he could only think about it. Whether he could actually do it would depend on his counterpart in the simulation. But if he could become the old Taoist's apprentice, then, without a doubt, he would have truly obtained a protective umbrella. After that, he wouldn't have to fear beings like those that threatened him before. The simulation continued. Faced with the old Taoist's question, you naturally agreed very quickly. The old Taoist was startled by your decisiveness. He seemed not to understand you had never even seen him display any abilities. Why was he so resolute in trusting him? After a long silence, the old Taoist praised your strong perception of the way. Then he told you to travel with him. On day 76, you and the old Taoist started heading toward the central plains. On the road, you asked the old Taoist where you were going. The old Taoist told you plainly, toward the central plains. You listened and said no more. You knew the old Taoist's character quite well, so you began the journey to the central plains. On day 77, you traveled all the way without a word. The old Taoist looked at you in surprise. He asked why you didn't want to ask anything, but you answered, follow nature. When the old Taoist wanted to speak, he would naturally speak. After hearing your words, the old Taoist was stunned for a long time. Then he burst into loud laughter. Riding on your back, he saw his own shadow in you. Then the old Taoist began to teach you to slow down. Slowly feel the earth. You followed the old Taoist's advice. You calmed your heart and began to comprehend. On day 78, you and the old Taoist continued traveling. On day 80, you were still traveling. But as time passed, you gradually understood what the old Taoist had said. On day 80, you slowly grasped the old Taoist's meaning. When you used your heart to sense the earth, the earthly element inside you faintly seemed to resonate with it. Your understanding of the earthly element improved. At the same time, the cycle of the Yang 5 elements within you seemed to be strengthened. On day 81, you felt the Yang 5 elements becoming more stable. You quickly understood everything. You completed the evolution with the Yang 5 elements, but the cycle of the Yang 5 elements inside you had been formed hastily, so it was not very stable. Now, by sensing the earth, you elevated the earthly element, thereby stabilizing the Yang 5 elements. This old Taoist was just too incredible. He saw through the situation in the simulation at a glance. If the old Taoist hadn't said it, he wouldn't have known that the Yang 5 elements in his simulation were actually unstable. Ji Zheng once again felt how terrifying the old Taoist was. But why did raising the earthly element increase the stability of the Yang 5 elements? Ji Zheng thought for a while and then understood, more or less. Simply speaking, in the 5 elements, metal represents the west, water represents the north, wood represents the east, and fire represents the south. While earth is in the center, earth also has the meaning of supporting the other 4 elements. Because, regarding the 5 elements, the earth bears all things, nurtures all things. The other 4 elements can only arise on the foundation of earth. Probably that was why. By raising the earthly element he could stabilize the Yang 5 elements. The old Taoist was still the old Taoist. Ji Zheng sighed. He continued watching the simulation. He wanted to see what else he could learn from this old Taoist. Sensing your aura, the old Taoist smiled. Then he said your talent was good. He then continued to take you on the journey. On day 82, you and the old Taoist gradually approached Mount Buzhou. When passing Mount Buzhou, the old Taoist suddenly told you, asking if you could summit Mount Buzhou. You answered yes, and you and the old Taoist immediately began to climb Mount Buzhou. On day 83, while climbing Mount Buzhou, a blizzard raged without end. The wind howled fiercely. You immediately calmed your mind. The unity of heaven and man kept you from being hit by the blizzard. In contrast, the old Taoist seemed completely unaffected by the blizzard and wind. Your eyes widened in shock. You couldn't understand how the old Taoist could be like that. You didn't feel any fluctuation from the old Taoist at all, not even the fluctuation of the unity of heaven and man. But the old Taoist smiled and told you to let go of your mind. Don't use any power. You were skeptical, but you did it. When you let go of your mind, the fierce blizzard engulfed you. Your very soul almost froze. In an instant, the snowstorm knocked you over. Seeing this, the old Taoist raised an eyebrow. He laughed heartily. You immediately knew the old Taoist was messing with you. You wanted to lash out with your dragon tail, stirring up a pile of chicken blood toward the old Taoist. but you found that the chicken blood automatically parted when it approached him, unable to get near him at all. Then the old Taoist told you plainly that to climb Mount Bujo, you must release all spiritual power. Otherwise, how could it be considered a true ascent? After hearing this, you pondered for a moment. Following the old Taoist's words, you began climbing. On day 84, you discovered that without achieving unity of heaven and man, you simply couldn't move forward. Seeing this, the old Taoist was not anxious, but waited for you. On day 85, you advanced at an extremely slow pace. The old Taoist is still waiting by your side. Day 86, you can no longer advance, but the blizzard cannot manage to push you down. Seeing this scene, the old Taoist smiles and takes you down the mountain. It seems the old Taoist has completed some test. Now it is completed. Day 87, the old Taoist continues on the journey with you toward the Central Plains. Day 89, you and the old Taoist finally arrive at the Central Plains. Unsurprisingly, during your journey, no being dared to block your path. Even the mountain gods dared not show their faces. You find this not unusual, because you know all of this is due to the old Taoist's presence. If not for the old Taoist, even with your current strength, you would not be able to make the mountain gods dare not show themselves. Day 90, while you are traveling, suddenly you sense that your friend Zhang Yue summons you, and you send a wisp of your power there. But the star god does not follow. But through some brief information, you learn that Crossing Yao has revived. This creature has fully revived. Crossing Yao is a very terrifying existence. He Long watches the lines of text on the screen. A complex expression flashes in his dragon eyes. Before the reconnection of heaven and earth, even just Crossing Yao's ghost form could rank among the top. If heaven and earth reconnect, Crossing Yao's strength will certainly increase. And this is speaking of Crossing Yao in ghost form. With Crossing Yao's revival and the reconnection of heaven and earth, how terrifying would his strength become? An entity that can fight the Emperor cannot be simple. Forget it in the simulation. Crossing Yao and I have no grudge. The only connection is Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue is my close friend in the simulation. But Crossing Yao, who is personally resurrected, surely has ties with Zhang Yue. This is considered my relationship with Zhang Yue. He Long eventually dismisses these thoughts. Whether Crossing Yao revives or not is none of his concern. But humans on this side will panic. Crossing Yao's hatred for the Emperor is absolutely immense. And Crossing Yao is considered one of Emperor Yan's people. Crossing Yao's revival makes things difficult for Emperor Yan. Moreover, Crossing Yao will definitely take revenge. If it were just Crossing Yao alone, that certainly wouldn't have much effect. But according to the timeline in the simulation, Xiaoyu is also about to revive. Next, humans will have internal strife. Add in Crossing Yao. He dares not imagine how chaotic the human side will be. He Long clicks his tongue in wonder. But all of this is none of his concern. He continues watching the simulation. He tells the old Taoist next to him about Crossing Yao's resurrection. But the old Taoist is completely unconcerned. Instead, he looks ahead. Then, with a smile, he asks you what you see ahead. You look ahead, but see nothing at all. You only see several large mountains ahead. But you know the old Taoist is certainly not asking if there are mountains ahead. You immediately enter the unity of heaven and man to observe. Day 91, you continue observing. But you can't see anything? The old Taoist smiles without speaking, letting you continue looking. Day 92, you still can't see anything different ahead. With no choice, you give up and admit to the old Taoist that you don't understand. The old Taoist immediately tells you that there will be war in the Central Plains. How did this old Taoist discover that? He Long naturally knew there would be war in the Central Plains, but he cannot see it. This old Taoist relies entirely on himself. He Long doesn't understand how that's possible. Could it be that the old Taoist is truly this formidable? Day 92, after you admit you can't see anything, the old Taoist laughs heartily. Then he declares that the Central Plains will have war. You curiously ask the old Taoist how he knows there will be war in the Central Plains. Can the old Taoist foresee the future? The old Taoist answers you, going with nature. How could one foresee the future? The reason I know there will be war in the Central Plains is simply what heaven and nature have told me. You don't quite understand the old Taoist's words. You continue looking ahead, trying to see something. Seeing this, the old Taoist does not disturb you but stays by your side. Day 93, you continue looking ahead. You still cannot understand the old Taoist's claim that heaven and nature told him. In your heart, you wonder, does heaven and nature have no sentience? Why would it tell the old Taoist that war will occur in the Central Plains? You begin to ponder deeply. Day 95, you are completely puzzled. Just when you are about to give up, a thought suddenly stirs within you, as if you've realized something. Heaven and nature have always been inseparable from the Tao and the 5 elements. Inseparable. Perhaps what is called heaven and nature refers to this very heaven and nature. The Tao and the 5 elements accumulate true essence at the bottom of the Hui River. After seeing this, he vaguely felt a haze in his heart. Perhaps he understood that the Tao and the 5 elements are heaven and nature. This statement seems mysterious. But to put it plainly, the Tao and the 5 elements are simply the operation of heaven and earth. Everything between heaven and earth is transformed from the Tao and the 5 elements. The 5 elements can represent everything in the world. If we use calculation methods, we can know the rules of the 5 elements operation. For example, comparing the 5 elements to mathematics, then the operation of heaven and earth is mathematics continuously calculating to produce formulas. The old Taoist was able to know in advance that war would break out in the Central Plains, presumably because of his powerful calculation ability. He deduced the result of the formula before heaven and earth had reached that stage. Hence, this seems similar to foreseeing the future occurred. Just like those very famous prophets, most realize prophecy in this way. All the legends about prophecies he had heard before. He used this method to complete the prophecies. Ji Zheng seemed lost in thought, but he knew clearly, knowing the method is one thing, but he simply couldn't do it now. First, to reach such a level of predicting the rules of heaven and earth, he needs a very deep understanding of nature and heaven and earth, and also have very strong computational ability. None of these can be lacking. Only then can he achieve stealing foreknowledge. But this is too difficult. He absolutely cannot do it. Ji Zheng is self-aware. At the same time, his understanding of the old Taoist reached another level. In the simulation, he had been by the old Taoist side the whole time. He never saw the old Taoist do anything, yet he predicted everything. The old Taoist is still the old Taoist. The simulation continued. You gradually realized what the old Taoist said. The old Taoist beside you saw this and nodded with satisfaction. Then, before you could speak, the old Taoist said, "You know how to change form." After saying this, the old Taoist prepared to continue the journey with you. It seemed the old Taoist knew you would need a long time of cultivation to achieve foresight. With your current state, it was impossible. You also knew your own limitations. You immediately followed the old Taoist and continued on. On day 96, you and the old Taoist entered the Central Plains. When passing through a city, you transformed into a body as small as a little snake and slipped into the old Taoist's embroidered robe. Following the old Taoist, you wandered around the city. In the city, you discovered that the entire city's humans seemed to be preparing for war. They were fully alert and ready, as if war was about to break out. At the same time, you noticed that these humans were all practicing cultivation. They had all embarked on the path of cultivation. On day 97, after leaving the city, you asked the old Taoist if those humans had any cultivation techniques or scriptures. The old Taoist looked at you blankly and said directly, "There are no such techniques or scriptures. Cultivation does not require what you mentioned." Then the old Taoist looked at those cultivating humans and stated clearly that it is still too difficult for human experts to increase in number. It really does not allow new powerful experts to appear. After hearing this, you seemed lost in thought. You remembered that Xiao Hao and Shihi both praised you as a rare strong expert of this era. On day 98, while traveling, you and the old Taoist encountered another human village. The old Taoist immediately entered it. You naturally slipped into the old Taoist's embroidered robe. After entering the human village, you saw that the village was worshipping Chiyu. This surprised you. So it wasn't just one city that was offering sacrifices to Chiyu. You immediately realized that there were probably many places among humans offering sacrifices to Chiyu. The resurrection of Chiyu is certainly related to this. On day 99, you left the village. The old Taoist asked you if you had noticed anything. You stated it was Chiyu. He is going to revive. The old Taoist was shocked for a long time after hearing this. Then the old Taoist asked you how you knew so accurately. You smiled without speaking. You also put on an air of mystery. The old Taoist laughed heartily, but he didn't ask any more. On day 100, the old Taoist and you continued heading towards the heart of the Central Plains. On this day, you and the old Taoist both saw blood-colored mist rising from many places throughout the Central Plains. After these blood-colored mists rushed into the sky, the entire sky turned blood red. The sky was filled with flying birds, a scene of doomsday. So Chiyu's resurrection was not just in one city as seen in the previous simulation. It was happening in many places simultaneously. But those who wanted to revive Chiyu were probably his descendants. But do the descendants of Chiyu have that many? Ji Zheng found it strange. Based on the 100 family surnames, the emperors' surnames evolved from different clans account for about 80% or more of the surnames. It can be called the ancestor of all surnames. And the surnames evolved from the Flame Emperor's surname account for roughly the remaining 10+%. The remaining about 1% is occupied by the other 6 ancient surnames. The surnames of Chiyu's descendants naturally also exist, but the share they occupy is so small, it can barely be counted. According to what Ji Zheng knows, Chiyu's descendants have only 4 surnames, and they are all uncommon. They are Qi, Li, Tiu, and Zhu. Logically, Chiyu could not have that many descendants to revive him. But the simulation showed why there were so many beings reviving Chiyu. Ji Zheng felt puzzled. Wait, In the previous simulation, he seemed to have seen that the Central Plains War was guided by a divine being. Could it be that divine beings were also involved in this? Ji Jung vaguely felt like he understood something. At the bottom of the Huai River, Ji Jung lay in the mud. He had probably guessed that the so-called Central Plains War must have had divine beings participating. Even Chi-Yu's resurrection was likely helped by divine beings. Otherwise, if Chi-Yu's descendants alone tried to revive him, it would be far too difficult. The interruption of the later steps must also be related to divine beings. This feels a bit like the Battle of Jualu, doesn't it? Ji Jung recalled the myths about the Battle of Jualu. On the surface, the main parties were the Yellow Emperor and Chi-Yu, but most of the forces on both sides seemed to be divine beings. For example, the Nine Heavens mysterious woman, Yinglong, Fengbo, Yushi, and so on. It could almost be said that the decisive power on both sides came from divine beings. Looking at this Central Plains War in the simulation, it seems divine beings also played a major role. The power of divine beings, both past and present, seems far beyond that of humans. Ji Jung was lost in thought, especially that Heavenly Emperor. If he wasn't mistaken, that Heavenly Emperor definitely possessed all 5 elements and achieved unity of heaven and man. Perhaps there were other things as well. For a human martial emperor, trying to rival a Heavenly Emperor really seems very hard. But that Heavenly Emperor didn't seem to want to oppose humans. Instead, it was the other divine beings who kept wanting to fight humans. Oh well, with such a tangled web of relationships, thinking so much is useless. In the end, Ji Jung could only imagine this Central Plains War as the ancient battle of Jualu. After suppressing those thoughts, he continued watching the simulation. The simulation continued. On day 101, you and the old Taoist kept moving forward. The crimson mist still hadn't dissipated. When passing by a certain village, you saw that this village was also preparing a sacrifice to Chi-Yu. The sacrifice hadn't started yet. The old Taoist led you to stop on a hillside outside the village, apparently waiting to watch the sacrifice begin. You didn't go against the old Taoist's wishes, and stayed to watch with him. You noticed this village was extremely ancient, seemingly having no connection to the modern world at all. You couldn't help feeling surprised. You knew that even after the spiritual energy revival, and the reconnection of heaven and earth caused human technology to fail, some basic things still existed, yet this village had nothing modern about it. That struck you as unbelievable. On day 102, the village's sacrifice began. But the way they performed it amazed you, because before Chi-Yu's portrait, you saw pieces of human skin. This sacrifice used human skin as offerings. Seeing this, the old Taoist calmly told you that these skins had just been flayed alive. This was no different from human sacrifice. Human sacrifice is what it means, right? Ji Jung's dragon eyes flickered with cold light. To be honest, he really hated this kind of human sacrifice. Human sacrifice was common in ancient times. Many ancient civilizations recorded the use of human sacrifice in their rituals. For instance, the Shang dynasty, the Maya civilization, and so on all once performed human sacrifice. These civilizations seemed to believe that human sacrifice pleased the gods, so they always favored it. And the methods of human sacrifice were varied. Some tied people up and burned them alive. Some tore out people's hearts right before the altar. The methods were countless. Flaying people alive before the sacrifice, as seen in the simulation, was just one of them. But without doubt, each method was extremely cruel. Anyway, Ji Jung really hated this ritual. Those so-called deities, that is, divine beings. He could now be considered a deity, because he was also a divine being. But he didn't think this kind of thing could please him. In the end, it was just those fanatical believers who thought so, Ji Jung concluded. Then he continued watching the simulation. You and the old Taoist watched the sacrifice begin, in your sight. After the sacrifice started, from each piece of human skin, a wisp of black gas floated out, and entered Chi-Yu's portrait. You didn't understand what that black gas was, but seeing that the old Taoist didn't seem to want to talk, you didn't ask. On day 103, the sacrifice ended. You and the old Taoist left. You continued on your way. Then the old Taoist spoke, explaining that the black gas was the key to Chi-Yu's resurrection. Each wisp of black gas was a human life. You asked in confusion, did Chi-Yu's resurrection require so many human lives? The old Taoist shook his head and explained that Chi-Yu's resurrection required lives. It wasn't just one person Chi-Yu lives while a million people die. You were shocked, but the old Taoist looked at you and asked what you thought. Could Chi-Yu win? You shook your head, saying you didn't think Chi-Yu could win. The old Taoist smiled and asked if it was because Chi-Yu had never won before, so he felt that Chi-Yu could not win. But you shook your head and replied to the old Taoist, all things contain life. Reviving Chi-Yu would require a massive amount of life. That goes against the way of all things. Therefore, he is doomed to fail. The old Taoist was very satisfied with your answer. He couldn't help but smile. He said that you, this little dragon, have considerable wisdom and insight. The old Taoist then did not linger. He continued heading south. The old Taoist taught you that any existence, you who go against heaven and earth's nature by the way of all things, will surely fail, and he told you to take this as a warning. You nodded. You did not say much about the way of all things, or heaven and earth's nature. The doctor looked at these two terms mentioned in the simulation. He deeply agreed. He had personally experienced these two terms. Earlier in the simulation, inside the Huai River, the old turtle had personally demonstrated to him what Ming is. This so-called way of all things is actually similar to Ming. There have always been many sayings proving that obtaining Ming leads to victory. For example, those who obtain Ming obtain the world. Those who obtain the way have many helpers. Those who lose the way have few helpers. All these are derivatives of the same principle. Without a doubt, it is the most critical link in heaven and earth's nature. Follow nature. Gaining the help of heaven and earth's nature is the true kingly way. Like the Yellow Emperor Zhuan Yuan and Qiu in the Battle of Jualu are classic examples. Ji Zheng suddenly understood in his heart. As for the Central Plains War in the simulation, without a doubt, Qi would eventually fail. It was not only because he himself had seen it and thought so, more because the old Taoist had already spoken with authority. If Qi is doomed to fail, then he will surely fail. Moreover, the main issue in this Central Plains War is not whether Qi fails or not. Rather, it is about what tricks the divine man will play. In many places below the mountains, humans were fighting. Most of these battles were started by humans with low cultivation. Those low cultivation humans could not affect you and the old Taoist. On day 106, you and the old Taoist continued traveling. During this time, you asked the old Taoist where you were going. He only pointed in a direction. He said nothing more. You looked in the direction the old Taoist pointed. You confirmed the direction was south. On day 107, you and the old Taoist continued south. You traveled through the Central Plains hinterland, seeing more and more humans fighting each other. The human warfare grew increasingly frantic. More and more violent. Smoke of gunpowder rose everywhere. But the battles were still within controllable limits. Only those humans with low cultivation were fighting. On day 108, while traveling, you suddenly saw a great battle break out in the sky. When you saw the battle in the sky, you understood that the truly powerful humans had started fighting. You were curious about who was fighting in the sky. The old Taoist noticed your curiosity. He told you that those fighting in the sky were Qiu and Yukong. But at this moment, Qi was about to defeat Yukong. Ji Zheng, watching from the Huai River, saw a new name appear on the screen. He couldn't help but pay attention. Yukong, that's the northern god, right? Yukong is also called Yuzhang, also known as Yujin, and sometimes Xuanning. In mythology, Yukong has many titles. Sea god, wine god, plague god, all are titles of Yukong. In mythology, Yukong has the image of a human face and a bird body, with a snake hanging from each ear, and standing on to snakes. Yuqiang's nature is the same as our Yusho and Gumang. They are all subordinate gods. Only Yukong is the northern subordinate god. That is, he assists the Black Emperor. As for Juansu, our Yusho is the western subordinate god. Gumang is the eastern subordinate god. The southern Flame Emperor's subordinate god is Zhurong, while the central Yellow Emperor's subordinate god is Hotiu. Since Yukong has appeared, that means the Black Emperor Juansu has joined this war. Ji Zheng always maintained the highest vigilance toward the Black Emperor Juansu. That guy is a ruthless one. Far more ruthless than Xiao Hao. He is capable of things like severing the connection between heaven and earth. Moreover, based on the information obtained so far, this Black Emperor Juansu is also someone who deeply resents the divine man. Since even the Black Emperor Juansu has joined the fight against Qiyu, it's no wonder Qiyu will lose. I just wonder if Mount Bujo will collapse again in this simulation. Ji Zheng pondered. He really wanted to see how the divine man would influence this battle. The simulation continued. You asked the old Taoist whether the Black Emperor Juansu had joined the battle. The old Taoist just smiled at you and said, "Such a battle is not that simple. The Black Emperor Juansu and the Yellow Emperor Zhuanyuan, as well as the White Emperor Xiao Hao, are all waiting for the divine man and the star demon." You began to ponder the old Taoist's words. On day 109, while continuing south with the old Taoist, you asked him why the Green Emperor Fuxi and the Flame Emperor Shenong were not seen. The old Taoist glanced at you. He answered you, "The Green Emperor Fuxi is the divine man. He does not participate in this kind of battle. The Flame Emperor Shenong is hindered by the star demon and does not appear in the war. Savor it carefully and you'll understand." Emperor Yan Shenong didn't intervene when Crossing Yao was about to die. If he joined this battle now, wouldn't it provoke Crossing Yao's hostility? And the fact that Emperor Qing Fuxi was a god-man got you thinking. Emperor Qing Fuxi is a god-man. Ji Zheng was stunned. But on second thought, it seemed quite normal. Fuxi, when you mention Fuxi, what comes to mind is Nuwa. In many legends, Fuxi has always been Nua's brother. And Nua is a godman. Fuxi couldn't possibly be human, right? Now it makes perfect sense. Fuxi is a godman. Just one of the 5 human domain lords. In legends, ancient times seemed to be a mix of gods and humans. Many godmen lived among human tribes. That mix was one reason later human tribes fell into chaos. It was also one reason for the severance of heaven and earth in the Black Territory. Fuxi was likely a godman from that mixed era. He just stayed aloof from humans, helping them when needed. That's probably why he was later named Lord of the Eastern Domain. Humans probably wanted to win Fuxi over too. But surprisingly, after so long, they still haven't succeeded. Emperor Qing Fuxi doesn't seem keen on getting too involved in the god-human conflict. In the simulation, he didn't join the Central Plains War either. So it seems the Central Plains War was a battle among the Yellow Emperor, White Emperor, Black Emperor, Chiyu, and the Godmen. As you continued watching the simulation, you pondered for a long time about Emperor Qing Fuxi being a godman. Finally, you understood everything and stopped thinking. You continued on the road with the old Taoist. On the 110th day, the great battle in the sky ended. The outcome was just as the old Taoist had said. Rushu and Yuqiang were defeated. But to your surprise, that massive Chiyu's blood energy in the sky didn't press the attack. Instead, it chose to leave. You asked the old Taoist why Chiyu didn't press his advantage. The old Taoist smiled at you. He replied that the time for the decisive battle hadn't come yet. On the 111th day, you continued heading south. As you advanced, you had already crossed the Central Plains heartland, and were gradually approaching the south. On the 113th day, you officially entered the southern region. After entering the south, you asked the old Taoist where to go next. The old Taoist smiled and said to you, "Keep going south." You didn't quite understand, but didn't want to ask too many questions either, so you continued south with the old Taoist. As you traveled south, an even greater battle erupted in the Central Plains. Extremely violent fluctuations. You could feel them even from afar. Out of curiosity, you asked the old Taoist who was fighting. The old Taoist only said for words, "The Yellow Emperor fights Crossing Yao." On the 114th day, you kept traveling. But the battle in the Central Plains grew fiercer. No matter how intense, it never touched the old Taoist. In fact, you saw that the day before you had just crossed a great mountain. The next day that mountain was shattered by battle shockwaves. You always managed to avoid it by sheer coincidence. On the 115th day, you and the old Taoist were on the road. You clearly saw Yinglong flying overhead. He seemed to be heading toward the Central Plains battlefield. Strangely, it was as if Yinglong hadn't seen you at all. You thought about it and realized it was because the old Taoist was beside you that Yinglong couldn't see you. Then you understood the Godmen had already joined the Central Plains War.